You can buy anything for just $1. But you can only do it once in your lifetime. What will you choose to buy? At home, looking at the remaining balance of just $1 on your phone, you sigh, wishing that $1 could buy a gold bar. Ding! The $1 exchange system has been successfully linked. The system offers a chance to exchange for $1 once a day. Since this is the first binding, the host can choose what to exchange for today. You perk up, your eyes sparkling with surprise. This system is quite impressive, allowing you to choose. System, I want to exchange for gold. The host's current wealth value decreases by 1. Congratulations, the $1 exchange was successful. You are rewarded with 1 ton of gold. What? 1 ton of gold? Are you kidding? 1 ton of gold is like 1 ton of dirt. You spit out the drink in your mouth, splattering it all over the counter, and you quickly grab a cloth to clean it up. Thinking about 1 ton of gold, that's 1,000 kilograms. Based on current gold market prices, the buyback price is around 500 yuan per gram. 1 kilogram of gold is over 500,000 yuan per ton, which totals over 500 million yuan. What does that even mean? Over 500 million yuan. Not just in this life, but even in the next and the one after that, you'd never have to worry about food and drink, just lying back and enjoying life. Suddenly, you feel a bit dazed. So, where is the gold? 1 ton of gold is displayed on the shelves against the wall of the supermarket. You rush to the shelves as quickly as possible. This is a row of shelves usually used for daily necessities, and inexplicably, a black cloth is covering them. You're a bit confused. You didn't cover these shelves with a black cloth. You walk over and pull back the black cloth. In the next moment, an entire row of golden bricks nearly blinds you with their brightness. The original shelves for the gold bricks have collapsed under the weight, now completely covered with shiny gold bricks. In an instant, the entire supermarket is shimmering with gold. Just picking up one feels heavy in your hand. System, is this really gold? Oh my god, 1 ton of gold. Will any authorities come looking for me? Please rest assured, host, this gold is definitely real, and its origins are completely legal and compliant. Hearing the system's explanation, you breathe a sigh of relief, your heart is racing with excitement, and you quickly close the supermarket door. The system is so straightforward, it probably saw how poor you were and decided to reward you with a ton of gold for the first $1 exchange. With a ton of gold casually displayed in the supermarket, why even keep the store open? I must close it. Being too conspicuous will definitely attract thieves. You casually pick up a gold brick, estimating it to weigh around 10 kilograms. Looking around, you put it into the electric tricycle you usually use for deliveries. 1 or 2 bricks are too heavy. The electric tricycle can't carry too much weight, so you can only load 20 bricks for a total of 200 kilograms of gold. You set off to visit a gold jewelry store, starting the electric tricycle, with the gold in the cargo area covered by a black cloth, heading toward the jewelry store. It's necessary to cover it. The dazzling gold is too eye-catching and could easily cause an accident. In Jiangdu Commercial Street, the bustling city center, you arrive with a tricycle full of gold bricks. You get off and walk toward a building in front of you, where the words Huaxia Gold are embossed in gold, showcasing the luxury of this jewelry store. The atmosphere is grand, and the store is bustling with many young men and women shopping for jewelry. Seeing you in ordinary clothes and arriving on an electric tricycle, the store staff can't be bothered to pay attention to you. After all, everyone is busy and won't waste time on someone who isn't a potential customer. However, you clear your throat and loudly say, "Call your manager, I have a big business deal to discuss." Everyone is taken aback. A big deal from a kid riding a tricycle? They think you must be picking up trash. What big business could you possibly have? Instantly, laughter erupts in the gold jewelry hall. Before long, a middle-aged male manager in his 40s walks out of the office and approaches you, asking, "What can I do for you?" With a thud, you pull out a gold brick wrapped in torn paper from the tricycle's cargo area and place it in front of the manager. "I'm here to order a ring, make me a 10-kilogram gold ring." The male manager laughs at your request. A 10-kilogram gold ring? What a joke! Not to mention how heavy a 10-kilogram gold ring would be. Who even has that much gold to make a ring? But your next words shock everyone. "I have plenty of gold." As you speak, you unwrap the paper, revealing a shiny gold brick in front of everyone. The male manager quickly takes it for a closer look and then calls over a professional to inspect it. This is extremely rare. The manager often sees gold bricks but has never seen one this large. There's no stamp or any markings, but upon inspection, it turns out to be a full 10 kilograms of pure gold. Where did this come from? Don't worry about where it came from, it's absolutely fine. According to market prices, sir, this 10-kilogram gold brick can be sold for over 5 million yuan based on the current buyback price. The manager becomes excited because the quality of this gold brick is exceptional. Furthermore, as part of the gold buyback business, it is purchased below market price, and there are certain handling fees, so this deal is profitable. No rush to sell it. Sir, you should trust us, we are Huaxia Gold, a prestigious brand. The manager is anxious. We absolutely cannot let such a big client go to another store. You should find a few people to help move the gold bricks. I have dozens of these 10-kilogram gold bricks in my tricycle, you say nonchalantly. Oh my god, sir, you brought gold bricks here on a tricycle to sell? Quick, get a few people to help this gentleman move the gold bricks. The manager's heart is racing with excitement, and he speaks incoherently. The tricycle is filled to the brim with large gold bricks, gleaming so brightly that it nearly blinds everyone. It's really a bit heavy to lift. You smile as you look at the astonished faces in the store. At this moment, the manager is completely dumbfounded. This is a full 200 kilograms of gold, top quality pure gold, worth an astonishing 40 million yuan at market prices. This person casually pulls out 10 kilograms of gold to order a ring. It's not a joke, it's real. This isn't even the end, as your next words nearly bring everyone to their knees. The gold I brought this time is just a small part. It's only 200 kilograms. The tricycle couldn't carry more because it was too heavy. There are still 800 kilograms of gold bricks I haven't brought over. Not just 200 kilograms, but also 800 kilograms, which totals to 1 ton of gold. Goodness, if this isn't a major deal, then what qualifies as one? Now everyone understands. No wonder this person walked in saying they have a big deal for the manager and wants a 10-kilogram ring. Makes perfect sense. Mr. Wang, you really have 800 kilograms of gold that hasn't been brought over? Let me make some arrangements. I'll find some people right away, professional security and an armored truck to escort you for the gold transport. The manager was extremely excited. This is a real big spender, a major investor. An institution like Huaxia Gold has significant influence, and soon this major news reached the Jiangdu city government. A tycoon with over 200 million worth of gold bricks must be treated with the highest level of respect. Before long, several armored trucks came rushing in, accompanied by 5 armed police officers and a police car. The tricycle heading to the small supermarket for the gold bricks led the way, and as you held the handlebars, cars on the wide road made way for you. With a police car clearing the way in front and an armored truck following behind, this scene is absolutely impressive and flashy. They quickly arrived at the small supermarket, where dozens of gold bricks were soon loaded onto the truck. After leaving the small supermarket, the armored truck carrying 800 kilograms of gold set off again, heading back to the Huaxia Gold store. Seeing so many gold bricks displayed in the Huaxia Gold store, they gleamed brightly, weighing a full ton. In the jewelry store manager's office, several heads of Huaxia Gold shops rushed over upon hearing the news. 1 ton of gold, and it's all high-quality 24K gold. One store can't handle it alone. Multiple stores will need to collaborate to process this much gold into jewelry for sale. Everyone's gaze was fixed on you. Mr. Wang, it's unbelievable that you have so much gold. Is it a family heirloom? Everyone was discussing. Yes, how did the family heirloom gold come about? You certainly can't say it came from a 1 yuan exchange in the system. You can only lie and say it was passed down from your ancestors and discovered at home. No one pressed further. After all, the origins of this ton of gold couldn't be questioned. Let's put the 10-kilogram ring on hold for now. I'll focus on disposing of this gold. How much gold can you guys handle? You asked the managers. Even with over 10 Huaxia Gold shops in the city working together, we can't take in a ton of gold. At most, we could handle around 300 kilograms, and that's already the limit. Of course, if you want to trade the entire ton of gold, please allow us to wait for our superiors to arrive. Is that alright? You smiled and said, you only need to take in 100 kilograms of gold, and that'll be enough. The many managers exchanged confused glances, all addressing you, Mr. Wang. Aren't you planning to sell this entire ton of gold? If I only sell 100 kilograms of gold, worth over 50 million, a few gold firms in our city can handle that, and I can make the decision. So for the remaining 900 kilograms of gold, Mr. Wang, do you want to deposit it in the bank vault? Or would you like to establish a charitable foundation to give back to society? Your response was concise and straightforward. Thus, everyone in the room was stunned. 900 kilograms of gold, worth over 400 million, and you're planning to donate it without even blinking. Everyone took a deep breath, and their gazes toward you grew solemn and respectful. For the 900 kilograms of gold, I want to establish a charitable foundation to help the common people. Disaster relief, poverty alleviation, and educational support all require funding. As a Chinese person, one must never forget the country. When in poverty, one should focus on self-cultivation. Now that I have become prosperous, I should help the world. Upon hearing this, everyone applauded, the office filled with applause. Mr. Wang, you are truly selfless, so young yet so magnanimous, you are indeed a role model. You smiled slightly, knowing that since the system had favored you, endless wealth awaited you in the future. It's just a few hundred kilograms of gold. Doing charity to benefit the people is a joyous endeavor. Mr. Wang, I'll contact the leaders responsible for economic affairs in the city, as well as the bank manager and the charity foundation director. Mr. Wang wants to establish a charitable foundation, and we will fully cooperate. From now on, you will be the president of the largest private charitable foundation in the city, and every approval of donations must go through you. Soon, the relevant leaders arranged a grand reception at the city office building and warmly invited you over. After a warm reception, news spread throughout the city about a certain mysterious citizen establishing a charitable foundation worth over 400 million, creating quite a stir. This was your request to the higher-ups, not to reveal your appearance, identity information, or anything else in the news. You didn't want to be too flashy or famous. After returning from the city, you rode your electric tricycle, feeling refreshed and cheerful. You may have lost the gold, but you gained something, the title of president of the Wang Charity Foundation. You received several awards, including medals and banners. With gold worth over 500 million, over 400 million was used to establish the charity foundation, leaving you with more than 50 million. Feeling satisfied, you squinted and smiled as you returned to your small supermarket, hanging the medals and banners on the wall. With such impressive accolades, who would dare to cause you trouble? Anyone seeing those medals and banners would have to think twice. Now, you are a premium bank client with over 50 million in deposits, holding a black card with a credit limit reaching the tens of millions. This amount of money isn't too little, but it's not a lot either, enough to buy a large house and leave some for your parents to enjoy their old age. After all, the old house at home is too dilapidated and on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, your parents are away on a trip for a few days, so you can buy the house first and surprise them when they return. Thinking of this, you rode your tricycle to check out some properties. Your criteria for selection were simple: go big, live in a big house, drive a big car, and earn big money. So, you directly spent 7 million to buy a large villa. After a busy day, you returned to the small supermarket, and it was already quite late. You eagerly anticipated the arrival of tomorrow and fell asleep. The next morning, after a quick wash-up, you opened the door of the small supermarket and started business. Watching the store can be quite boring, so you opened your phone to browse the news. Since your return yesterday, several messages had come in on your phone from Jiang Wenwen, the salesperson from your villa purchase. The messages were about the house, mixed with some casual chat. Jiang Wenwen also messaged you, asking when you would be free today to meet and discuss the necessary documents and information. You told him to meet at 3 p.m. at your small supermarket, and Jiang Wenwen happily agreed. At this moment, your mind was completely off the house and instead focused on what kind of reward you would receive today. The system prompted that the 1 yuan exchange opportunity had refreshed. Today you could make 1 yuan exchange. A notification sound from the system echoed in your mind. Good, 1 yuan exchange. Your current wealth value decreased by 1. Congratulations, host. 1 yuan exchange successful. You have received a Sikorsky S-92 helicopter. What? You were mentally prepared to accept a reward, but when such a helicopter appeared as a reward, you were completely stunned. Is the system really playing this big? What does a Sikorsky S-92 helicopter even mean? You quickly pulled out your phone to check the details, and the more you looked, the more shocked you became. Currently, this model of helicopter is priced at $30 million. If imported, taxes and fees alone would exceed 200 million Chinese yuan, not including maintenance and other costs. So where is the helicopter, and how do I use the relevant documents? You hurriedly asked a bunch of questions. The key issue is that you've never dealt with something like a private helicopter before. The helicopter was purchased from the US and has already arrived in the country. All paperwork is complete. You only need to take your ID and go to the private helipad at Jiangdu International Airport to accept your helicopter. Taking your ID to accept your own private helicopter is just incredible. You couldn't believe it yourself. Usually, people buy cars and excitedly pick up their new vehicles. But you, on the other hand, just received a helicopter and are about to pick it up. Who would believe that? The key question is how to get to pick up the helicopter. I can't ride an electric tricycle there, can I? Jiangdu International Airport is too far, and the tricycle can't make it that far. Besides, I can't even take the expressway to the airport. Just as you were feeling troubled, your phone rang. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Wang? Yes, that's me. Once the call was connected, a polite voice came through. Hello, Mr. Wang. This is Manager Zhang from the Private Aircraft Management Office at Jiangdu International Airport. The Sikorsky S-92 helicopter you ordered has arrived at the airport's private hangar. If you have time, you can come over to handle some paperwork. Really? Okay, I'll come over shortly. Please send the exact address to my phone. No problem. By the way, Mr. Wang, your private helicopter also comes with a crew of 3 and a maintenance team of 3, who are specially assigned to serve you. They are already at the helipad waiting for your arrival. Alright, I understand. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, you took a deep breath, realizing this wasn't a dream, but a reality. System, oh system, you really came through. This is actually happening. This is so exhilarating. You directly received a helicopter, and now you have to go through the hassle of picking it up. Muttering to himself, his phone vibrated with a location message. It turned out that manager Zhang on the other end was particularly proactive and quickly sent over the location. After checking, Wang Shang found that the small supermarket had closed for the time being, and he was preparing to take a taxi to the airport. This small supermarket often closed, which didn't seem too good. Wang Shang thought to himself that he should find someone to help watch the store, while he, of course, wanted to go out and enjoy life. He hailed a taxi by the roadside, got in, and said, "Driver, to Jiangdu International Airport." Okay. The driver glanced at Wang Shang through the rearview mirror and struck up a conversation. "Young man, you don't look like you're going to catch a flight. Are you picking someone up?" If he were going to the airport to catch a flight, he would definitely be going far, not to mention big bags. He would at least have some luggage. But this guy had nothing in his hands, dressed in shorts and flip-flops, looking nothing like someone heading to the airport. "Oh, I'm not flying, nor am I picking anyone up." "Then that's strange. What are you going for?" The driver continued to ask curiously. Not flying and not picking anyone up, was he just going to the airport to watch planes take off and land, just for the thrill of it? "I just bought a plane, and the airport called me to come pick it up, so I'm just taking a ride over," Wang Shang said honestly, but despite his earnest expression, the taxi driver thought he was joking and bragging. Wasn't this just a street punk talking nonsense? This kind of thing was quite popular now, street punks, doing nothing serious, just wandering around and bragging. "Young man, that's not how you brag. You're so young, just graduated, and being able to buy a small car worth a few thousand is already impressive. You want to fly a plane? Do you know how much a plane costs?" The taxi driver laughed heartily. Young people these days were so restless, they couldn't do anything else, but their bragging skills were getting better and better. "Just yesterday, I had a passenger about your age who said he wanted to buy a plane. I gave him a good talking to. Guess what happened next?" "What happened?" Wang Shang asked with interest. If he didn't chat a bit, it would be disrespectful to the taxi driver's profession, so a little conversation was fine. Later, that young man was convinced by me. He said he wouldn't do useless things anymore, wouldn't brag, and would work hard to save money to buy a car and a house. "Is that so? You make a good point, but I'm not that kind of young man because I really am going to pick up a plane." Wang Shang smiled. "Alright then, what kind of plane did you buy? Airbus or Boeing?" The taxi driver teased. Since he had nothing better to do, it was nice to banter with a street punk. Wang Shang replied honestly, "A Sikorsky helicopter, but unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to learn to fly yet, so I'll have to get someone else to fly it for me." The taxi driver looked at Wang Shang's serious expression in the rearview mirror and continued to tease. "That's true. Look at you in shorts and flip-flops. Even if you had a pilot's license, it wouldn't be convenient to fly. You'd definitely have to pay someone to help you." As they chatted, the taxi driver treated the whole conversation as a fun exchange with a quirky young man, enjoying it like a comedy routine. These days, you had to pay to listen to stand-up comedy on the overpass. Here, it was free. Today, he encountered a young man with an unusual mind who said he was going to pick up a plane. Wasn't that just the best joke he'd heard in his decades of taxi driving? It seemed he had to go home after work and share this great joke with his wife and kids. "We've arrived, young man." After about half an hour, the taxi stopped in front of the terminal at Jiangdu International Airport, and the driver, with great interest, looked back at Wang Shang and said, "Oh, how much is the fare? I'll scan it for you." Wang Shang took out his phone. 63. All right. After completing the QR code payment, Wang was ready to get out of the car. Just then, Manager Zhang called, and he answered. "Mr. Wang, have you arrived?" "Oh, I'm already at the airport terminal, right at the entrance, in a green taxi, getting out soon." "Okay, don't move, we'll come to pick you up." "What's the license plate number of the taxi you're in?" "It's Zhang." Wang had no choice but to stay put for the moment and apologetically said to the taxi driver, "Sir, I'm sorry to take a bit of your time. Some airport staff are coming to pick me up to get the plane, so I'll just wait here for a moment." "No problem, I can wait here." The taxi driver lit a cigarette, thinking he might as well listen to this stand-up routine and see what kind of tricks this kid, who made boasting seem as easy as drinking water, could pull off. "Ah, buying a plane? Just being able to occasionally fly is already pretty good. How much income would one need to fly regularly? Owning a private jet? There are hardly a few people in all of China who have that kind of condition. If I could just experience flying a plane, that would be amazing. It would be worth it for a lifetime. Watching the endless stream of people coming and going, as well as the planes taking off and landing in the airport sky, the taxi driver couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Suddenly, he forgot to pick up the cigarette he was holding, the ash falling without him noticing, because he saw a group of tall men and women in sharp suits, with uniforms marked with words like crew and flight attendants, coming over and standing straight in front of Wang. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Wang?" "Yes, that's me." "Hello, Mr. Wang." "Hello, Mr. Wang." "Mr. Wang, welcome to Jiangdu International Airport, and congratulations on your very own private jet. I'm your private jet pilot, just call me Xiao Chun. I'm your private jet flight attendant, Xiao Duan. I'm your private jet maintenance technician, you can call me Xiao Zhang." The trio of crew members and the trio of maintenance staff stood in front of Wang, greeted him, and then began to introduce themselves. After that, they bowed to Wang and said in unison, "Please take care of us." What is professionalism? This is professionalism. The Sikorsky helicopter is already parked at the private helipad. Now please follow us, Mr. Wang. Manager Zhang smiled as he led the way. Wow! The taxi driver was dumbfounded, the cigarette but dropping to the ground, forgotten. The way these staff spoke and their attitude towards Wang shocked him immensely. He absolutely did not think these were actors hired by the young man, as the cost of such a charade would be too high. Besides, how could professional crew members possibly cooperate in a performance? My goodness! This young man really came to the airport to pick up a plane. You can't judge a book by its cover. This young brother, despite his youth, can actually afford a private jet. In this day and age, true wealthy people are so low-key. The low-key rich have skewed my judgment. The taxi driver was filled with emotion, his worldview shattered. No wonder the young man had been so calm and composed all along. He wasn't telling jokes but was discussing something completely normal. He had misunderstood him. The world of the rich is beyond my understanding. Watching Wang walk away, the taxi driver put up the vacant sign and went off in search of business. Entering the airport through a special passage, Wang truly opened his eyes as he arrived at an enormous private hangar. Inside the hangar, he saw many helipads marked with various lines, where several planes were parked. Under the guidance of the staff, Wang finally arrived in front of his private jet, a Sikorsky helicopter. This Sikorsky helicopter is a lightweight, twin-engine, 8-seat multipurpose helicopter with exceptional performance. The fuselage is approximately 18 meters long, and the main rotor has a diameter of 18 meters, equipped with 2 General Electric engines. Its maximum cruising speed can reach 300 kilometers per hour, and its maximum range can extend to 800 kilometers. Due to its outstanding performance, this model has always been one of the popular helicopter types for Marine One, the president's exclusive transport. Listening to the staff's explanation, Wang felt as if everything was so unreal. Rubbing his eyes and looking closely, this was not a dream. The beautiful fuselage, the cool rotor blades, radiating a wonderful glow. So handsome, so cool. Mr. Wang, it's a pleasure to serve you. We can now conduct a test flight for you to inspect. If there are any issues during the flight, you can point them out, and we will report them to the Sikorsky Aircraft Manufacturing Company headquarters for you. One of the staff members said. Wang smiled slightly and replied, "All right, let's do the test flight and experience it." Soon, accompanied by the staff, he boarded his very own Sikorsky helicopter. His dedicated pilot and co-pilot settled into the cockpit, preparing for takeoff. Sitting in the cabin, Wang felt a wave of high-tech sci-fi sensation wash over him. Various high-tech buttons surrounded him. Although it was a helicopter, the cabin space was quite spacious, enough to accommodate several people, and the seats were particularly comfortable. The air conditioning was set to the optimal temperature and humidity, and it was equipped with a refrigerator and an audio-visual system. Sitting inside was simply a pleasure. The helicopter started up, the rotor blades spun faster, whipping up gusts of wind, and amidst the roar of the engines, the helicopter began to ascend. Even with such a strong vibration, sitting inside was still very comfortable, and the view was expansive. Watching the ground recede further away, he continuously followed the helicopter into the sky, surrounded by white clouds. That feeling was summed up in one word: refreshing. After flying a lap and enjoying the wonderful experience of a private jet, Wang finally returned to the ground. This private jet is great in every way, but it needs a helipad. It can't just be parked like a car, he thought. He still couldn't treat the helicopter as his main mode of transportation. Buying a car was still quite necessary. Also, I need to hire a flight attendant, otherwise, it would be too boring sitting alone. Just then, a phone call came in. Hello, is this Juan? It's your old aunt. Hello, Aunt. By the way, Wang, do you have a girlfriend now? If not, I can introduce you to someone. What do you think? It turned out that the caller was his caring distant aunt. So, the aunt didn't know that Wang had been dating a girlfriend for over a year, but they had already broken up. Sure, aunt, I'm single. Thank you for thinking of me. Alright, I'll tell the girl about you, and you two can exchange phone numbers and WeChat, and set a time to meet and chat. Aunt, really? So soon? I'm still at Jiangdu Airport. Airport? That's perfect. The girl I want to introduce you to works at an airline. She's a flight attendant. A flight attendant? That's right. She's in the flight attendant business, and let me tell you, she's incredibly beautiful and has a fantastic figure. You better perform well. If I hadn't met her aunt while playing cards, how could I have made this connection? Okay, aunt, tell that girl we can meet at the airport. If it works out, great. If not, let's not waste each other's time. I'm quite busy too. You think I don't know you? Busy my foot. You run a small supermarket, how busy can you be? By the way, don't say you're just sitting at home guarding the store, say you're doing business, that your family runs a supermarket. In this day and age, you've got to be a bit slick with your words. You're quite handsome, but unfortunately, you're a bit clumsy with your mouth, too honest. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be single at this age. Auntie makes a good point. Wang Shang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Was that a compliment or an insult? Alright, I'll contact the girl right away. Beep beep beep. The call ended. Not long after, Auntie called again, saying she had set up a meeting place. The girl had just gotten off the plane and was on her way back from work, so they could meet and chat at a cafe near the airport. Meeting the flight attendant for a blind date at the cafe, they found a window seat and sat facing each other. The flight attendant, Lu Zihan, was 28 years old, just off the plane, still in her uniform, with black stockings and high heels, a silk scarf around her neck. Indeed, the uniform was alluring, but in Wang Shang's eyes, even with makeup, she was only about an 80 out of 100 in looks. Hello. A simple self-introduction, getting to know each other. Lu Zihan was somewhat satisfied with Wang Shang's handsome appearance. However, the atmosphere quickly changed. Wang Shang, unable to lie, could only truthfully say that he was currently unemployed, guarding a 20-square-meter small supermarket at home. Moreover, his parents were old and frail. He spoke honestly about these matters, believing that since it was a blind date, they should be sincere with each other. Honesty was the most important thing. If it weren't for your aunt's introduction, I wouldn't have come to meet you. Lu Zihan was clearly not too pleased. I didn't expect your aunt to be so full of nonsense. Isn't that deceiving? Lu Zihan's face turned a bit pale with anger. How is that deceiving? Your aunt said you were handsome, which I admit, you are quite good looking, but she actually said your family is in business and runs a big store. How come you only have a 20-square-meter small supermarket? Besides, your parents don't work, and your whole family relies on that small supermarket for a living, and you don't even own a house or a car. You're just a poor loser. Lu Zihan spoke like a machine gun, non-stop. At her age, the male's looks were no longer the main consideration. A stable job and a decent income were the key criteria. To put it bluntly, it was about having money. In Jiangdu, at least a car and a house were necessary, and no loans. By stating her requirements, Lu Zihan was essentially laying her cards on the table. The initial shyness was long gone. She crossed her arms in front of her, displaying a disdainful attitude. I say, Wang Shang, your name is quite nice, but why not call yourself emperor? To be blunt, with your conditions, in my hometown, you'd be destined to be a lifelong bachelor. Wow, is this how direct blind dates are now? Wang Shang was instantly angered. He had come with a good attitude, being sincere and honest about himself. But he hadn't finished his sentence. He actually had 50 million in savings and a private jet, along with a personal crew and maintenance staff. Plus, he had an incredibly powerful system. Money was not an issue. Unfortunately, Lu Zihan didn't continue to ask. Some girls nowadays have no patience at all. Alright, since you say my conditions mean I'm destined to be single, what are your conditions? He smirked, looking at Lu Zihan. Me? What are my conditions? Lu Zihan crossed her legs, leaning back against the chair, adopting a superior posture, and said, Can't you see what I'm like? In terms of looks and figure, as a flight attendant, I'm more than a match for you. In terms of work and income, I can earn over 10,000 a month at the very least. The only downside might be that I'm a bit older than you, but I'm not yet 30, and I have plenty of time to choose quality partners. And what about you makes you worthy of me? Forget it, I won't crush your dreams. Bye. With that, Lu Zihan stood up, dragging her suitcase, ready to leave. She didn't want to waste even a second on a low-quality loser like Wang Shang. TSK, look at that brat, going on a blind date with a flight attendant only to be looked down upon by the beautiful stewardess. So embarrassing. If you don't have the right conditions and aren't strong enough, why come out and humiliate yourself? That flight attendant interacts with rich people every day. Her standards must be high. That kid looks like a loser, still fantasizing about dating a flight attendant. Oh my, isn't that just a real-life version of a toad wanting to eat swan meat? Seeing this scene, the crowd near the cafe buzzed with discussion, many men gazing hungrily at Lu Zihan's curvy figure, while Wang Shang was met with nothing but disdain. Hey, hello. Yes, that's right, I'm Lu Zihan. I submitted my resume earlier. Okay, when can I come for the interview? Alright, got it. As Lu Zihan dragged her suitcase outside, she received a phone call. It was from the private jet service department of the airline. She was no longer young, and flying everywhere every day was indeed exhausting, even if the income was decent. So, she had always wanted to change positions. Not long ago, she noticed a recruitment post for flight attendants for private jets on the airline's public account. So, she signed up. Dear Mr. Wang, as per your request, we have posted the recruitment notice for flight attendants, and now there is a flight attendant from an airline who has signed up and wants to come for an interview. What do you think? Soon, a call was made to Wang Shang. He couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought the airline's people would be so efficient? So he simply replied, alright, I'm still at the airport, just here at David Cafe, have that flight attendant come over, and I'll see how it goes. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Zihan, just exiting the airport waiting hall, received the call and quickly touched up her makeup, nervously returning to the David Cafe where she had just been on a blind date with the loser Wang Shang, because she was here for an interview. What a coincidence, the owner of the private jet is also here. I wonder if I can get the job. God bless. Her heart was filled with anxiety, making her a bit flustered. The airline's person had said it was here, and this very seat, but she didn't dare to sit down, just standing there, waiting. Why hadn't the owner of the private jet arrived yet? You see, the conditions listed in the recruitment information were incredibly tempting. Recruiting flight attendants for private jets, main job is to fly with the owner of the Sikorsky helicopter to various places, providing in-flight service, starting annual salary of 500,000, with bonuses, requiring good image and temperament, and upright character. She certainly remembered what the recruitment information said. An annual salary of 500,000, plus bonuses, and most importantly, the nature of the job was no longer flying boring domestic flights, but one-on-one service for the wealthy owner of a private jet. What a fantastic opportunity to connect with the wealthy class. Lu Zihan desperately wanted this job. Wang Shang had just gone to the restroom and told the airline's person over the phone that he wanted the interview location to be at David Cafe, choosing the same seat he had just occupied. Returning to his seat, he was unexpectedly surprised to find Lu Zihan had actually come back. Wang Shang's expression changed slightly. Didn't our blind date end? Lu Zihan saw Wang Shang and couldn't help but snort disdainfully, arrogantly saying, aren't you leaving yet? Humph, my coming back has nothing to do with you, I have things to deal with. What things? These 2 seats, I need them, so you might as well leave. Wang Shang directly sat down in the seat. The coffee he hadn't finished drinking was just right for him to continue sipping while waiting for the interviewee to arrive. What kind of nonsense do you have that requires these 2 seats? Don't be ridiculous, hurry back to guard your 20 square meter little supermarket, and stop embarrassing yourself here. Lu Zihan was furious, thinking that her very important interview was about to take place here, and this annoying brat wouldn't leave, clinging on like a fly. She felt a bit puzzled as to why a wealthy person with a private jet would be interviewing here. Wasn't it a bit too informal? But she didn't think too much about it. Who knows what rich people are thinking these days? What is this guy doing, entangled with a flight attendant again? He has no shame. What kind of flight attendant would look at him? People like him are truly shameless. Nearby people couldn't help but whisper about the scene. Although Wang Shang heard them, he didn't care at all and picked up his phone to call the private jet management department of the airline responsible for recruitment. By the way, why hasn't the flight attendant who applied come yet? Dear Mr. Wang, please be patient. I just called the flight attendant who applied, and she said she was already waiting in the cafe. Is the flight attendant's last name Lu? Yes, Mr. Wang, the applicant's name is Lu Zihan. Suddenly, Wang Shang completely understood. Hearing Lu Zihan on the phone, at that moment, she felt as if struck by lightning, completely frozen in place, her face stiff. The flight attendant coming for the interview was none other than Lu Zihan. Are you here for the interview? Wang Shang felt a mix of frustration and absurdity. The previous blind date experience was hardly pleasant. The flight attendant in front of him was surprisingly both his blind date and the one coming for the interview. Why yes, it's me, I'm here for the interview. Are you the owner of the private jet? Lu Zihan was on the verge of tears. She had heard everything clearly from the phone call. Yes, I recently bought a plane and thought about hiring a flight attendant, Wang Shang said. Lu Zihan, being a girl who had traveled a lot and had rich emotional experiences, quickly adjusted her mindset, sat down with a smile, and struck a pose she thought was particularly charming, jokingly saying, "Oh, Brother Wang, look at you, you really know how to joke. Why didn't you say it earlier? You own a private jet, how low-key." The change in her attitude was too fast. Indeed, when a woman turns her face, it's much quicker than flipping a book. "Brother Wang, we were chatting quite well just now. Your aunt introduced me to you, and I feel very satisfied. You're so outstanding and handsome, I really like you," Lu Zihan immediately confessed. It was too sudden. Seeing her expression, Wang Shang felt a wave of nausea. Holding back his disgust, he asked a few questions. "But I have no house, no car." "That's not a problem. You already have a plane. A house and a car are nothing. I'm just a shopkeeper, a 20 square meter little supermarket. My parents are unemployed, and we rely on the little supermarket to support the family." "Stop joking, Brother Wang. I know that's a test for me. You're really bad, but I'm a poor loser." "Brother Wang, I was wrong. I take back what I said earlier." This woman was truly opportunistic. Compared to before, she was like a different person. "Forget it. You also said it yourself. What about me is worthy of you? Goodbye." Wang Shang turned around and left. Only Lu Zihan was left, not even having time to cry. She finally understood completely. The king, the owner of a private jet, offering a salary of 500,000 to hire a flight attendant, had now directly sentenced her to death. There was no way he would go on a blind date with her or hire her. "Hey, this flight attendant named Lu Zihan is not suitable at all. I interviewed her, and she completely fails to meet my requirements." "What? Where does she not meet them?" "She doesn't meet them in any aspect. She's too ugly, her character is too poor, and her mannerisms are just terrible." The king was on the phone, complaining to the head of the private jet department at the airline. He spoke deliberately loudly. Lu Zihan heard it and felt a wave of discomfort wash over her anger making her tremble, her eyes filled with endless regret. Brother Wang, can you please give me another chance? I'm not what you think. I'm begging you, don't go. She cried out as she ran outside, unwilling to accept it. Unfortunately, the king had already disappeared into the crowd. She collapsed onto the ground, disheartened and lost. This was a job with a salary of hundreds of thousands, and most importantly, he was her blind date, a perfect opportunity granted by heaven to make a leap in life and marry into a wealthy family. How could she have ruined it? She felt like her insides were twisted with regret. When she returned from the airport, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Only then did the king remember that he had an appointment to meet Jiang Wenwen at 3 to handle some paperwork. He got out of the taxi, paid, and hurried to the supermarket entrance. A bright and fresh figure had been waiting at the small supermarket entrance for quite some time. Today, Jiang Wenwen was dressed in her usual attire, simple jeans paired with a shirt, her great figure accentuated by her long legs and slim waist, very attractive. Moreover, unlike when he saw her yesterday at the marketing center, her hair was casually down, black as a waterfall, particularly beautiful and pure. "Is that you, Jiang Wenwen?" The king's eyes sparkled with surprise, though he was a bit uncertain. Jiang Wenwen extended her hand and smiled. "It's me, Mr. Wang. I'm your property consultant. You wouldn't forget me so soon, would you?" "How could I? I just almost didn't recognize you without yesterday's outfit." The king scratched his head, feeling a bit nervous in front of the beauty. "What do you mean without clothes?" Jiang Wenwen's face flushed, a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Oh no, I meant you weren't wearing what you wore yesterday. I almost didn't recognize you." The king quickly explained, or else he would be seen as a rogue, and there would be no way to clear his name. "You scared me." Jiang Wenwen finally relaxed. The king opened the supermarket door, pulled up the rolling shutter, and let Jiang Wenwen in to sit. He also made tea to entertain his guest. After all, it was his home, and guests were to be treated well. "Thank you." After receiving the tea from the king, Jiang Wenwen was very polite. Soon, she took out some documents and explained everything clearly to the king. The duplex luxury apartment in Tianjin City involved many complex procedures, and as a property consultant, Jiang Wenwen was very responsible and attentive. Through their interaction, the king felt that this girl was truly remarkable. Her character and way of dealing with people were quite excellent. Just as they were chatting, her phone rang. She apologized to the king, glanced at her phone, and didn't answer. After a while, the phone rang again, and she hung up directly. This happened several times in a row, and she could no longer hold back. She picked up her phone, pressed the answer button, her expression anxious and angry. "Mr. Gao, could you please stop calling? I've already said that the house you bought has nothing to do with me. Please have some self-respect." After hanging up, she returned to her seat and continued to handle the paperwork for the king. The king immediately noticed that she had something on her mind, but he didn't press further, casually mentioning, "Miss Jiang, if you have urgent matters, go handle them first. I'm not in a hurry, the house is for my parents, and they won't be back for a while, so there's no rush to collect it. Oh, it's nothing. Just a homeowner who bought a place in Tianjin City. They've been coming to find me these days for various reasons. Jiang Wenwen's expression was somewhat flustered. You can buy a house worth 6 or 7 million, and it's all cash? That's impressive. Don't tell me you're making that much money just from a small supermarket. Soon, Jiang Wenwen changed the subject and started chatting casually. It's my parents' savings, plus I've been busy here and there, just earning a little money. The king smiled and didn't elaborate. Jiang Wenwen didn't press further either. In this day and age, truly capable people are very low-key, and it's hard to tell how they've made their fortunes. Perhaps they have exceptional talents in certain areas? By the way, Mr. Wang, since you're so wealthy and bought such a big mansion in Tianjin City for your parents, wouldn't your wife or girlfriend have any objections? Seeing that the documents Wang needed to sign were almost done, Jiang Wenwen continued to chat. Don't keep calling me Mr. Wang, I'm about the same age as you. Just call me by my name, we're friends now. The king smiled. Alright, Wang Shang. Jiang Wenwen smiled sweetly. Actually, I don't have a girlfriend, let alone a wife. Single? No way. With your excellent conditions, you're still single? Jiang Wenwen was taken aback. My conditions aren't that great, I'm just an ordinary person. By the way, about the question you asked earlier, what would you do if it happened to you? The king suddenly became interested, looking at her with curiosity. What do you mean? I mean, if I bought a house worth millions for my parents, would you have any objections if you were my girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwen couldn't help but blush. If I were your girlfriend, I shouldn't mind because the house is your money, and it has nothing to do with me. Of course, if we were to get married, and you had the means to buy a house, you should buy one, that way, the girl would feel secure. She shared her viewpoint. The king nodded with a smile and asked, what if the two of you want to buy a house after getting married? But the money isn't enough. If the money isn't enough, the two of us would work hard together to pay off the mortgage. In this society, there's no law that says a man must prepare everything. Dating and marriage are matters for both people. They should understand and accommodate each other. Jiang Wenwen said gently with a smile. This was her view on relationships. Her values were as upright as her looks and figure. The king suddenly felt that there were still many good girls in this world. People like his ex-girlfriend were indeed rare. Sigh, he had poor judgment in the past. The king sighed. How come he hadn't met such a good girl before? It turned out that in some aspects, you can only meet certain people when you have money. Some people are the same. Miss Jiang is truly gentle and considerate. If my ex-girlfriend were like you, how wonderful that would be. The king sighed deeply. Although he had long moved past the pain of being abandoned by his ex-girlfriend and was incredibly lucky to have obtained a redemption system, some scars would still leave traces, more or less. I'm not as good as you say. Besides, Wang Shan, you're so excellent, it's just that your ex-girlfriend didn't cherish you. Jiang Wenwen smiled. Perhaps I was indeed too poor back then, with nothing but a small, shabby supermarket at home. But she shouldn't have revealed everything when it was time to discuss marriage, especially bringing her boyfriend to make me uncomfortable. Has she been pretending for so long just to see if my house will be demolished? Wang Shang sighed with a bitter smile. Since it was brought up, he began to talk about his past relationship with his ex-girlfriend, Zhang Lily. No way. What your ex did to you was simply outrageous. Cheating, being materialistic, and even bringing a little rich second generation to provoke you, what a scumbag. Jiang Wenwen listened to Wang Shang's story, immediately filled with righteous indignation on his behalf. It's all in the past. Wang Shang took a sip of tea, his heart already at ease. Yes, it's all in the past. Stay away from scumbags and you'll be safe. Everything will get better. Jiang Wenwen giggled, her expression cute and quirky, but her words were all comforting. He looked at Jiang Wenwen again, feeling that she was truly understanding, gentle, and a really good girl. Could it be that he was starting to like her? A wave of inexplicable feelings rippled through Wang Shang's heart. The paperwork is done. I can go hand over the house tomorrow because the duplex is a fully renovated property, ready to move in. Jiang Wenwen said softly, her face slightly flushed under his gaze. It was as if this thought was a subtle, wonderful wave of electricity, rippling through and touching her heart. The next day, Wang Shang woke up in the morning, finished washing up, ordered breakfast through a delivery app, and sat at the cash register of a small supermarket, starting a brand new day. I wonder what today's 1 yuan exchange reward will be. After experiencing 2 lid opening rewards, Wang Shang was still excited. Skillfully, he took a can of Manga drink and opened the lid. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 1 yuan exchange reward opportunity. Would you like to exchange? The system's prompt sounded pleasantly in his mind. Wang Shang did not hesitate. 1 yuan exchange. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged for 1 yuan. personal wealth value, reward, a row of office buildings at Jiangdu Marriott Plaza, including buildings 1 to 10. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have become the property owner of 10 office buildings from 1 to 10 at Jiangdu Marriott Plaza. Property rights duration, 50 years. Wang Shan was a bit dumbfounded. A ton of gold, an airplane, those were already shocking enough. And now, a whole row of 10 office buildings? A row. This is incredible. You have to know that even a single office building located in a place like Marriott Plaza, the most prosperous business district in Jiangdu City, has astronomical commercial value. Each building there is at least 20 to 30 stories tall, and the monthly rent for just one floor is around 20 to 30,000. And now, a whole row of 10 buildings, what does that even mean? Wang Shan was feeling a bit dizzy, an overwhelming shock rising in his heart. The rent for one building alone could be over 100,000 a month. For 10 buildings, just from rent, he could earn several million a month. It could be said that he could do nothing for the rest of his life and just wait to collect rent, without a care in the world. Just then, Wang Shan's phone rang. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Wang Shan? That's right, it's me. Dear Mr. Wang, hello. This is the property management company of Jiangdu Marriott Plaza. I am the general manager, Yang Chang. Hello, Manager Yang. You're too kind. The thing is, regarding the property transfer of the office buildings from 1 to 10 at Marriott Plaza, we need you to come in person to sign the contract and handle some procedures. Additionally, the rent for over 300 tenants and residents in buildings 1 to 10 this month needs your signature. Do you have time to come over now? Alright, I'll head over right now. Great, we look forward to your visit, Mr. Wang. I'll call you when I arrive. After hanging up, Wang Shang wasted no time, riding his electric tricycle towards Marriott Plaza. After collecting the rent, I need to buy a car for transportation. Looking at his old electric bike, Wang Shang murmured, so poor, I can only go collect rent. This kind of car is completely unworthy of my identity as a billionaire. System. You still have several tens of millions left after selling gold and buying a house. Isn't that money? Wanhao Plaza. The Jinding Property Management Company, responsible for this area of office buildings and commercial streets, is the largest property company in Jiangdu. Yang Chang, the general manager, is overwhelmed with work. At just over 40, he is already balding and must wear a hat to cover it. At this moment, he took off his hat and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was too shocking. After so many years in property management, it was the first time he encountered such a situation. This is really terrifying. The owner of 10 office buildings is actually just a young man in his 20s. A big boss of this magnitude, I always thought would be an old veteran over 50. He murmured to himself, thinking that with such a bold move to buy 10 office buildings at once, he must be a wealthy young heir from some prominent family. Speculating about the other party's identity and background is something a property manager must do, as he is about to face a brand new boss. The core of a property company is to serve those wealthy owners, right? He prepared the materials and mentally rehearsed his words for when he met Mr. Wang, then waited at the entrance of the property company for Mr. Wang's arrival. Mr. Wang arrived outside Wanhao Plaza, found a spot by the roadside, and parked his electric vehicle. Looking up, he saw a cluster of tall, luxurious office buildings, with over a dozen buildings and 2 commercial streets, filled with a bustling commercial atmosphere. Many white-collar workers came and went, as most of the largest companies in the city had their offices here. This was the most prosperous place in Jiangdu. Wanhao Plaza. I never expected to have my own property here. Looking at the towering buildings, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. However, after walking a few steps, he encountered a problem. The outdoor plaza could be roamed freely, but to enter the office buildings inside Wanhao Plaza, one had to pass through layers of security checkpoints, manned by imposing security guards, requiring an access card. If one was not an owner inside or an employee of the various companies, entry was impossible. After all, he had not yet officially transferred the ownership of the 10 office buildings, so strictly speaking, he was not yet an owner here. He took out his phone, preparing to call property manager Yang Chang. Just then, a familiar figure in a nearby outdoor cafe caught his attention. Looking at the girl, Mr. Wang couldn't help but smile knowingly. It was her. At this moment, Jiang Wenwen also noticed Mr. Wang walking towards her. However, she didn't have time to greet him as a middle-aged man beside her leaned in, persistently pursuing her. Wenwen, is it too much to ask you to have a coffee with me? I brought you flowers, and you threw them away. I finally got you out, but you have such a stern face. Why are you so stubborn? By the way, Wenwen, have you thought about those conditions I mentioned to you? Wenwen, you're so beautiful, I really like you. Mr. Gao, please have some self-respect. Please don't call me Wenwen. If you have nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Jiang Wenwen was very angry. her face full of resistance. This Gao Mingjian, relying on having bought a house in Tianjin City from her, always entangled her. It was exhausting. Seeing this scene, Mr. Wang frowned. A shameless, greasy middle-aged man pursuing a fair-skinned, beautiful girl with long legs? The plot was a bit cliché. He suddenly remembered that no wonder Jiang Wenwen was disturbed by phone calls several times when discussing matters with her yesterday. It turned out to be this guy. "Alright, Miss Jiang, I am your landlord, and I bought a house from you. I want to discuss something regarding the house. That should be fine, right?" "Sure, go ahead. What's the issue?" "I currently have several properties. My wife lives in one, and this 3-bedroom apartment in Tianjin City, over 100 square meters. I'm giving it to you, as long as you become my lover. I'll see you 2 to 3 times a week, and you must meet my demands." Gao Mingjian's slippery eyes burned with desire as he looked at the delicate beauty before him. Such directness, so brazenly wanting to keep Jiang Wenwen as a mistress. "Mr. Gao, you've mistaken me. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. If there's nothing serious, I'll take my leave," Jiang Wenwen said coldly. To handle it this way showed great composure and quality. She didn't lose her temper but firmly stated her position and attitude. Although the house Gao Mingjian promised was over 120 square meters in Tianjin City, worth more than $1 million, many women would find it hard to resist such temptation. Money could easily lead some women to lose their reason. However, Jiang Wenwen was not the type to be blinded by wealth, abandoning her moral standards to become someone's mistress. Gao Mingjian, a married man, was out there seducing naive young girls. Moreover, the bad part was that he claimed to give her a house, but it would still be under his name. He had used this trick before to deceive materialistic and ignorant girls into becoming his mistresses. Seeing that his various soft and hard tactics, even threats and temptations, had not worked in the past few days, Gao Mingjian was somewhat enraged. "Humph, Jiang Wenwen, you're just a real estate agent with an unstable job. How much can you earn with a fixed salary plus commission?" "At most, around 10,000. If you follow me, you'll transform from a country chicken into a phoenix. I'll not only provide you with a place to live but also give you money to spend. Are you really not tempted?" "Sorry, Mr. Gao, please stop. I will not agree." "Humph, keep pretending. You girls are all the same. Stop acting pure here." Jiang Wenwen's expression darkened, her eyes blazing with anger as she coldly said, "Mr. Gao, I'll say this one last time, please stop this, or I won't be polite." Gao Mingjian was taken aback. He didn't expect this girl to have such a fiery temperament. However, this only ignited his stronger desire to conquer her. Jiang Wenwen was the most difficult girl he had ever encountered, and also the most beautiful and charming. He was determined to have her. "Mr. Wang, you're here." At that moment, seeing Wang Shang approach, Jiang Wenwen felt as if she had found a savior and quickly greeted him. "Hello, Miss Jiang." Wang Shang smiled with squinted eyes, waved his hand, and came to Jiang Wenwen. "Drinking coffee here? What a coincidence." "Yes, Mr. Wang, what are you busy with?" Jiang Wenwen started chatting with him, wanting to quickly shake off the persistent Gao Mingjian beside her. "Oh, who's this handsome young man?" Gao Mingjian glanced at Wang Shang with a sneer. This type of person was particularly good at reading others and was used to sizing people up. In his eyes, Wang Shang, this young guy, looked handsome but didn't seem to be someone wealthy or powerful. "This is my..." Jiang Wenwen was about to finish her sentence when Wang Shang interrupted her. "I'm a friend of Miss Jiang. What about you?" He didn't mention that he had also bought a house from Jiang Wenwen, simply because he felt that being in the same category as someone like Gao Mingjian, a Tianjin City owner, was a disgrace. Gao Mingjian proudly boasted, "Strictly speaking, I'm Jiang Wenwen's god, because I'm her client, having bought a house in Tianjin City for a total price of 1.2 million. Is a house worth over $1 million really God? God is truly cheap," Wang Shang said disdainfully. "Cheap?" Gao Mingjian was slightly taken aback, then stared at Wang Shang with contempt, coldly snorting, "Young man, you really don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. You think a house worth over $1 million is cheap? Where do you get the audacity, the face to say such things without shame?" "It really is cheap," Wang Shang mumbled, "just speaking the truth. So what was there to be questioned?" Gao Mingjian looked Wang Shang up and down, sneering, "Since you say a house worth over $1 million is cheap, why don't you buy one and try? If I'm not mistaken, you just graduated from college, right? Your family's situation can't be that great either. Buying a house is just a dream for someone like you, let alone in a place like Tianjin City. That's the best property in Jiangdu." "Mr. Gao, don't say that. Wang Shang is very wealthy," Jiang Wenwen hurriedly interjected. "Very wealthy?" Gao Mingjian's eyes were filled with sarcasm as he asked with interest, "By the way, since he's so wealthy, what does he do for a living?" "His family runs a supermarket, but it's not big, only about 20 square meters," Jiang Wenwen said honestly, not lying. Gao Mingjian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. A 20 square meter supermarket allows this kid to say that a house worth over $1 million is cheap? It's fine for young people to be a bit arrogant. Who isn't young and reckless? But you have to have a limit. Being too arrogant won't do you any good. He then straightened his face and began to lecture Wang Shang. I'm not going to waste time with you. How about this? Name a price and sell me the house you bought. Wang Shang said calmly. Gao Mingjian was taken aback again. This kid is not playing by the rules. Why is he suddenly wanting to buy his house? 2 million, is that enough? Wang Shang directly offered. You bought it for 120,000, and I'll pay you 2 million for your house in Tianjin City. Mr. Wang. Zhang Wenwen was dumbfounded. Gao Mingjian coldly said, what a joke. Do you have money? Just spouting nonsense. Show me the 2 million. Even if I, Gao Mingjian, die here and get hit by a car, I won't sell a house to you. He absolutely did not believe this kid could have that much money. So, he dared to speak so harshly. Wang Shang was unfazed, pulling out his phone and opening a certain payment app, where he had casually stored a few million as pocket money. At that moment, when Gao Mingjian saw the balance in Wang Shang's payment app, his mind was shaken. Several million in balance. Indeed, with that money, buying a house was nothing. You can make 80,000 just by flipping it. Once you miss this opportunity, it won't come again, Wang Shang said coldly. Gao Mingjian's expression immediately changed, grinning. Brother, that's fine, I can totally sell it to you. Let's go handle the paperwork right now. Miss Jian Wenwen is here too. She's a property consultant for Tianjin City. Running into a rich person outside is like picking up money. A shrewd person like Gao Mingjian would never let such a golden opportunity slip away. You just said you wouldn't sell it to me even if you died here? No, I was just talking nonsense, Gao Mingjian laughed. It seemed he couldn't escape the realization of value law after all. Mr. Wang, are you crazy? A house worth 120,000, and you're buying it for 2 million, that's a huge loss. There are still plenty of houses unsold in Tianjin City, you could easily buy one. Zhang Wenwen really couldn't understand what Wang Shang was trying to do. It's simple, I buy the house he bought from you, and then he won't be your client anymore, so he can't come to bother you, Wang Shang said with a calm smile, exuding an air of wealth. Zhang Wenwen was once again dumbfounded. So, he was doing this for me. Her heart fluttered, feeling touched, and her gaze towards Wang Shang became tender. Gao Mingjian heard what Wang Shang said. He knew he had met his match. This young man has quite a clever way of pursuing girls, though it can be a bit costly. Back and forth, there's a direct price difference of 800,000. If he weren't a real tycoon, who would be willing to spend so much just to earn a smile from a beauty? Astutely, he quickly sensed a business opportunity, as he could turn around and make even more money. Sorry, brother, I've suddenly changed my mind about selling because I like Miss Jian Wenwen and don't want to lose her as my property consultant, so I won't sell my apartment for 2 million. Gao Mingjian revealed a sly grin and suddenly spoke up. Backtracking? Wang Shang sneered, saying, you don't do anything that involves others, do you? Fine, I won't waste words. 3 million, I'll buy your apartment, and from now on, you can't consult with Miss Jian Wenwen when buying property in Tianjin City. Simple and straightforward, just throwing money around. This middle-aged greasy man, isn't he just relying on his little bit of money to toy with a young girl's feelings and body? Alright, brother, you're too straightforward. 3 million, fine, just 3 million. I absolutely won't consult with Miss Jiang Wenwen for buying property in the future. I won't entangle her, and we can write it into the contract. Gao Mingjian said with a grin, having succeeded again, making over $1 million for nothing, feeling ecstatic. It's just a woman, with money, who fears not finding a beautiful woman. Zhang Wenwen, on the side, had completely seen through this ugly face of the married man. Greedy and lecherous, utterly lacking in integrity, disgusting and vile, with no bottom line. Alright, we can sign the contract today, but I need to make a trip to Jinding Property Company first to handle something, Wang Shang said, preparing to call the general manager of the property company, Yang Chang. This was also to help the girl he liked get rid of her entanglements. However, the main business still had to be handled. Jinding Property Company? I work there. I'm a business supervisor at the company. Rich little brother, I'll take you there. Gao Mingjian's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a stroke of luck? He took out a business card, exquisitely made, with the words, Jiangdu Jinding Property Management Company, Ltd. Business Department, Business Supervisor Gao Mingjian. Wang Shang took it and thought to himself, what a coincidence. Alright, I'll go over there. By the way, Jiang Wenwen, please wait here for a moment. Wang Shang left this sentence and followed Gao Mingjian. Gao Mingjian quickly led the way. With his access card, they smoothly arrived at the entrance of Jinding Property Management Company. Yang Chang had been waiting at the door, feeling anxious as Mr. Wang hadn't called him. He had thought about calling Mr. Wang to urge him, but worried about disturbing the big boss, so he didn't. In any case, he was very uneasy, like a little eunuch beside the emperor, trying hard to guess the emperor's wishes, not daring to be negligent or abrupt. Suddenly, he saw the company's business supervisor, Gao Mingjian. "Supervisor Gao, where have you been flirting during work hours? I tell you, a big boss is coming soon, so everyone needs to be alert," he said coldly to Gao Mingjian. "Yang, I wasn't flirting, I have business to attend to. This Mr. Wang is here to discuss something with our company," Gao Mingjian replied with a smile, thinking that Wang Shang was quite generous, letting him earn over $1 million and giving him a reasonable excuse to leave the company for a break. "Mr. Wang?" Following Gao Mingjian's gaze, Yang Cheng's eyes fell on Wang Shang. The young man in front of him looked to be just in his early 20s, quite handsome, but his clothing was very ordinary, just some street market goods. He certainly knew that the new big boss also had the surname Wang. Could it be? "Are you Mr. Wang Shang?" he cautiously asked. Wang Shang nodded, saying, "Yes, I am Wang Shang." You are Mr. Wang. "Oh my, Mr. Wang, you are so young? It's a great honor to meet you, please come in, please come in." Yang Chang was so excited that he became somewhat incoherent. All the rehearsed words in his mind suddenly vanished. Gao Mingjian was a bit confused. "Mr. Wang?" Why was Yang so excited? In his impression, Yang was always calm and composed, aloof, rarely smiling, and had a strict demeanor. But why was he so cautious, as if walking on thin ice, even somewhat humble and servile in front of a young upstart? It was hard to believe. "Yang, who exactly is this? Mr. Wang?" Gao Mingjian asked in a low voice, following closely behind Yang Chang. At that moment, the receptionist from Jinding Property Management hurried over to attend to Mr. Wang, leading him to the VIP room. Yang Chang turned around and said to Gao Mingjian, "You're a business supervisor too. How can you be so clueless? You don't even know who Mr. Wang is?" Gao Mingjian mumbled, "I just interacted with him. He seems to be a young rich second generation from a demolition project, a little upstart, with some money." "A demolition upstart? A little money?" Yang Chang seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. "Have you ever seen an upstart who owns 10 buildings? He is the owner of all 10 buildings from No. 1 to No. 10 in our Wanhao Plaza area, a big boss. Who are you calling an upstart? Ha!" Gao Mingjian was instantly stunned, as if struck by lightning. The owner of 10 office buildings in the district? There were only a dozen or so high-end office buildings in Wanhao Plaza, plus a shopping mall and 2 commercial streets, with many owners and a complex asset structure. But no private owner could directly own 10 office buildings. So Mr. Wang was definitely the biggest client of Jinding Property Management. The property company had to treat him like an ancestor because Mr. Wang was the real boss, who could replace Jinding Property Management at any time and bring in another company to manage these 10 office buildings. The sharp-minded Yang Cheng quickly noticed the unusual expression on Gao Mingjian's face and hurriedly questioned him, "What's wrong with you? Did something happen between you and Mr. Wang when you called him an upstart?" "Oh, Yang, it's like this. I just ran into Mr. Wang. He wants to buy a house from me. You know, not long ago, I just bought a house in Tianjin City." Gao Mingjian panicked, his face turning pale, and quickly told the truth. "Gao Mingjian, you're really something. Selling a house worth over $1 million for $3 million to Mr. Wang. Are you crazy?" Yang Chang was almost driven mad by Gao Mingjian's reckless move, thinking that if Gao Mingjian's antics ended up ruining him, it would serve him right, but if it implicated the entire property company, he felt like he could kill Gao Mingjian. "Do you think you're impressive? Making over $1 million in a flip, look at you. If Mr. Wang develops a prejudice against our property company because of you and decides to switch to another company, you will be fully responsible." Yang Chang dropped the bomb and hurried to accompany Mr. Wang. Gao Mingjian was once again stunned, as if struck by lightning. He had taken advantage of the situation, but he didn't want to lose his job as a business supervisor with a monthly salary of several tens of thousands. Moreover, if, as Yang Chang said, Mr. Wang decided to change property companies because of him, the losses involved, according to the commercial terms he signed with the company, would mean he would be held accountable. He couldn't afford to compensate for the losses. After thinking it over, he decided that once Mr. Wang finished his business, he would quickly go apologize. Selling a house for $3 million? Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, scratching his heart, his mind filled with thoughts about how to speak to the king later to resolve the misunderstanding and, to the greatest extent possible, obtain the king's forgiveness. It was a headache. He hadn't checked the calendar before going out and had taken advantage of a super big shot, who could decide whether the property company he worked for could continue operating. Mr. Wang, these documents and contracts, please sign them. Soon, in the VIP room, Yang Chang and some employees responsible for legal documents from the property company respectfully handed some papers to the king. Of course, they needed to verify his identity. The king only had to present his ID to prove he was indeed himself, and then smoothly sign the documents, and the ownership of 10 buildings would naturally fall under his name. As for the series of legal issues regarding the transfer of property rights, the system had already arranged everything. Yang Chang, with a serious yet somewhat restrained expression, said, "Mr. Wang, the 10 office buildings numbered 1 to 10 under your name in the Marriott International Plaza area have a total of 320 rental units this month that need your confirmation. Now, let me take you to your office to handle these matters." The king nodded. As the owner of the 10 office buildings, and with most of the properties rented out, he certainly had his own private office to handle some affairs. His office was located on the second to last floor of the first office building, in the innermost room. It occupied almost half of the entire floor. Only by scanning his fingerprint and facial recognition could he enter. Upon arriving at the office, through the wide floor-to-ceiling windows, he could not only overlook the entire Marriott Plaza but also almost the entire cityscape of Jiangdu. This scenery in view instantly made the king feel that he had truly transformed from a nobody guarding a small broken supermarket into someone of great stature. He could now look down upon this city. He was quite satisfied with the layout of the office. At this moment, Yang Chang had personally brewed tea for him and arranged for the property company's employees to deliver the rental contracts and financial documents. "Mr. Wang, please enjoy your tea. These documents are the complete rental contracts for the office buildings numbered 1 to 10 under your name, as well as the current financial status report. Please take a look." The king took them. In fact, he didn't really understand these complex financial documents, but still, he pretended to understand, glanced through them, and nodded from time to time. "General Manager Yang, under the management of your Jinning Property Company, these assets are operating quite well." He placed the documents on the table and offered a suitable compliment. He knew very well that since he had entrusted the management of the 10 buildings to Jinning Property Company, he had to trust their capabilities, qualifications, and credibility. Clearly, Yang Chang was very pleased with the praise but pretended to be composed and continued earnestly, "Mr. Wang, you are the new owner of these 10 office buildings, and since this is your first time coming to collect rent, I think it is necessary to properly introduce you to the layout of these 10 office buildings." The king sat in the office chair, nodded with a smile, "Please go ahead." "Well, here's the thing, from building 1 to building 10, first let's talk about the floors and area. The odd-numbered buildings have 23 floors, while the even-numbered buildings have 24 floors, totaling 235 floors. The rentable area on each floor ranges from 1,000 to 1,200 square meters, with an average monthly rent of 20 yuan per square meter, making the monthly rent for each floor between 20,000 and 24,000. Therefore, the monthly rent for the 10 buildings fluctuates between 470,000 and 564,000. The above is the rent for the buildings above ground, as well as the underground garage. Each of the 10 buildings has a 2-level underground garage, which can accommodate an average of 500 parking spaces. Therefore, the total number of parking spaces for the 10 buildings is 5,000. And the monthly parking fees can fluctuate between 1,500,000 to 2 million. Adding in other management fees, the average total income per month can reach between 7 million to 8 million. Listening to this introduction, it was impossible for Wang to say he wasn't excited. However, he maintained a calm demeanor. But who knew that inside, he was already a stormy sea. "This income, our property management company only processes it once, and after counting the accounts, it is directly transferred to your personal account, Mr. Wang." After Wang signed to confirm, soon, his phone rang. He glanced at it. It was a deposit notification from the bank. "Your account ending in. Received a transfer on. At. Your current balance is 57,800,256 yuan, Construction Bank." Seeing this information, Wang smiled lightly and nodded. "It's been credited." Indeed, it had been credited, because his previous account balance was over 50 million, and now it had increased by over 7 million, clearly indicating that the extra money was the rental income from the 10 office buildings this month. "Very good. You all have worked hard. The management of the 10 office buildings will still be handled by your Jinning Property Company, so I'll leave it to you, General Manager Yang." Wang smiled. Yang Chang nodded happily. "All right, thank you for your trust, Mr. Wang. By the way, regarding my ownership of the 10 office buildings, the fewer people who know about this, the better. Don't make it public, and definitely don't let it leak out." Wang smiled mysteriously, then immediately became serious. "Okay, rest assured, Mr. Wang, I will definitely handle what you instructed." Yang Chang nodded solemnly. "Mr. Wang, you can get back to your work. Yang Chang respectfully left the office, only to realize he was already drenched in sweat. The air conditioning in the office was clearly set very low. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense, had not completely settled. After all, he still couldn't quite grasp what kind of person this new big boss was, because Wang's various behaviors were simply too calm. The transfer of ownership for office buildings worth over $1 billion was handled so easily and casually. Even when the several million in monthly rent was credited, he remained so indifferent and casual. Such a level of calmness was an extremely rare occurrence that Yang Chang had encountered in his many years in the industry. How many nouveau riches who bought buildings and shops would show off endlessly with a bit of money, almost wanting to reach the sky? But Wang, so young and possessing such astonishing wealth, was as calm as water. It seems that Mr. Wang must have a profound family background, most likely a young master from some wealthy family. Thinking of this, Yang Cheng's heart surged with waves of shock, because Wang's attire was so ordinary that it could even be described as shabby. Yet, the aura he exuded was so unique, unlike anyone else. In the office, Wang paced back and forth, sometimes looking out at the cityscape, sometimes sitting on the luxurious leather sofa, admiring the beautifully framed landscape calligraphy on the wall, as well as the super-large wine cabinet filled with various red wines. Whether it was the calligraphy or the red wine, he had reason to believe that these were definitely treasures and genuine articles. The previous owner of the 10 buildings had such strong financial backing that the items used to decorate the facade could not possibly be fake. In this short period, Wang had collected over 7 million in rent, and he could receive such an amount every month. In Jiangdu City, 7 million could buy several houses, a fortune that many people would struggle their entire lives to earn. And for him, it was effortlessly obtained. Stepping out of the office, Wang Shan ran into someone who had been waiting downstairs, Gao Mingjian. As soon as he saw Wang Shan, Gao Mingjian immediately approached him, his face full of fawning smiles as he said, "Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry. Some things that happened before were my fault. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please forgive me. What did you do wrong? I shouldn't have entangled myself with Miss Jiang Wanwan. And I definitely shouldn't have made money off you in the matter of selling the house. I really didn't recognize the greatness of the mountain. I beg you, Mr. Wang, to be magnanimous and not hold it against me, okay?" Gao Mingjian kept bowing and apologizing. "If you still have an interest in the apartment I bought in Tianyue City, I can sell it to you at a discount." Not only was he apologizing, but Gao Mingjian even offered to sell the house to Wang Shang at a discount. Even though he knew that Wang Shang owned 10 office buildings and had assets worth countless billions, how could he possibly care about this little money? No need. Wang Shan thought to himself, he had already bought a duplex mansion in Tianyue City. Why would he need that small apartment of yours? From now on, don't let me see you entangling yourself with Miss Jiang Wanwan, otherwise you know what the consequences will be. Got it. Mr. Wang, you can rest assured, even if I accidentally run into Miss Jiang Wanwan in the future, I won't just avoid entangling her, I'll even call her auntie. Amidst Gao Mingjian's nodding and various apologies, Wang Shang elegantly turned and left. Jiang Wanwan saw him coming and smiled as she approached. "Mr. Wang, have you finished your business? Don't sign a contract with that Gao Mingjian, don't buy his house, 3 million, that's over $1 million more than the market price, that's just burning money." During the time after Wang Shang left, she thought for a long time and felt she had to persuade him well, not to let him suffer a loss, even though she knew that Wang Shang was doing it to help her get rid of Gao Mingjian's entanglement. "I have money, spending a little is no problem. I see you being pestered by him, it's so annoying, I'm willing to help." Wang Shang looked at the beautiful woman in front of him who was worried about him, and his heart stirred again. "I'll just avoid him in the future, you don't need to waste money." Jiang Wanwan was a bit angry and said unhappily, "Why should I let you spend so much money for me? In this line of work, it's inevitable to encounter some low-quality people, that's part of the job. Besides, even if you have money, it doesn't come from the wind." Wang Shang thought to himself, not to mention, this money is easier to come by than the wind. The system gives it. Alright, I won't buy his house anymore, I won't waste money. Unable to resist her various persuading, Wang Shang pretended to be helpless and nodded in agreement. Little did he know, he had already solved her trouble. "Great, you should listen to me, don't waste money, save it to honor your parents, or buy things for yourself, like clothes or a car, how nice would that be? Why bother getting into a spat with someone so low quality, don't you think?" Jiang Wanwan was very happy, as if she had saved over $1 million in wasted money. Seeing her so animated and happy like a child, a wave of emotion stirred in Wang Shang's heart. This girl, beautiful and kind-hearted, was truly wonderful. He was really starting to like this feeling of being with her more and more. When it came to buying a car, Wang Shang's eyes lit up. "By the way, Jiang Wanwan, do you know which car dealership in Jiangdu is the best? I want to buy a car. Speaking of cars, Jiang Wenwen really knew a few large dealerships in the city, because she had relatives in the car business. Are you really going to buy a car? There are several big dealerships in Jiangdu. The largest one is run by my uncle. Do you want to come with me to take a look? Jiang Wenwen's face brightened. She has loved cars since she was young, but unfortunately, her family's financial situation was limited. Now, having graduated from university and working in real estate sales, her income in Jiangdu is considered decent, but she is still far from her dream of buying a car. Great, take me to have a look right away, Wang Shang said with a smile. It really is time to stop riding an electric tricycle, as it no longer matches her identity. After all, she is now a major owner of 10 office buildings and a private jet owner. Soon, the two arrived at Jiangdu's largest car dealership, Weishan Car Dealership. As soon as they arrived, Wang Shang felt the atmosphere of buying a car. Many people were looking at cars here, especially a lot of young people. Nowadays, cars have increasingly become a necessity for ordinary families. However, in this dealership that includes everything from mid-range to high-end luxury cars, most people were still looking at cars in the mid-range section. Wang Shang headed straight for the high-end luxury car area. By the way, Wang Shang, do you have any favorite brands or models? Jiang Wenwen asked with a smile, becoming more familiar with Wang Shang and calling him by his name. Wang Shang shook his head. I don't know. Why don't you introduce some to me? Alright, you've come to the right person, Jiang Wenwen said with interest, her eyebrows dancing as she began to introduce. This is the high-end luxury car area, from BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, to Porsche, Maserati, Rolls-Royce. It includes more than 10 brands. If you like smooth handling and pursue speed, then I recommend you look at the BMW series of sports cars, or Mercedes-Benz. If you prefer something more business-oriented, focusing on driving comfort and luxury, then there are even more choices, like the Mercedes-Benz S-Class or Audi, Porsche Panamera. She quickly listed a bunch of options, showing that she usually pays a lot of attention to and understands various cars. Wang Shang listened to her explanation and looked at the actual cars, but he wasn't particularly interested. In the past, cars costing hundreds of thousands or even millions were something he wouldn't dare to think about, but now, it was completely different. He had too many options. Money talks. You don't seem very interested. The cars I mentioned have great performance in all aspects. They are my favorite models. Don't you like any of them? Jiang Wenwen noticed his lack of expression and felt a bit defeated. They're too cheap. Since I'm here to buy a car, I have to get a good one, Wang Shang said with a smile. Too cheap. $1 million car isn't cheap. Jiang Wenwen really couldn't understand how wealthy he was. No matter how rich one is, they shouldn't spend recklessly. Oh, isn't this one? What? Are you here to look at cars with a friend? At that moment, a graceful figure approached. Before she arrived, her voice was heard. A saleswoman dressed in a black suit, with nude stockings and high heels, clearly knew Jiang Wenwen, squinting her eyes and smiling as she came over. Looking at her features, although she wore heavy makeup, she bore some resemblance to Jiang Wenwen. Jiang Wenwen was younger and prettier, with a better temperament. Cousin, you're here too? Just coming to look at cars, Jiang Wenwen said with an awkward smile. Although she was her cousin, this cousin was not someone to be underestimated. It was said that her private life was quite chaotic, often mingling with various wealthy people. Although her family owned a car dealership and was considered quite wealthy, it didn't stop her from indulging in her playful nature. She had always looked down on her little cousin Jiang Wenwen, considering her family to be poor relatives, and preferred to avoid them whenever possible. At this moment, Wang Shang noticed the name tag hanging on the girl's clothes, which read Jiangdu Weishan Car Dealership Sales Consultant, Jiang Yingxue. She is my cousin, my uncle's daughter, Jiang Yingxue, Jiang Wenwen whispered to Wang Shang. Oh, he nodded, smiling. By the way, sir, what is your surname? Jiang Yingxue focused her attention on the king. My surname is Wang, no need for formalities. Hello, Mr. Wang. What brand of car are you interested in? This area features high-end luxury cars, but I suggest you check out the exhibition area next door. Several new models have recently been released, including the new Volkswagen Passat, the new generation Honda Accord, and the new generation Toyota Camry. Jiang Yingxue flashed a professional smile as she spoke. She encountered countless people every day, and she could roughly gauge the conditions and price ranges that customers could accept just by looking at them. After observing the king's attire and the aura he exuded, she quickly made her judgment. This young man could at most accept a car priced around 200,000. Besides, with her little cousin Jiang Wenwen's abilities and social circle, how could she know any wealthy people? They were just ordinary folks. Coming to the high-end luxury exhibition area to look at cars was purely for show. There was no possibility of any purchase. So why waste time here? Accurately identifying customer needs was a business skill she took pride in. What price range are those cars you mentioned? Wang tilted his head, asking curiously. See, just as she expected. Ordinary people buying cars were most concerned not about comfort or handling, but about the price. Jiang Yingshu silently applauded herself. She had directly hit the core concern. Around 200,000. There are professional sales consultants over there who specialize in Toyota, Honda, Volkswagen, and other models. Mr. Wang, you can move over there to take a look. She smiled lightly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. She had no interest in wasting her breath on the king. As the daughter of a car dealership owner, she usually dealt with luxury car buyers. Wang shook his head and said, if it's 200,000, I'm not interested. I would only consider cars priced above 5 million. Jiang Yingshu was taken aback. What? Only willing to consider cars above 5 million? One, is your friend really looking to buy a car over 5 million? Don't just bring any friend over to waste my time. Jiang Yingshu crossed her arms, looking dismissive. There were hardly any cars over 5 million in the entire dealership, and the target customers were just the wealthy in the city. Jiang Yingshu, don't look down on people. Humph. Jiang Wenwen was quite displeased, thinking that even if Jiang Yingshu looked down on her, she shouldn't look down on Wang. He wasn't someone without money. That's not what I meant, Jiang Yingshu replied calmly. I just think that whatever you do, you have to consider the actual situation. Jiang Wenwen retorted, let me put it this way, just yesterday, Wang bought a duplex luxury apartment in Tianjin City for over 7 million. A 7 million luxury apartment in Tianjin City? Jiang Yingshu was stunned, once again sizing up Wang from head to toe, still not believing it. This was a wealthy person. He bought a 7 million apartment yesterday and came to buy a car over 5 million today? You talk too much. Are you selling cars here or not? If not, I'm going to another dealership, Wang said lazily, turning to leave. Yes. Of course we have. We have Rolls-Royce, Maserati, and Bentley. We definitely have cars that will meet your expectations. Jiang Yingshu hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing Wang's arm, changing her demeanor, and smiling brightly. Mr. Wang, please follow me, please follow me. It turned out this was a big client. She had misjudged him. She had to personally attend to him. Arriving at the Rolls-Royce exhibition area, under Jiang Yingshu's introduction, Wang took a liking to the latest Rolls-Royce Cullinan. With its black exterior, it was grand and luxurious yet stylish, giving an overall heavy feel. Definitely a car for someone wealthy and of status. The performance of the Cullinan is beyond words, with a 6.7-liter displacement, turbocharged engine, and an 8-speed automatic transmission, capable of unleashing nearly 1,000 horsepower, accelerating from 0 to 100 in just 5 seconds. It's hard to imagine that this is a large vehicle measuring 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 1.8 meters high. Opening the door and stepping inside, the king was quickly captivated by the spacious interior, luxurious decor, and unparalleled sense of opulence. The dual logos on the steering wheel, the dashboard, and the center console, inlaid with mahogany and piano lacquer, combined with carbon fiber interior materials, exuded a luxurious and high-class atmosphere. Equipped with a German sound system featuring 12 speakers, the music played with pure, high-definition tones, crystal clear and bright. Sitting in the driver's seat, the genuine leather seats were perfectly balanced in softness and firmness, creating an overall feeling of spacious comfort. Looking at the back seats, they were even more spacious. Then came the test drive. Testing such a high-end luxury car was not a simple matter. First, a test drive agreement had to be signed, and proof of assets was required. Just relying on Jiang Wenwen's words about how wealthy the king was, having bought a 7 million mansion, wouldn't suffice. He had to present convincing proof of assets. I came in a hurry, and aside from my card, I brought nothing, the king said with a calm smile, skipping the small talk and directly pulling out his black card, which had a credit limit of tens of millions. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yingshu was momentarily stunned again, her heart filled with immense shock, because she knew that this type of black card was the highest level VIP card from the Jiangdu Construction Bank, with a credit limit in the tens of millions, exempt from certain fees, allowing for large withdrawals without appointments. To possess such a high-level black card, in Jiang Yingshu's understanding, meant having at least 100 million in assets, and the available liquid funds would not be less than 20 to 30 million. That's enough. Mr. Wang, please, you can take the car now. You can go for the test drive right away. Enjoy your drive. Jiang Yingshu snapped back to reality and quickly gestured politely for the king to proceed. The king got in and said to Jiang Wenwen, let's go, I'll take you for a ride. Sure, Jiang Wenwen replied joyfully. Driving the Rolls-Royce Cullinan out of the dealership and onto the street, the king couldn't help but feel excited. Although he had had a driver's license for several years, he usually only drove an electric tricycle or occasionally borrowed a friend's old car, typically a Wuling, Jetta, or Haval. The best car he had ever driven was a BMW, which an old classmate brought to a high school reunion, allowing him to experience it. Looking back, The feeling of driving a BMW compared to the moment of driving the Cullinan was like night and day. Driving the Cullinan was incredibly exhilarating. Just a slight press on the accelerator unleashed rapid and robust power, the steering was exceptionally responsive, and the ride was perfectly quiet and stable, simply flawless. Truly deserving of its title as the world's most expensive Rolls-Royce Cullinan. "How's the car, Wang?" Jang Wonwon asked with a smile from the passenger seat. "Good, really good, it feels wonderful," the king replied excitedly, praising the car, as he came from an ordinary family and had never experienced such luxury before. This feeling was even more exhilarating than when he had flown on his private jet, because on the jet, it was his crew operating it, and although he was the owner, he was merely a passenger. Now, driving the Cullinan was different. He was the driver, able to fully enjoy the driving experience. "I'm getting tired of driving. Why don't you take over for a bit?" the king said, glancing at the beautiful woman beside him with a smile. In fact, he hadn't been driving for long, just about 5 or 6 kilometers. But he noticed that in Jiang Wenwen's eyes, there was an uncontrollable fondness for the car and envy towards him, so he decided to let her drive. "Me?" Jiang Wenwen couldn't quite believe it. She really had a day where she could drive a Rolls-Royce. "Yes, seeing how much you know about cars and love them, give it a try," Wang Shang said with a smile. "All right." Excited, Jiang Wenwen's beautiful eyes were filled with joy. After swapping seats with Wang Shang, she carefully adjusted her sitting position, familiarized herself with the various buttons, and then began her experience of driving the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Whoosh! The car slightly pressed the accelerator and shot out. Such a large car, it was indeed a bit mismatched for a girl to drive. Fortunately, Jiang Wenwen was 1.7 meters tall, with long legs, so it didn't look particularly petite. Instead, it gave off a very spirited feeling. Perfect figure, perfect profile, perfect car. Wang Shang suddenly felt that not driving himself but sitting beside her and watching Jiang Wenwen drive was also a very high-end enjoyment. It was truly a feast for the eyes. Back at the dealership, "Mr. Wang, are you satisfied?" Jiang Yingxue, who was waiting for Wang Shang to return from the test drive, greeted him with a smile. "Not bad, I bought it outright. When can I pick it up?" Wang Shang replied succinctly. In just this short time, many employees at the dealership had learned that a big client had come in today, test driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and planning to buy it outright. Many people gathered around. "This latest model of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan is the only one in the entire Jiangdu city, so I'm sorry, there aren't any discounts. The current price is 6.1 million, plus various taxes, insurance, and so on, totaling 7.62 million. Jiang Yingxue explained to Wang Shan while holding documents and a calculator. "No need for a discount. 7.62 million, right? Where do I swipe my card?" Wang Shang's expression was calm. He was increasingly enjoying the pleasure of spending money. Moreover, over 7 million was really quite cheap. Wang Shang had just received a month's rent, which was exactly over 7 million. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue quickly led the way, taking Wang Shang to the dealership's cash register. Card swipe, payment. Wang Shang successfully became the owner of this Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face also looking at cars in the dealership. Mr. Su Xingjie, president of the Jiangdu Charity Foundation and chairman of the Jiangdu Business Alliance. Previously, when Wang Shang donated over 400 million worth of gold totaling 900 kilograms, it was the city's head of Huaxia Gold, Mr. Ma Yuliang, who introduced him to Su Xingjie. Su Xingjie held multiple positions. He was in the antique collection business and was a prominent figure in the city's business community, closely connected with high-level government officials. It was said that his guests included the mayor and the old secretary, and even high-ranking officials from the capital. He was a highly capable person with extensive connections, and he was still quite young, only in his 40s. Su Xingjie saw Wang Shang, greeted the group of people beside him with a smile, excused himself, and quickly approached Wang Shang. "Ah, young Master Wang, it's you. Here to buy a car?" Wang Shang nodded. "Yes, President Su." Su Xingjie asked with a smile, "I wonder which model you have your eye on." "This one, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan." "Just placed the order and made the payment," Wang Shang replied with a smile. "Not bad, young Master Wang truly has taste," Su Xingjie said with a smile. "This Rolls-Royce is grand, luxurious, and stylish. Its overall temperament really matches yours." "You're too kind, President Su," Wang Shang smiled, thinking to himself that Su Xingjie was indeed a big shot in the business world, skilled at dealing with people and very charming. With such social skills and eloquence, it would be hard not to succeed. "President Su, you're here too. Welcome, welcome. Your arrival has truly brought glory to our little car dealership." At that moment, Jiang Yingxue walked over, greeting with a smile, warm and friendly. This was the renowned President Su. Not only Jiang Yingxue, but even her father and the elder of the Jiang family would show him respect. "Miss Jiang, you are too polite, haha. By the way, President Su, what kind of car would you like to see? I can give you a good introduction, Jiang Yingxue said. No rush, no rush. You all finish the paperwork for young Master Wang first, Su Xingjie smiled. The term young Master Wang coming from someone like Su Xingjie meant something. Jiang Yingxue looked at Wang Shan with new eyes. She had originally thought Wang Shan was just a nouveau riche, but now it seemed he was definitely someone of status. Otherwise, how could Su Xingjie address him so respectfully? Mr. Wang, all the paperwork for the car has been completed. Additionally, our dealership can handle the license plate for you, but it will be a temporary plate. The official one can be issued after a month. Jiang Yingxue quickly went to handle the procedures and returned with a beaming smile to inform Wang Shang. Soon, everyone began discussing license plates. Many wealthy individuals like to make a big deal out of their license plates, such as various lucky numbers or consecutive numbers, or some meaningful digits, hoping for good fortune and prestige. However, if it's a self-selected license plate, generally, there won't be particularly good options. Of course, with Mr. Wang's capital, you can easily find those who own better license plate numbers and buy them with money. Suddenly, Su Xingjie thought of something and smiled at Wang Shang. By the way, young Master Wang, if you're interested, I have a few license plates I can give you. That would be too much trouble. Wang Shang quickly waved his hand. What trouble? Young Master Wang is a great philanthropist in our Jiangdu charity community. Your contributions to charity are well known. A mere license plate, if young Master Wang doesn't mind, it would be my honor. Su Xingjie spoke sincerely. Well then, Wang Shang did not refuse. I have one license plate that reads Jiang, and another that reads Jiang. Su Xingjie listed several license plates in one breath, all of the best kinds, 5/8s, 5/6s, superb numbers that countless people dream of. And now, Wang Shang could choose at will. This was no longer just a matter of money. Those who owned such license plate numbers were certainly not short on cash. Young Master Wang, which license plate do you like? I'll arrange for it to be put on your new Rolls-Royce Cullinan right away. Then I'll take Jiang. Great. Soon, Su Xingjie made a call, asking his assistant to bring over the license plate information and find staff from the vehicle management office to handle the transfer and registration on site. Even a temporary plate was unnecessary. In Huaxia, having money and connections allowed for such indulgence. The license plate Jiang was affixed to the brand new Rolls-Royce Cullinan, the most luxurious, paired with the splendid license plate of 5/6s. Everyone in the dealership was extremely envious. President Su, who exactly is this young Master Wang? How come I've never encountered such a person before? At this moment, Jiang Yingxue quietly pulled Su Xingjie aside to inquire. He is a newly emerged nouveau riche, particularly wealthy. As for his background, it hasn't been fully investigated yet. Where did he get his money? What business is he in? Not too clear. In any case, not long ago, he donated a truckload of gold to our city. What? A truckload of gold? A truckload of gold. That's right, a truckload of gold, worth several hundred million. This matter must not be publicized. Yingxue, if it weren't for the fact that your father is a good buddy of mine, I wouldn't tell you these things. Don't worry, Uncle Su, I definitely won't make a fuss about it. After inquiring, Jiang Yingxue was shocked beyond measure. Once again, she had her understanding of the king refreshed, and she felt a deep respect. In this day and age, there are more and more newly rich people, but those who can casually donate tens of millions or even hundreds of millions are still too few. Not to mention casually donating a few $100 million, what a grand gesture. Goodbye, President Su, let's meet up another day. Driving away, the king, who had just acquired a new car, greeted Su Xingjie as the electric window rolled down, and then he left in style. After dropping Jiang Wenwen off at home, the king continued driving. After all, he had just picked up a new car. As a man, sometimes his love for cars is inexplicable, and he wished he could stay in the car all day long. Of course, although the small supermarket still needed to operate, he was no longer relying on it for income. He could open it whenever he wanted and close it whenever he didn't. The only thing troubling him was that his parents were coming back, and seeing him not managing the store would surely lead to scolding, accusing him of being unproductive and too lazy to handle even such a simple task. Counting the days, there were still 3 days until his parents returned. What troubled the king now was how to explain to his parents that he had so much money, bought a house, and a car. Tens of millions in assets could be kept in a bank account. However, the house and car were out in the open, and he needed a reasonable explanation. Right, I'll just say I won a prize and then invested some money with friends, and luckily made quite a bit. He thought of some excuses that might work. Room. Not thinking too much anymore, the king completely let loose, taking control of the Cullinan, pressing the accelerator hard, and the engine immediately responded with a powerful roar. The Cullinan raced wildly through the streets of Jiangdu. Owning such a luxury car was undeniably attractive. Along the way, many people gasped and screamed in admiration. Arriving at the Marriott Square, the king drove into the underground parking lot. Wow! Rolls-Royce Cullinan. If this car is taken out to pick up girls, it's definitely a powerful tool. Indeed, this car is sure to impress the ladies. Oh my gosh, this car is said to be the most expensive, probably costing several million. Damn, look at the license plate. Jiang, so impressive. Such an impressive license plate paired with the Cullinan, simply a perfect match. The value of this license plate is probably not cheaper than the car. Even with money, you can't get such an impressive license plate. You need social connections, networks, and influence. Many people noticed the Cullinan, filled with admiration and envy. Some sharp-eyed individuals even noticed the license plate hanging on the Cullinan. The astonishment and admiration for the license plate were endless. Nowadays, cars like Pagani Huayra, Koenigsegg, and Lamborghini Veneno are so rare that there are hardly a few in all of China. Do they really think anyone on the street could recognize them at a glance, and then shout in envy? Not a chance. The vast majority of ordinary people have no access to cars of that level. But Rolls-Royce, with such prominent dual logos and distinctive features, could be recognized by anyone with a little knowledge of cars. Moreover, the king's car was not only impressive, but the license plate was even more so. Amidst the envious gazes, the king drove the car into the underground parking lot, parked it, and then headed to the commercial street. The key reason for coming here was that he was a bit hungry. Also, the clothes he was wearing were a bit old and needed to be changed. After all, he was now a billionaire. Although the Marriott International Square had 10 office buildings, all of which were his properties, the commercial street below had nothing to do with him. There were many brand stores and restaurants here, attracting many people to shop, buy things, and eat. The king decided to buy a new outfit first, thinking of transforming himself, no longer just a little loser in big shorts and a worn-out shirt. On both sides of the pedestrian street stood various international and domestic brand stores. He directly skipped over the domestic brands. Wearing domestic brands? That was out of the question. Then, there were the international brands. He wasn't particularly fond of Jack & Jones, Marco Polo, or Versace, so he passed them by as well. He wasn't sure if it was his aesthetic sense that didn't match these brands, but in any case, he just didn't feel anything. After scanning around, he set his sights on a men's clothing brand. The commercial street of Marriott International Plaza was the top shopping district in Jiangdu, certainly not lacking in big brands. This was one of them. It was a world-renowned luxury brand, originating from Germany, specializing in men's and women's clothing, perfumes, watches, and other accessories, particularly focusing on men's clothing with a design philosophy based on exquisite yet unpretentious dressing rules, incorporating current fashionable and cool trend elements, launching various series of men's clothing, insisting on superior design, carefully selected materials, and pure handmade craftsmanship, blending modern aesthetics to present the most elegant ambience and personal charm. This brand often ranked among the top 3 in media rankings of the world's top men's clothing brands. An absolute big brand, internationally first class. The king entered the store. This time, for some reason, he wasn't met with the cold shoulder like when he bought a house last time. A young and beautiful saleswoman, with a sweet smile, greeted him. "Hello, sir, welcome. How can I assist you today?" Seeing such a beautiful saleswoman, the king couldn't help but feel a spark. On this pedestrian street, beautiful women often appeared, especially now that the weather was warm, with various cool outfits revealing waists and legs. However, someone like her, with light makeup, delicate features, and a very graceful figure, was rare. Moreover, she had her hair up, and her face was quite perfect. Her pair of lively eyes were clear and expressive. In the king's eyes, such a beauty definitely scored a 90. "Oh, I'm just looking around, planning to buy an outfit. Do you have anything suitable? Please introduce me," the king said a bit awkwardly. After all, it was his first time entering such a high-end luxury men's clothing store. Nervousness was inevitable. "Sure, sir. As a well-known men's clothing brand, we have recently launched several new casual suits and shirts. Over here, you can see." Soon, under the saleswoman's introduction, the king chose a light gray casual suit and a white shirt. "Sir, your taste is really good. This casual suit is our store's main style, made of top-notch materials, fully handmade, and the style is very suitable for our Chinese people. Additionally, it's very comfortable to wear. You can try it on." The beautiful saleswoman was very enthusiastic. The king felt quite comfortable. This shopping experience made him willing and eager to spend money. "No need to try it on, just wrap it up." He smiled slightly, glancing at the price tag on the clothes. Yuan, a suit, 20 to 30,000. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to even think about it, but now, it was just a drizzle. "Sir, you really don't want to try it on?" The beautiful saleswoman, Su Chenxi, was stunned. After all, this was clothing worth tens of thousands, how could one not try it on? No need, the king replied decisively. Su Chenxi didn't know what to say. After all, this wasn't a vegetable market buying cabbage, but a luxury suit worth tens of thousands. No matter what, one should at least try it on to see how it looked. However, the young man in front of her was insisting on wrapping it up directly. She had never seen someone so generous and extravagant before. The shirt is nice too, wrap that up as well. The king pointed to the white shirt, which had a price of 3,890 yuan. Okay. Suddenly, Su Chenxi was momentarily dazed, quickly snapping back to reality and nodding. Just then, a figure walked over. It was someone familiar. Is it you, Wang Shang? Xu Xiaoxia. My ex-girlfriend Zhang Lily's best friend, Zhu Xiaoxia. She is a girl who is a bit chubby, with a look score of around 70 or 80. Although her appearance and figure are not great, she has always considered herself a goddess of plumpness and takes pride in it. All along, she never thought that Wang Shang was worthy of Zhang Lily. Hey, aren't you with Zhang Lily? A hint of disdain flickered in Zhu Xiaoxia's eyes. No, we broke up, Wang Shang replied calmly, seemingly unaware that Zhu Xiaoxia didn't know about his breakup with Zhang Lily. It was likely that Zhang Lily still harbored fantasies of winning him back, wanting to be a wealthy wife, so she hadn't told anyone about their split. Broke up? Zhu Xiaoxia was taken aback for a moment, then revealed an expression of I knew this would happen. Actually, you two were never suited for each other. After saying this, she unexpectedly found that there was no sign of emotional fluctuation on Wang Shang's face. In her impression, Wang Shang had always been pursuing Zhang Lily, a typical case of a strong woman and a weak man, where the woman was very assertive and the man was bending over backward, even being quite humble, essentially a dog licker. Lily has always been keeping Wang Shang hanging, just waiting to find someone better. Based on my judgment of Lily, she would break up with Wang Shang sooner or later, Zhu Xiaoxia thought to herself. She felt pity for Wang Shang. Such a guy was truly pathetic. You're right, I really am not suited for Zhang Lily, Wang Shang said with a faint smile. By the way, what are you doing here? Zhu Xiaoxia showed a look of confusion, then suddenly spoke to herself with relief. That makes sense. Now that you've broken up with Lily, you should treat yourself better. Don't be a dog licker anymore. You've spent quite a bit on Lily over the past year. It's time to spend some money on yourself and buy some nice clothes. Wang Shang smiled without saying a word. However, the prices in this store are a bit high. When you were with Lily, she never brought you here. She always made you take her to women's clothing stores to spend money on her. I'm not saying this to offend you, Wang Shang, but you're quite handsome, just a bit poor. If you lower your standards and don't look for a pretty city girl like Lily, you can still find a girl who genuinely treats you well. Zhu Xiaoxia pretended to speak earnestly. To say something you might not want to hear, given your current situation, with a small rundown supermarket at home and no proper job, and your parents not being retired from state-owned enterprises, your family conditions in a big city like Jiangdu really put you in the lower class. According to Zhang Lily's consumption mindset, it's completely normal for her to look down on you. She kept talking nonstop like a bullet being fired. And this one, wrap it up too. This one as well. This belt, and these leather shoes. Wang Shan continued to pick out clothes, shoes, and belts. Zhu Xiaoxia, you say what you want, I'm listening, Wang Shang said with a smile, noticing Zhu Xiaoxia's astonished gaze. At that moment, Su Chenxi was completely stunned. What was going on? Mr. Wang was asking for a suit, several shirts, and leather shoes and belts, saying to wrap it all up. Was this for real? Su Chenxi, are you really wrapping it up for him? Don't joke around, I know him. He just broke up with my best friend. How could he have money to spend in our store? He's probably just feeling stimulated. Hurry and hang the clothes back up, Zhu Xiaoxia quickly said, seeing Su Chenxi's bewildered expression. You really know each other? Su Chenxi asked in a daze. Of course, Zhu Xiaoxia replied firmly. But this gentleman said to wrap everything up. He is a customer, and the customer is king. Su Chenxi hurriedly said. King my foot. Just one shirt here costs several thousand. He runs a small supermarket at home. Buying a piece of clothing worth over 1,000 for my best friend would be a struggle for him. How could he possibly afford this? Zhu Xiaoxia said with a look of disdain. Zhu Xiaoxia, you said I've already broken up with Zhang Lily, so why should I save money? What good is it to have tens of millions? I have to spend it, indulge in all sorts of extravagance. Just let me be. Go do whatever you want. Wang Shang didn't feel annoyed. Instead, he found a different kind of amusement in it, because Zhu Xiaoxia still thought he was the same poor, pathetic guy he used to be. Zhu Xiaoxia was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. She laughed so hard her stomach hurt. She laughed until she doubled over. Tears streamed down her face from laughing. What are you laughing at? Wang Shang shook his head helplessly. Forget it, there's no point in talking to you. No wonder you and Zhang Lily are best friends. you're both the same. You have tens of millions? If you had tens of millions, I have several hundred million. That's hilarious. Xu Xiaoxia looked at Wang Shang as if he were a monster. Then, she showed a look of sympathy. I get it now, you were dumped by Lily, and you're feeling bad about it, really hurt. I completely understand. I'm sorry for what you've been through, but you know, people always have to move on. I wasn't trying to mock you just now, I just thought what you said was too funny. If you had tens of millions, how could someone as materialistic and vain as Lily ever break up with you? Just find a steady job and work hard. With your looks, if you put in some effort, you'll definitely attract a good girl. After hearing Xu Xiaoxia's words, Wang Shang pondered for a moment and said earnestly, Xu Xiaoxia, oh Xu Xiaoxia, you're a good person, but your perspective is a bit narrow. If you hadn't said all that just now, which was quite sincere and heartfelt, I was actually planning to take over the shop and let you pack up and leave. Xu Xiaoxia was stunned. What was this all about? Take over the shop and let me leave? Why was he so serious, making it sound real? Alright, no more pretending, I'm a billionaire, I'm coming clean. After saying that, Wang Shang took out a super VIP black card and handed it to Su Chenxi. Calculate the total for the clothes, shoes, and belts I just wrapped up. How much is it? Go ahead and charge it. Alright, Mr. Wang. You bought 3 suits, 5 shirts, 2 pairs of leather shoes, and 2 belts. Let me calculate. Su Chenxi took out a calculator and started tapping away. The total is 233,450 yuan. After finishing, Su Chenxi looked up at Wang Shang. Swipe the card. Why are you just staring at me? Wang Shang said calmly. Okay. Su Chenxi felt a wave of nervousness. Normally, customers who came to this store spent tens of thousands on 1 or 2 suits. Could he really afford it? She inserted the card into the machine, and Wang Shang entered the password. Ding! Card swiped successfully. He actually made the payment. This ordinary young man had spent over 200,000 on clothes and shoes in less than no time. Incredible! So exaggerated. Su Chenxi was even more shocked inside. It turned out this young gentleman was indeed a wealthy tycoon. Really? Paid? Over 200,000. Seeing this scene, Xu Xiaoxia was completely dumbfounded. She rubbed her eyes hard. How could all this feel so unreal? Sir, please keep your card. Su Chenxi held the card with both hands and returned it to Wang Shang. At this moment, she was excited and happy, because, with over 200,000 in sales, as a salesperson, she could earn about 8 to 10% in commission, which would be over 20,000. Just from this customer, she could earn a month's worth of sales commission. Wang Shang, you really bought so much. Why didn't you look for me when you came? You're being too distant. Seeing Su Chenxi's delighted expression, Xu Xiaoxia felt regretful, stammering towards Wang Shang, filled with remorse. I don't know what you're talking about, goodbye. The king waved his hand, not wanting to waste any words with Xu Xiaoxia. Looking at so many large and small bags, the king felt a bit troubled. How to carry them? By the way, Mr. Wang, we can deliver these items to your designated location, Su Chenxi quickly said. Alright, help me load them into the car. Sure, it's our honor to serve you. The large and small bags were completely out of the king's concern, as Su Chenxi specifically called over a staff member to help carry them and load them into the car. Wait, your majesty. Seeing the king walking out of the store, Xu Xiaoxia hurriedly followed, taking 2 tote bags to help carry the items, actually wanting to get closer. Your majesty, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. Lily really must have been blind to break up with you. Your majesty, do you have time tonight? Let me treat you to a meal. They soon arrived at the garage. When the king opened the door of the Cullinan and lifted the trunk, Xu Xiaoxia was shocked once again. She recognized the car. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This was a car worth several million. The previous king had only driven an electric tricycle, and now he had upgraded so dramatically. It was indeed a revelation. He was a billionaire. Mr. Wang, this is my WeChat, please scan it. If you have any quality issues with the brand clothing or shoes you purchase in the future, or any needs regarding cleaning and maintenance, just contact me. Our store provides free service. At this moment, Su Chenxi took out her phone and opened her WeChat QR code. Alright, the king nodded and scanned her WeChat, adding her as a friend. This was a normal procedure for the store to provide after-sales service. However, in Xu Xiaoxia's eyes, this action made her extremely envious. Although she was Zhang Lily's close friend, she still didn't have the king's WeChat. Previously, she had looked down on adding the king as a friend, thinking he was too poor and had no future. Now, there was no chance left. Soon, the king drove away, leaving her behind. Your majesty, don't rush to leave. Xu Xiaoxia kept waving at the Cullinan, trying to keep the king from leaving, but he completely ignored her. She was truly at a loss for tears. Hey, Lily, what's going on? Why did you break up with the king? She took out her phone and called Zhang Lily, nearly going crazy, hysterically criticizing her best friend. "Are you out of your mind? That Wang drives luxury cars worth hundreds of millions, and casually spent hundreds of thousands in the luxury men's clothing store where I work, and you still think he's poor? I dare say, in the entire River City, there are hardly any young men richer than Wang." After being criticized by her best friend, Zhang Lily on the other end of the line was instantly reminded of the source of her pain, tears streaming down her face. "Oh my god, Xiaoxia, do you think I would break up with the current Wang? I don't know, I really don't know, he was so rich. You know, just the day before yesterday, he actually used a tricycle to haul a truckload of gold to sell at the Huaxia gold store where I work. A whole ton of gold. That day, I don't know where he got it from, a ton of gold, all pure gold, worth several hundred million. Oh my god. What kind of sin have I committed? A billionaire, so handsome, and I actually missed out on him, and I was the one who initiated the breakup, complaining that the bag he gave me wasn't good enough, complaining that he was just a small supermarket owner." Zhang Lily began to cry, snot and tears flowing. After buying clothes, the king returned to the vicinity of the small supermarket, parked in a nearby parking lot, and then walked home, ordering takeout for a nice meal. Originally, the duplex mansion in Tianjin City was ready for him to move in, but he still preferred to live here, because, although the house was an old, dilapidated one, right behind the small supermarket, it was the place he had lived for over 20 years, and he had developed feelings for it. "Wang, you're back. Why haven't you opened for business these days?" "Yeah, we in the neighborhood want to buy some things, but we have to go far." In the alley, the neighbors, the uncles and aunts, saw Wang and began to complain. Actually, it was a form of concern. "Oh, I've been busy with some business with friends these past few days, so the supermarket might not be open all the time. Sorry, everyone." Wang quickly opened the supermarket door, hoping to stay open a bit longer in the evening to provide more convenience for the nearby neighbors. "Wang, that's not right. If you're busy, you can hire someone to help you watch the store," a neighbor suggested. Wang suddenly thought this was a good idea. Hiring someone would save a lot of trouble. After all, with his current status, he was already a billionaire. It felt beneath him to be watching a small, shabby supermarket. So, he picked up his phone, posted on social media, and sent out a message on a local convenience platform. After taking some photos of the supermarket's environment, he posted a few pictures along with the text. "Hiring a store clerk. Monthly salary, base salary of 10,000 plus commission. Job content, watch the store." He clearly wrote down the contact person and phone number. Done. Wang felt that the conditions were generous enough. Just watching the store could earn over 10,000 a month. He was sure many people would contact him tomorrow to apply. No problem. That night, he slept soundly. The next day, Wang habitually entered the supermarket to prepare for opening, took out a bottle of drink, and opened the cap. Ding! Today's 1 yuan exchange reward opportunity has been activated. Would you like to exchange? Wang skillfully responded, 1 yuan exchange. Ding! Congratulations, host, 1 yuan exchange successful. Host's current wealth value. Host has received a reward, top-level combat skills. World-class combat skills? Wang was stunned. What was going on? A reward so special had come? Not simple monetary wealth, but combat skills. Wow! Suddenly, Wang felt a sharp pain and numbness coursing through his body, a throbbing headache as if a current had surged into him, almost making him explode. He fainted. He slept until the afternoon before waking up. Looking at his phone, there were over 30 missed calls and dozens of unread messages on WeChat. What the hell is going on? Wang was a bit frustrated. The roller shutter door was half open, and he wondered if someone had broken in. How did he fall asleep like that? Bang! He angrily slammed the counter. Boom! Instantly, the entire counter shattered, glass scattered everywhere, and the stone countertop was also smashed to pieces. He really just smashed it. So strong? Wang felt that his body had changed. He had just used a little strength, and it was boundless. Looking at his arms, he was almost scared to death. His arms were full of muscles, one chunk after another. He hurried to the bathroom and took off his shirt. He was completely shocked. 8-pack abs, perfect lines, displayed before him. Wang knew very well what his body used to look like. He had been very thin, nearly 1.8 meters tall, but only weighed less than 110 pounds. Without clothes, he was all bones, with no muscles at all. And now, it had completely changed. His body had become strong, the 8-pack abs were out, and his skin had become very tight. The old Wang was lean and somewhat handsome, but had a slightly sickly look, not particularly sunny or healthy, often plagued by minor illnesses. Now it was different. His entire demeanor and the impression he gave off were completely devoid of any trace of illness, nor did he appear weak or frail. He was entirely healthy, radiant, and full of strength, with a gaze that had become very masculine and resolute. Oh my God! I actually have such a huge change. Could it be just because I acquired top-tier fighting skills? Wang Shang stroked his chin, utterly shocked. This system was absolutely incredible. Not only did it reward him with wealth, but it also gifted him a perfect physique, strong muscles, and a robust body. This was so rare. What was money worth? When he had none, wealth was a dream. Once he had money, wealth became less important. The most crucial thing was the enhancement of personal charm and physical fitness. Looking again at himself in the mirror, and then at the counter that he had effortlessly smashed to pieces, Wang Shang knew that none of this was a dream. It was real. He stood up straight, just having the thought of throwing a few punches, and a multitude of fighting techniques quickly flashed through his mind. Then, his fists and legs had muscle memory, and whatever he threw out was a set of top-notch fighting moves. This was amazing. Wang Shang had been a kung fu enthusiast since childhood. He had no interest in studying and only dreamed of going to Shaolin to learn martial arts. And now, he had finally realized that dream, with a strong body and top-tier fighting skills. Alright, it was time to get down to business. He took out his phone to check the unread WeChat messages. First was the information from his friend's circle. Wow! A base salary of 10,000 to hire store clerks. I'm signing up. I can work until you go bankrupt. A base salary of 10,000 plus bonuses to hire store clerks. Even big supermarkets wouldn't dare to recruit like this. Wang Shang, you've gotten too full of yourself. Did you add an extra zero? Wang Shang, is your little supermarket really that amazing? Please take me in, brother Wang. I'm not doing real estate sales anymore. I want to come work as a clerk in your supermarket. Can I? Many people responded to the recruitment information he posted yesterday in his friend's circle. Additionally, there were many responses on the local community information platform where he had posted, with people wanting to apply for the job. Wang Shang skimmed through the messages. What was particularly interesting were the responses from some old acquaintances and classmates, almost all of which were teasing and mocking, enjoying the spectacle. They all thought Wang Shang's conditions were ridiculous. Who offers a base salary of 10,000 just to hire a store clerk? However, two girls he had met in the past few days, Jiang Wenwen, who sold houses, and Su Chenxi, who sold luxury clothing, responded very positively, wanting to quit their jobs to become clerks. While replying to the messages, he opened the supermarket door. Ding dong! Welcome! At that moment, a customer entered the small supermarket. It was a girl, a very beautiful girl. She had fair skin, stood about 1.65 meters tall, with a refreshing ponytail, dressed in a simple denim jacket and jeans that accentuated her slender, long legs, exuding a vibrant youthful aura. When the girl smiled, she had dimples, making her especially pure and charming. Brother Wang Shang. The way she called him brother was incredibly sweet. Wang Shang put down his phone and looked in the direction of the voice. Zhou Yuqi, is that you? This pretty little girl, named Zhou Yuqi, was a neighbor and had grown up with Wang Shang as childhood friends. You must be on summer vacation now, right? Have a seat. I'll get you a glass of water. Wang Shang quickly walked out from behind the counter, moved a chair for Zhou Yuqi to sit down, and then went to pour water. Thank you. Zhou Yuqi smiled sweetly. Yes, I'm back to play during summer vacation. By the way, brother Wang Shang, where are your parents? They went to my grandma's house a few days ago and will be staying for a while before coming back. Wang Shang brought the cup of water and handed it to her. Thank you. Don't be so polite. Hey, you really went to university outside. Your demeanor has changed. You're so polite and more beautiful. Wang Shang complimented with a smile. In his memory, the most profound impression was still that little snot-nosed kid, Zhou Yuqi, who used to follow him around. Now, that little snot-nosed kid has grown into a tall and beautiful young woman. No way, stop teasing me. I'm not teasing you, I'm serious. By the way, now that you're in college, do you have a boyfriend? When will you bring him home for the neighbors to see and vet him for you? Wang Shang said with a gossipy smile. Brother Wang Shang, look at you, I'm just a freshman, how could I have a boyfriend? Besides, I'm focused on my studies. Why do I feel like you're worried I won't be able to get married in the future? Zhou Yuqi pouted, sounding a bit annoyed. Wang Shang quickly replied, no way, I'm just joking. How could our Yuqi sister not get married? Just wait. You'll have so many suitors you'll be dazzled. But you said when we were kids that you would marry me. Zhou Yuqi murmured softly, her voice barely audible. Wang Shang was slightly taken aback and quickly asked, what are you mumbling about, Yuqi? Nothing. Zhou Yuqi hurriedly changed the subject. By the way, brother Wang Shang, how's business at the little supermarket? And what about your girlfriend, Zhang Lily? Facing her question, Wang Shang's expression was complicated. Business is okay. As for Zhang Lily, I've already broken up with her. Although he said it with a smile, having gone through a breakup, it was inevitable for a man to feel a bit lost, and the hesitation in his eyes couldn't be hidden. This sense of loss and melancholy inadvertently captivated the 18 or 19-year-old Zhou Yuqi deeply. After more than a year of dating, it was just my one-sided pursuit. She still looked down on me for being poor. It's normal, right? It's better this way. Wang Shang lit a cigarette and simply said, without any complaints, only a sense of relief and liberation. His charming figure, athletic muscles, and the aura he exuded once again deeply attracted Zhou Yuqi. Now, Wang Shang was a master of top-level combat skills, with a perfect physique and a strong masculine presence. All of this made it hard for the inexperienced Zhou Yuqi to resist. My past judgment was really poor, Wang Shang said with a self-deprecating smile. Brother Wang Shan, don't be sad. You're so outstanding, you'll definitely find the right girl. Zhou Yuqi comforted him with concern. Thank you. Wang Shang habitually reached out to pat her head, his eyes full of tenderness. The gentle affection and pampering of the older brother next door. Still the head pat. Zhou Yuqi was completely smitten. In her eyes, brother Wang Shang was even more handsome than before, and even more masculine. Although she had gone out to study and seen so many handsome and talented boys from all over, she felt that the most handsome and the one who gave her the most sense of security was still the childhood friend, brother Wang Shang. That feeling was irreplaceable. By the way, what are you planning to do during your 2-month break? Wang Shang asked with a smile. I think I'll find a part-time job, work during the day, and spend the evenings with my parents, Zhou Yuqi said obediently. Part-time job? By the way, I happen to have a job available. How about you? Come help me at the store? Wang Shang's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a ready-made employee? Help at the store? That's right. Just help me watch the store. Because I'm very busy during this time, I have to go out for business, and I'm recently partnering with friends to do business. Brother Wang Shang, you're really amazing. This is the job listing I sent out. The monthly salary is 10,000, and that's just the base salary. If you do well, there can be bonuses. If it's you, Yuqi, I'll give you 20,000, and the bonuses will be doubled. Oh my gosh, is that true? I would definitely be willing. Watching the store is such an easy job, and with such a high salary, brother Wang Shang, you're too good. Suddenly, Zhou Yuqi was overwhelmed with excitement. In a moment of impulse, she forgot herself and threw her arms around the king's neck. Just as she was about to kiss him, she realized that everyone had grown up now, and she was a young lady herself. How could she be so frivolous? In an instant, her cheeks flushed. Yuqi, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Don't think that running a shop is easy. You have to keep track of how much you sell every day, and when the delivery arrives, you need to be responsible for checking the goods to avoid any mistakes, the king said, deliberately serious. Okay, anything else? Also, when collecting payments, make sure to keep the accounts clear and avoid errors. Anything more? That's it. The king thought for a long time but couldn't come up with anything else to pay attention to. How could running a shop not be simple? It wasn't a technical job. After all, Zhou Yuqi was a university student, so it should be easy for her. Let's get to it. Even though we're familiar, we still need to have a proper contract. The king quickly drafted an employment contract on the computer, printed it out, signed it himself, and then had Zhou Yuqi sign it. It clearly stated the terms of employment, working hours, and salary. Salary will be paid in advance on the 5th of each month. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yuqi was momentarily stunned, because today was the 5th. Advance payment? What did that mean? The king picked up his phone, opened Zhou Yuqi's WeChat, and transferred 20,000 yuan to her. Alright, this month's salary has been paid to you. Take good care of the shop. The king squinted and smiled, hiding his identity. This move was really slick. Zhou Yuqi. Soon, with her new job of managing the shop for a monthly salary of 20,000, Zhou Yuqi happily went to work, taking over for the king at the counter. As for the counter that the king had smashed, he made a phone call and ordered a brand new one, made of marble, exceptionally hard and sturdy, to replace the old one. Yuqi, take good care of the shop. I have something to attend to, so I'll head out now. The king waved at Zhou Yuqi and left gracefully. Brother Wang. Zhou Yuqi's delicate little hand, which had just been raised, fell helplessly, because the king slipped away too quickly. After stepping outside, the king went to the parking lot across the street, took out his keys, opened the door of the Cullinan, and climbed in. A phone call came in. It was Jiang Wenwen. What's up, beautiful Jiang? Stop joking around, I need to talk to you. Go ahead. So, you bought the Cullinan at my cousin's car dealership yesterday, right? Last night, my cousin found me and asked me to invite you out. She organized a gathering and wants to invite you to join. Invite me? I don't even know her that well. The king had no interest at all. He roughly knew that Jiang Wenwen's cousin, Jiang Yingxue, was organizing what was likely a dinner for the wealthy young elite of the city. He wasn't part of that circle and had no need to join in. She said it's to thank you for buying a new car at the dealership, which helped boost her sales. She wants to invite a big client like you to dinner to show her gratitude. Can you give her some face? I'm begging you. Jang Wonwon pleaded on the phone in a playful and cute tone. Alright then. The king had no choice but to agree. He was soft-hearted, especially when a girl was pleading with him. As for boosting sales, that was nonsense because the dealership belonged to Jiang Inshua's family. She wasn't a salesperson, and her family was wealthy enough not to need to worry about sales figures. Great. Thank you, Wang. I'll take a taxi to find you later. I'll come to find you, it's easier for me to drive. That works too. You're so nice. On the phone, Jiang Wonwon acted coy, creating a sweet atmosphere. The king felt as if he were truly dating, his heart filled with a sweet warmth, feeling particularly comfortable. Recalling the past, my relentless pursuit of Zhang Lily was hardly love, it was merely unrequited affection, just being a simp. The interactions I have with Jiang Wonwon now truly embody the beauty of love. Since I promised, I still take this banquet seriously. After returning home, I took a good shower and changed into the luxury suit I bought yesterday at the store, complete with a shirt and tie. I slipped on my shiny leather shoes. With this transformation, I felt completely elevated. Now, I have a perfect physique, a strong body, and sexy abs, exuding masculinity. Dressed like this, I look nearly perfect, just like a male model. Plus, with money and top-notch fighting skills, my aura and vibe are that of a true heartthrob. I got into my Cullinan and set off. Half an hour later, I arrived smoothly at the location Jiang Wonwon sent me. It was the entrance of a residential community, one of the older neighborhoods in Jiangdu. Jiang Wonwon's home was right here. Now unmarried and single, she lived with her parents, spending her days working, coming home to binge-watch dramas, and tending to her flowers and plants. Her life was simple, even a bit dull, but she liked this kind of life, simple and comfortable, without too many desires, quite laid back. However, her parents had been urging her for the past 2 years to find a boyfriend and get married. The older generation tends to be like that, I suppose. This time your cousin has finally taken a liking to you and is bringing you to a dinner party. You must perform well. If you meet a nice guy, don't be too shy, you can be a bit proactive. Exactly. Your parents don't want you to stay at home and become an old maid, with neighbors laughing at you. Stop it. My daughter is so beautiful. With her conditions, she should pick a good one. So, don't worry about it. Mom was urging at home, anxious and sometimes criticizing Jiang Wonwon for various reasons. Dad, on the other hand, was speaking kindly to her. After all, she was his precious daughter, and he cared the most. Okay, I know, bye. After dressing up carefully, Jiang Wonwon grabbed her bag and went downstairs. Wow, the Cullinan, Rolls-Royce Cullinan. It's said to be the most expensive in the world. So impressive. Don't just look at the car, check out the license plate. 5 6s. Amazing. This is the real 666. No, not 666, but 66,666. Although the community where Jiang Wonwon lived was quite old, it used to be a high-end neighborhood. Many of the residents were teachers, lawyers, doctors, and other highly educated individuals, as well as some people from the system. They might not be as wealthy as those nouveau riche, but they were definitely cultured and knowledgeable. Many people, upon seeing the Cullinan as they left the community, recognized it immediately. Moreover, those from the system were very sensitive to the license plate number. Such a license plate not only signifies wealth but also power. In China, never think that having money is everything. Besides wealth, having connections and relationships with those in high places is the true way to go. Otherwise, a gust of wind could sweep through, and you might find your wealth rapidly shrinking or even disappearing. Amidst the envy of countless people, I leisurely sat in the car, lit a cigarette, rolled down the window, and smoked calmly. Hey, young man, your car is so cool. How much did you buy it for? An old man approached with his hands behind his back, smiling as he asked. Sir, this car wasn't too expensive, just a little over 7 million. I smiled and handed the old man a cigarette. 7 million. What? My goodness. 7 million is enough to buy several houses here in Jiangdu. The old man took the cigarette that Wang Shang handed him, lit it, took a deep breath, and continued, Young man, you must be really wealthy, so carefree, driving such a nice car, and that license plate, it's amazing. Oh, not at all, Wang Shang replied modestly. Before long, a crowd gathered around, each person chiming in, discussing the Cullinan and its impressive license plate. Come on, everyone, have a cigarette. Here, have a cigarette. Wang Shang was straightforward. He was just a common man from the neighborhood, living with the warmth of everyday life. Engaging with people, sharing cigarettes, and chatting felt very natural to him. Just because he was now worth billions didn't mean he should look down on others. That would be wrong. Young man, you're really impressive. At such a young age, driving a car worth over 7 million, with such a cool license plate, wow. Wow. This young man is handsome, rich, and shares cigarettes with everyone. What a great guy. You're too kind, too kind. Facing the flurry of compliments, Wang Shang smiled and responded with his usual humility and politeness. By the way, young man, do you have a girlfriend? At this moment, the enthusiastic aunties began to stir, wanting to set him up. Not at the moment. I guess, Wang Shang replied with a smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. With your conditions, no girlfriend? No way, I must arrange something for you. Hey, old Zhang, isn't your daughter still single? Yeah, old Zhang's daughter is stunning and a top student. A flurry of chatter ensued. Wang Shang chuckled to himself, thinking that everyone was too enthusiastic. He couldn't handle it. Looking at the time, he wondered why Jiang Wenwen hadn't come down yet. Just as he was about to make a call to check, a graceful figure appeared before him. As Jiang Wenwen came down, she saw a large crowd gathered and thought there had been a traffic accident, but upon closer inspection, she almost laughed out loud. It turned out to be many of the elderly residents from the community surrounding Wang Shang's Cullinan, and upon listening closely, she heard several aunties trying to introduce Wang Shang to someone. Dressed in a stunning skirt, Jiang Wenwen was breathtakingly beautiful, quickly drawing the attention of many around her. Almost everyone in the community knew that the prettiest girl was old Zhang's daughter, Jiang Wenwen, who worked in real estate. Moreover, because the Jiang family was related to the prestigious Jiang family, Jiang Wenwen was not only the most beautiful girl but also one with noble blood. Just a moment ago, an auntie had thought of introducing Jiang Wenwen to Wang Shang, but then she reconsidered. No, Jiang Wenwen was the flower of the community, and with her noble lineage, she was simply not suited for an ordinary person, even if they were a wealthy nouveau riche. But at that moment, under everyone's gaze, Jiang Wenwen and Wang Shang locked eyes. Jiang Wenwen, get in the car. Okay. Jiang Wenwen got into the car. Goodbye, aunties and uncles. Wang Shang waved to the dazed crowd outside the window and drove off with a smile. What just happened? Didn't Jiang Wenwen say she wasn't dating? Jiang Wenwen is dating? Is it real? She really has high standards, finding such a handsome guy, and he's so rich. I really envy the old Jiang family. Inside the car, Wang Shang drove, following the location Jiang Wenwen mentioned, using the navigation. He glanced at the beautiful woman in the passenger seat and felt a wave of delight. With her short skirt, high heels, and long legs, her fair skin and beautiful demeanor made her presence in the passenger seat the greatest achievement for any man in the driver's seat. Jiang Wenwen, you look quite dressed up today. Wang Shang casually started a conversation. Jiang Wenwen smiled and said, it has to be a bit grander, otherwise, my cousin will say I'm old-fashioned again. How can that be old-fashioned? You look beautiful, and your outfit today is especially stunning. The king praised. Thank you. Jiang Wenwen felt as if her heart was filled with honey, sweet and delightful, from his compliment. Being praised by others and being praised by the king felt completely different. The king thought to himself, isn't there a saying these days? The more successful the man, the more beautiful and long-legged the girl in the passenger seat. It seems to be true. Before long, the car arrived at the destination. It was a lush private garden area, with mountains and lakes, and at the entrance stood a massive marble gate with the words, Yujin Mountain. On either side of the gate, there were guards standing tall and straight, looking particularly spirited and imposing. Since Jiang Yingxue had made arrangements for the banquet and invited the king over, he could drive straight in. The barrier lifted, and the guards at the gate saluted with a standard military gesture. Driving a luxury car into such a high-end place truly showed one's status. Where is this? Yujin Mountain? I've never been here before, the king said, driving along the winding road inside. Yujin Mountain in Jiangdu is the most luxurious villa area locally, and it has been developed for over 10 years, making it the oldest villa area, Jiang Wenwen explained at that moment. It is said that 80% of the top wealthy people and high-ranking figures in the political and business circles of Jiangdu live here. Of course, my cousin's family is also among them. Any villa here is worth over 20 million. For a third-tier city like Jiangdu, that's definitely sky-high. Yes, with villas worth tens of millions, how many people in all of Jiangdu can afford that? The king nodded, deeply agreeing. Your cousin's family is so wealthy. It seems your Jiang family must be a well-known wealthy family in Jiangdu. So why does your family live in an old residential community? The king asked, puzzled. Jiang Wenwen hesitated, as if there was something she couldn't say. Forget it, let's say I didn't ask, the king said, seeing her reaction and not pressing further. Soon, the car drove up Yujin Mountain, where villas were built on the hillside, looking particularly beautiful and grand. When they reached the top of Yujin Mountain, there was a spacious area in front, featuring a uniquely designed ground-level garage with specially made carports in various beautiful shapes. The king drove the Cullinan over, and immediately a young man resembling a server jogged over. Hello, sir, it's an honor to provide you with parking service. Faced with such a friendly young man, the king, although capable of parking himself, decided to go along with local customs and handed the car over after getting out. "This way, sir. This way, ma'am." As the king and Jiang Wenwen walked out of the garage together, a girl resembling a servant approached with a smile, leading the way. As their view opened up, the king finally noticed that a large villa was built at the very top of Yujin Mountain. It must cover several thousand square meters. The main white building was a full 7 stories high. On either side were gardens, courtyards, green lawns, small bridges over flowing water, corridors with carved railings, rockeries, and gate towers. This was a villa styled like a private estate, blending Eastern and Western designs. Although it was a mix, it looked very comfortable, and once inside, the style felt surprisingly harmonious and beautiful. Everywhere you look, there are various antiques and paintings, rosewood tables and chairs, and all sorts of items made from precious stones. Upon entering the main hall, the modern Western style is even more pronounced, with a super large crystal chandelier that adorns the entire atmosphere of the hall, and a spiral staircase filled with the medieval European aristocratic style. They say this entire renovation cost more than the land price and the main building's shell when it was bought back then. Jiang Wenwen said softly. Wang Shang thought to himself that this was indeed too luxurious. A mansion worth tens of millions would probably require just as much for renovations. Moreover, those antiques and paintings were priced astronomically. "Welcome, welcome, welcome, Mr. Wang. You are a distinguished guest. Please come this way." At this moment, Jiang Yingxue, dressed in an elegant gown, with heavy makeup and adorned with various jewelry, approached Wang Shang enthusiastically, looking every bit the wealthy princess. Meanwhile, several young people had also arrived. There were both men and women, mostly in their 20s or 30s, with the oldest not exceeding 35. Judging by their attire, which was all glamorous and undoubtedly from luxury brands, some of the girls carried bags that were either Chanel or Gucci, either limited editions or commemorative models. These young men and women were indeed part of the wealthy elite in Jiangdu, a close-knit group of rich young masters and ladies who played well with Jiang Yingxue. In fact, Wang Shang had noticed earlier in the garage that all the cars were luxury vehicles. Mercedes and BMWs were just the standard, while Porsches and Ferraris were the mainstream. "Jiang Wenwen, how have you been lately?" At this moment, a young man holding a glass of red wine leisurely approached Jiang Wenwen, his smile somewhat charmingly wicked. Jiang Wenwen felt a bit nervous and timid, saying, "Hello, Ming Xiao, I'm doing quite well." This young man was indeed the Ming Xiao Jiang Wenwen referred to, whose real name was Ming Nantian, the second young master of the Ming family, a prominent family in Jiangdu. The Ming family in Jiangdu was on par with the Jiang family, both being powerful and prestigious families. In recent years, due to changes in various industries, the two families had been in close contact, engaging in many business collaborations. Of course, there was also fierce competition. The older generation had a historically tense relationship for various reasons, and since they couldn't lower their faces, they hoped the younger generation could interact more. Thus, various hints, even direct suggestions, were made to foster closer ties among the youth. They hoped the young people could get along harmoniously and gather more privately, all in the interest of strengthening their respective family businesses. But after all, they were young, playful, especially coming from wealthy business families. How could they not enjoy life? Young people with ulterior motives gathered together for various parties, having a great time. Among them, Ming Nantian had long coveted Jiang Wenwen of the Jiang family. Although Jiang Wenwen's family had long been excluded from the core of the Jiang family, she still carried the blood of the Jiang family. Moreover, Jiang Wenwen was beautiful and particularly pure, a rare find in this circle of wealthy young people. It's worth noting how many scheming girls would do anything to break into this circle. "Cousin Wenwen, our Ming Xiao has always liked you, you mustn't keep disappointing him. Ha ha ha," Jiang Yingxue said with a smile, glancing at Jiang Wenwen and then at Ming Nantian, her smile quite mysterious. Several young masters and ladies exchanged glances, all focusing their attention on Jiang Wenwen. Today, in their eyes, Jiang Wenwen was indeed stunning, exuding charm and giving off a vibe of both purity and sensuality. Her exquisite dress and high heels, along with her light makeup, could only be described as perfectly embodying both innocence and desire. "Jiang Wenwen, you look beautiful today." Ming Nantian smiled as he looked at Jiang Wenwen, genuinely praising her yet with a certain implication. What was it? It was desire and longing. Although Ming Nantian's gaze tried hard to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor, it could not escape the sharp eyes and judgment of Wang Shang. "Thank you," Jiang Wenwen lowered her head. "Our Ming Xiao really cares about you, Wenwen. Knowing you were coming to play here today, he specially drove back from out of town, over 10 million's worth of Ferrari, driving at 200 the whole way. I don't know how many times he sped. Jiang Yingxue gently patted her cousin Jiang Wenwen's fragrant shoulder, smiling as she spoke. To see Jiang Wenwen, no matter how many points I lose or how much I get fined, I accept it. Ha ha ha, Ming Nantian laughed. Everyone joined in the laughter. Such a direct expression of affection fully proved how confident Ming Nantian was in his own abilities. He absolutely believed that with his initiative and strength, he could win over Jiang Wenwen. Come, Jiang Wenwen, I toast to you. Holding a wine glass, Ming Nantian took a glass of red wine from a servant and handed it to Jiang Wenwen. Jiang Wenwen smiled awkwardly, barely accepting it, but apologetically said, I can't drink. Drinking is just like drinking water. If you don't drink, it means you're not giving me face. Ming Nantian shook his wine glass, adopting a condescending posture, clearly with ulterior motives. I get drunk just from a little wine. I'm really sorry, I can't drink. Jiang Wenwen shook her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Really not giving me face? Ming Nantian felt a bit embarrassed in front of so many people. I'll drink for her. At that moment, Wang Shang stepped in front of Jiang Wenwen, skillfully taking the wine glass from her hand. He looked at Ming Nantian with a smile. Who are you? Ming Nantian's expression darkened. The playful look he had while gazing at Jiang Wenwen instantly changed, like a chameleon. His cold question was filled with disdain and contempt. Oh, Ming Xiao, this is Mr. Wang Shang. Yesterday, my family's car dealership sold a Cullinan, and Mr. Wang is the buyer. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue hurried over, smiling as she explained. Is the Cullinan impressive? It's just a few million. Compared to my Ferrari, it's far behind. Ming Nantian remained dismissive, indifferently saying, besides, why should he replace Jiang Wenwen to drink with me? Who does he think he is? Miss Jiang Yingxue, did you invite the wrong person here? Wang Shang's expression turned cold as he spoke to Jiang Yingxue with irritation. Wang Shang, don't be angry, I'll talk to Ming Xiao, Jiang Yingxue quickly said. Then, she approached Ming Nantian, lowering her voice. Ming Xiao, don't be like this. Mr. Wang is my guest. Give me some face, don't cause trouble. Wang Shang is not simple. You know Su Xingjie from the Jiangdu Charity Association, right? President Su directly gifted Wang Shang a license plate, 5 6s. So, even though Wang Shang's car is just a few million, the license plate is impressive, and his relationship with President Su must be good. Cause trouble? What trouble am I causing? He came over on his own to replace Miss Jiang Wenwen to drink. Why should I? I can give you face. But why should I give him face? Even if he is close with President Su, so what? Ming Nantian replied coldly. President Su is not only the head of the Charity Association but also the chairman of our Jiangdu Chamber of Commerce. In Jiangdu, he is a big shot who can shake the whole city with a stump. We should not offend Wang Shang, Jiang Yingxue patiently advised. Upon hearing this, Ming Nantian was somewhat wary. He didn't care about the Charity Association, but he could not overlook the Jiangdu Chamber of Commerce. Having just returned from studying abroad for less than half a year, he had taken over part of the family business, and he was still in the familiarization stage. If he wanted to make a big move in the future, he would inevitably have to interact with the local business bigwigs. Although he looked down on Wang Shang and was quite displeased with this suddenly emerged brat who had ruined his chance with Jiang Wenwen, he could only slightly suppress his anger. What's this kid's background? He asked Jiang Yingsno in a low voice. Not too clear, but recently he's been getting close to my cousin Wenwen. According to her, he just bought a luxury house in Tianyue City the day before yesterday, and then a luxury car yesterday. Every day, he's throwing money around like it's nothing. I suspect he must be from a business family or involved in some secret investment, making quite a bit of money. He's part of the new rich class in Jiangdu, with plenty of cash flow. Jiang Yingsno whispered, sharing her speculation and judgment. New rich class, so he's just got some dirty money, huh? Fine, let's just play along with him. Suddenly, Ming Nantian became interested, a sly smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You're going to drink with me instead of Jiang Wenwen, right? He looked at Wang Shang, his eyes filled with mockery. That's right. I've only known her for a short time, but since a friend is in trouble, I have to step up and help. No problem. I'll drink first. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Shang raised his glass, half a glass of red wine, and downed it in one go. With that, Ming Nantian found it dull and felt embarrassed to continue drinking with Jiang Wenwen. His original intention was to take advantage of the drinking opportunity to launch an attack on Jiang Wenwen, hoping to gradually get her drunk for better chances. Unfortunately, he didn't get his wish. Jiang Wenwen was a good girl, not touching a drop of alcohol. Throughout the party, everyone was drinking, eating, and chatting. With Wang Shang nearby helping Jiang Wenwen, she was well protected and didn't have to deal with the scheming Ming Nantian. But seeing this scene, Jiang Yingsno felt unhappy. She had invited Wang Shang here to foster friendship and get to know a new rich friend. She called her cousin Jiang Wenwen over to let her interact more with wealthy people, hoping she could marry into a rich family in the future. This would benefit their Jiang family as well. Unfortunately, now, because of Wang Shang's presence, Jiang Wenwen's interaction with Ming Nantian had become difficult. I must have your cousin, don't play tricks, think of a way to let her be alone with me. Soon, Ming Nantian found Jiang Yingsno. Oh, tired of playing with me, now thinking about my cousin? You men are really fickle, all the same. Humph, don't say that, you were quite happy when you were with me. Besides, aren't you thinking about that? Fine, come on. The two hid in a corner, flirting with each other. Then, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, they slipped into a room and got entangled together. The room was very intense. Fortunately, this was a super luxury house, and the soundproofing in each room was particularly good. Ming Nantian was very enthusiastic, going all out. He had just seen the stunningly beautiful Jiang Wenwen, so pure and lovely, and he was already very impulsive. Thus, he channeled all that impulse onto Jiang Yingsno. This guy clearly intended to take down both Jiang Yingsno and Jiang Wenwen one after the other. Jiang Yingsno was used to various flings, having started in her teens, with countless men, averaging one a month. But just 2 months ago, she had started playing with Ming Nantian. However, it was just for fun, a casual fling. Ming Nantian was no saint either, he was even more of a player. Since returning to the country, relying on his identity as the young master of the Ming family, he threw parties every day, inviting models or internet celebrities to his home, playing wildly. If such a playboy got his hands on Jiang Wenwen, he would definitely not cherish her, and she would only end up harmed. So, from the very beginning, the king noticed that this guy Ming Nantian had a wicked intent reflected in his eyes, especially those deep dark circles. Such scum can harm women who are willing to be harmed, but don't even think about harming good girls, otherwise, there will be no mercy. Ming Nantian and Jiang Yingxue had a fierce exchange for a while before they walked out of the room, straightening their clothes, and made their way to the living room. Several rich young masters and wealthy young ladies were gathered together, chatting and laughing about various wines, gourmet food, luxury goods, and the current stock market and business news, etc. Jiang Wenwen had no interest in this at all. She felt completely unable to fit into such a circle and didn't understand why her cousin had brought her here. Was it just to accompany the king? Or was it to let her interact with that notorious scoundrel Ming Nantian? She had heard plenty of bad rumors about him. If it weren't for the fact that this was her cousin's place, she wouldn't have come at all. Since we have nothing to do, how about going out for a race? Suddenly, Ming Nantian suggested. A wealthy young master stood up and responded with a smile. Sure, sounds good. Let's go then. Several rich young masters and young ladies chimed in, all expressing their agreement. It's already past 11, and there's a newly built elevated highway on the outer ring of Jiangdu that hasn't opened yet. I have someone over there, we can go have some fun and race. Another rich young master said, raising his wrist to check his Rolex submariner. Great, Chen Xiao, you're awesome. Zhang Xiao, Lin Xiao, let's set off. Miss Wu and Miss Tong, let's go together, your beloved cars are here, just in time to have some fun. Just as the group of wealthy young masters and ladies were about to head out, Ming Nantian deliberately turned back to look at the king and mocked, King, are you coming? Before the king could respond, he waved his hand and sneered, forget it, you'd better not come. How can you compare with us racing cars? The worst we have is a Porsche 911, which accelerates to 100 in just over 2 seconds, leaving your Cullinan in the dust. Ha ha ha, isn't that right? The Cullinan is okay for off-roading, but racing? Forget it, don't invite him, it's embarrassing to be here, we're not even in the same league. Cousin, you all go ahead, I'm going to leave with the king, Jiang Wenwen said, appearing completely uninterested, not because she wasn't interested in cars, but because she had no interest in this group of people. Of course, she liked cars, especially luxury cars. People who love cars, whether boys or girls, are all the same, everyone has a dream of owning a luxury car. The pursuit of speed, the desire for speed, the dream of speed. Jiang Wenwen, aren't you coming with us to race? I can save the passenger seat in my Lamborghini for you. Ming Nantian's gaze fell on Jiang Wenwen as he pulled out his car keys to show off. This was the key to a Lamborghini Aventador, exquisitely crafted, with the bull logo, so cool. Generally, a Lamborghini sports car costs over 10 million, and the top-tier Aventador can reportedly exceed 50 million. Ming Xiao's Aventador was bought last year for 20 million, specially airlifted back from abroad. It's super cool and stylish. I don't know how many girls want to sit in Ming Xiao's Lamborghini. Yeah, what a stunning car. It's even cooler than my Ferrari 458. It can compete with my Pagani. Several wealthy young masters who loved luxury cars began to compare and praise each other. No thanks, Ming Xiao, I'm going home. Jiang Wenwen firmly rejected Ming Nantian's invitation. King, what about you? Don't you want to compete with us? Your Cullinan, just bought, should be taken out for a spin. Although it will probably lose badly, it's better than not daring to participate and shrinking back, right? Of course, if you insist on not playing with us, racing a bit instead of competing, then forget it. Can't afford to play? Ha, ha ha ha. Ming Nantian laughed mockingly. Exactly, can't afford to play. I heard our Wang Xiao is the new rich class in Jiangdu, very wealthy. Exactly, so wealthy that even if he loses this race, he can buy a sports car later and race us again to win it back. If you can't afford to play, then just forget it. A few rich young men began their cold mockery of Wang. Wang knew they were trying to provoke him. Zhang Wenwen could see it too and lowered her voice, saying, Wang, don't listen to their nonsense, let's go. It's late, can you take me home? I'm a bit tired. Don't you really like cars, especially luxury sports cars? Suddenly, Wang asked. When he took her to the dealership to buy a car, she knew a lot about cars and could easily share various trivia. So, Wang had long seen that Zhang Wenwen was a girl who appeared cold but was warm inside, with a wild dream of luxury cars, eager to experience the thrill of speed. So why not have some fun? I do like them, but your Cullinan isn't really suitable for racing, Zhang Wenwen muttered softly. It's fine, if you like it, then let's go have some fun with them. Wang smiled. Really? Zhang Wenwen's eyes lit up. She was also considering Wang's face, not wanting him to take the Cullinan to race against other sports cars. Since he said so, it wouldn't be bad to see the world. Since Wenwen wants to go, I say Wang, just take your Cullinan and join us for some fun. Don't let everyone down, just do it for my sake, okay? Zhang Yinxue seized the opportunity and said with a smile. She could see the expectation in Zhang Wenwen's eyes and deeply understood that Ming Nantian wanted to win over her cousin, so she aimed to play matchmaker. Alright, I'll go with you, Wang reluctantly agreed. Immediately, Ming Nantian's eyes brightened, and he exchanged glances with Zhang Yinxue. This pair of dog lovers seemed to have colluded, their little schemes clicking together. Zhang Yinxue only thought of using her distant cousin Zhang Wenwen, who was far from the Zhang family's core, as a bargaining chip, selling her off as a favor to build a good relationship with the Ming family. They arrived at the parking lot. Wang opened the door of the Cullinan and got in. Zhang Wenwen sat in the passenger seat, while Ming Nantian and the others got into their respective sports cars. Two rich young ladies who had come in sports cars quickly changed their shoes, swapping high heels for sneakers, their long legs stepping into the driver's seat, ready to set off. Suddenly, Wang became excited. You drive, Zhang Wenwen. He got out of the driver's seat and left the spot for Zhang Wenwen. Ha, me drive? That's right, you drive. Your driving skills are better than mine, Wang smiled. This made Zhang Wenwen very happy. Being allowed to drive was something she, who loved cars, was more than willing to do. Vroom vroom, roar roar. Soon, the sounds of various exhaust pipes and the roar of engines starting surged in waves, echoing in the parking area. Jiangdu, Outer Ring Elevated Highway. One by one, the sports cars crossed the main roads of the city, heading this way. After 11 at night, the traffic had decreased significantly, which is why some local street racers came out to race in the deep night. The traffic police would catch people, and although these rich kids had ways to resolve it, they still feared trouble. Only when the cars were fewer could they avoid fixed speed traps and race freely, minimizing the risk of getting caught. In the wealthy youth circle of Jiangdu, there is a group of people who are particularly fond of street racing, and at the forefront is Zhou Qiang, known as the king of street racing on the outer ring. This time, Zhou Qiang was among the guests invited by Zhang Yinxue to the party. Zhou Qiang and Ming Nantian have a good relationship. They are childhood friends and now are rising stars in the business world of Jiangdu, each inheriting part of their family's business, often spending time together and having fun. This time, Ming Nantian specifically called Zhou Qiang over, saying there would be beautiful women at Zhang Yingshue's house, and they could go out to have fun and race cars at night. As soon as street racing was mentioned, Zhou Qiang immediately agreed and brought along his most prized possession, a McLaren. It had been modified, and the cost of the modifications was reportedly higher than the car's original price. Besides the exterior, interior, and seats, the most significant changes were made to the power configuration, exhaust system, and engine, which had been altered to unleash over 800 horsepower, with a terrifying 0 to 100 acceleration time of just 2.5 seconds. The professional modification team was incredibly expensive, which clearly showed Zhou Chang's passion for racing and modifications, willing to spend money just to pursue speed and the thrill of racing. In addition to Zhou Chang's McLaren, there was Ming Nantian's Lamborghini, Chen Xiao's Ferrari 458, and Zhang Xiao's Audi. Hua's eldest daughter, the vice president of a high-tech company, drove a Porsche 911, while her friend, Miss Lin, the financial director of a company and also from a wealthy family, drove a Porsche as well. With more than a dozen luxury sports cars lined up on the elevated highway, at an entrance that was still under a security cordon, someone got out of the car to greet the person in charge, who removed the cordon, allowing them to drive in. Ming Nantian had arranged for someone to get them access to a newly completed but not yet officially opened elevated road, about 5 kilometers long. While this length was a bit short for racing, it allowed them to exit the elevated road on the other end and enter the winding mountain roads in the outskirts, where there were almost no restrictions or speed traps at night, and the road conditions were excellent, perfectly flat, allowing these sports cars to run wild and race freely. Wow! Woohoo! Oh yeah! So cool! More than a dozen wealthy young men and women parked their luxury sports cars in a row, cheering and screaming. They were getting ready for a race. They opened their car doors, rolled down their windows, and for the soft-top cars, they opened the roofs, feeling the night breeze, looking at the sky, the distant night view of Jiangdu, and then at the track they could race on, filled with excitement. Each one was thrilled and exhilarated. For this race, the route is set. We start from this elevated road all the way to the winding road of Hongshu Mountain in the northern suburbs, and the finish line is at the top of Hongshu Mountain. Whoever reaches the finish line first wins. At this moment, Zhou Qian laid out the rules. To be honest, he had driven that winding road of Hongshu Mountain many times. In the street racing circle of Jiangdu, they often used it as a racetrack. So, he felt he had a definite advantage. San Shang, you're practically a semi-professional driver, and you're familiar with the road conditions, while we are not, especially since we have a few young ladies here. Shouldn't the girls also compete with us in speed? Ming Nantian said, feeling a bit frustrated. Whenever there was a race, there had to be a winner and a loser, and competition was inevitable. Ming Nantian was a very competitive person, but with Zhou Qiang around, he knew that wanting to be the first to reach the finish line was almost impossible. So, he started looking for excuses. How about this? If I, Zhou Qiang, don't get first place, I'll give each of you $1 million. If I do get first, you each give me 100,000. The odds are 10 to 1. That should be acceptable, right? Zhou Qiang squinted and thought for a moment before speaking. Alright, I won't drive this McLaren anymore. I'll take someone else's car. Whoever has the lowest configuration and the slowest acceleration, I'll drive theirs, and they can drive my McLaren. That should work, right? Everyone exchanged glances. 100,000 against 1 million. It was indeed 10 times. Moreover, he was giving up his McLaren, akin to a martial artist trading in their sharpest weapon for the dullest. This way, everyone could see the chance of winning. The suspense suddenly arose. Everyone's opponent was Zhou Qiang. As long as they didn't let him take first place, everyone would earn money, each person, 1 million. Good. I agree. Agreed. Everyone expressed their approval. Alright, then let's get ready to start. Soon, more than 10 cars roared to life. The sound was deafening, echoing through the heavens. The combined price of these sports cars was over 100 million. Indeed, the rich young masters and ladies were spending lavishly on their racing cars. Where's Wang Sheng? Still behind, like a snail. Should we wait for him? Let's wait. The rules say if Zhou Qiang takes first, he has to give him 100,000. Just as everyone was preparing to start the race, someone asked about Wang Sheng, because Wang Sheng's Cullinan hadn't arrived yet. Finally, the Cullinan slowly drove over from a distance and came to a stop. Zhou Qiang, Ming Nantian, and the others lined up their more than 10 sports cars, ready to start the race. The Cullinan, however, parked far behind, at least 100 meters back. If it started from there, it would be 200 meters behind. Wouldn't that just increase the gap? Hey, Wang Sheng! Ming Nantian leaned out of the car window and shouted back. It wasn't Wang Sheng driving, it was Jiang Wenwen. Hearing the shout, Jiang Wenwen drove closer to the others' cars. Since Jiang Wenwen was the girl Ming Nantian wanted to pursue, everyone turned off their engines again, waiting for Ming Nantian to clarify things with Jiang Wenwen. Jiang Wenwen, are you driving? Then let's set the rules for this race. Seeing Jiang Wenwen in the driver's seat of the Cullinan, Ming Nantian was momentarily stunned, his eyes revealing envy, but upon seeing Wang Sheng in the passenger seat, he was instantly filled with disgust. That brat was lazily sitting in the passenger seat, looking at Jiang Wenwen with admiration, as if he were admiring a beautiful piece of art. At that moment, a sour feeling rose in Ming Nantian's heart. Jealousy. The goddess he longed for was in someone else's car, being stared at by that brat. It wasn't originally me driving, it was Wang Sheng who asked me to drive. Jiang Wenwen said timidly, no matter who is driving, since you're here, the Cullinan must join the race. Let's clarify the rules. Drive straight down this road, then enter the winding road of Hongshu Mountain, all the way to the top. Whoever reaches the top first wins. We're all racing against Zhou Qiang, because Zhou Chang's driving skills are the best. He's practically a semi-professional driver. He'll drive the slowest among our sports cars. If Zhou Qiang takes first place, each of us will give him 100,000. If he doesn't take first, he gives each of us $1 million. 100,000? Hearing Ming Nantian's explanation, Jiang Wenwen was stunned, utterly surprised. 100,000. How could she afford that much money? So, she couldn't play such a game at all. A race is a race, I have no objections, but, suddenly, Wang Shang lazily added. But what? Ming Nantian asked in surprise. Zhou Qiang, who had already swapped cars with a rich young master, was just about to get into his car when he heard Wang Shang's puzzled remark, pausing his steps and looking over with interest, his gaze landing on Wang Shang. If you don't want to play and aren't willing to bet 100,000, then you don't have to play. No one will say anything to you, just drive away yourself. Zhou Qiang sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. There was even a hint of disdain. He had a good relationship with Ming Nantian, but he couldn't understand why Ming Nantian was so intent on pursuing Jiang Wenwen. Besides, there was also that kid, Wang Shang, who wasn't even part of their circle. 100,000 or 1,000,000 was nothing for the rich kids in their circle. They could easily come up with it. But for others, it wasn't so simple. Moreover, he knew that Jiang Wenwen wasn't even a core member of the Jiang family. She was just a relative, merely a real estate salesperson. How could a girl of such status possibly afford sports cars worth hundreds of thousands or millions? And how could she handle a bet of 100,000 or 1,000,000? Was it just because of that unknown brat, Wang Shang? Let's be clear. What do you mean by that? Ming Nantian glared at Wang Shang, anger in his eyes. Oh, how boring. 100,000 or 1,000,000, just a small game. Wang Shang lazily waved his hand, looking utterly disinterested. Humph, you think 100,000 or 1,000,000 is too little? Wang Shang, it seems you really are wealthy, huh? You find our stakes too small, so tell me, how do you want to play? Ming Nantian smiled leisurely, looking at Wang Shang as if he were a fool. He found it ridiculous, truly laughable. This kid wanted a girl to drive for him. Did he really think he could win? And he thought 100,000 or 1,000,000 was too little? Put. How about this? At least 3,000,000 is the stake. If I reach the top of Hongshu Mountain first, each of you gives me 3,000,000. If I'm not the first, then I'll give each of you 3,000,000. Wang Shang said with a relaxed smile, looking confident. 3,000,000 as the stake, and it was a total payout. With 13 cars present plus Wang Shang's Cullinan, there were 14 cars in total. The performance of the Cullinan, whether in acceleration or handling, couldn't compare to a sports car, because the Cullinan wasn't a sports car at all. 3,000,000? 3,000,000. Ha 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 ha. Our dear brother must have had his brain squeezed by the door. He actually wants to race us to the top of Hongshu Mountain. That's hilarious. Just burning money. Even if he has top-notch handling, driving a Cullinan, he won't catch up to our amazing supercars. Catching up is hard for you, let alone catching up to our Zhou Xiao. Purely foolish. Can he even come up with tens of millions? Don't listen to his big talk. There are plenty of people these days writing empty checks. Wait. Hurry up and prepare the money. With so many of us, 3,000,000 each is a big number. By the way, what if you back out later? A group of rich young masters and young ladies laughed. No one thought Wang Shang was serious. Ming Nantian keenly seized the opportunity to step on Wang Shang, so he asked him seriously what would happen if he backed out. Wang Shang smiled calmly. Of course I won't back out. We can record a video, everyone shows their faces, clarifying the stakes of the race, saying 3,000,000. If I reach the top of Hongshu Mountain first, then each of you gives me 3,000,000. If you can't do it, then I'll give each of you 3,000,000. These days, with the internet so developed, this video can be sent out directly, shared on social media, on Douyin, etc. With the video as evidence, I believe you rich kids are all reputable people who wouldn't back out over a mere few million and lose face. The same goes for me. I also care about my face and reputation. After hearing Wang Shang's words, everyone realized that this guy was serious. He was even going to record a video as evidence. If he backed out, it would be a huge embarrassment. Good. Very good. With your word, Wang Xiao, you are a man. Ming Nantian immediately agreed, smiling and giving a thumbs up. He knew very well that this kid had finally fallen into the trap step by step. I'll make you pay for both the lady and the soldiers. 3,000,000 per person, with more than 10 people, that's 30 to 40 million. Humph. And Jiang Wenwen, seeing you lose face, she will definitely be disappointed in you. At that time, my opportunity will come, Ming Nantian thought proudly. Soon, everyone started recording videos as evidence. In this circle of rich young people in Jiangdu, the prominent young masters and young ladies all showed their faces, making solemn promises. Then, everyone sent it out, to their social media, local forums, Tieba, public accounts, and Douyin. The competition was officially about to begin. Everyone hurried to their cars, starting their engines once again, ready to set off. As for Wang Shang, he appeared relaxed, leaning against the car door of Kalinin, smoking and exhaling clouds of smoke. You're really crazy. Your car, in terms of performance, can't even compare to their supercars worth millions. Besides, Your driving skills are just average, you're definitely going to lose. Throwing away so much money like this is too extravagant. Are you stupid? Don't mess around with them, hurry up and leave. Jiang Wenwen complained, scolding him. Moreover, she pulled his arm, wanting to get in the car and leave. Are you feeling sorry for me? Wang Shang revealed a charming smile, looking at the beauty before him under the night sky. Who's feeling sorry for you? They're clearly bullying you, and you're completely oblivious. You're such a big fool. She pouted and raised her hand to tap his forehead, looking exasperated. In fact, she really felt a pang of guilt. After all, she had brought Wang Shang to the gathering, and if he suffered a loss of tens of millions, that would be too much to bear. Stop flirting and hurry up. Suddenly, Ming Nantian, sitting in the supercar, glared at Wang Shang angrily and shouted, "You guys go ahead, I'll let you run a few kilometers first." Wang Shang waved his hand, looking unbothered. Ming Nantian, what the hell? Zhou Qiang, this kid is definitely crazy. Other rich young men, where does he get his courage? Young ladies, brain dead. Vroom vroom vroom. More than 10 supercars sped away, racing wildly on the elevated road under the night sky. Accompanied by the roaring engine sounds and the growl of exhaust pipes, the scene was very lively, giving a thrilling feeling. After all, these were supercars, and when they raced, it was all about speed and passion. Just right, they've all driven off. Let's hurry and leave. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Let's slip away. Don't let them make you lose money. That's tens of millions. Even if you have a lot of money, you can't waste it like that. Losing a bit of face is nothing. A real man can bend and stretch. Jiang Wenwen quickly advised. She thought Wang Shang would understand her good intentions, but she helplessly found that this guy still looked indifferent. How can I lose face? Wang Shang took out his phone and made a call. He looked at Jiang Wenwen very seriously and said, "In front of a girl I like, no matter what I lose, I can't lose face. Don't you think?" You. Jiang Wenwen's face turned red, and her forehead felt a bit hot. In front of the girl he liked, he couldn't lose face. Could this be a confession to me? Jiang Wenwen instantly froze in place, staring blankly at Wang Shang. His handsome face, the manly aura radiating from him, his unparalleled charm. It was infuriatingly captivating. Jiang Wenwen's heart raced, feeling like it was melting. Alright, my dear crew members, come over quickly. Since this area is an airworthy zone, once we arrive, drop the rope ladder. I'll bring a girl up. After saying this on the phone, Wang Shang revealed a confident smile. Jiang Wenwen looked even more confused. Earlier, she drove here with Wang Shang in the passenger seat. On the way, Wang Shang made a strange phone call. Something about Sikorsky, something about airworthiness zones. It was all very vague and fantastical. Jiang Wenwen completely didn't understand. Boom boom boom. Just then, in the sky not far away, lights flickered, and the sounds of propellers and engines shook the heavens and the earth. Accompanied by the unidentified flying object descending from the sky, the powerful vortex created by the spinning propellers even threatened to lift the surrounding trees off the ground. Finally, Jiang Wenwen saw clearly that it was a helicopter. The helicopter was getting closer, precisely positioning itself above the two of them, at a height of less than 100 meters. Dear Mr. Wang, we will arrange the rope ladder immediately. Please hold on tight. Dear Mr. Wang, did you receive this? The loudspeaker's voice rang out, echoing in all directions. Wang Shang certainly heard it clearly, standing still and waving at the helicopter above. A rope ladder was thrown from the helicopter, landing right in front of Wang Shang. He gestured at the helicopter, then without further ado, directly picked up Jiang Wenwen with one arm around her waist. Jiang Wenwen, still in a daze, had no idea what was happening, and she was already being lifted into the air by a strong, solid arm. Wang Shang, what are you? What are you doing? She was slightly panicked, but more excited and thrilled. The excitement of the unknown, along with a strange sense of stimulation. Hold tight, I'm taking you to the sky. Wang Shang smiled proudly, holding her with one arm while grabbing the rope ladder with the other. Now, he had top-notch fighting skills, super strong physical fitness, and terrifying muscle strength, so lifting a 100-pound girl while holding onto the rope ladder was no challenge at all. Soon, the crew on the helicopter pressed a button and began to pull the rope ladder up. Following that, the helicopter, which had been hovering in place, slowly moved forward. In less than a minute, Wang Shang successfully carried Jiang Wenwen into the helicopter cabin. Good evening, Mr. Wang. Good evening, Mr. Wang. Good evening, dear lady. Welcome aboard, Mr. Wang's private Sikorsky aircraft. The entire crew was honored to serve you both. Just as they settled in, apart from the pilot and co-pilot, the other crew members were very happy to greet Wang Shang and Jiang Wenwen. You've worked hard, now let's go full speed ahead and reach the top of Red Tree Mountain as soon as possible. Wang Shang glanced at the time and said with a smile. In the vast night sky, the helicopter soared, flying in a straight line, and would soon reach the summit of Red Tree Mountain. And there was the finish line of the competition. At this moment, Jiang Wonwon was completely stunned. A helicopter, a private plane. Oh my, what kind of extraordinary person have I met? So young, yet already owns a private plane and has a crew. What an extravagant life. Her heart was in turmoil, waves crashing within her. When she looked at Wang Shang again, her eyes held nothing but deep envy, aside from her astonishment. So, you are bound to win, confident in your abilities, and competing against them is because you have a private plane? Finally, she began to recover from her shock. Wang Shang smiled and said, no doubt about it. While Ming Nantian and Zhou Qiang are still playing with luxury cars and supercars, you are already playing with private planes? Exactly, to win against them, I must bring out my trump card. Unfortunately, I just bought this private jet not long ago, so I haven't had the chance to get my pilot's license yet. My temperament hasn't caught up, otherwise, I could fly it myself, Wang Shang said, scratching his head a bit awkwardly. Jiang Wonwon still hasn't caught up with his temperament. Is being so low-key really okay? The helicopter roared as it flew towards the peak of Hongshu Mountain. Wang Shang looked down at the pitch-black night sky. Below was an unopened road with a dozen cars speeding wildly, their headlights shining brightly yet appearing blurry. He was now in a commanding position, while others drove to the peak. He was flying there. Wang Shang, is this really appropriate? If we fly up now, will they not recognize it? At this moment, Jiang Wonwon voiced her concerns. The rules didn't say you have to drive. So, does it matter if I walk, drive, or fly? It only states that whoever reaches the peak first is the winner. As for how to get there, no one can interfere. Wang Shang revealed a sly smile like a fox. You really have a point. They indeed didn't specify that you must drive to the destination. Jiang Wonwon also laughed, amused by his cleverness. What a little trickster, isn't that so? Wang Shang smiled, enjoying the pleasure of riding in a private jet, comfortably sitting in his seat, sipping coffee, feeling utterly content. In less than 10 minutes, the Sikorsky helicopter arrived at the peak of Hongshu Mountain. There was no helipad at the top, so the helicopter had to hover in the air. The aircraft continued to descend, hovering just a few dozen meters from the peak, maintaining balance against the air currents created by the rotor blades. The noise was loud, the whirring of the rotor even louder. Mr. Wang, Miss Jiang, you can descend using the rope ladder. Wishing you both a smooth journey, a crew member politely said. Soon, the two safely and steadily descended using the rope ladder, arriving on the ground at the peak. What an exhilarating experience. Exciting. Jiang Wonwon, wearing a dress, found it a bit inconvenient. The strong wind inevitably lifted her skirt. Wang Shang held her, maintaining her balance and ensuring her safety, their contact growing increasingly intimate. Feelings, in such moments of closeness, quietly began to heat up. He really is so handsome, and so rich, with his own private jet. Moreover, he's so low-key. If it weren't for wanting to win this competition, and not being mocked by Ming Nantian and the others, how would he have brought out the helicopter? And most importantly, he seems to really like me. Under his protection, Jiang Wonwon felt waves of emotion, her face flushing with shyness, completely captivated. Such an outstanding guy is hard to find even with a lantern. Not long after, a modified BMW roared in from the winding mountain road, its powerful engine and deep exhaust sound echoing as it sped up to the peak of Hongshu Mountain. All the way, this BMW was truly impressive, having no rivals. It only lagged slightly in the first kilometer, but after 2 or 3 kilometers, it completely left everyone behind. Among more than 10 supercars, this BMW was the lowest in both price and performance. However, the driver of this car was Zhou Qiang, the king of street racing. His driving skills were no joke. With a beautiful drift, when he appeared at the peak, the exhilaration and excitement in his heart, the feeling of being far ahead, made him unable to help but sing How Lonely is Invincible in the driver's seat. How lonely is invincible? So lonely. But, wait, something's off. Why are there others at the peak? He had raced all the way here, leaving everyone else far behind. But at the top of the mountain, there were indeed 2 familiar faces. One was a man, the other a woman. The man was none other than the king driving the Cullinan. The girl was Jiang Wonwon. The two were embracing each other, looking sweet like a couple. Under the night sky, illuminated by the strong lights of the BMW, their figures and even their faces were incredibly clear. This can't be. Absolutely not. Could it be that I've encountered a ghost? Suddenly, Zhou Qiang in the car broke into a cold sweat, nearly scaring himself into wetting his pants. Squeak! An intense screech of brakes echoed from the mountaintop down into the valley. Zhou Qiang slammed the BMW to a stop at the roadside but dared not get out of the car. After turning off the engine, the headlights remained on. The roar of the engine ceased, and the noisy sounds from outside filled his ears. It seemed to be coming from the sky. So, Zhou Qiang in the car suddenly looked up. In the next moment, he was completely dumbfounded, staring in shock, because, suspended in midair, was a helicopter. The lights were flashing, bright and blinding, nearly dazzling his titanium alloy eyes. A helicopter? What's going on? He looked utterly dazed. Soon after, more than 10 supercars arrived at the mountaintop one after another. The sound of their engines roared in waves. Finally, all the supercars came to a stop at the roadside of the mountaintop. The beams of their headlights lit up the mountaintop as if it were daytime. Bang! Bang! The sounds of doors opening and closing. Zhou Qiang got out of the car, Ming Nantian got out, and more than 10 people followed suit. They looked at the king and Jiang Wanwan in utter astonishment. Now, I'm first, right? Looking at this group of bewildered rich young men and women, the king smiled leisurely, took out his phone, and recorded another video to post online. Don't worry, I've already recorded the video and posted it online. Right now, the video is quite popular. Ming Nantian was the first to step forward, staring at the king, then looking up at the helicopter hovering in midair. Why should you be first? Are you kidding? He asked angrily. Isn't it? What? Are you trying to cheat? The king's expression turned cold. Ming Nantian roared in anger. Who would have thought you'd actually use a helicopter? We're racing cars, not flying planes. Damn. Exactly. King, what are you doing? Everyone else is racing cars, and you're playing with a helicopter. That's not fair. Not fair. A chorus of accusations followed. Clearly, this group was siding with Ming Nantian. Even if it was unreasonable, they had to stand by him. Do you still have any shame? The rules of the race never stated that you must use a car. It only said that whoever reaches the top of Hongshu Mountain first is the winner. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward, presenting video evidence for everyone to see. Indeed, when everyone expressed their opinions earlier, they never said that a car was a must. Whether walking or flying, as long as one could reach the top of Hongshu Mountain first, that person would be the winner. No problem at all. Online, regarding the previous videos from Ming Nantian and Zhou Qiang, the late-night speed racing on the outer ring and the gambling nature of the competition with millions at stake had already stirred up a wave of popularity. Now, the video released by the king, showing the results of the outer ring speed racing where he used a helicopter to take first place, quickly climbed to the top of the local trending charts. Social media platforms like Moments, Kuaishou, and Douyin were buzzing with high engagement. A large number of shares, comments, and likes sent the popularity of the outer ring racing videos into wave after wave of peaks. Outer ring racing king Zhou Qiang. Isn't that Ming Nantian from the Ming family? Rich young masters racing, with supercars worth tens of millions. Impressive. Who is that guy? The first to reach the top of Hongshu Mountain, sending out the video. Isn't that the king driving the Cullinan? How did he get to the top of Hongshu Mountain so fast? How did he do it? Wow, look, there's a plane. There's a plane above the king. Could it be that they're flying at top speed, the first to reach the finish line? What a sneaky move. That was a dazzling display of skill. So extravagant, completely inhumane. Using a private jet. That's a brilliant tactic. What a show of godly operations. The king of street racing on the outer ring, Zhou Qiang, is about to cry. What the hell? The king of street racing on the outer ring. I'll crush you with my helicopter. I just love watching these rich kids get slapped in the face. Ha ha ha. Everyone took out their phones, checking the related videos and the buzz online. Not looking was fine, but once they did, Ming Nantian and Zhou Chang's faces had nowhere to hide. 3 million each. Let me count. There are 13 people participating in the competition, totaling 39 million. The king looked at the group with a calm expression, took out his phone, and displayed the QR code. You guys can scan it now. I'm waiting for the payment. Zhou Qiang looked at Ming Nantian, and Ming Nantian looked at the other rich young men and ladies. At this point, it was hard to back down. If they didn't acknowledge that the king came in first, it would be cheating. But if they did acknowledge it, then each would lose 3 million for nothing. Ming Nantian was the one who suggested it, using various provocations to get the king to join the competition, so he didn't mind taking a little loss. But what about the others? The others were dragged down by him, each losing millions. Besides the monetary loss, there was also the loss of face and the crushing of their intelligence. If they obediently scanned the code and transferred 3 million to the king, then this group would look like fools, toyed with by the king at his whim. Hurry up! I'm in a rush, waiting to take the plane. The king looked up at the helicopter still circling in the air, waiting for him. Ding! 3 million received. Ding! 3 million received. One by one, the rich young men and ladies could only admit defeat, swallowing their broken teeth and scanning the transfer. The king was smiling happily. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for your generous gifts. I brought out my private jet this time. Now I have money for fuel. Thank you, thank you. Money for fuel. Hearing the king say this, Ming Nantian and the others were so furious they were about to spit blood. Damn it, you took advantage of the situation, slyly skirting the edge of cheating, and now you're here bragging about having money for fuel. What kind of person is this? It's just infuriating. Thanks for your support, thank you. The king laughed at everyone, almost ready to fly with joy, saying that to earn money, one must earn the money of the rich. Who wants to earn the money of the poor? That's so boring. Ming Nantian and the others wore smiles that said, as long as you're happy, since it was already like this, the money had been transferred, and making a fuss was useless, frowning would just seem too dull. In reality, smiling on the outside, cursing on the inside. Goodbye everyone. Next time there's a speed game, remember to say in advance that we can only drive to the top of the mountain, so I can buy a high-performance supercar to play with you. Bye. Soon, the king embraced Jiang Wenwen, grabbed the rope ladder, and with the helicopter rising continuously, the rope ladder pulled up, disappearing from the astonished gazes of the crowd in no time. Damn it! I can't believe he played us. He tricked us. Damn! I'm so pissed off. Ming Nantian, Zhou Qiang, and the others were cursing angrily. Zhang Inxue, where did you find this bastard? He played us and left us in a terrible situation. Exactly. Zhang Inxue, you could have just sent your cousin, but you brought this big weirdo? Such despicable and shameless tactics, using a helicopter, damn. Zhang Inxue, are you this guy's undercover agent? They quickly directed their anger towards Zhang Inxue. Zhang Inxue wanted to cry without tears. She regretted it to death. Originally, she thought about bringing the king over to get to know such a new noble, who knew that behind him, there might be a very powerful background? Who would have thought that bringing him here would completely destroy the harmony of this circle? So many rich young masters and ladies had been taken advantage of by him. Back to the starting point. She looked up as the helicopter flew away, and the king climbed into the co-pilot seat of the Cullinan, still letting Jiang Wenwen drive. This round-trip flight felt like a dream to Jiang Wenwen. It was so wonderful and thrilling. I didn't expect that not only can you afford a mansion worth millions, but you also have a private jet. How much does that plane cost? Jiang Wenwen, driving, asked in amazement. The king smiled indifferently. It's not too bad, just a few tens of millions. Goodness, a few tens of millions. Just like that. Jiang Wenwen nearly jumped out of her seat upon hearing this. She tried hard to calm herself down, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Could this super rich guy not be so low-key? In fact, the king hadn't finished speaking, because the tens of millions were in US dollars. Seeing Jiang Wenwen's shocked expression, he decided to keep it to himself. They returned to the city, at the entrance of Jiang Wenwen's neighborhood. Beautiful Miss Jiang Wenwen, we've arrived, please get out of the car. The king prepared to get out and take over the driving himself. Jiang Wenwen nodded but felt a bit resentful. The perceptive king noticed this immediately. He began to reflect on whether he had done something wrong. It's already 2 in the morning. If I go back now, I'll definitely wake my parents. Jiang Wenwen said, feeling frustrated. And I told my parents earlier that I was sleeping at my best friend's house tonight, not coming home. Not coming home. Not coming home? Not coming home. The king suddenly felt as if his soul had been struck. At that moment, he realized he was too much of a straight man, simply a big fool. The girl had already hinted at this point, if he didn't get it now, he would be doomed to a lonely life. Not coming home? Should I take you to your best friend's house then? The king bravely asked again. Jiang Wenwen was both anxious and angry. What time is it? How can I go to my best friend's house now? Then what do you suggest? Should we go out and book a room? But I didn't bring my ID. Did you bring yours? The king spread his hands, looking helpless. Jiang Wenwen lowered her head, blushing. I didn't bring it. If she had known it would develop to this point, she should have brought her ID. How careless. The king felt a wave of regret. Look at the Cullinan. It's so big. Did you forget that the back seat can be reclined? Suddenly, the delicate Jiang Wenwen blushed, her voice trembling slightly as she shyly said, Right. The king suddenly realized. He quickly opened the co-pilot door, got out, and opened the back door, climbing in. Jiang Wenwen followed him in. The back seat was indeed spacious and roomy. Plus, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan had an incredibly stunning starry sky ceiling, with super cool romantic ambient lighting. The two couldn't help but lie down, enjoying the starry sky ceiling of the Cullinan. Now that the mode has changed, not only can we see the starry sky ceiling, but we can also switch modes to become a meteor ceiling. Jiang Wenwen was scrolling through her phone, and being particularly interested in cars, she discovered this new feature of the vehicle. There was a small button to adjust the mode, located somewhere on the ceiling. When pressed, sure enough, the starry sky ceiling filled with brilliant stars transformed into one where meteors occasionally streaked across. So beautiful. This car is truly amazing. The king looked at the car, then at her. Lying on her side, Jiang Wenwen's short skirt inadvertently rode up a bit, revealing her long, snow-white legs. Truly, an extra inch would make her look plump, and a little less would make her look thin. Those legs had perfect lines, not too fat, not too thin, just right. Under the enchanting atmosphere of the starry sky, the beauty was like jade, flawless from head to toe, a perfect work of art. This car has beautiful lines, with an unbeatable silhouette, and it's obviously a new car, a first-hand one, particularly fragrant and charming. Just look at these genuine leather seats, they feel so comfortable. Wang Shang exclaimed. Luxury cars are like beautiful women. Beautiful women are like luxury cars. Suddenly, Jiang Wenwen turned to him, initially thinking Wang Shang was praising the car, but their eyes met. In each other's gaze, there was an infinite affection. An ambiguous atmosphere fermented within the car. In such an intimate space, a man and a woman drew closer, entangled little by little. You are in me, I am in you, love runs deep, yet neither spoke of it. The beauty of the world, the relationship between a man and a woman elevated to its peak. Jiang Wenwen buried her face in his arm. From now on, I will be yours, you can't bully me, she whispered softly in his ear. Don't worry, Wenwen, my woman. After a moment of lingering intimacy, Wang Shang drove the car to the underground parking lot of Tianjua City, as the roadside at the community entrance wasn't very safe. Tianjua City had tight security, and the property management was top-notch. Holding Jiang Wenwen's hand, Wang Shang arrived at the entrance of the duplex luxury apartment he had bought. After unlocking it with a fingerprint and facial recognition, they entered. Darling, I'm going to take a shower and rest now. Jiang Wenwen reluctantly let go of his hand, her tenderness boundless, and her smile was incredibly sweet. After their physical intimacy, their relationship became very close. Once that layer of window paper was pierced, many things became clear. All right, there are plenty of bathrooms, feel free to choose. This apartment will be our love nest from now on. Watching her walk towards the bathroom in her scant attire, Wang Shang kissed her and said with a smile, "Ha!" Jiang Wenwen was momentarily stunned. Then, her face lit up with joy. Really? She exclaimed, hugging Wang Shang tightly and giving him a peck on the forehead. Originally, this apartment was bought for my parents to enjoy their retirement. But now, since you got here first, it's yours. We can change the name on the property deed to yours later. Wang Shang had already decided this. What about your parents? Jiang Wenwen quickly asked. I'll buy them another one, preferably a villa type, spacious enough so they don't have to climb stairs or take the elevator. I believe they would be more comfortable in such a house, Wang Shang replied with a smile. He had thought it through. High-rise apartments were suitable for young people but not for the elderly. Isn't there a very professional villa community in the eastern part of the city? Tomorrow, take me there, and we can look at houses together and buy a 2- or 3-story villa, Wang Shang said. Jiang Wenwen nodded vigorously. A wealthy super-rich person can buy whatever house they want. Full support. You need to pay attention to buying the villa. Help me pick a good one for my parents. You're the expert in this area. Leave it to me. Jiang Wenwen said with a cheerful smile. Drip, drip. The sound of splashing water came from the bathroom. Jiang Wenwen went to take a shower. Wang Shang also took a shower, and afterward, he lay in bed, enjoying a sweet sleep. With a beauty by his side, even his dreams were fragrant and sweet. He slept from around 2 or 3 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon. When Wang Shang got up, Jiang Wenwen had already finished washing up, dressed, and was ready to go to work. After being pampered, her complexion was rosy, and her figure seemed even more alluring. This was the benefit brought by the love between a man and a woman. These past few days, she had been relatively free, as she had just sold a house for several million, earning a commission of tens of thousands, and the pressure of performance for the month had suddenly disappeared. Of course, that several million house was bought by Wang Shang. Then today, she was going to see the villa in Tianjua City in the east of the city, to greet her colleagues over there. Several colleagues were waiting for her like they were waiting for a living Buddha, eager for her to bring clients over. In recent days, her leaders had been very polite to her because she could sell houses, and her performance was outstanding. Moreover, there was hope that she could sell a luxurious villa soon, which was worth several tens of millions. So now, her working hours could be quite casual. It was simple, having good performance was the way to go. I'm off to work now, you can sleep a bit more, just call me if you need anything. Jiang Wenwen put on her high heels and left for work. Alright, baby, I'm counting on you to support me, haha. By the way, you should take my Cullinan. Okay. Watching his woman leave for work with such vitality, Wang Shang felt like a kept man, comfortably enjoying a lazy moment in bed. Being rich was great. You could do whatever you wanted, and as for work, it had completely become irrelevant to him. Beep, beep. His phone rang. It was a voice message from Zhou Yuqi. Brother Wang Shang, what are you busy with? Why aren't you coming to the supermarket today? He pressed play to hear what Jo Yuchi had said. It turned out she was urging him to go to the small supermarket. He almost forgot about that. Wang Shang wasn't going to guard the store, he was going to drink beverages there and open caps for rewards. He discovered that drinking beverages elsewhere wouldn't give him the chance for cap opening rewards. Only in his small supermarket could he get that opportunity. After a while, Wang Shang didn't have a car to drive since Jiang Wenwen took the Cullinan. So now, he could only take a taxi back to the small supermarket. More than 10 minutes later, just as Wang Shang got out of the taxi, he heard a commotion coming from the small supermarket. A crowd was gathered in front of the counter, staring at Jo Yuchi, who was standing behind it, with ill intentions. Today, Jo Yuchi was dressed beautifully and innocently, in a cute short skirt paired with white canvas shoes, perfectly fitting her current identity as a college student. The aura of youth was so strong. Every gesture of hers was filled with sweet and gentle charm that made one's heart flutter. Originally, while she was guarding the store, the passing customers were pleasantly surprised to see such a beauty. However, today a few uninvited guests arrived. A group of unruly young men, with colorful dyed hair and tattoos on their necks, arms, and thighs, were whistling at Jo Yuchi. "Hey girl, you're so pretty. Who told you to guard the store here? Beauty, let's add each other on WeChat. Hey beauty, how old are you? How much do you earn in a day? I'll pay you, come hang out with us at the bar. I know this little beauty. Isn't she the girl from the Zhou family in the back alley?" Among the group of young ruffians, a skinny young man with shifty eyes recognized Jo Yuchi. "Sanmao, is that you? We were in the same class in elementary school." Jo Yuchi felt a bit scared. Now that a familiar face recognized her, a glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes. Since yesterday, some unruly drifters had been coming to buy things, deliberately trying to chat with her more. "What's Sanmao? This is our brother Mao. Sanmao brother." Another young man shook the gold chain around his neck, feeling proud. Jo Yuchi. Yes, it's Jo Yuchi. I didn't expect you to grow up so beautiful, tisk tsk. The young man called Sanmao stared at Jo Yuchi, gulping hard, drooling. Jo Yuchi. Nice name, I like it, ha ha ha. You can tell it's the name of a little beauty. Yuching little sister, come on, hang out with the brothers, we'll take you to have fun, drink, sing, dance at the bar, it's so much fun. Guarding the store here is so boring. Among them, a yellow-haired youth at the forefront, dressed in tight clothing and shining leather shoes, covered in tattoos with two large floral sleeves depicting a green dragon. On his left forearm, there was a cigarette burned the size of a coin. He leered at Jo Yuchi, as if he wanted to devour her whole. "I'm not going. Don't interfere with my work. You all go do what you need to do," Jo Yuchi said with a face full of disgust, feeling repulsed by these street-dwelling thugs. "Oh, little girl, are you getting a bit too cocky? Think you can just brush us off?" Suddenly, the yellow-haired youth with the cigarette burn on his arm changed his expression. He circled around the counter, preparing to grab Jo Yuchi. "Don't come over here. There are cameras. If you come any closer, I'll call the police." Jo Yuchi picked up her phone, ready to call for help. Slap! The yellow-haired youth swatted the phone out of Jo Yuchi's hand. Jo Yuchi's face changed, momentarily stunned. Since she was young, her beauty had attracted many disgusting men with ulterior motives, but none had been as brazen as this, ready to resort to violence. "Call the police? You dare to call the police? Do you believe I'll hit you?" The yellow-haired youth cursed fiercely, clearly furious at Jo Yuchi's earlier threat to call for help. "What do you want? Stay away from me," Jo Yuchi shouted, trying to attract the attention of passers-by outside the small supermarket. However, the supermarket was in a relatively remote area, and there weren't many customers coming in to buy things. Even if a couple of customers were about to enter, upon seeing a group of unruly thugs gathered there, they would simply take a detour elsewhere. In this day and age, it was hard to expect anyone to stand up for justice. "What do we want? Humph. Of course, it's you. Little girl, you don't have a boyfriend, do you? How about I be your boyfriend and let you taste what a man is like? Ha ha ha." The yellow-haired youth laughed lewdly. "Ha ha ha. Little girl, be our cigarette-burned brother's wife. From now on, you'll be our sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law sounds good." A group of thugs laughed wickedly, their evil eyes leering at Jo Yuchi. "Little girl, Jo Yuchi, right? Beautiful Yuchi, come, let your brother take a look at your little face." The youth known as Cigarette Burn Brother reached out his hand, grinning wickedly, preparing to make a move on Jo Yuchi. "Get away! You get away from me, bastard, beast!" Jo Yuchi shouted angrily, her eyes turning red with fury and panic. "You guys, block the door. No, no, no. Just close the rolling shutter. Dare to call me a beast? Damn! I can't take it anymore. I have to teach you little girls a lesson." Cigarette Burn Brother roared at Jo Yuchi, then turned to shout at the other thugs. A few of them quickly sprang into action. Just then, the hot-tempered Yoichi couldn't just stand by and watch as this group of thugs surrounded her. She grabbed a bottle of liquor from behind the counter and swung it hard at Cigarette Burn Brother's head. Cigarette Burn Brother was a streetwise tough guy, with some skills, and being a man, he found Yoichi's actions to be completely weak and slow. He easily caught the bottle and seized Yoichi's delicate white arm, his face filled with a lewd and vicious expression. "You little brat, you're asking for it." With that, he lunged toward Yoichi. "Help, help!" Yoichi felt herself falling backward, the evil demon in front of her pressing down like a mountain. Meanwhile, a thug was preparing to pull down the rolling shutter to close it, intending to carry out a group assault on Yoichi inside the small supermarket. Watching the rolling shutter door close slowly with a screeching sound, the light from outside diminished, plunging the small supermarket into an increasingly dark situation. Yoichi, pressed to the ground, saw this scene through the glass counter and fell into complete despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. As the shutter descended, the gap grew smaller, and the last beam of light fell directly on Yoichi's face, illuminating her tear-streaked, utterly sorrowful and desperate expression. Why was she suffering such a tragic fate? She thought of death. If she were to be tormented by this group of thugs, it would be better to seek her own end. But she was completely immobilized, nearly suffocated under the grip of a pair of rough, fierce hands. "It's over, it's completely over. Who can save me? Who can save me? Woo woo woo." Yoichi sank into ultimate despair. Bang! At that moment, a hand from outside the supermarket grabbed the closing shutter door. Then, the hand lifted up. It was a not-too-thick arm, clean and devoid of any tattoos, yet muscular and firm, brimming with strength. The thug responsible for closing the shutter was momentarily stunned and suddenly pulled down with all his might. However, the force from the hand outside was too strong. He could not resist it at all. With a loud crash, the entire shutter was forcefully pulled up from the outside. The small supermarket was once again flooded with light. The righteous light shone upon the earth. "You, who are you?" The thug in charge of the shutter stared blankly at the man who appeared at the door. "I am your grandpa." The man's expression was icy, his gaze filled with a murderous intent, like a death god descending into the mortal realm. Hiss! The young thug was taken aback, a chill running down his spine, making him feel cold from head to toe. For some reason, he felt particularly afraid looking at the man before him. "Scarface, someone is coming." He quickly turned back and shouted at Scarface, who was about to inflict violence on the poor Yoichi behind the counter. Who dares to ruin my good thing, Scarface? Damn!" Scarface exploded in anger, leaping up, his furious gaze directed at the man standing at the door. "Who the hell are you?" Scarface's expression turned contemptuous, as he thought the guy at the door was nothing special, just a bit handsome. "Wang Shang, brother Wang Shang." Suddenly, Yoichi, who had crawled up from the ground, struggled with all her might, hope igniting on her desperate face as she shouted excitedly. The newcomer was none other than Wang Shang. At this moment, Wang Shang strode in with great strides. Bang bang bang! During this time, several young thugs viciously punched and kicked at him, but unfortunately, they were all easily dealt with. Just a few close combat moves sent 3 or 4 thugs sprawling on the ground, howling in pain. Seeing this, Scarface was taken aback. "What the hell is going on? Didn't I say I'm your grandpa? How come you dog bastards have your ears stuffed with boogers?" Wang Shang's face remained cold as he surveyed the group of thugs, his mind filled with only one thought, to thoroughly deal with them. "Damn it! How dare you humiliate me like this? Go!" Scarface jumped out from behind the counter, pulling out a pair of metal knuckles from his pocket, putting them on, and launching a fierce attack towards Wang Shang. In response, Wang Shang stood firm. Possessing the world's top combat skills, he excelled in close quarters fighting in relatively small spaces. In terms of speed, reflexes, explosive power, in every aspect, he was top-notch. Therefore, dealing with these street thugs, who were merely a bunch of amateurs, was far too easy for him. Bang! As the scarred man charged in with a punch, he slightly sidestepped to avoid it, then reached out to grab the man's arm, pulling him with force. The scarred man crashed heavily into the wall by the door, his head bleeding profusely, a sight too gruesome to bear. Seeing this, the thugs were all dumbfounded. Wang Shang strode over, lifted his leg, and stomped down hard on the hand of the scarred man, who was rolling on the ground in pain. Crack! The metallic fist guard scraped against the floor, producing a sharp, piercing sound, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Because the scarred man was wearing metal fist guards, the pain of having his fingers stomped on was excruciating. Flesh and blood were a mess. Blood was everywhere. Ah! The scarred man screamed, writhing in agony. Such a brutal scene sent shivers down the spines of the young thugs. Where on earth did this guy come from? What are you still standing there for? Go! Get him! Beat him up! Damn it! Ah! The scarred man struggled on the ground, his face twisted in rage, shouting at the group of thugs. After a flurry of fighting sounds, many items on the shelves in the small supermarket were knocked over, goods scattered everywhere, and broken items littered the ground. The 7 or 8 thugs were all knocked down, rolling on the ground and crying out in pain. Wang Shang stood over the scarred man, effortlessly taking down these thugs, exuding an overwhelming presence. He dusted off his hands, took a pack of cigarettes from the counter, pulled one out, lit it, and began to smoke, looking quite pleased. The sight left the thugs in shock. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuqi, who witnessed everything, was dumbfounded. When did brother Wang Shang become so powerful? I haven't heard that he practiced martial arts. He's really strong. Her heart was filled with endless surprise and confusion. In her eyes, Wang Shang was so handsome, so effortlessly cool. He was the hero in her heart. Let's go. Go, go, go. At that moment, taking advantage of Wang Shang's smoking break, the scarred man struggled to get up, preparing to flee, signaling to his little brothers with his eyes and whispering. The 7 or 8 thugs, all injured, some with broken bones and others with dislocated joints, helped each other, looking like a group of down-and-out individuals, awkwardly retreating towards the supermarket entrance. Wait! Suddenly, Wang Shang raised his hand with the cigarette, flicked off the ash, and shot a cold, fierce glance at the group. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you think this is a vegetable market? Wang Shang said coldly. This isn't a vegetable market, it's a supermarket, but it's pretty much the same. One of the less injured thugs muttered under his breath. It's not the same. You bunch of scoundrels are just running amok. Wang Shang retorted, then approached Zhou Yuqi, asking carefully, Sister Yuqi, did they do anything to you? Are you seriously hurt? Are you feeling particularly uncomfortable? A series of questions made Zhou Yuqi a bit flustered. In fact, she was fine, although she had almost been harmed by that scoundrel. Wang Shang had arrived just in time, and she had only been a bit frightened. Okay, I got it. Before she could answer, Wang Shang nodded to himself. Listen up, this supermarket is mine, and this young lady is my employee. Now she has been bullied by you, injured both physically and mentally, and needs to go to the hospital for a full checkup. So, if this debt isn't settled, none of you can leave. Wang Shang moved a chair to block the supermarket entrance, took off his shirt, and stood there with a commanding presence, his muscles radiating terrifying strength. Are you out of your mind? Damn it! Ah! The scarred man roared in anger, cursing, but the next second, Wang Shang suddenly darted forward like a flash of lightning, instantly reaching the scarred man's side and delivering a heavy punch to his jaw. Bang! Accompanied by the screams from Scarface, several of his teeth were shattered, and his mouth was filled with blood. His entire jaw was dislocated from the brutal beating, causing excruciating pain. Scarface! This! Damn! Scarface! This scene terrified the other thugs, who gasped in panic, each one of them drawing in a sharp breath. It was too frightening, too horrifying. Just moments ago, the king had launched a sudden attack with such speed that they couldn't even see what had happened before Scarface was left with a mouthful of blood and broken teeth. Consequently, these thugs dared not move. The intimidation was strong. The reason for such overwhelming intimidation was, of course, because he had just beaten this group of thugs like a god descending from the heavens. Scarface and his gang were afraid of encountering tough opponents, and the king was the toughest opponent they had ever faced, the most ruthless character. Big brother, let's talk this out. We were wrong. We shouldn't have come here to cause trouble. We're sorry. Please let us go. Scarface swallowed the blood, truly feeling like he was swallowing his shattered teeth, choking as he murmured, Did I let you go? The king snorted coldly. Scarface dared not defy him. No, I didn't let you. If you didn't let me, then you all stay put. What's wrong? Is the air conditioning in my supermarket not good enough? Or is the floor not comfortable to sit on? Get your act together. The king swept his gaze over everyone. The thugs all stiffened, not daring to breathe. The accounts will be settled one by one, the king said leisurely, slowly continuing. 7 or 8 pairs of ears perked up to listen. You, Scarface, right? I broke your teeth and injured your hand. How do you plan to settle this account? The king first approached Scarface. Fear filled Scarface's eyes. He hadn't checked the almanac before leaving home today and had encountered a god of death. How could he dare to argue? He quickly forced a smile and said, No need, no need. I deserve the beating. No need for you to compensate, big brother. That won't do. The king said seriously, taking a box of band-aids from a shelf and stuffing it into Scarface's arms, saying, Here, take these band-aids as medical expenses. Is there a problem? Scarface looked speechless. The other thugs were all in a daze. You beat us up and left us bleeding. Can band-aids really help? What, is it not enough? The king asked coldly, his expression quickly turning icy. It's enough, completely enough. Thank you. Scarface shivered in fear and quickly nodded. Alright, A whole box of band-aids as compensation for you and your brothers, consider it settled. The king nodded in satisfaction to himself. So, can we leave now? Scarface hurriedly asked. Not so fast, the king said leisurely. Haven't we already settled the matter? Scarface and the thugs were all confused. Since we've settled your compensation, now we should properly discuss compensating for the losses to my little supermarket and the losses suffered by my employees, the king said earnestly. Scarface was on the verge of tears. All right, big brother, you say it. How do we compensate? I took a look at my goods. There are 2 boxes of liquor, 9 bottles of vinegar, 5 packs of instant noodles, over a dozen bags of salt, and more than 20 packs of seasoning. All right, there are also 2 cartons of eggs totaling 60, along with disposable cups and bowls. I estimate that these goods aren't worth much, maybe around 2,000 yuan. The king said slowly. I'll pay the 2,000. Scarface quickly interjected, as he just wanted to get out of there quickly, his body in pain from multiple fractures and dislocations, making him feel like he was about to break down. No rush. The king's gaze fell on Joyuchi. It's not over yet. The compensation amount hasn't even been mentioned yet. My employee, Miss Joyuchi, was bullied by you, and her clothes were dirted and torn. She just bought a limited edition summer dress from Chanel yesterday, costing over 30,000. Moreover, you scared her so much that she will have psychological trauma for life. She needs to go to the hospital for a full checkup and see a psychologist. All these expenses will add up to at least 100,000, right? So, all in all, you need to compensate Miss Joyuchi 130,000. Wang Shang said calmly. 130,000. Yanba felt like he was going to die. 130,000 is way too much. He trembled all over, clenched his fists, but then relaxed, his eyes filled with endless grief and anger, yet also helplessness. This group of thugs finally understood that in this situation, they were the fish on the chopping block, and Wang Shang was the butcher. They were thugs and bullies, part of the underworld, but unexpectedly, Wang Shang was even more ruthless than the underworld. Is 130,000 a lot? Fine, let me calculate it for you in detail. Wang Shang said coldly. All right, 130,000, I accept. At this moment, Yanba hung his head, resigned to his fate, as the saying goes, when under someone's roof, one must bow their head. He was afraid that Wang Shang, this calamity, would keep adding to the amount. That would be the end for them. Chanel's limited edition summer collection? What is that? Joyuchi was confused, suddenly realizing that Wang Shang was extorting this group of thugs. The dress she was wearing was actually just a cheap knockoff, costing a little over 100, not some luxury brand worth tens of thousands. All right, pay up. Wang Shang casually brought over the QR code for payment from the supermarket and placed it in front of Yanba. What does this mean? Yanba trembled all over, gritting his teeth in pain, struggling to speak. Pay? What do you mean? Can't you see the payment code? Hurry up, Wang Shang said impatiently. Yanba's face instantly turned into a bitter melon, and he said pitifully, Big brother, don't do this. 130,000, not just 13. I don't have that much money. Can you give me a few days to gather it? Wang Shang said firmly. No way. If you don't pay, you won't be able to leave here. Yanba thought for a moment and said, how about this, big brother? My brothers and I will scan whatever we have and give it to you. If it's not enough, we'll gather the rest and bring it to you. How does that sound? Wang Shang knew that for these street thugs, over 100,000 was not a small amount. If he really forced them to pay, they wouldn't be able to come up with it. All right, you guys hurry up and scan. Transfer whatever you have, and if it's not enough, go gather the rest. Okay, quick, hey, come here and scan. And Dewey, hurry up. Yanba felt like he had been granted a reprieve and quickly took out his phone to scan and pay. In the end, they managed to gather about 7 or 8,000. The remaining over 120,000 would have to be owed for now. Wang Shang was not vague at all. He immediately wrote a promissory note, had Yanba sign it and leave a fingerprint, and recorded the entire process on video as evidence. Remember, you have 3 days to gather the money. In 3 days, I must see the remaining 122,000 transferred, or else you know what will happen. Wang Shang put away the promissory note, his gaze sweeping over the group of thugs, and coldly said, you can go now. Thank you. Yanba and the others hurriedly left, as embarrassed as they could be. A group of people suffered such a defeat, got beaten up, lost face, and incurred a huge loss. The leader, Yanba, took his little brothers to a private clinic for treatment, too afraid to go to a big hospital. Shang-gu, we got beaten up badly. Shang-gu. Soon, Yanba made a phone call. In the small clinic, there was a chorus of wails. Dealing with the wounds is very painful, and I also have to realign the fractured and dislocated parts. there's no way to use anesthesia, so this process is as torturous as it gets. Not long after, a McLaren supercar, accompanied by the powerful roar of its engine and the explosive sound of its exhaust, arrived at the entrance of a small clinic tucked away in a winding alley. A young man got out of the car and quickly dashed into the clinic. Brother Chang. As soon as the young man entered, 7 or 8 thugs, including one with a scar from smoking, hurriedly called out, "Ah Chang, what have you been busy with lately?" The owner of the clinic, a man in his 50s, felt a bit intimidated upon seeing the young man and awkwardly exchanged pleasantries. The young man called Brother Chang was none other than Zhou Qiang, the one who drove the McLaren and raced on the streets. He was also a playboy in the local rich kids circle. There was another layer to his identity, and it was precisely because of that layer that the clinic owner felt fear. Those who have been in the underworld for a long time know, even if they are not clear, they have heard of an organization called the Four Dragons Society in Jiangdu's underground forces. The Four Dragons Society is the largest underground force in the area, very powerful, with a vast membership and strong influence. Zhou Qiang is a member of the Four Dragons Society, and not just an ordinary lackey. He is a mid-level figure in the organization. It is said that his family has had intricate connections with certain underworld forces for a long time. The scarred thug and these other ruffians all followed Zhou Qiang. Now, seeing his little brothers beaten to such a state, especially the scarred one, who was Zhou Chang's most valued subordinate, he felt a surge of furious anger rising in his eyes, his fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking. "Who did this?" he asked in a low, cold voice. The scarred thug hurriedly replied, "Brother Chang, please calm down, don't get so angry. This time we ran into tough opponents, not easy to deal with. Our brothers got hurt, just consider it a loss, let it go." "Let it go? Is there such a thing as letting it go with me, Brother Chang?" Zhou Chang's anger intensified at the scarred thug's words. In fact, the scarred thug said this intentionally, using a provocation tactic, the best way to provoke Zhou Qiang to the maximum extent so that he could use the most ruthless means to deal with that one kid. "Hurry up and make it clear," Zhou Qiang roared. Thus, the scarred thug and the others had no choice but to recount the events in detail. They omitted how they bullied the young girl Zhou Yuqi and how they flaunted their power, instead focusing on how they were brutally beaten by Wang. After hearing their account, Zhou Qiang was very surprised. That guy is called Wang? What does he look like? He wondered if he had misheard. What a coincidence, could it be the same one? Here, it's this kid. One thug took out his phone. He had secretly taken a photo in a small supermarket earlier, which clearly showed Wang's face. It was one thing not to look, but once he did, Zhou Qiang was dumbfounded. "Brother Chang, what's wrong?" the scarred thug quickly asked, sensing something was off. "It's him, damn, it really is him." Zhou Chang's tightly clenched fist slammed hard against the wall. "Brother Chang, do you know this kid?" The scarred thug looked astonished. "Of course I know." Zhou Qiang gritted his teeth, speaking fiercely. "Know him? How do you know that bastard?" The scarred thug's face twisted in disbelief. "Just yesterday, your brother Chang, was racing with a group of rich kids in the circle. Do you know the Jiang family?" The Jiang family in Jiangdu, one of the prominent families, the young lady of the Jiang family, Jiang Yingxue, brought along a couple of people, and that guy was Wang. Damn, he actually raced with us. What the hell? Zhou Chang's anger grew with every word. "Brother Chang, you are the king of racing in the outer ring. Anyone who races with you is just humiliating themselves." The scarred thug flattered him. Zhou Qiang coldly replied, "You can even use idioms now? Stop flattering me. I lost. We all lost to that kid." "Damn, do you know why?" "Ha, lost? Isn't that something?" Scarface was taken aback. "Why, Brother Chang?" a thug hurriedly asked. Zhou Qiang took a deep breath. Even now, he felt it was a tremendous humiliation, his heart filled with unwillingness. "Damn it, we were racing, and that son of a bitch actually used a private plane. Damn." As soon as he said this, Scarface and the group of thugs were all dumbfounded. "Racing with a plane. Can you even call it racing if you're in a plane? Damn it, at first, it wasn't made clear, it had to be a car. It only said whoever reaches the finish line first wins. Damn. Just this little oversight was caught by that son of a bitch, using a private plane to beat us. Damn, it made us lose 3 million each." Zhou Qiang gritted his teeth in anger. "It seems that son of a bitch is too infuriating. Damn, it's like he rubbed your intelligence into the ground." "Brother Chang," Scarface said angrily, "what are you talking about?" "Damn." Zhou Qiang slapped Scarface on the head. I was wrong, Scarface quickly apologized. Zhou Qiang sat down, and Scarface came over to hand him a cigarette, which he lit. "Alright, you owe him over 100,000, and I lost 3 million to him. New debts and old debts together. Damn it, we must make that little bastard pay," Zhou Qiang said in a low voice. "Are we really going to send him over 100,000? Scarface trembled. send it to hell. Just wait, we'll set a trap for him to fall into, and when the time comes, I'll make him spit out all the money and pay me back double. Joe Chang's eyes rolled, flashing with a terrifying ferocity. How do we do that? Scarface leaned closer to Joe Chiang, eager to listen. Like this. Joe Chiang lowered his voice again. The conspiracy in the small clinic began. Meanwhile, in the small supermarket, Wang Shang had just dealt with a group of thugs and bullies, and together with Shoyuchi, they cleaned up the store and the floor, continuing business. If it weren't for her personal experience, Shoyuchi would never have believed she could witness such a spectacular scene. The incredibly handsome Wang Shang smashed a group of thugs. It felt like a movie. Wang Shang, are you alright? She walked over, concerned, grabbing Wang Shang's arm, looking him over. I'm fine, Wang Shang smiled and shook his head. So many people were hitting you alone, I was so worried. It was terrifying, those bad guys were like demons. If you hadn't come in time, I don't know how things would have turned out. Boo-hoo! Shoyuchi thought about it and felt scared, unable to hold back her tears again. Wang Shang gently patted Shoyuchi's shoulder, softly comforting her. Yuchi, don't be sad, and don't be afraid, it's all over now. Those thugs won't dare to come back, so don't worry. Though he said this, Wang Shang was still worried. This time, he had come in time, using violence to counter violence, dealing with those bastards. But what if there was a next time? After thinking for a moment, he quietly left the supermarket and secretly made a phone call. Is this the Civil Affairs Bureau? Yes, how can I help you? Oh, it's like this. I am Wang Shang, who recently planned to set up a charity foundation. Wow, it's Mr. Wang Shang. I've heard so much about you. Hello. We were just about to ask you how your consideration for setting up the charity foundation is going. Yes, I wanted to discuss this matter. I want to set up the charity foundation in my supermarket. How should we proceed? That's very simple. We can arrange for someone from the Civil Affairs Bureau to come over right away. What is the address of your supermarket? 32, Renha Avenue. Alright, we will coordinate personnel immediately. Besides the Civil Affairs Bureau, colleagues from other departments will also come over to help establish the foundation's office right in your supermarket, making it convenient for you to handle some matters. That's exactly what I mean. By the way, my foundation involves several $100 million in charitable funds, so we need to have strong security. That's a must. I'll contact the relevant departments right away to recruit some reliable and capable professional security personnel for you, all of whom will be retired special forces, so Mr. Wang can rest assured. That's good. After the call, Wang's anxious heart finally settled down. About an hour later, dozens of people from several departments, including the Civil Affairs Bureau, arrived at Wang's small supermarket to assess the situation and make arrangements. The supermarket was indeed too small, but as a charitable organization, a small office would suffice. They could set up an office in the vacant space at the entrance of the supermarket, hang up a government-approved sign, and it would be fine. Wang Charity Foundation Jiangdu Office. It was officially established. For Wang, this was an important moment in his life. This scene left Shoyuchi in a daze, and the nearby neighbors were also wide-eyed in astonishment. When did Wang, the down-and-out young man who couldn't find a job and was stuck at home guarding the store, become the president of a charity foundation that attracted so many leaders and dignitaries from the city? It was unbelievable. Thus, the entrance of the small supermarket became extraordinarily lively for a moment. Leaders from various departments and authorities rushed over to congratulate the establishment of the Wang Charity Foundation office. Wang was undoubtedly the head of the office and also the president of the foundation. With the government's involvement, they quickly recruited 2 retired Special Forces personnel to serve as security guards at the Charity Foundation office, responsible for safety and security work. Wang paid them salaries from the charity fund, and additionally, to celebrate the establishment of the charity office, he approved a charitable scholarship project on the spot, allocating $10 million to purchase supplies such as documents, backpacks, and computers to be delivered to impoverished students in several poor counties near Jiangdu City. This project was the first charitable initiative of the foundation, personally overseen by Wang, who would fully participate in and supervise the procurement of materials to ensure that all charitable funds and supplies reached the hands of the needy students. Most importantly, with retired Special Forces personnel standing at the entrance of his small supermarket, those thugs and delinquents would have to take a detour. The establishment of the Wang Charity Foundation caused quite a stir among the surrounding neighbors. In response, Wang naturally had to provide a reasonable explanation. He had long since communicated with the heads of the relevant departments, and the current reason given to everyone was that he had won a super lottery prize and used part of the funds to establish the foundation. Therefore, the charity he wanted to do was genuine charity, helping those who truly needed help, rather than like some rural celebrities who became famous and made a lot of money, with everyone in the village coming to borrow money as if it were their right, and not paying it back. To prevent such situations, Wang felt that the idea of establishing a foundation was truly excellent. The neighbors all praised him for his good fortune, saying he had struck it rich by winning the lottery. Brother Wang, you're amazing. You've made a fortune and are still thinking about helping those vulnerable groups in need. You're truly my idol. I admire you so much. Zhou Yuqi clasped her hands to her heart, looking like a little fangirl. Just standard procedure, Wang replied with a calm smile. Oh, the Wang Charity Foundation? Impressive. Which family's charity foundation has actually opened here? A crisp voice came from nearby. Wang and Zhou Yuqi, standing inside and outside the counter, turned to look in the direction of the voice. A very beautiful girl, dressed casually in a shirt and jeans, walked over gracefully, her figure captivating despite her simple attire. Wasn't it Jiang Wenwen? Wenwen, what brings you here? The king smiled brightly and generously introduced Zhou Yuqi. Yuqi, this is my girlfriend, Jiang Wenwen, the one I told you about. She works as a real estate consultant in Tianyue City. Wow, hello, miss. You are so beautiful. Zhou Yuqi's eyes lit up as soon as Jiang Wenwen came into view. She couldn't take her eyes off her. Who says only men like to look at beautiful women? Women do too. Thank you, you are very pretty as well. Jiang Wenwen instantly took a liking to this sweet, cute, and pure little sister, as if she were seeing her younger self from school days. Wenwen, please sit down. I'll go make some tea. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Wenwen gently sat down, looking at the small supermarket and then at the newly hung sign for the foundation's office, feeling quite curious. Why did the foundation move its office into your supermarket? Jiang Wenwen asked in surprise. Sister Wenwen, you don't know? This foundation is run by Brother Wang, Zhou Yuqi said with a smile. What? He runs it? Jiang Wenwen was stunned. Wang Shang brought over a cup of tea and smiled. Yes, I was just bored, so I started a foundation for fun. You really are full of surprises. Jiang Wenwen was a bit flustered. I just happened to have some spare money, so I founded a foundation to help those in need, like impoverished children. Wang Shang took a sip of tea and said with deep emotion, I just love doing good deeds, I can't help it. Jiang Wenwen didn't know what to say. Although she was his girlfriend now, she was just a girlfriend, not a wife, and had no right to dictate how he spent his money. Alright, I support you. Do more good deeds and accumulate virtue. Jiang Wenwen expressed her agreement. If you can support me, that's great. Wang Shang looked delighted, thinking that his choice wouldn't be recognized by her. It seemed he had overthought it. Jiang Wenwen was indeed very supportive of him. By the way, Sister Wenwen, where did you buy those jeans? They're so beautiful, and the fit is amazing. Right next to the central supermarket at the clothing market. The two girls chatted happily. Wang Shang, having nothing to do, suddenly remembered that he hadn't used his 1 yuan exchange yet. So he stood up, walked to the shelf, grabbed a bottle of drink, and opened the cap. A flash of golden light appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 1 yuan exchange opportunity. Would you like to use it? Use it. Ding! Host has used the 1 yuan exchange opportunity. Current wealth value. You have received the status of the third largest shareholder of the Lin's Hotel and Catering Group. You have obtained 12.8% of the shares of the Lin's Hotel and Catering Group, valued at 1.98 billion. Lin's Hotel and Catering Group, third largest shareholder, 1.98 billion in shares? Oh my! Although Wang Shang had mentally prepared himself for the astonishing wealth rewards that would come after the 1 yuan exchange, he didn't expect this time it was a reward of shares. Moreover, it was shares worth nearly 2 billion right off the bat. Just as he was immersed in this and savoring it, a phone call came in. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Wang Shang? Yes, dear Mr. Wang Shang, we are the largest asset management institution in Jiangdu, Jicheng Trust Company. You have now obtained 12.8% of the shares of the Jiangdu Lin's Hotel and Catering Group, valued at 1.98 billion. Where are you located right now? I am at the Wang Charity Foundation office, specifically at No. 32, Renha Avenue. Okay, we will arrange for a professional lawyer to come over immediately to assist you in signing the equity contract and other matters. Alright, I'll wait for you. Wang Shang hung up the phone. As for the 12.8% of the shares valued at 1.98 billion, would it be under his name? That was certain. After the previous rewards, he was now very calm, because the system had already arranged everything for him. All he needed to do was wait to sign. A small office was specially set up at the entrance of the supermarket, about 10 square meters in size, furnished with a desk, a sofa, and a coffee table, suitable for receiving guests, having tea, and discussing matters. But that wasn't the most crucial part. The key point was the 2 security guards standing at the entrance, both over 6 feet tall, standing straight as if they were carved from stone, with sharp, focused eyes. They were both skilled fighters, capable of handling 7 or 8 opponents without breaking a sweat. "Hello, boss." "Hello, boss." When Wang Shang walked over, the 2 security guards quickly greeted him. "You've worked hard. You can take a break, don't be too serious. It's fine to stroll around nearby, just don't wander too far when the guests arrive," Wang Shang said. The 2 guards shook their heads in unison like robots. "No way. We must fulfill our duties and live up to this job." Then, they continued to stand like soldiers on guard, particularly imposing. Before long, a Toyota Alphard business vehicle pulled up. The car stopped by the roadside, the door opened, and 7 or 8 people got out. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a suit, around 40 years old, looking very energetic, with short hair and a capable demeanor. The middle-aged man held a document bag in his hand, followed by several others, both men and women. A young assistant took out his phone and just made a call when the middle-aged man immediately stopped him. "No need to call, it's right in front." Sure enough, the middle-aged man had keenly spotted the sign for the Charity Foundation's office right in front of the supermarket. He adjusted his collar and walked in confidently. "Hello, is Mr. Wang Shang here?" "That's me." Wang Shang, just settling into his office chair, smiled in response upon seeing the visitor. "Wow, so you are Mr. Wang. I didn't expect you to be so young. Truly impressive." The middle-aged man offered a timely compliment. This flattery made Wang Shang feel good, yet he remained clear-headed. "You came to see me for something?" "Oh, right, Mr. Wang, we were just in contact over the phone. I'm from Ji Chang Trust. Your shares in the Lin's Hotel Catering Group are currently managed by our trust company, and we need you to sign some documents." "Oh, so it's you." The middle-aged man and several assistants presented their work credentials and took out some contracts. Moreover, a professional legal team had also come along. They were there to serve Wang Shang. Involving shares worth nearly 2 billion from the Lin's Hotel Catering Group, this was a significant asset. Generally speaking, managing such personal assets can be particularly troublesome, but handing them over to a professional asset management and trust institution can save a lot of hassle. Wang Shang only needed to periodically listen to the professional team's reports on the management of the shares, the profit and loss situation, and then sign some documents, ensuring everything was in order. Professional asset management institutions and trust companies profit by managing various assets and financial businesses, and someone like Wang Shang is undoubtedly a super big client. They must provide the best service and the highest quality of professionalism to help him manage his assets. Wang Shang had attended university and had some knowledge of finance. Although he wasn't a professional, he could still communicate with them. The final outcome left him very satisfied. He continued to let Ji Chang Trust manage his equity assets and agreed to a certain percentage of the asset profits as a commission for the trust company. If there were any losses, the trust company would be fully responsible for compensating the losses. This way, Wang Shang completely occupied an invincible position, because he thought that if he managed the equity assets himself, he might earn more, but it would be troublesome and labor-intensive. It was better to earn a little less and let the trust institution also make money, saving himself the hassle. Besides, in the worst-case scenario, he would just not make any money, but the fundamental value of the equity assets would not suffer losses. Let the professionals do professional things. Wang Shang felt there was nothing wrong with that. After signing various agreements and documents, Wang Shang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now he also had multiple identities. The president of the Wang Charity Foundation, the owner of 10 office buildings in Wanhao Plaza, a VIP member of the private jet management department at Jiangdu International Airport, the owner of a Sikorsky private jet, a world-class fighter, the third largest shareholder of the Lin Hotel and Catering Group. He was thinking about what kind of scene it would be when his parents returned and learned about his identities. Would they be so surprised that they fainted? Looking at the calendar, his parents had agreed to return the day after tomorrow. He wondered if Jiang Wanwan had found a house in the villa area. After finishing his business and bidding farewell to the people from the trust company, Wang Shang came out of the Charity Foundation office and slipped into a small supermarket. The two girls were still chatting excitedly. "Ahem, by the way, Wanwan, how's it going with the house hunting I asked you to help with?" Wang Shang asked. Jiang Wanwan slapped her forehead. "Look at me, I forgot the main thing." Immediately, she took out a document from her bag. Inside was information about the floor plans. The villa area in Tianyue City had been open for several years and was a very mature villa area, considered one of the highest-end villa areas in the city. The housing prices there were not cheap, after all, they were villas, with high prices and high taxes. Overall, a 2- or 3-story villa with front and backyards, around 300 to 400 square meters, would cost 8 to 9 million, and with various deed taxes, it would exceed 10 million. Jiang Wenwen briefly explained the housing prices, the structure of the villas, the building area, the styles of the front and back gardens, and the interior decoration. Currently, there are only 3 houses left in the villa area. The layout and location are very good. All are 3-story villas with underground garages, each around 450 square meters, with 2 front and backyards included, and they are all finely decorated, with a total price of around 13 million. 13 million for a house, oh my. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqi was extremely surprised, her eyes wide open. Brother Wang Shang, are you going to buy a villa for over 13 million? She couldn't believe what she was hearing. It felt like a hallucination. She knew Wang Shang's situation. Their family only had this small supermarket, and the old house was on the verge of collapse, waiting to be demolished but hadn't been yet. How could he have that much money? Even if he won the lottery and started a charity foundation, he couldn't just casually buy a villa for over 13 million. Yes, Yuqi, once I buy the house, you can come over to play, Wang Shang said with a smile. Zhou Yuqi was utterly astonished. It's actually true. Yuqi, you don't know, your brother Wang Shang is super rich. I don't know where he got so much money from. I even suspect that he was favored by some big shot who gave him billions to spend freely. Jiang Wenwen laughed. Zhou Yuqi murmured, no way, is it like in the movies where brother Wang Shang has a super rich uncle who has no descendants, and after searching everywhere, he found brother Wang Shang as his only blood relative and gave him billions to squander within a certain time? Isn't that just like the richest man in Zihongxi? I think it's possible. Jiang Wenwen leaned closer to Zhou Yuqi's ear and whispered. The 2 girls exchanged smiles, filled with curiosity about Wang Shang. Wenwen, let's go see the show house first. Okay. Soon, Wang Shang took Jiang Wenwen's hand and left the small supermarket to look at houses in the villa area. Watching the sweet interaction between the two, Zhou Yuqi felt a pang of envy, her heart a little sour. It was an unpleasant feeling. How outstanding Wang Shang was, rich, handsome, and so brave and cool. If only she could be Wang Shang's girlfriend, how wonderful that would be. After all, they had grown up together as childhood friends. She felt hopelessly infatuated with Wang Shang, but Wang Shang already had a girlfriend. Just thinking about it made Zhou Yuqi's eyes well up with tears, her gaze filled with deep resentment. Ding! A text message arrived on Wang Shang's phone. Your account ending in 2345 has received a payment. Note, Lin's Hotel Catering Group second quarter equity basic dividend, 125,646,000 yuan. Construction Bank. Sitting in the passenger seat of the car, Wang Shang looked at the message on his phone and counted. It was a total of over 120 million in equity dividends. And this was just the basic dividend, from the shares he held in Lin's Hotel Catering Group, for 1 quarter, not including the group's profit dividends. He roughly calculated that with the shares he currently held, if Lin's group continued to operate smoothly and based on past profit trends, he could receive around 700 to 800 million a year. This was the power of capital. With money, investing in sound assets, and targeting stable profit-making companies meant he could just sit back and earn dividends, especially since he was the 3rd largest shareholder in Lin's group, holding over 10% of the shares. With over 100 million coming in, plus the more than 50 million he had left, Wang Shang now had around 170 to 180 million in liquid funds at his disposal. As for the villa they were about to see, at most it would cost just over 10 million, and with the best renovations, it would probably be less than 15 million. This amount of money was nothing to Wang Shang. Comfortably leaning against the leather seat cushion, Wang Shang wore a relaxed expression, a smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What are you smiling about? Jiang Wenwen, who was driving, asked curiously. Wang Shang used his hands as a pillow behind his head and replied leisurely, I feel very happy to have such a beautiful girlfriend like you, Wenwen. It makes me so happy. Cut it out. Jiang Wenwen playfully chided, You, stop with that. You must be hiding a lot from me, and now that I suddenly ask, you just find some excuse to compliment me on my looks, thinking you can get away with it? No way, Wenwen, how could you think that of me? I'm genuinely complimenting you. You're really super beautiful. I even wake up smiling from dreams about you. What's wrong with smiling when I'm with you? It's perfectly normal. Stop it. Be honest, as a young man in your 20s, your family situation is quite ordinary, and I haven't seen any super rich relatives of yours, so where does your money come from? Jiang Wenwen had been looking for a chance to clarify these questions, and now that the conversation had reached this point, she simply asked outright. Wang Shang felt it was necessary to have a good talk with her. If they were just ordinary friends, there would be no need to delve deeper or explain many things. But Jiang Wenwen was not just an ordinary friend. She was his girlfriend, and her attitude clearly indicated that she wanted to understand his situation more deeply, which was perfectly normal. Wenwen, actually, I started out by winning a lottery, and then I invested in some stocks, funds, silver futures, and so on. A series of bold moves led to a windfall, and I guess I was just really lucky, favored by fate. After thinking carefully about how to phrase it, Wang Shang explained, I can believe you won the lottery, that's just good luck. But when you say you have a knack for investing, with futures, stocks, and funds, while they can yield high returns, they also come with high risks. Now you can make a lot of money, but who knows, there might be big losses in the future, so you should be more stable and not take too many risks. Dear, although I don't know exactly how much money you have already bought a house and are planning to buy a villa, which is beyond what 99.9% of your peers have achieved. I am already very satisfied. In the future, don't take too many risks with investments, just live a stable life. Can you take in what I'm saying? Zhang Wenwen said a lot. Wang Shang certainly listened. In fact, she meant well, hoping he wouldn't take risks, but rather seek stability and keep a low profile. By the way, did you say you were with me with the intention of getting married? Suddenly, Wang Shang asked this. Having experienced failed relationships before, to be honest, Wang Shang inevitably approached feelings with caution. When he asked this, Zhang Wenwen's expression turned cold, and she ignored him. Dear, are you angry? A look of concern appeared in Wang Shang's eyes. He felt he shouldn't have asked that. Who said I was with you to get married? I'm just after your house and your car. A multi-million mansion, a multi-million Cullinan. How many women can only dream of that? And for me, it's just a matter of spending one night with you. Zhang Wenwen's gaze remained icy, her expression emotionless as she spoke. Don't be angry, dear. I know you're just saying that out of anger, Wang Shang said with a smile. When it comes to feelings, no one can be clear. I like you for who you are, handsome and extraordinary, with an exceptional temperament, and of course, your wealth, luxury cars, mansions, and private jets. You are truly outstanding, and I fear I can't match you, that I can't hold your heart. As Zhang Wenwen spoke, her expression dimmed, and she looked very dejected. Wang Shang felt a pang in his heart and quickly comforted her. Dear, don't be like this. I've said it before, you are my woman, and I will be responsible for you to the end. I swear this here, if I go back on my word, may the heavens strike me with lightning. Stop it. Zhang Wenwen reached out and quickly covered his mouth. I won't allow you to speak such malicious words about yourself and bind yourself. Alright, Wenwen, my darling, let's go look at the villas. If you like them, we can buy a couple more, leave one for my parents, and then we can live in one ourselves, Wang Shang said with a smile. You. Zhang Wenwen was at a loss for words. She felt they were not on the same page. Didn't she just say to be stable, to keep a low profile, and not to spend blindly? How could he suddenly want to buy several villas? Okay, don't worry, darling, I know what I'm doing. Wang Shang gently patted her shoulder and said softly. Looking at his warm and affectionate gaze, Zhang Wenwen's heart melted, and she couldn't bear to criticize Wang Shang anymore, falling silent. Upon arriving at the villa area, Zhang Wenwen got out of the car and called her colleagues nearby. Soon, several real estate consultants in professional suits arrived. These consultants looked older than Zhang Wenwen, appearing to be experienced professionals who had been in the industry for many years. They interacted with wealthy clients daily, as those who came here to purchase properties were definitely not ordinary people. So, when they saw Wang Shang for the first time, they were somewhat incredulous. Could such a young person really have so much money to buy villas worth millions? Sister Zhang, Sister Chen, Sister Sun, this is my boyfriend. We agreed to come and take a look at the villas here. Since you are familiar with the area, please show him around, Zhang Wenwen said with a smile. Wow, Wenwen, your boyfriend is so rich. He's so accomplished at a young age. Yes, Wenwen, I'm really envious of you for finding such a young and wealthy boyfriend. Several real estate consultants laughed, their eyes filled with envy for Zhang Wenwen. Zhang Wenwen was overjoyed. After all, women are inevitably a bit vain. Seeing her colleagues look at her with such envy, how could she not be happy? To be honest, after coming into contact with many wealthy people, these women, whether in terms of perspective or lifestyle, would more or less undergo some changes. Women of her age might seek stability, a reliable husband, a house, a car, and children, which would be perfect. But that is merely the good life in the eyes of ordinary people. They, however, have higher demands, dreaming of living in big houses, luxury homes, villas, and driving luxury cars. Unfortunately, their own conditions make it difficult to get into wealthy families and connect with those rich people, while their inner greed for material things cannot be suppressed. Thus, some real estate consultants would take the wrong path, becoming mistresses for the wealthy or maintaining improper relationships with rich clients to seek benefits. So now, seeing a young rich man like Wang Shang, their eyes immediately lit up, and they began to plot. Mr. Wang, let's add each other on WeChat. You can ask me any questions about the houses. Mr. Wang, here's my WeChat, please add me too. I've been working in this villa area for many years. The first step was to quickly secure contact information. The second step was to take action. Mr. Wang, come with me, I'll take you for a tour of our villa area, check out the surroundings, and then we can look at the model houses. No, come with me, Mr. Wang. I happen to have several sets of villa keys, and one of them is beautifully decorated. A few older sisters were very eager and desperate, grabbing Wang Shang's arm, trying to take him away. Wang Shang looked bewildered. The mixed scent of their perfumes was not exactly pleasant. In any case, it was uncomfortable. Mr. Wang, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. I'm here to buy 2 villas, but the decision is up to my girlfriend, so please don't pull me around. I want a rest. Just take my girlfriend to see the houses. Wang Shang said. He was quite content and didn't want to be troubled. His words left the women feeling particularly helpless and awkward. Ahem. Zhang Wenwen, standing nearby, had a murderous look in her eyes, thinking, what are you older sisters doing? You want to find ways to chat up my boyfriend? That's not good, ladies. Wenwen, look, we're just joking with your boyfriend. Ha ha ha. Wenwen, I'm really envious of you. Look at how much your boyfriend dotes on you, buying 2 villas at once and leaving the house hunting rights to you. He completely treats you like a princess. With a man like that, Wenwen, you must have accumulated a lot of good fortune over 8 lifetimes. Zhang Wenwen felt bombarded. She had a good temper and smiled slightly, saying, all right, sisters, let's go see the houses now, okay? Sure, let's go. Meanwhile, Wang Shang was leisurely resting in the developer's office area of the villa community, sipping tea, enjoying the air conditioning, and feeling quite content. Coincidentally, someone recognized him. Hey, isn't that our old classmate Wang Shang? A voice with a strange tone came from not far away. Wang Shang was drinking tea, slowly putting down his cup and looking in the direction of the voice. It was a young man of similar age, carrying a shiny golden bag, adorned with gold chains and a small watch, and wearing a Gucci belt, swaggering towards him. With just one glance, Wang Shang recognized him. This guy was none other than his high school classmate Zhang Kaiheng. Back in high school, Zhang Kaiheng loved to show off. His family was in business and wealthy, always wearing various brand name clothes and using high-end products. Aside from loving to show off, this guy doesn't have many other major flaws. Zhang Kaiheng, ha ha, Wang Shang, what are you doing wandering around here? Come, have a smoke. Zhang Kaiheng walked over, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Wang Shang. Isn't this typical of a street punk? Wang Shang smiled as he took the cigarette and said, oh, I'm just accompanying a friend to stroll around here. By the way, old classmate, your family lives around here, right? Don't mention it. How could I afford to live in such a high-end place? Zhang Kaiheng quickly waved his hand, then leaned in and lowered his voice. The houses here, any one of them, fully furnished, costs over 10 million like it's nothing. What? So expensive? Wang Shang showed a look of surprise, actually just playing along with him. Isn't it? Zhang Kaiheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, not knowing what he was sweating for. Zhang Kaiheng, back when you were in high school, who didn't know your family was rich? You were the most ostentatious in class, everything you ate, wore, and used was top brand. If you can't even afford to live here, then who in our class can? Wang Shang laughed and complimented him. This seemed to strike a chord in Zhang Kaiheng's heart. He suddenly changed, pulling Wang Shang to sit down, taking a deep drag on his cigarette, his face full of weariness and disappointment. Old classmate, it's only because I ran into you that I'm willing to pour out a few words of bitterness from my heart. What's wrong, old classmate? Wang Shang quickly asked. My family is in the renovation business. After graduating from high school, I helped manage the business, but unfortunately, we've expanded too much in recent years and lost a fortune. Now I'm buried in debt. It's tough. I just came from a wealthy family, an old business friend, hoping to find a way out with him, and guess what? What happened? He didn't say much. I just sat down to have a cup of tea, and he filled my cup to the brim. Overflowing tea means to hurry the guest away. I understand that. Damn it, I slammed the door and left. That bastard was poor and destitute back then. If it weren't for doing a few deals with my family, would he be where he is today? Now he's thriving, and my family is down and out, and he won't even look at me. Really, old classmate, in this society, the friends you make, when people leave, the tea cools down. It's true. When you're doing well, a whole crowd surrounds you, but if you fall on hard times, whoosh, they all scatter. I really want to curse them. At this point, Zhang Kaiheng's eyes turned red, filled with anger and frustration, his mouth full of curses, clearly deeply hurt. Forget it, old classmate, just take it easy. In business, there are ups and downs, you can always make a comeback. After all, we're still young. Wang Shang patted his shoulder, trying to comfort him. Alright, old classmate, since you can listen to me vent, today I'm treating. It's rare for us to meet, let's have a few drinks together. Zhang Kaiheng smiled, feeling relieved, and said boldly, old classmate, don't blame me, I can't help you much, just a few comforting words. Wang Shang chuckled. Look at you, I didn't expect you to help me. I know your situation. I've heard from a few old classmates like Chen Weining and Xiaoyu that you graduated from university and are unemployed at home. guarding your family's little rundown supermarket, probably with pockets emptier than your face. Enough talk, let's go drink. Let me treat you to drinks, Wang Shang suggested. Get lost. I'm Zhang Kaihong, at least a prominent figure in the renovation industry in Jiangdu. Even if I'm down and out, I won't let an old classmate treat me to a meal. Stop talking, just come with me. Zhang Kaihan wrapped his arm around Wang Shang's and headed out. With such enthusiasm from an old classmate, Wang Shang had no reason to refuse. So he made a call to Jiang Wenwen, explained the situation, and told her he was heading out to drink with an old classmate, letting her finish her work and drive back on her own. Wang Shang, who are you calling? It sounds like your girlfriend? Yes, she's my girlfriend. She's in real estate and just happened to be here showing a client around. I came over to take a look since I had nothing to do, Wang Shang explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kaihang immediately became very cautious and said earnestly, Wang Shang, it's not that I'm being nosy as an old classmate, but your girlfriend is selling houses in such a high-end villa area, and she must be dealing with wealthy people. You really need to be careful and take good care of her. Don't let her get swept away by some rich guy. Wang Shang touched his nose and smiled. If this were in the past, he might have worried, but now, he felt no concern at all. Zhang Kaihang, I appreciate your concern and will be more vigilant, but it's fine. My relationship with my girlfriend is solid, so don't worry. I will definitely invite you to my wedding. That's great. I'm looking forward to celebrating your wedding. The two laughed and chatted as they left the villa area. Zhang Kaihang was driving a car. Although it was an Audi and a decent vehicle, it was somewhat old. Clearly, he had suffered losses in business in recent years and couldn't afford to change cars, but he had to drive something for business meetings, so he made do with the old one. Old classmate, your car is nice, the interior is pretty good, Wang Shang complimented as he got in. Men love cars, and they enjoy being praised for them. Unfortunately, Zhang Kaihan looked a bit dejected, patting the steering wheel and saying helplessly, Old classmate, I'm not bragging, but if I hadn't lost money in business, I would have already replaced this car with a Porsche or a Ferrari. It's a pity I don't have that kind of strength. Things will get better, don't lose heart, Wang Shang comforted with a smile. Old classmate, with you comforting me, I feel much better. Let's not talk about anything else, let's go have a good drink. Before long, the two drove into the city. Zhang Kaihang chose a pretty good seafood restaurant, and they went in together. They had agreed to have a couple of drinks, so Zhang Kaihang didn't hold back and ordered several expensive dishes, including seafood hot pot, abalone, and lobster, all of which were not cheap. He also ordered 2 bottles of Wolianye. Goodness, this meal roughly added up to at least several thousand. This showed that he truly valued their friendship. Zhang Kaihang tossed aside his handbag, bracelet, and gold ring, and when the waiter brought the food and drinks, he opened a bottle of wine without a word and poured for Wang Shang. We must not leave until we're drunk today. Cheers! Soon, the two began to indulge, enjoying the seafood feast and drinking heartily. Before long, Zhang Kaihang's face was flushed, clearly tipsy, and he was sweating profusely, yet he showed no signs of slowing down, continuously pouring more wine. Wang Shang was also getting dizzy, his face red and neck thickening, feeling like his throat was about to burst into flames from the hot pot and liquor. I can't take it anymore, brother. I need to go to the bathroom. Ha ha ha, go ahead. After a while, Wang Shang came out, taking the opportunity of going to the bathroom to settle the bill for the meal. Although he was low-key and didn't flaunt his wealth, encountering such a sincere old classmate and a brother who valued friendship, he felt he had to pay the bill, otherwise, it would be too unreasonable. By the way, waiter. When he reached the cashier, Wang Shang looked up at the waiter, ready to mention their table number to settle the bill, but before he could finish, he froze. Because, what a coincidence, he ran into an acquaintance. And this acquaintance just happened to be a high school classmate. Wang Shang recognized him very well. He was the class monitor from high school, Shen Yueming. How should one put it? Shen Yueming had performed well academically back in the day and was quite outstanding in many aspects. But there was one thing, the classmates didn't particularly like him. That was because he often used his position as class monitor to wield power, speak in a condescending tone, and frequently ran to the teacher's office to report on others. At that time, some teachers liked to extend classes, turning physical education into cultural lessons. The students were angry but dared not speak out, feeling quite resentful about such things. As the class monitor, Chen Yueming enjoyed playing the role of a righteous messenger, lecturing his classmates in various ways. Many students said back then that Chen Yueming was the teacher's pet. Later, Chen Yueming was accepted into a good university and, after graduating, started working at a company in Jiangdu. Unexpectedly, he ran into Chen Yueming there. Wang Shang, Chen Yueming, old class monitor. When the old classmates met, they instantly recognized each other. After all, one was the class monitor and the other was the most handsome boy in class. Such people have a strong presence, and even after many years, they could still recognize each other when they met outside. Old class monitor Chen Yueming, what are you doing here? Oh, I'm working here. No, strictly speaking, I'm here to check the accounts and inspect the situation. My main job is at the company's catering headquarters. I majored in finance at university, so I'm doing finance work now, Chen Yueming said seriously, adjusting his glasses habitually, looking quite refined. Director Chen, here's this month's bill for your review. At that moment, a cashier opened the computer page and showed it to Chen Yueming. Being called Director Chen brought a smile to his face as he sat up straight and said, "Okay, I'll take a look in a bit. You go ahead and be busy." "All right, Director Chen." Seeing this scene, Wang Shang smiled and complimented, "Chen Yueming, you're in a managerial position now. That's impressive." "Oh, it's nothing. When I joined the company, I was working alongside the director of the finance department. The old director retired a couple of years ago, and I just stepped up. It was also good luck," Chen Yueming replied with a smile. "Chen Yueming, I really envy you. You're so young and already in management." "Wow." Wang Shang nodded enthusiastically, showering him with compliments. In his heart, he thought, "Chen Yueming, you've reached this position without any issues. Back in school, you were the teacher's pet as class monitor, and now in the workforce, you're the leader's pet, just reaping the benefits, truly a consistent style." "By the way, Wang Shang, what are you busy with now? Where are you working?" After talking about himself, which he did without a trace of modesty, Chen Yueming asked about Wang Shang's situation. "Me? I graduated and then became unemployed, just hanging around at home, watching the store," Wang Shang replied honestly. "That makes sense. Your family has a supermarket, a family business you have to inherit. I really envy you for having a family business to rely on, making money while sitting at home, unlike me, struggling to work outside, relying solely on myself." Chen Yueming complained, subtly showing off while belittling Wang Shang. "What does sitting at home, using family resources, and guarding a small store count for? Meanwhile, I'm out working, dressed well, entering high-end places, and I'm part of a big company's management, young and promising. Old class monitor, don't joke about me. I become a useless person, just sitting at home, with no skills. How can I compare to you? Your job is so excellent, being in management. I think most of our old classmates can't possibly be doing better than you. You truly deserve to be the class monitor, just outstanding." Wang Shang praised him so much that Chen Yueming felt embarrassed to continue belittling him. At that moment, Chen Yueming was overjoyed. "By the way, where is the headquarters of the company you work for? What company is it? I still haven't figured it out. I'll come find you to hang out later," Wang Shang asked with a smile. "Oh, here, take my business card." Soon, Chen Yueming took out a business card from his shirt pocket and handed it to Wang Shang. Taking it over, the king took a closer look. Jiandu Lin's Hotel Catering Group, Catering Business Department, Finance Section, Audit Director, Chen Yueming. It wasn't a big deal not to look, but once he did, the king was a bit stunned. What a coincidence! It turned out that Chen Yueming was actually an employee of the Lin Group. The Lin Group was divided into the Hotel Business Department and the Catering Business Department, and Chen Yueming was the audit director of the Finance Section in the Catering Business Department. Such a position indeed reached the middle management level of the company, and at such a young age, climbing to this position showed that Chen Yueming had quite a bit of skill. "Wow, audit director, impressive," the king praised without reservation. This was not flattery, nor was it hypocrisy, he genuinely admired it. Because for the king, the work of financial auditing, facing so much data and accounts, could drive a person to collapse. It was simply unimaginable how to work. Moreover, he usually managed a small supermarket, counting accounts, and even that little workload felt tedious and headache-inducing. "All right, old classmate, you don't have to flatter me. By the way, what are you doing here? Eating with someone?" Chen Yueming asked with a smile. The king chuckled. "What a coincidence. I am indeed here eating with someone else. I just drank too much, so I came out to use the restroom. By the way, guess who I was drinking with? Another one of our high school classmates. How would I know?" Chen Yueming laughed. "It's Zhang Kai-hung. I just ran into him not long ago, and he insisted on dragging me to drink a couple of glasses. By the way, Chen Yueming, if you have time, let's go over together and have a drink," the king said with a smile. No, I still have some things to do. You guys go ahead and drink. I'll come over when I'm done." Chen Yueming patted the king's shoulder and said, "That's fine, you do your thing. You're in management, so you must have a lot to do. By the way, what room and table number are you at?" "This meal is on me." Chen Yueming prepared to show off a bit, but when the king mentioned the table number, Chen Yueming glanced at the bill and his expression changed slightly, because the bill showed a total consumption of over 5,800 yuan. That was nearly half a month's salary for him. If he really had to treat, he couldn't bear it. So after looking at the bill, he regretted it, because it was hasty. He shouldn't have mentioned treating without knowing how much it was. He originally thought that with just the king and Zhang Kaiheng eating and drinking, how much could it cost? At most a few hundred, but it turned out to be several thousand. By the way, Wang Shang, I didn't bring my card. Can I treat next time? He thought that if he spent this money unnecessarily and treated, his girlfriend would definitely beat him up when he got home, so he could only find an excuse. The king was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Old class monitor, you can pay with your phone now, no need to swipe a card. Besides, you're part of the management here, coming to check on the restaurant and treating to a meal is a small matter, right?" Faced with this situation, Chen Yueming found himself in a dilemma. If he didn't spend this money, it was one thing to save face, but if word got out in the class group later, he would have nowhere to put his face. But if he spent unnecessary money, that would really be, let's go, we should go drink first. It's been a long time since I've seen Zhang Kaiheng. I wonder what Boss Zhang is busy with now. Suddenly, he had a bright idea. He immediately put his arm around the king's neck and walked towards the dining table. Paying the bill? Of course, if he could avoid it, he would. He wouldn't be foolish enough to actually settle the bill and end up drinking nothing and eating nothing. The king secretly laughed. This old class monitor was quite shrewd. Just like before, he was calculating all sorts of little tricks, wanting to show off while not spending money. How unreasonable. But he saw through it without saying anything. Great, fantastic. Let's go drink first. The two of them arrived at the dining table. Seeing that old class monitor Chen Yueming had arrived, Zhang Kaiheng greeted him with a smile, exchanged a few pleasantries, and spoke little, as if he was hiding something. "Zhang, I heard your renovation materials business isn't doing too well. I'll see if I have any clients to introduce to you, so they can choose your company for their renovations." After taking his seat, Chen Yueming started chatting with Zhang Kaiheng. "Thank you," Zhang Kaiheng replied weakly, raising his glass, his face flushed. In truth, he knew this was just polite talk. He was well aware of Chen Yueming's true character. 3 years ago, when they were in high school, their classmates would occasionally gather, and Zhang Kaiheng, who was in business, was naturally very enthusiastic about these gatherings to expand his network and develop clients for his renovation company. But Chen Yueming was two-faced. He promised to bring clients to Zhang's company for renovations, yet he ended up taking them to a competitor. It wasn't a big deal at first, and Zhang Kaiheng didn't take it to heart. However, things later happened that made Zhang very unhappy. It turned out that Chen Yueming was quite shrewd and particularly greedy, maintaining close ties with a company that competed with Zhang's renovation business. While pretending to be close to Zhang, making various promises to bring clients for renovation projects, he ended up extracting some of Zhang's bottom-line prices, and none of the projects ended up being successful. Those clients eventually went to the competing renovation company. That company learned about Zhang Kaiheng's internal pricing and material costs from Chen Yueming, allowing them to gain an advantage and quickly causing Zhang's company to suffer significant losses. Zhang only learned about these insider dealings later. Chen Yueming received kickbacks from the other company. For every client he brought over, he earned a considerable amount of ill-gotten money. This kind of behavior was, to put it bluntly, deceitful and malicious competition, but it was beyond the reach of the law. Zhang Kaiheng had no evidence. It was entirely his own carelessness and misplaced trust in Chen Yueming. Zhang could only suffer in silence. To this day, he hadn't confronted Chen Yueming directly, partly because they were old classmates and he still valued that friendship. However, Zhang could no longer bring himself to say much to Chen Yueming. At most, they would exchange a few pleasantries when they met. If it weren't for Wang's presence today, Zhang definitely wouldn't have sat at the same table drinking with Chen Yueming. "Zhang, back in the day, you were the most impressive person in our class. Everyone envied you. Now that business is tough, don't be disheartened. Keep at it, and you'll definitely make a comeback." Chen Yueming sat down next to him, feigning sympathy. Zhang Kaiheng took a sip of his drink, not even clinking glasses with Chen Yueming beside him. "By the way, Wang, come drink with us. If you're not drinking, at least help pour some drinks instead of just sitting there." Chen Yueming called out to Wang, clearly putting on airs. "I'm here to chat with our old classmate, to comfort our unfortunate Zhang." "Ha ha, cut the nonsense, drink." Zhang Kaiheng was too lazy to listen to this guy's chatter and raised his glass to down the drink. Chen Yueming looked at his full glass, pretended to take a small sip. He could finish it in one go if he wanted, but he felt it wasn't necessary, because if he got drunk, he'd end up passed out here, and when he woke up, he'd have to pay the bill. Not worth it. He came here to drink, intending to get Zhang Kaiheng drunk so that Zhang would pay the bill. Drink, drink, drink. "Zhang, your business is so big, you've taken too big of a step. If you had stabilized and solidified things, you definitely wouldn't have run into problems. and you wouldn't be in such a passive situation now. Come, drink. He continued to urge Zhang to drink. Zhang Kaihong was already slightly tipsy, his mind not entirely clear, while Chen was just starting to drink, fully aware of what he was doing. Chen Yueming, you are the old class leader. I have always respected you and trusted you, but I never expected you to treat me like this. Zhang Kaihong, feeling a bit tipsy, suddenly stared coldly at Chen Yueming and said this. Instantly, Chen Yueming's heart sank. He felt a bit awkward and uneasy. Zhang, I don't understand what you're saying. Stop pretending. We had a chance to drink together today, so I'll speak frankly. Don't think I don't know about the things with Rongqing Decoration Company. You did some things behind my back. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're saying. I can't be bothered to pursue the past. That was your choice, and it was my mistake to trust certain people. Ultimately, it's my own fault. Fine, now Chen Yueming, you're doing well. Part of the management of Lin's group. This restaurant is under your company, so let's not say anything else. You're treating today, you're picking up the bill. Zhang Kaihong said irritably. Half of it was anger, and half was to provoke Chen Yueming. Chen Yueming felt as if he had been slapped in the face, feeling quite uncomfortable, and coldly said, Zhang Kaihong, what do you mean by that? You go your own way, and I'll go mine. Your decoration business can't possibly be affected by me. You think too highly of me. Besides, why should I pay for this meal? Then you can leave. You're so busy, don't waste time here. Zhang Kaihong had also drunk a bit too much, unable to control his emotions, and it seemed he was ready to tear the facade with Chen Yueming. Alright, you, Zhang Kaihong, your business is on the verge of collapse, and you're still here showing off? A meal for two, and you spend thousands. With you like this, not knowing when to advance or retreat, lacking any bottom line, not saving a bit when times are tough, not seeing your own position, I really feel embarrassed for you. You've always loved to show off since school, and you still can't change that bad habit. At this moment, Chen Yueming unleashed a relentless tirade against Zhang Kaihong. It seemed they were really on the verge of a fallout. Chen Yueming, cut the crap. Back then, you promised to bring clients to me, and I trusted you so much that I told you the bottom price. But what about you? Did you even consider our friendship? Just to get the kickback from Rongqing Decoration Company, you sold me out, bringing clients to others, and you still have the face to do that? Damn! Suddenly, Zhang Kaihong stood up with a start, grabbing the wine bottle, his face red and neck thick, as if ready to fight. Zhang Kaihong, don't come over. Don't act tough. What kind of skill is this? Don't accuse me of things without evidence. Chen Yueming took 2 steps back. Then, he instinctively glanced at Wang Shang beside him. After all, they were old classmates meeting, and he still wanted to save face. If the story of him selling out Zhang Kaihong spread among their old classmates, it would be quite embarrassing. Wang Shang, don't listen to Zhang Kaihong's nonsense. He's losing money in business now. Nothing is going well for him, like a mad dog biting anyone he sees. Now he's actually accusing me. Isn't that ridiculous? He was afraid Wang Shang would suspect him, so he said this. Wang Shang's expression was indifferent, and he said nothing. You, stay away from him in the future. Be careful not to get bitten by him. Chen Yueming said irritably. Who the hell are you calling a dog? Say that again and see what happens. Zhang Kaihong rolled up his sleeves, covered in tattoos, looking intimidating. Zhang Kaihong, don't come over. Don't act tough. I'll call security. Chen Yueming quickly stepped back a few more steps, fearing he would get hurt. Zhang Kaihong, forget it. Wang Shang stepped in to defuse the situation. Continuing like this was really pointless. He didn't understand why an old classmate meeting would turn into this. Chen Yueming, honestly, did you do something to let down your old classmates? Look at Zhang Kaihong now. He's in such a bad situation, losing money in business. It's not easy for him, so don't say such things about him. The king tried to ease the tension between the two. Listen to him blabber. Whatever he says goes. Who does he think he is? Chen Yueming quickly defended himself, but his flickering, evasive eyes betrayed him. The king wasn't foolish. He could see the situation clearly. Chen Yueming was definitely betraying his conscience, deceiving his old classmate Zhang Kaihong. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. Alright, Chen Yueming, you go ahead with your business. I see Zhang Kaihong isn't in the mood to drink with you anymore, so let's go. The king waved his hand, feeling quite bored. You said it. You let me go, and Zhang Kaihong lets me go too. It's not that I don't want to drink with you, so you two can settle the bill yourselves. Chen Yueming didn't feel embarrassed or uncomfortable. Instead, he felt a sense of relief, because he didn't have to drink anymore, nor spend any money. Don't worry, when you said you'd treat, I just pretended I didn't hear it. The king laughed it off. Hey, wait a minute. Suddenly, Zhang Kaihong got angry and coldly said to Chen Yueming, you said you'd treat, so treat. This is a restaurant under your company. There's nothing wrong with treating. hurry up and settle the bill. Since he no longer regarded him as a worthy old classmate, Zhang Kaihong had nothing to hold back and didn't want to give him any face. Chen Yueming's face darkened, he was losing face. Forget it. The king took out his bank card and handed it to the waiter beside him. Could you please go settle the bill? Charge it to my card. The total for your table is 5,860 yuan. The waiter took out the bill and looked at it again deliberately. Go ahead and charge it. The king nodded, he had seen the bill. Beep. Card charged successfully. It was a simple matter, just settling a bill. The king really didn't understand why it had to be so complicated. At that moment, the room fell silent. Chen Yueming stared blankly at the king, murmuring, You settled the bill? Are you pretending to be rich? Yes, I'm pretending to be rich. Old classmates meet for a meal and drinks. What's wrong? Can't even afford a meal? The king was filled with disdain for Chen Yueming. Wang Shang, you really? Sitting at home, not having a proper job, nothing at all. Why are you pretending to be a big shot? Why are you settling the bill? Let Zhang take care of it. Seriously. Chen Yueming continued to scold him. The king was really angry this time, waving his hand. Go away. I say, Chen Yueming, can you act like a decent person? I settled the bill. I treated my old classmates to a meal and drinks. What's wrong with that? Why do you have so much to say? You're so stingy. Can't you let others be generous? Only you can, right? Hurry up and do your own thing. His words made Chen Yueming's face turn red. How embarrassing. Chen Yueming, you really have some nerve, bragging about your good job, being a leader, earning tens of thousands a month, and you can't even bear to spend this little money on treating? Forget it. You can go. I really don't want to see you. At this point, Zhang Kaihong continued to sit at the table drinking, too lazy to deal with Chen Yueming anymore. Chen Yueming wanted to argue but found himself at a loss for words. In front of the waiters, he truly lost face and quickly left in a huff. Zhang Kaihong put down his glass, took out a stack of money from his bag, and while drinking, handed it to the king. Here's 6,000 yuan, take it. There's no reason for you to treat. What are you thinking? Pretending to be rich in front of me. Hurry up and take the money. Otherwise, your girlfriend will scold you when you get home. The king was both amused and warmed by this. Come on, let's drink. The two clinked glasses and had another drink. All right, I'll take this money, the king said, not being polite and accepting the cash. That's right. Although I'm currently losing money in business, I still have this little bit. Brother, Zhang Kaihong patted the king's shoulder. Between old classmates, let's not play Chen Yueming's game of saying one thing to someone's face and another behind their back. No need for vague talk either. So Zhang Kaihong, I've decided to invest in your renovation company. Wang Sheng suddenly seemed like a different person, sitting up straight and speaking earnestly. Invest? My renovation company? Zhang Kaihong was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, old classmate, don't joke around. With your conditions, what can you invest? Besides, a renovation company isn't a small investment. In a third-tier city like Jiangdu, a company of any scale requires several million to tens of millions to make a splash. After laughing, Zhang Kaihong spoke seriously, not intending to look down on Wang Shang, just stating the facts. How much capital does your renovation company need to get back on its feet? Include your current losses, debts, and so on. Wang Shang continued. Are you serious? Zhang Kaihong's expression changed slightly. Of course I'm serious. Let's not be vague between old classmates. Wang Shang said earnestly. At this point, Zhang Kaihong felt a bit uncertain about whether he truly understood Wang Shang. Was this guy really as he said, just staying at home, running a shop? To be honest, I've been a bit flush lately, won some money in the lottery, made some gains in stocks and futures trading, so pulling out a few 100,000 to a few million is quite easy. Wang Shang said modestly. Not to mention tens of millions, even pulling out a few 100 million would be a small matter. Is that true? You really can do it. Wow, you've surprised me. Zhang Kaihong was instantly excited, giving Wang Shang a hearty pat on the shoulder. Cough cough cough. Wang Shang coughed from the hard pats. Easy there, buddy. Come on, how much do you need me to invest? Wang Shang urged. Zhang Kaihong tightened his grip on Wang Shang's shoulder, extremely excited. Old classmate, I didn't expect you to be serious, so low-key, yet you've made a lot of money. Ha ha ha. All right, since you think highly of me and are willing to invest, I'm of course welcoming it. How about you invest 10 million? What do you think? Is that too much? No problem. Wang Shang nodded without any hesitation, because what he valued was Zhang Kaihong's character. With good character, there wouldn't be any major issues. In business, there are gains and losses, that's perfectly normal. He believed that with Zhang Kaihong's youthful drive and his integrity and loyalty, given time, he would definitely be able to build the business back up, even bigger than before. That's great, Buddy, come on, let me toast you. Zhang Kaihun, having received Wang Shang's affirmative response, excitedly grabbed a glass and downed a drink. He was already a bit tipsy, and now, feeling so happy about finding an investor and securing funds, his family's renovation company was truly revived. Such good news, if he told his parents, they would be even more excited. So, feeling overly exhilarated, he downed another bottle of liquor, drinking until he was completely drunk. This drinking session lasted well into the night. Wang Shang made a call to Jiang Wenwen. Wenwen, could you come over for a bit? They smoothly helped Zhang Kaihun into the car, with Jiang Wenwen driving and Wang Shang in the passenger seat. Wang Shang briefly recounted the events. As for the investment, he mentioned it and explained his reasons for wanting to invest. Wang Shang wasn't a chauvinist, but since they weren't married and he had enough money, to be honest, there was no need to discuss the investment too much with his girlfriend, but he still chose to share. It was quite simple, just a matter of respect for his girlfriend and valuing their relationship. Dear, I trust your investment judgment. You must have made so much money because you have a great eye for opportunities. Jiang Wenwen agreed wholeheartedly. However, I have a little concern, which is that you need to be prepared. If this 10 million is lost, you have to accept it. Investing is not always about making money and getting the expected results. Losing money is also normal. I hope that because you value the friendship between old classmates and made this investment, even if you lose money, it won't affect this bond. She added these two remarks. Wang felt that he had underestimated her. Such a mindset, such a perspective, is truly not something an ordinary girl can possess. Her views on money, her perspective on investment, and her understanding of relationships. Really, her values are incredibly sound. Wang felt that he had truly found a treasure. After sending Zhang Kaihun home, Wang and Jiang Wenwen drove back to their home in Tianjin City. This is their love nest. After returning and taking a shower, they lay in bed together. Young people are full of energy. Even in the middle of the night, they still have strong stamina. Soon, as they chatted, they became entangled with each other. After their previous intimate encounter, they had already broken through that barrier. Now it was a natural progression, and they enjoyed it to the fullest. A night of passion. By 10 o'clock the next morning, Wang finally woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw that no one was beside him. He got up and went to the spacious and luxurious living room, only to find that Jiang Wenwen had already gotten up and was tidying up the house. The aroma from the kitchen wafted in. She had already prepared breakfast. Soy milk, egg pancakes, bread, and grilled sausages. A sumptuous breakfast. Go wash up, and come eat breakfast when you're done, Jiang Wenwen instructed when she saw him awake. Okay. Wang smiled happily and walked over to embrace the graceful beauty. At home, Jiang Wenwen was dressed very lightly, in a sheer short skirt that was slightly transparent, revealing hints of her figure. A pair of snow-white, delicate feet in slippers, slender calves, smooth and bright, particularly beautiful and charming. Stop fooling around, hurry up. Wash up and come eat breakfast to replenish your energy, Jiang Wenwen teased. Wang laughed and pinched the softest part of her back, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. With a little enchantress like you, I really need to replenish my energy. Only by doing so can I perform well with you. Wang joked. Naughty boy. Humph. Jiang Wenwen playfully pouted, exuding a myriad of charms. Wang felt particularly comfortable in such a warm and romantic little life. Perhaps this is what love should look like. It felt like falling into a honey jar, even breathing was incredibly sweet. As they stayed at home until 11 o'clock, Jiang Wenwen had to go to work. It was just right for him to go over, have a work meal, and continue working in the afternoon. After viewing 2 villas yesterday, she had already become a prominent figure in everyone's eyes. In just a few days, she had sold multiple houses, with a total value reaching several tens of millions. No other salesperson could compare to her. Once Jiang Wenwen drove off to work, Wang also needed to check on his little supermarket, because only in his little supermarket could he trigger the 1 yuan exchange reward by taking out a drink bottle and opening the cap. So for him, it didn't matter if other money-making ventures failed, his little supermarket absolutely could not have any problems. However, since Jiang Wenwen took the car to work, Wang could only take a taxi, which was somewhat inconvenient. Looks like it's time to buy myself a car, Wang murmured. Exiting the Tianjin City community, Wang directly took a taxi to the place where he bought the car last time. Jiang Yingshue's family runs the largest car dealership in the city. The last time he came here, he brought Jiang Wenwen along to buy a Cullinan. This time, Wang decided that since he already had one, he would treat himself and buy a sports car. As soon as he entered the store, the salespeople surrounded him. Wow, Mr. Wang. Hello, Mr. Wang. Hello, Mr. Wang. A crowd surged forward, as Mr. Wang was a VIP customer at the dealership, having purchased a Cullinan worth 7 to 8 million. Moreover, there were rumors that he was particularly wealthy, owning his own private jet. This made everyone extremely envious and respectful of him. A super rich young man, who knows what kind of background he has. He must be treated with utmost courtesy. Is manager Jiang Yingxue here? Mr. Wang casually asked. As Jiang Wenwen's boyfriend, he naturally had to politely inquire if Wenwen's cousin was present. Manager Jiang has stepped out. Should I give her a call? No need. Mr. Wang waved his hand. It was just a car purchase. With so many salespeople around, it wasn't necessary for Jiang Yingxue to attend to him personally. By the way, Mr. Wang, is there anything we can assist you with? A young and beautiful female salesperson asked with a smile. She was the dealership's top salesperson, attractive and well-built, always dressing in a particularly sexy manner, with black stockings, long legs, and high heels. Sometimes she even wore low-cut outfits that revealed an enticing cleavage. In this day and age, many women go all out to attract customers and boost sales. For car sales, having a beautiful and sexy female salesperson is a significant advantage, as most car buyers are men. Men like beautiful women, and if a knowledgeable beauty is accompanying them, it's simply irresistible. Oh, I don't have anything specific, I just wanted to come and look at cars, Mr. Wang replied with a smile. Great. What kind of car are you looking for, Mr. Wang? Which model caught your eye? The beautiful salesperson winked at Mr. Wang, smiling charmingly, even leaning forward a bit, her smile captivating. Mr. Wang felt a shiver. The woman was decent looking and had a good figure, but she couldn't compare to Jiang Wenwen at all. Moreover, this woman's demeanor was lacking. She was not the type of girl Mr. Wang liked. However, since he was here to buy a car and not to flirt, he didn't mind. I want to buy a sports car. Can you introduce me to some options? Sure, Mr. Wang, this way please. The beauty quickly took Mr. Wang's arm and led him to the sports car exhibition area. Mr. Wang, you're in the right place for sports cars. We have the most extensive and complete range of brands here. The beauty animatedly began explaining, introducing various models of sports cars. As the largest dealership in the city, it indeed gathered many brands of sports cars. Almost every model available on the market could be found here. This is the Lamborghini section. We have Gallardo and Reventon in stock, and the Aventador can be ordered. And over here is the Porsche section, featuring the more common 911, as well as, now look over here, the Ferrari section, with even more sports cars. This one is the Ferrari 458, and we also have the LaFerrari, the Ferrari 488. For the next while, Mr. Wang listened to the beautiful salesperson's explanations about the major brands of sports cars, covering everything from exterior to interior, handling to details, and performance. Mr. Wang felt he was almost becoming a sports car salesperson himself. These are all too ordinary and common. Can you introduce me to a model that is different, something rare and unique? Mr. Wang still felt somewhat unsatisfied. Ferraris, Porsches, Lamborghinis, these major models were at most a few million to tens of millions, and driving them was nothing special. Therefore, he wanted to own a sports car that was different, at least one that others would find hard to afford, to distinguish himself from those rich second-generation kids. Because on the streets, those driving sports cars were either in Porsches or Ferraris or Lamborghinis, which was really quite boring. Mr. Wang, why don't you take a look at this car? At that moment, the beautiful saleswoman could only bring out her trump card. They arrived at the innermost exhibition area. A car covered by a car cover looked particularly mysterious. Even though it was covered, the lines of the car body still gave off a very impressive feeling. What car is this? Wang asked curiously, as there were no display signs nearby nor any indication of the brand. It's the Fengshen. Pagani Fengshen, the beautiful saleswoman said earnestly. She was very cautious and spoke softly, her expression showing clear signs of tension. After all, how could she not be nervous? This was a super luxury sports car worth tens of millions. As a mid-engine supercar, the Fengshen was launched by the famous Italian sports car manufacturer Pagani in 2011. The Pagani Fengshen was equipped with a custom Series 6 twin-turbocharged engine from Mercedes-Benz, with a maximum power exceeding 730 horsepower and a peak torque around 1000, paired with a 7-speed sequential single-clutch transmission, reaching a top speed of 370. After listening to the saleswoman's explanation, Wang instantly became interested. Compared to the other sports cars the saleswoman had previously described, the Pagani Fengshen completely outclassed them in every aspect, with outstanding displacement, engine performance, maximum power, and top speed. This car is great, just tell me, how much? Wang asked. The saleswoman held up 3 fingers. 3 million? Wang asked, puzzled. No, 30 million, the saleswoman replied. Upon hearing this price, Wang showed no hesitation at all. Alright, 30 million, I'll take it. As soon as Wang said this, not only the saleswoman but everyone else was stunned. 30 million, that's not a small amount, and he didn't even hesitate. Could it be that this guy's money really came from the wind? The saleswoman hesitated a bit and confirmed again, just to be sure. This Pagani function is 30 million, with no discounts. Mr. Wang, are you sure you want to buy it? Absolutely certain. I don't need any discounts, Wang smiled, appearing completely nonchalant. If it were someone else, 30 million, an entire 30 million, who could just spend it all at once for a sports car. Soon, Wang took out his card. Just like last time when I bought the Cullinan, I'll pay by card, one-time payment. I just hope you can process the paperwork quickly. I want to take the car out. Wang handed his bank card to the beautiful saleswoman. All right, Mr. Wang. The saleswoman bowed at a 90-degree angle, extremely excited. Selling a 30 million Pagani function meant a significant commission. Moreover, this was a globally limited edition. How cool and stylish the 30 million Pagani function was, with its overall design being incredibly flashy, the streamlined body utilizing aerodynamics, optimizing design while balancing aesthetic appeal and minimizing drag, achieving peak performance for the sports car. The butterfly doors of the car opened, and Wang climbed in and sat down. He felt as if he had entered not just the driver's seat of a car, but the cockpit of a fighter jet. Everything was so sci-fi, so dreamlike, it felt unbelievable. Whether it was the seats, the steering wheel, or the various control buttons, everything was high-tech, like something out of a sci-fi movie. Wang was now led by the staff to the test drive area. He pressed the button to start the ignition and activated the racing mode. He slammed down on the accelerator. V-room, 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 my God. The roar of the super powerful engine was a strong and surging growl unique to the engine, so incredibly masculine, it was like a steel beast. The car shot forward like a bullet. The intense feeling of being pushed back almost made Wang lose his balance and fly out of his seat. The terrifying force of acceleration. The king felt utterly shocked. This kind of sports car was the true supercar. He was test driving it, experiencing the charm of this Pagani Huayra, with a professional beside him to help him drive the car faster and familiarize himself with various controls and buttons. So, he quickly got the hang of it. Meanwhile, in the dealership, the staff used his card to swipe the total cost of just over 30 million for the Pagani Huayra. Everyone was silent, shocked, incredibly shocked. Just the day before, he had bought a few million worth of Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and now he was back to purchase the Pagani Huayra. A wealthy man indeed, too wealthy. All the dealership employees were waiting for the king to return from his test drive, anticipating a grand car delivery ceremony. Before long, the king returned from the test drive, stepping out of the Pagani Huayra. At a glance, he looked incredibly suave. Perhaps it was because he was so rich, radiating a wealthy aura that was irresistibly attractive. Moreover, being so young, he could casually buy a 30 million supercar, the absolute top supercar in the city. Even in the entire province, this Pagani Huayra would rank among the best. After all, very few people could afford a supercar costing over 30 million. Soon, the staff completed the paperwork and selected a license plate for him. This time, the king casually chose a plate without much thought. After all, the license plate for the Cullinan was already quite special, using such a good number. So for this supercar, which he would use for casual outings and fun, the license plate didn't matter much. A car as impressive as this deserved a low-key plate, which the king thought was quite good. After all, at this price point, just driving it out would attract countless gazes. The license plate was simply unimportant. Congratulations, Mr. Wang, on acquiring the Pagani Huayra. 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 A grand car delivery ceremony was held in front of the dealership. Dozens of employees lined up in 2 rows. Everyone cheered in unison, clapping together. The king walked through the middle, receiving the key to the Pagani Huayra from a male manager at the dealership. Beaming with joy, he was truly in high spirits. It could be said that he was riding high on the winds of success. Vroom vroom. Finally sitting in his own supercar, the king lightly pressed the accelerator and drove away amidst the gazes of the crowd. The Pagani Huayra gracefully entered the main road of the city. This car was so eye-catching that many people gasped upon seeing it. Wow, what car is that? So cool and stylish. Wow, it's a Pagani. Quick, check what car it is. Wow, it's the Pagani Huayra. The Huayra. Limited edition worldwide, starting at 30 million. Sitting in the car, although the king couldn't hear what the envious and jealous people outside were saying, their expressions clearly showed nothing but envy. The king drove leisurely, whistling and enjoying the breeze. Suddenly, his phone rang. An unfamiliar number was calling. Hello? The king thought it was a telemarketing call, so after answering, he tossed the phone onto the dashboard, ignoring it. Are you Wang? A cold voice came from the other end, laced with a hint of cruel arrogance. The king thought it was impressive how telemarketers had done their homework, knowing his name. Yes, I am Wang. Good. Wang, listen carefully. Your sister is in my hands. Remember, don't call the police, or I will kill her. Also, remember to wait for my call and prepare the money. Beep 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 beep. He hung up. Just like that, he hung up. The king was left in a daze. When he called back, the other party couldn't be reached. The king was truly at a loss for words because of this phone call. What was this all about? A sister? He was an only child. How could he have a sister? It must be a prank. Some people are really crazy these days, bored out of their minds, just eating too much. After the initial tension, the king relaxed, thinking it was just a joke. So, he continued to drive leisurely. He arrived near a small supermarket. The appearance of the Pagani Huayra caused a stir. Many people in the parking lot turned their attention to it. The king quietly got out of the car. Fortunately, he usually stayed at the shop, occasionally restocking, and most goods were delivered to him, plus he was quite reclusive, so he had little social interaction outside. Therefore, no one recognized him in the parking lot. There used to be an old man watching the parking lot whom he knew, and they would chat a bit if they ran into each other, but now it was all automated. The parking lot didn't need a guard anymore, and the old man had retired honorably. The king left the parking lot and arrived at the entrance of the small supermarket. The door was tightly shut. Next to it, the Wang Charity Foundation was open, with 2 security guards standing by, looking orderly. Hello, Mr. Wang. Hello, Mr. Wang. Upon seeing the king, the 2 hurriedly greeted him. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, why isn't the supermarket open? Where's Zhou Yuqi? The king asked. Mr. Wang, we came to work at 8 this morning, but we haven't seen Miss Zhou Yuqi, and the door hasn't opened until now. We thought the supermarket was closed for the day. One of the security guards said. Zhou Yuqi, are you slacking off? The king murmured, taking out his phone to call Zhou Yuqi. The call connected, but no one answered. Suddenly, there was a beeping sound on the other end, and the call was disconnected. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Unavailable? The king was a bit angry. Because the call had clearly gone through, there was no problem, yet suddenly it couldn't be connected, which could only mean one thing. The other party hung up. They hung up on purpose. He angrily dialed again. Zhou Yuqi, I see you don't want this job anymore, huh? You're driving me crazy. Unexpectedly, this time the call connected. Hello? On the other end was the voice of a strange man. The king was startled because it sounded very familiar, particularly familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Right, the strange call I just received, that voice, it's this person. Suddenly, the king realized. Where's Zhou Yuqi? He tentatively asked, lowering his voice. Let go of me. Let go of me. Woo woo, woo woo. Suddenly, there was a sound of struggle on the other end, and then it seemed like someone had covered her mouth. The voice became very faint, and he couldn't hear it anymore. The king's scalp tingled because that voice was indeed Zhou Yuqi's. Zhou Yuqi, what happened? Zhou Yuqi, he shouted. In his panic, he exposed himself. It was me who called you just now. That's right, your sister, Zhou Yuqi, is now kidnapped, in my hands. Now you prepare 10 million in ransom and deliver it to the location I specify. At that time, I will arrange for someone to meet you. The voice on the other end was still that cold, arrogant man's voice. The king's voice trembled. Who are you? He never expected that such a thing would happen to him. Zhou Yuqi was kidnapped. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you do as I say, or just wait to collect your sister's body. Okay, I'll give you the money, but you must not harm Zhou Yuqi in any way. Otherwise, you won't get a single cent. Beep beep beep. The other side hung up the phone again. The king panicked. Listening to the other person's tone, combined with the voice that Zhou Yuqi had transmitted over the phone earlier, it was very clear that this was not a joke, but something serious. He needed to calm down. A kidnapping like this happening to him, he had to take a moment. He opened the supermarket door and went inside to sit for a while. Call the police? He thought about calling the police immediately. But if he did, what if it alerted the kidnappers and they harmed Zhou Yuqi? He could only wait for the other party to call, to agree on a location, and he would send the money over. He just hoped that the kidnappers were only after money and wouldn't harm Zhou Yuqi. The extremely anxious and frustrated Wang Shang subconsciously grabbed a bottle of drink. He opened the cap. Ding! 1 yuan exchange opportunity. Would you like to trigger it? Of course. Wang Shang replied irritably. His mind was filled with how to rescue Zhou Yuqi, and as for the system rewards, he didn't care about any wealth, no matter how much. Ding! 1 yuan exchange successful. Current wealth of the host. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Gun God Marksmanship, and a King of Snipers Super Sniper Rifle is included. Ding. Gun God Marksmanship, world-class shooting skills, hitting every shot within range. King of Snipers, world-class sniper rifle, capable of holding 100 rounds of ammunition at once, with unlimited ammo refill. Wang Shang was stunned. Completely stunned. What kind of divine reward was this? This was simply outrageous. A reward of Gun God Marksmanship, along with a super sniper rifle. What the hell? A brief dizziness hit him, as if a current of vast knowledge, skills, and experience suddenly surged into Wang Shang's mind. After about a few seconds of fainting, Wang Shang came back to his senses. His mind was now filled with a complete set of military knowledge and deep experience in proficiently using sniper rifles and various firearms. He was now a super powerful sharpshooter. So this was the system rewarding him with Gun God Marksmanship, integrating it into his body, a necessary process. This system really knew what it was doing. Wang Shang was amazed, thinking that the system was incredibly effective. Just as Zhou Yuqi was kidnapped, the system's reward was the King of Snipers. With the enhancement of Gun God Marksmanship, his demeanor had changed somewhat. The coldness and ruthlessness, the icy aura of a killer, became part of his overall temperament. Now, with Gun God Marksmanship and a world-class sniper rifle like the King of Snipers, with unlimited ammo, it was just too outrageous. He had initially thought about secretly calling the police, but now it seemed he could venture into the lion's den alone. He just didn't know where the kidnapper was hiding. Ding! The King of Snipers sniper rifle is located on the shelf against the wall. Please proceed to collect it. The system prompted again. Wang Shang hurried over. On the shelf, there was a black cloth covering something. With a swish, he pulled it off. He was truly astonished. A sniper rifle over a meter long. It came with a very detailed manual and usage instructions. Of course, he was already familiar with how to use it, thanks to Gun God Marksmanship. However, he still felt it was necessary to look at the detailed manual for this special King of Snipers. The entire body of the gun is black, and the stock is made of non-reflective materials, providing excellent concealment. The barrel is about 70 centimeters long, with a caliber of 13 millimeters, equipped with a super high-definition night vision scope, with a magnification of over 10 times, and a rangefinder with a point corresponding to zero density. Currently, the farthest shooting sniper rifle is the American Sniper Rifle, with an effective range of 2,300 meters, while this King of Snipers has an astonishing effective range of 2,800 meters. He murmured as he read the manual. The overall performance of this sniper rifle was simply outstanding. It was the best in the world. He picked it up, held it in his hand, slung it over his shoulder, and aimed through the scope. The familiar feeling washed over him, as if he had been a sniper for many, many years. Everything came so naturally and skillfully. The king, already a god of guns, transformed in that moment. He was no longer an ordinary young man but an extraordinary sniper. Soon, he skillfully disassembled the firearm, finally breaking it down and packing it into the gun case that was already prepared. Then he noticed another box next to where the sniper rifle had been placed. He opened it and exclaimed, "Wow!" He couldn't help but marvel, for it was completely filled with bullets. The specifications written on the box indicated that there were a total of 100 specialized sniper bullets. Taking a deep breath, the king felt a surge of confidence. He could now confront those kidnappers head-on. However, he still thought it prudent to contact a high-ranking official in the city. City Hall. In the office of a certain leader, the phone rang. "Hello, this is Director Wu's office." "Hello, I am Wang Shang, the president of the Wang Charity Foundation." Wang Shang briefly introduced himself. Since he had dealt with city government officials when setting up the foundation, the secretary in that department immediately passed the call to the leader after connecting. "Director Wu, it's a call from President Wang." "President Wang?" "Yes, the one who spent several $100 million to establish the foundation. You even arranged for me to attend the inauguration ceremony." "Oh, I remember now. What's the matter, President Wang?" As a key aide to the secretary of Jiangdu City, Director Wu's position was crucial. He was a trusted confidant, responsible for many diverse tasks. The secretary had long been instructed to pay attention to the young man named Wang Shang and to build a good relationship with him. At that moment, the young secretary handed over the phone, and he set aside his current tasks, chatting with the secretary while taking the call. He immediately smiled and politely said, "Hello, young President Wang. I am Director Wu." "Director Wu, my sister has been kidnapped." Wang Shan got straight to the point without hesitation. "Kidnapped?" Director Wu stood up in shock. "Yes, my sister is missing. The kidnappers just called and told me to prepare 10 million and wait for their call to confirm the handover location. They warned me not to report it to the police, or they would kill her." Wang Shang said urgently, "Young President Wang, Don't panic. With such a serious situation, you must stay calm and not lose your composure. Rest assured, you found me because you trust me, trust the city, and trust our secretary Luo. Besides, you are the youngest and most outstanding philanthropist in Jiangdu. We will definitely find a way to help you rescue your sister. Let me contact the city bureau right now and have them come up with a plan to carry out a covert operation without alerting the kidnappers. Director Wu said seriously. Thank you very much. Wang Shang felt somewhat satisfied. After hanging up, he immediately set off. At a nearby car rental, he rented a small truck. Wang Shang was fully equipped with the sniper rifle and ammunition, and he also called the bank manager to withdraw 10 million in cash. As a top VIP client, the process for large withdrawals, which would take others several days with various approvals, was streamlined for him. He could get the cash in no time. After obtaining the cash, Wang Shang loaded it into the truck. After all, 10 million in cash weighed 200 to 300 pounds, and he could only transport it with a small truck. His Pagani Huayra at home simply didn't have enough space for that much money. Moreover, this is a kidnapping, not a joyride in a supercar. What are they thinking? He was fully prepared. As soon as the kidnappers called to confirm the handover location, he would rush over immediately. Just as he was driving the small truck, not long after leaving the bank, his phone rang. Looking at it, it was still an unfamiliar number, different from the one that had called before. It seemed the kidnappers were quite cunning and experienced, constantly changing numbers. Wang, are you ready with the 10 million ransom? Hurry up. Kidnapper, rest assured, I have the money ready. By the way, how is my sister? Let me hear her voice. Wang's demeanor was calm, but his words were filled with urgency, giving the kidnapper a sense of panic and weakness. After a burst of static, a frantic and fearful voice came through. Brother Wang. On the other end, there was a cry of confusion and fear. Wang's heart tightened, and his eyes reddened slightly as he clutched the phone, saying, Yuqing, are you okay? Don't panic, I'm bringing the money to save you. You pack the money and set off quickly. Remember, drive alone, and don't let anyone know. First, come to the vicinity of the Tanling overpass on the South 3rd Ring Road. Beep beep beep. After a brief explanation, the kidnapper hung up. The vicinity of the Tanling overpass on the South 3rd Ring Road. The location of the South 3rd Ring Road is relatively remote compared to the city center, close to the large farms in the outskirts of Jiangdu, surrounded by some farmers and old industrial buildings. This area has evolved from a desolate wilderness to a suburban area alongside the city's expansion. The South 3rd Ring Road also has some overpasses and ring roads, which are popular gathering spots for certain street racers. Among them is Zhou Qiang, known as the king of street racing on the outer ring. Nearby, there is an abandoned state-owned factory, covering several tens of thousands of square meters, which Zhou Qiang managed to acquire through connections for his own use. He transformed this space into a go-kart racing track and several repair shops, serving as a hangout for street racers. It has everything: food, drink, and entertainment, and often sees some thugs coming and going, bringing along dubious women and throwing chaotic, boundaryless parties. It even involves some illegal transactions and activities, with a group of thugs and rich kids gathering to attract followers, which is a common occurrence. There have been reports about this place. However, relying on his family's special connections, his father holds some power. No one dared to take action. It was merely a formality, a perfunctory response. Thus, for a long time, this place has become a breeding ground for crime, a den for lawbreakers. Even more terrifying is that the largest underground evil force in Jiangdu, known as the Four Dragon Society, has set up a branch here, with Zhou Qiang as a mid-level member, becoming the person in charge here, referred to as the Hall Master. The South City branch of the Four Dragon Society, Hall Master Zhou Qiang. Inside an abandoned factory, the air was thick with the smell of oil, and various discarded machines were scattered everywhere. In the open space, there were some fitness equipment, and even a shooting range specifically for practicing firearms. The dozens of members of the Four Dragon Society's branches are essentially a group of thugs and bullies, usually hanging out here, practicing martial arts, fighting, and even honing their shooting skills. Each one is muscular, with thick necks and various tattoos covering their bodies from back to chest. Zhou Qiang was also training, throwing punches, then using equipment, and later practicing shooting at the range. Of course, the firearms they used were all illegal, smuggled in through special channels from abroad. Generally, members of the Four Dragon Society are not allowed to use guns. When they fight or engage in extortion, they rely on their numbers and intimidating presence to scare others into submission. Zhou Qiang usually mingles in the wealthy youth circle, frequenting high-end venues, driving sports cars, enjoying thrilling street racing games, and chasing girls, presenting himself as a rich, spoiled young man on the surface. In fact, his true identity was the branch leader of the Four Dragons Society. His subordinate, Yan Ba, had been beaten up, and he himself had lost several million in a street racing scam. Therefore, this new grudge and old hatred had to be avenged. All the hostility was directed at one person, Wang Shang. Dealing with Wang Shan was not easy, so they shifted their focus to those around him. Initially, Zhou Qian thought about targeting Wang Shan's girlfriend, Jiang Wenwen, but considering the Jiang family's influence and reputation, he ultimately decided against it. As for Wang Shang's parents, they had investigated and found that they were out and had not returned. In the end, they set their sights on Zhou Yuqi, who was managing the store for Wang Shang. The unfortunate Zhou Yuqi left home around 6 or 7 in the morning, and before she could finish walking through a small alley, she was covered with a cloth and knocked unconscious before being taken away. All of this was orchestrated by Zhou Qian, who arranged for a few thugs from the Four Dragons Society to drive a modified black car and carry out the kidnapping. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. In a corner of an abandoned factory, the sound of a girl struggling could be heard. Leaning against the wall was a girl in a white dress, slender and graceful, with fair skin and a beautiful face, exuding a pure and captivating charm that instantly evoked sympathy. However, it was infuriating that such a beautiful young girl was bound, her mouth taped shut, struggling with all her might, her 2 snow-white legs kicking incessantly, her shoes having been kicked off. How pitiful. Rip! A bare-chested young thug covered in tattoos walked over, visibly irritated, and ripped the tape off the girl's mouth, cursing fiercely, "Shut the hell up. Save your strength. If your boyfriend can't come, we have plenty of brothers here to have some fun with you." Upon hearing this, several nearby thugs let out wicked, lewd laughs. They gathered together, playing cards, gambling, drinking, and doing drugs, with several guys staring hungrily at Zhou Yuqi, their eyes gleaming with desire, saliva almost dripping from their mouths. "Let me go. Please let me go. Let me go. Please." Zhou Yuqi was terrified, her beautiful eyes flashing with panic, rendered speechless. "Let you go? Humph. Our leader is waiting for a 10 million ransom." One thug sneered. "No, Wang Shang doesn't have that much money. Don't make it hard for him. This is a crime, and you will face retribution." "Ha ha ha, what we do is crime. By the way, your boyfriend is rich, he even has a helicopter. 10 million is nothing to him. How about we have some fun first? This girl is too delicate, so fresh and pretty, we could squeeze water out of her." "Ha ha ha." The thugs laughed heartily, thinking of Zhou Yuqi as a little lamb waiting to be ravaged by the storm. Beep beep beep. At that moment, a young man's phone rang. He stood up from his seat. It was Zhou Qian. "What the hell are you all thinking? Stay away from her. I still need to use her as bait to lure that little dog. Don't touch her until the job is done." Zhou Qian walked over and scolded the thugs. After scolding, he answered the call. "Hello? This is Wang Shang. I have arrived near the Tanling overpass on the South 3rd Ring Road, at the North 3rd exit. Put Zhou Yuqi on the phone, I want to hear her voice. If you harm a single hair on her, don't even think about getting a penny." It was Wang Shan on the line. Hearing Wang Shang's voice, Zhou Yuqi felt both happy and scared. "Speak, let him know you're alive and well." Zhou Qian shoved the phone in front of Zhou Yuqi and shouted roughly. Zhou Yuqi's face turned pale with fear. Such a kidnapping incident was unbearable for anyone. The plot of the movie had unexpectedly become her reality. And these were not just a group of simple money-hungry kidnappers. She had overheard the thugs discussing how to lure Wang up here, how to deal with him. "Hurry up!" Zhou Qian kicked Zhou Yuqi, showing no mercy. "Zhou Yuqi! Zhou Yuqi!" On the phone, Wang was calling out anxiously. "Brother Wang, I'm fine, don't worry." Zhou Yuqi shouted loudly, not wanting Wang to be too anxious, even though she was in such a dire situation. "Don't worry, I've brought the money and I'm on my way. You won't be harmed," Wang said on the phone. "Did you hear that, you brat? Humph, your little sister is just fine, and we have so many brothers here with her. She's truly a stunning little flower, enough to make anyone drool." "Ha ha ha ha." Zhou Qian laughed maliciously. On the other end of the line, Wang slammed his hand on the steering wheel in anger, filled with hatred, his eyes bloodshot. "Now keep driving straight, go about 5 kilometers along Beishan Road, and you'll see a factory. Just drive right in. Remember, don't try any tricks, I have all the surveillance here. If you bring any helpers or call the police, then just wait for your sister's body to be collected," Zhou Qian said coldly. Just as he was about to hang up, "Brother Wang, you mustn't come. They want to deal with you. There are so many of them, and they have a lot of guns. You need to run," Zhou Yuqi shouted desperately, struggling with all her might. Beep beep beep. The call was disconnected. At that moment, Zhou Chang's right-hand man, known as Scarface, rushed over and slapped Zhou Yuqi. "You little brat, looking for death? You little slut, do you want to die? Damn, you dare to tip off that bastard? If he doesn't come here and obediently bring the money, letting our boss teach you a lesson, you're done for. Got it? Humph. Zhou Xiao, this girl needs to be taught a lesson, otherwise, we brothers should teach her a thing or two to make her behave." "Yeah, Zhou Tangju, We can't let this girl go unpunished, she's quite fiery. If we teach her a good lesson, she'll definitely behave and won't ruin our big plans. After a round of slaps and insults, several thugs were about to resort to violence against Joe Yuchi. Moreover, a few members of the Four Dragons Society were casually playing with their guns, glancing sideways at Joe Yuchi. Capturing such a stunning beauty was undoubtedly like a lamb entering the wolf's den. A pack of wolves surrounded her. You bad people, evil people, the police will come and arrest you all, lock you up, bastards, slap. Before Joe Yuchi could finish her curse, another thug rushed over and slapped her face. Her fair, delicate face was marked with handprints, red and shocking, pitiful to behold. Joe Yuchi's heart was filled with a mix of grievance, anger, hatred, and despair. A complex blend of emotions surged within her. The thought that at such a beautiful age, she was about to suffer misfortune, her studies unfinished, her parents' kindness unreturned, and her own life yet to begin. She burst into tears, sobbing heartbreakingly. Stop hitting her, get lost. Don't touch this girl yet. How many times do I have to say it? A bunch of idiots thinking with their lower halves. Damn, after we deal with that brat, we can have some fun with this girl. In the end, we'll sell both the girl and that brat abroad. Zhou Qiang came over, kicking away several guys surrounding Joe Yuchi. He had somehow acquired a submachine gun, looking arrogant, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, truly showing off. Hearing that she was to be humiliated and sold abroad, Joe Yuchi's heart turned to ashes, despairing. She cried even harder, knowing she was about to suffer a terrible fate, and that she was dragging Brother Wang down with her. As for selling it abroad, what does that mean? She had just heard this group of evil forces talking about it. It was actually human trafficking, selling organs for profit. Brother Wang, you mustn't come. You mustn't come. They want to harm you and sell you abroad. She silently prayed, knowing that her life and death had already become a predetermined fate, impossible to escape this calamity. She only hoped that her beloved brother Wang would live well and not come to his death. Jiangdu City Police Department. Director Zhang received a call from Director Wu of the city secretary's office, learning of a major situation. He quickly arranged for deployment, and the entire police department was bustling with activity. This was a significant incident involving the kidnapping of Mr. Wang, a young tycoon worth billions, and his sister. It was difficult for others to investigate Wang's financial situation, but insiders could find out with a simple inquiry. The president of a charitable foundation, a major shareholder of the Lin Hotel and Catering Group, an owner of a private jet, and the property owner of 10 office buildings, all of these added up to a fortune worth billions. In a third-tier city like Jiangdu, someone so young with such wealth could not be an ordinary person. Even Director Wu from the city secretary's office took it very seriously, indicating that the top leaders in Jiangdu were certainly paying close attention to this matter. Therefore, Director Zhang instructed the information department to follow up on Wang's call records and track the unfamiliar numbers from the kidnappers, and to have several colleagues responsible for criminal cases quickly take action. A police car was the first to rush out of the police station courtyard. The driver was a female officer, exuding a spirited demeanor, yet possessing a very beautiful face. The female officer resembled a former star from Hong Kong and Taiwan, with exquisite features that were distinctive, a beauty with a strong bone structure, unlike the internet celebrities of today, as if she were carved from the same mold. The more one looked at this female officer, the more captivating she became. Her name was Luo Xiaoxiao. A star figure in the Jiangdu police system, she was recognized as the top police flower. Graduating from the police academy, she had worked for over 3 years and had already been promoted to the captain of the municipal criminal police team. It was said that her family had a powerful background, which was quite impressive. Such a girl was simply invincible. She was a criminal police officer, stunningly beautiful, and had a respectable, powerful background. However, none of this affected her professional abilities. The number of cases she handled and her solving rate had always remained at an excellent level. Therefore, for this kidnapping case, she naturally took the lead. Captain Luo, where are you? Director Zhang told us to hold steady and not rush out. The information collection isn't enough. Hold steady? Stop the nonsense. Hurry up and send over the location range. I've already set off, bringing along comrades Xiao Liang and Xiao Chen. Holding the walkie-talkie, Luo Xiaoxiao appeared very capable and experienced. At just 25, she exuded the aura of a true captain. Captain Luo. Not wanting to waste time, Luo Xiaoxiao turned off the walkie-talkie, pressed the accelerator, and the police car sped away, startling the 2 young officers sitting beside and behind her, their hearts racing. The legendary fiery police flower was indeed a thorny rose, quite explosive. Soon, Luo Xiaoxiao received a piece of information. It was the location sent by a colleague from the information department. It was obtained through big data and a complete set of strict information investigation procedures within the police system. The department had roughly locked down the location of the kidnappers in the southern suburbs of Jiangdu. The kidnappers were quite cunning, constantly changing numbers, and the call times were very short, having undergone special encryption, making the investigation very complex. Therefore, they could only provide a rough location in the southern suburbs. Based on my judgment, this kidnapping must still be related to the Four Dragons Society. The Four Dragons Society has been entrenched in Jiangdu for many years, committing all sorts of crimes and establishing a dark and evil underground kingdom. It's really hard to deal with, Luo Xiaoxiao said fiercely, glancing at the location information while driving. She was filled with anger towards the actions of those criminals. In her 3 years as a criminal police officer, she had dealt with crimes related to the Four Dragons Society more than once or twice, but each time it was all noise and no action, ultimately only capturing a few peripheral lackeys, never able to catch the more core members of the Four Dragons Society. Of course, she had never given up, always following the movements of the Four Dragons Society. To wipe them out completely, she had spent countless energy and effort. Not only the high-level leaders in the city but also those in the province attached great importance to cracking down on evil organizations like the Four Dragons Society. She had been entrusted with a significant responsibility and had long established a special task force specifically targeting the criminals of the Four Dragons Society, arranging deployments to combat crime. It's the Four Dragons Society again. Those bastard criminals are too despicable. Although they are very likely related to this kidnapping case, it's hard to find evidence of their crimes. It's really difficult. Yes, Captain Luo, wasn't there a recent clue indicating that the Four Dragons Society might have smuggled a batch of arms from abroad? If that's the case, it will be even harder to deal with, full of dangers. Two colleagues murmured, to boost others' morale while diminishing one's own. I don't believe it. I've tracked them for over 2 years, gathering evidence by all means possible, and secretly investigating their hideouts dozens of times. I know they are hiding in those abandoned factories in the southern suburbs. It seems nothing unusual, but it's very suspicious. This time, taking advantage of the investigation into the kidnapping case, I will have a good meeting with that group of bastards. Otherwise, my years of investigation and effort will be in vain, Luo Xiaoxiao said seriously, her eyes sparkling with a strong sense of mission and justice. She entered this profession not for a stable job but out of love for this noble career. Captain Luo, we support you. We will follow your orders. It's our honor to work with Captain Luo. The two young colleagues looked at each other, excited and stirred up by Luo Xiaoxiao's words, their blood boiling and fighting spirit soaring. We're almost there. Get ready and check the firearms again, Luo Xiaoxiao calmly instructed. Click, click. Accompanied by the sound of bullets being chambered, the atmosphere in the police car suddenly became cold and solemn. Meanwhile, an old small truck arrived near the abandoned factories in the southern suburbs. According to the kidnappers' demands, Wang Shang now needed to hand over the small truck loaded with 10 million cash to the other party. He stopped the car, cautiously looked around, and quickly opened the sniper rifle case, skillfully assembling it and chambering a bullet. Suddenly, a large trailer appeared on the road not far away. Immediately, a message came through. Now drive your small truck forward. Wang Shang saw it was a message from the kidnappers and had no choice but to comply. The large trailer made a loud noise, slowed down, and stopped in place, opening the trailer's door and dropping a metal plate for the outside vehicles to drive in and park. Wang Shan's expression tightened, and he took a deep breath, driving in steadily. Bang! Just as he drove the small truck inside, the trailer's door quickly closed. The kidnappers were too cunning with this method of handover. It was pitch black. Vroom vroom vroom. The large trailer started moving again. Wang Shang stayed in the small truck, the engine turned off, and he could only wait in place. In the dark truck, he could only rely on the light from his phone screen to vaguely see the situation inside the truck. Besides him, there was no one else. It seems that this trailer might be taking him and 10 million to the location of the kidnappers. There's also the possibility that they plan to kill him to silence him, take the 10 million, and throw the small truck off a cliff to make it look like an accident. Regardless of the possibility, his situation would become increasingly perilous as time passed. Soon, the large trailer drove into an abandoned factory. Inside the cargo hold, Wang Shang listened quietly and faintly heard the harsh sound of metal scraping against the ground as a heavy iron gate opened. However, mixed with the loud noise of the trailer itself, it was hard to make out clearly. The person is inside. We can check the goods now. The trailer stopped and turned off the engine. Outside the cargo hold, someone spoke. With his godlike marksmanship, Wang Shang possessed not only the world's top shooting skills and a proficient mastery of firearms but also a talent ingrained in his bones. Moreover, as a top-notch marksman, he had exceptional psychological resilience, adaptability, and rich experience from countless battles. These were all rewards granted by the system. It's important to note that the world's top marksmen are invaluable military resources in any country. With Wang Shang's current level of marksmanship and psychological quality, he could definitely join the elite special forces in Huaxia, and in any country in the world, he could easily enter the highest level special operations units. Such a remarkable person appeared in this abandoned factory, and even though he was trapped inside the cargo hold of the large trailer, he remained sharp and extraordinary, like a beast in silence, always ready to unleash a deadly and frenzied attack. The cargo hold door slowly opened. "We've loaded both the person and the vehicle. We've brought them over. Ha ha ha. This move is truly brilliant. What are you talking about? Our leader, Zhou Xiao, is someone important. He's well connected and knows the police procedures like the back of his hand. Opposing our Zhou Xiao, just wait and see how you die. Ha ha ha." As the cargo hold door opened, in the empty, abandoned factory, in a certain dilapidated workshop, a group of thugs from the Four Dragon Society chatted cheerfully, all their eyes fixed on the open cargo hold. They were there to deal with Wang Shang and take the ransom. Of course, they were a group of capable elite members of the Four Dragon Society, skilled in combat, with steady and accurate marksmanship. Zhou Qian, as the leader, was considered middle management in the Four Dragon Society and needed a reliable team of subordinates, especially since the society was in a rapid expansion phase, having taken in too many small-time thugs and ruffians as reservists, leading to a chaotic mix of personnel quality. Not far away, in a corner, there was just a wall separating them from the large trailer that had just arrived. "Did you hear? Your dear brother is really obedient. He drove the truck right here. Ha ha." The scarred man, drinking and smoking, stared intently at the pure beauty, Zhou Yuqi, tied to the iron railing, and laughed triumphantly. "What are you going to do to him?" Zhou Yuqi glared fiercely at the scarred man. She knew all too well that this group was definitely not just after the ransom. More importantly, they wanted to take revenge on Wang Shang for what had happened. It was this group of thugs who had bullied her in the small supermarket, and her brother had come like a god, beating them up. The reason she hadn't told Wang Shang about these circumstances in her phone call, indicating that the kidnappers were those thugs, was to prevent him from being too emotionally stimulated, harboring intense hatred, and losing his rationality. After all, the more panic and fear one shows in a kidnapping situation, the stronger the reaction, and the kidnappers would feel they could keep raising their demands. "It's not a big deal. Your dear brother drove the small truck loaded with cash, and we intercepted it with our large trailer on the way and brought it over." A bully approached with a smile, playing with a sharp bone-cutting knife in his hand. "In a while, let's have some fun with him. He's not that tough, right? Ha ha ha. You are breaking the law." Zhou Yuqi blurted out, but suddenly felt ridiculous. "Breaking the law?" "Yes, this is a gathering place for lawbreakers, doing all sorts of illegal things, committing every kind of crime. Telling them about the law is just a joke, isn't it? How helpless. Alright, we are indeed breaking the law, kidnapping, and by the way, we'll teach your lover a lesson. Ha, don't worry, your lover is the only one who came here. No one else will follow him here." The carriage is equipped with very powerful signal jamming devices. Even if he installed a tracker or called the police, it would be useless. No one can find this place. Ha 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 ha. "Little beauty, just wait and see the show. We'll get 10 million in ransom, and then we'll have some fun with your lover, letting you watch as he gets cut to pieces, stabbed to death. That'll be thrilling." Zhou Qian pulled out a half-meter-long shiny short knife, its blade clearly sharpened, looking exceptionally sharp, probably the kind that could cut through hair. He licked the edge of the knife, and a fierce, malevolent look suddenly filled his eyes. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Zhou Yuqi felt a warmth in her eyes, tears streaming down again. She knew that this group of bullies was not just talking nonsense. Given the king's temperament, he would definitely raise the ransom to come here and save her. After all, she had grown up with the king, knowing him very well. He was loyal and righteous. "I've harmed you, Brother Wang. I've really caused you great trouble." Her face turned incredibly desperate, her eyes hollow. Bang! Just then, a gunshot rang out, a muffled sound that abruptly broke her thoughts. She was startled. Could it be that these bullies, these evildoers, had opened fire? But who were they shooting at? Bang! Another gunshot. Ah! Accompanying the gunfire was a scream. Zhou Yuqi's heart bled, her whole body trembling. But she suddenly realized that the scream didn't sound like her brother Wang, it sounded like an older middle-aged man. Bang 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 bang. Soon, a series of dense gunfire erupted just a wall away. Zhou Yuqi was completely stunned. From the sound of the gunfire, there must be dozens of people involved in this shootout to make such a commotion. What she absolutely did not expect was that the first shot was fired by none other than Wang. At this moment, crouching in the carriage, using a certain domestic brand of small truck as cover, Wang had completely transformed, as if he had emerged from endless blood and gunfire, a god of death, his gaze piercing, exuding a chilling aura of slaughter. He pulled the trigger again and again. Bang! 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 The bullets were fired accurately, hitting the temples of those bullies outside the carriage who were armed. Even with a silencer, there was still a sound when the sniper rifle fired, but it was not loud. Outside on the ground, those bullies were also shooting, firing fiercely towards Wang, the sound louder and more piercing. However, it was inaudible outside. This abandoned factory had undergone major renovations, built at great expense by Zhou Qiang, designed to allow the brothers to practice shooting without being discovered by the outside world, already equipped with imported soundproofing materials. It could be said that even a gunfight involving hundreds of people inside would not be heard outside. But at this moment, many of the bullies were so scared that they could barely hold their guns. Because the bullets fired from the trailer's cargo box were super strange, super precise, and almost supernatural, each bullet took a life. 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills, 4 kills, 5 kills. In just a few minutes, the 7 or 8 thugs surrounding the cargo box, ready to deal with the king, were all killed. The flying bullets seemed like deathly demons. Such precision, the angle of the gun, and the hidden experience were truly terrifying. Searchlight! Searchlight! Someone! Hurry! Get your weapons ready! Some people broke down, shouting madly. Just moments ago, the cargo box was pitch black, and nothing could be seen, so the evil members of the Four Dragons Society thought it was a lighting issue, allowing the hidden shooter inside to shoot calmly and complete the kills. Bang! Someone turned on the searchlight's main switch. Soon, the entire factory area was illuminated by ultra-bright searchlights. Others shone their searchlights into the dark cargo box. The brightness was blinding. The brothers were shot, and Zhou Qiang, the leader of the South Suburb branch, couldn't sit still. He quickly called his brothers, grabbed their weapons, and rushed over. In an instant, dozens of armed evil members of the Four Dragons Society surrounded the cargo box of the small truck. In the previous chaotic battle, more than 10 brothers had fired at the cargo box. Now that Zhou Qiang had arrived, they looked at each other, and no one dared to shoot again. Looking at the battered cargo box, the blown-out tires of the trailer, and the iron railings and metal box around it filled with bullet holes, Zhou Qiang gasped. How many bullets had been fired? Zhou Xiao, someone is hiding inside shooting at us, and several of our brothers are dead. Leader, who is it inside? Could it be that bastard Wang? That seems unlikely. The shooting skills of the one firing from the dark are not low. A few brothers quietly approached Zhou Qiang, whispering, "Go up and see what's going on." Damn it, shooting at my brothers, I must shoot him dead. Damn! Zhou Qiang cursed fiercely, shoving a nearby thug hard. Go up! But the pushed thug dared not approach the cargo box. If you don't go, I'll kill you. Zhou Qiang shouted angrily, his face trembling with rage. Under such intimidation, the thug had no choice but to harden his resolve, trembling all over, and step by step approached the cargo box. When he got close, he lifted his leg to climb up, just as he was about to climb onto the cargo box. Bang! A crisp, decisive muffled sound. The thug was shot in the head, falling backward, lying on his back. Thud! He fell to the ground. Blood gushed like a fountain. Ah! Ah! Seeing this scene, many thugs were dumbfounded with fear. Zhou Chang's heart also trembled violently. Damn! What's going on? The person inside the cargo box seemed like a ghost, like the Grim Reaper. They harvested lives one by one, yet Zhou Qiang and his group of evildoers couldn't even see a shadow of a person. Suddenly, the entire factory fell into a dead silence, the atmosphere becoming eerily tense and terrifying. No one dared to approach the trailer's cargo box. No one knew if the next to be killed would be themselves. These thugs of the Four Dragons Society took deep breaths, trying to calm their nerves, but they were still extremely tense and fearful. They did not dare to look at Zhou Qiang because he was their leader, also a wealthy young master in the Jiandu elite circle. Usually, when there were dangerous tasks, dirty work, or hard labor, they were the ones to do it, while Zhou Qiang would never lift a finger himself. After all, he was the leader, a member of the Four Dragons Society with status. In the strictly regulated Four Dragons Society, obeying orders was a must. Anyone who dared to defy the rules and discipline would face a very painful outcome. Moreover, the dozens of thugs present were all following Zhou Qiang, relying on him for money to have the means to eat, drink, and have fun. Zhou Qiang was quite resourceful himself. Usually, if someone achieved merit and was willing to do some work, even if it involved illegal activities like smuggling, he would reward them handsomely if they did it well. For instance, this kidnapping was carried out by a few of his trusted subordinates, who specifically conducted investigations, lay in wait, and found the perfect opportunity to abduct Zhou Yuqi. They used Zhou Yuqi as leverage to extort a ransom of 10 million, luring Wang out, killing two birds with one stone. What the hell are you all standing around for? Huzi, De Biao, De Feng, Lao Ding, get moving. What are you afraid of? Are we so many people that we fear just one person? Zhou Qiang shouted again. Although his words were arrogant, his confidence was lacking, showing a facade of bravado. The thugs cursed Zhou Chang's ancestors in their hearts. They thought, damn it, you command us, why don't you go yourself? Bang! Just as they hesitated, gunfire erupted. Another thug fell in response, without a hint of struggle. Crash! Instantly, the more than 10 thugs surrounding the fallen one scattered quickly, each like a startled bird, terrified. They hurriedly retreated, hoping to get as far away from the cargo truck as possible. Damn it! At this moment, Zhou Qiang went mad, his taut nerves provoked again. Watching his brothers fall one by one, his mind was on the verge of breaking. As the leader, when had he ever encountered such a ghostly situation? Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. He grabbed a machine gun and wildly fired bullets at the cargo truck. Rows of dense bullets poured down like a torrential storm onto the truck. Accompanied by the sharp, piercing gunfire, some bullets penetrated the truck, shattering the metal, sparks flying everywhere. Everyone's eardrums felt like they were about to burst. Zhou Qiang still wouldn't give up. Damn it! Playing tricks, hiding away, if you have the guts, come out, come out. I'll kill you. Blow your head off with bullets. Inside the truck, Wang, using the truck as cover, watched as it was continuously battered by bullets, riddled with bullet marks and holes, yet he felt no fear. Because these bullets were fired in a chaotic manner, not for suppressive fire, but out of frustration. As a sharpshooter, Wang thought Zhou Chang's reckless spraying of bullets was foolish and wasteful. In a showdown at the level of a sharpshooter, what truly mattered was not the volume of firepower, but precise strikes. In a duel between experts, often just one or two bullets could solve the problem. A tiny mistake or oversight could spell disaster. Therefore, Zhou Qiang and his gang of thugs, when it came to handling guns, were at the bottom compared to a world-class shooter like Wang, reaching the depths of the Mariana Trench in the Pacific. So, using the small truck he drove as cover, lying flat in a completely dead angle, no matter how many bullets rained down outside, they couldn't touch him at all. Of course, he couldn't stay there forever. The series of random gunfire and precise sniping, while thrilling, was merely an appetizer. His goal was to eliminate these thugs and rescue Zhou Yuqi. It really is him. Humph, can't compete with me, so he resorts to underhanded tactics, actually kidnapping my childhood friend Yuqi. Bastard! Suddenly, holding a super sniper rifle, Wang, through the high-precision scope, looked through the many bullet holes in the cargo truck and spotted a familiar figure among the thugs outside. Zhou Qiang. Yes, it was Zhou Qiang, the rich kid he had raced against last time. I didn't expect Zhou Qiang to have his own armed men, committing such a heinous crime as kidnapping. Damn it! He murmured, his eyes blazing with fury. Wang, come out. Surrender now. Otherwise, I'll kill her. At that moment, the bully with a scarred face pushed a frail, sorrowful-looking girl and walked over here. The king took a look through the scope and his heart trembled. The girl was none other than Zhou Yuqi. A police car sped down the dilapidated path outside the abandoned factory. It was moving quickly, and the uneven road caused the vehicle to jolt violently. The driver was Luo Xiaoxiao, the captain of the municipal police's criminal investigation team, with two young officers sitting in the back. She parked the car in a hidden spot among the weeds by the roadside and quietly got out. Follow me, she said, gun in hand, cautiously stepping out of the thicket, crouching low, ready to scale the wall. Inside the abandoned factory warehouse was the hideout of the criminal she had been watching for a long time. The location of this kidnapping case had been pinpointed to this area after a thorough analysis by the Municipal Bureau's big data team. Therefore, it was only natural for Luo Xiaoxiao to infiltrate and investigate the situation. As a police officer, she could have entered through the front door with a search warrant, but that would alert the criminals. A secret infiltration was necessary to avoid alarming them and to gather solid evidence against those despicable scoundrels. Be careful. Those criminals are extremely ruthless. You must be cautious, she instructed in a low voice. Yes, Captain Luo. Yes, Captain Luo. The two young officers nodded as they followed her. To be honest, while they admired their fiery-tempered captain, they were also somewhat afraid of her. Of course, their respect and admiration for her were unwavering. In the police system, Luo Xiaoxiao was a well-known figure, having handled numerous criminal cases in Jiangdu, and she was an exceptionally dedicated and fearless detective. The three of them climbed over a not-too-high wall, using the surrounding overgrown environment for cover, and made their way to a nearby factory. Surprisingly, there were not many people around. Usually, some thugs would patrol the area along the wall, keeping an eye on things, essentially just watching for any changes to report back inside. But today, almost all the thugs had gone into the factory, and what was happening inside was, of course, due to the presence of a sharpshooter. Luo Xiaoxiao and her team were secretly relieved that their infiltration had gone relatively smoothly, unaware that they had already been exposed. The members of the Four Dragons gang were quite cunning and had long installed very discreet surveillance cameras hidden in the mottled walls and on some utility poles, making them hard to detect and even harder to avoid. The entire gathering place of dozens to hundreds of members of the Four Dragons Gang's South City branch had no blind spots in its surveillance. Soon, the brother responsible for monitoring the cameras called Zhou Qiang. "Young Master Zhou, someone has broken in." "Got it." At that moment, in the factory warehouse, Zhou Qiang received the call, and his expression grew increasingly sinister. "Humph, so there are indeed helpers." He tossed his phone aside, gritting his teeth as he approached Zhou Yuqi, who was being held by two of his subordinates, aiming his gun at her head. "Bastard! Get out here! You actually found help. Weren't you supposed to come alone? If you dare to go against our agreement, I'll kill you right now," Zhou Qiang shouted, clearly very agitated. He guessed that since there were helpers, the king must have called the police. Now he even suspected that the one driving the small truck was not the king himself, but some special police officer. Otherwise, how could the king possibly have such strong and precise marksmanship? "It seems that there's more than just your lover in that truck. What a pity, your lover has breached the agreement, and now I'm going to kill you." Zhou Qiang held the gun, the muzzle sliding over Zhou Yuqi's trembling, fearful face. Zhou Yuqi could no longer bear such immense psychological pressure and collapsed, her legs giving way as she crumpled to the ground. Two thugs holding her roughly pulled her up. At that moment, "Put down your guns. Police, everyone, put down your guns." Not far from the factory warehouse door, next to a large hole blasted into the iron wall from the earlier fierce gunfire, someone crawled in. A woman and two men. The leading woman was someone Zhou Qiang was not unfamiliar with. That filthy woman surnamed Luo. "Damn, it's her again." Zhou Qiang was filled with rage and shouted at the intruding police, "You filthy woman surnamed Luo, it's you again. Do I have a grudge against you? Why are you fixated on me? Damn it." Indeed, the ones who broke in were Luo Xiaoxiao and two police officers. "You two stay near the entrance and quickly notify the bureau to send reinforcements." As soon as Luo Xiaoxiao entered, she sensed something was wrong and hurriedly instructed her two subordinates. The two young police officers quickly withdrew. Only Luo Xiaoxiao remained, gun in hand, facing dozens of armed members of the Silonghui and many thugs wielding weapons. Over 100 people were densely packed in this warehouse. And she was alone, a female officer. It felt like a lamb entering a tiger's den. Even if this lamb was fierce and explosive, it was still solitary. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, more than 10 armed criminals aimed their guns at Luo Xiaoxiao. "Not bad, Officer Luo, beautiful Luo, you really are stunning, holding a gun like that. It's so captivating. I really wonder how wonderful it would be to capture a beauty like you. Ha ha ha, do you think you alone can stir up any waves? Come on, try shooting, and see if my men will turn you into a sieve, into meat paste. Ha 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 ha." At this moment, Zhou Qiang laughed wickedly. Pairs of hot, evil eyes scanned Luo Xiaoxiao from head to toe, lewdly. "Put down your gun." Suddenly, Zhou Qiang shouted fiercely at Luo Xiaoxiao. Luo Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly. She wasn't afraid of life or death, but her strength alone was too weak. Even if a fight broke out, she could at most take down a few thugs before being quickly overwhelmed by concentrated gunfire. It wouldn't have much effect on this kidnapping case or the punishment of the entire Silonghui. If you kill innocent civilians and lay hands on this girl, it won't just be a simple kidnapping case anymore. So, she had no choice but to lower her gun and added a few words. Zhou Chang's heart tightened. These people wouldn't casually kill her, after all. Her identity was the captain of the city's criminal police. If this escalated and a large force was sent to crush this place, it was very likely to happen. The higher-ups of the Silonghui had strict orders. They could engage in illegal activities for profit, even kidnapping, but they must never provoke someone of Luo Xiaoxiao's status. They were underground forces and had to remain hidden and discreet. "You guys, tie her up and lock her in the small room at the back," Zhou Qiang ordered his subordinates. Luo Xiaoxiao was trapped but didn't look as bad as it seemed. With a background in police academy and being a criminal officer, her physical fitness was strong, and her individual combat ability was high, plus she was not just carrying one gun. Of course, if these thugs wanted to search her, they could find her weapons. However, their attention was all focused on the trailer's cargo box. A beautiful female officer who had laid down her weapons and surrendered posed no threat. "First, lock her up. After we deal with the scum in the cargo box, we can have some fun with her. Hee hee, I've never played with such a beautiful female cop before." Zhou Qiang sneered with delight. A few thugs rushed over quickly, their faces showing some fear, but more excitement and thrill. Being able to come into contact with such a beautiful female police officer, how could these bullies not be excited? A few of them quickly grabbed Luo Xiaoxiao and began to search her, finding a walkie-talkie and handcuffs among other items. Just as they were reaching for certain areas on Luo Xiaoxiao's body, she coldly snorted, "Stop touching me! Stay away!" She glared fiercely at the thugs. Fortunately, she was dressed quite securely, otherwise, she would have been disgusted by this group of bullies. Zhou Qiang, who had some reservations, was not a reckless person. Not wanting to complicate matters, he raised his hand and coldly said to a few of his subordinates, "All right, take her away and lock her up." The thugs quickly complied. "And her too, take her away and lock her up." Zhou Qiang issued another command. In his view, it was better not to act against Luo Xiaoxiao, the female police officer, and Zhou Yuqi, the hostage, until they dealt with the sniper in the cargo container. They could serve as leverage. If the situation changed, he could use them to threaten. And if everything went smoothly and he eliminated the sniper hiding in the cargo container, then these two beauties would become his playthings. Just thinking about it was too thrilling, too satisfying. Bang! The door closed and was locked by the thugs outside. Zhou Yuqi and Luo Xiaoxiao, two girls, were both down and out souls locked in the same small dark room. It was pitch black, and they couldn't see what was happening outside. "Help me, police sister, I'm so scared of those bad guys." "Don't be afraid, little sister. Don't worry, many police officers will come one after another. You must remember, justice will definitely triumph over evil." "Woo woo, all right, little sister, what's your name? How were you kidnapped by them? Can you tell me?" Inside the dark room, Zhou Yuqi and Luo Xiaoxiao whispered to each other. Outside, however, it was a different scene. Inside the cargo container, Wang was holding a sniper rifle, and through the bullet holes, he could clearly see Zhou Qiang and those scoundrels through the high-definition scope. When he saw the police arrive but then get locked up by Zhou Chang's men, his heart sank again. He didn't want to see others get involved because of him. Moreover, what made his pupils dilate and felt very uncomfortable was that the two young male police officers who had come with the female officer had not been gone long from this abandoned factory warehouse when they were captured and brought over, tightly bound. "Get over here! Stay aside! Still want to go out and report?" It turned out that everything was under Zhou Chang's control. The two police officers had not been gone long when they were caught red-handed by the members of the Silonghui outside. They had only recently joined the criminal police team, lacking experience, and their combat and responsibilities were indeed lacking, so they had no choice but to be captured. Zhou Qiang ordered his men to tie them up and make them squat in a corner. The two trembled, not seeing their captain Luo Xiaoxiao, their hearts racing with anxiety. An ominous premonition surged in their hearts. Because the members of the Silonghui's Nanchang branch had extraordinary counter-surveillance abilities, they could not be sure whether, before the main force from the city bureau arrived, they would encounter any misfortune with Captain Luo Xiaoxiao. "People inside, come out. If you dare to shoot again, I'll kill Zhou Yuqi first, then these cops. Humph. At worst, we'll die together." Zhou Qiang shouted angrily. Indeed, it had quieted down now, and Wang really didn't dare to continue sniping. If it weren't for Luo Xiaoxiao and the others coming in to make trouble and considering Zhou Yuqi's safety, Wang could have single-handedly taken out all the bad guys here with just his sniper rifle. But now, he had to weigh his options, he had to play it safe. These scoundrels and lawbreakers were not worth mourning, but Zhou Yuqi and the others could not be allowed to suffer innocent casualties. However, if he exposed himself to the dark muzzles of dozens of lawbreakers, it would be certain death. Now, it had reached the most critical, most precarious moment. Suddenly, through the high-definition scope, Wang discovered a target in his constantly moving line of sight. He was overjoyed, excitement bursting in his eyes. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Accompanying it was the sudden explosion of an electrical box on a wall 200 meters away, sparks flying. Bang bang! Bang bang! Immediately after, the circuit in the factory short-circuited, and all the lights went out. Everything around fell into darkness. Taking advantage of the darkness, he quietly dashed out of the cargo container, his sniper rifle temporarily slung on his back, moving like a ghost. Employing world-class combat skills, he unleashed a deathly slaughter in the night. In his mind, he had already calculated what to do at every step, what position to take. This was the unique and formidable ability of a top-notch sharpshooter with rich combat experience. It was not just about extraordinary marksmanship, but also about situational judgment, how to respond in any situation, how to find the enemy's weaknesses, and how to break the deadlock. As he burst out of the pitch-black warehouse, Wang, relying on his superior physical condition from top-tier combat skills, leaped onto the top of the cargo container, quickly crouching down, ready to take aim. Bang! Bang! With the help of the high-definition night vision scope, Wang shot skillfully, hitting his target precisely. One bullet took one life. Hearing the sound of bullets hitting heads and his companions falling around him, the thugs of the Four Dragon Society were all in a state of panic, trembling with fear. "Stop playing tricks and come out, damn it," Zhou Qiang shouted, his emotions becoming extremely agitated. In Wang's night vision scope, this man was already in a state of confusion, nearly losing control, descending into a hysterical state. He had never experienced such a situation, and his subordinates had never encountered it either. It was pitch black. Nothing could be seen, not even a hand in front of one's face. Moreover, in the darkness, the opponent was unknown, lurking somewhere, ready to shoot at any moment and take a life. It was terrifying. "Everyone be careful. Be careful. Crouch down, find cover." Bang! Bang! Just as they were all on edge, reminding each other, several bullets were fired from the sniper rifle, aimed directly at the heads of the thugs who had just spoken. Heads exploded, blood gushing. Once again, several thugs fell to the ground. Suddenly, there was a deathly silence. The breath of death lingered, enveloping the hearts of every thug, refusing to dissipate. No one dared to speak. They felt that it was definitely because they had made noise that the mysterious shooter, like a ghost of death in the darkness, had sensed the opportunity, found the direction, and shot to kill. They closed their mouths, crouched down, and tried to feel around for a place to hide. But it was pitch black. Who dared to move recklessly? They could only be extremely cautious. Just as someone tried to be clever and took out their phone to illuminate the area. Bang! Another shot. Harvest! The phone fell to the ground, and the person was shot in the head. Hiss! With the light from the phone screen, some nearby thugs gasped at the scene, their spines chilling, bodies going weak, too scared to even breathe. They quickly retreated, continuously backing away. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen thugs had already been taken down. Every time someone falls, the remaining thugs and bullies endure immense torment, their hearts racing, legs weak, bodies trembling. For them, it is an unbearable torture. No one knows if the next to fall will be themselves. "Ah, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it. I'm going to blow you to pieces, you bastard. Damn it, stop hiding, stop hiding. Come out, come out." Finally, someone couldn't hold it any longer, grabbing a gun and wildly shooting in the direction of the cargo container. It didn't matter if they hit the target, it was mindless, reckless shooting, more like venting their inner anger and endless fear. They felt that rather than being quietly taken out, they might as well fight back. After all, death was inevitable, so they might as well go all out. In the darkness, Zhou Qiang quietly slipped towards the small black room. He knew he was at a disadvantage now. His opponent was extremely cunning, having smashed the circuit breaker and sabotaged the factory's electrical system, plunging them into darkness while the other side could shoot at will. Thus, the numerical advantage and concentrated firepower of the Silonghui were rendered useless. More and more thugs from the Silonghui were crazily shooting their guns. A terrifying thing happened. Some thugs were actually injured by stray bullets and shrapnel fired by their own people. "Ah, who is it? Damn it, are we shooting our own? Stop shooting! Damn it! Stop!" Zhou Qiang quickly shouted to stop his men from their irrational frenzy. Meanwhile, he had already sneaked to the door of the small black room, feeling around until he found the door lock, ready to rush in and grab someone. Bang! At that moment, a bullet flew over and precisely hit his right knee. "Ah!" A scream erupted from Zhou Chang's mouth, piercing and tragic. It turned out that every move he made was within the observation range of the sniper scope of Wang Shang. Seeing this guy heading to the small black room to find Zhou Yuqi and Luo Xiaoxiao, it was definitely not for anything good. He was likely going to threaten them. So, Wang Shang took the initiative, firing 2 shots that shattered his knee. Thud! Zhou Qiang fell to the ground, blood gushing from his knees, a horrific sight. Bang bang bang! A few more thugs rushed to the door of the small black room, and Wang Shang, without hesitation, fired continuously. In an instant, the dark warehouse was filled with the bodies of the slain thugs, dozens of corpses sprawled on the ground, blood everywhere. The air was thick with a nauseating, dizzying stench of blood. It was like a hell on earth. In the darkness, no one could see where Wang Shang was. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through. A figure appeared, jumping down from the top of the cargo container, walking straight to Zhou Qiang. At that moment, in the entire abandoned factory warehouse, apart from Zhou Qiang, whose legs were ruined and bleeding, on the verge of death, all the other thugs had been wiped out. "Why you? Don't come any closer. Don't come closer. Who are you? Who are you? A devil. A devil." Although Zhou Qiang couldn't see, he could feel someone approaching. Moreover, they were holding a sniper rifle, and as the person got closer, the infrared night vision scope of the sniper rifle cast a very faint beam of light on his face. As the light moved closer, Zhou Qiang roughly saw the outline of a person. "You kidnapped Zhou Yuqi, harmed the innocent, committed heinous crimes. Your Silonghui deserves to die." Wang Shang gritted his teeth and said fiercely. If you want to know who I am, then take a good look. As he spoke, he took out his phone, the light from the screen illuminating Zhou Chang's face. Zhou Qiang, whose knees were continuously bleeding, was in unbearable pain, but at this moment, he was extremely shocked to discover a face that he found hard to believe. It's you! As he recognized the king's appearance, Zhou Qiang was stunned. It was actually the king, the guy who played speed games with a helicopter, the scoundrel who took away millions from him. It was actually the king. Not only was he super wealthy, skilled in close combat, with a solid martial arts foundation, but he also had such profound and unfathomable marksmanship. At that moment, Zhou Chang's mind went blank. An endless sense of fear surged within him. In their Four-Dragon Society, just the South City branch he led had dozens of formal members and over 100 aspiring members wanting to join. Among them, almost all formal members practiced shooting here every day. However, their marksmanship was leagues behind the king's. You actually dared to kidnap someone and extort 10 million, that's really impressive. The king sneered. Saying this, he once again aimed the sniper rifle at Zhou Chang's head. I was wrong. I was wrong. Big brother, this was just a joke, a misunderstanding. Take the 10 million, I don't want it, and you can take your sister away too. I apologize for the offense. Zhou Qiang trembled, breaking out in a cold sweat, constantly begging for mercy. The 10 million is mine, I took it out from the bank, filled a whole truck, and it was a tough process. Also, your underling with the cigarette scar still owes me 120,000. The king revealed a harmless smile, the rifle's muzzle sliding across Zhou Chang's head and face. Zhou Qiang was terrified. Even with his excellent psychological endurance, he was not far from complete collapse. Cigarette scar! Cigarette scar! He suddenly shouted, trying to struggle to his feet, but his knees were still bleeding, and when he tried to support himself with his hands, he found his body completely limp, breath faint, and devoid of strength. After those two shouts, his face turned extremely pale, as if he had exhausted all his energy. Stop shouting, Cigarette Scar is already dead, the king coldly snorted. He had been positioned on top of the cargo box, at the sniper point, and had already taken out Cigarette Scar. Big brother, Cigarette Scar owes you money, I'll pay it back. I'll pay it back. If there's anything else you want, just say it, big brother, I will do my utmost to meet your demands. I will do my utmost. Zhou Qiang mumbled, looking as if he was on the verge of death. Right now, he just wanted to live. Money doesn't matter to me, I'm quite wealthy, I'm not short on cash. Ha ha ha, the king laughed. His smile was so bright, but to Zhou Qiang, it was terrifying and soul-shaking. Then, what does big brother need? Zhou Qiang hurriedly asked. After all, he was still very young and wanted to live. I need something from you, the king suddenly said with interest. What is it? Please tell me, big brother. Zhou Chang's pale, weak eyes suddenly bulged, flashing with a glimmer of hope, like a drowning person grasping at the last straw. Look at that big, round head of yours on your neck. I think it's nice, and the king of hell would definitely like it, the king said with a wicked smile, slowly murmuring from his mouth. Ah! Zhou Chang's face instantly turned fearful. The next second, bang! The king stopped talking and decisively fired a shot. Boom! Zhou Qiang collapsed. The king skillfully put away the gun, disassembling it and placing it back in the gun case. Then, he returned to the truck and hid the gun case. Sitting in the driver's seat of the small truck, the king quietly waited. He leisurely lit a cigarette, took a puff, exhaled smoke, and relaxed. When he arrived, he was very nervous, filled with worry, thinking about what if something happened to Zhou Yuqi. He wouldn't be able to explain to Uncle Zhou and Auntie, and he wouldn't be able to give himself an explanation. After all, Zhou Yuqi was innocent, the Four Dragons Society had targeted him, and Zhou Yuqi was just extremely unfortunate to be caught up in it. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the abandoned factory, and the heavy door was smashed open. Put down your guns! Police! Everyone, put down your guns! Put down your guns! Director Zhang personally led over 100 fully armed officers to this location. The entire bureau was mobilized, and almost all available armed forces were gathered, surrounding the area in layers. It turned out that Luo Xiaoxiao, who was brave and meticulous, had already reported the situation here to the bureau's leaders through high-tech equipment. So even though she had been captured and her communication devices taken by the thugs, it did not prevent the city bureau's leaders from learning of the situation and confirming the criminals' hideout. Director Zhang quickly arranged for the entire bureau to come here. Outside, police sirens blared. A row of police cars lined up outside the abandoned factory, all with their headlights on, shining directly into the dark factory. Instantly, everything here became as bright as day. Comrade Xiaoli, Xiao Liang. Suddenly, a few colleagues spotted Xiaoli and Xiao Liang huddled in a corner, They had come with Captain Luo Xiaoxiao to handle the case and infiltrate the criminals' hideout. Seeing them tightly bound with ropes, Xiao Liang had unfortunately been hit in the shoulder by a stray bullet fragment during the chaotic gunfight, blood flowing continuously, but fortunately, it was not life-threatening, and everyone arrived in time. Quick, get Xiao Li and Xiao Liang to the emergency room. Xiao Liang, hang in there, are you okay? I'm fine, I'm fine. By the way, our Captain Luo was captured by those criminals. Taken to that little room over there, hurry and save her. Xiao Liang's face was pale. After all, he had lost quite a bit of blood and was not very clear-headed, but even so, he quickly explained the situation to his colleagues in the bureau, urging them to find Captain Luo Xiaoxiao. As all the headlights and colleagues' searchlights continued to illuminate the warehouse, the sight of corpses everywhere, drenched in blood, frightened many young officers who had just joined the force. As everyone ventured deeper inside, the stench of blood was overwhelming, truly horrific, making one shudder. Soon, some colleagues found the small darkroom, broke the door open, and rescued Luo Xiaoxiao and the kidnapped girl, Zhou Yuqi. Captain Luo, how are you? Are you okay? Comrade Luo Xiaoxiao, are you hurt? Everyone hurried over to inquire about the situation, showing great concern. Get Luo Xiaoxiao to the ambulance, quickly. Some colleagues were ready to take Luo Xiaoxiao to the emergency room first. After all, the scene was so bloody, with too many deaths and too much carnage, no one knew if Luo Xiaoxiao had been injured or what she had experienced. No, I'm fine. Luo Xiaoxiao brushed off the dust from her clothes and said to her many colleagues, I'm perfectly fine. By the way, you all hurry and take Miss Zhou Yuqi to the ambulance, check on her, and make sure to comfort her and take care of her emotions. She quickly began to give orders. Although she couldn't see what had happened earlier in the small darkroom, she had heard the gunfire and knew that the situation must have been extremely brutal. As a criminal police officer, she had a strong psychological endurance. But Zhou Yuqi was different. As a college student, she had experienced the kidnapping by an evil organization, heard the gunfire, smelled the strong, pungent scent of blood, and now witnessed the sight of corpses everywhere, blood staining the ground. Such scenes and everything she had gone through were too cruel for her. She needed psychological counseling to soothe her emotions, or it would be difficult for her to calm down, negatively impacting her future studies, work, and life. By the time the colleagues helped Zhou Yuqi outside, Luo Xiaoxiao quickly threw herself into the on-site investigation work. Comrade Luo Xiaoxiao, you've worked hard. As one of the first to rush into the gathering place of the criminals, you are incredibly brave and fearless. Everyone admires you. At this moment, Director Zhang walked over, looking at Luo Xiaoxiao with admiration, and said, but now, you should go rest for a bit, we'll handle things here. Luo Xiaoxiao replied, Director Zhang, you're too kind. I'm fine, I don't need to rest, I can continue working. But everyone needs to be careful, don't let your guard down. Some individual criminals might resort to violent acts and hide away to shoot, she added. Instantly, everyone tensed up. Although they had just swept through the entire warehouse and carefully checked, finding no living people, Luo Xiaoxiao's words sent a shiver through them. The trailer hasn't been searched yet, there could be someone inside. Director Zhang waved his hand, his gaze landing on the large trailer. Clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Everyone raised their guns, ready for action. They saw a person raise both hands and jump down from the trailer's cargo area. It's me. The young man murmured weakly, looking at the more than 100 police officers in front of him. Bang! Suddenly, he collapsed weakly onto the ground. Wang Shanggij! Someone suddenly shouted. The person shouting was Zhou Yuqi, who had just reached the factory's entrance, preparing to go to the medical emergency vehicle. She turned around and saw Wang Shang jumping down from the cargo area. Her excited shout, filled with tears and deep emotion, moved everyone. It's Wang Shanggij. These kidnappers kidnapped me just to deal with Wang Shanggij. Zhou Yuqi explained anxiously. She was extremely worried about Wang Shang's current situation. What would she do if something happened to him? Quick! It's Mr. Wang! It's Mr. Wang! The city is urging us to protect Mr. Wang! Director Zhang was the first to react, quickly arranging for people to rush over. Soon, Wang Shang, who opened his eyes, met Zhou Yuqi in the medical emergency vehicle. The first thing Wang Shang saw was a beautiful face filled with urgency and concern. As he woke up, she cautiously and caringly asked, Wang Shanggij, how are you feeling? The doctor checked you, and fortunately, there's nothing serious. Of course, Wang Shang was fine, he had merely been acting, deliberately feinting to throw people off. I'm fine. By the way, Yuqi, you were kidnapped. Those bad guys didn't do anything to you, right? Wang Shang hurriedly asked. Zhou Yuqi shook her head. I'm fine, they didn't do anything to me. They just wanted to lure you in and capture you. I'm so happy to see you're okay. After saying this, the excited Zhou Yuqi couldn't control her emotions and threw herself into Wang Shang's arms, tears streaming down her face. "Don't cry, Yuchi, we're both fine, it's all over now." Wang Shang was momentarily stunned, feeling her soft warmth and body heat, unsure of what to say. "Woo woo, alright. Joe Yuchi, who needed emotional guidance, found that even a professional psychologist's emotional support couldn't compare to Wang Shang gently patting her back and comforting her tenderly. "By the way, Wang Shang Gij, who was with you? Why were they so powerful, with such amazing shooting skills?" Joe Yuchi gradually calmed down, easing out of the fear and psychological pressure from being kidnapped. She looked at Wang Shang, asking earnestly. Of course, she didn't suspect anything about Wang Shang's capabilities because she didn't think he possessed such formidable and terrifying shooting skills. Don't even mention marksmanship. The king grew up with her, they were childhood friends, and he had never been exposed to anything military-related. He had never even handled a gun. How could he possibly possess such formidable shooting skills? Dozens, even hundreds, of thugs from the Four Dragons Society, who specialized in firearms, practiced shooting every day, yet they were all silently sniped and killed by that person. It's terrifying. I don't know either. That person came from somewhere very strange, hiding inside a cargo box. At that time, I was driving a truck loaded with 10 million in cash, and halfway through, those thugs drove a trailer and took both me and the truck in. What happened afterward was a pitch-black warehouse. I couldn't see anything, only heard gunshots. I have no idea who that person is. They must be that mysterious figure who took out all of them with a gun. The king took an oxygen mask, took a deep breath, and continued to feign weakness, murmuring, "Do you think it's possible that the mysterious person is a police officer?" Suddenly, Joe Yuchi mentioned a possibility. The king's eyes lit up. Right, how did I not think of that? It could very well be an undercover police officer. It must be a very skilled special forces soldier, like the martial arts and marksmanship heroes in many novels nowadays. Let's call that mysterious person Brother War God. Instantly, Joe Yuchi looked at him with admiration, completely starry-eyed. No way, Brother War God. The king felt a mix of amusement and jealousy, but it was strange. How could he be jealous of himself? Because no matter how much Joe Yuchi admired that so-called Brother War God, that Brother War God was him. Brother War God is so great, upholding justice and eliminating harm for the common people. Those thugs are truly wicked, not knowing how many innocent lives they've harmed, or how many girls they've victimized. Brother War God sent them to hell, punishing them severely. It's just wonderful. He is the hero in my heart, a great hero. Joe Yuchi's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration and joy. No way, Sister Yuchi, it was I who risked danger to gather 10 million just to save you. And now, you're endlessly thanking that unknown so-called Brother War God. Maybe he's just an old man in his 40s or 50s? The king still felt a twinge of jealousy. Even if he's older, he's still a charming uncle. Uncles nowadays can be quite charming. I like uncles, Joe Yuchi said with a smile. All right, the king didn't know what else to say. Okay, Brother Wang, you're the best. It was you who risked your life to gather so much money, otherwise, I don't know if I could have lived well. Brother War God is impressive and important, but Brother Wang, you're even more important. I won't forget that it was you who saved me. Joe Yuchi smiled at the king, saying this. Such heartwarming words made the king feel much better inside. Just then, Luo Xiaoxiao, dressed in a police uniform, walked over. She sat down in the ambulance, took a deep breath, and looked at the king. You are Mr. Wang, right? Don't be nervous. I'm just here to investigate the situation. Please tell me everything you know truthfully. Luo Xiaoxiao said calmly. Coming out of the abandoned factory, the king let out a sigh of relief. Because of Luo Xiaoxiao's questioning, he answered almost flawlessly, setting himself up as a coward hiding in the small truck, too afraid to come out. As for the slaughter outside and the sniper's heroic performance in taking down so many members of the Four Dragons Society, it had nothing to do with him. In this way, he was completely distanced from this major case, merely a person being threatened by kidnappers, driving a small truck, bringing 10 million in ransom to save someone. Of course, the police would investigate from all angles. Wang had his suspicions, being the mysterious gunman responsible for the deaths of dozens or even hundreds at the Southern City branch of the Four Dragons Society. Who could it be? Was it possible that Wang had hired a hitman? However, the police couldn't find any leads in this regard and had to give up. As for Wang himself, the police had no suspicions. First, they found no weapons, and second, they couldn't find Wang's fingerprints on the firearms left at the scene or on the bodies of the Four Dragons Society's criminals. Therefore, the police felt that Wang could not be the mysterious gunman. In the end, the police shifted their focus to the possibility of internal strife within the Four Dragons Society, believing this was a very likely scenario. Such illegal organizations are made up of lawless individuals, brutal and violent, quick to resort to knives and guns, and easily embroiled in internal conflicts over disputes of interest, which could escalate into large-scale gunfights, resulting in a tragic situation. The direction of the investigation was heading towards what Wang had anticipated and hoped for, and he felt relieved. At least for now, he didn't want anyone to know he was the omnipotent sharpshooter. The more skilled one is, the more one must hide their strength. Moreover, if people knew that he single-handedly took down over 100 armed members of the Four Dragons Society, it would cause an enormous uproar. Not to mention, with the Four Dragons Society suffering such a heavy blow, they would undoubtedly seek revenge, using every means possible to investigate the truth and find the killer. Now, those who know I am the sharpshooter are dead. Let this secret be forever sealed, Wang thought to himself. Soon, Zhou Yuqi, the kidnapped victim, after accepting the police's investigation and recording, also got out of the vehicle. Mr. Wang, your small truck has been checked, and there are no issues. The cash inside has been counted, and fortunately, it was stored in a bank's metal safe. Some of the safe's casing was damaged by bullets, but the cash inside is intact. Now, if Mr. Wang wants to take the cash to the bank, we can immediately arrange for 2 police cars to escort you back to the bank. A police officer soon approached and said politely. This service was quite commendable. After all, Wang's current status was prestigious. He was a major financier in the eyes of the city's high-ranking officials, young and accomplished, with substantial capital. Wang nodded. All right, then I'll trouble you. I was lucky this time to escape a disaster. They kidnapped Zhou Yuqi just to get ransom from me. Strictly speaking, I implicated Zhou Yuqi and caused you police officers to work so hard on this case. Mr. Wang is too polite. At that moment, the head of the police, Director Zhang, came over, smiling warmly and shaking Wang's hand. By the way, Director Zhang, I promise here that as a token of gratitude to your police, I have decided to use part of the Wang Charity Foundation's funds to donate to your police department, to acquire more weapons and equipment, case handling expenses, facilities, and so on. Of course, this donation will require my approval and some departmental procedures. I will contact people in the city, and they should be able to arrange it properly, Wang said with a smile. This speech moved Director Zhang greatly and made the officers involved in the case feel grateful and very excited. Thank you, Mr. Wang. It is our duty to handle cases, but Mr. Wang's generous donation leaves us at a loss for words. Then we can only thank Mr. Wang. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Soon, Director Zhang took the lead, and so many police comrades expressed their gratitude. This action instantly brought Wang closer to them, narrowing the distance, and everyone's impression of Wang improved significantly. They thought this young man was truly outstanding, generous, and magnanimous. With such a mindset and the momentum of his generous donation, it was only right for someone so wealthy to do so. He drove the cash back to the bank to deposit it again. After wrapping up these matters, Wang still had to return the rental truck. On the way back to return the vehicle, he made a quick stop at home. He had to quickly retrieve the case of the super sniper rifle hidden in the truck and stash it at home. Fortunately, he had established a good relationship with the police, and they hadn't discovered the super sniper rifle hidden in the truck. Otherwise, it would have been a huge problem. There was only one such impressive sniper rifle in the world, and no amount of money could buy it. He now desperately longed for a unique secret space of his own, like a system warehouse, or a small space. Then he could store the super sniper rifle and ammunition in that small space, where no one could find them, and only he could control it. How wonderful that would be. Unfortunately, this was just a small fantasy of his for now. After a day of intense fighting and taking down so many criminals, he returned home and quickly felt drowsy, lying down on the sofa and falling asleep almost immediately. As for Zhou Yuqi, he had already told her that she didn't need to work at the small supermarket today, to take a good rest, and he gave her 2 days off. Once she was rested and adjusted, she could come back to work. He slept particularly deeply during this nap, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. The next morning, Wang woke up feeling exceptionally comfortable and refreshed, full of energy. Oh, I forgot to return the rental car. It suddenly occurred to him that he had hidden the sniper rifle at home but forgot to return the vehicle. First thing in the morning, he went to return the car. Then he arrived at the small supermarket, opened the door, and started business. The first thing to do while guarding the store was, of course, to grab a bottle of drink from the shelf. He opened it. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a 1 yuan exchange opportunity. Would you like to exchange for 1 yuan? Yes. Ding! 1 yuan exchange successful. Current host wealth value, congratulations, host has received a reward, system warehouse. Hearing the words system warehouse, Wang was momentarily stunned, and a mouthful of drink sprayed out. This was incredible. It was truly a case of thinking something and it coming true. This reward was so timely. The system understood him so well. Would you like to activate the system warehouse? Of course. Activating system warehouse. Please wait. System warehouse activation successful. Warehouse description. 3 meters long, 3 meters wide, 3 meters high, capable of holding items the host wishes to store. Usage method: control with thought to open and close the system warehouse at any time. Wow! Wang was genuinely amazed. This was too incredible. He had actually obtained the system warehouse. He immediately followed the system's instructions, his mind flashing with thoughts. A virtual warehouse space, about the size of a small room, actually appeared before his eyes. It floated in the air, looking particularly sci-fi and magical. He was so excited that he casually took some items from the counter, including his phone, and placed them inside. It was very convenient to store them, with no issues at all. Then he flickered a thought. The system warehouse disappeared. He looked again, and everything returned to normal. The small items and phone he had just placed in the system warehouse were indeed gone. Then, he tried again. With a thought, the system warehouse opened, floating before him. This is amazing. Wang was truly thrilled. This way, he could store the very difficult-to-handle super sniper rifle in the system warehouse, making it impossible for anyone to find it. Only he could take it out and use it whenever he wanted, and put it back to hide it at any time. At that moment, Jiang Wenwen called. In fact, since yesterday, there had been several missed calls on his phone, all from Jiang Wenwen. Why haven't I been able to reach you all day yesterday? I called and you didn't answer. What's going on? As soon as the call connected, Jiang Wenwen's anxious voice came through. Are you deliberately avoiding me? You got me hooked and now you don't care? Humph. You think you can just dump me? Not a chance. Jiang Wenwen shouted angrily on the phone. Wang Shang remained silent, letting her vent. He could completely understand. After all, they had just confirmed their relationship not long ago and were in the passionate phase of love. It was perfectly normal for a girl to be clingy, and it clearly showed how much Jiang Wenwen depended on him. This was true love. Why aren't you saying anything? Ha! After venting her anger, Jiang Wenwen huffed and asked why Wang Shang was silent. Darling, don't be mad. I had some things to deal with yesterday and went to the police station, so I couldn't answer the phone. Wang Shang explained, briefly recounting what had happened at the abandoned factory on the outskirts of Nanchang. What? Zhou Yuqi was kidnapped? Oh my god. Yes, it was very dangerous yesterday. The kidnappers made me bring the ransom to exchange for her, or they would kill her. Oh my god. You actually went through something like that? That's terrifying. Where are you? Are you at the little supermarket? Don't leave, I'm coming over right now. Hearing this, Jiang Wenwen suddenly became very anxious and quickly said she would come over to talk. All her earlier anger about not receiving a call for a day and throwing a tantrum vanished without a trace. When they met, they sat down at the little supermarket and talked about what had happened yesterday. Jiang Wenwen tightly held Wang Shang's hand, as if afraid he would be taken away by bad people. Wang Shang could fully feel her nervousness and concern for him. Everything is fine now, don't worry. I'll be very careful in the future. They leaned close to each other, making the customers at the little supermarket feel like they were witnessing a display of affection. By the way, Wenwen, how's the situation with the villa? We've already chosen 2 villas. How about we go over now and take a good look? You need to give your opinion. What if you don't like it? That won't happen. As long as you like it, I like it. The villas over there are all very beautiful. In the future, we can live in one, and my parents can live in the other. When we get married and have kids, my parents can help take care of them, or we can hire a nanny. Isn't that a perfect arrangement? Wang Shang said with a smile. To put it bluntly, how could a villa worth over 10 million not be beautiful? I'll listen to you. Jiang Wenwen suddenly blushed shyly. Who wants to have kids with you? Ha ha, by then, you won't have a choice. You have to give me a big chubby boy and a sweet, lovely little girl. You wish. Jiang Wenwen said, her words contradicting her heart, as she had long been devoted to Wang Shang. Oh, and there's one more thing. I've already told my parents about us. How about you come with me to see them sometime? No problem, how about today? Wang Shang readily agreed. Today? Isn't that a bit too soon? Jiang Wenwen suddenly panicked, nervously gripping Wang Shang's hand. This was her first time dating, and she had a strong desire to bring her boyfriend home to meet her parents, hoping for their approval. As the old saying goes, there's no time like the present. Wang Shang said, looking at her with a grin. Jiang Wenwen is a well-behaved girl. From a young age, her family has been very strict with her. Even after entering university, her parents have strict requirements regarding her dating, to the point of interference. This has led to her having a completely blank slate in terms of relationships before meeting Wang Shang. Not to mention anything intimate between men and women, she has never even kissed or held hands. When she met Wang Shang, she felt she had found her perfect partner, and she was so lucky. Her first official relationship was just so flawless. Hey, Wenwen, don't bring that boy home. How about this? Your dad and I are out running some errands, and we'll come by to see that boy. Is that really okay? At that moment, her mother called, and Jiang Wenwen felt a bit at a loss. What's wrong with that? Didn't you say that boy's family runs a supermarket? His daily job is just to watch over the supermarket. Your dad and I will go see what he's like, isn't that good? Mom, are you at his supermarket right now? Yes, good, send me the address, and your dad and I will come over. Beep beep beep. The call ended. Jiang Wenwen was a bit dazed. What was going on? From her mother's tone and the way she referred to him as that boy, it was clear that her family had not accepted her boyfriend at all. Only time could prove everything. Jiang Chongshan and Suyin had just left their community when a man in his 40s approached them, having already parked his car by the roadside. His name was Zhang Guiran, Jiang Chongshan's cousin, and thus Jiang Wenwen's uncle. He lived in the same community as Jiang Wenwen's family, but not in the same building. Cousin, are you and your wife going to meet Wenwen's boyfriend? Come on, I'll take you there, I'll be your driver. Huh, old Zhang, why are you everywhere? I'm just going to see my daughter's boyfriend. Why are you tagging along? Jiang Chongshan was a bit displeased. That was just his nature. He disliked trouble and preferred to keep a low profile. Cousin, what are you saying? Who told you I'm Wenwen's uncle? I'm just very concerned about Wenwen's lifelong affairs. Zhang Guiran said with a grin. Our kid's uncle is also worried about Wenwen's marriage. What? You don't want him to go take a look? Suyin, Jiang Wenwen's mother, shot Jiang Chongshan a glare. She had some opinions about her somewhat ineffectual husband. If certain things hadn't happened, Jiang Chongshan wouldn't have been so passive, otherwise, their family wouldn't have ended up living in such an old community, growing increasingly distant from the core of the Jiang family, until they were neglected and forgotten. Both were sons of the old Jiang family. Others ran the largest car dealership in town and owned big restaurants, while Jiang Chongshan worked for a state-owned enterprise, stuck in a small plot of land, earning a fixed salary. He was truly unambitious. Therefore, Suyin was very eager for her daughter to marry into a good family, at least not someone like her father, Jiang Chongshan, who was completely unambitious and content with mediocrity. That was just too useless. Now that her daughter was dating, she certainly wanted to check the situation. All right, let's go together. Jiang Chongshan, being soft-hearted, agreed. The couple got into Zhang Guiran's car. It was a Mercedes, worth 300,000 to 400,000, which was quite nice for an average person. Zhang Guiran was in the seafood business, quick-witted, running business for various restaurants, and had made quite a bit in recent years. Actually, I've had a pretty good candidate in mind for a while, someone around Wenwen's age, with a decent career, a supervisor at Tianyuan restaurant, earning over 10,000 a month. Plus, he has an older brother who works at the headquarters of Lin Group, you know? He's a middle manager there, quite impressive. Driving the car, Zhang Guiran's mouth kept moving. More than once, he had talked to Jiang Chongshan and Suyin about wanting to introduce a partner to Jiang Wenwen. Jiang Chongshan showed little interest. Deep down, he felt that while material conditions were important, they were not the deciding factor. If his daughter sought happiness, it depended on whether the two were suitable for each other. What's the young man's name? Where does he live? Does he have a house and a car now? Suyin, on the other hand, was very interested and kept chatting with Zhang Guiran. The young man's name is Chen Ufa. I got to know him because I supply goods to their Tianyuan restaurant. He's a really nice guy, especially good at socializing, quick-witted, and quite handsome. Is that so? From what you say, he sounds pretty good. I said, if I'm introducing a partner for Wenwen, he has to be presentable. Wenwen is so beautiful, there are hardly any girls in the whole city who can compare to her. After about half an hour of driving, Zhang Guiran brought Jiang Chongshan and Suyin to the parking lot near Wang Shang's small supermarket. What frustrated Zhang Guiran was that he thought his car was quite nice, but next to him was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. After parking, the three of them got out. Jiang Chongshan and Suyin's faces fell when they saw such a small, old supermarket, especially Suyin, whose expression darkened, brows furrowed tightly. Dad, Mom, come in and sit. Jiang Wenwen ran over joyfully, smiling as she linked her arms with her parents and walked towards the small supermarket. Suyin looked like he had eaten a bitter melon. Wenwen, don't tell me your boyfriend's family owns such a small supermarket, and in such a remote location. Suyin, keep your mouth shut, that's rude. At that moment, seeing a handsome young man approaching, Jiang Chongshan immediately interrupted Suyin. Suyin closed his mouth, but the dissatisfaction in his eyes was hard to hide. Mom and Dad, this is my boyfriend, Wang Shang. Wang Shang, this is my dad and mom. And, my cousin is here too. This is my cousin. Soon, Jiang Wenwen excitedly introduced them. Wang Shang brewed tea, brought it over, offered cigarettes, and politely greeted them. Hello, uncle and aunt. Hello, cousin. I'm Wang Shang, Wenwen's boyfriend. Seeing Jiang Wenwen so happy, Su Yin's face immediately lengthened, so angry that he couldn't even drink his tea. putting the cup aside and sulking. It was Jiang Chongshan, who usually spoke little, who broke the ice and started chatting with Wang Shang. Little Wang, do you usually run the store here? How's business? Is there a lot of foot traffic? Uncle, my main job is to run the store, and of course, I have some side businesses. The supermarket's business is just average, to be honest, because the location isn't great, and the foot traffic is also quite ordinary. I saw there's a foundation in front of the supermarket. What's that for? Jiang Chongshan asked curiously. Just as Jiang Wenwen was about to explain that it was the office of a private foundation established by Wang Shan, Wang Shang jumped in first to explain. Oh, it's just the office of a private foundation. That's strange. Why is the foundation's office set up here? Jiang Chongshan was a bit curious, thinking that some foundations nowadays were really odd, not knowing what those people were thinking. Who was the owner of the foundation? Of course, Jiang Chongshan clearly didn't think of Wang Shang. By the way, little Wang, what do your parents do for work now? My parents are retired, and they don't have much to do. A few days ago, they went to my grandmother's house. Wang Shang answered honestly. You mentioned you have some side businesses. What are they? Oh, it's nothing much, just some investments I've made with friends. Wang Shang responded very modestly, smiling as he occasionally refilled Jiang Chongshan's teacup and offered him cigarettes. Jiang Chongshan hesitated and said, investing is fine, but you young people have little social experience and life experience, so don't let anyone deceive you. After all, your family doesn't have any other income. Relying on the supermarket for money isn't easy. You need to be cautious with investments. Thank you, uncle, for the reminder. I'll be careful, Wang Shang replied with a smile and a nod. Jiang Chongshan smiled back. To be honest, setting aside material conditions, at least from this interaction, he felt that Wang Shan was quite decent. He was polite and sensible in his dealings with others. Dad, listen to me, Wang Shang is actually very good at business and making money. Don't underestimate this small supermarket, Jiang Wenwen said with a smile, but before she could finish, Suyin immediately interrupted, saying irritably, this little supermarket is no more than 30 square meters, and there isn't much for sale. I've been watching for a while, and there aren't many customers coming in to buy things. How much can you earn all day? And you're going to invest money with friends? In my opinion, that's just nonsense. Mom, don't say that about Wang Shang. Wenwen, be quiet. I haven't finished speaking yet. Jiang Wenwen looked aggrieved, her timid gaze meeting Wang Shang's. She felt so embarrassed and guilty, thinking how could her family treat Wang Shang this way. But Wang Shang's gaze towards her was so gentle, so understanding, so calm and composed. Such a boy was truly like a prince on a white horse, so charming and so magnanimous. Yes, Wenwen, let Auntie finish her words. As juniors, we should just listen, Wang Shang said with a smile. Suyin was taken aback. She had intended to scold Wang Shang a bit, but seeing him so polite and courteous surprised her. However, she showed no mercy and said directly what she needed to say. Wang Shang, don't blame me for being too materialistic or lacking in human feelings. Let me tell you, if you really want to marry my daughter Wenwen, you absolutely cannot just sit at home and watch over this little supermarket. Is this what young people should be doing? Just watching the store and scrolling on your phone? Only retired old men do such unskilled work. Her words left Wang Shang speechless and made Jiang Wenwen anxious. She was about to explain how good Wang Shang was at investing, how he could buy cars worth millions and villas worth tens of millions. But she was stopped by Wang Shang's gaze and didn't say anything. Let me put it this way, you're so young, you need to go out and hustle, do some promising work. Just let your parents manage the little supermarket. Aren't they retired? It's just that I graduated not long ago, and it's hard to find a job. I haven't found one yet, Wang Shang explained modestly with a smile. He was already a billionaire, finding a job was out of the question for him. But to comply with Auntie's wishes, he didn't elaborate further. That's nonsense. If you don't work hard to find a job, how can you find one? Do you want to spend your life just watching the store? That would be a waste. My daughter will absolutely not marry a useless person who just watches a store. Of course, if you really have a good side business that can develop into a main business, has great prospects, and can earn a lot of money, then that's another story. Auntie, please calm down. Have some tea. Wang Shang quickly busied himself pouring tea. Taking the opportunity while Wang Shang went to the back to get hot water, Jiang Wenwen hurriedly followed him. The two lowered their voices and whispered inside. Wang Shang, why don't you just tell the truth to my parents? Tell them you bought a house and a car, and that it's a villa worth tens of millions and a luxury car worth several million. If you said that, my parents definitely wouldn't look at you that way, especially my mom. Her words can be so hurtful. Humph. Jiang Wenwen was truly standing up for her boyfriend. It's fine, it doesn't matter. After all, my main job right now is indeed just watching the store. You can't deceive your parents, that's the bare minimum. Besides, houses and cars are just material possessions. I hope your parents see me as a son-in-law for my character, not for my wealth. Dear Wonwon, what do you think? Oh, the king gently patted the curves of Jiang Wonwon, causing her to giggle playfully. Alright, forget I said anything. Jiang Wonwon knew the king had his own principles, so she wouldn't push him. Outside, Jiang Chongshan and Suyin were chatting with Wonwon's cousin, Zhang Guiran. Cousin and cousin-in-law, I'm not saying this lightly, but with the conditions of Wonwon's current boyfriend's family, he simply isn't worthy of her. The supermarket is so small, a monthly profit of 10,000 is the best they can do, and that's the total income of the family, too low. I just heard the young man introduce his situation. His parents are retired, and being older, their health probably isn't great. They will need care in the future, and if they get sick and need hospitalization, it's inevitable that this little savings won't be enough. And nowadays, when young people get married, our Wonwon is the girl, so there should be a betrothal gift, right? With his family's conditions, how much can they offer? And what about a house? A car? We haven't seen anything. Cousin and cousin-in-law, you need to make a decision for Wonwon quickly. Don't waste time on that young man. They are not meant to be. Cousin, keep your voice down. We're in their store, be mindful of the impact. Whatever you have to say can wait until we get home. Cousin, you're just being timid. What are you afraid of? This is a matter of the child's lifetime happiness. Why aren't you worried at all? You're harming the child, you know? Old Jiang, I think our child's cousin is right. Just then, Zhang Guoran's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he immediately gestured for Jiang Chongshan and Suyin to be quiet. Hello, Supervisor Chen, how are you? I was just about to call you. Uncle Zhang, didn't you say you would introduce me to someone? Yes, that's right. Just a moment. After hanging up, Zhang Guoran explained the introduction to Jiang Chongshan and Suyin. Isn't this a bit not very considerate? Today, we came to see our daughter's boyfriend. She seems quite happy and is really into that young man. Isn't it a bit harsh to send her off to meet someone else? Jiang Chongshan took a sip of tea, coughed lightly, and said, Old Jiang, what are you talking about? What's inconsiderate or not good about it? Our daughter just hasn't interacted with boys enough. Now that she's met one who seems polite and likely knows how to make girls happy with sweet talk, she's completely smitten, looking like someone who's never seen the world. She should be taken to see other outstanding boys. Suyin thought for a moment and said this. She felt that their daughter should meet other people, especially those excellent boys. Otherwise, their daughter would be like a frog in a well, completely unaware of how vast the world is and what outstanding opposite sexes are like. When Jiang Wonwon came over, Suyin immediately grabbed her hand, recounted the situation, and seriously warned her that if she didn't go meet the boy introduced by cousin Zhang Guoran, her mother would be angry. An angry mother could lead to serious consequences. Although Jiang Wonwon was a well-behaved girl, hearing such a twisted demand made her feel 1,000 times unwilling. How could she go on a blind date when she already had a boyfriend? Doing so would be no different from being a green tea girl. No way. Mom, you can't do this to me. I'm getting along great with Wang Shan. Why do you want me to meet other boys? I'm not interested at all. Wonwon, can you please listen? Mom is doing this for your own good, you know? Mom, if you really force me to go, I will respond passively. It won't be of any use. At that time, everything will be in vain. Jiang Wonwon decided that in matters of principle, she must stand her ground. How could she be all lovey-dovey with her boyfriend while going on blind dates with other boys? Or maybe, it wouldn't hurt to take a look, Wang Shang said gently, looking at Jiang Wonwon. He didn't want to put Wonwon in a difficult position, nor did he want to strain her relationship with her mother. Besides, matters of the heart shouldn't be forced. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Jiang Wonwon widened her eyes and tugged at his sleeve forcefully. Wang Shang, are you crazy? My parents are taking me to meet other boys. That's so unfair to you. How can you? It's fine. I know you truly like me. What does it matter if you meet other boys? Wang Shang smiled confidently. His demeanor was no longer what it used to be. Jiang Chongshan immediately looked at Wang Shang with new eyes, thinking this young man was quite extraordinary. Wang Shang, you're so magnanimous and have such a broad mind. That's impressive. You're right, if you're good enough, why would you worry about other boys stealing Wenwen's heart? It's the era of free love. Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. Suyin said with delight, starting to sing praises, using all sorts of lofty words. In truth, she couldn't wait to pull her daughter out of this pit with Wang Shang. Her precious daughter, with her stunning beauty and perfect figure, how could she marry such a useless boy? Absolutely not allowed. Auntie is absolutely right. Wang Shang praised. At this moment, Zhang Guoran felt the timing was right. He could promote his quality resources. If he could facilitate a good match, his relationship with Chun Yuefei would become closer, turning them into relatives, which would be a huge benefit for his water business. Hello, Manager Chen, have you booked the private room? Good, good. I'm bringing the girl and her parents over now, okay? Zhang Guiran received another call from Chen Yufa. He was overjoyed and eagerly agreed. Cousin and cousin-in-law, since you've said so, let's just go over. The young man is quite accommodating. It looks like it's mealtime, and he's already booked a private room and table. Zhang Guiran smiled at Zhang Chongshan and Suyin. Even before meeting the person, he started praising the young man. It seemed Zhang Guiran was really trying hard to introduce a match for Wenwen. Zhang Wenwen felt wronged. What was going on? She was deeply in love, glued to Wang Shang, having given him her most precious things. And now she was supposed to go on blind dates with other boys? Ridiculous. Darling, I'm a bit scared. If I have to go, then please accompany me. She tightened her grip on Wang Shang's hand and whispered in his ear. Okay, I'll go with you, Wang Shang replied, holding her hand tightly and nodding. At this moment, Suyin was displeased and said irritably, Xiao Wang, you can go with Wenwen, but from now on, you two need to let go of each other's hands. Don't be so intimate. What kind of behavior is that? If the other boys see, how can they pursue her? It's a fair competition. If you really have the ability, Xiao Wang, then compete well with those boys and see who is more outstanding and more deserving of Wenwen. Mom, don't say that. I actually think Auntie is right. I agree. Wang Shang proactively loosened his grip. It seemed that satisfying his future mother-in-law wouldn't be easy. Such a request, and he could agree? Accompanying his girlfriend to meet a blind date? This scene left Zhang Chongshan and Suyin both astonished. This kid really could endure. Even Zhang Guiran, with his ulterior motives, found it surprising. Generally speaking, an ordinary man absolutely cannot bear to see his woman going on blind dates with others, especially when accompanied by her parents. However, Wang is not an ordinary man. Split up, Zhang Guiran drove, taking Zhang Chongshan and Suyin along. Wang said he had his own car, so there was no need to ride with Zhang Guiran. What car does he have? When I came in just now, I saw a tricycle outside. I guess that's what he meant. After all, that kid Wang needs to stock up for his supermarket. Ah, poor Wenwen, reduced to taking a tricycle. Zhang Guiran shook his head and sighed as he got into the passenger seat, just as Zhang Chongshan and Suyin were also getting in. Hearing his words, the couple fell silent. Suddenly, Suyin pulled the door open, her face filled with indignation. No way. Let that kid Wang drive the tricycle himself. My precious daughter cannot ride in a tricycle with him. It's so unsafe. Zhang Chongshan didn't stop her. He thought the same. What kind of parents would let their daughter ride a tricycle? As parents, how could they not feel for their own child? So the couple opened the car doors and stepped out. Just then, Wang and Zhang Wenwen were walking hand in hand, affectionately making their way to the parking lot. The Pagani Huayra was parked next to Zhang Guiran's Mercedes. At that moment, two young and beautiful girls and a boy gathered around, taking pictures non-stop. Wow, this looks like a Pagani sports car. Yes, Pagani Huayra. It really is a Pagani Huayra. I just scanned it with my car app. Oh my gosh, this is a limited edition. There are only a few dozen in the world, and the number we have in Huaxia can be counted on one hand. I can't believe such an amazing car has appeared in Jiangdu. Young people have no immunity to sports cars, especially such a flashy top-tier supercar. The two girls and the boy were completely captivated. One girl, dressed in a very trendy and fashionable way, showing off her thighs and slim waist, even sat down directly on the hood of the Pagani Huayra, posing for selfies. Don't! Get up quickly! What if the owner comes and says you damaged or dirted the car? How will you pay for it? The boy among them felt a bit jealous, seeing the girl so carefree with her photos, and immediately complained. Oh, come on! Aren't all you men the same? So what if the owner comes? If he sees how beautiful and sexy I am, he definitely won't blame me. At worst, I'll just get in his car and leave with him. Ha ha ha. The fashionable beauty laughed, wishing she could jump into the Huayra right then. Take me with you, the other girl said with a grin, her eyes full of envy and longing. The boy trembled with anger. These two girls were the ones he had spent a lot of money on at the bar last night, but he had drunk too much and passed out in the hotel, not having the chance to do anything with them. Now, seeing the world-class top supercar Pagani Huayra in the parking lot, his own Porsche 911 had completely become a common and vulgar item. What made him even angrier was that the two girls were lingering, waiting for the owner of the Pagani Huayra to arrive. Although he knew these girls weren't good girls, partying, tattoos, clubbing, and abortions were all part of their lives, he couldn't help but be drawn to their beauty and perfect figures. After all, it was just for fun. Men fear being compared, and now his Porsche couldn't even attract the two girls. How could he not be furious? Dear, who are those people? What are they doing? Zhang Wenwen frowned as she saw this scene. This boy and two girls clearly didn't look like decent people. I don't know, I've never seen it. The king shook his head. Oh, it must be that luxury car. They're probably taking pictures to show off. Jiang Wenwen noticed the Pagani Huayra, but she didn't know it was the car the king had bought yesterday. Maybe, let's go, the Cullinan is over there. Are you driving this time or am I? It would really make mom and dad see you in a better light if they knew you were driving a luxury car, Jiang Wenwen said, standing up for the king. It's fine, just drive my car, I just bought a nice one, the king smiled, pulling out the key to the Pagani Huayra. The two of them arrived in front of the Pagani Huayra. Excuse me, the king said with a calm smile, looking at the man and two women. He thought taking pictures was fine, as long as they didn't sit on the car. What are you doing? Want to take pictures in line? Can't you see we're taking pictures? Aren't you envious of this Huayra? A sports car worth tens of millions, who wouldn't want to take a few more looks? The man said aggressively, clearly mistaking the king for a passerby who wanted to take pictures of the super luxury car. But soon, he noticed the beautiful Jiang Wenwen beside the king and immediately showed a lewd smile, saying, "Ladies first, you can come over to take pictures first. How can I assist you? Posing or shooting a TikTok video?" Jiang Wenwen quickly waved her hands. No. I said, excuse me. The king still maintained his composure, addressing the man and the two women. Instantly, the man didn't get angry, but the two unruly girls were the first to lose their tempers. Where did this bumpkin come from? Look at what you're wearing. So tacky, and you actually have a beauty following you. Humph, get lost, go watch from the side. Such a wide road, who's blocking you? Hurry and move aside. You look so poor, keep your distance from this world-class top sports car. If you scratch it, you'd have to sell both your kidneys to pay for it. Humph, if you want to take pictures and show off, then get in line, wait until we're done before you take yours. The two women sneered sarcastically. As girls who often mingled in nightlife, their judgment of men was mostly based on what they wore, what accessories they had, especially watches, using these external material things to determine if a man was wealthy. In their eyes, the king looked too shabby, just a pathetic loser. How dare he come over to join the fun, take pictures, and not even wait in line? Who did he think he was? Just then, the king pressed a button on the car key. Move aside. I'm driving away. This car is mine. Why should I wait in line? He said irritably. The door of the Pagani Huayra slowly opened upwards, looking incredibly cool. The king, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, took Jiang Wenwen's hand and got in. His car? The Pagani Huayra? Was it really his? A guy who looked so poor could actually afford a top sports car worth tens of millions? Impossible. Watching the king drive away in the Pagani Huayra, the explosive sound of the exhaust seemed to pierce their souls. Suddenly, the man and the two women were left in disarray, petrified, stunned. They had just mocked him, calling him a pathetic loser, and now, he had taken out the car key and drove off. What a slap in the face. A blatant slap in the face. No. But soon the two girls thought, it couldn't be. This was absolutely impossible. There must be some other reason. Right, he must have rented the sports car. The business of renting luxury sports cars is getting more and more popular. It must be rented. With his looks, how could he afford a tens of millions sports car? Exactly. It must be that way. They found a reasonable excuse to save face. In this day and age, not only do you need others to give you a way out, but you also have to learn to give yourself a way out. The man next to them, smoking a cigarette, glanced sideways at the two green tea girls dancing and partying, thinking they were simply two brainless fools. Damn it, they were sour about what they couldn't have, yet claimed others were rented. True enough, as long as you're not embarrassed, then it's others who should feel awkward. My Porsche, are you two still going to sit in it? He asked the two brainless girls. If not, he was ready to hit on other girls. These two should just roll out after the sheets were tossed. He still had patience, entirely because he hadn't conquered them yet, hadn't had his fun. You don't deserve to sit in someone else's Pagani Huayra, you know? He thought to himself. Unfortunately, the souls of the two girls were completely captivated by the Pagani Huayra, and they didn't even hear what the man was saying. This scene was just witnessed by Zhang Guaran and Zhang Chongshan, along with Suyin. Just a moment ago, they had seen Wang Shang and Jiang Wenwen approaching and thought that today's youth loved to join the fun, wanting to take photos with luxury cars to show off on social media. As a result, a Pagani Huayra worth tens of millions was actually driven away by Wang Shang. Driven away. Zhang Guaran was dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes hard, feeling that what he had just seen was so unreal. Old Zhang, was that Wang Shang who just drove away the sports car? I heard them say it's a globally limited edition Huayra, worth over 30 million? Is it really true? Suyin reached out and patted Zhang Guaran's shoulder, who was sitting in the front driver's seat, curiously asking. Zhang Guaran took a while to regain his composure, subconsciously murmuring, yeah, it's the Huayra. I was curious just now, so I checked. It really is the Pagani Huayra logo. Looking at the rear emblem, That string of English letters is indeed from the globally limited edition released a few years ago. As for the value, it indeed starts at 30 million. Hearing Zhang Guoren say this, both Jiang Chongshan and Su Ying gasped. Those young people outside said that the rental business for luxury cars is increasing. That Wang Shang kid must have rented it. With his conditions, how could he afford a tens of millions supercar? He probably rented it just to save face, and the rental fee must have been a real stretch. After experiencing shock and disbelief, Zhang Guoren regained his calm and rationality, making his own judgment. This was also the judgment of almost everyone regarding this matter. True. Su Ying nodded, deeply agreeing. Darling, is this really your car? In the car, before she could fully appreciate the beauty of such a top-tier luxury supercar, Zhang Wenwen was almost thrown off balance by Wang Shang's acceleration through a turn. Such a beauty, with her long hair flowing, was incredibly charming. At this moment, Wang Shang, surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women, was truly a winner in life. This is the car I bought yesterday. After all, since the Cullinan was driven for you, it's not very convenient for me to take a taxi, Wang Shang said with a smile, gripping the steering wheel, which felt just like a Formula One racing wheel, giving him a special sensation. Oh my gosh, I just heard someone say this is a tens of millions level supercar. I should really let my parents experience this. Zhang Wenwen sighed with emotion. Wang Shang had a black line on his face. This car only has 2 seats. Oh, okay. Zhang Wenwen suddenly felt so foolish. This was a supercar, made entirely of carbon fiber, with genuine leather seats, showcasing high technology everywhere, a standard 2-seater. How could a third person fit in? Not long after, Wang Shang drove the Huayra to their destination. After all, it was a supercar, arriving much earlier than Zhang Guoren's Mercedes. The blind date boy arranged by Zhang Guoren, named Chen Yuefei, had already booked a private room at the restaurant. Tianyuan Restaurant, under the Lin Group, was exactly where Chen Yuefei worked as a supervisor. Soon, Zhang Guoren brought Zhang Wenwen's parents here as well. Chen Yuefei had long been coveting Zhang Guoren's niece, Zhang Wenwen. A long time ago, Zhang Guoren came to Tianyuan Restaurant to deliver various seafood, and during their conversation, he mentioned having a particularly beautiful niece. He even showed Chen Yuefei a photo of Zhang Wenwen. At that moment, Chen Yuefei was astonished. He couldn't imagine that there could be such a beautiful girl in the world, someone who might become his potential match. He immediately resolved to find a way to get closer to Zhang Wenwen. And now, the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had arrived. He booked the most luxurious private room at Tianyuan Restaurant, ordered a table full of the restaurant's signature dishes, including abalone and lobster. Anything precious was on the table, a feast fit for a king. Additionally, he brought 2 bottles of Mao Tai. Just this table of food and drink was worth over 10,000. The moment he saw Zhang Wenwen appear before him, Chen Yuefei was momentarily stunned, a bit dazed. If it weren't for Zhang Guoren giving his shoulder a firm pat, he would have embarrassed himself. As the manager of Tianyuan Restaurant, he encountered all kinds of people every day, but in his experience, the girl before him was at least in the top 3 of the most beautiful girls he had ever seen. If anyone's looks and figure could compare to the girl in front of him, it would probably be the president of the Lin Group. However, that goddess-like president was too high above him. He had only caught a few distant glimpses of her during the Lin Group's annual meeting. Chen Yuefei, this is the Zhang Wenwen I mentioned to you, and these 2 are Zhang Wenwen's parents. Wenwen, this is Chen Yuefei, the manager of Tianyuan Restaurant. He's very young, in his 20s, and already quite successful, plus he looks quite handsome, Zhang Guoren introduced with a smile. As the matchmaker, he certainly had to keep the atmosphere lively and avoid any awkwardness. Upon seeing such a beauty, Chen Yuefei immediately began to showcase his social skills. Hello, Zhang Wenwen, and hello to you both, uncle and aunt, please sit down. Old Zhang, you sit too. Here, uncle, have a cigarette. Chen Yuefei took out the prepared Huangdalo 1916, offered a cigarette to Jiang Chongshan, and then to Zhang Guoren. He knew very well that to win over Zhang Wenwen, he first had to satisfy her uncle and aunt. What should I call you? Seeing Wang Shang, Chen Yuefei was curious, thinking why the girl brought a guy along for a blind date. Oh, he's an old friend of Zhang Wenwen, just passing by and happened to run into us. Zhang Guoren quickly made up an excuse to brush it off, to prevent Chen Yuefei from asking further, which would be too awkward. Hello. They exchanged greetings, purely out of courtesy. Wang Shang's expression was indifferent as he sat in the corner, smoking the cigarette Chen Yuefei had offered. Chen Yuefei nodded dismissively and ignored Wang Shang. Regardless of whether he was an old friend or had some other relationship, Chen Yuefei felt it was of no concern. He was quite confident in himself. Xiao Chun, look at you, so young and already a manager. How many years have you been working here? Su Ying clearly had a good impression of Chen Yuefei, especially since Zhang Guoran had been praising him during the journey. "Auntie, would you like some tea?" Chen Yuefei was perceptive, seeing Suing not smoking. He quickly poured tea, trying to be attentive, smiling as he responded, "Auntie, I've been working here for over 5 years. I was just promoted to manager last year, and my salary has increased quite a bit. I currently earn over 10,000 a month, not including the year-end bonus." Taking the opportunity to answer Su Yin's question, Chen Yuefei casually mentioned his current income situation, which was also something the elders cared about the most. "That's really good. You're still very young, and if you keep developing like this, your potential is limitless. It's completely possible for you to become a manager or even achieve higher positions in the future. It's just around the corner." Su Yin's eyebrows danced with delight, clearly very satisfied. She looked at the boy, not just considering his current situation but also his development potential. In her eyes, Chen Yuefei was definitely full of promise. "Yes, this kid Xiao Chen is really impressive. I've been dealing with him for a few years, and he is very serious and responsible in his work, with strong business capabilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a supervisor at such a young age," Zhang Guoran said with a smile, praising Chen Yuefei. "In our Jiangdu, a third-tier city, earning over 10,000 a month in your 20s, with a year-end bonus in the 5 figures, is really impressive." Suing also praised him endlessly, very satisfied with Chen Yuefei's income situation. "By the way, Xiao Chen, have you bought a house yet?" she asked with a smile, touching on a very core issue. "Yes, my family paid the down payment, and now I'm paying the mortgage myself," Chen Yuefei replied with a smile, full of confidence. At his age, owning his own house was quite rare. "Really? You've bought a house? That's great." Suing beamed, immediately tugging at her daughter Jiang Wenwen's sleeve under the table, giving her a knowing look. "See, Xiao Chen's conditions are so good. Good job, promising future, and he has already bought a house. Way better than some people. Don't be fooled by some people who rent a sports car and mislead you." She lowered her voice and whispered in Jiang Wenwen's ear. "Mom." Jiang Wenwen was about to explain but couldn't find the opportunity, as her mother was already chatting with Chen Yuefei and Zhang Guoran again. "Cousin, I think with Xiao Chen's conditions, he really matches well with Wenwen. Look at Xiao Chen, he's so generous. So many dishes, wow, and there's Fei Tian Mutai. How much would this cost for a meal?" Zhang Guoran kept praising Chen Yuefei, then his gaze fell on the dining table, facing a table full of sumptuous dishes, and he made what seemed like polite remarks but were actually meant to flatter Chen Yuefei. "Not expensive, not expensive. I'm the supervisor here, I can sign off on the bill. Besides, these 2 bottles of mutai are from my own stock. I didn't have to spend any money," Chen Yuefei said with a smile, feeling quite pleased with himself. As the supervisor of Tianyuan restaurant, he could use his position to enjoy some privileges and take pride in it. In today's society, it's like this. Having a bit of power leads to various beneficial uses, which people take pride in. "Xiao Chen, you're amazing. Being a supervisor is different. Ha ha ha." Zhang Guoran immediately showered him with compliments. "Xiao Chen, you ordered so many dishes and brought mutai. Does that mean you don't have to spend any money?" Suddenly, Jiang Chongshan asked this, somewhat old-fashioned and conservative in character. Chen Yuefei smiled and replied, "Uncle, I'm just a supervisor with a little privilege. These can all be accounted for. The wine is taken from the storeroom, originally meant for clients, and I'm responsible for it. It's just a matter of a word, and I can arrange it." His words revealed a strong sense of presence and superiority. "Isn't that a bit too good?" Jiang Chongshan's expression changed, frowning. He was somewhat satisfied with Chen Yuefei's conditions, but he had some doubts about the young man's character. "Old Jiang, what are you talking about? What's wrong with it? Xiao Chen is capable, managing so many people. What's wrong with having a little privilege? In this world, who doesn't want to be a leader? I think Xiao Chen is great, so warm and generous, ordering so many dishes and even bringing mutai, how wonderful. Unlike you, old Jiang, who has no ability at all. In this day and age, the more honest you are, the less you get ahead, the more useless you are." At this moment, Suing scolded Jiang Chongshan. Jiang Chongshan snorted coldly, Fine, I can't be bothered to talk to you." Suing shot him an annoyed glance, growing more frustrated as she thought about it. How could she have married such a simple and spineless man? The more she thought about it, the more resolute she became, convinced that her daughter must not repeat her mistakes. If she were to marry, it had to be someone capable, a man who was successful and well regarded in society. "Uncle, please don't be angry, and Auntie, you too, calm down. Here, these dishes are hot, let's eat. I'll pour the wine if, Uncle, you should drink more," Chen Yuefei said with a smile, trying to ease the tension and picking up the moutai, ready to open the bottle. "Wait." Suddenly, someone spoke up. It was Wang Shang, sitting in the corner. Chen Yuefei was taken aback, wondering who it was, and upon looking in the direction of the voice, he realized it was this inconspicuous kid. Like a little follower, he had been tagging along with Jiang Wenwen's family, eating and drinking without a care. "Are you the one speaking?" Chen Yuefei said, displeased, looking at Wang Shang with an arrogant expression. Wang Shang's face was cold as he questioned, "You ordered such a large table of dishes and brought Maotai wine. That's going to cost over 10,000. What, planning to eat from the public funds and line your own pockets, and then cover it up? Do you really think this restaurant is your family's?" As soon as these words were spoken, the private room fell silent. Chen Yuefei was momentarily stunned, then a mocking expression appeared on his face. "Brother, I really don't understand. You're here tagging along to eat and drink. What have I done to offend you? I'm the manager of this restaurant. What's wrong with me using a bit of my authority? What does it have to do with you? Who do you think you are?" The repeated questions turned the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Zheng Guoren's expression turned cold as he scolded Wang Shang. "You kid, how can you speak like that? Manager Chen is treating us to a meal. Can't you just enjoy your food without all this nonsense?" "Exactly. Wang Shang, have you been triggered or something? If you have the ability, why didn't you treat everyone just now, book the private room, and serve up a feast with abalone, lobster, and Maotai? Chen is being kind to treat us, and you're not happy about it?" Suyin also mocked Wang Shang. "Chen Yuefei, do you really think that just because you're a little manager, you can do whatever you want, encroach on the company's interests, and play with power?" Wang Shang ignored Zheng Guoren and Su Yin's scolding and continued to question Chen Yuefei. Chen Yuefei felt a bit worried, but when he saw Zheng Guoren and Su Yin scolding Wang Shang and standing on his side, he became even more arrogant, filled with confidence as he said, "I'm not afraid to tell you, the higher-ups of Tianyuan restaurant are the Lin Group. My brother works in the finance department of the group, and he's a mid-level leader. He helps me with the accounts, and there's no problem at all." "Humph, what, not convinced? Keep it to yourself." Seeing his arrogant and smug expression, Wang Shang could no longer hold back. If he didn't do something, it would truly be a dereliction of duty for him as the third largest shareholder of the Lin Group. "In 10 minutes, have your brother come here, or bear the consequences." Wang Shang suddenly stood up. His aura was imposing, restrained yet domineering, as if he had transformed into a different person. Everyone was taken aback. "Oh, what, planning to report me? Report my brother? Do you have any evidence? Even if you do you think the group headquarters will listen to you? It's just a bit of eating and drinking. Who doesn't turn a blind eye? Besides, who do you think you are?" Chen Yuefei sneered coldly, so slick and worldly, self-righteously experienced. On the 5th floor of Tianyuan restaurant, in the general manager's office, Lin Shuji, in his 40s, was a member of the Lin family business, responsible for several restaurants, but he was just one of the dozens of senior executives in the Lin Group, not part of the core team. The real core team consisted of the group president, vice president, and a few members of the executive shareholders meeting, totaling less than 10 people. He had just received a call from the president's office of the group. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Mr. Wang, the third largest shareholder of our group, is currently at the Tianyuan restaurant under your management. Please make sure to receive him." All right. He quickly gathered his spirits, called his assistant to make arrangements, and hurried downstairs. Although Lin Shuji did not have the power or qualifications to enter the core of the Lin Group or influence the shareholders' meeting, he was aware that there had been some changes among the group's shareholders. Most importantly, in the past couple of days, the group had issued a notice stating that the previous third largest shareholder had retired and transferred all of his shares. As for who the shares were transferred to, whether it was a private individual or an institution, Lin Shuji had no way of knowing. And today, he suddenly received news from headquarters that the third largest shareholder had come to the restaurant he managed. How could he not be nervous? The third largest shareholder held nearly 2 billion in market value, a significant figure in the group. Such a big shot coming to the restaurant was likely there to inspect the work. Therefore, Lin Shuji had to be fully alert and do his utmost to receive the major shareholder. Otherwise, a single oversight could jeopardize his future. The third largest shareholder was undoubtedly a core high-level figure in the group, possessing decision-making power. In the private room, Chen Yuefei indeed made a phone call and summoned his brother. When Chen Yueming pushed open the door and walked in, Chen Yuefei immediately beamed with joy, standing up to embrace Chen Yueming. The two brothers, although not very similar in appearance, were both dressed in suits and looked spirited and proper. "This is my brother, Chen Yueming, the audit director of the finance department of the Lin Group. What do you think? I called him over," Chen Yuefei said proudly, looking at Wang Shang. Chen Yueming and Wang Shang locked eyes. "You really are what your brother is," Wang Shang sneered, having already guessed that Chen Yuefei's brother was likely Chen Yueming. "I didn't expect it to be true. Old classmate, we meet again." What a coincidence. Chen Yueming smiled, although he had previously had an unpleasant encounter and lost face in front of their old classmate Zhang Kaihong. He still did not think that this old classmate who managed a store at home had much success. Old classmate, since we are so familiar, I won't beat around the bush. You and your brother have done some not-so-good things that harmed the company's interests. To be honest, I'm very disappointed in you for doing this. Wang Shang shook his head, speaking angrily. What do you mean? Chen Yueming was taken aback, feeling that Wang Shang's words were quite strange. Soon, Chen Yuefei recounted the events. Brother, it's like this. After listening, Chen Yueming suddenly understood, and the curiosity on his face gradually turned into mockery and ridicule. I said, old classmate, last time you were all showy, and both Zhang Kaihong and I thought you were poor and had no money. In the end, you settled a bill of several thousand. Didn't you feel particularly proud at that time? Just average. I'm not like you, who only takes advantage of old classmates, Wang Shang replied coldly. Alright, I've heard that you have a good investment strategy and made some money, so you like to show off as a big shot. But I'm curious, how does my brother treating guests affect you? Who do you think you are to stand up and lecture people? Chen Yueming stared coldly at Wang Shang, speaking unkindly. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. Excuse me, is Mr. Wang inside? Lin Shuji, accompanied by his secretary and assistant, stood at the door, very cautious. Hearing the voice outside, Zhang Wenwen, who noticed the atmosphere in the private room was very tense, immediately went to open the door. Upon seeing such a beautiful girl like Zhang Wenwen, Lin Shuji's eyes lit up. He knew that the guests in this private room were all Mr. Wang's, so he was very polite to Zhang Wenwen, smiling as he asked, Excuse me, is Mr. Wang here? I am. The king stood up and waved his hand. Instantly, Lin Shuji's spirits lifted, and he hurried over, walking briskly towards the king. Hello, General Lin. Hello, General Lin. At this moment, the two brothers, Chen Yueming and Chen Yuefei, seeing General Lin arrive, quickly greeted him, extending their hands to shake his. However, Lin Shuji completely avoided them, treating them as if they were air. The brothers' outstretched hands, their gazes, and their overly flattering smiles all awkwardly hung in the air, with nowhere to go. Whether it was Chen Yuefei, the manager of the restaurant, or Chen Yueming, the audit director of the group's finance department, although they held some minor positions and could manage a few people and matters, they were simply incomparable to Lin Shuji. In front of Lin Shuji, the two were just small fry, the youngest of the younger ones. Mr. Wang? Suddenly, the brothers realized, how could their General Lin repeatedly call out the name Mr. Wang? Who is Mr. Wang? What? General Lin actually shook hands warmly with the king, even showing respect and flattery in his demeanor. My goodness, it was unbelievable. In the private room, General Lin slightly bent his body, respectfully and politely shaking hands with the king. This scene was too incredible. Mr. Wang, you visited Tianyuan restaurant without giving us a heads up? By the way, I am Lin Shuji, the general manager of Tianyuan restaurant. We warmly welcome you to inspect our work. Your presence truly brings glory to Tianyuan restaurant. Lin Shuji quickly offered a round of flattery, placing himself in a very humble position. Hello, General Lin. I just came here to have a meal with a friend. I didn't mean to disturb your work. The king smiled, knowing that the reason the restaurant's general manager was so polite was, of course, because his identity as a shareholder had somehow been exposed. The only ones who could know his identity were probably the core executives of the Lin Group. Not at all. We welcome Mr. Wang to inspect our work. If there is anything inappropriate, you must point it out. We will humbly accept it and do our utmost to improve and enhance all aspects of the restaurant's business, Lin Shuji said with a beaming smile. Yes, Mr. Wang, everyone is looking forward to your suggestions and guidance for our restaurant. Yes, Mr. Wang. A group of staff members who had come with Lin Shuji to meet the major shareholder, the king, were all respectful and smiling throughout. Only Chen Yueming and Chen Yuefei stood dumbfounded in place. Little Manager Chen, Little Director Chen, you two brothers happen to be here too? Come over quickly, don't you see Mr. Wang is here to give us suggestions and guidance? Suddenly, Lin Shuji noticed the brothers Chen Yueming and Chen Yuefei in the private room and called out to them. Their gazes all shifted from Lin Shuji to the king. They were stunned, dumbfounded, and bewildered. It felt as if lead had been poured into their feet, making them incredibly heavy, unable to move. The king was actually being treated with such utmost respect by General Lin. But what did they say? They actually spoke of the king as if he were nothing? Digging their own graves. Come here, Lin Shuji urged, his face showing some displeasure. Did you not hear what I said? Ha! With another prompt, the brothers Chen Yueming and Chen Yuefei remained unmoved, making Lin Shuji feel particularly embarrassed. He was furious, and a roar erupted, like thunder cracking in the private room. The two brothers were startled and quickly walked over, but they dared not look the king in the eye anymore. As for suggestions and guidance, I don't have much here, just one thing I want to lay out and discuss properly, the king said solemnly, with a serious expression. Mr. Wang, please go ahead, we are listening, Lin Shuji nodded repeatedly. Soon, the king briefly explained the situation regarding how Chun Yufa manipulated power, harmed the company's interests, indulged in lavish feasting, and how he managed to acquire 2 bottles of Maotai to cover up these actions. What? Such things actually happen? Lin Shuji grew angrier with each word, the veins on his forehead bulging. If the Lin Group continues down this path, with rampant corruption and the manipulation of power becoming more severe, and if we do not eradicate such employees and phenomena, then we are doomed. It will all be destroyed sooner or later. Remember, 1,000-mile dike is destroyed by an ant hole, the king said sternly. His admonition was earnest. Lin Shuji listened attentively, like a primary school student in front of the principal. Soon, his gaze fell upon Chen Yueming and Chen Yufa. You, Chen Yueming, and you, Chen Yufa. You two brothers really work together to line your own pockets, harm the company's interests, and violate company discipline. It's simply despicable. Lin Zone, please let me explain. Actually, the two brothers were on the verge of tears, realizing that their careers at the Lin Group were effectively over. Enough! You two don't need to say anything to me. Chen Yufa, you are under my management, so I am now notifying you that you are fired. Go to the finance office to collect your salary for this month, pack your things, and leave. And you, Chen Yueming, although you are in the finance department and not under my management, you can also voluntarily resign. If the company finds out about the things you did that harmed its interests, it won't just be a simple resignation, you will face legal consequences, Lin Shuji said with great severity. This speech plunged Chen Yueming and Chen Yufa into despair. They were utterly confused as to how it had come to this. Who exactly was the king? Why was Lin Zone so respectful towards him? Lin Zone, I will leave the next matters to you, I just want to have a quiet meal now. The king stretched lazily and returned to his seat, continuing to eat in a low-key manner. All right, Mr. Wang, take your time. This meal is on me, I'll treat. Lin Shuji deeply bowed to the king, then took Chen Yueming and Chen Yufa out of the private room. Watching the king eat, Zhang Chongshan and Suyin were dumbfounded. Zhang Guiran was even more stunned, unable to utter a word for a long time. They were not truly foolish. Even a fool could see that this young man, the king, was extraordinary. How could the general manager of the restaurant be so polite to him, making an immediate and decisive decision to fire employees? That was quite unusual. Uncle, Auntie, you should eat too. The food will get cold soon. And you, Uncle Zhang, you should eat as well. This meal is treated by the restaurant's general manager, Lin Zong. Let's eat with peace of mind. The king smiled at everyone. By the way, Xiao Wang, why is the general manager so polite to you? Zhang Chongshan was too curious and asked. Yeah, Wang, you need to clarify. Zhang Wenwen pouted, no longer eating, resting her chin on her hand, staring at him intently. The king looked at his uncle and aunt, then at Zhang Wenwen, and smiled. Actually, it's quite simple. I made some investments outside, and I happened to get to know Lin Zong. The Lin Group values the opinions of investors very much, so. You invested in the Lin Group? Suyin was once again stunned, finding it hard to believe. Sort of, the king nodded. As the third largest shareholder of the Lin Group, saying he invested in the Lin Group was completely accurate. The Lin Group is worth over 100 billion. You actually invested in the Lin Group. How much did you invest to earn such respect from the general manager of the restaurant under their group? Suyin took a deep breath, feeling that both he and old Jiang had seriously underestimated the energy of this young man, Wang Shang. Not much, just a small investment, huh? Wang Shang said with a smile. A small investment? Zhang Chongshan and Suyin were not fools. If it were just a small investment, how could the general manager of the restaurant treat him with such courtesy and respect? Just moments ago, in the midst of laughter, Lin Shuji had taken the initiative to deal with the violations of the Chun brothers, Chen Yufa and Chen Yueming, who were not ordinary frontline employees but small leaders like supervisors and audit directors. Lin Shuji was not vague at all. If one didn't know better, they might think Wang Shan was the CEO of the Lin Group. Of course, at this moment, Zhang Chongshan and Suing did not ask too many questions. They knew that if Wang Shan didn't want to talk, no amount of questioning would be fruitful. Moreover, they had witnessed how powerful Wang Shan was. By the way, Wang Shan, was that car you drove earlier rented? As they chatted, Suing brought up the car. Wang Shang smiled and said, I bought it just a few days ago, a Pagani Huayra supercar. I usually just drive it for fun." With that, he pulled out the vehicle registration from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Chongshan and Suyin. "Cough cough, it really is yours." Zhang Chongshan took the registration and nearly fainted, murmuring, "A tens of millions sports car, just for fun." Suyin also took a look at the registration, and indeed it was registered under Wang Shang's name, instantly becoming excited. "Wang Shang, so you really are very good at investing, and you have a knack for it, making a lot of money. Otherwise, how could you afford such an expensive sports car?" Wang Shang smiled and said, "Auntie, you flatter me. I'm not that impressive, just lucky, riding a wave of fortune." "Modest, too modest. I didn't expect you to be so capable, keeping a low profile in such a restless society. Young people like you who are so low-key are really rare." "Excellent, Auntie gives you a thumbs up," Suyin said, praising him endlessly, her attitude towards Wang Shang having made a complete turnaround. "Suyin, look how excellent Wang Shang is. And you, not understanding the situation, thought he wasn't suitable for our daughter. Don't you feel like you've been slapped in the face now? Aren't you ashamed?" Zhang Chongshan scolded Suyin, finally seizing the opportunity to speak about his strong-willed wife. Suyin had nothing to say, her face showing shame. "I forgot to mention earlier, Wang Shang has already bought a house, and not just one." At this moment, Jiang Wenwen chimed in. "Wow, little Wang, you really have bought a house?" Suyin was extremely excited. Wang Shang nodded. Now it was Jiang Wenwen's turn to feel completely vindicated. She briefly explained the situation regarding the house purchase. Not only did he buy a house in Tianjua City, but he also bought villas, 2 of them. After she clarified the situation, both Zhang Chongshan and Suyin were stunned. Sitting in the corner, Zhang Guiran, who had completely lost his temper, was even more shocked, left dumbfounded. He felt like a clown, a mere jester. Wang Shang and Jiang Wenwen were in a free relationship, both having feelings for each other, while he, an outsider, had been meddling and introducing candidates to Jiang Wenwen. The key was that Wang Shang was actually a hidden super-rich man, with several houses and cars worth tens of millions. And the Chen Yufa he introduced? That was nothing. Compared to Wang Shang, it was insignificant. After finishing the meal, Suyin warmly invited Wang Shang to their home. Zhang Chongshan also had the same intention, very welcoming of Wang Shang as a guest. As for Zhang Guiran, no one spoke to him. "By the way, cousin, are you coming over to our house later?" "Yes, I'll go over for some tea later." "You can't leave, your cousin and I still need to hitch a ride back with you," Zhang Chongshan and Suyin said with a smile. Now, Zhang Guiran's biggest role is to drive Zhang Chongshan and Suyin back. After all, the king's Pagani Huayra can only seat 2 people. Zhang Guiran nodded repeatedly, not daring to show his frustration. He had originally thought of getting closer to Chen Yufa and becoming family, but now, Chen Yufa has been fired. This is just too surreal. "Are we going to your house?" The king decided to ask Jiang Wenwen for her opinion, so he lowered his voice and whispered in her ear. "Sure, it's rare for my mom to be so proactive and enthusiastic. You're the first boy to come to my house as a guest," Jiang Wenwen said shyly. The king smiled. Before long, the king was driving the Huayra, with Jiang Wenwen beside him, arriving at the entrance of the community, looking for a parking space to stop. "Wow, what kind of car is this? Let me see. Wow, a Pagani, and it's a Huayra, the famous Pagani Huayra. How much is this car?" "Several tens of millions, I guess." "Oh my god." Jihu question, what does it feel like to have a car worth several tens of millions parked next to your own family car worth over 100,000? "Thanks for the invitation. I live in a somewhat old community, and today I encountered this situation. Next to my little Honda, there was actually a Pagani Huayra, a globally limited edition. Right now, my feeling is one of envy and desire. I really want to ask the supercar owner for the keys and experience it." The cars around were originally parked nearby, but upon seeing the Pagani Huayra supercar, those that could move did so, and those that couldn't tried to park as far away as possible. They were afraid of bumping into this luxury car. Otherwise, they simply couldn't afford the repairs. Some were taking photos, posting on social media, and browsing Jihu headlines related to supercars. In short, it was very lively. At this moment, the king had already taken Jiang Wenwen's hand and arrived at the doorstep. The king was very polite, but he didn't come empty-handed. He had prepared some gifts, including famous cigarettes and liquor, along with a set of cosmetics for Aunt Suyin, all quite valuable. This was his first visit to Jiang Wenwen's home, and the king's humility and kindness were commendable. Zhang Chongshan and Suyin were growing fonder of this boy, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye. Now, they were thinking about getting the 2 young people to spend time together, hoping they would quickly establish a relationship and get married. Of course, as experienced individuals, they knew that this couldn't be rushed. Sometimes, the more anxious one is, the more likely it is to ruin good things. They drank tea, chatted, tasted the snacks and desserts made by Aunt Suyin, and played chess with Uncle Jiang Chongshan. The afternoon passed quickly. The king was now enjoying this slower pace of life. Living leisurely was the true essence of life. Of course, this was based on the fact that he had enough wealth, with so many buildings to rent out and shares in a group company waiting for dividends. Otherwise, it would be impossible to live such a carefree and leisurely life. Soon it was evening. Jiang Chongshan and Suyin personally cooked. Honest and down-to-earth Jiang Chongshan had excellent cooking skills, just right to show off and make something delicious for his future son-in-law. Suyin assisted him from the side. The king had realized that although the couple seemed somewhat disharmonious and inevitably argued and they looked down on each other, it was all just on the surface. Their relationship was actually quite good. A daughter raised in such a family environment must be exceptional. After dinner, it was time to part ways. Wenwen, why don't you see Wang Shang off? Suyin signaled to Jiang Wenwen, wanting her daughter to spend more private time with Wang Shang. Parents have their good intentions. Mom and Dad, actually, Wang Shang and I are already living together, in the new house at Tianjin City. Jiang Wenwen said shyly and sweetly. She had now come clean to her parents, and was living with Wang Shang. It was just a step away from saying that raw rice had been cooked into a meal. You two are living together? Jiang Chongshan and Suyin exchanged glances, surprised but ultimately accepting. Yes, Mom and Dad. Jiang Wenwen's face was so red it seemed like it could bleed. Alright, just be careful. By the way, Wang Shang, you must take good care of Wenwen, Suyin added with concern. Don't worry, Auntie. Still calling me Auntie? Suyin was clearly a bit annoyed. Are you silly? Don't call her Auntie anymore. Even if you don't call her mother-in-law, you should at least call her Aunt. It sounds more affectionate, Jiang Chongshan said with a smile. As a father, seeing his precious daughter with a man inevitably made him feel bittersweet and somewhat hard to accept. But after some internal struggle, he felt relieved. After all, daughters are meant to date and eventually marry. Now that she had found a good man, such an outstanding young man, he should be happy. Seeing that Dad was joking, Jiang Wenwen felt much better. She had thought that revealing her cohabitation with Wang Shang would upset her parents, but it seemed that the matter had been resolved smoothly. We're all family now, so let's not say anything too formal, Suyin said meaningfully. Wang Shang immediately understood, Uncle and Aunt. You can rest assured, I will take good care of Wenwen and make her the happiest woman. Hearing this, the couple felt very gratified and happy. Since the young couple had their own love nest and had already said so much, Jiang Chongshan and Suyin were not the stubborn type, so they didn't say anything more. They let their daughter go out with Wang Shang. Watching their daughter's retreating figure, the couple sighed, a daughter grows up too fast. They now only hoped that the young couple would quickly get their marriage certificate, smoothly become husband and wife, and later have a big, chubby baby. Back in Tianjin City, in their luxuriously decorated flat, they entered using facial recognition and fingerprints, closing the door behind them. The two young people, Wang Shang and Jiang Wenwen, quickly embraced and became entangled. Darling, I missed you. Jiang Wenwen whispered tenderly, her voice carrying a hint of seductive rasp, her thin clothing falling away like petals, revealing an incredibly alluring sight. After passing the parental test, Jiang Wenwen had become much bolder and more proactive. It seemed that a girl turning into a woman truly brought about significant changes. I missed you too. Wang Shang held her tightly. After a night passed, opening his eyes, the sunlight streamed in through the drawn curtains. A happy smile appeared on Wang Shang's face because the woman beside him had already gotten up to make breakfast in the kitchen. In their love nest, Jiang Wenwen wore very little and looked cool, a loose white shirt paired with super short shorts, and slippers on her feet. From behind, her snow-white, sexy long legs were fully exposed, so beautiful. Wang Shang got out of bed, casually put on some clothes, and went to the kitchen, wrapping his arms around his uniquely beautiful woman from behind. Don't mess around, that's annoying. Hee, Wenwen is so pretty. Alright, the heart-shaped breakfast will be ready soon. You can eat now, go sit in the dining room and wait, my darling. The sweet dialogue belonged to a couple in love, the most wonderful time. Having breakfast together, enjoying the beautiful moments, nothing was more beautiful than this moment. After Jiang Wenwen finished breakfast and changed into a professional suit, she looked stunning. She quickly said goodbye to Wang Shang and went to work. With nothing much to do, Wang Shang went to the small supermarket after eating, as he had given Zhou Yuqi 2 days off and needed to be present at the supermarket himself. He now felt that he should start a company and let Wenwen work there in the future, rather than at other places. Bang! Sitting at the supermarket counter, Wang took out a bottle of drink and opened the cap. A new day had begun, and the 1 yuan exchange reward was starting. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a 1 yuan exchange opportunity. Would you like to exchange for 1 yuan? Of course. Ding. 1 yuan exchange successful. Current host wealth value. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, the long-lost national treasure, the 9 provinces cauldron. Origin of the 9 provinces cauldron. In the early years of the Xia dynasty, Dayu divided the world into 9 provinces, each governed by a provincial governor. Later, Xia Qi ordered the governors of the 9 provinces to contribute bronze to cast the 9 cauldrons. They first sent people to draw the famous mountains, rivers, and unique places from each province into a book, then selected renowned craftsmen to engrave these images onto the 9 cauldrons, with each cauldron symbolizing a province. The 9 cauldrons symbolize the 9 provinces, reflecting the unity of the nation and the centralization of royal power, showing that the Xia king had become the common ruler of the world, in accordance with the mandate of heaven. As the saying goes, under the heavens, all land belongs to the king, along the shores, all subjects belong to the king. From then on, the 9 provinces became synonymous with China, and establishing the cauldron became a metaphor for the establishment of national power. The 9 cauldrons include the Yangzhou cauldron, Jingzhou cauldron, Liangzhou cauldron, Shuzhou cauldron, Yuzhou cauldron, Yangzhou cauldron, Xingzhou cauldron, Jizhou cauldron, and Yanzhou cauldron. Ding! The 9 provinces cauldron has appeared 1 meter below the back of the host's house. It can be obtained by digging. Wang was dumbfounded. Listening to the system's explanation, everything felt so unreal. What the heck? A national treasure lost for 1,000 years can be a reward? This is outrageous. He was so excited that he couldn't stop waving his arms, causing several customers wanting to enter and shop to look at him in astonishment. Is the owner of this little supermarket crazy? Let's hurry and leave. Crazy, crazy. At that moment, Wang was indeed about to go crazy. He immediately went online to check the origin of the 9 provinces cauldron, and it matched exactly what the system had said. But where was the 9 provinces cauldron? Wang suddenly thought of this crucial question. Because the previous reward, a ton of gold, had appeared on the shelves of the small supermarket. So, 1 meter below the back of the house? Appeared? Can be obtained by digging? He recalled the system's prompt. So he rushed home. He grabbed a hoe and went to the backyard. This old house had been around for quite some time, including Wang's home, which was also quite old and dilapidated, with a small yard where his parents usually grew some vegetables. He dug down with the hoe. No response. He continued digging non-stop. Finally, after digging nearly a meter deep, Wang was especially careful, gently using the hoe to clear the soil, then jumped in and started to scoop out the dirt with his hands. Suddenly, Wang froze, his fingers touched something hard. He felt an ancient aura and a tactile sensation from his fingertips that was incredibly old, strange and mysterious. Wang quickly continued to scoop out the dirt with his hands. The hard object was not a stone, but bronze. Wang was extremely excited, continuously clearing the dirt. Soon, an ancient bronze cauldron wrapped in mud appeared before his eyes. He then lifted the bronze cauldron. It was very heavy, and it took a lot of effort to place it on the ground, then he washed it clean with water. This bronze cauldron looked so ancient and distant. A circle on top was carved with patterns and some inscriptions, featuring extremely ancient characters. Next, Wang couldn't possibly dig out the remaining 8 bronze cauldrons by himself. It was too laborious. Moreover, he needed to authenticate that this was indeed the long-lost national treasure, the 9 provinces cauldron. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Although he trusted the system completely and believed there would be no problem, he still needed confirmation from professional appraisal institutions and archaeological experts. Soon, he contacted people from the city government, as he had met some high-ranking officials while setting up the foundation. Because it was a matter of great importance, he directly contacted Director Wu of the Secretary's office. Hello, Mr. Wang. Hello, Director Wu. It's like this, I found ancient artifacts in my backyard. Ancient artifacts? Oh my, great. I will report this to Secretary Luo immediately and arrange for the archaeological experts from the relevant departments to come over. Mr. Wang, please wait. With Director Wu's arrangement and Secretary Luo's attention, Wang was relieved. The 9 provinces Ding is a national treasure among national treasures, lost for 1,000 years, and has always been the greatest regret in the archaeological community. 9 provinces Ding, 1 imperial jade seal, can be said to be the most mysterious and top-level lost national treasures of Huaxia. If it could really be excavated, Jiangdu City would become the focus of attention not only in Huaxia but also in the whole world. Just imagine the storm it would stir, the fervent and grand news coverage, the enthusiastic pursuit of archaeology enthusiasts. It's unimaginable. Wang never thought of claiming the national treasure for himself, as that was impossible. Of course, if he sold it on the black market, he could make a lot of money, but that was not his usual style. Over the years, the country has emerged from war, having been backward and beaten for so long. It is the efforts of generations of Huaxia people that have built the country to its current height. Many ancient artifacts have scattered all over the world, and later, through the efforts of Huaxia people, they were gradually brought back, sent to museums, and passed down so that future generations could see them. If he sold it to the black market, it would be no different from being a traitor. A phone call interrupted his thoughts. It was his mother calling. "Mom and Dad, are you coming back? Son, your dad and I are almost at Jiangdu East Station. You don't need to come pick us up. We're taking the bus back. I'll come pick you up." "What are you picking us up with? You don't have a car. How can you pick us up?" "No need. By the way, Mom, I forgot to tell you, I bought a car. Just wait. I'll come pick you up." Wang hung up the phone, feeling delighted as he stepped out, ready to drive his Pagani Huayra. But thinking about picking up his parents and their luggage, he realized the sports car wouldn't work. So, he had to call Jiang Wenwen. "Wenwen, my parents are back at the East Station. I'm going to pick them up. If you're not busy, come drive over." "Sure." Jiang Wenwen readily agreed on the phone. Not long after, Wang and Jiang Wenwen drove to Jiangdu East Railway Station. Half an hour later, Wang successfully picked up his parents. "Mom and Dad, this is my girlfriend, Jiang Wenwen. Wenwen, these are my parents. Hello, Uncle and Aunt." "Hello, Jiang Wenwen." "Hello, Jiang Wenwen." After a round of introductions, Jiang Wenwen smiled and greeted Wang's parents, being gracious, humble, and polite. Her upbringing was excellent. Wang's parents were very happy and quite surprised. In their eyes, their son had struck gold by meeting such an outstanding girl. Beautiful in appearance, good in character, humble, understanding, and polite. "Little rascal, we've only been out for a few days, and you've changed quite a bit. He. Wang's mother pulled him aside and whispered a few words. "Did your dad and I come back too early?" "No. We thought you might want to spend a few more days at your grandmother's house, so you and your girlfriend could be together more. By the way, when did this happen?" "Just these past few days. I met her, and things are going well." The mother and son chatted for a while, and the four of them got into the car. "Wenwen, is this your car? This car is really nice. It looks so high-end." As soon as they got in the car, Wang's mother kept praising it. As an ordinary middle-aged woman, a retired mom, she had no great knowledge, just simple and unpretentious. "Aunt, actually this car, it's the King Hu." Jiang Wenwen was about to tell the truth, to clarify that this Cullinan was actually bought by the king, but a glance from the king made her stop. "Ahem, Dad, Mom, have some water. This car is Wenwen's, and it's not that high-end." The king took out 2 bottles of water from the car's mini fridge and handed them to his parents. Jiang Wenwen drove skillfully. She was becoming more and more familiar with this Cullinan. Meanwhile, the king could sit back and relax as a passenger, and that feeling was truly wonderful. Healthy parents, a lovely girlfriend, a prosperous life, this was the state that countless people dreamed of. "This car has a fridge, and it's not high-end? You really have a big mouth, kid," the king's dad said in a lecturing tone. The king's face darkened. Indeed, this car was quite high-end, worth $1 million. If he were to reveal the price, his parents would definitely think he was crazy. How could he possibly have that much money? "By the way, Wang Shan, why aren't you driving? You let Wenwen, a girl, drive. You really don't know how to be considerate and care for a girl." "Sigh, don't make me angry." The king's mom shot him a glare. "It's fine, Aunt, I like cars and I enjoy driving," Jiang Wenwen said with a smile. "Then thank you for your hard work. If this kid Wang Shang has any bad habits, you must tell us." "Humph, just wait and see how I and his dad will deal with him," the king's mom said, clearly very satisfied with her future daughter-in-law. "Okay, Aunt." Jiang Wenwen was very happy, giving Wang Shang a knowing glance, feeling quite proud. Gaining the approval of her boyfriend's parents was the best thing for her. For a relationship to blossom, it must head towards the altar of marriage, and to marry smoothly, both parents' approval was essential. "By the way, Dad, Mom, there's something I need to confess." Suddenly, the king spoke up. Hearing this, his parents tensed up. "What's wrong, kid? What's the matter, Wang Shang? You're so jumpy," they said. Looking into his parents' eyes, the king said seriously, "Actually, during this time, I've changed a lot, mainly because I won a few million in the lottery and then made some investments. I've been really lucky and made a lot of money." He needed to give his parents an explanation about this matter. Otherwise, it would be impossible to clarify later. It was impossible to keep hiding it. Besides, it was exhausting. "I bought a car, also bought a house, and even got you guys a house." He briefly mentioned some of the things he had done, mainly about acquiring properties and buying a car, addressing the source of the money. Upon hearing this, his parents were stunned. "Son, you've really made it. You've really hit it big. So lucky to win the lottery and make big money from investments. Oh my, Could it be that our old Wang family's ancestral grave is smoking? Ha ha ha. After going through shock, disbelief, and incredulity, the couple became very excited. They believed what the king said, because, based on their understanding of their son, aside from getting rich from the lottery, there was no other possibility. As for investments, in this day and age, it was absolutely possible for a blind cat to stumble upon a dead mouse. Just like stock trading, some people study every day but still lose money, while others randomly buy a few stocks and make a fortune. In this world, there is a kind of metaphysics called luck, and it's financial luck. When financial luck arrives, it cannot be stopped. Heaven has opened its eyes. Our old Wang family has been poor for several generations, always struggling at the bottom, with no great prospects. Now, we've finally turned the situation around. Thank you, Heaven. Thank you, Buddha, for your blessings. Thank you to the ancestors of the old Wang family for your protection. At this moment, the king's mother was so agitated that she actually knelt down on her seat and began to bow her head. She believed in Buddhism and some other deities, but she wasn't a devout follower. She simply had a broad belief in the existence of divine beings. Thus, she had given birth to him, with a faith in her heart and a sense of reverence within. Kind thoughts made one understand gratitude. Child, you earn so much money, fortune favors you, you must contribute something to give back to society, she reminded the king. The king nodded, deeply agreeing. They arrived home. The four of them got out of the car and walked to the king's front door. Strangely, several excavators were parked in front of the house. Each excavator had an operator sitting in it, and from the alley to the king's doorstep a large crowd had gathered, including neighbors and some people the king and his parents did not recognize. These people were dressed in a way that made them look like street thugs, with exposed arms and legs covered in various tattoos. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, tall and robust, with thick muscles and dark skin, looking particularly strong. Old Kuei, the company sent us to demolish this area, but they won't budge. Damn it, it's really frustrating. Old Kuei, we're just waiting for you to take action. We can't do it without you. The excavator operators gathered around, approaching the middle-aged man, offering cigarettes and various flattery. Good to say. The man called Old Kuei calmly smoked his cigarette. Around him were a large group of brothers, all of whom looked unfriendly. The king, along with Jiang Wenwen and his parents, arrived at the door but was blocked by this group before they could enter. What's going on? The king's expression darkened. Old Wang, Aunt Zhang, you finally came back. Our neighborhood is about to be demolished. It's said that a very powerful developer is coming to take our houses, but the compensation is very low, and everyone is causing a ruckus, refusing to let them demolish. A neighbor came over and explained the situation. It turned out that this was a group sent for forced demolition, backed by a demolition company, essentially hiring a bunch of thugs to oppress the common people. Of course, behind the forced demolition was a wealthy and powerful developer waiting to take this land. However, the compensation offered was much lower than the prices for nearby demolitions, which naturally made the neighbors unhappy. They were now in a stalemate. The king learned of the situation because he had not returned home for a while and had been at the small supermarket nearby. The thugs didn't dare to cause trouble there because the foundation's office was located nearby. To be honest, these bullies were afraid of the strong and only picked on the weak. According to the developer's plan, the king's house would be demolished, but the small supermarket in front could be retained, and of course, the foundation's office would also remain untouched. However, the houses behind and the homes of about 20 to 30 nearby families were all to be demolished, and the compensation was below the surrounding demolition prices. This neighborhood was mostly composed of the lower class, especially the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, so the developer behind this thought these people were easy to bully and arranged for the so-called demolition company, which was essentially a group of thugs, to come and threaten them with forced demolition. Now the developer thinks your area is worth demolishing and commercializing. It's your honor. Humph. If the boss didn't want this place, you'd still be living in such old and broken houses. Now that it's being demolished, they'll compensate you with new houses and give you compensation money. So why are you still making a fuss? The leader of the thugs, Old Kuei, walked over, his fierce gaze sweeping over the more than 10 local residents present. No way. Absolutely not. Your compensation standards are too low. The developer's compensation standards are twice yours. Why should we settle for such a small compensation? We won't do it. Right. We won't do it. The crowd was in an uproar, filled with indignation. Lao Kuei, seeing the rising anger of the masses, felt a bit flustered, but he quickly regained his composure, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he arrogantly surveyed the crowd of common people, snorting coldly, "Let me tell you, all these old houses, over 20 of them, must be demolished. This land is collective property. Your community has already issued a notice and signed it. What, do you common folks think you can stir up much of a storm? Upon hearing this, the neighbors who were seriously protesting against the demolition company's bullying became deflated. Because indeed, the community had issued a notice and signed it, and now only a few households had not signed or stamped their fingerprints. But this could not affect the pace of demolishing these old buildings. Of course, to avoid any troublemakers escalating the situation or causing other mishaps, the developers behind the demolition company had ordered that the work to demolish this area of old, dilapidated houses must commence today without delay. Now, in order to expedite the work of bulldozers and excavators, the demolition company had brought in people like Lao Kuei. Not far away, under an old locust tree, a black Mercedes-Benz van was parked. Inside, in the back seat, sat an old man in his 60s or 70s, looking sprightly and robust, with sharp, bright eyes, though his head was crowned with white hair. He had a cigar in his mouth, a glass of red wine in one hand, and the other arm wrapped around a woman. Smoking a cigar, sipping red wine, and accompanied by a young beauty, such a life was quite leisurely. The old man was dressed in luxurious attire, in a tailored suit, adorned with brand name labels. "Master Bai, do you think we can start the demolition before this afternoon?" asked a younger man in the driver's seat, glancing at the old man through the rearview mirror, speaking cautiously. It turned out that the old man was known as White-Headed Elder in the underground circles of Jiangdu City, the top boss of the Silong Hui, and all members of the Silong Hui respectfully referred to him as Master Bai. Master Bai nodded, leisurely saying, "It should be fine. Lao Kuei is handling it. He gets things done efficiently and never drags his feet." That's true. Lao Kuei was Master Bai's most capable assistant, having followed him for decades, starting from the streets, doing all sorts of dirty and hard work, truly fighting his way up, step by step to where he was today. 20 years ago, Lao Kuei was my most capable subordinate in the Silong Hui, and he still is. Back then, the Silong Hui had only a little over 10 people, fighting fiercely for territory, and Lao Kuei played an indispensable role. Now I've given him the position of the East City Hall Master, which has the most benefits in the Silong Hui, as a way to repay his years of hard work. Master Bai spoke slowly, his gaze becoming deep and hazy as he fell into memories. "Master Bai, you are a righteous man. Ha ha." At the praise from his assistant, Master Bai laughed heartily. "Over the years, we have worked hard to transition from underground to above ground, what they call washing white. Yes, we have opened so many companies, putting in so much effort. How long have we endured and swallowed our pride? Humph, not long ago, a major incident happened at the South City branch, where Hall Master Xiao Zhou and dozens of our Silong Hui brothers were killed, and the situation is still unclear, the truth unknown. Damn it!" Thinking of this, Master Bai's expression turned fierce and violent as he extinguished the burning cigar and pushed the woman beside him away. He had no mood to smoke or play with women anymore. He was the boss of the Silong Hui, dozens of brothers had been killed, and the Hall Master was dead. How could such a significant matter be left unresolved? We finally investigated some situations. The Hall Master, Xiao Zhou, kidnapped a girl while he was alive to coerce a man because, prior to that, Xiao Zhou had some unpleasantness with that man. "Master Bai, please take care of your health and don't get too agitated," the driver, who was also an assistant and a trusted man beside Master Bai, quickly reminded him. "I know," Master Bai waved his hand and continued, "we found out about that man. He is a young man in his 20s living in one of these old houses. His name is Wang Shang. According to our investigation, he has some assets and stands out among young people, but we haven't uncovered too much information and don't know why he comes from an ordinary family yet has considerable assets. In any case, this time it involves demolishing dozens of old houses, including his family's, so we must handle this matter thoroughly. Besides, the developer, Zhao, is my friend, and I have to give him face. No matter what, we have to demolish their houses," Master Bai said fiercely. Through the car window, he noticed a crowd gathering in front of a house not far away, and among them was a young man. Wasn't that Wang Shang? Snap! Upon noticing Wang Shang, Master Bai's gaze turned fierce and filled with malice. He clenched his fingers so tightly that they turned white, and the joints made cracking sounds. Seeing Master Bai's imposing and angry demeanor, the young women beside him were frightened and quickly hid beside the car door and window, trembling slightly. "Rest assured, Master Bai, the community has already smoothed things over with these 20-some residents and they have signed. They are just making a fuss, complaining that the compensation is insufficient, but this matter is not up for them to bargain. Humph, a bunch of troublesome commoners, with no power or influence. What are they making a fuss about? Alright, just wait." The standoff on both sides gradually heated up. Wang Shang's neighbor, Brother Delin, who usually ran a small stall selling breakfast, though he had no formal job, was a young man with a strong sense of legal awareness and was willing to defend his rights. He stepped forward and shouted angrily at the gang led by Lao Kuei, "You bastards, try bringing an excavator to move my house. I tell you, Whatever community notice you have is completely without legal effect. It must be signed by every resident, every property owner, to be valid. If we don't agree to your demolition, you can't demolish. Unless you raise the compensation standards to what they should be, you can forget about demolishing my house, unless you run over me. Dolin. His wife beside him looked worried. After all, Lao Kuei and his gang from the Silonghui were not to be trifled with. They indeed wouldn't dare to drive an excavator to directly crush the common people, but behind the scenes, they would resort to underhanded tactics, knocking on doors in the middle of the night, a group of bullies circling around you, threatening and coercing. That feeling and taste truly made it impossible to find peace for even a moment. Of course, this is how demolition companies operate, otherwise, this industry wouldn't have emerged. Lao Kuei's lips twitched, his eyes filled with ferocity as he coldly scolded, "Damn it, you think you're so capable, huh? Do you really think we wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you? Damn! I have so many brothers, and I'm giving you a chance to move out quickly. Don't force me to take action. If you get hurt, you can't blame me." Those who knew the inside story and understood the law could see through the bravado of these people. But to stand up and confront these bullies so resolutely was truly rare. If you have the guts, try it. Brother Delin remained righteous and unafraid. The old bully's face, full of flesh, trembled as he suddenly waved his hand and called to a few lackeys behind him, "Get over here, start the machine. Damn it! I want to see whether my machine is tougher or the heads of those little rascals and troublemakers." He wanted to intimidate those he considered troublemakers and rascals, represented by Delin. But if the machine really charged forward, directly targeting people and crushing houses, they wouldn't dare. Rumbling, rumbling, the machine started up. A red excavator rolled in from the nearby road, inching closer to Delin. Instantly, most of the neighbors gathered nearby were frightened and quickly moved aside. Delin, however, stood firm, tears glistening in his eyes. Though scared, he was determined to defend his rights. "Be careful, Delin." Seeing this, Wang rushed over, both angry and worried, pulling Delin away. The excavator just crushed the spot where Delin had been standing. Its weight shattered a large piece of the cement pavement at the entrance. Rumbling. Following that, a thug from the Silonghui, controlling the excavator, was smoking in the cab, roughly manipulating it, shaking the boom and bucket violently, making a deafening noise as it swung towards the side wall of Delin's house. It was about to destroy Delin's home. "You are lawless, lawless," Delin shouted, his voice cracking, eyes red with tears. The neighbors were moved, feeling the same fear, as their own houses were next in line to be pushed down. "Stop!" Suddenly, an old lady rushed out from a house, standing beneath the sidewall. Wasn't this Delin's grandmother, an elderly woman over 80? Seeing this, the thug operating the excavator panicked a bit. The old bully also panicked and quickly shouted for them to stop. So the thug operating the excavator hurriedly halted the machine, not daring to continue. They truly didn't want to cause a violent, bloody incident, as their boss, Bai Yi, had instructed them to avoid casualties and primarily use threats. "If you dare to tear down my house, I'll die in front of you. I've lived long enough. If I die, I'll take you down with me." Delin's grandmother, trembling, shouted with all her might, her words shaking, but her spirit was strong, showing her attitude and determination despite being so small against the massive machine. "A person lives for their breath. Grandma, be careful," Delin shouted, his voice choked with tears, rushing towards her. "Damn it!" The old bully's mood soured instantly. He had thought this matter would be easy to resolve, as most of the common people were too scared to stand up, but now, with the emergence of this man and the old lady, things had taken a turn for the worse. He angrily cursed and rushed towards Delin, shoving him. Delin was caught off guard, stumbled, fell to the ground, and hit his head against the wall, scraping it and bleeding. "Delin!" Delin's wife cried out, rushing over, her face full of worry, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared fiercely at the old bully. Seeing this, the crowd was incensed. "You are lawless, bastard, how dare you hit someone? He hit him. Call the police. Hurry and call the police." The old bully was a bit flustered but still tried to act tough. "Damn it, who dares to come over? Come and try. I'll hit you too. This little rascal fell on his own. I just bumped into him a bit. Damn it, is he trying to scam me? Get up. You clearly pushed Delin and now refuse to admit it. Playing tricks. Bastard. You scoundrel." Everyone started cursing, berating Lao Kuei until he was drenched in insults. Bang! Suddenly, a figure flashed by, kicking fiercely at Lao Kuei. The force was immense, swift beyond measure. This kick was so powerful and fast that Lao Kuei didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying several meters away, crashing hard against the wall, his body going limp, as if all his bones were about to fall apart, blood gushing from his nose and mouth. The figure landed. It was none other than the king who had just kicked Lao Kuei. Everyone watching felt exhilarated. It was so satisfying. "Good. That's a great hit. Your Majesty, well done. Who the hell kicked me?" Damn it! Everyone come here! Damn it! Let's see who dares to talk back. Lao Kuei grimaced in pain, touching the blood flowing from his mouth and nose, his face contorted in rage, quickly calling for help. Dozens of thugs and bullies swarmed around him, brandishing weapons, ready to confront. The standoff intensified. At that moment, several police cars and a few black government vehicles approached on the nearby main road. Among them, one car had a particularly noticeable license plate, because just earlier, the king had called Director Wu from the city's secretary office, explaining the situation and sending a photo of the bronze ding. Director Wu had already been paying close attention to the situation on the king's side, and upon encountering illegal demolitions, he certainly needed to arrange for relevant departments to handle it. Moreover, upon seeing the photo of the bronze ding, he was immediately stunned, as he had a keen interest in ancient artifacts. After looking at the photo himself, he consulted experts in cultural relics, and everyone agreed that it was a significant matter that required immediate on-site inspection. This quickly caught the attention of Secretary Luo Yuliang. Thus, Luo Yuliang personally came over. Consequently, a large number of leaders from various departments in the city, along with cultural relics experts, drove over. They even dispatched police cars to clear the way, to maintain order and ensure the safety of the cultural relics. Director Wu was the first to get out, quickly running to the other side, opening the door, and placing his hand on the car's edge, his attitude extremely respectful. Secretary Luo, we've arrived, please. The top leader of the city stepped out of the car. Luo Yulian was not tall, in his 50s, with a kind face and no airs about him, giving off a very approachable vibe. However, as he walked towards the king's home, surrounded by a large entourage of secretaries, assistants, and security, the aura of someone in a high position immediately radiated from him. Upon learning that Luo Yulian was coming, everyone from the city to the district, then to the street office and community mobilized. After a round of communication, several community staff members quickly arrived among the neighbors, very seriously explaining the situation, informing everyone that Secretary Luo Yulian had come. These staff members were so nervous their hearts raced. Soon, Luo Yulian arrived in front of the crowd. Hello, leader. Hello, leader. Secretary Luo, you finally made it. You've worked hard. The waves of cheers pushed the atmosphere to a peak. Luo Yulian listened to the reports and understood what had happened here. On one side were the common people, dissatisfied with the demolition standards, as the developers were indeed pressuring prices behind the scenes. On the other side were Lao Kuei and the demolition company's people, behaving violently. I will handle the situation here properly, everyone rest assured. Whoever started the fight, we will definitely deal with it according to the law. Luo Yuliang first expressed his stance, allowing the people present to feel at ease. Everyone exchanged glances, revealing admiration and respect. This area, no matter which developer it is, cannot be developed. The city won't approve it first. The situation is changed, and everything that was previously set aside is now under discussion. Luo Yuliang continued, clearly indicating that there were other arrangements for the relocation of the dozens of households in this area. The numerous staff present, from high-ranking city officials to grassroots community workers, listened attentively, not daring to show any signs of negligence. This was an ironclad order. Immediately, leaders from the district came over, quickly persuading the so-called employees of the demolition company causing trouble to leave the scene. With armed police deployed and a whole convoy of police cars parked nearby, the thugs from the Four Dragons Society dared not resist even slightly. They hurriedly retreated, and the few thugs operating the excavators also climbed down from the cabs and quickly left. At that moment, alright, since we have the machines ready, let's get started and dig up Mr. Wang's backyard, Luo Yulian directed, his gaze fixed on the excavators brought by Lao Kuei and his men. Everyone was taken aback. What was going on? What did Luo Yuliang intend to do? Lao Kuei had originally planned to retreat with his brothers and had moved quite a distance away, surrounded by a large group of staff from relevant departments who were admonishing and persuading them to leave. I'm calling you. Me? Lao Kuei was stunned, feeling it was very abrupt, and he pointed at himself in disbelief. Comrade, are you responsible for these excavators? Luo Yuliang's gaze fell on Lao Kuei. Lao Kuei's legs went weak, and his face turned pale with fear. He was facing the top leader of the city, someone he had never confronted in his life. Even after being the most influential leader of the East City Hall in the Four Dragons Society, having experienced so many ups and downs, fighting and killing for years, Lao Kuei still felt guilty and terrified at this moment. Yes, Lao Kuei stammered in response. He not only noticed Luo Yuliang's authoritative gaze but also the eyes of many high-ranking leaders. If anything went wrong, it was likely that a whole bunch of people would take action against him, and the Four Dragons Society would also be implicated. The Four Dragons Society had always profited in the gray area, with many dealings conducted underground. Over the years, Bai Yi had been striving to do business, establish a company, and wash away their past misdeeds, trying to sever ties with their previous criminal activities. They had many enemies but were not afraid of social forces. What they feared were actions from the government. If they truly offended certain people, leading to a massive crackdown from the higher-ups, it would be enough to bring the Four Dragons Society to its knees. How about this? I will requisition your excavators to dig up this Comrade Wang's backyard. Is that all right? Luo Yuliang asked politely, with a kind expression. Sure, absolutely, that would be great. Lao Kuei nodded eagerly, the stone that had been stuck in his throat finally dropped. He had thought Luo Yuliang would immediately deal with the earlier issues, the violent demolition by the demolition company, and the matter of Lao Kuei injuring the common people, but that was not the case at all. In fact, most people were quite confused, completely unaware of what Luo Yuliang intended to do. Only Luo Yuliang, Director Wu, and a few core high-ranking officials from the city, along with the archaeological experts who had rushed here, knew what was happening. Secretary Luo, it's like this. Oh, no need for that. I'll go over with a few comrades. You all wait outside. Luo Yuliang interrupted a few eager district and community staff who were about to report the situation. They thought Luo Yuliang came here mainly because of the demolition issue. Therefore, a few of them, having intricate connections with the demolition company, were extremely nervous at this moment. Luo Yuliang's attitude was clear. The commercial development here was on hold, and there would be no development for the developers, so there would be no demolition. In this way, it becomes understandable why some people are as anxious as ants on a hot pan, their faces pale and their legs trembling. Opposing Luo Yuliang is equivalent to opposing the Jiangdu authorities. What would be the outcome? They really just want to give up, right? Secretary Luo, this is Comrade Xiao Wang. Oh, Comrade Xiao Wang, hello. You truly are our great lucky star in Jiangdu City. Hello, Secretary Luo. Comrade Xiao Wang, reporting such a significant matter to the city at the first opportunity is truly commendable. You are a model for everyone to learn from. High moral integrity, selflessness, wonderful. Secretary Luo, you flatter me, this is what I should do. By the way, let me lead the way and have the excavator pass by. At this moment, Wang Shang met Luo Yuliang through Director Wu's introduction. The two shook hands warmly. Luo Yuliang praised Wang Shang endlessly. Comrade Xiao Wang, then I'll trouble you. You're too polite. Soon, under Wang Shang's guidance, Luo Yuliang and several core senior officials from the city arrived at his family's backyard. The more they looked, the more confused they became. Wasn't Secretary Luo here to handle the demolition issue? Did so many high-ranking officials come just to meet Wang Shang? The neighbors were all dumbfounded, not knowing what Luo Yuliang was really up to. Soon, some neighbors came to ask Wang Shang's parents, filled with surprise and envy. Because, as long as one wasn't blind, it was clear that Secretary Luo was particularly fond of and even respected Wang Shang. That demeanor, that warmth during the handshake, and the gaze, no one could be deceived. Such a high-ranking official actually came down to the grassroots, mingling with a young man in his 20s, having a pleasant conversation, and even visiting his home. What did this mean? It meant that Wang Shang had caught Secretary Luo's eye. He was definitely a talent valued by Secretary Luo. From now on, Wang Shang's family would soar to great heights. I don't know. I've been out with old Wang for many days. We just got back, and it was our son who picked us up. We know nothing. Don't ask. How would I know what that brat has been up to these days to bring such a high-ranking official like Secretary Luo over? He's so busy with his work. At this moment, Wang Shang's mother felt very complicated, unable to express whether she should be happy or unhappy. In fact, she was more worried, just like Wang Shang's father, deeply concerned. Their child didn't seek fame or fortune, didn't seek to bring glory to the family, just wanted safety. Now this matter involved high-ranking officials from the city, and the key was whether it was a good or bad thing. Both parents were on edge. By the way, Wanwan, you should know, haven't you two been together these days? Suddenly, Wang Shang's mother turned her gaze to Jiang Wanwan. She shared the same thought as Wang Shang's father. If others didn't know what was happening with Wang Shang, could his girlfriend Jiang Wanwan also be unaware? Yes, Wanwan, you are Wang Shang's girlfriend. You must know what he has been doing recently. Wang Shang's father quickly pressed for an answer. I'm not sure either. Jiang Wanwan blushed and shook her head helplessly. The old couple held on to their hopes. But to their surprise, even their son's closest girlfriend was in the dark. It seemed that things had become quite troublesome now. Ding! Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan received a message on her phone. She quickly unlocked it to check. It was from Wang Shang. Perhaps because he was too busy accompanying Luo Yuliang and the others, it was inconvenient for him to call or come out to clarify the situation, so he simply sent a message to reassure Jiang Wanwan and his parents. It's a message from Wang Shang. What did he say? Wenwen, quickly tell us, what did he say? My parents were extremely anxious. At that moment, the neighbors, as well as many workers from the community and district, were all incredibly tense. They were not qualified to follow Luo Yuliang into Wang Shang's backyard. They could only wait outside. The longer they waited, the more anxious they became. Now, Wang Shang's girlfriend said that Wang Shang had sent a message. How could everyone not be excited, not desperately hoping to know what it was? Of course, they were all eagerly hoping to see it. There are treasures in the backyard. Everyone is a witness to history. Zhang Wenwen looked at the content of the message and read it out loud, clearly and distinctly, word by word. Everyone listened quietly. Upon hearing this sentence, everyone was once again dumbfounded. Treasures in the backyard? What treasures? The neighbors looked at each other. All the old houses in this area were quite similar, with a road in front and small yards behind each house, usually just used for storing junk or growing some vegetables. What treasures could there be? Witnesses to history? Everyone was even more confused. So now, they could only wait for the situation to develop. In the backyard, a rumbling excavator came over, its bucket digging down, scooping out dirt, one scoop at a time. Professionals were guiding from the side, explaining how deep to dig and how to excavate without damaging the artifacts inside, speaking clearly. Luo Yuliang and Wang Shang were nervously watching from a circle around them. Archaeological experts were already carefully identifying and analyzing the bronze ding that had been excavated before Wang Shang. One after another, bronze dings were dug out, lined up against the wall in the backyard. There were a total of 9 bronze dings. Once the excavation was complete, more than 10 archaeological experts were all incredibly eager, like hungry wolves seeing a lamb, almost ready to pounce. My God, the 9 provinces ding. It's really the 9 provinces ding. A national treasure lost for thousands of years, the 9 provinces ding. It's truly the 9 provinces ding. This ding is from Yangzhou. Look at the patterns, the inscriptions, and the topographical maps. The ancient terrain of Yangzhou matches perfectly. This is the Jingzhou ding. This is the Liangzhou ding. This is the Shuzhou ding. This is the Yuzhou ding. Yangzhou ding. Xingzhou ding. Jizhou ding. Yenzhou ding. Each ding had been verified by more than 10 archaeological experts and over 20 professionals from museums and cultural relics departments. They carefully analyzed, judged, photographed, and verified, and some experts even contacted top universities and research institutes in the capital of Huaxia, as well as the highest-level archaeological institutions. After rigorous verification and analysis, the 9 provinces ding, such a top-tier lost national treasure, was finally discovered. Following this, not just experts from Jiangdu, but also leaders from the provincial capital, high-ranking officials, and the highest-level relevant institutions and departments all rushed to the scene. Such a nationwide sensational event drew immense attention from various bigwigs, provincial leaders, and national officials. In an instant, overwhelming publicity and news reports flooded in. Soon, the news of the national treasure, the 9 provinces ding, unearthed in Jiangdu, made headlines on all mainstream news media, social media, and major social platforms. The national treasure 9 provinces ding is unveiled, shocking the world. A stunning treasure, the supreme national treasure of Huaxia, lost for 1,000 years, finally reappears. The national heavy weapon reappears, a sign of good fortune. Heaven bless Huaxia. It topped the trending topics on Weibo. The #1 super topic. The news spread wildly in friend circles. Who is he? What secrets does he hold? The national treasure lost for 1,000 years was actually unearthed by a mysterious young man in his backyard. The mysterious young man uncovers a 1,000-year-old national treasure, shocking the world. The mysterious young man and the supreme national treasure, the tripod of the 9 provinces, a story that must be told. When the mysterious young man unearthed the first tripod of the 9 provinces, he immediately contacted the relevant authorities and successfully excavated the complete tripod, making a world-shaking contribution. The discovery of the tripod of the 9 provinces has epoch-making significance. It is the most important event in the field of Chinese archaeology in recent decades, the greatest archaeological discovery of this century. The tripod of the 9 provinces will leap to become China's #1 national treasure. Countless news reports followed closely, pushing out an endless stream of news features, etc. As the first person to discover the tripod of the 9 provinces, Wang became the focal point. However, he remained very low-key. From contacting leaders, meeting with Luo Yuliang, to meeting with provincial and even national high-level officials, he requested not to promote himself, just to use the mysterious young man as a substitute was enough. He did not want to steal the spotlight. Mr. Wang, as the first person to discover the tripod of the 9 provinces, excavating it in your own backyard and astonishing the world, donating such a supreme national treasure to the motherland, you are truly remarkable. May I ask, Mr. Wang, what are your requirements? In response to the questions from high-level leaders, Wang's answers were quite simple. For the excavation of the tripod of the 9 provinces, I hope to establish a museum at the original site, to exhibit it for the world to see and appreciate, not only for us Chinese but for people all over the world. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, that area will be coordinated by the highest department responsible for this matter. To establish a museum, properly relocate the residents, and increase the compensation standards. When the museum is completed and employees are recruited, the neighbors near the excavation site of the tripod of the 9 provinces, Mr. Wang, will have priority for employment. Jiangdu, North City Economic Development Zone. Daiyu Huanfeng Investment Company. This company is the behind-the-scenes developer wanting to demolish dozens of residential houses, including Wang's home. They had originally prepared a commercial layout, planning to demolish and acquire the land to establish a large-scale comprehensive commercial entity, but plans changed, and all the designs and blueprints were completely ruined. As the company president, Zhao Jingming sat in the general manager's office, furious and fuming. Opposite him sat a familiar face, Bai Yi, the boss of the Four Dragons Society. Bai Yi remained silent. The tea in front of him had gone cold, and he didn't even have the mood to take a sip. President Zhao, no one expected the situation to develop and change so quickly. We thought it would be easy to deal with those troublesome residents and complete the demolition work, but the result was, sigh. Bai Yi finally spoke, letting out a sigh, his face full of helplessness. Yes, who would have thought that a national treasure would actually be unearthed? Damn! Even if the world's top developers came, it would be useless. Who in business would dare to go against the officials? Now that the museum's location has been confirmed, I have nothing to say. Zhao Jingming shook his head in anger. Daiyu Huanfeng Investment Company, large and prosperous, with substantial assets and deep connections, headquartered in one of China's most developed first-tier cities, now aim to expand into a third-tier city like Jiangdu. Of course, they wanted to make a big splash. Originally, the company had its sights set on a seemingly remote piece of land, a bit farther from the city center, and was determined to acquire it. But now it had turned into such a situation. It's all that kid's doing. Now I see it clearly. Suddenly, Bai Yi cursed angrily. That bastard. Last time, dozens of my brothers from the Four Dragons Society died in a gunfight for no reason because they kidnapped that kid's sister. And now President Zhao, your business is facing a major setback because of that kid. It seems that kid is indeed too strange and mysterious. I wonder what secrets are hidden behind him. Bai Ye's expression grew complicated. Are you talking about Wang? Is it really that Wang, who was highly regarded by Luo Yuliang in the city's upper echelons? The charity pioneer? The lucky star of Jiangdu? Zhao Jingming hurriedly asked. He was a businessman, backed by the large Daiyu Huanfeng company, with a particularly broad and well-informed network. So, of course, he knew some things about Wang. Even though the city's high-ranking officials kept Wang's identity very secret, there are no walls that don't let the wind through in this world. Yes, although we haven't found any clues indicating that the kidnapping case is directly related to the deaths of my brothers from the Four Dragons Society, and we haven't found any evidence linking that brat Wang to their deaths, he is too suspicious. It's as if he is a calamity sent from the heavens, specifically to counter my Four Dragons Society. Damn! Bai Yi couldn't help but curse again, his teeth grinding in frustration. His authority was facing a significant challenge, and the pressure was immense. After all, there were only 200 or 300 formal members of the Four Dragons Society, and losing dozens was a huge blow. A lot of aftermath work needed to be handled, and as a big shot, he had to step up and give an explanation to the deceased brothers. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to command respect anymore. I really don't know what that brat's background is. Bai Ye's gaze was fierce. He was certainly trying every possible way to investigate Wang, but unfortunately, the information collected so far was too scarce. It is said that he made his fortune by winning the lottery, then investing, trading stocks, and real estate, quickly accumulating capital. He is also very good at building relationships with the upper echelons, establishing a foundation, gaining their trust and support. Now, he has unearthed national treasures in his backyard and reported it to the higher-ups immediately. As the first discoverer of the supreme national treasure, he is naturally held in even higher regard. It is said that leaders from the highest departments have met with him. Zhao Jingming slowly recounted. Based on his own investigations and the investigative capabilities of the Daiyu Huanfeng headquarters, he had gathered more information about Wang than Bai Yi. Is that so? Bai Yi was taken aback, feeling a bit ashamed. As a big shot in Jiangdu's underground scene, with the Four Dragons Society entrenched locally for decades, he found that he was even less informed than the head of an out-of-town investment company. According to the information I have, it should be accurate. After all, the Daiyu Huanfeng headquarters is in Jianhai, which is the economic center of China, a highly developed first-tier city. The information there is bound to be much more accessible than in a third-tier city like Jiangdu, Zhao Jingming said. That makes sense, Bai Yi nodded. So now, wanting to take action against him is very difficult. Although he appears to be just a slacker helping his family run a shop, that's not the case. His background must be extensive, and we need to be doubly cautious and not act rashly. Zhao Jingming continued. Zhao, I understand your point. This setback has severely disrupted your Daowanfeng company's business layout, from the headquarters in Jianghai to the branch in Jiangdu. You must hate that little brat Wang to the bone. I completely understand, and I also hate that kid to the bone. Now that you and I are on the same side, we have a common enemy, and we will deal with him sooner or later. Humph. You can rest assured, Zhao, if there's anything I can help with in the future, I, old Bai, will definitely support you to the end. Zhao Jingming smiled. With your words, Bai Yi, I can rest easy. In Jiangdu, I will need your support. After saying this, he called out, and the beautiful secretary in a black silk skirt standing beside him quickly took out a suitcase, unlocked it with a password, opened it, and placed it in front of Bai Yi. Inside, it was filled to the brim with cash. Please accept this token of appreciation, Bai Yi. There will be many things in the future that will require your and the Four Dragon Society brothers' help. No problem, no problem, ha ha ha. Although reluctant to part and filled with nostalgia for his homeland, Wang's parents and the dozens of neighbors were very cooperative in completing the relocation work for the old houses. This was necessary to build a museum for the national treasure, the Zhozhou Ding, which would be a top-tier first-class museum. Therefore, the compensation given to the affected residents was far superior to that offered by unscrupulous developers who often lowballed compensation. New houses were already under construction around the museum. Residents involved in the relocation who wanted to work could be prioritized for jobs at the museum. Although these were mostly service and support positions, they were still quite favorable. Now, Wang had become a local celebrity, a hot topic among the neighbors in several nearby communities, thanks to the excavation of the Zhozhou Ding. The elderly couple also basked in this glory, often going out and receiving heaps of praise. Old Wang, your son is really amazing. Everyone is benefiting from your son. The relocation compensation is several times higher than others, and the new houses and money are all thanks to you. Everyone is being polite, too flattering. My son is just lucky, really lucky. Ha ha ha. The location of the small supermarket could not avoid the construction area of the museum, but Wang had his own insistence and demands. The supermarket's location must remain unchanged and not be demolished. From the city to the highest departments, they respected his wishes and kept the small supermarket, even leaving the foundation office at the entrance intact. After all, it only occupied about 20 to 30 square meters, and having such a small supermarket next to the museum was quite nice for the convenience of tourists. The authorities' plan had just one requirement: to renovate the small supermarket so that its exterior matched the overall color and style of the Zhozhou Ding first-class museum. The construction of the museum and the surrounding facilities was proceeding in an orderly manner. A meeting was about to take place in the main conference hall of the Jiangdu government building, scheduled for 10 in the morning. Early in the morning, Wang received a call from Director Wu from the city, urging him to attend the meeting, which involved very important matters. The participants included not only the city's senior officials but also provincial leaders and those from the highest departments. According to Director Wu, if Wang did not attend, the meeting would lose its significance. Okay, I understand, Director Wu. I will attend, Wang promised. After hanging up, life had to go on. Wang finished washing up, left the Tianyue Villa district, and drove his Pagani Huayra, wanting to be as flashy as possible. As he drove out of the Villa district's gate, the security guards at the two booths saluted him in unison with a standard military salute. This sense of honor and supreme satisfaction could easily make one feel elated. Those living here were certainly the wealthy elite of Jiangdu. Now, Wang had also become one of them. As for his parents, he had already brought them over to live with him since the old house had been demolished, and the new house from the compensation was still being renovated, which would take at least a year and a half before they could move in. According to his parents, they still hoped to live in the compensated house, as all their neighbors were there, and their old circle was their life circle. They were reluctant to give it up and adapt to a new environment. Wang did not force them, everything followed their wishes. They could live wherever they wanted. After parking the Pagani Huayra in a designated paid parking lot, Wang got out and walked a short distance to the small supermarket's entrance. Just as he was about to open the door, he was surprised to find that Zhou Yuqi had already opened the supermarket and was sitting there working. Dressed in denim, she looked pure and stunning. Zhou Yuqi had already told her parents about working at the store, saying that she was doing a part-time job at the small supermarket during her summer vacation from university to earn some money. Her parents were very happy and fully supportive, and they were just glad to enjoy their leisure time without having to run the store anymore. Their son was successful, and a great success at that. Moreover, their son and Jo Yuchi had grown up together, childhood sweethearts. They both hoped for a daughter and had always treated Jo Yuchi like their own daughter. Brother Wang. The crisp and sweet call made Wang feel particularly sweet, and his mood for the day turned very pleasant. Have you been feeling better these days? Yes, much better. Look, I'm back to work. Brother Wang, you're amazing. You managed to uncover the national treasure, the Jojo Ding. Now you're the lucky star of the entire Jiangdu, the light of the city. A star in the field of archaeology in Huaxia. Alright, Jo Yuchi, you don't have to flatter me so much. Wang smiled and waved his hand. Skillfully, he took out a bottle of drink. Bang! He opened the cap. A flash of golden light. Ding! 1 yuan exchange system, exchange opportunity refreshing. Today's 1 yuan exchange opportunity has been triggered. Do you want to exchange? Of course. Ding! 1 yuan exchange successful. Host's current wealth value. Host receives reward. Jiuxuan Divine Needle Ancient Chinese Medicine Acupuncture Technique. Jiuxuan Divine Needle Ancient Chinese Medicine Acupuncture Technique. The human body has yin and yang. Since ancient times, those who communicate with heaven are the essence of life based on yin and yang. Yin conceals essence and rises urgently, while yang guards the exterior and solidifies. Heaven has 5 qi, the earth has 5 elements, and humans are born from the heavens and the earth, possessing 5 organs. The organs conceal the essence of heaven and earth, thus forming the shape of a person. Therefore, to understand the yin and yang of the human body, one must first understand the transformation of the 5 organs qi, with Shaoyang and Taiyin originating from the fundamental Shaoyin and Taiyan, while the standard Yangming and Juyin do not originate from the standard but from the middle. A torrent of information surged into Wang's mind like an electric current. Suddenly, he felt weak, his head grew heavy, and he slumped over the counter, falling asleep. Brother Wang, what's wrong with you? Brother Wang. Jo Yuchi was astonished and immediately felt anxious, shouting in a panic. Just as she was about to call for emergency help, she heard a faint snore. It was coming from Wang's mouth. Wow, Brother Wang is asleep? No way, how could he fall asleep so quickly? Did he stay up particularly late last night? Jo Yuchi was dumbfounded, her mind racing with thoughts. She knew that Wang had a girlfriend, and that girlfriend, Jiang Wenwen, was so beautiful, cute, and irresistibly sexy. So last night, Brother Wang must have been with Jiang Wenwen and was exhausted. Thinking of this made her feel uncomfortable. Why couldn't her childhood sweetheart neighbor be her boyfriend? Brother Wang. She leaned close to his ear and called out a few times, but there was no response. With no other choice, she could only help him up and take him home. After all, it wasn't appropriate to be sleeping on the counter of the small supermarket in broad daylight. All the old houses in the area had been demolished, and everyone was waiting to move into new homes. However, during this time, the neighbors, including Jo Yuchi's parents, who had received generous compensation for the demolition, were all renting temporary accommodations outside. I remember Brother Wang said he bought a house in the villa area of Tianjin City. I'll take him there, Jo Yuchi murmured, temporarily closing the supermarket and preparing to hail a taxi on the roadside to go to the villa area of Tianjin City. Miss Shou, do you need help? Oh, isn't that our boss? How did he fall asleep? At that moment, 2 security guards from the foundation office next to the small supermarket came over. Upon seeing Jo Yuchi supporting their boss Wang, they quickly inquired about the situation. He fell asleep in the supermarket, and I'm helping him get back to rest. You guys carry on, Jo Yuchi hurriedly explained. Alright, I'll help you hail a taxi. Thank you, but no need. I can manage on my own. The 2 security guards exchanged a knowing glance and said no more. This scene made Jo Yuchi blush uncontrollably, and she quickly flagged down a taxi, got in, and told the driver her destination. The Tianjin City villa? Young lady, this guy is your boyfriend, right? Why is he sleeping in broad daylight? The taxi driver chatted with a smile as he drove. And no, he's not my boyfriend. I don't have a boyfriend. He's my neighbor's older brother. He's just really tired and fell asleep. I'm helping him get back to rest, Jo Yuchi said, lowering her head shyly. Ha ha, you're so pretty, and your boyfriend looks good too. You two really make a nice couple, the taxi driver chuckled, his smile carrying the same meaningful undertone as the 2 security guards earlier. Jo Yuchi realized that everyone seemed to think she was the king's girlfriend. Really, we're not a couple. Jo Yuchi hurried to explain. Young lady, look at you getting all flustered. I really envy you young people. Being young is great. You can pursue whatever you like. Even if you take a wrong turn, you can always turn back. Even if you love the wrong person, you can still pull back at the edge of a cliff. How wonderful, the taxi driver said with a smile, sounding quite sentimental. Jo Yuchi didn't know how to respond. She felt a bit gloomy hearing those words. What did he mean by taking a wrong turn? Loving the wrong person? Why did it feel like the taxi driver was hinting at something? We've arrived. After a while, the taxi pulled up to the entrance of the Tianjin City Villa area. The grand entrance of the villa area had guard booths on either side, with upright security guards standing inside, looking very solemn and serious. Driver, can you drive in? You see, I'm just a girl, it's not easy for me to help him. It would be best if you could drop us off at the door of villa number 23, Zhou hurriedly said. She remembered the king mentioning that he had bought villas number 23 and 24, and that his parents were currently living in number 24. Sorry, young lady, you'll have to help him out of the car because I can't drive in, the driver shrugged, helpless. Why not? Zhou, who had never been to a villa area before, asked in surprise. Because this is a villa area. Not to mention a high-end villa area, even a slightly decent community has very strict security. You can only enter if you show identification, he explained. I see, Zhou said, feeling a bit helpless. She didn't have any identification to prove she lived there. And the king was sound asleep. How could she prove that he owned 2 villas inside? Hey, don't block the road here. You need to show identification to pass. If you don't have it, just leave. At that moment, a security guard came out, shouting at the taxi. The taxi driver looked helpless and said to Zhou, young lady, you see, this isn't my fault. You'll have to get out of the car. Zhou saw the fierce expression on the security guard's face, which also carried a hint of disdain, and she retorted, why are you being so aggressive? My brother lives here. Is this how you treat the residents? Your brother? Who is your brother? No matter who it is, you have to show identification to verify your identity. This is the Tianjin City Villa area. Not just anyone can get in. The security guard snorted, speaking with an air of superiority, as if working as a security guard here made him part of the wealthy elite. How ridiculous. This is my brother. He bought 2 villas inside. He's asleep now and needs to go home. Why can't the taxi drive in? Zhou shouted at the security guard. Who is that? I've never seen him. The guard glanced at the person sleeping in the back seat and waved his hand dismissively, coldly saying, hurry up and leave. You young people are nothing. You take a taxi here and dare to boast about owning 2 villas. Where's your face? This isn't how you brag. The taxi driver muttered coldly, little girl, stop being stubborn, get out of the car quickly. Don't waste my time. Humph, do you know how much a villa here costs? Several million to tens of millions. How old is your boyfriend? He bought 2? Aren't you afraid of your tongue getting blown away by the wind while bragging? My brother really is an owner here. Zhou was almost in tears. What kind of world is this? No one believes the truth. Beep, beep. At that moment, some cars behind honked their horns. It turned out to be some owners from the villa area returning, wanting to enter the community. All high-end cars, BMWs and Autos are just ordinary, while Porsches and Ferraris are nothing special. Hey, taxi in front, what are you doing? Don't block the road. Probably wants to enter the villa area for a visit, but has no credentials. Nowadays, anyone can show up, but luckily our villa area has strict security. Heh, who thinks they can just take a taxi and enter the villa area? They don't even look in the mirror, can't even afford a car. What right do they have to enter the villa area? So annoying. Do they really think anyone can enter our villa area? The owners were all waiting to drive in, grumbling. A black Maybach drove up from a distance, appearing right in front of the villa gate. What's going on? Inside the car, Tuanmin, the CEO of Jiangdu Tianjin City, sat in the back seat and asked as he saw the traffic jam ahead. The dedicated driver slowly stopped, driving incredibly smoothly. Mr. 2, please wait a moment, I'll check the situation, said the assistant and secretary sitting in the front passenger seat, quickly getting out of the car. After a while, the secretary returned. Mr. 2, there's a taxi in front, and inside are a young couple. The young girl says the boy with her is an owner in the villa area, and they want to go home, but they have no credentials to prove they are owners, so the security stopped them. The secretary explained the situation. Oh, let me take a look, Tuanmin said as he got out of the car, preparing to see for himself. He happened to be there to inspect the property situation of Phase 1 of Tianjin City and the villas, so the security work was also part of his inspection. Seeing Mr. 2 get out of the car, the secretary quickly accompanied him. Hello, Mr. 2. Hello, Mr. 2. When Tuanmin arrived at the guard booth, several security guards responsible for security quickly greeted him. This was the CEO of Jiangdu Tianjin City, with hundreds or even thousands of employees relying on him for their salaries. The security guards responsible for the villa area were quite surprised. It was rare to see Mr. 2. What happened here? Why is it blocked? Tuanmin asked. The security guard immediately recounted the situation. Mr. 2, you can treat this as a joke. Look at that kid in the taxi. How could he possibly be an owner in our Tianjin City villa area? Look at him sleeping soundly in broad daylight, looking like a complete mess. The young girl is also deceived, actually believing that this kid has 2 villas in our Tianjin City villa area. Isn't that nonsense? Several security guards laughed. Tuanmin felt that this matter was not simple. He carefully looked at the young man in the taxi. Suddenly, he froze and quickly asked Zhou, "Miss, what's the name of the young man next to you?" "Wang Shang. His name is Wang Shang. He is indeed an owner in your Tianjin City villa area. Why don't you believe it? We just didn't bring our credentials, we didn't drive a luxury car, we just took a taxi. Do we really have to be looked down upon by you security guards?" Zhou was particularly angry, venting her frustration. Hey, little girl, what nonsense are you talking? Who are you calling a dog? Do you believe I'll hit you? A furious security guard immediately lost his temper and shouted loudly at Zhou, "Shut up!" Suddenly, Tuanmin, whose expression had changed dramatically, let out a deep, resonant roar from his throat. "Did you hear that? I said shut up. Humph, do you know who this is? It's our boss from Tianjin City, Mr. Tu." The irritable middle-aged security guard snorted coldly, looking at Zhou with disdain. "I said shut up." Tuanmin glared coldly at the middle-aged security guard, his eyes blazing with anger like a raging fire. "Ah, Mr. Tu, you are." In an instant, the middle-aged security guard seemed to be struck by lightning, his legs went weak, and his whole body went numb, nearly collapsing. "Shut up! Quickly raise the barrier and let Mr. Wang and his friends in. Mr. Wang is the owner of our villa area. How do you usually do your job? You can't even remember the owner's face? I'll have all your bonuses deducted and give you demerits." Tuanmin was so angry that his beard was askew as he roared at the security guards. As the boss of Tianjin City, Tuanmin had been frequently visiting the Jiangdu government lately, becoming quite familiar with some of the higher-ups. He had also learned from them that a very mysterious young man had emerged in Jiangdu City, young yet promising, who had first established several billion in charitable foundations and then discovered the supranational treasure, the Zhou Ding, and that young man was Wang Shang. He had become an important figure with significant influence in both business and politics, Wang Shang. Therefore, Tuanmin had paid special attention to information regarding Wang Shang. To his astonishment and delight, he discovered that Wang Shang was actually one of the owners of Tianjin City. Not only was he the owner of the high-rise commercial buildings in the first phase of Tianjin City, but he was also the owner of a villa there. Wang Shang had acquired a luxuriously decorated super flat and 2 luxuriously decorated villas, with a total value exceeding 50 million. Such a super owner was certainly someone Tuanmin would take seriously. Coincidentally, he happened to encounter Mr. Wang, who was sleeping soundly in a taxi right at the villa entrance. "Mr. Wang, please sleep well, you are the owner here, and we are all here to serve you." At that moment, in front of everyone, Tuanmin, the developer of the Tianjin City project, bowed deeply in a courteous manner to the sleeping Wang Shang. This scene truly shocked everyone. The several security guards were already on high alert, trembling with fear, their heads buzzing. What is the boss doing? Bowing? Bowing to a sleeping young man? Who is this young man? Which wealthy family's heir is he? Which group's CEO's descendant? We're done for. We've offended someone. What sin have I committed? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why does Mr. Tu keep calling the young man in the taxi Mr. Wang? Countless questions swirled in their minds. Now, their biggest concern was one question. Losing bonuses and getting demerits wasn't too serious, but would they be directly fired? They all stood at attention, like statues, eyes straight ahead, only able to catch glimpses of the taxi as it drove into the villa area. The middle-aged security guard who had just been yelled at by Tuanmin pressed the barrier lift button, his hands still numb. Following that, Tuanmin's Maybach also drove in. Even after a while, the security guards were still immersed in the tense and dramatic turn of events. They looked at each other, too scared to breathe. If they had the chance to do it all over again, they would never look down on a young stranger or show any negligence, because no one knew the background of a young man in his early 20s. Never judge a person's worth by their clothing, appearance, or whether they drive a luxury car. They really took a big loss. They smoothly arrived at the entrance of Villa No. 23. Not to mention the security guards, even the taxi driver had been silent since driving into the villa area. Such a talkative driver, yet he didn't say a word, and it was all because he was scared. "This beautiful lady, we have arrived at your destination." That was the only thing he said throughout the journey, and he only said it after stopping the car, deliberately getting out, opening the door, bending down, and saying it with utmost respect. His eyes and attitude had become extremely humble and polite, even somewhat servile. Because of a simple truth, the people living here are either rich or noble. owning 2 villas and being respected by the owner of Tianjin City, Mr. 2. One can imagine how extraordinary this young man is, so he couldn't afford to offend him. Previously, he had spoken with disdain towards Zhou Yuqi and the sleeping Wang Shang. If others really took offense, it would not bode well for him. The only way to salvage some of his good impression was to be polite and respectful. Thank you. Zhou Yuqi was very polite. After all, she was a top student in college, very cultured. She paid the fare and prepared to help Wang Shang into the villa. Let me help you. The taxi driver hurried over to be attentive. He assisted Wang Shang all the way to the sofa in the villa's living room before finally leaving. Bang! The villa door closed. This was Zhou Yuqi's first time visiting the villa in Tianjin City. The luxurious decor was magnificent, and the overall style could only be described as opulent. It is known that the cost of this villa No. 23 is just over 10 million for the bare structure, and with the luxurious decoration, it would exceed 20 million. Wow! Wow, amazing! It's really incredible! Zhou Yuqi couldn't stop exclaiming. It was so beautiful. Just sitting gently on the luxurious full leather sofa, looking at the incredibly gorgeous layout of the living room, the lavish feeling everywhere, the imported carpet underfoot, the oversized crystal chandelier above, the spiral staircase. She could completely feel the overwhelming aura of luxury. Extravagant beyond reason. Let's take a look around. Don't let this trip be in vain. Zhou Yuqi couldn't help but stand up, leaving the leather sofa and wandering around a bit, but she only stayed on the first floor and didn't go upstairs. A little wandering around to explore was her excitement and curiosity. Not going upstairs to wander around aimlessly was her quality. After all, it was quite impolite to roam around without the owner's permission. Seeing Wang Shang sleeping soundly on the sofa, she couldn't help but move closer and sit beside him. In the spacious living room, there were some personal items, like clothes Wang Shang had casually left and some teacups on the coffee table that hadn't been tidied up. It was evident that he had been living here for a few days. Why didn't Sister Jiang Wenwen tidy up a bit? Zhou Yuqi pouted, thinking of Jiang Wenwen, Wang Shang's official girlfriend. A hint of jealousy stirred in her heart. She also felt a bit dissatisfied with Jiang Wenwen. If I were Wang Shang's girlfriend, I would definitely keep this place spotless and organized. She subconsciously stood up again, ready to tidy up. The discarded clothes, the shoes not properly placed in the shoe cabinet by the door, the untidy toothpaste and toothbrush in the first floor washroom. These are too dirty, they really should be washed properly. Since Wang Shang is my neighbor who has played with me since childhood and is also the good boss who gave me this part-time job with a monthly salary of over 10,000, it seems quite appropriate to wash his clothes. She thought of this as she looked at the cleaned-up dirty clothes. Washing Wang Shang's clothes. But Wang Shang has a girlfriend. She was immediately struck by reality. But soon, she didn't care anymore, took off her shoes, went barefoot into the washroom, turned on the tap, and began scrubbing the clothes at the sink. Coming from a humble family, she was very diligent and sensible, willing to help her parents with household chores from a young age. Washing clothes and cooking were nothing to her. I'm a super virtuous little cutie. Hee hee. Some laundry detergent bubbles stuck to her face, and when she looked in the mirror, it seemed a bit comical, but she didn't mind, continuing to wash the clothes, happily doing so. What she didn't know was that the king, who was lying on the sofa in a daze, was waking up, sitting up on the sofa, still feeling a bit groggy. Ancient Chinese medicine's 9 mysterious needles. Suddenly, he felt a jolt. A vast amount of knowledge about the 9 mysterious needles of ancient Chinese medicine flooded his mind, along with acupuncture techniques and rich experience. All of it became a skill he mastered. Unexpectedly, this time the system's 1 yuan exchange reward was even more miraculous than the previous martial arts. It was directly the 9 mysterious needles of ancient Chinese medicine. According to what he had mastered about the 9 mysterious needles, this incredibly magical acupuncture technique could treat many diseases, including some very tricky and difficult ailments both domestically and internationally. With this skill, it seemed the system wanted him to progress towards the path of a miraculous doctor who saves the world. Outside the villa, at the same time, a Cullinan drove over. It was Jiang Wenwen, who, while at work, realized she had forgotten something at home, so she drove back to get it. Suddenly hearing a noise from the washroom, the king tiptoed over. He naturally thought that after fainting in the small supermarket, his girlfriend Jiang Wenwen had brought him home, and they were both just hanging out at home. So he thought of sneaking up to scare her a little, to tease her. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The king arrived at the washroom door and slipped inside through the slightly ajar door. Inside the washroom, steam from the hot water filled the air, creating a misty atmosphere. Standing in front of the sink was Zhou Yuqi, barefoot, revealing her snow-white, delicate calves. From behind, her figure was graceful and slender, in the hazy ambience. The king had no idea that the girl in front of him was not Jiang Wenwen but Zhou Yuqi. Ha ha, he pounced on her from behind, wrapping his arms around Zhou and giving her a little squeeze. Ah, Zhou exclaimed in surprise, looking up to see in the mirror that it was actually the king who had hugged her from behind. Wang Shang. Her face turned so red it seemed like it could bleed. Oh, it's you. The king, startled, quickly let go of her, rubbing his hands awkwardly, feeling very embarrassed. Zhou, what are you doing here? He asked curiously. Zhou thought to herself, how heartless can you be, Wang Shang? I went through so much trouble to bring you back. Oh, you were asleep, so I brought you back. I see. Just now. Sorry, I thought you were someone else. I know, it's a misunderstanding. You thought I was Jiang Wanwan. Zhou laughed, also to cover up her own embarrassment and nervousness. Zhou, are you helping me wash clothes, or should I do it myself? Seeing what she was doing, the king quickly snatched the clothes from her. I'm almost done, you go rest in the living room, don't worry about it. Zhou reached out to grab them back. How can I let you do that? No way. It's fine, Wang Shang, you've helped me so much, even saving me from those kidnappers. It's only right for me to do some housework for you. Actually Zhou, you're a guest here, how can I let you wash my clothes? As they tugged back and forth, water splashed everywhere, making the washroom floor slippery. Ah! Suddenly, while struggling, Zhou slipped on the wet floor. Just as she was about to fall backward onto the hard marble floor, the king reacted quickly. He reached out with his strong arm, wrapping it around her waist and catching her. The atmosphere once again became awkward and ambiguous. Held by the king, Zhou lowered her head in embarrassment. The king was momentarily stunned. Your Majesty, Zhou. At that moment, a gasp came from outside the door. How awkward. This scene made the king completely unable to look. So embarrassing. On one side was his girlfriend Jiang Wanwan, and on the other was the neighbor's younger sister Zhou. Oh no! Zhou quickly broke free and kept apologizing to Jiang Wanwan. Sister Wanwan, it's not what you think. I and brother Wang. Nothing happened, absolutely nothing. Yuchi, why are you so nervous? I never said there was anything between you and brother Wang. Jiang Wanwan, having regained her composure, was still more mature than Zhou, who had just entered college. Actually, just now, I accidentally tripped and almost fell, but luckily brother Wang helped me. I saw that. So sister Wanwan, please don't be angry. Of course I'm not angry. Jiang Wanwan remained calm and collected throughout, only surprised at the shocking scene at first, but she showed no signs of anger. This morning, brother Wang suddenly fell asleep in the supermarket, so I took a taxi to bring him here. Zhou continued to explain, fearing that Jiang Wanwan might misunderstand. I know, Sister Yuchi, I have to thank you for bringing brother Wang back and even helping him wash his clothes. You don't know, brother Wang is so lazy, he leaves his clothes at home for days without washing them, just waiting for me to do it. Jiang Wanwan said with a smile, completely unconcerned. Sister Wanwan, you are really virtuous. Brother Wang is so lucky to have such a good girlfriend like you. Alright, I'm leaving. Soon, Zhou hurriedly left the villa, running away with a flushed face, extremely shy, and her heart was surging with jealousy and envy. Zhou, don't rush to leave. Yuchi. Both Wang and Jiang Wanwan shouted to keep Zhou, but the girl was too embarrassed and awkwardly covered her face as she fled. I can tell that your little neighbor really likes you. Once Zhou was far away, Jiang Wanwan glanced at Wang. Wang shrugged, no way, it's just a normal neighborly relationship. Don't get the wrong idea, there's nothing between me and Zhou. I didn't say anything. Why are you like Zhou? Always wanting to explain. Alright. Wang knew that Jiang Wanwan was feeling jealous. This kind of thing happens with any woman who cares about her man. There's no way she wouldn't feel jealous. What does it mean when a youthful, pure, and beautiful girl has intimate actions with her man? Those who understand, understand. Wanwan, why are you back? Wang deliberately changed the subject. Oh, I came back to get something. I forgot in the rush. Jiang Wanwan suddenly remembered that she still had important things to do and hurriedly went upstairs in her high heels to get her things. Watching her anxious and busy figure, especially from below the stairs, as she stepped up with her long, beautiful legs, was truly mesmerizing. Zhou and Jiang Wanwan were two completely different styles. Be careful, even if you have no feelings for Zhou, you still need to be cautious. That little girl is making her move. I tell you, when a girl sets her mind on something, she's very formidable. Just as she was about to leave, Jiang Wanwan tiptoed over, hooked her arm around Wang's neck, her watery eyes fixed on him, and seriously warned him. Don't worry, dear, I always see Zhou as a little sister, so you don't need to overthink it. Besides, am I that easy to take down? Is it that simple for me to fall? Wang said with a proud smile. Ah! Jiang Wanwan let out a soft cry, dressed in a professional skirt suit, her figure graceful and swaying, it was utterly tempting. What are you doing? Annoying. Hee hee, wait until you finish work, and see how I deal with you. Wang Shang pinched her little nose, teasingly and affectionately saying, how are you going to deal with me? Jiang Wanwen smiled mischievously. Wang Shang rushed over to pick her up, but she slipped away with remarkable agility, like a little loach. Humph, I won't let you deal with me. Alright, I'm off to work, bye. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Wanwen had already walked far away, her long legs stepping into the driver's seat of the Cullinan, starting the car, ready to leave. Wang Shang quickly closed the door and chased after her. He got in the car and shut the door. Master, I'm happy to serve you. Where are you going, sir? Jiang Wanwen sat in the driver's seat, her snow-white long legs positioned for driving. Bowing her head in salute, the scenery inside her collar belonged only to Wang Shang. In that moment, she became his exclusive little servant driving for him. To your heart. Wang Shang smiled wickedly, leaned over, and kissed her cheek fiercely. Master, you're so annoying, don't. She pretended to be shy and terrified, making a dodging motion, her hair disheveled, captivating. What a little enchantress. Such a woman truly made Wang Shang reluctant to part. Ever since that time, it seemed she had unlocked all her hidden talents, always having endless little tricks for her beloved man. Once you taste the sweetness, you crave more. Even if they stuck together every day, entwined endlessly, there was still a freshness at every moment. Just as he was lost in thought, a phone call came in. Hello, is this Director Wu? Hello, Director Wu. Mr. Wang, if you're available now, could you come to the municipal building as soon as possible? Sure, no problem. Alright, my maid, please drive me to the municipal building. After hanging up, Wang Shang told Jiang Wanwen the destination. At your command. Jiang Wanwen smiled gently, playing with her fragrant hair, easing off the accelerator and stepping on the brake. Upon arriving at the municipal building, Wang Shang got out of the Cullinan and, accompanied by several staff members who had been waiting there, headed to the floor where the conference room was located. Jiang Wanwen drove away. There were still some matters to attend to at work, but now she had been transferred to a particularly relaxed department, and her salary had significantly increased. As for what happened behind the scenes, anyone with a discerning eye could guess. She was an employee of Tianyue City, and the owner, Mr. Tu, had been investigating Wang Shang's identity, discovering that his girlfriend was Jiang Wanwen, an employee of his own company. How could he not take action and flatter her? Of course, this was all unspoken. Even within Tianyue City, no one knew that it was the top-level Mr. Tu who had given the order to enhance Jiang Wanwen's treatment, making her work easier. The little leaders below were particularly adept at handling matters, knowing that Jiang Wanwen was now backed by a super-rich boyfriend, and with the higher-ups' intentions conveyed, they directly transferred her to the marketing department's office to do some easy clerical work, no longer needing to expose herself to buy houses and socialize. Moreover, wherever she went, everyone treated her politely. Even those male colleagues who had previously had thoughts about her now treated her with respect, only able to admire her from afar. When Wang Shang attended the meeting, he discovered that this municipal meeting was hosted by Director Wu, and the city's highest-ranking first secretary, Secretary Luo, was present, along with leaders from various departments of the municipal authorities gathered together. Additionally, there were some high-ranking officials from the province. The theme of the meeting was the establishment of the Zhouzhouding National Museum and related matters. Wang Shang became the focus of this meeting. In the final agenda, everyone chose a curator to be the honorary curator of the Zhouzhouding National Museum, nominated by the Jiangdu municipal authorities. This is the highest-level relevant ministry, which has granted the Jiangdu municipal government the authority to determine the candidate for the honorary director. It could be someone from the political sphere, the business world, or even an ordinary citizen. Everyone initially thought that the honor of being the honorary director would go to Luo Yuliang. However, when Luo Yuliang stood up first and personally announced his recommended candidate, I choose Comrade Wang Shang. In an instant, the room fell silent. Then, applause erupted. Comrade Wang Shang has been very low-key and pragmatic throughout the process of excavating the national treasure. As the greatest contributor to the unearthed national treasure, he rightfully deserves this honor. Everyone knows that the discovery of the 9 provinces Ding shocked Huaxia and the world. We cannot let this low-key and pragmatic comrade be overlooked. Luo Yuliang articulated his reasons for choosing Wang Shang to be the honorary director of the 9 provinces Ding National Museum. Clear, straightforward, and well-founded. Once again, the applause thundered. Following this, everyone expressed their agreement, and Luo Yuliang's recommendation was passed unanimously. Thus, Wang Shang officially became the honorary director of the 9 provinces Ding National Museum. Congratulations, Mr. Wang Shang, on becoming the honorary director of the 9 provinces Ding National Museum. Congratulations, Mr. Wang Shang, on becoming the honorary director of the 9 provinces Ding National Museum. Congratulations, Mr. Wang Shang, on becoming the honorary director of the 9 Provinces Ding National Museum. Congratulations, Mr. Wang Shang, on becoming the honorary director of the 9 Provinces Ding National Museum. All the way, there were flowers and applause. Wang Shang stood up and walked from his seat toward the podium. Luo Yuliang personally presented Wang Shang with a glittering honorary certificate and the golden key symbolizing the 9 Provinces Ding National Museum, the identification of the honorary director. With this honorary director title comes many privileges. In a sense, the daily management of the museum and some decisions must go through his approval. Additionally, important museum activities and formal occasions require the presence of the honorary director. Moreover, since it is a museum of the highest level, the honorary director is equivalent to a regional leader, holding a significant social status. Thus, Wang Shang gained another layer of identity. President of the Charity Foundation, owner of 10 office buildings, the third largest shareholder of the Lin Hotel Catering Group, director of a national-level museum. The meeting was adjourned. Director Wang, please stay. Wang Shang was called by Director Wu. Several high-ranking municipal officials followed Director Wu. Director Wu, is there something else? Wang Shang asked. Yes, indeed, there is something. There is an event that our city is coordinating with the provincial capital, and we need to transport the 9 provinces Ding to the provincial capital for an exhibition, attending a World Cultural Heritage Expo. Director Wu elaborated. This event is particularly important, and the province is placing great emphasis on it, so we need you, as the honorary director, to accompany the team. By the way, we will employ the highest level of security measures, with a special police escort to ensure the safety of the national treasure, the 9 provinces Ding. Going to the provincial capital for the event, the honorary director must attend. Wang Shang felt resistant. He didn't want to be running around and making himself busy. Also, we have formed a special action team to protect your safety throughout, so rest assured, there will absolutely be no problems. Seeing his expression was off, Director Wu quickly added, and the most important point, in our Jiangdu police system, the first beauty, the recognized police flower, Miss Luo Xiaoxiao, will be your bodyguard. Director Wu adjusted his glasses and said mysteriously. Wang Shang was slightly taken aback. Luo Xiaoxiao? Hi, Director Wang. I'll be responsible for your safety during this trip to the provincial capital. A beautiful woman in uniform walked over confidently, smiling as she greeted him. It was none other than the stunning police flower, Luo Xiaoxiao. Hello, Director Wang. A sweet call echoed as Luo Xiaoxiao gracefully extended her hand. The king smiled and shook her hand, saying, Hello, Officer Luo. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to have been promoted to honorary curator, and the first excavator of the national treasure of the 9 provinces. Impressive. Luo Xiaoxiao gave the king a thumbs up, offering her praise. Officer Luo, you are too polite. Seeing her spirited demeanor, the king felt in high spirits. Girls of different styles were like flowers of various colors and types, each with their own beauty. Curator Wang, I will be your bodyguard during the trip to the provincial city for the event, ensuring your safety throughout. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luo Xiaoxiao got straight to the point, explaining the situation seriously. The king listened and understood the gist, which was similar to what Director Wu had said. However, there was one difference. Director Wu had mentioned providing him with a special police team to ensure his personal safety, but now it was just Luo Xiaoxiao alone. With so many people in the Jiangdu police station, including special police and criminal police, why had they chosen her to ensure his safety? To be honest, the king felt a hint of unease. After all, he couldn't forget that just a few days ago, he had single-handedly taken down so many thugs from the 4 Dragon Society. The super sniper rifle was still lying in his system warehouse. Up to now, the police had not provided a final investigation result regarding that case. At this critical moment, why would Luo Xiaoxiao, the main person in charge of the case, set aside the investigation to act as his bodyguard and escort him to the provincial city for the event? Indeed, the national treasure of the 9 provinces was too important, an invaluable treasure. Certainly, the king was the curator of the National Museum of the 9 provinces, with an extraordinary identity and significant meaning. However, this did not fully explain why Luo Xiaoxiao's sudden appearance was solely for the purpose of protecting his safety. Could it be related to the case? Is she using the guise of ensuring my safety to get close to me and investigate me? Suddenly, a trace of doubt and speculation arose in the king's heart. A super beautiful police flower getting close to him to investigate. It was an indescribable feeling. There was a bit of fear and a bit of worry, but for the king, more than anything, it was a thrill. There are no fingerprints or traces left at the scene, and the super sniper rifle is hidden in the system warehouse. No one can discover it. There were no surveillance cameras at the scene, and no one knows that the killer who shot so many thugs from the 4 Dragon Society was me. I don't believe that Luo Xiaoxiao can uncover anything about me, he thought to himself, a smug smile appearing on his lips. "Curator Wang, what are you laughing about?" As they walked out of the conference room, Luo Xiaoxiao, who was accompanying the king, suddenly noticed his smile and curiously asked, "Oh, it's nothing." The king quickly collected his thoughts. "Is there something funny that you can share to make me happy too?" Luo Xiaoxiao squinted and smiled. The king. He suddenly felt that this police flower, who was particularly serious and cold at the crime scene, also had a playful and cute side. As they chatted, the atmosphere became more relaxed, and the distance between them gradually closed. "Don't call me Curator Wang anymore. That title makes me feel old," the king complained, smiling at her. "Just call me Wang Shang. We are both young people, and it's best to call each other by our names." "All right," Luo Xiaoxiao readily agreed, playfully saying, "and you don't have to call me Officer Luo, just call me Xiaoxiao." "Okay, Comrade Xiaoxiao," the king smiled, and the simple address further bridged the gap between the two young people. With fewer barriers, it also facilitated their cooperation. "The special car will arrive soon. First, we need to go to the bureau. I will prepare some things, and then I will escort you to the provincial city. As for the national treasure, the 9 provinces ding, we will use a special train to transport it from the high-speed rail station to the provincial city, with special police escorting it the whole way." At this moment, Luo Xiaoxiao glanced at the time and said softly. Wang Shang nodded. "You all have worked hard. It's not about hard work. In our line of work, obeying orders is the most important thing. The higher-ups have instructed us to ensure the safety escort of the 9 provinces ding and the honorary curator. My colleagues are responsible for the 9 provinces ding, and I am responsible for you. Each has their own duties. This is our responsibility," Luo Xiaoxiao replied. Soon, a large black business car drove over. "This is the car," Luo Xiaoxiao pointed and said. It looked like an ordinary business car, with a very standard license plate. Wang Shang got in first, and Luo Xiaoxiao followed closely behind. Once inside, the feeling was completely different. The interior was luxurious and spacious, with sofa seats, resembling a lavish mobile office. After a while, the business car arrived at the police station, and Luo Xiaoxiao got out to prepare some things. Moments later, Luo Xiaoxiao returned to the special car. At this time, she had changed into a different outfit, no longer in uniform but dressed in simple, casual clothes, and she was also carrying a sidearm. It seemed there was indeed an order from above to deliberately use a civilian vehicle for the escort, with plainclothes police arranged inside to provide protection. This was all to ensure the safety of important individuals as much as possible. "Why aren't you in uniform?" Wang Shan leisurely sipped his coffee, admiring the beauty standing beside him. Her casual outfit, a simple pair of jeans, perfectly outlined her leg lines, making her thighs appear strong and her calves slender and firm. Above those beautiful legs was a pert bottom, with stunning curves. Under Wang Shang's gaze, Luo Xiaoxiao's face turned red instantly. "The higher-ups require that for your safety escort. I can't wear a uniform. I have to wear plain clothes." "You look beautiful even out of uniform," Wang Shan complimented with a smile, genuinely appreciating her beauty. If this were said by someone unattractive, it would be harassment, but coming from a handsome, wealthy young man like Wang Shang, it felt flirtatious. "Thank you," Luo Xiaoxiao said softly, her face flushed, feeling particularly shy. Of course, part of this was her disguise. For the sake of the investigation, Luo Xiaoxiao could only try to get closer to him, even preparing to sacrifice her own allure if necessary. Fortunately, the target she was facing was very handsome, extremely wealthy, and of no ordinary status. If he were to take liberties with her, it didn't seem too repulsive. The special car officially set off, driven by a middle-aged man who was quiet and focused on driving. Once on the highway, the car was exceptionally stable. The coffee cup on the table didn't budge at all. If it weren't for the decades of experience of the driver, it would be impossible to achieve this level of stability. The drive from Jiangdu to the provincial city was mostly on the highway, with a small portion on provincial roads, taking a total of 5 hours. Fortunately, with the beautiful Luo Xiaoxiao accompanying him, chatting made the journey less dull. A few hours later, the special car exited the highway and drove along a provincial road. The driver mentioned needing to stop for a break and to fill up the gas tank. When the car stopped at a roadside gas station to refuel, Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao got out to stretch after sitting for so long, feeling uncomfortable. Wang Shang headed to the gas station restroom. Luo Xiaoxiao followed closely behind, not leaving his side. "Really, Xiaoxiao, you have to follow me to the restroom? Ensuring your safety throughout is my duty. You go ahead, I'll wait at the door," Luo Xiaoxiao said somewhat awkwardly, yet with a serious demeanor. The king shrugged helplessly. "All right then, actually, Comrade Xiaoxiao, don't be too nervous. I don't see any danger present. If you need to, you can quickly go to the restroom. The journey is long, and you wouldn't want to hold it in and hurt yourself." Luo Xiaoxiao's face darkened. Meanwhile, a white van with Jiangdu license plates came off the highway and entered this national road. Throughout the journey, this white van maintained a certain distance, following the black business car where the king and Lo Xiaoxiao were. A few minutes later, the white van also arrived near a gas station. It stopped in a hidden corner by the roadside, and several men in black got out of the white van, all wearing sunglasses, their movements mysterious and sneaky. These men were none other than the thugs of the Four Dragons Society. Inside the white van sat a man, calm and composed. This man had white hair and was the leader of the Four Dragons Society, a big shot in the underground underworld, known as White Yi. White Yi, they've stopped to refuel. Should we act according to the plan? White Yi, what do you think? Two small leaders of the Four Dragons Society approached White Yi, respectfully seeking his instructions. They had followed all the way here to deal with the king, their enemy. The shocking incident that escalated from a kidnapping to the annihilation of dozens of members of the Four Dragons Society was not only being investigated by the police but also by the severely affected Four Dragons Society. All signs pointed to one person, King. At this moment, White Yi was smoking, his gaze fixed on the gas station outside the car window. His focus remained on that black business car. Now is a rare opportunity. Let's act while they haven't entered the provincial city. White Yi suddenly extinguished his cigarette, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Soon, several men in black circled around the entrance of the gas station, rushing past from behind the wall, skillfully avoiding surveillance, moving silently and discreetly. The restroom was located at the back of the gas station. When this group of men in black appeared at the restroom door, they suddenly pulled out knives, guns, and clubs, rushing madly into the men's restroom. The last black-clad man to rush in slammed the men's restroom door shut and locked it. Instantly, sounds of chaos erupted from inside, accompanied by painful cries and screams. At that moment, Lo Xiaoxiao, who was in the women's restroom, thought it would just be a moment of relaxation, believing nothing would happen. Unexpectedly, she heard the sounds of a brawl coming from the men's restroom. She quickly pulled up her pants and rushed out. Nervous, she saw the men's restroom door tightly closed. Without thinking much, she kicked it open. Bang! The door was kicked open by her. Suddenly, a sharp dagger, glinting coldly, lunged toward her vital spot. Ah! Quick to react, she exclaimed and hurriedly dodged, but was still injured, a deep cut opening on her arm, blood flowing out and staining her clothes. The wound hurt, but she couldn't hold back and quickly drew her gun. At this moment, she calmed down and looked around the dim, narrow restroom, where several shadows were moving, accompanied by the shadows of fighting actions, knives and blades swaying, creating a scene of flashing steel. The restroom was too dimly lit, and the lights were off, so Lo Xiaoxiao could only sense a chaotic battle occurring, unable to see clearly what was happening. Even with a gun in hand, she didn't know how to stop this brutal fight. Another round of screams erupted, accompanied by the heavy sound of bodies hitting the ground and bones breaking. Luo Xiaoxiao was incredibly tense, but from the sounds, it seemed that it wasn't the king making them. Moreover, it wasn't just one person screaming. The king should be fine, right? She gripped her gun tightly, her finger on the trigger, ready to shoot at any moment. Bang! Suddenly, Luo Xiaoxiao found the light switch and turned on the lights. Everything in the darkness was suddenly illuminated. She clearly saw the scene before her and was instantly shocked. 7 or 8 thugs were unable to get close to the king. With top-notch fighting skills, he easily countered their aggressive charges with extraordinary strength and incredibly agile reflexes, kicking away the knives, guns, and daggers they held. A few daggers even pierced the wrists of the thugs. It was a gruesome sight. In just a moment, all these thugs lay on the ground, wailing in pain. For the king, he was completely unscathed. When the bathroom lights turned on and the environment brightened, Luo Xiaoxiao was left dumbfounded. So many strong men were lying on the ground. What were they doing? What had happened here? Who am I? Where am I? Luo Xiaoxiao was truly bewildered. Suddenly, she thought of something and rushed in, frantically opening each stall in the bathroom. Bang! 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 Several stalls were empty when she opened the doors, the sound of slamming doors echoing. Where was the king? Why was he the only one she couldn't see? Could it be that these seemingly unsavory characters had rushed into the bathroom to beat him up? Why were they all lying down, and the king was nowhere to be found? Suddenly, the sound of flushing echoed. Just as Luo Xiaoxiao pulled open one of the stall doors, the king was leisurely urinating inside, turning around to pull up his pants. He looked up and immediately saw Luo Xiaoxiao standing at the door. Their eyes met. The situation was extremely awkward. Ah, Comrade Xiaoxiao, why are you peeking at me while I'm using the bathroom? The king widened his eyes, feigning panic and surprise, as if he had been taken advantage of. He's still a little boy, inexperienced in the world. You need to take responsibility for him, okay? He quickly complained, looking aggrieved. No way, Your Majesty, I didn't see anything. Take responsibility for you? For what? Luo Xiaoxiao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, thinking, what kind of man had she gotten involved with? He actually wanted her to take responsibility? He looked like someone with a girlfriend, so slick with words and cunning. This is the men's bathroom. You, a girl, rushing in here, do you have some thoughts about me? You're too dirty. The king continued. Luo Xiaoxiao's face darkened. I said, Comrade Xiaoxiao, have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, please turn around and leave. This is the men's bathroom. The king continued. Who wants to watch you use the bathroom? And you say I have thoughts about you? How can you not be infuriated? You've made me furious. Humph, you're the dirty one, your whole family is dirty. Luo Xiaoxiao was truly furious, completely flustered by this guy, turning around and then back again, remembering the important matter, pointing at the strong men rolling on the ground in agony, and questioning, Your Majesty, explain to me, what is going on here? The king was confused. I don't know. Who are they? Why are they all lying on the ground? He now looked completely clueless, as if the earlier incident of him teaching those thugs a lesson had vanished, as if it had never happened. You don't know? Yeah, how would I know? I was just using the bathroom when you rushed in. The king looked innocent. Really don't know? Luo Xiaoxiao stared at him with a playful glint in her eyes, moving from surprise to calm, as she had mostly guessed what had happened. Yes, my officer Luo. You saw it too. I was just using the restroom. How could I have anything to do with them? Wang Shang retorted. Luo Xiaoxiao looked at Wang Shang, then at the group of thugs lying on the ground, noticing a detail. Two of the thugs had flickering, even somewhat terrified expressions as they looked at Wang Shang, clearly understanding something. Luo Xiaoxiao quickly rushed over, grabbing one of the thugs and fiercely questioning, Who are you? What exactly happened? The other thugs scrambled to their feet and hurriedly fled, rushing out of the men's restroom. Two of them, with their arms stabbed by daggers, were bleeding profusely but still struggled to escape. Being involved in crime themselves, even after being beaten by Wang Shang, they could only swallow their grievances and suffer in silence. A pair of fierce eyes flashed past Wang Shang, as if they were saying, Just wait, kid. With only one thug left, caught by Luo Xiaoxiao, he remained silent. Speak. I tell you, I am a police officer. Here is my badge. Luo Xiaoxiao immediately took out her badge and handcuffs from her pocket. Although she was in plain clothes, she had everything she needed, badge, handcuffs, and a handgun. I didn't do anything, I just came in to use the restroom. Those people with you, are they your accomplices? What accomplices? I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know them, I just came in to relieve myself and happened to see them fighting. It has nothing to do with me. There's blood everywhere, you saw the daggers and knives, and you say you have nothing to do with them? Really, it has nothing to do with me. I guess they were just causing trouble, fighting or something. I don't know, I'm not clear. This thug, clearly a habitual offender, responded calmly to Luo Xiaoxiao's questioning. With no other options, Luo Xiaoxiao had to let him go. Coming out of the men's restroom, a large crowd had gathered outside. Most of them were gas station staff, along with some car owners who had come to refuel, discussing the situation heatedly. What happened? It seems a woman rushed into the men's restroom. It looks like a fight broke out, probably a group of thugs fighting over a woman. That's brutal. I heard there's blood on the floor. Just now, I saw several thugs rush out, injured, with daggers stuck in their arms, bleeding non-stop. Oh wow, is it that serious? Yes. Damn it, we totally miscalculated. Damn, that kid has some skills. He took us down in the dark of the men's restroom. We need to find a way to take him out. Damn it, we fell flat on our faces because of a punk. A few thugs rushed into a van, bandaging their wounds, treating fractures and dislocations. They were professionals in this line of work, accustomed to fighting and getting hurt. Damn, that little punk is asking for it. Seeing his men return in such a defeated state, Bai Yi trembled with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. Bai Yi, what do we do now? The thug driving the van had a fierce look, seeing his brothers severely injured, especially those stabbed with daggers, bloodied and furious. When have we, the Four Dragons Society, ever been so humiliated? We must make that kid pay. One thug snarled. Bai Yi immediately made a decision. Follow him, walk a bit further, find a secluded place, and take action. Understood, Bai Yi. Got it. A few of his subordinates immediately understood, nodding seriously. Meanwhile, the black business car that the king and Luo Xiaoxiao were riding in was filled with gas and continued on its way. The black business car drove forward, heading towards the provincial capital. Since it was a national road, the road conditions were inevitably much more complicated than those of a highway, with intersections appearing from time to time, and various large trucks, private cars, and even agricultural vehicles encountered along the way. The experienced driver had solid skills. Even when faced with uneven or poor road surfaces, he could maintain the car's stability. Inside the car, Luo Xiaoxiao was filled with doubts but said nothing, pretending to look out the window while constantly observing the king's demeanor and actions. Indeed, she now suspected that the king had an undeniable connection to the previous kidnapping case and the major incident involving the massacre of dozens of criminals from the Four Dragon Society. Even though the police had not yet gathered enough evidence to confirm this, it was precisely for this reason that Luo Xiaoxiao had sought out the relevant leaders, volunteering to act as the king's bodyguard, accompanying him to the provincial capital for an event. After all, tracking the criminal activities of the Four Dragon Society and taking down the entire organization had been the biggest trouble in Luo Xiaoxiao's years as a criminal police officer, and it was currently the most challenging case, involving a series of incidents and many cases related to underground criminal overlords. Not to mention that even seasoned male officers found such cases very troublesome and were reluctant to get involved. After all, this was a fight against a gang like the Four Dragon Society, a group of ruthless thugs capable of anything. Xiao, what are you looking at? When the car entered a tunnel, even with the headlights on, the dark windows formed a mirror, and the king immediately noticed that Luo Xiaoxiao, who had been pretending to look outside, was actually observing him. He teased, "Could it be that you're attracted by my handsome appearance?" Luo Xiaoxiao's expression slightly flustered, then she coldly replied, "Don't flatter yourself, I wasn't looking at you, but just now when I looked at the window, our eyes met. You can't fool the eyes." The king said with interest, teasing her, "Xiao, are you thinking about a boyfriend?" "What boyfriend? I don't have a boyfriend." "Humph," Luo Xiaoxiao said angrily. "If you don't have one, you can go find one. You have so many police colleagues, most of them are men. With your conditions, wouldn't it be easy to find one?" The king laughed. "Maybe fate hasn't arrived yet." "Ahem, why are you asking me this? I'm not in the mood to find a boyfriend right now." Luo Xiaoxiao coughed a couple of times to cover her slight inner turmoil, but her peripheral vision was paying attention to the car's rearview mirror, where two beams of light were shining into the tunnel. "The reason you're not in the mood is that someone is following us from behind. Are you nervous?" Suddenly, the king asked. Luo Xiaoxiao was taken aback. The abrupt change of topic caught her off guard. Indeed, she had been paying attention to the vehicle behind. A white van was maintaining a certain distance, seemingly casual, but in the eyes of a criminal police officer like Luo Xiaoxiao, there was definitely something wrong. It was tailing them. "How do you know?" This was a subtle observation and judgment that only someone in the criminal police profession would have, which ordinary people would find hard to notice, so Luo Xiaoxiao became curious about the king again. "Those people were the thugs who fought in the restroom earlier. They got into that white van behind us and have been following us. Do they want to harm us?" the king said anxiously, throwing out a question. His expression was very worried. "Those bastards were shouting and fighting, and they had knives, guns, and sticks. They fought fiercely in the restroom, and I'm really scared." The king said in terror, "My duty all along has been to protect your safety, so you can rest assured." Luo Xiaoxiao found this seemingly unassuming guy increasingly incomprehensible. If he was truly hiding his strength, why was he afraid of those thugs, his face showing such fear? Could it be a deliberate disguise? A glint of cunning flashed quickly in Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes. In an instant, just as they exited the tunnel, suddenly from the dark tunnel into the bright outside world, the people in the car were momentarily blinded by a flash of light. A moment of daze. It turned out to be the flash from a traffic camera mounted on a road sign, capturing violations. Immediately after, a truck appeared on a side road next to the national highway. The truck suddenly lost control and crashed into the right side of the black business car. Bang! The violent collision caused the black business car to suffer a massive impact. The glass on one side shattered and splintered, the door crumpled inward, sliding down the roadside slope, the wheels skidding, and the driver was completely panicked, frantically turning the wheel and slamming the brakes, but it was all in vain. Even the most experienced driver couldn't salvage the dangerous situation in such a loss of control. The black business car kept sliding down the slope. Fortunately, the slope wasn't too steep, just a few meters high. Below was a water field and a grassy ditch. Bang! The car flipped onto the ditch. The driver suffered multiple fractures and external injuries, blood streaming down his face, but fortunately, it wasn't life-threatening. "Are you all right, Captain Luo? Director Wang, Captain Luo, Director Wang." The driver crawled out of the driver's seat and immediately shouted. His duty was to drive Luo Xiaoxiao and the king to the provincial city, and he knew very well that these two were of extraordinary status and could not be neglected. Now that an accident had occurred, the first priority was to rescue Wang and Luo Xiaoxiao as quickly as possible. However, it was particularly strange that there was no one in the back seat. Luo Xiaoxiao was not there. Wang was also missing. The overturned black business car lay like a small mountain across the fields. On the other side, which the driver couldn't see, sounds of a struggle emerged. It turned out that at the same time they had the accident, a white van from behind rushed over, and 7 or 8 thugs jumped out, ready to take advantage of Wang's misfortune and finish him off. As Wang's bodyguard, Luo Xiaoxiao quickly kicked open the window of the still tilting business car and jumped out to confront the incoming thugs. They wielded machetes, daggers, steel pipes, and other weapons, fiercely attacking Luo Xiaoxiao. Surrounded by several attackers, although Luo Xiaoxiao was a seasoned criminal police officer, skilled in martial arts, and had handcuffs as a weapon, she was still outnumbered. Suddenly, caught off guard, she was slashed on the arm by one of the thugs, blood flowing and staining her clothes. The scene was more manly than any man. Despite the pain that would be unbearable for an ordinary person, she didn't utter a sound. Then, taking advantage of her moment of distraction, a thug behind her struck her right leg hard with a steel pipe. Her knee buckled from the violent impact, the pain piercing, and she immediately fell to one knee. Hee, little girl, last time in South City, my brothers didn't deal with you, consider yourself lucky. This time, you can't escape. This little girl is so pretty, with a perfect figure, must be a real thrill to play with. Ha ha. The thugs, having viciously injured her, their eyes glinted with malice as they noticed Luo Xiaoxiao was a beauty, and instantly, each of them lit up with wicked intent. Luo Xiaoxiao tightly gripped the handcuffs, looking for the right moment to draw her gun and intimidate the group of thugs. Her eyes were filled with hatred and anger as she faced them. On one side was the solitary female police officer, standing alone, while on the other were 7 or 8 armed bullies. The confrontation appeared to be a girl against a group of bully men, but in reality, it was a clash between the criminal investigation team and the underground forces of evil. Both sides were well aware of each other's situations. Last time, dozens of bullies from your Four Dragons Society were killed. Although we haven't found out who the mastermind is yet, it was a great relief. Humph, you lawbreakers will eventually face justice. Remember, the heavens have a net that is wide but lets nothing slip through. Little police officer, you were the one who barged into the Four Dragons Society's South City branch last time, right? The surveillance footage outside is crystal clear. What a pity, you're just as useless as those drunkards. You shouldn't be a criminal investigator, you should be our boss's concubine or our little sister-in-law. Ha 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 ha. A few thugs laughed loudly, but they didn't just tease Luo Xiaoxiao. Instead, they exchanged glances and quickly initiated their next move. They charged forward again, surrounding Luo Xiaoxiao, weapons drawn, ready to take her down. A glimmer of despair flashed in Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. It was low and muffled, like a small stone dropping into a pond. Ah! A bullet struck one of the thugs in the head. The thug's brain splattered, blood spraying everywhere, and he dropped dead on the spot. Instantly, the remaining thugs were stunned. What's going on? What the hell? Bang! Another dull gunshot suddenly echoed in the air. They had no idea where the shooter was hiding or from what direction the bullet had come. They were all left dumbfounded. Seeing 2 of their brothers from the Four Dragons Society drop dead beside them, they no longer dared to stay there. They no longer dared to continue attacking Luo Xiaoxiao. It was as if they had a telepathic connection. The thugs quickly retreated, rushing towards the field ridges, fleeing in all directions, each one running faster than a rabbit. Bang! Another gunshot. One of the thugs had barely run a short distance when a bullet shot out, hitting him squarely in the back of the head. Bang! Blood erupted, and he died on the spot, lying lifeless in the field. The atmosphere of terror spread rapidly. The scene of the accident seemed to have turned into a slaughterhouse. The remaining thugs fled in a frenzy, their mouths emitting terrified screams. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted through the air. It turned out that a few thugs were so scared that they lost control of their bladders and bowels. Watching this scene, Wang Shang, who was crouched under the right rear wheel of the overturned black van, as a sniper point, put away his super sniper rifle, a smug smile appearing on his face. It was he who had quickly emerged from the overturned van after it was hit and rolled down the slope, agilely choosing his position based on his sniper skills and rich combat experience, retrieving the super sniper rifle from the system warehouse. Soon, he put the super sniper rifle back into the system warehouse and crawled out from under the overturned van, shivering. Wang Shang, Luo Xiaoxiao, who had witnessed everything, was completely dazed. Seeing Wang Shang approach, she looked as if she had been struck dumb. What happened? Are there dead people? Wang Shang's gaze fell on the bodies of the 2 thugs not far away, and he gasped. Luo Xiaoxiao adjusted her breathing and said, yes, there was an accident. Those thugs came to deal with me, and 2 of them were shot dead. I don't know who was hiding in the shadows and fired the gun. Who is it? So powerful? I hid under the car, hearing gunshots and screams. I was so scared I thought I would die. Wang pretended to be terrified. At that moment, the driver came over, looked at Wang, then at Luo Xiaoxiao, and said nervously, "Captain Luo, your injury is bleeding too severely, we need to call an ambulance immediately." After such a big incident, everyone's faces looked grim. "No rush, I'll call the police first and have the local colleagues come to handle it," Luo Xiaoxiao said, ignoring her bleeding wound as she took out her phone to make a call. Captain Luo. The driver turned pale because Luo Xiaoxiao's bleeding was too serious. The people nearby couldn't bear to watch. It's fine. Luo Xiaoxiao had been holding on for so long, but finally, she started to break down, her face turning ashen, her breath faint. "It will take time for the ambulance to arrive, let me help you with your injury first." Suddenly, Wang said this. His powerful abilities could no longer be hidden. "You?" Luo Xiaoxiao was taken aback, her eyes filled with surprise. "There's no time to explain." Wang saw her condition worsening from blood loss, and without saying another word, he took out silver needles used for treatment, which had been automatically sent to the system warehouse when he was rewarded with the 9 mysterious divine needles. A neat row of silver needles, dozens of them, each about a centimeter long, slender and sharp, gleaming with silver. They looked quite impressive. "What is this? What is this?" At this moment, not only Luo Xiaoxiao but even the driver was astonished. Wang said, "These are silver needles for treatment. I happen to know acupuncture and have some medical knowledge." But Luo Xiaoxiao still couldn't believe it. After all, practicing medicine was no small matter, and a slight mistake could endanger lives. Just as she hesitated, a silver needle had already pierced near the severely bleeding wound on her arm. "Ah, what? What are you doing? Pull it out. Do you think I'm not bleeding enough?" Luo Xiaoxiao shouted in panic, as the sudden force made her face even paler. Wang calmly said, "Don't be so nervous, relax. The silver needle is piercing the acupoints on your body to stop the bleeding. What are you afraid of? You're not a professional doctor, how can I trust you?" Luo Xiaoxiao was about to go crazy, fearing she might die from blood loss before the ambulance arrived, only to be killed by Wang's reckless actions. "Mr. Wang, you need to be cautious. This is no joke. Please don't mess around with those silver needles. Don't let Captain Luo's condition worsen," the driver shouted anxiously from the side. Whoosh! At that moment, Wang quickly employed the unique secret of the 9 mysterious divine needles, holding a silver needle between his fingers, using dazzling and intricate techniques to apply the needles, making it impossible to see how the silver needles flew out, only catching glimpses of flashing silver light. One by one, the silver needles accurately pierced several key acupoints near Luo Xiaoxiao's injury. Xingling acupoint, inserted 1 inch, Xiaoai acupoint, inserted 3 inches, Chai's acupoint, inserted 2 inches, Suza acupoint, inserted 4 inches. He chanted softly. With each murmur, he applied force with his fingers, the silver needles precisely inserted to the required depth of the acupoints. In a moment, more than 10 silver needles had pierced around the injured area of Luo Xiaoxiao's arm. Then, Wang gently manipulated one of the silver needles, accompanied by a light twist, a gentle stroke, and pressed his ear close to listen carefully to the sound coming from the tip of the needle. It was a sound that ordinary people could never hear, transmitted from the acupoints where the needles were inserted, allowing him to discern the condition of the injury. Only Wang, who had mastered the long-lost ancient medical art of the 9 mysterious divine needles, could achieve this. Saving lives was like a reincarnation of a living Buddha. Watching this scene unfold, the driver was dumbfounded, unable to utter a word for a long time. Luo Xiaoxiao was also in a daze. The key was that even if she wanted to resist, it would be futile because her injured arm was completely immobile, as if it had been paralyzed, leaving her arm entirely numb. "It looks pretty good. This is my first time using acupuncture to treat and save someone. Luo Xiaoxiao, you're really lucky." After a tense moment of needling, Wang smiled and let out a sigh of relief. "What? First time? I'm lucky?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoxiao was so furious she felt like she might explode. "Yes, my first time is for you. Isn't that lucky?" Wang teased. "You, humph, if you really treat me like a guinea pig, using your random acupuncture to experiment with your so-called medical skills, if anything goes wrong, I will definitely not let you off." She glared at Wang, threatening him fiercely. No one would joke with their own life. Luo Xiaoxiao wasn't afraid of death, but she refused to be treated like a guinea pig and harmed in this way. "What if I successfully help you and stop the bleeding?" Wang squinted and smiled, playfully countering her. In a moment of desperation, Luo Xiaoxiao blurted out without thinking, "If you can do it, you can set any conditions." "You said it." Wang revealed a satisfied smile, even raising the corners of his mouth, a hint of mischief flashing across his face. This subtle change in expression made Luo Xiaoxiao feel a bit regretful, as if she had fallen into a trap. "You can see for yourself." Wang crossed his arms and glanced at the wound on her arm. "Ah, Captain Luo, look, the wound isn't bleeding anymore." It's gone. At that moment, the driver shouted in shock. Luo Xiaoxiao looked down and was left speechless in astonishment. It really had stopped bleeding. What a miraculous scene. As long as the bleeding is stopped, treating the wound is a minor issue. Just find a nearby hospital or even a small clinic to apply some medicine, and it'll be resolved. Of course, getting a tetanus shot is necessary since this is a knife wound, Wang said with a smile. Luo Xiaoxiao stared at him in shock, finding it hard to believe, once again stunned by this guy. Ever since she met him, she had been continuously amazed by Wang's displayed abilities and his seemingly relaxed demeanor. It was truly extraordinary. Not long after, the ambulance arrived, along with the traffic police and local criminal police. The case here was quite complex, involving a traffic accident and a homicide. Luo Xiaoxiao was taken to the hospital by ambulance, and after treatment, she had to go to the local police station to assist in the investigation and explain what had happened at the time. Of course, Wang couldn't escape either. He had to go to the police station to give a statement. After dealing with everything back and forth, when they came out of the police station, it was already late at night. The business vehicle that had been towed away for repairs could no longer be driven, but Wang and Luo Xiaoxiao still had to continue on, heading over 100 kilometers to the provincial capital. Knowing that Wang was the first person to discover the national treasure of the Zhou Ding and was also the honorary curator, this time he was heading to the provincial capital to attend an important event, so the local police station specially arranged a police car for Luo Xiaoxiao to accompany Wang on their journey. You just had your wound treated, so sit back and rest. I'll drive, Wang said lazily as he took the driver's seat. Okay. Luo Xiaoxiao felt a bit touched. The seemingly carefree guy was actually quite thoughtful and considerate. After more than an hour, the two arrived smoothly at the provincial capital. The police car drove directly into the underground parking lot of the hotel that had been booked in advance. They entered the elevator one after the other and arrived at the hotel lobby front desk. It was already deep into the night, around 2 in the morning. The receptionist learned that the king and Luo Xiaoxiao were important figures coming from Jiangdu to participate in the promotional event for the national treasure, the 9 provinces cauldron. She quickly perked up, completed the check-in procedures, and politely handed the room cards to the king and Luo Xiaoxiao with a deep bow. Oh! Suddenly, a crisp and delicate scream rang out. It turned out that as Luo Xiaoxiao turned to walk forward, she was looking down and didn't notice, bumping into a girl in a red dress who was also looking down at her phone. Sorry, are you okay? Luo Xiaoxiao hurriedly asked. The girl lifted her face, heavily made up and looking very alluring, wearing a red dress that was extremely low-cut, exposing a large area of her cleavage, swaying as she walked, making people dizzy. Watch where you're going, the alluring girl snapped. Aren't you also looking at your phone while walking? Don't act tough with me, can't you just speak nicely? Luo Xiaoxiao retorted, getting angry. She wasn't someone to be easily provoked. Just as the alluring girl was about to start a confrontation with Luo Xiaoxiao, a young man quickly walked over from the revolving door, asking, Darling, what's wrong? It's her. She bumped into me and was quite fierce about it. Humph. I've been bullied. The alluring girl pouted at the young man. It's fine, it's a small matter, I'll handle it, the young man reassured her, quickly shifting his gaze to Luo Xiaoxiao. Upon seeing her, he couldn't look away. Luo Xiaoxiao was too beautiful, with a kind of extraordinary aura that other beauties lacked. As a criminal police officer, her heroic demeanor was both beautiful and handsome. In comparison, the young man's girlfriend, aside from her alluring makeup, was significantly lacking in beauty and figure. A true beauty is someone like Luo Xiaoxiao, who, without makeup, is still stunning, and due to her profession, exercises daily, maintaining a very healthy and vibrant physique. Miss, you bumped into my girlfriend. What, you can't even sincerely apologize? The young man looked Luo Xiaoxiao up and down, feeling a stir in his heart. But in front of his girlfriend, he had to maintain a serious demeanor. Come on, your girlfriend was looking at her phone and bumped into me. The responsibility is half and half. So why should I be the one to apologize? Luo Xiaoxiao coldly countered. Oh, little girl, you're quite something, huh? You want to challenge me? Let me tell you, if you don't kneel down and apologize to my girlfriend today, I'll make you regret it. Don't think just because you're a woman, I won't hit you. The young man shouted angrily, immediately drawing the attention of some guests in the hotel lobby, and a few security guards quickly approached. Ha ha, tell me, who are you? Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? Kneel down and apologize? What are you thinking? Luo Xiaoxiao laughed in anger. As a criminal police officer, she had encountered the most bizarre situation ever. Someone actually dared to speak to her like that, threatening to hit her. She was a criminal police officer. If it weren't for her arm being injured and just having come out of the hospital, if this young man dared to make a move, she would have him subdued in no time. Dude, if you really want to fight, that's assaulting a police officer. Isn't that a bit reckless? I give myself the courage. Little girl, I see you're quite proud, huh? You have quite the attitude. And look at your figure, with those skinny arms and legs. What, do you want to fight me? Aren't you afraid I'll cripple you? The young man flexed his muscles, showing off. Then, he reached out his hand, preparing to grab Luo Xiaoxiao, and coincidentally, he was aiming for her injured arm. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure flashed out from beside Luo Xiaoxiao. Bang! A dull sound accompanied by a scream of awe echoed. It turned out to be the king, who kicked the young man several meters away. Hey, who the hell are you? Bumping into my foot. It hurts. You need to apologize. Get down on your knees and apologize. Immediately after, the king hopped on one leg, holding his left foot, shouting in pain, and he wanted the young man to kneel and apologize. The young man lay on the ground, clutching his stomach, grimacing in pain, and was about to curse. What? I bumped into your foot? Are you kidding me? What kind of nonsense is this? This ability to bite back is really impressive. You bastard, damn you. The young man cursed loudly, his anger surging, ready to explode. Suddenly, the king dashed forward, and in a flash, slapped the young man across the face. Oh damn, how did your face hit my hand? No way, you need to apologize. Kneel and apologize. Apologize? You son of a bitch, how dare you hit me? The young man roared in fury, covering his swollen face, and suddenly charged at the king with a punch. Unfortunately, to the king, the movement was slower than a slow-motion film. By the time the young man swung, the king had already calmly dodged. Seeing this, the young man was so furious he nearly spat blood. He realized he had encountered a tough opponent. Recognizing the situation was dire, Luo Xiaoxiao quickly took out her police badge and showed it to the young man, coldly saying, I am a police officer. Behave yourself. You just tried to attack me, and let me tell you, that's assaulting a police officer. Assaulting a police officer? The young man shivered and quickly widened his eyes to take a closer look. Indeed, the badge the girl had pulled out was a police badge. No one dared to forge such a document, as it carried legal responsibility. You are a police officer? A detective from the Jiangdu police station? The young man's attitude immediately softened, his tone becoming submissive. He could bully others, but that didn't mean he could bully the police, especially a detective. This was no joke. Luo Xiaoxiao coldly said, That's right. I am a detective from the Jiangdu police station. The young man suddenly pointed at the king beside her, saying, This guy hit me. Since you are a police officer, fine, give me an explanation. Explanation? You assaulted a police officer and still want an explanation? This gentleman came over to help me, acting bravely. What, do you want me to arrest him? Luo Xiaoxiao thought this guy was really here to be funny. The young man instantly felt defeated, realizing that the female officer and this guy were definitely in cahoots. Continuing to fight them would yield no benefits, so he had no choice but to give up. Thanks for earlier. Luo Xiaoxiao walked over to the king, lowered her voice, and expressed her gratitude. The king replied nonchalantly, Just a small effort. I didn't expect your skills to be quite good, very agile. From my years of martial arts training, I can tell that the moves you made earlier couldn't be done without at least 10 or 8 years of training. Luo Xiaoxiao said lightly, but inside, she was already tumultuous, stirred up like a storm, because she had a strong intuition that her judgments about the king were heading in the right direction. For example, he had considerable strength but kept a low profile. And then there was the mysterious sniper who had killed dozens of the Silonghui gangsters in the southern suburbs of Jiangdu, and the mysterious sniper at the accident scene not long ago. Could they be the same person? Moreover, that person had a very close relationship with the king. This guy Wang is too mysterious. Could he be the young master of some secretive noble family, hiding in plain sight? Is there a super expert protecting him in secret and teaching him martial arts? Luo Xiaoxiao secretly speculated, constantly adjusting her judgments about the king. She felt that this speculation was the closest to the truth. In short, she was increasingly curious about the man before her, and curiosity often easily led a woman to become deeply entangled. It's just a bit of superficial skill, merely practiced casually in my spare time. Luo Xiaoxiao, don't flatter me so much, it's too much praise, the king said with a smile. Such humility only made Luo Xiaoxiao feel that this guy was even more mysterious. Alright, it seems I still know too little about you. Luo Xiaoxiao shrugged, deliberately showing a helpless expression. Does what you said before still count? Surprisingly, the king asked this, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. What did you say? Luo Xiaoxiao was momentarily confused. It was quite adorable to see the capable and spirited female police officer suddenly act foolishly. No way, have you forgotten so soon? I helped you stop the bleeding, and you said that as long as I did it, you could propose any condition. Of course, if you don't keep your word, then just pretend I never said anything, the king said triumphantly. I haven't forgotten. I am definitely a person who keeps my word, but I must say, the conditions you propose must be formal and legal. Luo Xiaoxiao just wanted to change the subject. After all, this completely handed the initiative over to the king. If he proposed something inappropriate, how awkward would that be? I'll talk about it when I think of something. In any case, you owe me a favor. A cunning glint flickered in the king's eyes. Luo Xiaoxiao had nothing to say. She indeed owed him a favor. This was the first time, and now he had helped her again, so strictly speaking, it was twice. She originally thought that the friction with the young man just now was a minor episode. However, she didn't expect there would be a follow-up. From outside the revolving door of the hotel lobby, a man in a black suit walked in, looking somewhat similar to the young man. "Brother!" The young man immediately pulled his girlfriend over, looking aggrieved, and whispered a few words in the ear of the man in the black suit. "Okay, I understand." The man in the black suit nodded, his expression darkening. Then, he walked step by step towards the king and Luo Xiaoxiao. But as soon as he made eye contact with the king, he froze. "It's you? It's you! University class monitor Jiang Shikai? It really is you. What a coincidence." They had run into an acquaintance, and it was a university classmate. This world is indeed full of coincidences. The man in the black suit was named Jiang Shikai, the class monitor from the King's University in the provincial capital. He came from a well-off family, had good grades, and after graduating from university, he entered a listed company through family connections. In just 2 or 3 years, he reached an annual salary of $1 million, currently the most successful among their class, often boasting in the university class group, posting on social media about attending various high-end venues, luxury goods, luxury cars, and mansions. As for the king, he came from a working-class family, and attending university in the provincial capital was like a country bumpkin entering the city. In terms of conditions, he was the worst among the 30-plus classmates. If it weren't for his good looks, which were admired by many female classmates, he would have had no presence at all. The gap between Jiang Shikai and the king could be described as one in the sky and the other underground. Originally, they were two people from different worlds, but due to one incident, they had developed some minor grievances. The reason was related to a woman, the class flower of the university, the goddess in the hearts of many male gods, Baimoli. During university, Baimoli, as a class committee member, was kind-hearted and helped students from less fortunate families, connecting them with part-time jobs both on and off campus, among which she helped the king. One year, the part-time job involved working as a janitor in the university library. The pay wasn't much, but for a university student, it meant having a source for living expenses and even saving some money for new clothes and shoes. At that time, Baimalai recommended this opportunity for a handyman to Wang Shang. Wang Shang, being grateful, took her out for a meal, and the two developed a relatively close relationship which naturally aroused the jealousy of Jiang Shikai, the class leader who was the center of attention. This unexpected encounter in the provincial city revealed that Jiang Shikai's younger brother had actually been beaten by Wang Shang, deepening his hatred for Wang Shang even more. "Bro, do you know each other?" "Yeah, we were college classmates." The young man, Jiang Shikai's brother, instantly lost his temper upon hearing this. Jiang Shikai's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. It was quite unfortunate to run into his college classmate Wang Shang, so now, Jiang Shikai, out of concern for his reputation, could only let this matter go. Moreover, Wang Shang was accompanied by a very attractive girl, who, according to his brother, had just shown her police badge. She was a police officer. Regardless of his reluctance, he had to put on a smiling face. "Bro, you go ahead, I'm heading upstairs. Don't miss the activities tomorrow morning." Jiang Shikai's brother waved his hand and left with his girlfriend. You go rest." Jiang Shikai nodded slightly. If it were him, his own brother losing face and getting beaten would definitely require him to reclaim that honor. As for how to do it, he certainly had his ways. "Wang Shang, what brings you to the provincial city?" Jiang Shikai adjusted his glasses. He had been wearing glasses since college, looking scholarly and tall. Although his looks were somewhat lacking, it didn't hinder his overall image, and he was still considered handsome. Of course, his handsomeness paled in comparison to Wang Shang's. Moreover, Wang Shang was no longer a poor loser but a super wealthy individual, possessing billions, multiple identities, and a combination of money and power, exuding an extraordinary aura. "Hey, I got tired of staying in such a small place, so I came over to attend an event," Wang Shang said with a smile. Jiang Shikai didn't ask much. Judging by Wang Shang, any event he attended was unlikely to be a grand affair, probably just a trip to the provincial city for tourism. "By the way, what about you, old class leader?" Wang Shang asked with a smile. Jiang Shikai immediately became spirited, his eyes gleaming with pride. "Me? I'm also here for a meeting and an event, and it's a particularly grand one, with many high-ranking officials attending. As a management personnel from a listed company in the provincial city's market branding department, I was invited to the event." Wang Shang's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Wow, I often hear our college classmates talk about you, and I see you in social media, attending various high-end venues and high-level events. That's impressive." After being praised, Jiang Shikai felt even more proud, almost floating, yet he pretended to be very low-key, patting Wang Shang on the shoulder and saying, "Old classmate, you need to work harder too. By the way, it's getting late. After the event tomorrow, I'll treat you to a meal. I'll invite a few of our classmates who are developing in the provincial city to join us for some fun." "Great, old class leader, you're really awesome. I'm just being a good host, showing some hospitality. By the way, remember to post more on social media. After all, it's not easy for you to come to the provincial city and see the sights of a big city." Jiang Shikai laughed heartily, but his words were filled with deep contempt for Wang Shang, who came from a small place. He was already planning to call some old classmates over tomorrow for a gathering, at which point he could fully showcase how well he had been doing in the provincial capital, how splendidly he had been living, and with his own strength, make Wang feel ashamed. He would also tell his classmates about how Wang had rudely beaten his brother. By then, Wang would be standing at the center of attention, becoming the target of everyone's scorn, inevitably embarrassing himself to the point of shame, and perhaps even being pressured by the old classmates to apologize to Jiang Shikai's brother. Just thinking about this made Jiang Shikai's lips curl into a smile. Indeed, it's not easy for me to come to the provincial capital. Driving here took several hours. Who knows when I'll be able to come back for fun again. How can I compare to you, old class monitor, developing so well in the provincial capital? I'm envious." Not saying what he saw, Wang still offered a round of flattery, as he still cared about the bond of university classmates. "By the way, I'll call by Molly to come join us," Jiang Shikai said with a smile, suddenly feeling a surge of excitement inside. By Molly, she was the goddess he had been pursuing but could never reach. "Is she doing well now?" Wang asked, momentarily lost in thought. After asking this, he chuckled self-deprecatingly and murmured to himself, I'm just worrying for nothing. She must be doing very well. After all, she's so outstanding." Jiang Shikai raised his wrist to reveal a Rolex, checked the time, and said, "Alright, enough talk, see you tomorrow." That night, Wang and Luo Xiaoxiao each settled into their pre-booked rooms to rest well. The next day, the promotional conference for the national treasure, the Zhozhou Ding, was held as scheduled at the provincial capital's landmark building, the International Convention and Exhibition Center. The towering exhibition center, over 100 stories high, stood in the most prosperous commercial area of the provincial capital, facing the great rivers, imposing and grand. After finishing breakfast at the hotel, Wang and Luo Xiaoxiao drove here together. They took the sightseeing elevator to the floor where the event was held. The crowd was bustling, with people coming and going, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Well-dressed business people hurried through the modern skyscraper, entering various meetings and events. Huge promotional images and video clips were displayed and played in front of the conference hall. This was an unprecedented promotional conference, organized by the provincial high-level officials, involving major departments from the province. At the entrance, a line of police stood in a tight formation, with very strict security measures, even accompanied by police dogs. This was the special police team from the provincial department, with over 50 members deployed here to ensure security, protecting not only the high-ranking leaders but, most importantly, the national treasure, the Zhozhou Ding. After all, the discovery of the Zhozhou Ding had generated ongoing excitement and attention, causing a sensation both domestically and internationally, especially in the fields of archaeology and cultural heritage, holding significant epoch-making meaning, naturally attracting a large number of media and elite individuals from various sectors. There was also one more thing that had to be guarded against. Certain ill-intentioned people had designs on the Zhozhou Ding. Wang and Luo Xiaoxiao arrived at the entrance of the conference hall, presented their identification, and smoothly entered the main venue. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Wang, the honorary curator of the Jiangdu Zhozhou Ding National Treasure Museum?" At this moment, several impeccably dressed staff members approached Wang, politely inquiring. Wang nodded. "Yes, that's me. We warmly welcome your arrival. We are the organizers of this event, colleagues from the Provincial Cultural Department. It's truly a pleasure to meet you, Curator Wang. You're too kind. By the way, who is this lady?" "Oh, I'm Luo Xiaoxiao, the captain of the criminal police team at the Jiangdu Police Department. I'm here in the provincial capital to be responsible for Curator Wang's security throughout the trip." "Wow, so it's Captain Luo. A pleasure to meet you." After a simple exchange of pleasantries, several staff members from the Provincial Cultural Department led Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao to a very high-end and highly confidential reception room. Here, Wang Shang, in his capacity as the honorary curator and the first person to excavate the national treasure of the 9 provinces Ding, met with senior leaders from various departments in the province, receiving their warm welcome. Curator Wang is truly young and promising, a pillar of the nation. Welcome, welcome. The national treasure of the 9 provinces Ding has been a dream for countless Huaxia people, and now it has finally come true. Thanks to Comrade Wang. So many elders have been concerned about the 9 provinces Ding before they passed away. Now that it has truly reappeared in our Huaxia land, those elders can rest in peace. A great fortune for the nation. Mr. Wang is indeed an archaeological genius. His contribution to Huaxia's cultural heritage can be summed up in 4 words: a peerless national scholar. He truly deserves those 4 words. The many leaders present, all of whom held great respect for this honorary curator who unearthed the national treasure of the 9 provinces Ding, showered him with various praises. Wang Shang felt somewhat unnatural from all the compliments, his smile becoming a bit stiff. After all, those praising him were not ordinary people, but all leaders from the province. These leaders, if they went down to the local level, could easily shake an entire prefecture-level city with just a stamp of their foot. The meeting is about to start, so let's leave it at that. Curator Wang, your seating has been arranged. We can continue our conversation after the meeting. Thank you, leaders, Wang Shang said with a smile, finally feeling relieved, as he was not too fond of such an atmosphere, even if all the praise was directed at him. Curator Wang, here are your and Comrade Luo Xiaoxiao's seating cards. Please take them. The meeting will start shortly, and you may take your seats. The main organizer of this event, a senior director from a certain department of the provincial office, smiled as he handed the cards to Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao. Thank you. Wang Shang took the cards and left with Luo Xiaoxiao. The meeting process centered around the 9 provinces Ding included a promotional demonstration of the excavation process, a national treasure exhibition, and an award ceremony. There were simply too many prominent figures attending the meeting, along with domestic and international media reporters and official representatives, so the seating arrangements were quite significant. The highest-ranking and most esteemed individuals naturally sat in the front row, towards the center. The further back and to the sides one went, the lower the status of the guest seated there. Wang Shang glanced at his seating arrangement, which was number 30 in the first row. After a rough calculation, it was clear that his seat was in the most prominent and important area. Those who could sit with him were either high-ranking leaders from the province or big shots like the president of the Provincial Chamber of Commerce. As for Luo Xiaoxiao's seating arrangement, it was right next to his. After all, Luo Xiaoxiao was now his personal bodyguard and needed to be close for protection, so their seats had to be together. The two prepared to enter the conference hall and find their seats. Hey, Wang Shang, you're here too? Suddenly, a crisp, gentle voice filled with surprise reached Wang Shang's ears. He was taken aback. He found the voice familiar but couldn't place it. Turning around suddenly, he was stunned. A breathtakingly beautiful face, adorned in a sapphire blue evening gown, with an elegant updo and sparkling jewelry, radiated an unparalleled noble aura. This girl in the gown, even in high heels, must be at least 1.75 meters tall, even without them. A tall and graceful figure, a delicate and curvy waist. So beautiful. Is that you? By Molly classmate. Wang Shang was a bit excited, as if he had traveled through time. Because this girl was none other than the campus goddess Bai Molly, the star of their university class. Who is this? Luo Xiaoxiao curiously asked Wang Shang. She was also a beauty, but that didn't stop her from enjoying the sight of another beautiful woman. Moreover, the girl before her was truly stunning. Bai Molly, the goddess every boy in my university class liked. She was also a member of the class committee, always eager to help others, and I received her help once. Wang Shang smiled and quickly explained to Luo Xiaoxiao in a low voice. It seems she holds an indelible place in your heart, Luo Xiaoxiao said, her nose slightly tinged with sourness, an inexplicable jealousy rising within her. Hello, Wang Shang, long time no see. If you think about it, it's been 3 years since we graduated from university. Bai Molly spoke gently, her smile revealing shallow dimples, peach blossom eyes, and willow leaf brows, beautiful yet not gaudy, charming yet not vulgar. She truly resembled a stunning white jasmine, blooming brilliantly in the world. Her appearance had already attracted many gazes, and many men couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her. After graduating from university, I heard you joined a film company, and it's even one your family runs? I'm really envious of you, beautiful, academically excellent, outstanding in every aspect, and your family background is enviable to countless people, Wang Shang said with a smile, genuinely complimenting her. However, Bai Molly caught a hint of sourness in his words and slightly furrowed her beautiful brows, saying, Wang Shang, why do I feel like you're still the same, a bit cynical? No, you've misunderstood. I'm just praising you. Wang Shang laughed, recalling that he had indeed been a bit of a rebellious youth back then, after all, being young and ignorant. Coming from a poor background to study in the provincial capital, he had witnessed too many classmates with far better family conditions, which inevitably left him feeling a bit unbalanced. Praise me? I didn't catch that, Bai Moli chuckled. How have you been these years? Bai Moli changed the subject and asked. Wang Shang replied with a smile, not bad, I've returned to my hometown, and life is quite leisurely. I've heard classmates mention that after you went home, you helped your family run the shop and didn't actively look for a job. How can that be? Wang Shang, I've always thought you were very outstanding and smart, but why aren't you actively entering society to strive and work hard? With your abilities, you shouldn't be content to just run the family shop, Bai Moli said earnestly, her beautiful eyes reflecting not only a hint of disappointment but more so concern. Thank you, Bai Moli. Actually, everyone has their own way of living, don't you think? Wang Shang appreciated her concern and smiled lightly. Bai Moli sighed softly, saying, that's true, many things cannot be forced. By the way, what are you doing here? She suddenly asked curiously. Oh, I'm just here to participate in an event, joining in on the fun, Wang Shang replied with a smile, noticing Bai Moli's gaze towards Luo Xiaoxiao, and quickly introduced, this is Luo Xiaoxiao, she came with me, she's my, let's say friend. What do you think? He looked at Luo Xiaoxiao with a teasing glint in his eyes. I guess so, Luo Xiaoxiao thought, feeling indebted to him, calling each other friends was reasonable. Friend? Bai Moli thought to herself, so that means she is Wang Shang's girlfriend. Your friend is so beautiful, Bai Moli complimented with a smile, extending her hand towards Luo Xiaoxiao, saying, Luo Xiaoxiao, nice to meet you. Hello, Bai Moli. Luo Xiaoxiao shook her hand. As soon as they touched, Luo Xiaoxiao felt that Bai Moli's hand was a bit cold, probably due to her low body temperature. Oh, Bai Moli, Wang Shang, are you all here to attend the Jojo Ding Supreme National Treasure event meeting? Suddenly, a strange voice echoed from not far away. Jiang Shikai, dressed in a suit and polished shoes, his hair slicked back and a somewhat stiff smile on his face, walked over. Just here to join the fun, Wang Shang replied with a calm smile, feeling no need to be overly ostentatious. After all, he was attending the meeting in very ordinary attire, just a denim shirt. Jiang Shikai shot a sidelong glance at Wang Shang and coldly said, I really don't know how you got an invitation. Humph. I represent a listed company from the provincial capital to attend this meeting, while Bai Mojing, her family runs a film company, collaborating with some departments in the province, often shooting tourism promotional videos. She received an invitation and came to attend the meeting. I received an invitation too. Wang Shang's expression turned cold. Jiang Shikai retorted, you have an invitation? That's really funny. Bai Mojing and I received invitations, which makes sense, but you, Wang Shang, have no qualifications to attend the meeting and witness the Jojo Ding. By the way, isn't your hometown in Jiangdu? The Jojo Ding was unearthed in Jiangdu. You could just buy a ticket to the museum back home. Coming here is just unnecessary. I have a seating card. Wang Shang raised the seating arrangement card in his hand. It had a seat number and his name on it. Bai Mojing and I are both invited representatives of the event, seated in the middle towards the back. What about you? I really want to see if a social drifter like you, who runs a small shop at home, has a seating card that's standing room only, standing at the edge to watch the ceremony? Ha ha ha. Jiang Shikai laughed out loud. A hint of disgust flashed in Bai Mojing's beautiful eyes. She disliked Jiang Shikai's arrogant demeanor. Wang Shang also received an invitation. He's sitting there, and it's none of your business, so stop talking nonsense here. Are you a gossip? She stepped forward to speak up for Wang Shang, confronting Jiang Shikai. This made Jiang Shikai's expression darken, his eyes cold. Bai Mojing, when you were in college, you helped him find part-time jobs, and now you're speaking up for him. Unfortunately, no matter how much you help him, it won't change the fact that he's just a useless piece of mud, a petty citizen living in a corner. Useless piece of mud, petty citizen living in a corner. Jiang Shikai's disdain for Wang Shang was evident in his eyes and deep within him. As a person from the provincial capital, having achieved academic success and secured a good position in a listed company, it was only natural for him to feel proud of his accomplishments. In his eyes, Wang Shang was just a loser. Jiang Shikai, is it interesting to speak about Wang Shang like that? Everyone has their own way of living. Don't think just because you're in the provincial capital that you're so high and mighty, so impressive. Humph. Bai Mojing quickly countered, showing no fear of offending Jiang Shikai. Perhaps it was also because, over the years, despite changing girlfriends from campus to society, Jiang Shikai's thoughts about Bai Mojing had never faded. Moreover, Bai Mojing was still single, and he felt he still had a chance to pursue her. If he could successfully sleep with the class flower, Bai Mojing, it would be a remarkable achievement worth boasting about. So even though he felt a bit displeased by Bai Mojing's retorts, he maintained a pleasant demeanor towards her. But this pleasantness was merely superficial. In front of so many people, he couldn't afford to lose face. So he began to speak sarcastically. Oh, I say, some people, from school until now, why do they always like to speak up for some useless loser? Are you interested in her? As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Moli and Wang Shang exchanged glances. It was awkward. You, Jiang Shikai. Nonsense, you're too despicable. Wang Shang was indifferent, but Bai Moli was quite angry, a rosy hue appearing on her delicate, snow-white face. Jiang Shikai laughed. What's wrong, Bai Moli? I didn't say anything about you. Why are you so eager to take it personally? Did I hit the nail on the head? The handsome guys from the big city, the successful men from the big city, can't satisfy you, so you want to find a man from a small city? You, Jiang Shikai. Shut up. Bai Moli trembled with anger. She was innocent. The only boyfriend she had ever had was already broken up, and there had been no intimacy with her ex-boyfriend, so she was still pure. Now, being slandered by Jiang Shikai like this, how could she not be angry? Jiang Shikai, you're going too far. Wang Shang stepped forward, coldly staring at Jiang Shikai, an extraordinary aura suddenly radiating from him, the glint in his eyes hinting at a terrifying killing intent. Instantly, Jiang Shikai, who was intimidated by Wang Shang's gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine. You're right, I'm just a piece of useless mud, a commoner. You can say whatever you want about me, but there's no point in men showing off their verbal skills. Don't splash dirty water on the girls. You're a man too, don't insult the word man. Otherwise, I'll treat you the same way I treated your brother last night. Wang Shang said indifferently, but the pressure in his words made it hard for Jiang Shikai to breathe for a moment. What's up with this guy? 3 years without seeing him, and he doesn't feel like a washed-up loser stuck at home running a small shop. Why does he seem a bit like a soldier? Jiang Shikai muttered to himself. In fact, his guess was indeed correct. Because Wang Shang possessed top-notch fighting skills and was a master marksman, strictly speaking, he was now one of the world's top special forces. Such a person, with extraordinary skills, could appear lazy and harmless on the surface, even a bit carefree, but the extraordinary aura that emanated from him was unmistakable. That's right, he must have been a soldier in the past 2 or 3 years, otherwise, he wouldn't have such good physical fitness to kick my brother away. Humph. In the end, it's just a bit of brute strength. In this society, relying on strength is fine for manual labor, but trying to make a name for oneself, that's a joke. He thought to himself, feeling that his guess was pretty close. With this in mind, his slight wariness of Wang Shang completely disappeared, and he raised a smug face, coldly saying, Wang Shang, don't think that just because you have some skills, you can act recklessly. Let me tell you, this is the provincial capital. I haven't settled the score with you for what happened to my brother last night. I'm waiting for you to settle the score. Wang Shang scoffed, turning around, ready to take his seat. After all, the meeting was about to start. What are you doing walking ahead? Is that a place you have the right to sit? Jiang Shikai suddenly grabbed Wang Shang, snorting through his nose, his eyes full of sarcasm. Bai Moli was also slightly taken aback. It wasn't because Jiang Shikai suddenly made a move, but because Wang Shang and the girl beside him, Luo Xiaoxiao, were walking towards the front seats together. Those were all seats for high-level leaders and big shots from various fields. Even she, representing her family's film and television company, was invited to the meeting, and her seat card only arranged for a spot in the back row. What's wrong with me sitting in the front? Wang Shang laughed instead of getting angry, feeling that Jiang Shikai's various actions were so ridiculous. Jiang Shikai persisted, Humph. Bai Moli and I are both invited representatives of the enterprises. The seats arranged by the event organizers are only in the back. Who do you think you are, sitting up front? I was with Wang. At this moment, Luo Xiaoxiao couldn't stand it any longer. Just as she was about to pull out her seat card to show it, she was grabbed by Wang. He smiled at Luo Xiaoxiao and softly instructed, no rush. Suddenly, he had a good idea. Classmate Bai Malalai, would you like to sit up front? A rather quirky suggestion slipped from his lips. Bai Malalai was taken aback, looking down at the seat card in her hand, which clearly stated row 68, seat 32. The thought of sitting up front was simply impossible without the right status and qualifications. Did he really think anyone could just sit in the VIP seats in the front row? What was Wang up to? Even after being looked down upon by Jiang Shikai, he still had the mood to joke around. What a carefree spirit. Wang, are you out of your mind? Bai Malalai is sitting in the back. Her seat is already arranged in row 68, and I'm in row 67. Jiang Shikai glanced at the seat card in his hand and said coldly, if I can sit up front, how about you let me slap you? Wang's expression darkened as he stared at Jiang Shikai. Come on, you, a nobody with no status, want to sit up front? Dream on. Jiang Shikai retorted without hesitation. Slap. Suddenly, Wang struck out, delivering a swift and forceful slap to Jiang Shikai's face. The crisp sound exploded in the air, spreading throughout the entire event venue. Many people turned their gazes, astonished and surprised, staring at Wang and the slapped Zhang Shikai. What was going on? A few security guards were preparing to step in to maintain order and investigate the situation, but suddenly, a responsible person at the venue recognized the young man who had slapped someone. He was actually Director Wang, who had just been in a high-level meeting with provincial leaders in the VIP conference room. He immediately stopped the security guards and whispered, "Don't go over. Even if you do, remember to protect that young man in casual clothes." "Ha? Protect him? Didn't he just slap someone? If I tell you to protect him, then protect him. Stop talking back." "Okay, got it." Zhang Shikai was stunned from the slap. Slowly coming to his senses, he covered his swollen face, his eyes bursting with hatred as he glared fiercely at Wang, roaring, "Are you crazy? You dare to hit me?" Wang held up the seat card, waving it in front of Zhang Shikai, saying, "This is what you made me do." "Ha?" Zhang Shikai was once again taken aback, for he saw that the seat card in Wang's hand read Row 1, Seat 30. Row 1, Seat 30? At this moment, Malalai also noticed the seat card in Wang's hand, which indicated his position. "If I sit up front, I'll slap you, and you agreed to that. Now, take a good look. I'm sitting in Row 1, Seat 30. Is this seat worth giving you a slap?" Wang said with an innocent smile. "Worth giving you a slap?" Zhang Shikai had nothing to say, his face blank. "Sitting in the front row, it's definitely worth giving him a slap." "No problem. It's worth it, absolutely worth it." Some nearby witnesses began to whisper among themselves about what had just happened. At this moment, Luo Xiaoxiao handed her seat card to Wang. The latter was taken aback. "What do you mean? Don't you want your college goddess to sit up front?" "I can swap with her," Luo Xiaoxiao said with a smile. "I'll help you look good in front of your college classmates. After all, she's the goddess who helped you," Luo Xiaoxiao added. "Oh, but isn't it unfair to you if you swap your seat for Malalai's?" Wang rubbed his nose, honestly feeling a bit hesitant. "Stop hesitating, hurry up." Luo Xiaoxiao decisively handed the seat card to Wang Shang, even showing a hint of disdain. Wang Shang was both amused and helpless. Since she had already made it so easy for him, if he refused again, it would be disrespectful. Accepting the seat card, he smiled at Malalai and said, "You can sit with me in the front row, let's go. Just give your seat card to my friend Luo Xiaoxiao. Is that appropriate?" Malalai was a bit excited. Sitting in the front row was such an honor, such a social status. Although she didn't know how Wang Shang had managed to get a VIP seat in the front row, the opportunity to sit among those prominent figures and big shots was right in front of her. To say she wasn't tempted would be a lie. Luo Xiaoxiao couldn't bear to watch any longer. She straightforwardly took the seat card from Malalai's hand and forcibly shoved the one in Wang Shang's hand into Malalai's hand, saying briskly, "You old classmates should catch up and have a good chat. Hurry up, don't waste time." Malalai looked at this whirlwind of a woman and was suddenly drawn in by her boldness, instantly feeling a strong liking for her. "All right, let's go to the front row." Wang Shang gratefully glanced at Luo Xiaoxiao and then spoke to Malalai. "Okay." Malalai smiled shyly, and in that moment, she bloomed like wildflowers across the mountains and valleys. This combination of handsome men and beautiful women walking together was a sight to behold, standing out among the well-dressed elite, exceptionally remarkable. Even in the simplest and most unadorned casual wear, Wang Shang could become the focus of the entire venue. Watching the two walk ahead, Luo Xiaoxiao felt she had done a good deed for adults, but why did her nose feel a bit sour, and her heart feel a little uncomfortable? Originally, the person walking beside Wang Shang was her. "Beautiful girl, aren't you jealous that your boyfriend Wang Shang is walking with his college classmate?" Zhang Shikai, covering his face and feeling extremely low, suddenly glanced at Luo Xiaoxiao and asked coldly, "It's fine, after all, my face doesn't hurt. My face doesn't hurt." Hearing this, Zhang Shikai's expression changed drastically, his eyes revealing a fierce look, his fists clenched, knuckles turning white. Luo Xiaoxiao elegantly walked away and took her seat. The meeting began. Why can he sit in the front row? And even the girl Luo Xiaoxiao with him has a front row seat card. Zhang Shikai's head buzzed, feeling that everything happening was so unreal. Watching Wang Shang and his beloved goddess Malalai sitting in the front row, his heart ached and his face hurt. He couldn't understand how a brat from a small city like Jiangdu could so brazenly sit in such a prominent front row seat. Why? The meeting had started. On the huge stage screen, a line of fiery red words appeared: National Treasure Exhibition and Commendation Conference. Below this line of text, the organizers and co-organizers of the conference were displayed, of course, the major departments from the province, as well as television stations from the provincial and capital levels. This conference was of great importance, attracting widespread attention. The exhibition of national treasures quickly entered the agenda. Amidst thunderous applause and cheers, the national treasures of the 9 provinces were pushed onto the center of the stage by the staff. Each cauldron was placed on a specially made cart protected by a glass cover. The glass cover, made of special materials, allowed for viewing the appearance and details of the 9 provinces' cauldrons, and it served another crucial purpose: it was bulletproof. After all, this was a matter of great importance, currently the highest level national treasure in Huaxia, and it had to be given the utmost protection and the most stringent security measures, allowing for not a single moment of carelessness. It is said that it was transported overnight from Jiangdu last night, using a special confidential express train. That's for sure. Just look outside. How many special police are patrolling? The special police team is said to be dispatched from the province, all armed to the teeth. As the ancient cauldrons were pushed to the center of the stage, the atmosphere became intensely charged. This is the Jojo Ding, unique and supreme national treasure, a supranational treasure. Wow! The ancient aura, the vicissitudes of time, the wisdom of our ancestors from Huaxia, representing a sense of historical centralization, hits us head-on. The Jojo Ding represents the 9 major states that our ancestors divided the land of Huaxia into, each state corresponding to an ancient cauldron. To question the world is to question this Jojo Ding. Whoever can hunt the deer in the Central Plains and dominate the world will obtain this Jojo Ding. This is the symbol of power. This is the supreme treasure that so many emperors of Huaxia have dreamed of. Our ancestors, emperors of generations, have exhausted their efforts to find the Jojo Ding, yet in the end, they gain nothing. Now the Jojo Ding reappears in the world, appearing on our Huaxia land. This is a great omen. This is the glorious revival of Huaxia, a sign of good fortune. Discussions were lively. Some archaeologists were particularly excited. Among them, some had rushed back from abroad, while others had set aside their archaeological work and traveled thousands of miles just to catch a glimpse of the Jojo Ding. Besides archaeologists, there were also historians, experts in cultural artifacts, and so on, all of whom had an immense interest in the Jojo Ding. Of course, they could only feast their eyes on it, taking photos and such, unable to get close to the Jojo Ding. Not to mention the experts and authorities. As the national treasure Jojo Ding made its grand appearance, the invited guests from various fields, big shots from all industries, were all left dumbfounded. Wow, wow, so amazing. National treasure. The supreme national treasure, Jojo Ding. Some wealthy individuals, who actually had little cultural knowledge, could only express their feelings in a shallow manner upon seeing the Jojo Ding. This was truly, unfortunately, lacking in culture. A single exclamation could travel the world. Awkward. This Jojo Ding national treasure is truly shocking. In the front row, Malalai, fortunate enough to be seated here, felt extremely honored to view the Jojo Ding up close and couldn't help but exclaim. Next to her, Wang Sheng smiled and said, "Yes, this is the top national treasure, which has never been seen before. There was once a saying that it was permanently buried underground, unable to be discovered, and another saying that during the wars, it was smuggled abroad through the underground black market. Yes, it not appearing on our Huaxia land, regardless of which possibility, is heartbreaking. Now that the Jojo Ding has reappeared in the world, in such a peaceful era, it is truly wonderful." Malalai sighed deeply. Indeed, we are in a good era, far from war, watching our country prosper and grow strong, gradually surpassing those great powers. Born in such a prosperous time, as young people, we should strive hard, for our families and our country, and make a contribution, Wang Sheng said solemnly. Malalai looked at his profile, and in that moment, hearing him say these words, she felt that his demeanor had changed. I really don't know who discovered the Jojo Ding. The news that came out earlier said it was a mysterious citizen from Jiangdu, who unearthed the Jojo Ding in their backyard and immediately reported it to the relevant departments, thus triggering a grand project to excavate the national treasure Jojo Ding, a shocking event both domestically and internationally. Malalai murmured softly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy and excitement. Just wait, isn't there going to be a commendation meeting? We'll know who it is soon. Wang Shan smiled slightly, feeling secretly pleased. Alright, I can't wait. I really want to know who the first person to excavate the 9 provinces Ding is, someone who has made such a great contribution to our Huaxia. They must be an exceptional person. Mojing's beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. After the display of the 9 provinces Ding, the next segment was the award ceremony. From the provincial level to the city level, batches of staff from relevant departments and individuals related to the excavation of the 9 provinces Ding all took the stage. The provincial leaders presented them with medals, offering full recognition and praise. After all, these staff members had worked hard for the excavation of the 9 provinces Ding. Next, the main event arrived. Next, we will present the highest contribution medal to our first excavator of the 9 provinces Ding, the honorary curator of the National Museum of the 9 provinces. Let's give a warm round of applause to our honorary curator, Mr. Wang Shan, as he takes the stage. Welcome, everyone. Wang Shan? Curator Wang Shan? Mojing was stunned. In the back row, upon hearing these words, Jiang Shikai was momentarily frozen. Why did that sound so familiar? Could it be? No, impossible. He suddenly thought of a possibility, but quickly dismissed it with his instincts. Please welcome Mr. Wang Shang, Curator Wang. On stage, the host loudly announced Wang Shang's name again. Wang Shang smiled and stood up. Bai Mojing beside him stared at him blankly, her eyes filled with complexity, shock, disbelief, surprise, and unexpectedness. You are the first person to excavate the 9 provinces ding? Or the honorary curator of the museum? Oh my! Incredible! Wang Shang, weren't you at home, running a small shop? How did you become the honorary curator? Was the national treasure of the 9 provinces ding excavated in your backyard? Wow! Bai Mojing was so surprised that she was at a loss for words. Wang Shang walked onto the stage, standing in the center amidst the cheers and thunderous applause of the crowd. Is it him? It really is him. No way. In the audience, Jiang Shikai trembled, his words coming out with a quiver. Hello everyone, I am Wang Shang, the honorary curator of the 9 Provinces Museum, and I am also the first person to excavate the 9 Provinces ding. It is an honor to be here and meet everyone. Wang Shang spoke very briefly. Then, the highest-ranking leader of the event's organizing committee personally took the stage to present the award to Wang Shang. A young lady in a qipao, tall and graceful, elegantly walked to the front of the stage to present the highest honor medal. Click, click. The flash of cameras was relentless. From local television stations to provincial and out-of-province media, and even media from the capital, they frantically took photos, reported, and live-streamed. This time, Wang Shang truly could not continue to keep a low profile. After all, the situation had developed to this point, and he could not refuse the honor of the highest medal. After the meeting concluded successfully, Wang Shang and Bai Mojing chatted and laughed as they exited the venue. Wang Shang, Luo Xiaoxiao had been waiting at the door and hurried over upon seeing him. Watching him laugh and chat with Bai Mojing, she felt a bit uncomfortable, constantly asking herself why she had been so magnanimous just now. Sometimes being too carefree, especially in matters of the heart, only ends up hurting oneself. Luo Xiaoxiao, let's go. The event in the provincial city has been successfully completed, it's time to head back, Wang Shang said with a smile as he walked alongside Luo Xiaoxiao. Luo Xiaoxiao nodded. This vast provincial city was filled with modern prosperity, exuding the atmosphere of a first-tier metropolis, but in her eyes, there was only Wang Shang, because all that splendor and excitement had nothing to do with her, and she was not interested. Your Majesty, don't forget what I said yesterday. It's rare for our old classmates to gather in the provincial capital, and now that you have achieved so much, being the first person to discover the treasures of the 9 provinces and the honorary curator of the museum, you should invite our university classmates from the provincial capital to have a meal together, right? Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Suddenly, a voice rang out, tinged with jealousy and provocation. With his eyes closed, Wang Shang could tell who it was. Sure enough, it was Jiang Shikai. Coming to the provincial capital for an event has been very busy and tiring, not just for me, but also for my companion, Luo Xiaoxiao. So let's talk about gathering for a meal later, Wang Shang said. He had no interest in dining with Jiang Shikai. Besides, wasn't Jiang Shikai a bit shameless? If you say that, it means you look down on our old classmates. What, now that you've become an honorary curator and received a medal, you're too high and mighty to care about us? You won't even give face to your old classmates? I've already called several classmates from our class and agreed to gather together. If you don't come, that would be quite inappropriate, Jiang Shikai said seriously. You can't say that. Wang Shang quickly waved his hand and said, since you insist and have already invited people, fine, let's gather together and have a meal to catch up. That's more like it. Jiang Shikai, completely forgetting the humiliation he had just suffered, casually put his arm around Wang Shang's shoulder, as if they were the best of buddies. Before Wang Shang could shake him off, Luo Xiaoxiao came over and pushed Jiang Shikai's arm away, saying, Mr. Jiang, our curator Wang's safety is my responsibility. He isn't feeling well and his arm hurts, so please don't hug him. Jiang Shikai's expression changed slightly, feeling awkward. Now he remembered why his brother had mentioned last night that the girl beside Wang Shang was a police officer. It seemed that as the honorary curator, Wang Shang had police protection at events. What a privilege. By moly, let's go together. I told you a long time ago that today we would gather with our university classmates who are developing in the provincial capital. You don't mind, do you? Jiang Shikai turned to Bai Moli. I have no problem. Bai Moli readily agreed. If it were just a gathering organized by Jiang Shikai, she would have found an excuse to decline. But now, with Wang Shang, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, attending, and she noticed that the beautiful and spirited girl, Luo Xiaoxiao, beside Wang Shang had a special feeling towards him. The comparison and jealousy among women were like war, a war without gunpowder. She had to participate. Moreover, the changes that had happened to Wang Shang over the past 3 years were earth-shattering. She was filled with curiosity. Jiang Shikai had indeed made ample preparations, not only inviting more than a dozen university classmates who were developing in the provincial capital but also choosing a very special place for the gathering. The venue was called Panlong Mountain Villa. The so-called Panlong Mountain Villa was a mountain near the university town that had been developed into a scenic area, with businesses moving in and expanding. Today, it was the most representative commercial establishment, the largest villa in the provincial capital, offering a one-stop service for dining, entertainment, and accommodation, and was a popular gathering place for many celebrities and elites. Jiang Shikai chose this location because he was somewhat familiar with it. In recent years, due to work, he had dined there twice. But at that time, he was merely an assistant accompanying the company's executives for business discussions and client meals. This time, it was his turn to take the lead and gather with his classmates. When Wang Shang drove to the parking lot of Panlong Mountain Villa, Jiang Shikai had already arrived in his Audi, waiting for the classmates to gather at the entrance. This car, with a top configuration, costs nearly $1 million upon delivery. Being able to drive such a luxury car just 3 years after graduation is enough to make many classmates envious. Jiang Shikai, as a mid-level manager at a listed company, coupled with his decent family background, driving such a car is hardly considered ostentatious. Soon after, Bai Mojing also arrived in her car, a Maserati worth nearly $2 million. This car is usually driven by her father, but today, as a representative of the company attending the event, she brought it out. Normally, she is quite low-key, driving a Mercedes worth several $100,000 just for commuting. When her Maserati parked in the lot, the arriving classmates all cast envious glances at Bai Mojing, who was driving the Maserati. Such a goddess, wealthy, beautiful, with an amazing figure, there's simply nothing to criticize. Why do so many advantages all gather in one person? A few female classmates who have developed in the provincial capital also came, showing respect for their old class leader Jiang Shikai and for Wang Shang, who traveled a long way to the provincial capital. At this moment, Wang Shang got out of the car and joined the classmates. Mojing, you're driving a Maserati now. Wow, that's impressive. Oh, it's my dad's car. Goddess Mojing, can I take a ride in your Maserati? Wow, class leader, you're driving my favorite car, it's so cool. Wow, Wang Shang, long time no see. Wang Shang, is this your girlfriend? Hello everyone, this is my boyfriend. This is my girlfriend. Zhou Qi, you little rascal, you've gotten handsome again. Qi Xianxian, wow, you've become even prettier. Old classmates met and exchanged pleasantries, creating a lively atmosphere. They talked about their current situations and reminisced about the past. Along the way, everyone moved from the entrance of the villa to a private room inside. The conversation remained heated. The university they attended was not far from the foot of Panlong Villa, nestled in a beautiful campus that held countless memories of their youth. This private room was special, located on the highest floor of the Panlong Villa restaurant, room 12. Coincidentally, when they slid open the door, they stepped out onto a large balcony where they could see the university campus not far across the way. Chen Nan, are you still playing basketball? I'm swamped with work, working overtime every day. Where's the time? I really miss the days in college when I could play anytime. By the way, what about you, Lao Zhao? Your company has a basketball team, and you play center. Do you play often? Look at me, I've only been working a few years, and my belly is already this big, I can't run anymore. Those school days were the best. Yeah, back then I'd get up in the morning and play all day, it was so damn enjoyable. On the balcony, a few male classmates who loved basketball chatted about work, basketball, and their feelings of helplessness and nostalgia. The air was filled with a strong sense of nostalgia. Do you remember this place? At a window in the private room, Bai Mojing had unknowingly come to Wang Shang's side, gazing out at the scenery. Wang Shang was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Of course, how could he forget? Back when he was working part-time in college, he had come to Panlong Villa several times to work as a waiter, serving plates. At that time, earning 100 yuan for a day of serving was considered a decent income. Speaking of which, I really should thank you. Without your help, my life in college would have been so tight. Wang Shang said with a smile, gratitude flickering in his eyes. You're being polite. We're classmates, helping each other is what we should do, right? Bai Mojing's gaze drifted outside, gradually pulling away, crossing over that vast expanse of youthful campus, drifting far away. It seemed she was lost in thought. She gently asked, not knowing whether she was questioning herself or the king. Looking at her pure and beautiful yet cold and proud profile, the king couldn't bear to break the silence and quietly admired her. Yes, the king nodded. Do you remember that time, the first time I came to Panlong Mountain Villa for a part-time job? I carried plates all day, my legs went numb, and my arms ached, but when I got paid, I was still so happy. I ran all the way down the hill from the villa back to school, and when I got there, I bought 15 yuan worth of braised meat and some beer. Those were such happy times. Ha ha. Hearing him speak, I Malalai laughed out loud. Everyone is here. At that moment, a loud voice interrupted the nostalgic atmosphere. It was Jiang Shirkai. He was the one who arranged the private room at Panlong Mountain Villa and took care of the menu. He was also the one organizing the class reunion. His busy efforts showed that he was very skilled at these things, often frequenting various business venues, booking hotels and private rooms, and accompanying clients for project discussions. Thank you for your hard work, Class Leader Jiang. Class Leader, take a break, rest a bit, everyone said with smiles. Jiang Shirkai counted the number of people present. There were a total of 16 from the provincial capital, plus some who brought partners, and with Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao coming from Jiangdu, there were 27 in total. Now all 27 were present. The large banquet table in the private room could accommodate 30 people dining at the same time, so it was very suitable. Ahem, old classmates, please allow me to say a few words first. Jiang Shirkai began to take charge, his leadership demeanor evident since college. Now that he had entered society, this demeanor was even more pronounced. So, today, I originally wanted to treat everyone to a meal, to chat and reminisce. There are only a little over 10 of us old classmates left in the provincial capital, and I hope we can gather more often to maintain our connections. This time, something a bit different has happened. Our classmate Wang Shang has come to the provincial capital, and he has accomplished something remarkable. He is the discoverer of the national treasure, the Zhozhou Ding, and the honorary curator of the Zhozhou Ding Museum. He has really made a name for himself. Let's give him a round of applause. Jiang Shirkai led the applause. What? Wang Shang discovered the Zhozhou Ding? Oh my gosh. No way. That's incredible. Unbelievable. The discoverer of the Zhozhou Ding, honorary curator? Wow. That's amazing. The classmates were all shocked and began to scream. Jiang Shirkai felt a bit uncomfortable seeing this scene because the focus of the entire room had shifted to Wang Shang. However, he had anticipated this moment. You all might not know, but not long ago, our classmate Wang Shang attended a Zhozhou Ding event and received an award from the provincial leaders. A grand medal. Jiang Shirkai continued, each word praising Wang Shang. Not to mention Wang Shang, even the other classmates found it hard to believe, because Jiang Shirkai and Wang Shang had never gotten along. Classmate Wang Shang. Oh no, I mean Curator Wang, please show everyone the medal so we can all have a look, Jiang Shirkai urged. Yes, show us. Wang Shang, you really have made it big. No wonder the news about the Zhozhou Ding has been everywhere these days. I saw on the news that the Zhozhou Ding was discovered in Jiangdu, and I thought of Wang Shang, who is from Jiangdu. I didn't expect that among our college classmates, there would emerge such a young honorary curator, the first person to discover a national treasure. Impressive. We can bask in your glory too. Wang Shang, Curator Wang, now that you're so impressive, why haven't we seen you promoting yourself in the class group or on social media? You're too low-key. Exactly, too low-key. You have achieved a monumental event that brings glory to your ancestors, an honor that many can only dream of. There was no way out. Overwhelmed by the praises and accolades from his old classmates, the king could only take out the medal and show it to everyone. The medal sparkled with golden light. Instantly, everyone gasped in admiration and envy. Old classmates, this time the king kept it a secret from us, not mentioning anything in the group chat beforehand. He came to the provincial city for such a grand occasion. Don't you think the king should treat us? Shouldn't he invite everyone to a good meal and drinks? Jiang Shirkai, seeing the atmosphere building up, cheerfully made the suggestion. Absolutely. Yes, he definitely should. He's already the honorary director, and with such an impressive medal, he must treat us. He must treat us. Soon, everyone chimed in, fully supporting Jiang Shirkai's proposal. However, what they didn't know was that this was Jiang Shirkai's scheme, gradually leading the king into his trap. He was the one who suggested the meal, the one who eagerly called everyone to gather, and now he was pushing the king out, using the crowd's enthusiasm to make the king pay. At this point, seeing his old classmates so enthusiastic, the king readily agreed. I'll treat. Of course, I will. It's a privilege to be the first to discover a national treasure, to become the honorary director, and to gather here in the provincial city. It's indeed right to treat everyone to a meal, he said with a smile, calm and composed. This small amount of money was nothing to him. Even if he was tricked into it by Jiang Shirkai, it didn't matter. What mattered was that his old classmates were together, enjoying the lively atmosphere, chatting and reminiscing, which was rare. Wow, great. King, Director Wang, you're generous. Thank you, Director Wang. Tonight's expenses are all on Director Wang. Ha ha ha. The classmates were particularly happy, surrounding a large banquet table, with the most dazzling among them being the beautiful goddess, Imogili, who stood up to lead the applause. "Let's all thank our classmate, the king." Imogili glanced at the king, very pleased. Everyone stood up and clapped. Imogili was indeed the goddess of many boys. Even those who came with girlfriends looked at her with a special, admiring gaze. What Imogili said is right. Yes, what Imogili said is right. Let's all applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The warm applause erupted. A few male classmates, mesmerized and adoring as they looked at Imogili, were secretly pinched by their girlfriends beside them, kicked under the table. Ouch! That hurts. Why did you kick me? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Jiang, what are you after? Calling everyone here. Is it just to support that kid, the king? Isn't that ridiculous? A male classmate who got along well with Jiang Shikai was very confused and complained beside him. It's nothing. Jiang Shikai adjusted his glasses, appearing calm and collected. He just got a worthless medal. And as far as I know, as the first person to discover a national treasure, he didn't receive any prize money. Even becoming the honorary director, I've asked some friends who work in certain departments, and he actually gets no salary at all. It's all just a title, all vanity. Humph, what good is that? In this society, having money is what matters. Disdain and contempt flickered in Jiang Shikai's eyes. Your Majesty, something urgent has come up. Earlier on the road, at the scene of the car accident, someone died. It was those thugs from the Jiangdu Four Dragons Society. Now it's rumored that a suspect has escaped to the provincial city, so the police are coming over to prevent any retaliation against us. We need to be extra careful. When we return to Jiangdu, let's not drive the police car anymore. The private room was lively, with old classmates chatting away, when suddenly Luo Xiaoxiao pulled Wang Shang aside to discuss matters in the corridor outside. All right. After hearing her, Wang Shang nodded. He had driven the police car with Luo Xiaoxiao to the provincial city, so it was indeed possible that the thugs from the Four Dragons Society had their eyes on the car, which posed a danger. I checked. The nearest flight is not until tomorrow. Isn't that a bit late? Luo Xiaoxiao said regretfully. The train tickets won't be available until late at night either. Should I contact the provincial police station to borrow a car to drive back? No rush. Wang Shang smiled slightly, signaling her not to panic. Stepping aside, he casually made a phone call. You guys arrange it. Set off as soon as possible to the provincial city to pick me up. Yes, that's right. I'll send you the exact location. Driving was tiring, and he didn't want to drive back to Jiangdu. Since the flight and train schedules weren't very friendly, he could only use his private plane now. After resolving this issue, Wang Shang returned to the private room with Luo Xiaoxiao, leisurely. Wang Shang, you finally made it. I thought you were going to sneak away. It's fine, you're the honorary curator now. You must be making a fortune. Treat everyone to a meal. It makes perfect sense. Ha ha ha. When Wang Shang entered, Jiang Shikai chuckled dryly, his words laced with hidden criticism, and he deliberately raised his voice for everyone to hear. Our gathering hasn't even started. How could I sneak away? Do you think I'm trying to skip out on the bill? Wang Shang retorted. No, I didn't say that. Jiang Shikai laughed. I ordered some dishes. I hope you don't mind my initiative. The waiter is bringing them out now. Jiang Shikai's gaze fell on the large round table. The dishes that had already been served by the waiter were so fragrant that they made one's mouth water. Wow, so many dishes. They look absolutely delicious. Jiang class leader, you really know how to order. What are these delicious dishes called? Jiang class leader, please introduce them to us. Ahem. Don't flatter me too much. I just frequent high-end places a bit more, and when dining with clients, we usually have some expensive dishes. After all, those clients are all social elites. Alright, let me introduce these famous dishes. Receiving praise from his classmates, Jiang Shikai felt a bit smug, cleared his throat, and looked at the dishes, saying, Look at this dish, I specially ordered the Wuwei smoked duck. When I come here to negotiate with clients, I often order this dish. It's one of the famous dishes of Huizhou cuisine, originating from the Qing dynasty, made with carefully selected chow lake, and smoked with over 30 kinds of Chinese herbs like star anise and clove, then braised. Look at this dish. The duck meat is golden and shiny, with thick and rich skin. It tastes delicious and tender, incredibly fragrant, and easy to digest, rich in vitamins, and can combat aging. Everyone, look at this dish. It's even more famous. The top dish of Fujian cuisine, Buddha jumps over the wall. This is a dish selected for state banquets, with very strict ingredient requirements, using 18 main ingredients and 12 auxiliary ingredients, blended together, including lamb shank, pig stomach, tendon, shark fin, sea cucumber, abalone, and more, stewed in a jar. The hallmark of Buddha jumps over the wall is its rich and thick soup, fragrant and overflowing, melting in the mouth yet not mushy, leaving an endless aftertaste. Jiang Shikai recited several famous dishes in one breath, appearing very seasoned and effortlessly knowledgeable. In reality, he had done quite a bit of searching online to impress his classmates, relying on his good memory to memorize some phrases. And now, it was finally coming in handy. Class Leader Jiang is amazing. Class Leader Jiang is really impressive. So cool. Class Leader Jiang is so outstanding. Love it. Another round of enthusiastic praise followed. Jiang Shikai felt elated, as if he were soaring, utterly thrilled. Oh, everyone, don't flatter me so much. It's really no big deal. By the way, while we're having such a lively discussion, we still haven't addressed the most important matter. Jiang Shikai smiled at everyone, then waved his hand to call over the waiter standing at the door. By the way, have all the dishes been served? The waiter nodded and handed Jiang Shikai a slip, saying, the dishes are still being served. By the way, here's the menu, take a look. Okay. Jiang Shikai took the menu, glanced through it, and said loudly, the dishes are being served one after another. We have more than 20 people, and we ordered 36 dishes, totaling 8,520. After finishing, he handed the slip to Wang Shang. Today's host is classmate Wang Shang. He must take a look. 8,000 plus, that's an average of 300 to 400 per person. Although it's a bit expensive, there's no helping it. That's just the consumption level at Panlong Mountain Villa, and this is still the ordinary menu, without any drinks. Wang Shang, take a look. If you think it's too expensive, we can return some of the dishes that haven't been served yet. Jiang Shikai seemed considerate, but there was a hidden agenda in his words. Return dishes? Wang Shang thought to himself, Jiang Shikai, you really are a scheming guy. In front of so many people, returning dishes? How shameless. Everyone could see that Jiang Shikai was doing this on purpose, using words to put Wang Shang in a difficult position. To be honest, treating classmates to a meal and suddenly spending over 8,000, especially without drinks, is something that most people really can't afford. Oh my goodness, these dishes total over 8,000. Wang Shang exclaimed as he took the slip from Jiang Shikai, looking utterly shocked. In fact, he had only glanced at it and then tossed it aside, disregarding it completely. If it's too expensive, we can return some dishes, it's fine. We're just over 20 people, mostly girls, we can eat a little less. Jiang Shikai said with a smile, his eyes glinting with a sly coldness, a smile hiding a knife. Some classmates stood up for Wang Shang. Over 8,000, that's not a small amount, it's equivalent to more than a month's salary for me. It is a bit expensive, the consumption level here is too high, we shouldn't have chosen this place. Exactly. Class Leader Jiang, you ordered too many dishes, let's return some. Wang Shang came from so far to treat us, that's already very generous. Now making him spend so much, we feel bad. If a single meal costs over 10,000, then let's just forget it. Some classmates complained that they shouldn't have come here, the level was too high, and most of them were working class, unable to afford this place, which was completely extravagant. Others suggested a compromise, but it wasn't practical since it had already been agreed that Wang Shang was treating everyone. Don't worry, our classmate Wang Shang is now the honorary curator of the Zhozhou Ding Museum, the first person to discover national treasures. He must have received a huge bonus and generous compensation, so this little expense is nothing to him. Jiang Shikai stood up and smiled at everyone. That's true. Wang Shang is now Curator Wang, the honorary curator of a national-level museum. His income must be very considerable. You're all mistaken. Suddenly, just when everyone thought that the king was now a different person, fully capable of bearing the expenses of such a gathering and absolutely able to treat guests, a clear voice rang out. It was Bai Malalai speaking. The king serves as the honorary curator without any compensation. He is the first to discover national treasures and has not received any bonuses. Bai Malalai stood up and said slowly, I got this information from news reports, and I also asked my dad to find out more. It should be like this. So, Your Majesty, what do you say? Is it true? After saying this, she turned her gaze to the king and asked. The king found himself in a difficult position and could only nod. Yes, it is true. I didn't receive any bonuses for discovering the 9 provinces Ding. They offered me, but I didn't take it. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. It turned out that the king was such a noble person, having made such a significant contribution by discovering the world-shocking 9 provinces Ding, yet he received nothing, all for the sake of the country, with such passion. But now, Jiang Shikai was practically forcing him to treat, even calling so many people over and ordering the dishes in advance. Everyone, look at our classmate the king, how principled and generous he is. Jiang Shikai continued to flatter the king, constantly elevating him higher and higher. As the old saying goes, the higher you lift someone, the harder they fall. The dishes are all here, we just need drinks now, Jiang Shikai added. Since it's rare for everyone to gather, I said I would treat, so I will definitely treat. With such good dishes served, shouldn't we have a drink next? The king followed Jiang Shirkai's lead and said this. Everyone remained silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Today, everyone should drink a bit, to give me, the king, some face. It's just a meal, nothing too serious. I, the king, can still pay for it even if I live frugally. Waiter! The king called the waiter over with a smile and said, let me see the drink menu. Certainly, sir. We have all kinds of drinks here. May I ask what kind of liquor you would like, Mr. Wang? The king glanced at the menu and said, then let's have a case of mutai, right? A case has 6 bottles, so that should be fine. A case of mutai? Mr. Wang, are you sure? Our mutai is priced at 2,800 per bottle, so a case would be 16,800. Order it, the king said without hesitation, directly selecting a case of mutai and handing the drink menu to the waiter. A case of mutai, just to have a little drink, and he ordered it so readily, without any hesitation. Now, everyone was stunned. What was the king doing? 8,000 worth of dishes, over 16,000 for drinks, adding up to more than 24,000 for this meal. Didn't the king feel any pain? 20,000 is not a small amount for an ordinary guy from a small city. Just a moment ago, he had looked at the 8,000 menu with a pained expression. How could his mood change so drastically now? I get it. This kid must be throwing caution to the wind. Things have developed to this point, and he can't back down, so he might as well go all out. Ha ha ha. It must be like this. Jiang Shirkai had been observing the king's expression changes, secretly guessing and feeling very confident in his judgment. I keep provoking him, constantly lifting him up, letting him show off in front of everyone. He must pay back fiercely. This time, he's really bleeding money. It's probably half a year's income from his little shop back home. Jiang Shirkai's lips curled up, secretly pleased with his clever tactics, a hint of a malicious smile flashing across his face. King, are you crazy? Just order some drinks, but a case of mutai? What the hell? Are you really burning money? At this moment, Malalai was anxious, pulling the king's arm to sit down, quietly yet urgently questioning him. The king smiled and thought it was worth it to see the goddess worry about him. Still nothing? Over 20,000. You run a shop back home. How much can you earn in a year? This time you came to the provincial city, and it was the police officer Luo Xiaoxiao who drove you here. You don't even have a car, nothing at all. Why don't you save the money to buy a house or a car for yourself? Are you stupid? Malalai shook her head in anger. The king laughed and said, thank you for your words, Malalai. I'm very touched, but old classmates meeting up, spending a little money is nothing to worry about. You really are hopeless. Here, take this card, the password. Remember, in front of so many old classmates, since you're treating, and we've ordered the dishes and the mautai, let's settle the bill openly. Don't embarrass yourself. Malalai sighed, gave her instructions, and quietly slipped a card into the king's hand under the table. You're driving me crazy. Then she crossed her arms in front of her, pouting, looking all huffy. Who would have thought that the goddess in her evening gown could look so playful and cute? The king held the card she handed him, feeling warmth in his palm, a warm current flowing in his heart. This was what he cherished the most, the bond of friendship. The drinks and dishes were all served. The earlier unpleasantness gradually melted away as everyone immersed themselves in the feast. Everyone was cheerful, the atmosphere harmonious and joyful, indulging in delicious food and fine wine. Almost all the classmates were tasting the 2,000 or 3,000 yuan per bottle mautai for the first time, and they were all excited. The boys who loved drinking were delighted. The girls who usually didn't drink also took a small sip, just for the novelty. Some were taking photos to post on social media, on Douyin, on Jihu. What's it like to drink mautai for the first time at a class reunion? Soon, there were many replies. Drinking mautai from a box, is that cool? With text and pictures. The social media interactions quickly increased. The gathering was always short-lived. The lively party, the wonderful feast, the fine wine and food, the lavish banquet, ultimately had to come to an end. Sir, the total consumption for your private room is 24,650. Will you be paying by card or mobile? 3 hours later, the waiter arrived at the smoky private room, where many were already tipsy. The waiter respectfully approached the king and solemnly handed him the total bill. 24,650 yuan. Upon hearing this number, some classmates who had drunk too much jolted up from their seats. This was no small amount. They seriously doubted whether the king could pay the bill smoothly. If he couldn't, would they really have to chip in? The king was about to swipe his card. But at that moment, Jiang Shirkai walked over, patted the king on the shoulder, and put on a seasoned, old leader demeanor, pretending to be experienced as he said, Wang Shang, I'm not saying you, but this time you really are too reckless. There are only a few of us, over 20 people, and we spent over 20,000 on a meal. That's too extravagant. I know you probably don't have much money. After all, living in a small city like Jiangdu, and you don't have a formal job, so don't force yourself. What do you mean? The king was puzzled. What I mean is, don't you understand? How can you pay this bill? Just soften up, apologize to my brother later, and I'll cover the money this time. When you have money, you can pay me back. This 20,000 plus is too much for you, but for me, it's nothing. Jiang Shikai said slowly, not lowering his voice at all, clearly wanting everyone to hear. When the classmates heard these words, their expressions varied, each with their own thoughts. Shu, I genuinely want to help you. Just now, I saw Bai Malalai give you a card. Is she lending you money to settle the bill? After all, she's a girl, and you're a big man. Borrowing money from a girl to pay the bill, how embarrassing would that be? You should return it to her quickly and borrow money from me instead. We're old classmates, no need to be polite. Jiang Shikai patted Wang Shang's shoulder again, looking serious. Is it really that good? Wang Shang felt a bit overwhelmed by the favor. Of course, who are we to each other? Just remember my kindness. In the end, you must remember some truths. In this world, money is king. Everything else is just fluff, medals, fame, all that nonsense is useless. Do you understand? In the end, it all comes down to who has money. That's the real ability. You say you discovered the 9 provinces cauldron, such a prestigious national treasure, but what good does it do? You didn't gain a single cent, just a broken medal and a title of an honorary curator with no income. What's the use of that? I know you might not like what I'm saying, but that's just the way it is. Jiang Shikai might have had a bit too much to drink, and as he spoke, he became more and more boastful and pretentious. He treated his twisted belief in the supremacy of money as truth. The key was that it was one thing for him to hold it as truth, but he insisted on forcefully imposing his beliefs on others. That was too much. Jiang Shikai, you talk too much. Finally, Wang Shang couldn't hold back. This guy was so full of himself, jumping around, it was really annoying. I talk too much? I'm just trying to help you. Don't be ungrateful, don't drink the toast and then eat the punishment wine. Jiang Shikai snorted coldly. Wang Shang smiled leisurely. Since I came to the provincial city and ran into you, you've been targeting me. Now you want me to treat you, you're the one ordering, saying I've made it big and changed, and now you're saying I don't have money to settle the bill. What, do you think you're funny? You. Jiang Shikai was momentarily speechless. And now you're the one wanting to lend me money. What? You want to be the bad guy and the good guy too? Are you an actor? Do you think all our classmates are here to watch your performance? Wang Shang was truly furious. He had been enduring and yielding, but it was all because he valued the friendship of old classmates and didn't want to tear the facade. Class leader Jiang, this is where you're wrong. Wang Shang is kindly inviting us to eat and drink, to gather together, so don't stand up and lecture him. We're all classmates. No one is superior or inferior. If Wang Shang wants to treat us, just let him. Exactly. A few classmates with a strong sense of justice spoke up, expressing their dissatisfaction with Jiang Shikai's behavior and words. Don't interfere. This is between me and Wang Shang. Jiang Shikai angrily interrupted several classmates, glaring at Wang Shang. Wang Shang, you've gone too far. Who the hell am I putting on a show for? I haven't even settled the score with you for slapping me in the conference hall. As soon as these words were spoken, the old classmates were shocked. Slapping? Wang Shang slapped Jiang Shikai? This was big news. Seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Shikai suddenly realized that he had revealed his own embarrassing incident. Not only was it shameful, but it was also something he shouldn't have brought up. How humiliating. Don't forget, the reason you were slapped was caused by yourself, Wang Shang said in a calm tone. Jiang Shikai's face stiffened, as if he had been hit at his weak point, momentarily speechless, his fists clenched, knuckles turning white, joints cracking. He was extremely angry, wishing he could immediately pounce on Wang Shang and give him a good beating. Your Majesty, I was originally thinking of giving you some face since we were classmates, but now it seems completely unnecessary. What use are you? Chasing after some empty fame while being broke? Look at your clothes. They can't be worth more than $200. And you dare to treat others, especially in such a high-end place like Panlong Mountain Villa? You really are just putting on a show. Now you want Bai Mojing to secretly hand you her bank card to settle the bill. Aren't you ashamed? With someone like you, you'll never amount to anything. Just stay in your small city and forget about making a name for yourself. This outburst of rage from Jiang Shikai poured out all his anger and hatred for Wang Shang. Unfortunately, the flames of conflict also caught Bai Mojing in the crossfire, leaving her feeling somewhat innocent and helpless. Jiang Shikai, stop it. Everyone knows you've had a grudge against Wang Shang since college. I can't believe it's been 3 years since graduation and you're still like this. As the class monitor, I really think you shouldn't act this way. Bai Mojing took a deep breath, her eyes revealing her disdain for Jiang Shikai, sharp-tongued, bitter, and arrogant. She had thought Jiang Shikai would be more sincere in front of old classmates, but he was still the same. Perhaps a person's character is deeply rooted and hard to change. What shouldn't I do? Jiang Shirkai glared coldly at Baimojing, his face turning pale with anger. He had eagerly reached out to old classmates for a reunion, partly to show off and let everyone see how excellent he had become, hoping Baimojing would think better of him. After all, he had always been infatuated with her. Girlfriends came and went, but he never stopped fantasizing about Baimojing. What was supposed to be a grand show-off event was now turning against him, making him anxious and extremely frustrated. Jiang Shirkai, if every class reunion is like this, then we might as well not have them anymore because it's just pointless, Baimojing added. Jiang Shirkai snorted coldly and immediately countered, Baimojing, are you done? Always giving Wang Shang those flirtatious looks and helping him out. What does that mean? Back in college, you liked helping him so much. Out of all the boys in class, why were you so special to him? Do you like him? If you do, why not express it? Wang Shang has a girlfriend now, sitting right next to him. Do you really want to break them up? After saying this, Jiang Shirkai deliberately glanced at Luo Xiaoxiao, who was sitting beside Wang Shang. Luo Xiaoxiao was about to explain. Baimojing's face changed instantly, pointing at Jiang Shirkai and angrily scolding, You, Jiang Shirkai, have you gone mad? Are you sick? Ha, there's nothing between Wang Shang and me. I help him just because we were classmates. Classmates? With so many classmates, why does Wang Shang get your help the most? How do you explain that? Humph, Jiang Shirkai coldly pressed. Baimojing was really not good at arguing, so she was momentarily at a loss for words. And you, Wang Shang, can you stop using Baimojing's card to settle the bill? You're a grown man. If you have the ability, pay for it yourself. And stop showing off. A meal costing a few thousand is already too much for you, yet you shamelessly flaunt it with that expensive Mount Eye liquor. How ridiculous. Now you've thrown away tens of thousands. What was the point? With that money, couldn't you save up to buy a house or a car? Jiang Shirkai continued to lecture Wang Shang, acting like a life coach. Buy a car or a house? Is that so? Having a car and a house, so what? Wang Shang said with interest, looking at Jiang Shirkai. This sharp and realistic question is one that most people have to face. Only with a car and a house can one be considered to have stepped into the threshold of success. Jiang Shirkai snorted coldly. Look at me, I have both a car and a house, driving an Audi, a luxury car worth millions. What about you? What car do you drive? Haven't you bought one yet? Ha ha ha. And the house? I've already bought a property in the prime area of the provincial capital. Of course, my family supported me a bit, but I've worked hard too. Wang Shang was unimpressed. He had long since changed from who he used to be. Houses and cars don't explain everything. Don't impose your values on others, Wang Shang said calmly. Oh really? So in your view, houses and cars don't matter? Then I want to see what does matter, what shows whether a person is doing well or not. Go ahead, tell me. I really don't know what you have to be so smug about. Fine, you go settle the bill, just don't use Baimoli's bank card. And next time we gather in the provincial capital, please drive a car. Everyone else has one. Besides, Baimoli drives a Maserati Quattroporte, and you're on completely different levels. Jiang Shirkai continued to belittle Wang Shang. Completely different levels, you got that right. Wang Shang squinted and smiled, standing up to return the bank card to Baimoli. You, don't get into a fight with him, hurry and use my card to settle the bill. Baimoli leaned close to Wang Shang's ear, speaking softly and anxiously. Thanks, but no need, Wang Shang replied with a smile. He then took out his phone and called the waiter to pay the bill. I'll pay, I'll scan to pay. Sure, here's the payment code. Ding dong. Wang Shang successfully scanned the code. Just over 20,000, a quick scan is all it takes. Why use my card with a limit of several million? Wang Shang murmured. So, that settled the bill? Jiang Shirkai was once again frustrated. The situation was completely different from what he had imagined. It's getting late, this gathering ends here. Next, Luo Xiaoxiao and I will head back to Jiangdu. See you all. Wang Shang waved goodbye to everyone. Hey, Wang Shang, you and Luo Xiaoxiao are driving at night, be careful. It takes several hours to get to Jiangdu from here, a concerned classmate reminded. Thanks, Wang Shang smiled and said, it's fine, we're not driving. Not driving? The classmates looked surprised. A few quickly checked the time and looked up flight and train schedules online. Wang Shang, there are no flights or trains at this time. If you're not driving, how will you get back to Jiangdu? Exactly. It's too late. You should take the train or go to the airport early tomorrow morning. How about I drive you? The classmates began to persuade him. Some even volunteered to drive Wang Shang back to Jiangdu. Wang Shang appreciated their sincerity and felt particularly happy, thinking that the earlier conflict with Jiang Shirkai was nothing serious. Thank you, but I really don't need you to drive me. I can go back by myself. I've already arranged my travel plans. Wang Shang declined their kindness. As they chatted, they had already walked out of the private room and into the spacious parking lot outside the Panlong Mountain Villa. Wang Shang smiled slightly, extending his hand to point at the neatly arranged helipad illuminated by the lights. A helicopter was parked there, with the crew already waiting underneath. After attending the gathering and dining for over 3 hours, it was enough time for the helicopter to fly to the provincial capital, and the Panlong Mountain Villa provided a helipad, which was perfect. Look, I'll take this back to Jiangdu directly, and we'll gather again in the future. Smiling as he looked at his private jet, Wang Shan walked straight ahead with Luo Xiaoxiao. Hello, boss, please. Hello, boss. The crew members, seeing Wang Shang approaching, greeted him enthusiastically. Alright, Luo Xiaoxiao, I forgot to tell you, this is my private jet. Come on, we're about to take off. Wang Shang swaggered onto the plane and called for the dreamy Luo Xiaoxiao to join him. Luo Xiaoxiao couldn't believe that Wang Shang actually had his own private jet. What? A private jet? This guy has his own private jet? Not far away, Zhang Shikai stood frozen in place, his legs feeling like lead, unable to move, his head buzzing as if struck by lightning. Not just him, all the classmates present were left dumbfounded. Boom! Boom! The helicopter's rotor blades spun rapidly, the roar of the engine echoed, and the aircraft spiraled into the sky, flying higher and higher. Goodbye, everyone. Wang Shang waved through the cabin's window to the crowd below. Then, he and Luo Xiaoxiao elegantly enjoyed the cityscape and the night sky of the provincial capital, leaving the vast city in less than half an hour. Woo-hoo! I'm going to rest for a bit, remember to wake me when we arrive. Having had quite a bit to drink and feeling somewhat sleepy, Wang Shang adjusted his seat and lay down to rest. Soon, a crew member brought him a blanket and covered him up. Thoughtful and considerate. Luo Xiaoxiao was just thinking of chatting with him, but instead, she watched him fall asleep. After all, it was her first time on a private helicopter, and she couldn't help but feel excited. As a criminal police officer, she had been on armed helicopters, but that was for missions, and the tense atmosphere made it far from enjoyable. Now, this helicopter's luxurious comfort was incomparable to any other, equipped with a refrigerator, television, and other amenities for long flights, ensuring a great travel experience for its passengers. There were 4 crew members in total. Besides the pilot and co-pilot, 2 others were relatively free, one responsible for in-flight service, serving tea and water, and the other a safety officer, handling various tasks like simple in-flight maintenance and emergency responses to ensure passenger safety. Luo Xiaoxiao chatted with them and learned that the owner of this helicopter was indeed Wang Shang himself, and it was a private jet worth over 200 million, including the associated services, ground maintenance, fees for the private jet area at the airport, crew costs, fuel expenses, etc. This helicopter incurred monthly expenses of 500,000 to 600,000, even without flying. That amounted to several million a year. Who could afford such a cost? A helicopter of this size was, to put it bluntly, just a toy for the wealthy. Several million a year. Luo Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, feeling it was unbelievable. She couldn't imagine that the mysterious target she had her eyes on was actually a super rich person. More than 2 hours later, the helicopter arrived at the private jet terminal at Jiangdu Airport. Wang Shang woke up, got off the plane, and realized he had to take a ride back to his home in the city, which he found a bit troublesome. Jiangdu had not only airport helipads but also several rooftop helipads on tall buildings and in some villa areas. The Tianyue City villa area where he lived, although the most luxurious in Jiangdu, also had a helipad. Unfortunately, the airworthiness certificate for Wang Shan's private jet did not permit landing at these locations. In simple terms, besides needing approval for the relevant air routes from the authorities, he also had to purchase the right to use the helipad. As soon as Wang thought about the many opportunities he would have to travel in the future, he immediately got to work and contacted the leaders in Jiangdu City. Mr. Wang, I will definitely take care of this matter for you. Don't worry. Upon hearing the affirmative response from the other party, Wang revealed a satisfied smile. Now, Wang was a super celebrity in Jiangdu, a favorite of high-level leaders, and could be considered the light of Jiangdu and Huaxia. Therefore, his requests were quickly followed up and handled by the relevant departments. After waking up, by 9 o'clock the next morning, perhaps the relevant departments had just started work, Wang received a call from the Civil Aviation Department staff. Mr. Wang, your private jet's airworthiness certificate has been reissued, and the allowed flight route area has been significantly expanded. Currently, your private jet can fly in many areas of Jiangdu, and the usage procedures for several helipads within Jiangdu have also been completed for you. Thank you so much. You're welcome, it's what we should do. Wang was very happy and immediately called the 4 crew members to share the good news. Now, they could directly fly the plane to the helipad in the Tianyue City Villa area without any costs, as a certain department had already taken care of the procedures for him. After leaving the villa area and getting into his Pagani Huayra, Wang headed straight to the small supermarket. He had missed a chance yesterday when he went to the provincial capital for business, and that was a regretful absence from the system's 1 yuan exchange opportunity. He absolutely could not miss today's exchange opportunity. Upon arriving at the small supermarket, he immediately took out a bottle of drink and opened the cap. He wondered what surprise the reward for today's exchange opportunity would bring. Ding! 1 yuan exchange system. Today's 1 yuan exchange opportunity activated successfully. Would you like to exchange? Yes. Current wealth value of the host. Congratulations on successfully exchanging 1 yuan. Reward, Wang's Super Investment Company with a registered capital of 10 billion. What does that mean? Wang's Super Investment Company with a registered capital of 10 billion? Wang looked puzzled. Wang's Super Investment Company is specifically created for the host, with a current registered capital of 10 billion yuan. The moment the system reward was triggered, all the company's registration procedures, talent recruitment, departmental establishment, and complete operational model were already completed. In simple terms, this investment company gathers all the assets under the host's name in a reasonable manner, forming a commercial asset operation, using the most professional top talents and business models to manage the host's assets and create maximum value. The chairman of the Super Investment Company is you, the host, and it is a company that you fully control with your investment. After the system's explanation, Wang completely understood. It turned out that this Super Investment Company named after him was tailor-made for him. Great, then, where is the company? I want to go see it. Wang's Super Investment Company, the headquarters is located in the core business district of East City, Jiangdu, in the Ginza building, on the 30th floor. Okay. Wang quickly drove there according to the system's prompt. He was so excited that he drove like the wind. A 10 billion investment company under his name, how could he not be thrilled? The Pagani Huayra sped down the main road, attracting the attention of countless people. This was the only Huayra in all of Jiangdu. Moreover, in such a small third-tier city, the appearance of the Huayra was truly incredible. When Wang parked his car in the parking lot of the core business district in East City, he naturally attracted the attention of passers-by. Some heavily made-up girls were filming TikToks in the garage, specifically choosing luxury cars, jumping around and posing in various ways. They had a team, dressed flamboyantly, responsible for dancing and showing off, along with a few boys who were in charge of filming. Wow, what kind of car is this? Looks like a Pagani Huayra. Stop filming. Keep your distance from their car. If you scratch it even a little, you won't be able to pay for it. Quick, step back. This is a super luxury car worth tens of millions. The parking lot is full of surveillance cameras. If anyone damages their Huayra, it's over. Can't afford to mess with it. Someone recognized the Huayra that Wang was driving. Then, the crowd erupted. Those girls had a glint of green in their eyes, fixated on the man in the driver's seat of the Huayra. One by one, they were itching to make a move. So handsome. Just as one girl was about to approach, someone pulled her back. Don't go over there. The guy driving the Huayra isn't someone you can handle with your flashy looks. Don't embarrass yourself. Beep. At that moment, Wang stepped out of the car, and the doors and windows locked automatically. He swaggered away, leaving the group of stunned young people behind. In the heart of Jiangdu's business district, in a prime location, stood the headquarters of major companies, including those in energy, water and electricity, communications, and banking. Even Wang's 10 office buildings located at Marriott Plaza couldn't compare in terms of land price and commercial value. A simple comparison shows that the rent for a similar-sized floor at Marriott Plaza is about 20 to 30,000 a month, while here, it's at least around 50,000. Ding dong! The elevator doors opened. Wang arrived at the 30th floor of the Ginza building. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw a company sign, Wang's Super Investment Company. It was indeed an investment company named after him. Hello, President Wang. Welcome, President Wang. You're here, President Wang. A warm welcome to President Wang. When he reached the company entrance and entered through the facial recognition system, he was greeted by dozens of employees, either in suits or professional skirts, who held a grand welcome ceremony for him. It turned out that the company's establishment and operation had been meticulously arranged by the system, and even the recruited employees had done their homework, being very familiar with the appearance of their boss, Wang. So as soon as he walked in, everyone recognized him. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Wang was slightly taken aback, a bit dazed, but quickly regained his composure. After all, he was someone who had seen the world. Embracing his identity as the boss, Wang, accompanied by the chairman's assistant, inspected the company, familiarizing himself with each department. The Super Investment Company, with 32 employees, wasn't particularly large, but after getting to know these employees, Wang was utterly shocked. Jiang Min, currently serving as the chief economist of the super investment company, PhD in economics from Harvard University, with over 10 years of experience at a renowned investment firm on Wall Street. Chen Xingji, currently serving as the chief accountant of the super investment company, PhD in finance from Stanford University, with 10 years of experience at a world-class investment bank. After briefly browsing through the resumes of several core executives, Wang could only silently marvel at the system's brilliance. The system was truly remarkable. So many talented individuals, all of whom were at least 10 million annual salary super talents before joining his company, had been arranged by the system to enter such a newly established private investment company, and in a third-tier city in China no less. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. My foundation, 10 office buildings, the Lin Hotel Catering Group shares, a private jet, luxury cars, villas and mansions, over 100 million in funds under my name. These are the wealth I currently possess, meticulously integrated by these super talented financial geniuses. Through a series of complex and precise capital operations, my capital is continuously expanding, maximizing profits. Although Wang was not a financial expert, he had a general understanding of the situation by reviewing reports and documents sent to him by the company's executives. System, will these senior financial geniuses and top economists be beyond my control? What if they run away with my assets? Watching their series of operations, Wang was worried, so he quietly inquired the system. Host, please rest assured, these geniuses were all selected through the system's precise search, ensuring they are the most suitable candidates. As long as you provide them with appropriate salaries and a stage to perform, they will not betray the company, nor will they betray you, the host. Moreover, the investment company belongs to you, the host. Every investment and every flow of funds must be approved by you, so there is no need to worry. With the system's reassuring response, Wang finally felt at ease. With this super investment company as his strong backing, he would undoubtedly thrive in the business world. At that moment, a tall, graceful, fair-skinned, and beautiful female secretary entered Wang's office. Hello, President Wang. Currently, the Lin Group is facing some business crises. Our investment company holds a portion of Lin Group's shares, and we need to attend a shareholders' meeting. The schedule is set, and we need you to join us in 5 minutes. The Lin Group's business crisis? As far as I know, the Lin Group is one of the top private hotel and catering groups in Jiangdu, with a market value of over 10 billion. They own dozens of hotels and restaurants, and have always been profitable, with the company operating smoothly and almost all assets being healthy. Moreover, not long ago, as a shareholder of the Lin Group, I received over 100 million in dividends. How could there suddenly be a business crisis? Wang asked curiously. I'm sorry, President Wang, but I'm not clear on the specifics. We need the analysis from the chief economist and the chief accountant. I believe they will provide you with the most comprehensive and detailed investigation, the beautiful secretary replied. Wang smiled slightly and asked, all right, besides me, who else is going to the shareholders' meeting? The beautiful secretary quickly checked her materials, and just then, 3 core executives from the super investment company arrived at the office door. They knocked. Come in, Wang called out as he looked up. Soon, the company's chief economist Jiang Min, chief accountant Chen Xingji, and the chief investment advisor, Mr. Bart Fei, a renowned investment expert from Wall Street, stood before Wang. The 3 formed a think tank to accompany Wang to the shareholders' meeting. President Wang, we have prepared investment advice and economic analysis regarding the Lin Group's economic crisis. We have done our homework and already have countermeasures. President Wang, with us here, you can rest assured. We are willing to go to great lengths for you, President Wang. The 3 immediately pledged their loyalty to Wang. With such 3 capable generals by his side, Wang was filled with confidence. The company provided a car, so Wang did not need to drive himself. He directly got into a black Mercedes-Benz business vehicle provided by the company, accompanied by the beautiful secretary and the 3 generals, departing from the underground garage of the Ginza building to the Lin Group headquarters. In fact, the Lin Group's headquarters office building stood in this core business district, just 2 or 3 kilometers away from Wang's super investment company. Not long after, a group of 5 arrived at the headquarters of the Lin Group, preparing to enter the conference hall for the shareholders' meeting. At this time, more and more people were arriving, almost all of them elite individuals in suits. The Lin Group's shareholders' meeting had over 100 shareholders in attendance, held annually, where the company's senior management would present a report on the year's work, profit and loss status, investment plans, financial statements, and a series of other matters. As the 3rd largest shareholder of the Lin Group, Wang Shang held 19.8% of the shares, worth nearly 2 billion, naturally attracting much attention, with many eager to see who the 3rd largest shareholder was. After all, the first two largest shareholders were the core figures of the Lin family, the first being the patriarch, who secretly controlled the entire Lin family, and the second being the company's president, Lin Charan, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Together, these two held over 60% of the company's shares. The remaining 100 or so shareholders collectively held only 17% of the Lin Group's shares, which meant that each individual held very little. The fourth largest shareholder held just over 5% of the shares, while the other shareholders held even less, typically only a fraction of a percent. Although they had little influence on the company's decisions, attending the shareholders' meeting was more about listening to the financial reports and data from the senior management and keeping an eye on the company's operations. However, if the company's operations encountered problems, such as poor profitability or misguided investment directions, it would affect their decision to continue holding shares. After all, even a fraction of a percent of shares could be worth tens of millions. If such a large sum did not yield expected returns from the Lin Group, they could certainly sell off their shares, reduce their holdings, or even completely divest from the Lin Group. If many shareholders began to reduce or divest their shares, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the Lin Group's market, leading to a decrease in total market value, an increase in bad assets, and operational issues for the company. Currently, the Lin Group had acquired a piece of land, initially believing that developing real estate there would yield lucrative school district housing. Therefore, they had paid significantly above market price for the land. However, the situation changed abruptly due to a series of reasons, leading to alterations in the construction plans for a nearby school, and the cooperation between Jiangdu's higher-ups and the Lin Group was not favorable, resulting in the school not starting on schedule. Now, the hype around the school district housing was gone, and the Lin Group's real estate project, which had been acquired at such a high price, was expected to be unprofitable. Some industry professionals even analyzed that the Shuayuan Shangqing real estate project, personally overseen by President Lin Charan, not only had no potential for profit but was also likely to incur significant losses, potentially several hundred million. Consequently, the overall financial situation of the Lin Group this year would undoubtedly look grim, and the dividends distributed to each shareholder would significantly shrink. Many small shareholders were already planning to propose selling their shares at this shareholders' meeting. According to the rules, if too many shareholders decided to sell without anyone willing to take over, then Lin Charan, the president of the Lin Group, would have to step in to absorb the shares being sold, no matter the cost. That would be a disaster for her. The shareholders' meeting began. Wan Shang felt utterly bored, as the financial statements and data seemed incredibly dull to him. He stood up, preparing to step outside for a smoke to relieve his boredom. As long as his three key advisors were there to listen to the reports and data, he really had nothing to worry about. I'll step out for a moment. You all keep an eye on things. If nothing unexpected happens, proceed according to the original plan, the king reminded the three generals slightly. Understood, Your Majesty. Don't worry, Your Majesty. No problem, Your Majesty. After stepping out for a smoke and a quick trip to the restroom, the king walked out and happened to run into an acquaintance in the corridor outside the conference hall. Ming Nantian. It wouldn't be accurate to say they were very familiar, they had only met once. The last time was when he attended Jiang Yinshua's party with Jiang Wenwen and was called to participate in a street racing competition, where Ming Nantian, the wealthy young master from Jiangdu, was present. There was also Zhou Qian, who had already passed away. Zhou Chang's death left Ming Nantian, a good friend, very depressed, and he had been down for several days. He was also investigating the cause and had some dealings with Bai Yi from the Four Dragons Society, roughly pinpointing that the mastermind behind Zhou Chang's murder and the shooting of dozens of Four Dragons Society members was closely related to the king. In the corridor, Ming Nantian, who was walking towards him, clearly recognized him at a glance. A cold, sinister look gradually appeared in his eyes. It's you? Here for the Lin Group's shareholders meeting as well? What a coincidence. Ming Nantian skillfully pulled out a cigarette and offered one to the king. He still didn't know that the king was the third largest shareholder of the Lin Group. He thought the king was just a wealthy guy who had bought shares in the Lin Group to attend the shareholders meeting. I'm just one of the shareholders of the Lin Group, here to join the fun at the shareholders meeting, the king replied casually with a faint smile. He didn't mention that he was the third largest shareholder. Therefore, Ming Nantian naturally thought that this guy was just like the more than 100 minor shareholders, not worth mentioning. It's worth noting that the fourth largest shareholder of the Lin Group, holding over 7% of the shares, was none other than Ming Nantian himself. The Ming family, where Ming Nantian belonged, was a true aristocratic family in Jiangdu, comparable to the Jiang family, both being long-established wealthy families that had started to prosper in the 70s and 80s of the last century. They had become local powerhouses, with industries not only in Jiangdu but also in nearby provinces and cities, deeply rooted and developed over decades. The two smoked without much conversation, their gazes barely touching. However, Ming Nantian was still brooding over the last incident, not only because he lost 3 million in the bet during the street racing competition but also because he felt utterly humiliated by being outsmarted. Coupled with the death of his good friend Zhou Qiang, it had a significant impact on him. Wang Shang, I don't know how you came to be so successful, owning a private jet and attending the Ling Group's shareholders meeting. I don't want to bring up the last race again, but I have to ask, does Zhou Chang's death have anything to do with you? Suddenly, Ming Nantian extinguished his cigarette, a cold light sweeping towards the king. This abrupt question surprised the king, but he quickly smiled and replied, "What's wrong?" Zhou Qiang was involved with the Four Dragons Society and was inherently dirty. He kidnapped my childhood sweetheart's sister and lured me to their criminal lair to harm me. Although I don't know who took Zhou Qiang out, I have every right to feel happy about it. You still feel happy? Anger flickered in Ming Nantian's eyes. Is that not allowed? A scoundrel like him deserves to die. Heaven has eyes, and a mysterious righteous person took him out, along with so many thugs and bullies. It's truly a case of divine justice, ha ha ha. Instantly, the king's laughter echoed in the corridor. Ming Nantian clenched his fists, the joints of his fingers cracking. You bastard! My brother was killed, and you're so excited about it, you damned scoundrel! Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Ming Nantian threw a punch, taking advantage of the king's moment of inattention, and struck fiercely at his abdomen. Ming Nantian, relying on his slight martial arts background and having practiced under a master since childhood, despite being a playboy and lazy, had absorbed enough to know some martial arts. This punch was decisive and fierce, sharp and cold. Indeed, only someone who had truly trained could deliver such a blow. He thought that the king would surely be injured. After all, even if they were to brawl openly, he had absolute confidence in winning, let alone with a sudden attack. However, something was off. The king hardly moved, relying solely on a reflexive reaction, twisting his body with incredible speed to evade Ming Nantian's surprise punch. Ming Nantian was momentarily stunned. In that split second, the king seized his arm, applying pressure to the joint and twisting it slightly before pushing him away. Attacking me? Get lost! Crack! The sound of dislocated joints rang out sharply. Ah! Ming Nantian cried out in pain, stumbling backward, his feet faltering several times, ultimately unable to steady himself and landing heavily on the ground. It hurt. The pain of a dislocated joint. The pain of landing hard on his backside. Bastard, you dare hit me? Ming Nantian glared at the king with intense hatred. The king replied calmly, hurry and find a doctor to set that bone. If you wait too long, it could die. Ming Nantian was just thinking of calling someone over. He was the fourth largest shareholder and had come to attend the shareholders' meeting, accompanied by several assistants and the bodyguards he always had with him. Unfortunately, he had just gone to the restroom for a smoke, leaving his bodyguards behind. Setting the bone? Hearing the king's words snapped him back to reality. Disregarding everything else, he quickly left to find his assistants and look for medical staff in the Lin Group building to treat his fracture. Damn it, just you wait. Damn, if I don't kill you, I won't be surnamed Ming. He shouted wildly, his fierce voice growing fainter. The king smiled indifferently, shrugged, and murmured, what a waste, trying a sneak attack. What nonsense is this? What a joke. I'm a top-notch close combat expert. This murmured voice, neither too loud nor too soft, drifted perfectly into someone's ears. It turned out to be Lin Churan, who had just stepped out to take a phone call and noticed the commotion. Not paying much attention at first, she looked over and was surprised to see Ming Nantian, the young master of the Ming family, fighting with a young man. She initially thought the young man would be at a disadvantage, given Ming Nantian's brutal methods and ruthless nature, being a trained fighter. But unexpectedly, the young man actually won. And he won so easily. A combat expert? After a fleeting glance, a hint of surprise appeared in Lin Churan's long, beautiful eyes, reminiscent of tranquil autumn waters. In the long corridor, as the king walked forward, Lin Churan approached him. The two encountered each other unexpectedly. As Lin Churan walked toward him, the king felt as if a stunning beauty from a painting was approaching, exuding a dreamlike aura, her steps graceful, a gentle breeze accompanying her, her slender figure swaying like lotus leaves in the wind, rain nourishing the banana trees. What a beautiful woman! The king couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Dressed in a black long dress that accentuated her exquisite figure, both front and back were very appealing, paired with a pure and stunningly beautiful face, giving off a feeling of both innocence and allure. Surely, no man could see her without stealing a few more glances. The king was certainly no exception. His appreciative gaze lingered generously on her. Lin Churan certainly knew how beautiful she was. In the entire Jiangdu business world, she was undoubtedly the #1 beauty CEO. There were even rumors that some wealthy individuals bought shares in the Lin Group just to have the chance to get close to Lin Churan. Of course, that was just speculation, but it was enough to show that Lin Churan's beauty had indeed gained recognition and admiration from those rich young masters and diamond bachelors who were used to seeing all kinds of beauties. Under the king's intense gaze, Lin Churan's initial good feelings towards him quickly dissipated, and a hint of displeasure appeared on her face as she coldly asked, "What are you looking at?" "Just admiring the scenery," the king replied nonchalantly. If it had been the old him, the one who guarded a small supermarket, with a loser mentality, he would have only dared to admire a beauty of Lin Churan's caliber from afar. But now it was different. He was already a super rich man with assets worth billions, so he could look at whoever he wanted. Scenery? Where's the scenery? Lin Churan clearly hadn't realized that there was more to the king's words. Far away in the sky, but close at hand, the king said with a squint and a smile, becoming a bit slick, perhaps because he saw a beauty and instinctively wanted to indulge in some flirtation. Lin Churan then realized that this seemingly handsome young man was actually a smooth-talking playboy. These disgusting men nowadays really are no good. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Lin Churan, right? I just saw you giving a speech on stage, but it was too far to see clearly. Now that I'm closer, it turns out that President Lin is indeed stunningly beautiful, the king complimented with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, even the coldest and most aloof woman would feel a stir in her heart. After all, no one wants to refuse a compliment. Are you also a shareholder of the Lin Group? Lin Churan certainly couldn't remember what every one of the more than 100 small shareholders looked like. Of course, the king nodded. Do you know who the person you just hit was? Lin Churan's expression changed slightly. She didn't want any conflicts among shareholders to affect the shareholders' meeting. Ming Nantian, the fourth largest shareholder of the Lin Group, holding about 5% of the shares. I did some homework, the king said with a smile. With the presence of a think tank, he could grasp a lot of information effortlessly. Lin Churan was slightly taken aback and asked in surprise, "You know that Ming is the fourth largest shareholder, yet you still attacked him and even injured him? Aren't you afraid?" "What do I have to be afraid of?" The king scoffed. "Who exactly are you?" "Wait." Suddenly, Lin Churan felt she might have overlooked some important information. That's right. Among the major shareholders of the group, there was a very mysterious third largest shareholder, who had only recently changed, and as the group president, she hadn't had the chance to meet the new third largest shareholder yet. Wang Shang? Yes, you are Wang Shang, the master of the Wang Shang Foundation, the third largest shareholder of the Lin Group, the first discoverer of the Jojo Ding, the honorary curator of the Jojo Ding Museum. Suddenly, Lin Churan seemed to wake from a dream and let out a scream. She recognized that this young man in front of her was Wang Shang. He seemed familiar, but they had never interacted privately, which made her hesitate. "Yes, I am Wang Shang. Hello, Mr. Wang." Lin Churan suddenly became very respectful, slightly bending her waist and extending her long, snow-white, slender fingers towards Wang Shang. "Hello, President Lin," Wang Shang responded politely, and the two shook hands. "I didn't expect to meet the third largest shareholder here," Lin Churan smiled, her brows and eyes blooming like a field of flowers. "Very beautiful." Wang Shang felt a moment of daze. As the third largest shareholder, isn't it fine to beat up the fourth largest shareholder when I'm bored? He teased with a smile. Lin Churan smiled and said, "You, with such impressive skills, are you a martial arts expert? And you have so many identities, with assets that make countless people envious and jealous. I really don't know when such an outstanding talent like you emerged in Jiangdu." This flattery made the king a bit embarrassed. "You're too kind, Lin. Alright, let's go in. There are still many matters to handle." Lin Churan gracefully walked into the venue. After a trip to the restroom, she unexpectedly encountered the third largest shareholder. She still needed to continue her work report and address the current crisis. Regarding the project of Shuiyuan Shangcheng, which everyone is most concerned about, I will now give a detailed report. Lin Churan returned to the stage and picked up the microphone. Earlier, her assistant had replaced her and presented some materials to the more than 100 shareholders on the big screen. The Shuiyuan Shangcheng project was an unavoidable hurdle that she had to face. The expressions of the more than 100 shareholders gradually changed. Indifference, even anger. "I want to withdraw my shares." Suddenly, someone stood up and shouted angrily before Lin Churan had finished her report on the Shuiyuan Shangcheng project. The sharp tone and furious words were a ruthless attack. "I want to withdraw my shares too." Soon, another shareholder stood up. "The dream of school district housing has been shattered. The Shuiyuan Shangcheng project is naturally a lost cause. The large investment is hard to recover, and having paid such a high price for the land, there is now no hope of making a profit." Lin Churan, I'm waiting for you to beg me. Look at how many shareholders want to withdraw their shares. With the funds you have on hand, you can't possibly buy back so many shares. Just wait to be collectively impeached by the shareholders meeting and roll down from the position of president. At this moment, Ming Nantian, who had been bandaged and treated, returned to the shareholders meeting, looking coldly at Lin Sharon on stage. He had harbored resentment against her for a long time. The Ming and Lin families had always been competitors, yet they held shares in each other, which was quite peculiar. In fact, it wasn't surprising. The conflicts between the two families were mostly hidden beneath the surface, while on the surface, they appeared harmonious, with the two prominent families maintaining peaceful interactions and helping each other in business. The real turmoil lay beneath the calm surface of the sea. The industrial layouts of the two families, from real estate development to hotel catering and other industries, were too similar, making competition inevitable. Now, the Ming family was eager to acquire more land in Jiangdu for commercial development, which put them in direct competition with the Lin family. Ming Nantian attended the shareholders meeting to watch the Lin family's joke, waiting for the shareholders to throw out their shares, and then he would strike, delivering a blow that would severely damage the Lin Group. He knew that the Lin Group's current liquidity was very tight. If they temporarily sought bridge financing from other companies or engaged in some form of mortgage loan, they would hand over the initiative to others, further leading to problems in the company's accounts. However, if the shareholders wanted to withdraw their shares en masse, according to the rules, Lin Sharon, as president, would have to step up and buy back the shares at market price. As the calls for share withdrawal grew louder, Lin Sharon's expression changed, her eyes flashing with panic. This was something that rarely happened to her. She had always been known for her calm and mature demeanor, possessing a level of maturity and composure that was severely inconsistent with her age, and her business acumen was sharp and seasoned. But this time, she was truly flustered. A risky project development had plunged her into the current crisis. If she did not address the shareholders' withdrawal issue face-to-face, she would face impeachment and lose her position as president of the Lin Group. The vast Lin family does not have only her as an heir. There are others who covet the position of president day and night. The shareholders' meeting is temporarily adjourned. Lin Sharon, with a dark expression, returns to the lounge next to the conference hall. In the meeting room, over 100 shareholders are also taking a break, but they are restless, moving back and forth, whispering to each other. It is likely that when the shareholders' meeting resumes, they will initiate yet another wave of stock withdrawals. President Lin, the situation is becoming increasingly serious. The situation is very severe. The shareholders who have decided to withdraw their shares now account for 10% of our Lin Group. This is already very dangerous. If we cannot persuade them to continue holding their shares, we will have to come up with around 1 billion in funds to buy back their shares, but right now, the liquid funds available in the company's accounts are far from enough to reach 1 billion. Lin Sharon was already anxious, closing her eyes and rubbing her temples. At this moment, her assistant hurried over to report the latest situation, making her even more anxious. What to do? Lin Sharon furrowed her brows tightly, at a loss. President Lin, there is another very, very serious issue. Currently, the ones wanting to withdraw their shares are just small shareholders. Our Lin Group's third largest shareholder has not yet made a statement. Moreover, Ming Nantian holds 5%. According to our judgment, he is likely to sell as well, the assistant continued. Lin Sharon suddenly opened her eyes wide. If the worst-case scenario occurs, if the third largest shareholder's 19% and Ming Nantian's 5% are both sold, then we will have to bear over 3 billion in capital outflow. Then, our company will collapse. Although the assistant wanted to alleviate Lin Sharon's worries, at such a critical moment, it was necessary to clarify the worst possible outcome. Collapse? It might really collapse. Grandpa entrusted the company to me, and I have let it come to this. Am I to become the sinner of the Lin family? Lin Sharon's heart raced, her pupils suddenly constricting, losing their luster, filled with despair. President Lin, the group won't collapse just yet. The old man should still have a way. But now we must persuade the shareholders to continue holding their shares. Otherwise, when the worst outcome occurs, your position will be at risk, the assistant said. You're right. Lin Sharon nodded. For now, her only option is to give it her all at the shareholders' meeting, using her eloquence to convince those shareholders that the company still has a bright future. Meanwhile, at the shareholders' meeting venue, the situation is developing in a direction Lin Sharon does not want to see. As the fourth largest shareholder, Ming Nantian had long made the decision to withdraw his shares at this crucial moment. During the temporary recess, his people began to lobby, urging those small shareholders to resolutely withdraw their shares, promising that as long as they could sell their Lin Group shares, they would receive favorable terms for future business dealings with the Ming family. For those without business ties to the Ming family, Ming Nantian promised to offer them some special rewards. As for what the special rewards are, everyone understands. In simple terms, this is a profit-driven game. Even those with feelings for the Lin family will abandon their shares for profit, let alone those investors purely seeking profit. After a round of lobbying, Ming Nantian felt confident. Now at least 90% of the small shareholders, accounting for about 11% of the shares, have decided to withdraw. Adding his 5%, a total of 16% of shares will be cashed out from the Lin Group. With billions in cash flow, let's see how your Lin Group handles it. Just wait for you to sell off your assets at a low price, your supply chain will passively shrink, and your overall layout will fall into a passive state. The opportunity for the Ming family to surpass you has arrived. Ha ha ha. After receiving a clear analysis of the situation, Ming Nantian lounged in his chair, a smug smile on his face. To outsiders, he appeared to be just a wealthy second-generation playboy, indulging in food, drink, and entertainment, partying, racing cars, and chasing girls. However, that was not the case. He took advantage of opportunities to mingle with wealthy young heirs, becoming familiar with them, and with the backing of the Ming family, others would give him face. Over time, aside from flaunting wealth, they would also engage in investments, such as investing in the Lin Group. Many of the shareholders present had a good personal relationship with him and often played together. After a 20-minute break, the shareholders' meeting continued. The small shareholders wanting to withdraw took turns expressing their stance. It was uncontrollable. I have something to say. Suddenly, a figure rushed onto the stage. It was Wang Shang. The third largest shareholder had taken the stage. All eyes turned to Wang Shang. Who is he? He must just be a small shareholder. What right does he have to speak on stage? What nonsense! Instantly, Wang Shang's action of rushing onto the stage sparked dissatisfaction among the crowd, with voices of protest rising to a fever pitch. Everyone, calm down. Lin Charan took a deep breath and, addressing the more than 100 shareholders below, said seriously, "This Mr. Wang Shang is our Lin Group's third largest shareholder." What? The third largest shareholder? Wang Shang? The owner of the largest private charity foundation in the city? The one who discovered the national treasure of the 9 provinces? Wang Shang? Wow, it really is him. No wonder he looks familiar. He is a prominent figure in Jiangdu, a well-known big shot, the pride of Jiangdu. Not just the pride of Jiangdu, having discovered a top national treasure like the 9 provinces Ding, becoming the honorary curator, calling him the light of Huaxia is not an exaggeration. He is very low-key and never accepts interviews, so there are rarely any pictures of him circulating in the media or online. I didn't expect him to be the most mysterious third-largest shareholder of the Lin Group. It is said that the original third-largest shareholder has retired, and everyone thought the successor would be the descendants of that old shareholder, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be this Mr. Wang Shang. The shareholding ratio of the third-largest shareholder should be around 20%. Wang Shang gestured to the more than 100 shareholders below, signaling for everyone to quiet down. As the third largest shareholder, I should have the right to say a few words here, right? As soon as he spoke, he commanded the room. A major shareholder with around 20% of the shares certainly had the right to speak. No problem. Of course. Please, Mr. Wang, speak freely. Lin Charan led the applause, nodding and smiling at Wang Shang. She wasn't quite sure what decision Wang Shang would make next, but she felt an inexplicable anticipation. This guy surely wouldn't stand on the opposite side of her, right? Seeing everyone so eager to withdraw their shares is great. I am very pleased. Wang Shang squinted and smiled, his gaze sweeping over the more than 100 shareholders as he spoke. This was truly a statement that would shock the audience. One sentence invigorated the crowd, and 2 sentences resonated loudly. What? Very pleased? The Lin Group was in crisis, and shareholders were clamoring to withdraw their shares, yet this third-largest shareholder looked excited and happy? Was he sure he wasn't an undercover agent sent by the opposing camp? Many suddenly felt that the climax of the shareholders' meeting had just begun. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, someone laughed out loud. It was Ming Nantian. He was astonished to see that the third-largest shareholder of the Lin Group was actually Wang Shang. I thought the king would oppose him, but to my surprise, the tone of this kid's speech seemed to indicate he also wanted to withdraw his shares. This truly played right into his hands. Young Master Wang is wise. With such turmoil in the Lin Group, and the Academy of Learning in the city facing losses, withdrawing shares is the most correct decision. We are all businessmen, and it's normal to pursue profits, avoid risks, and minimize losses, Ming Nantian said with a grin. In such a situation, his words made his attitude and stance crystal clear. Young Master Ming, don't be hasty. I'm not like you want to be a coward, while I want to be a warrior. Everyone withdraws their shares, and whatever amount they withdraw, the king, will buy back, and I will offer 5 percentage points above the market price for the acquisition. Suddenly, there was a shocking twist. The words from young Master Wang left everyone dumbfounded, one surprise after another. He wants to buy back the shares everyone is withdrawing? And at 5 percentage points above the market price. What? Is he crazy? Not only the more than 100 small shareholders in the audience, but even Lin Churan on stage was stunned. How could this guy not follow the usual script? His words were unfathomable. It was impossible to guess. Alright, for those who want to withdraw their shares, I will buy them all. I have sufficient funds, and if you want to cash out, I can transfer the money to you in real time. The king squinted and smiled, waving his hand at the more than 100 small shareholders below. He appeared relaxed and casual, not treating the acquisition of tens of millions or even billions as a significant matter at all. Everyone was in a daze. Many were internally complaining. Those who understood the situation knew he was claiming to buy back shares. Those who didn't thought he was just collecting old appliances. Some who originally wanted to withdraw their shares hesitated, because from the third largest shareholder, Mr. Wang, two very strong signals were emanating. First, this Mr. Wang had sufficient funds and was definitely looking to expand his investment in the Lin Group. Second, he had great confidence in the future of the Lin Group. Just as they were in a dilemma, Ming Nantian stood up. I want to withdraw my 5% shares. He didn't believe this kid really had such ample cash flow. Instead, he suspected a trick, likely that the Lin family had brought in a helper, in plain terms, an actor, deliberately putting on a show, claiming to buy back shares, making it seem like he had full confidence in the Lin Group, but in reality, it was a ruse to send the wavering small shareholders the wrong signals. So, he wanted to test the waters, to see if the king could actually come up with the 5% shares, which amounted to over 5 billion in funds. No problem, I will buy back your shares at 5 percentage points above the market price, the king readily agreed. Ming Nanshan's heart sank. Could it be that this kid really was strong and well-funded? With 3 advisors present, the king didn't need to worry about the process of share transfer. Mr. Wang, our company currently has 100 billion in funds, not to mention a few percentage points of shares. Even acquiring the entire Lin Group would be no problem. Upon hearing this from the advisors, the king stood taller on stage. Everyone hurry. For those who want to withdraw their shares, I will buy them all of them. Soon, the small shareholders had a total of more than 10 percentage points of shares all bought back by the king. They received cash flow, and it was even 5 percentage points above the market price. Each one was satisfied. Mr. Wang is truly a philanthropist. He is committed to increasing investment in the Lin Group, which, to put it bluntly, is just paying for Lin Churan's Academy of Learning's bleeding project. Mr. Wang has ample funds, truly impressive. Is Mr. Wang using a roundabout way to woo women? Spending over 10 billion in real money is quite a bold move. Many people were discussing it, with all sorts of strange opinions, and some even doubted that the king's massive investment in acquisition of shares was to pursue the stunning beauty Lin Churan. Damn, he really is rich. So rich, damn it. Ming Nantian slumped in his chair, his nose crooked with anger. Although he had sold back his shares and made a 5% profit, he couldn't feel happy at all. He always felt that an invisible, enormous shadow was pressing down on him with crushing force, making it hard for him to breathe. The stock sell-off caused a drop of several points, and the king acquired the shares at a price 5 percentage points above the market rate, which amounted to nearly 2 billion in real money. The core executives of the investment company had already conducted a detailed analysis of the Lin Group's crisis and reported back to their boss, the king. Acquiring the small shareholders' shares, even the 5% held by the fourth largest shareholder Ming Nantian, at a price 5 percentage points above the market was completely feasible. This investment was worth it. The king certainly had full confidence in his capable subordinates. The shareholders' meeting had ended. The major crisis facing Lin Churan had finally turned around in a way she had never anticipated. It was a stunning transformation. I never expected that the mysterious third largest shareholder would save my career, Lin Churan thought to herself, feeling extremely fortunate. So, she quickly approached the king and sincerely extended an invitation. Mr. Wang, are you free tonight? She smiled slightly, radiant and gentle, like a glass of fine wine, exuding an alluring charm. The king was still a bit unaccustomed, pointing to himself. Me? Of course, I would like to invite you to dinner, you choose the place. Lin Churan's smile was as bright as a flower. No problem, the king readily agreed. Alright, what do you want to eat, and where do you want to go? Lin Churan asked with a smile, adopting a posture of complete deference, even her eyes revealing humility. Who could imagine that the renowned president of the Lin Group, the leader of a 100 billion group company, a cold and proud beauty, would have such a side? The king thought for a moment, snapped his fingers, and said, Okay, come with me. Oh no, I have one request, you drive me, and I'll tell you where to eat. Mr. Wang, you go ahead, I'll go back to the company with Mr. Chun. Mr. Wang, you go ahead, there are still some documents to process, I'll go back with Mr. Jiang. The core members of the investment company immediately picked up on the situation and bid farewell to the king. They were not only extremely skilled in investment but also in social etiquette. It was clear that their boss, Mr. Wang, was off to pursue a woman, so as the third wheel, they should retreat quickly. You all go back first. The king waved goodbye, nodding with a smile, thinking that this time the system's reward of the investment company was indeed very well placed, with 100 billion in funds and super capable subordinates. Flawless, Lin Charan was driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a car worth millions, which suited her identity as the eldest daughter of the Lin family and president of the Lin Group. It wasn't overly luxurious, but it definitely turned heads when driven out. Having already owned a 30 million level Pagani Huayra, the king was someone who had seen the world. Sitting in it to experience the craftsmanship of the interior and the comfort of the seats was quite nice. All right, Mr. Wang, can you now tell me where we are going to eat? Lin Charan, driving, tilted her head to glance at the king beside her. This was the first time she had someone of the opposite sex, whom she had only recently met, sitting in the passenger seat of her car. Usually, only assistants and secretaries sat in the passenger seat while she sat in the back handling business, sometimes resting in the spacious and comfortable back seat. Appreciating the most beautiful female CEO in the city at such close range, Wang couldn't help but exclaim, President Lin, you truly are a stunning beauty. No wonder so many people regard you as the goddess of their dreams. It seems that only in dreams can one fantasize about you. Shut up. Lin Charan frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. I say, Wang, someone of your status shouldn't be so frivolous. If it were anyone else speaking so lightly, she would have lost her temper on the spot. But this time, unexpectedly, whether out of gratitude or face-saving, she was only slightly angry, and her tone was not heavy. Cough. President Lin, please don't be angry. After all, having you personally drive me out for a meal is something that countless men in Jiangdu can only dream of. I can't help but be a bit excited. Please forgive me. Wang apologized, continuing to admire her. After getting in the car, she had changed out of her high heels into a pair of Converse shoes. With her legs bent, her skirt inadvertently lifted, revealing her long, snow-white calves and a small portion of her plump thighs. Such exquisite legs, combined with her delicate waist, made her figure simply stunning. The car drove through the streets of Jiangdu as night fell, the reflection in the driver's window showcasing her pure and radiant face, truly a beautiful sight in the world. Come on, you're really smooth-tongued. Complimented by Wang, she, who had originally been frowning in anger, couldn't help but smile. Do you know, President Lin, that your smile reminds me of a poem? Wang turned to her, resting his chin on his hand, smiling as he asked. A glance and a smile brings forth 100 charms, the beauty of the 6 palaces pales in comparison? Lin Charan regretted saying this as soon as it left her lips. Why did she engage with this guy? Oh no, not that one. Wang shook his head. It should be, with a light silk fan and white orchids, a slender waist and jade belt dancing in the sky, one might think a fairy has descended, a glance and a smile surpassing the brilliance of stars. Wang recited a poem with deep emotion, complete with rhythm and intonation. Ha ha, Lin Charan couldn't help but burst into a clear, ringing laugh, like silver bells. Yet she suddenly reflected on herself. Why was it that she, who rarely smiled, found herself laughing so frequently around this guy? Lin Charan felt seriously deceived. Because the place Wang mentioned was just a bustling street, where they found a large food stall, a true roadside eatery. This street of night market snacks was not far from Wang's hometown, a place he loved and frequented. After nightfall, it was extraordinarily lively, with aromas wafting through the streets and alleys. Night market barbecues, spicy hot pots, lobster and beer, old pot soup. Here was the most accessible food for the common people, the perfect spot for ordinary folks to gather, eat, drink, and chat. You want me to treat you to a meal, and this is it? Lin Charan, driving a luxury car worth millions, circled the street, the noisy crowd and congested traffic making it quite a challenge to find parking. She couldn't help but frown, wiping away a bead of sweat. Of course, this whole street is filled with delicious food. Spicy crabs, spicy crayfish, grilled fish, grilled meat, lamb skewers, and grilled chicken, Wang said with a smile, listing the local delicacies with familiarity. Alright, as long as you're happy, Lin Charan pouted playfully, rolling her eyes. Just then, a parking space opened up by the roadside, and she quickly backed the car in. Welcome, you two. Seeing a man and woman emerge from the luxury car, the 30-something charming owner of a nearby barbecue shop quickly greeted them with enthusiasm. Lin Charan pinched her nose, tiptoeing to avoid a few puddles. She had originally planned to change into her high heels in the car before coming out, as she was used to entering various upscale restaurants, and sneakers were certainly too informal. But this time, it was completely unnecessary. She could only continue wearing her sneakers. The king looked at her and couldn't help but tease. I say, Lin, have you never been to a place like this? You seem particularly out of your element. It's not too bad. You eat more. I just need a bowl of porridge, Lin Churan replied. After taking a seat, Lin Churan glanced around at the noisy and messy environment, which completely failed to whet the appetite of this young lady who had been pampered since childhood. All right, boss, I'll start with half a roast chicken. Also, a spicy crab, a serving of crayfish, 20 skewers of grilled meat, grilled leeks, and sizzling eggplant, and a big jug of pineapple beer, ice cold. The king ordered a mountain of food without even looking at the menu, as he had memorized it long ago. Lin Churan stared at him wide-eyed, astonished. So much food? Was this a meal or feeding pigs? By the way, I think I've ordered enough for myself. As for this beautiful lady, just a bowl of plain rice porridge will do, the king said with a smile to the boss lady. All right, just a moment. The boss lady responded cheerfully and turned to get busy. The king's gaze returned to Lin Churan. Can you eat all that? Lin Churan couldn't help but ask. Besides, it's too noisy here, it's filthy, there's a lot of dust, the food they make must be unclean. Can we eat it? The king laughed. Lin, you are a young lady from a wealthy family, while I am just an ordinary person. Eating something unclean won't make me sick. By the way, look over there, there's a cart selling cold noodles. I'm going to buy a bowl. Do you want to try one too? He pointed to a small cart not far from the barbecue stall. It was a middle-aged man pushing a food cart, skillfully making cold noodles, with a few plastic chairs and tables around. A few customers were eating there, and some had ordered cold noodles to take away once the middle-aged man finished making them. I don't want any, Lin Churan firmly refused. That little boy. Suddenly, Lin Churan noticed a small boy, about 5 or 6 years old, sitting quietly next to the busy middle-aged vendor. Oh, that's a father taking his son out to earn some money, the king smiled slightly. It's not easy to take a child out to sell food, Lin Churan remarked. The king lit a cigarette, took a puff, and slowly said, in this world, how many people expend all their energy just to survive? Is that so? Lin Churan looked confused. She had never encountered such a world, which was completely different from the one she had lived in her entire life. That little boy only has his father left. His grandparents and mother all passed away due to an accident, the king said, his eyes dimming as he spoke. Really? That's so pitiful. Lin Churan was deeply moved, her previous resistance and disdain softening into compassion. I'll go over there. You stay here for a bit, Lin, the king said as he stood up and walked toward the cold noodle stall. Lin Churan also stood up and followed him. Boss, one serving of cold noodles, the king said as he approached the middle-aged vendor. All right, the vendor nodded with a smile. No, make it 2 servings. A clear and pleasant voice chimed in beside the king. He turned to see Lin Churan and couldn't help but smile. Yes, 2 servings, the king immediately told the vendor. All right, 2 servings of cold noodles were prepared. The king scanned the code to pay and turned to head back to the barbecue stall to sit down and eat, but suddenly saw Lin Churan standing there, her gaze fixed on the little boy. The little boy was talking to his father, who was still making cold noodles. Daddy, he called out in a sweet, tender voice. What's wrong, son? Daddy, I want to ask you a question. What question? Why are we here selling cold noodles from a stall? Look, Dad, that big restaurant across the street is so huge. It would be so much better to do business there. The little boy pointed at a brightly lit grand restaurant in the distance. Well, the middle-aged stall owner revealed a bitter smile, suddenly choked up, unsure how to answer his son's question. Suddenly, Lin Churan, with her stunning beauty and goddess-like figure, bent down, bringing her face close to the little boy's eyes, smiling like a flower, and gently said, Little friend, because your dad's cold noodles are especially delicious, setting up a stall here allows more people to taste them. The little boy was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands in delight. Wow, big sister, is that so? My dad is really amazing. Of course it is. Lin Churan replied to the little boy with satisfaction, then smiled and turned back to her seat across from Wang Shang. Eat? What are you looking at? Is there something dirty on me? This time, she urged Wang Shang to eat quickly, not caring at all whether the cold noodles were hygienic, and focused on eating. Noticing that he kept staring at her, Lin Churan muttered in annoyance. There's a light on you. Wang Shang smiled, moved. You really know how to comfort people, he said with a smile, glancing at the little boy playing not far from the cold noodle stall. It seemed that the seed of love had already been planted in the little boy's heart. Lin Churan fell into memories. She suddenly missed her grandmother, who had passed away many years ago. The person who loved her the most was her grandmother. When I was very young, I asked my grandmother why our family had to work so hard to make clothes to sell to others. Do you know how my grandmother answered me? She swallowed a bite of cold noodles, raised her head, her bright eyes looking at Wang Shang, captivatingly beautiful. Why Wang Shang asked curiously, realizing that the Lin family business originally started with clothing. Of course, he had heard and seen many news reports about how the Lin family rose to wealth and reached their current position. My grandmother told me that since our family has good craftsmanship and can make beautiful clothes, we should share them for everyone to wear. What a beautiful thought, which filled me with wonderful ideas about doing business. Lin Churan's lips curled into a smile. If everyone has a soft spot in their heart, then her grandmother was her soft spot, the softest place deep within her. Your grandmother is really wonderful, Wang Shang said enviously, but casually asked, isn't doing business tiring? Yes, managing the group's business, hotels, restaurants, and real estate over the years has indeed been exhausting. Navigating the business world, with its deceit and trickery, is really tiring. Lin Churan's face showed a dim and weary expression. This was one of the rare moments she revealed her vulnerable side in front of someone she had just met. You, a girl, managing such a large company, really isn't easy. Wang Shang suddenly felt how lucky he was, as the system directly gave him a company without any worries. He was truly a hands-off manager. This time you invested over $1 billion, acquiring several points of shares, so now you are the largest shareholder of the company. What are your thoughts on the future of the company? Lin Churan asked. The largest shareholder? Wang Shang smiled slightly. Indeed it was so. He originally held nearly 20 points of shares, and now with the acquisition of 16 points, he would hold a total of 36 points. Naturally, he was the largest shareholder, but he knew very well that the control of the Lin family group still lay in the hands of the Lin family, because President Lin Churan and the old man of the Lin family each held over 30 points of shares, adding up to more than 60 points. Now, everyone knows that the king's investment in the Lin group amounts to billions, completely binding him to the Lin group. They rise and fall together. I have full confidence in my investment. Don't forget, I own a highly professional investment company, the king said with a smile, brimming with confidence. Lin Churan's eyes lit up. An investment company? That's really something I didn't find out about. The king briefly introduced his super investment company. Listening to his introduction, Lin Churan was filled with surprise and felt it was quite unexpected. She was already deeply curious about the multiple identities the king currently held, and now, to learn that an investment company she had never heard of was actually one of his enterprises was hard to believe. My plan is very simple. Don't forget I have my own foundation, so this time, it's the foundation's turn to shine, the king said with a mysterious smile, as his phone buzzed with an electronic version of the investment plan sent by several key members of the investment company. I would love to hear more, Lin Churan said excitedly. Here's the thing. I will leverage my good relationship with the Jiangdu authorities, along with my identity as a national treasure excavator and honorary curator, to allocate some funds from the charity foundation to build a high-quality school near the Shuayuan Shangqing area, a 9-year school from elementary to middle to high school. The school will have ample funding and support from all social classes, along with policy backing from the authorities, making it easy to attract excellent teaching staff. That way, the school won't have to worry about enrollment, and the nearby properties will inevitably become sought-after school district housing, which will revive your Shuayuan Shangqing project, General Lin. The king outlined the investment plan. After all, the foundation's money is there to be used, and his connections are not to be wasted. Moreover, building a school is a great benefit to society, allowing more children to attend better schools. You are truly a genius. Lin Churan was increasingly excited by the king's words, her face turning rosy, her eyes sparkling with light. The king smiled slightly, concealing his identity. General Lin, don't get too excited. As the owner of a professional investment company, these operations are just basic skills. Mr. Wang, you have really helped me a lot, not just me, but the entire Lin group. If the Shuayuan Shangqing project can return to normal, you will be our great benefactor. Lin Churan excitedly grasped the king's hand tightly. General Lin, you. The king was a bit stunned, not for any other reason, but because her grip was a bit painful. This woman really has a strong grip when she gets excited. Sorry. Lin Churan immediately realized she had lost her composure. She couldn't help it, she was too happy, seeing the project she had built with her own hands suddenly turn around. It was the king who had spent a fortune to save her position as president and provided a plan that showed her a bright future. Beautiful lady, your porridge is here. The boss's wife brought over a bowl of porridge. Lin Churan suddenly changed her mind. She pushed the porridge aside and grabbed a bottle of cold beer from the table. Come on, Mr. Wang, to thank you, I toast to you. Without further ado, she grabbed the beer bottle, tilted her head back, and gulped it down. I say, sister, don't be so fierce. The king was both amused and helpless, thinking about how she had just been so picky. Now she was drinking beer after having cold noodles. Less talk. Are you a man or not? Seeing him hesitate, A hint of disdain flashed in Lin Churen's beautiful eyes. Alright. The king took the beer bottle without hesitation and gulped it down. Cough, cough, cough. Perhaps because she drank too quickly, when Lin Churen put down the beer bottle, she coughed several times, some beer foam spilling from the corner of her mouth, and she quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe it clean. The light makeup on her face had faded, mingling with sweat and the smell of alcohol, gently peeling away. Although she was without makeup, she appeared even more charming and graceful, like a lotus emerging from the water, stunningly beautiful. She took out a luxury handbag, pulled out a compact mirror, and prepared to touch up her makeup a bit. Girls are always conscious of their image. You should drink less. You clearly don't look like someone who often drinks this low-quality cheap beer, Wang said with a smile. Stop talking nonsense. Let me touch up my makeup and then I'll keep drinking. What's this little bit of alcohol? Lin, you're getting tipsy. I can't be responsible for that, Wang said, noticing that she still held on to her high and mighty demeanor and the girl's modesty, so he kindly advised her. Stop nagging. Come on, let's keep drinking. Lin Churen put down her makeup bag, too lazy to touch up, and grabbed the bottle to continue drinking. Gulp, gulp, drinking like it was water. Wang, being a man, couldn't let a woman outdo him in drinking, so he chugged down fiercely. No retreat, no retreat. Come on, keep drinking. Are you raising fish? Finish it. Hey, take it easy. Can you slow down a bit? This is alcohol, not water. Wang's face darkened as he watched Lin Churen drink more and more, getting more and more spirited. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and keep drinking bottle after bottle. Soon, the table at the barbecue stall was littered with empty bottles. Roughly counting, there were about 15 or 16. If they split it, Lin Churen had already downed 7 or 8 bottles of cold beer. Lin, your alcohol tolerance is pretty good. I really didn't see that coming. Wang was already tipsy, looking at the now flushed and drunken beauty before him, his eyes filled with admiration. A woman who had been drinking had a different kind of rosy glow on her face and neck, truly captivating. Stop complimenting me. I'm just forcing myself to drink. I don't usually drink like this. Lin Churen continued to grab the bottle, pouring it into her mouth, her words becoming incoherent and very erratic, her gaze turning quite hazy. Stop drinking, Lin. You're already drunk. Wang immediately reached out to stop her. Don't stop me. Lin Churen murmured drunkenly, her breathing heavy, her breath reeking of alcohol. My goodness, how much have you drunk? You really can't drink anymore. Wang saw the situation was dire and quickly forcefully pried the bottle from her hands. No, I still want a drink. It's so hard to finally have a good drink. I'm really struggling. Grandma, I miss you so much. She waved her arms, murmuring, her long, fair hands still trying to grab the bottle, the last bit of stubbornness. Suddenly, she started to cry, tears streaming down as she leaned on the table, the alcohol hitting her hard, crying and vomiting. Oh my, drinking like this, aren't you afraid of meeting bad people? Wang complained, quickly going to support her, asking the owner for some hot water to help her rinse her mouth. There was no other way, this meal had to end here, and the bill could only be paid by Wang himself. Such a big CEO, clearly said he would treat me to a meal, and in the end, he still made me pay for it, taking advantage of me, so infuriating. Wang joked to himself. After settling the bill, he hailed a cab by the roadside, preparing to take her home. Don't go. I still want to drink. Lin Churen's steps were heavy, completely leaning her weight against Wang, mumbling, Sister, you really can't drink anymore, let's hurry back. By the way, where do you live? I don't even know. Supporting her into the taxi, Wang suddenly thought of a very important question. Where did she live? At this moment, Lin Churen was pressed against him, her thin dress clinging to her skin, allowing Wang to fully feel her soft body. Otherwise, we can only go to my place first. The king murmured, then turned to the taxi driver and mentioned a location. Driver, to Tianyu's city villa. Alright. As the taxi started moving, Lin Churen, due to inertia, leaned softly against the king, her head resting on his thigh, her hands gripping his arm, her body swaying with the motion of the car, her long hair cascading over him. This action, this posture, was incredibly awkward. Anyone unaware might think they were doing something scandalous. The king's face flushed red. The taxi driver glanced at the back seat through the rearview mirror, unable to look directly. Today's young people are too open and bold. The driver quickly averted his gaze and engaged in awkward small talk, anything to avoid his own embarrassment. Young man, is this your girlfriend? No. She's more like a business partner. Oh, you're quite lucky. With such a beautiful business partner, you should exercise more. Ha. Driver, don't joke around. The king felt a wave of embarrassment. What did exercising have to do with anything? Clearly, the driver had misunderstood. Before long, they arrived at the destination. Tianyu's city villa. Young man, we can't drive in here. The driver prepared to pull over. In front of them was the most upscale and luxurious villa in the city, entry requiring a pass. The king waved his hand, saying, "It's fine, just keep going. I can use facial recognition." Facial recognition? Yes, if you're handsome, you can get in, the king teased. Under the taxi driver's astonished gaze, the king rolled down the window. Due to the previous incident that alerted the owner of Tianjin City, the security personnel at the gate, upon seeing the king in the taxi, quickly saluted respectfully and let them through. The taxi driver was dumbfounded. "Hurry and drive in," the king urged. "Oh, okay. The driver quickly released the brake and pressed the accelerator. The night was already deep. After getting out of the car, the king called Jiang Wenwen, knowing she had just fallen asleep in the villa. "Darling, I'm waiting for you to come back." "Okay, baby." The king hung up the phone, lost in thought. Now, how should he explain to his girlfriend Jiang Wenwen, bringing home a stunning beauty reeking of alcohol? Saying she was the president of the Lin Group, and that after a shareholders' meeting, they went out to eat and drink, and she got drunk? The more he thought about it, the more his scalp tingled. He had no idea how to explain to Jiang Wenwen. "Oh no, how could I forget? I have 2 villas." The king suddenly slapped his forehead. How could he forget such an important thing? In the Tianjin City villa area, he actually owned 2 villas, and his parents didn't live there at all because they weren't used to it, and they couldn't drive. It was too troublesome to walk in and out of the villa area, and there weren't many acquaintances nearby, so the king simply let them stay in the large flat in Tianjin City. Once the compensation house from the old property demolition was renovated, his parents could move there, as there were old neighbors, and everyone lived together in a familiar environment. So now, one whole villa was empty. Arriving at the villa entrance, the king used facial recognition to get in. The smart luxury villa lit up as soon as he entered. The air conditioning was perfectly set. Everything felt so warm and comfortable. Bringing a woman back, the king felt a sense of guilt, as if he were doing something sneaky. When the king carried Lin Charan into the bedroom and laid her flat on the bed, she surprisingly let out a soft snore. Her face was flushed, and after getting drunk, she slept so soundly, even snoring was adorable. In her fitted dress, her fiery body exuded an irresistible sensuality. She was simply a modern-day sleeping beauty, truly beautiful. Ordinary men truly cannot resist. After admiring for a while, the king turned and left the room, turning off the lights and closing the door. Tonight, be a gentleman who does not take advantage of others' misfortunes. After arranging for Lin Charan, the king finally left the villa and returned to the adjacent one. Navigating between 2 women was indeed a tiring task. "You're back." Jiang Wenwen, who had deliberately left the lights on in the living room, had already taken a shower and changed into her pajamas. In the dim light, her silk pajamas were thin and slightly transparent, making one's heart race and imagination run wild. "Darling, I was so busy with many things during the day, dining and drinking out at night, and now I've opened an investment company. I'm really too busy to spend time with you," the king explained gently, feeling a bit guilty for making such a wonderful woman wait at home so late. "It's fine, you have so many businesses, I completely understand. Go take a shower, I've already prepared the water for you. You're so sweet. What are you doing?" The king walked over, bent down, and gently pinched her curvaceous figure, causing her to pout playfully. "Wow, are you not wearing anything underneath? Wait until I finish my shower, and then I'll teach you a lesson, little vixen." He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the stunning beauty before him, tall and leggy, was actually wearing only a sheer nightgown with nothing underneath. You still don't know who will be teaching whom." Jiang Wenwen smiled charmingly, her every frown and smile radiating alluring charm, casually picking up a pair of bunny ears from the sofa and putting them on her head. Sexy, fiery, and playfully cute. Oh my. The king hurried to take a shower. The sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. Soaking in the large bathtub, enjoying a hot bath, he felt every pore in his body completely relaxed and utterly comfortable. This life is truly enjoyable. The king closed his eyes, savoring the beauty of the late night. Standing up from the bathtub, he dried himself with a loose, soft towel, wrapped himself in a bathrobe, and stepped out. His excitement began at that moment. This period was one of passionate love between him and Jiang Wenwen. Even being together every day would not feel tiresome. Once you taste the marrow, you crave more. Only he knew how wonderful the scenery was on his darling Wenwen, and the extreme pleasure of their intimate moments was deeply ingrained in his bones. The enchanting allure was soul-stirring. "I'm here," like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. The next day, as sunlight streamed in through the window, a beautiful day began. After getting up and washing up, the king casually picked up his phone to scroll through the news. The situation had dramatically changed. The school district housing project in Shuaiyuan Shangcheng was undergoing a huge transformation. a heavyweight primary and secondary school was about to be built. A mysterious tycoon had invested heavily in charity and was dedicated to education. The Jiangdu authorities were closely monitoring. One news after another filled the king with immense joy, because all these news stories were telling one thing. The primary and secondary school project had successfully operated through the investment company's efforts and the king's own reputation. He immediately called the core team members, the chief economist, and the senior investment managers. Soon, he received a positive response. The site selection for the primary and secondary schools near the Shuiyuan Shangqing project had been finalized with the Jiangdu authorities, and construction could begin on a chosen day. That's fantastic. The king was very happy. This was great news. I'm afraid that overnight, those small shareholders who withdrew their shares will regret it. The corners of the king's mouth lifted as he chuckled softly. What are you laughing at, dear? Jiang Wenwen, with her long legs stepping out from the bathroom while brushing her teeth, tilted her head to look at the king, who was grinning foolishly on the sofa. Oh, the company has great news. The king happily walked over, hugged Jiang Wenwen from behind, and briefly explained the situation. $1 billion investment company. Over $3 billion in shares of the Lin family group. Oh my god, what kind of divine operation is this? What kind of super rich person is this? These shocking pieces of information drilled into Jiang Wenwen's ears, and she tried her best to remain calm. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. Not surprising at all. Not surprising at all. Not surprising at all. She kept emphasizing to herself in her mind that what other people's boyfriends couldn't do, her boyfriend could do anything. However, despite her efforts to calm her emotions, she couldn't help but feel her heart racing. Darling, how much money do you really have? I'm starting to suspect that you might be the heir of some wealthy family or a mysterious prince from some kingdom. By the way, do you have oil fields in the Middle East? Diamond mines in South Africa? Anyway, I don't care who you are, you can't leave me. Humph. Jiang Wenwen fully unleashed her imagination and, forgetting the toothpaste residue on her teeth, gave Wang Shang a fierce kiss. Baby, how could I ever leave you? Wang Shang pulled her into his arms, and they shared another moment of intimacy. Alright, I have to go to work now. See you later. After a while, Jiang Wenwen drove off to work in her Cullinan. Wang Shan quickly slipped away to the nearby villa. Lin Churan had just woken up. She had gotten drunk the night before and slept soundly, now waking up with a headache. Where am I? Sitting up in bed, she felt as if she had traveled to another world. Looking around, everything was completely unfamiliar. What happened last night? The more she thought about it, the more her head hurt. All she remembered was drinking with Wang Shang at a barbecue stall, and after that, everything was a blur. Damn it! How could this happen? Oh my god, Lin Churan, have you gone mad? A wave of intense self-reproach surged within her. When had she ever indulged herself like this, getting so drunk that she couldn't remember anything, and waking up not in her own home? I had dinner and drinks with Wang Shang last night, so he must have brought me here. He wouldn't have. Suddenly, she recalled something unpleasant and quickly checked her body. Fortunately, she was fully dressed, even her shoes were still on. Confirming that she was still intact, Lin Churan let out a sigh of relief. President Lin, are you awake? Suddenly, a man's voice came from outside the bedroom door. Lin Churan instinctively grabbed the blanket and wrapped it around herself, only to realize that she was fully dressed and didn't need to cover up. Who is it? She jumped out of bed, her face alert, searching for her phone, but she couldn't even find her handbag. It's me, Wang Shang. The man's voice carried a hint of teasing. I said, President Lin, isn't my bed soft and comfortable? How did you sleep last night? Wang Shang outside the door asked playfully. Lin Churan finally relaxed, but her face was still clouded with gloom as she coldly opened the door. This is your house? Why am I in your house? About last night's embarrassing incident, I warn you, don't you dare tell anyone. With her sleepy eyes just waking up combined with her indifferent expression and icy tone, to Wang Shang, Lin Churan at that moment was no longer the high and mighty president but rather a little girl from the neighborhood. Moreover, she was a little girl throwing a tantrum. Of course, this is my house. Didn't you investigate me? 2 villas in Tianjua City, this is just one of them. You were so drunk last night that you were practically glued to me, and I had no choice but to bring you here, Wang Shang explained with a smile in the face of her coldness. Beautiful women have their privileges. Since Lin Churan was so stunning, even her bare-faced look upon waking was of super high beauty. There was no helping it. If she wanted to be indifferent, then so be it. After all, she had drunk so much last night, and ultimately, it was because she had kindly invited him to dinner. I must look terribly ugly when I'm drunk. Lin Churan's attitude gradually softened, the cold sharpness fading significantly, from annoyance to self-reproach, and then to a heart full of shame. Not at all, President Lin is stunningly beautiful, naturally graceful, and still lovely even after drinking, Wang Shang said with a smile. Stop it, I don't believe you. Anyway, you must not spread what happened yesterday, that's our secret. Lin Charan huffed, throwing a bit of a temper. Alright, you were kind enough to treat me to dinner last night, and I didn't expect you to drink so much. I'll keep your secret, so don't worry, Wang Shang chuckled, finding her increasingly adorable. That won't do, you have to swear. If my embarrassing drunken antics get out, how will I show my face? How can I still be the president of the Lin Group? What will those people outside think of me? Lin Charan complained, clearly lacking confidence in Wang Shang's verbal promise. Okay, let's make a pinky swear for 100 years, no changing. Wang Shang extended his pinky. He thought it was a joke, but Lin Charan actually cooperated and extended her pinky. The two adults linked their pinkies like that. Pinky swear for 100 years, no changing. Finally, the heavily burdened Lin Charan managed to smile. After all, she was a girl, no matter how aloof her exterior, how noble her background, or how high her position, she still had a heart that never quite grew up. Where's my handbag? Your handbag is on the coffee table in the living room. I haven't touched it. Lin Charan quickly went to find her handbag, pulled out her phone, and called her assistant. I'm at the Tianjin City Villa area. You all drive over. We have a meeting at 10 this morning. Is the information ready? Yes, President Lin. At this moment, Lin Charan had completely transformed. The decisive and capable beauty president had her aura back. Oh, and there's one more thing. What can I do for you, President Lin? Bring me a pair of high heels. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Lin Charan's eyes. Last night, she had changed into sneakers and had been wearing them, and it was quite inappropriate to attend a meeting with the company's senior executives looking like this. Oh, okay. The young female assistant's voice on the phone was hesitant. She really didn't understand why President Lin had gone out to dinner with the recently famous Wang Shang and hadn't returned all night, and now she was asking her to drive over and bring a pair of high heels. It was quite hard to comprehend. Could it be that our President Lin finally has a situation? By the time the assistant arrived, Lin Charan was already waiting at the villa entrance. President Lin. The young female assistant with short hair and glasses, looking sharp and capable, hurried over in quick steps and handed her a pair of high heels. Lin Charan placed her hand on the assistant's shoulder and then changed her shoes. Her graceful figure and delicate curves were evident. The fact that she had the assistant drive all the way here without any pretense showed just how much she trusted her. She was definitely a confidant. Soon, Lin Charan finished putting on her shoes and hurriedly got into the car. Just as she closed the car door, she felt something was off, so she rolled down the window. President Wang, your breakfast is quite good. Let's arrange to meet again next time. Breakfast? Oh, okay, let's meet again next time. Wang Shang rubbed his forehead, suddenly realizing, and quickly nodded, smiling and waving. Breakfast was good? It seemed Lin Charan was quite good at giving herself an out. It turned out she hadn't spent the night there, they had just had breakfast. As Lin Charan drove away, Wang Shang's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Zhou Yuqi calling. Hello, Zhou Yuqi. Brother Wang Shang, where are you? Have you had breakfast yet? Just got up. Not yet. Hurry to the shop. I've bought breakfast. Let's eat together. After eating, I have a little something to take care of, so I might trouble you. Sure. Why are you being so polite with me? The king hung up the phone and drove his Pagani straight from the garage to the small supermarket. Vroom vroom vroom. The roar of the high-displacement twin-turbo engine was exceptionally rich and powerful. As he drove out of the underground garage, the king left the villa area with style. Sometimes, he himself wasn't quite sure where the Pagani function was parked. After all, he owned too many properties now. There were 10 office buildings with many parking spaces exclusively for him, and the Tianjin City large flat also had a private villa, which also had parking spaces. Upon arriving at the small supermarket, the king saw Zhou Yuqi chatting with his parents. Uncle Wang, Aunt Zhang, I'm going to school to register today, so I can't continue working part-time here. During this time, I really appreciate Brother Wang for taking care of me and helping me earn money. Thank you. And thank you to both of you, my elders. This is just a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it. It turned out that Zhou Yuqi was returning to campus to register. To show her gratitude, she had bought a large pile of nutritional products for the king's parents. Yuqi, why are you being so polite? Exactly. Yuqi, you grew up with our Wang. We're like family in the neighborhood. You should take these things back for your parents. Got it? No. Uncle Wang, Aunt Zhang, you must accept it. Otherwise, I won't feel right. Brother Wang has taken care of me and helped me so much. Zhou Yuqi spoke earnestly. Mom and Dad, just accept it. This is Zhou Yuqi's small gesture, the king said, stepping in to ease the situation as he saw both sides politely refusing. Yes, Brother Wang is right. Seeing the king, Zhou Yuqi looked as if she had found a savior, her eyes filled with joy. Wang, you really know how to talk. Yuchi is not an outsider, she's like family, there's no need to buy things for me and your dad, that's a bit too polite. The king's mother said. Oh, it's just a small thing, hee. Joe Yuchi replied with a smile, pulling the king's arm to sit down and said, Brother Wang, you haven't had breakfast, here, I bought you a portion, eat up. You girl, so sweet-tongued, so well-behaved and sensible, I wonder which lucky guy will benefit from you in the future. The king nodded in satisfaction and walked to the counter to eat breakfast. Now that mom and dad are watching the store, you can take care of your business. I heard from Yuchi that you're quite busy, there are many big money-making projects outside. Mom, I'm just messing around. After chatting with his parents for a while, the king picked up a drink while eating. He hadn't used today's 1 yuan exchange opportunity yet. He wondered what kind of surprise the system would bring him. Ding! 1 yuan exchange triggered successfully. Ding! Does the host want to use the 1 yuan exchange? Yes. The king communicated with the system in his mind. Ding! 1 yuan exchange successful. Congratulations to the host. You have received the reward, Personal Skill God of Basketball. God of Basketball possesses the world's top basketball skills, equivalent to the basketball skills of the most famous basketball player, Jordan, with dribbling, breakthroughs, fadeaway jump shots, three-pointers, an unbeatable perfect shooting feel, and super strong hang time. As the king listened to the system's explanation, he suddenly felt a surge of dense microcurrents flowing through his body, a brief moment of dizziness before he returned to normal. Brother Wang, what's wrong with you? Did you not hear what I said? Joe Yuchi's voice came from beside him, tinged with a hint of grievance. It turned out that at this moment, his parents had gone outside the small supermarket to chat with some familiar faces nearby, leaving Joe Yuchi by the king's side. Oh, what's wrong? I was just lost in thought and didn't catch what you said, sorry. The king took a couple of bites of noodles, looking apologetically at Joe Yuchi. Alright, if you're too busy and don't want to, then forget it. Joe Yuchi lowered her head, ready to leave, feeling a bit dejected. Hey, clarify that, girl. The king looked bewildered, thinking that a girl's mind is truly hard to guess. Why did she suddenly get angry and throw a tantrum? She was just like when she was little, not changed at all. I just asked you if you had time to take me to school. I couldn't buy a ticket, and I need to report to school tomorrow. There's no time left. Joe Yuchi raised her head, her eyes shy and a bit embarrassed. The king suddenly realized, oh, is that all? No problem. So, you agree? You'll drive me to school? Joe Yuchi was overjoyed, having not expected any hope. Of course, who are we to each other? Besides, what do I have to do? I'm just free and can go have some fun in the provincial city. The king said with a smile, actually thinking that he had just been to the provincial city a few days ago. That's great. Brother Wang, you're so nice to me. Joe Yuchi's face flushed with excitement as she hugged the king's arm and shook it. Get your luggage ready, and we'll set off right away. The king snapped his fingers, full of spirit. Okay. Joe Yuchi was also quick to respond, running back home to pack her things. When he said set off, they set off. Last time the king went to the provincial city, he drove a police car, and on the way back, he took a private jet. His Pagani Huayra had not been used at all. So this time, it had to be arranged. This top-tier limited edition supercar had to be taken out for a spin. When Joe Yuchi saw the Pagani Huayra, she was stunned. She had never seen the king drive such a flashy supercar before. The cool design, perfect body lines, the high-end feel of carbon fiber, the sci-fi-like interior and controls all exuded a sense of money. Oh no, a super luxurious vibe. Brother Wang, what brand is this car? It's so cool. Joe Yuchi stood in the parking lot, pulling a wheeled suitcase, her hair tousled by the wind. Get in, give me your luggage. The king was too lazy to explain, helping her place her luggage, and when the car door opened, it drew another gasp from her. So exaggerated. Let me check this car, oh my. Pagani sports car? Huayra, limited edition worldwide, fewer than 10 in Huaxia, market price 30 million. Sitting in the passenger seat, Joe Yuchi was in awe, scrolling through online information on her phone, comparing it to the car, not knowing where to put her hands, unsure how to adjust the seat, feeling completely dazed. Don't be so surprised, I'm about to drive. The king adjusted her seat, then started the engine, pressing the gas pedal down. Boom! The car shot out, fast enough to scare her. Joe Yuchi screamed in panic, her hair a mess, her heart racing. Hold on tight, this ride will let you experience what a top-tier supercar feels like. The king laughed joyfully. I wasn't prepared at all, you scared me. Joe Yuchi pouted, playfully punching the king's shoulder. But she quickly steadied herself. This time she couldn't be careless, always ready for the king to suddenly accelerate. Although she was nervous, it was thrilling. Driving the Pagani Huayra, the king could freely enjoy the driving pleasure of a top-tier supercar, and once on the highway, he sped along. Wow! Woohoo! This speed is incredible! So cool! Look at my 10th generation Red Label S-Class, modified to accelerate from 0 to 100 in 6 seconds. Who can beat me? Ha ha ha. On the highway, a Red Label S-Class was racing. The speed soared above 150. This was a Red Label S-Class, clearly modified, with the exhaust roaring loudly. In the car, there were several young men dressed in a rough and rebellious style. The driver, sporting a tattooed neck and a buzz cut, was driving while shouting arrogantly, making all sorts of strange noises. A group of street racers, young men playing with modified cars on the highway. What broken Benz, BMW, Audi, what Porsche Cayenne, all of you get lost. Ha ha ha. The red-marked S-Class repeatedly overtook vehicles on the road, and several times the overtaking was quite thrilling, scaring the drivers on the highway, their faces turning pale, cursing loudly. Ha ha, whoa! A few young men danced with glee, shouting wildly. Look at my S-Class, it can beat the heavens, the earth, and even the air. Ha ha ha, awesome, awesome. Suddenly, as the speed reached 180, the young men in the car felt a shadow flash by. It was really just gone in a flash. They didn't see clearly what it was. Ha, what just passed by in a flash? Was it a car? Damn, whose car was that? Too damn fast. Damn, how dare it overtake me? The tattooed young driver looked bewildered. In the end, he was still reckless. The red-marked S-Class had overtaken so many family cars, but in front of a true-top supercar, no matter how modified it was, it simply couldn't compare. Then he started cursing angrily, gripping the steering wheel tightly, and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Meanwhile, Wang was driving the Pagani Huayra, slightly increasing his speed, and easily left the red-marked S-Class even further behind. Goodness, the red-marked S-Class couldn't even see the taillights of the Pagani. Damn it, I spent hundreds of thousands on modifications, even swapped the engine for an 8-cylinder, super powerful, and someone dares to compete with me, damn. I have to catch up. The tattooed young man, furious and embarrassed, had already floored the accelerator. So this modified red-marked S-Class went from 106 to 107, 108. The speed kept rising. The car started to feel a bit unstable, beginning to float. The few arrogant young men in the car were starting to panic. Forget it, we still can't see the taillights of that car ahead, we can't catch up. Yeah, don't accelerate, we can't afford to cause a fatal accident. The young men, who usually played with modified cars, were quite familiar with the performance of this vehicle. Although the modified power was impressive, the overall performance could not compare to those supercars worth millions. If they blindly pursued speed, the danger level would rise sharply, and they could end up in a wreck, losing several lives on the highway. Damn it, I don't believe it. I actually got humiliated. Damn. The tattooed young man was seething with anger. Being overtaken was one thing, but not even being able to see the other car's taillights was infuriating. He was unwilling to back down and accelerated again. Driving a modified car at high speed was originally to show off. Now, failing to show off and instead being humiliated, the tattooed young man couldn't swallow this anger. Slow down. The car is going to fall apart. It's going to fall apart. The young men in the car shouted, all showing fear. They suddenly realized that this guy was blinded by rage, completely hot-headed, and in such a state, it was too easy to have an accident. Woo woo woo. At that moment, the sound of police sirens blared. A police car came up from behind, blaring its siren, speeding after them. The police car's window rolled down, and the highway patrol officer inside shouted through a megaphone, "The car in front, red-marked S-Class, pull over immediately." I repeat, the red-marked S-Class in front, pull over immediately. You are seriously speeding, exceeding the speed limit by 90%. Pull over now for inspection. Suddenly, the tattooed youth in the red-marked car and a few other young men were dumbfounded, completely bewildered. What the hell was going on? Especially the tattooed youth, who was so angry he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been focused on catching up to the car in front, but now he had attracted the attention of the traffic police. The tattooed youth had no choice but to ease off the accelerator, step on the brake, and gradually slow down, preparing to pull over to the emergency lane to stop the car. After all, this was on the highway, under constant surveillance, and if the traffic police had their eyes on them, there would be no way to escape. If they dared to continue speeding and refused to comply with the police's inspection, the situation would become even more serious, and they would be facing prison time. But wait, suddenly, they felt something was off. Why was their car being targeted by the traffic police, while that car that had just sped past like a ghost, vanishing in an instant, hadn't been stopped? Why weren't the police after it? This was so damn unfair. Stop. Your car is illegally modified, fine $2,000, license suspended, administrative detention for 5 days, and you were speeding over 50%, deducting 12 points. the traffic police quickly caught up, blocking the red-marked car and issuing several tickets. The tattooed young man knew he couldn't escape punishment, it was fair, and there was nothing to argue about. However, he was unwilling to accept it, it was too frustrating. There was a car that was faster than mine, why didn't you catch it? He complained, on the verge of tears. Faster than you? The traffic police, while writing the ticket, looked up at the tattooed young man and snorted coldly, stop talking nonsense. You were driving fast enough to catch a plane, how could there be someone faster? That would be like a rocket launch. There really was. Stop talking crap. Move along, your car is impounded, your license is suspended, and you come with us to the station for questioning, the traffic police said irritably. Stop talking crap. The young men looked at each other, all completely dumbfounded. They had clearly seen it. There was indeed a shadow that had flashed by, it absolutely existed. Several kilometers ahead, the speed of the Pagani Huayra had already slowed down, maintaining around 120. Wang Shang drove steadily like an old dog. The reason he had sped for a while was to experience the thrill of driving a supercar. Of course, he also knew that driving too fast was dangerous and could easily attract police attention. Fortunately, neither of those things had happened. Oh my, was that a car we were in just now? Are you sure it wasn't a plane? Zhou Yuqi exhaled deeply, filled with emotion. Wang Shang smiled and said, we just hit over 200, it could have been faster, but there was no need, just to feel it out, that's about it. My goodness, over 200, Zhou Yuqi felt a wave of fear. Wang Shang unexpectedly noticed that about 300 meters ahead, there was a car broken down in the emergency lane. It wasn't uncommon for vehicles to break down on the highway, it wasn't particularly rare. However, this time was a bit different. The owner of the broken down car was kneeling on the ground, hands raised with a sign or something, making a gesture for help. Help me, help my wife. My car broke down, I called for an ambulance, but it hasn't arrived. Can anyone give me and my wife a ride? My wife is about to give birth. I beg you. Cars whizzed by, with no one stopping, perhaps because everyone was afraid of getting into trouble or worried about being scammed. In this world, trust between people was dwindling. As they got closer, Wang Shang saw the situation clearly and quickly pulled over in the emergency lane. A life was at stake. As for whether it was a scammer, that could wait. Big brother, what's wrong? Wang Shang leaned out of the window to ask the owner of the broken-down car. My wife is about to give birth, we need to rush to the hospital, it's over 50 kilometers to the highway exit. The car broke down, woo-woo. The car owner cried in desperation. Not a single car passing by stopped. The ambulance is still on the way, I'm afraid my wife can't hold on. Please. The cries of desperation made the listeners' hearts ache. Wang glanced at the back seat of the broken-down car, where a heavily pregnant woman lay, writhing in pain, her face pale, trembling all over, looking unrecognizable. We must wait for the ambulance to arrive. Although my car is very powerful, without a doctor to assist in childbirth, we can only anxiously wait. Wang quickly assessed the situation and spoke to the car owner. The car owner, seeing his wife's severe reaction and the car breaking down, was too panicked to remember this fact. Then, what should we do? Do we just wait for the ambulance? If something happens to my wife, the car owner cried out, utterly heartbroken. Wait, I know medicine, I can help your wife. Wang rushed to the side of the broken-down car and opened the door. The pregnant woman's face was in agony and pale. Looking at her legs, blood had already seeped out. The situation was very dangerous. The male driver was stunned, unable to believe that such a young guy would know medicine, especially related to childbirth. The 9 mysterious divine needles, one of the techniques, can stabilize the fetus and prevent excessive bleeding. Wang's mind quickly surged with all the techniques of the 9 mysterious divine needles, the methods of acupuncture, and their effects. He found one that could help the pregnant woman in the car. After all, this is a matter of life and death, especially for a pregnant woman. Although Wang was quite confident in using one of the acupuncture methods from the 9 mysterious divine needles to help the woman in labor, it didn't mean he had to take the risk. Young man, please help, take my wife and me to the hospital, I can't wait any longer, my wife's condition is too dangerous, she needs medical treatment immediately. The middle-aged man pleaded with a sorrowful face. I know medicine, I can help your wife, stabilize her, stop the bleeding, and give her time to wait for the ambulance to arrive. It just depends on whether you are willing, Wang said sternly. Such matters must be agreed upon by both husband and wife. The middle-aged man hesitated. He was grateful that Wang had stopped to help, but with lives at stake, especially 2 lives, he couldn't make a decision lightly. If we just wait like this, the situation will become increasingly dangerous, and even if I drive you to the hospital, it will take time. No one can guarantee that something won't happen during the drive, Wang said seriously. The sound of the pregnant woman's painful cries came from inside the car. Okay, I believe you. Young man, you say you know medicine, I believe you. Seeing his wife's suffering, the middle-aged man finally stopped hesitating. Good, uncle, I need your help. Get in the car, let your wife remove some of her clothing for me to perform acupuncture. Okay. Soon, Wang quickly began the treatment, opening the silver needle box he carried with him, dozens or even hundreds of silver needles gleaming brightly, particularly dazzling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He picked up one silver needle after another, precisely inserting them into more than 10 acupuncture points on the pregnant woman's body. Each of these points had its own function. The miraculous intricacies involved profound knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, using acupuncture points to control the flow of blood in the body and protect the fetus's position. If one did not have an extremely thorough understanding of the body's meridians and acupuncture points, as well as the powerful skill to perform acupuncture, they would absolutely not dare to rashly proceed with treatment. The middle-aged man watched Wang's acupuncture in a daze, filled with worry. He couldn't be sure if his decision to let this young man treat his wife was the right thing to do, but he had no other choice. Heaven, please bless us, he kept praying in his heart. When the last silver needle pierced a certain acupuncture point on the pregnant woman's body, Wang Shang gently twisted the top of the needle with his fingers and listened intently, serious and focused. Dozens of silver needles were inserted around the pregnant woman's large belly, resembling a hedgehog. Hang in there, dear. Hold on. The middle-aged man, with tears and snot, tightly held the pregnant woman's hand. Soon, the bleeding miraculously stopped. Accompanying this was the pregnant woman's pale face gradually regaining color. Then, the excruciating pain from her pregnancy also disappeared. The improvement was evident from the pregnant woman's expression. Young man, you really are a miracle doctor. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded, speechless with surprise. A few minutes later, the pregnant woman returned to normal, her breathing steady, her eyes filled with gratitude as she said to Wang Shang, "Thank you, young man, I feel so much better now. Really, thank you so much." Thud. The middle-aged man, who had witnessed everything, knelt down before Wang Shang, tightly grasping his arm, repeatedly expressing his thanks. "Young man, you truly are a miracle doctor." Thank you, uncle, please don't do this. Helping others is the source of happiness. I just did a little bit. There's no need for such great courtesy. I can't accept it. Wang Shang quickly helped him up. The middle-aged man was immensely grateful, tears on his face, and after a long while, he finally calmed down. "Young man, what's your name? Where do you live? Please tell me." "One should be grateful and repay kindness. I must repay you well," the middle-aged man said. Wang Shang smiled. "No need to be so polite, uncle. My name is Wang Shang, just an ordinary citizen from Jiangdu. Jiangdu is a great place. Young brother Wang Shang, you are truly a good person. By the way, my name is Chen Xing. My wife and I have been working and living in the provincial capital for over 10 years. Are you driving to the provincial capital?" "Yes, I'm taking my neighbor's younger sister to the provincial university." "Young brother Wang Shang, the car you're driving is so luxurious. It must be a limited edition sports car? You're so young and can drive such a luxury car. You're really impressive. I envy you young people." As they chatted, the middle-aged man named Chen Xing completely opened up. Chen Xing insisted on getting Wang Shang's contact information. After about 20 minutes, the ambulance arrived. Thanks to Wang Shang's acupuncture treatment, the pregnant woman's fetal position was protected, and the bleeding was stopped, winning the most crucial time for the doctors to assist in her delivery. After removing the silver needles from the pregnant woman's body, Wang Shang turned and left the ambulance. He drove on. "Brother Wang Shang, you're amazing. Without your help, I really don't know if that pregnant woman could have held on until the ambulance arrived." In the car, Zhou Yuqi couldn't help but give Wang Shang a thumbs up, praising him endlessly. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Wang Shang might have saved 2 lives this time. "Not at all," Wang Shang said with a smile as he drove, feeling great about helping others. "By the way, brother Wang Shang, you didn't study medicine in college, so how do you know about medical skills? And you can even treat pregnant women. That's incredible." "It's nothing. I just self-studied some traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture," Wang Shang replied with a smile, making up an excuse since he couldn't explain the 9 mysterious divine needles and the entire set of traditional Chinese medical knowledge given by the system. After chatting for a while, Zhou Yuqi in the passenger seat slowly fell asleep. After all, it was several hours of driving, and it was inevitable to feel drowsy. Finally, they arrived at the provincial capital. This time returning to the provincial capital, Wang Shang was already quite familiar with driving. After getting off the highway, he skillfully drove into the main road of the provincial city. The car's navigation was set to the destination, which was the provincial capital university where Zhou Yuqi studied, a comprehensive university located on the edge of the second ring road of the provincial capital, very famous and ranked among the top 10 in the country. Zhou Yuqi had always been an excellent student since childhood, and now attending a key university made her parents proud. The Pagani Huayra parked in the parking lot at the university's south gate. The two got out of the car. Even in the provincial capital, there were not many supercars like the Pagani Huayra. Therefore, to avoid being too ostentatious, Wang Shang put on sunglasses, while Zhou Yuqi wore a baseball cap, lowered the brim, and also wore sunglasses, walking discreetly. 3 years. Returning to the university campus once again, the air was filled with the scent of youth. The environment of provincial capital university was truly remarkable, with excellent greenery, and the area of vegetation ranked among the top in the country, with beautiful scenery that changed with every step. Walking along the tree-lined paths of the campus, one could see students everywhere, innocent younger girls and vibrant older girls. The library, the stadium, the bustling cafeteria, the lively campus commercial street. Looking at these familiar scenes, Wang Shang couldn't help but think of his own university life. Back then, he was carefree, working part-time during his spare time, participating in school club activities, spending time in the library, preparing for the English proficiency tests, and even diligently studying for the graduate entrance exam, but unfortunately, he didn't get in. At that time, Wang Shang was just one of the many ordinary university students, not particularly successful, and even somewhat of a failure, as he couldn't find an ideal job after graduation. Back then, the handsome man refined him, even with beautiful younger girls and older girls giving various hints, was quite timid, not daring to openly pursue a relationship, mainly due to financial constraints, as treating others to meals was quite a burden. But now, he had transformed into a super wealthy individual. Stepping back onto the campus, his confidence and the aura he exuded were completely different. "Oh, isn't that Zhou Yuqi?" Suddenly, someone shouted. Zhou Yuqi, walking beside Wang Shang, looked up in the direction of the voice. The basketball court was bustling with activity, a large group of boys playing basketball, surrounded by a crowd of girls. The one calling Zhou Yuqi's name was a tall and sturdy boy, quite handsome. This boy was sweating profusely, playing basketball, dressed in professional sportswear and wearing high-end sneakers, clearly from a wealthy family. Upon seeing Zhou Yuqi, the boy immediately walked over. Several boys stopped, wiping sweat and drinking water. "Gu Zhendong, the girl you like seems to have a man now. What a pity." "Gu, the boy next to Zhou Yuqi doesn't look that impressive." Everyone was watching the excitement. A few boys were discussing on the side. The boy named Gu Zhendong was a prominent figure in the university's sports college, known as the campus heartthrob, and it was said that his family had a strong background. At the beginning of the last semester, during military training for the whole school, Gu Zhendong immediately noticed Zhou Yuqi and began a fervent pursuit. It was strange, Zhou Yuqi was indeed beautiful, with delicate skin, high facial features, tall legs, and a curvy figure. Even the most ordinary clothes looked like they were worn by a campus goddess on her. There was no way around it. Once she entered the university, she became the flower of her department. The heartthrob pursuing the flower of the department was supposed to be a beautiful story. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuqi's mind was not on romance, or rather, she had long had someone in her heart. Gu Zhendong initially thought that winning over a beautiful classmate from a small place would be easy, but unexpectedly, after much effort, he still couldn't get close. This left him somewhat embarrassed, losing face in front of his classmates. "Zhou Yuqi, give me some face, I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Gu Zhendong came directly in front of Zhou Yuqi, speaking straightforwardly, sweat sliding down his face. With his chiseled features, he was indeed the kind of ruggedly handsome guy that girls liked, overbearing and direct. Zhou Yuqi politely declined. "Sorry, Gu Zhendong, thank you for your kindness, but I have something to do tonight and can't have dinner with you." "What do you have to do? You've never given me any face." "What do you mean, Zhou Yuqi? Do you look down on people or what?" Gu Zhendong twisted his neck, angrily tossing aside the basketball, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Zhou Yuqi felt a bit scared and instinctively took 2 steps back. The bluntness of a straightforward guy and his anger after being rejected. Zhou Yuqi was afraid he might do something impulsive or out of line. "Gu Zhendong, I don't like your type, so please don't waste your time on me anymore. It's not worth it," she said cautiously. She herself didn't know if such a rejection was inappropriate. "So, do you like him?" Gu Zhendong's gaze quickly fell on Wang Shang, who was beside Zhou Yuqi. Seeing the girl he liked walking with a stranger, that feeling was indescribable. The air was thick with jealousy. When Gu Zhendong's eyes met Wang Shang's, those nearby could clearly sense the rising tension. However, Wang Shang maintained a friendly smile. "Hello, classmate. Oh no, I should say junior. I'm a senior from the neighboring university." "What do you mean by staring at me?" Wang Shang asked with a smile. Gu Zhendong's expression turned cold, the corners of his mouth curling up defiantly as he coldly replied, "Senior? You don't look that old. Stop pretending to be a senior. By the way, what is your relationship with Zhou Yuqi? I advise you to stay away from her because she is the woman I have my eyes on. Is that so? Wang Shang originally didn't want to get involved in the melodrama of these college students, but he couldn't ignore it. Moreover, this was about the happiness of his neighbor's younger sister, and he had to help protect her from any random guy trying to deceive Zhou Yuqi. Junior, you have quite the attitude, Wang Shang said coolly, hands in his pockets. Gu Zhendong looked proud. If you are also pursuing Zhou Yuqi, then I warn you to stay away from her. What is this all about? Zhou Yuqi felt speechless. She liked mature and steady guys. How could she possibly like a reckless boy like Gu Zhendong, who was all brawn and no brains? Zhou Yuqi, who is this guy to you? I don't think he deserves you. Don't be fooled, Gu Zhendong said emphatically. Who I am to Zhou Yuqi doesn't need to be explained to you. Alright, you all disperse. I need to accompany Zhou Yuqi to her dorm. Her luggage hasn't been put down yet. Wang Shan was too lazy to waste time talking to this guy. Gu Zhendong immediately felt disdain and was very displeased. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Do you know who I am? The campus heartthrob of the College of Physical Education. How dare you talk to me like that? If you have the guts, challenge me one-on-one. One-on-one? What are we competing in? If it's about who is the most delusional and brainless, then I lose. You win without a doubt. Wang Shang smiled slightly and said, Put. Zhou Yuqi almost burst out laughing. The surrounding classmates heard Wang Shang's words and all laughed out loud. You! Gu Zhendong's face turned red with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. Pointing at Wang Shang's nose, he shouted angrily, Kid, since you've come to the court, I see you look weak. Do you have the guts to duel with me? Duel? Wang Shang shrugged, looking relaxed and casual. Sure. Gu Zhendong showed a look of surprise. He had only mentioned it casually, a provocation born out of anger, and he had anticipated that this kid would never take the bait. Unexpectedly, this kid actually agreed so casually? Casual? This kid actually said casual. Looks like it's his first time at our school. He knows nothing about our Captain Gu's strength. He could blow him up with one hand. Our Captain Gu is a tall guy over 6 feet, a dunking master. Smash his head. Dunk right over this kid's head. On the court, the group of boys began to discuss, their disdainful gazes falling upon Wang Shang, their brows and eyes filled with ruthless mockery and contempt. Half of them were members of the basketball team from the sports college, usually getting along very well with Gu Zhendong. Gu Zhendong was the captain of the basketball team, a national level 3 athlete, an absolute figure of prominence, a bully on the campus basketball court. So when he heard Wang Shang casually say the word casual, he felt it was unreal, as if he had misheard, because it was hard to believe. This guy, who looked somewhat handsome but had no other redeeming qualities, was barely under 6 feet tall and weighed around 130 pounds. He didn't seem to have any athletic ability at all. With that height and build, playing basketball? Don't be ridiculous. This guy must be regretting what he said right now. Captain Gu is going to crush him. Gu, will crush this little cabbage with one hand. This is going to be fun to watch. Alright, kid, since you agreed to duel with me, let's start now. Just to be clear, if you win, you can take Zhou Yuqi out of here with you. If you lose, you can never show your face at the provincial university again. Gu Zhendong laughed proudly, making a thumbs-down gesture of disdain towards Wang Shang. Gu Zhendong, you're the captain of the basketball team. It's too unfair to compare basketball with my brother. Zhou Yuqi shouted angrily. Seeing her protect Wang Shang like this only made Gu Zhendong angrier, the jealousy in his eyes deepening. Alright, comparing basketball is indeed too unfair. How about this? I'll play with one hand. Gu Zhendong snorted coldly, looking at Wang Shang as if he were an ant. One hand? Gu is awesome. Gu has that kind of strength. Even with one hand, Gu can crush this kid. It got even livelier. Many girls were screaming in infatuation. They often came to the court to watch Gu Zhendong play basketball, knowing how strong this team captain was. Dare you? One hand, Gu Zhendong repeated. Wang Shan lazily stretched, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a puff, and exhaled. Stop rambling. I don't need you to let me win. Let's get started. I'm in a hurry. What a show-off. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Gu Zhendong clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Bang bang bang. The sound of the basketball hitting the ground was rhythmic. Gu Zhendong took a basketball from a teammate, dribbled it on the ground, and walked over to Wang Shang with a proud and arrogant stride, his eyes filled with disdain and provocation. Aren't you going to change into basketball shoes? I'll give you time to change. If you don't have any, my teammates can lend you some. Gu Zhendong was still somewhat concerned about sportsmanship and fair competition. Seeing Wang Shang's casual attire, baggy shorts paired with sandals, he said this. With that outfit, if I play against you, I can easily fake you out and break your ankles. Gu Zhendong added dismissively. Wang Shan replied calmly, no need, just playing around. What professional jerseys and shoes? All that flashy stuff is a waste. Gu Zhendong snorted, you really have an outrageous attitude. The king handed the still-burning cigarette in his hand to Zhou Yuqi, who was standing nearby, and in front of the students surrounding the court, he said something that left everyone dumbfounded. Hold this for me, once I take care of him, I'll come back to continue smoking. The faces of shock and surprise were all reactions to the king's audacious words, a perfect blend of bravado and finesse. Damn it, what a show-off. Big brother, are you the legendary leader of the show-off world? Gu Zhendong took a deep breath, suppressing endless anger and a belly full of curses that he couldn't vent. It started. At this moment, he just wanted to use his professional skills to dribble past this clueless fool and break through. The tall and mighty him, from beyond the three-point line, made a powerful move, dribbling the ball between his legs before preparing to dunk over the king. However, slap. The ball barely touched his hands for 2 or 3 dribbles before it was snatched away by a hand that moved like a ghost, swift to the extreme. The king, having stolen the ball, shot from beyond the three-point line with ease, and it was a jump shot taken right from the spot. Swish! A three-pointer, nothing but net. In that moment, even wearing sandals, the king possessed the skills of the basketball god. The basketball god against the captain of the university team. The outcome was already a foregone conclusion. The only suspense was how the basketball god would crush his opponent. That was all. Gu Zhendong was momentarily dazed. He suddenly realized that he must have been careless, caught off guard by the opponent's sneak attack. It had to be that way. So for the second shot, he brought out 100% focus. Dribbling, behind the back dribble, spin fake, just when he thought he could wipe out the king and go for a dunk. Slap! The sound of his palm hitting the ball pierced his ears again, sharp and jarring. The king once again, within 3 seconds of his dribble, seized the opportunity to snatch the basketball with pinpoint precision. Gu Zhendong was stunned and hurried to defend. Then, he saw the king execute a series of incredibly cool yet straightforward, highly practical dribbles, spins, fakes, creating space, and then a leaning jump shot. Swish! Once again, nothing but net. Gu Zhendong stumbled several steps, nearly falling. So strong. The series of moves by the king just now flowed like mercury, so graceful. The dazzling fakes were filled with highly specialized details, brimming with talent. The third shot. After stealing the ball, the king leaped and dunked. The rim trembled with the sound. Hundreds of students watching were left dumbfounded. It was like watching a movie, too incredible to believe. Over 170 in height, he effortlessly outmaneuvered Gu Zhendong, who was nearly 190, and executed a soaring dunk. Oh my god, has the world line changed? What kind of super skills, what extraordinary talent is this? Some boys who understood basketball saw, in the king's graceful play, the shadow of a god. Yes, that was the true basketball god, Michael Jordan. Boom! The fourth shot. Another dunk after a steal. Wow, that's really amazing. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The faces that had been filled with disdain transformed into worship. Soon, more and more students offered praise and applause for the king's godlike performance. The fifth shot, the final shot. Gu Zhendong had retreated step by step, utterly defeated, but he still thought, it's the last shot, I must play well to salvage some face. Unfortunately, the god did not give him that chance. The king once again made an incredibly precise shot, leaving him helpless to intercept the ball. A fake that sent Gu Zhendong flying, leaping into the air, utilizing the basketball god's extraordinary hangtime ability, he executed a reverse layup in midair. Bang! The basketball hit the backboard perfectly, bouncing into the net. A complete set of moves, so cool it's out of this world. Wow! Wow wow wow! So cool! Really? So strong! Too strong! 5-0, a total crush. Our Captain Gu actually lost to a guy playing in sandals. The hundreds of students watching on-site were buzzing with discussion, like a boiling pot of oil. Wang Shang shrugged, not even breaking a sweat, tossed the ball back to Gu Zhendong, then turned and walked towards Zhou Yuqi. Cigarette. He smiled slightly at Zhou Yuqi. Just one word. Simplicity at its finest. He took the still-burning cigarette, took a puff. Happy as a god. Oh my god, Wang Shang. How did you develop such skills? I've never seen you play so impressively before. Zhou Yuqi was stunned, gazing at Wang Shang with starry eyes. This neighborly brother brought her unbelievable surprises time and again. The powerful impact was too shocking. Even though they had grown up together, it felt like Zhou Yuqi was meeting Wang Shang for the first time. The mysterious aura around him, his unmatched confidence, and his elusive way of doing things seemed to hold endless treasures. How could such a man not secretly captivate a girl, haunting her dreams and making her fall in love at first sight? It's nothing, just practicing casually when I'm free. Wang Shang smiled nonchalantly, hiding his achievements and fame. Bang bang bang! The basketball fell from Gu Zhendong's hands, bouncing on the court floor, bouncing back down, bouncing up again. The entire venue fell silent. Just moments ago, everyone was excited, showering praises on Wang Shang. Now they felt something was off. After all, it was Gu Zhendong who lost in the showdown on the court, the campus heartthrob from the sports academy, the young master of the Gu family from the provincial capital, who could provoke him. A complete defeat of 5 balls. Gu Zhendong couldn't even manage to win a single ball, let alone have a chance to hold the ball. 5 times he was intercepted, beaten to a pulp, toyed with without any temper, dunked over his head. It was too embarrassing. Gu Zhendong began to doubt his life, lowering his head in silence, letting the sweat slide down from his forehead, dripping from his chin. I lost. I admit defeat. I lost completely, lost without a single piece intact. Finally, he recognized the reality. The first time he was intercepted and countered, he could blame it on his carelessness and the opponent's cunning sneak attack. But what about the second time? The third time? There was no luck or chance to explain it away. Standing on the basketball court, strength was everything. There were no shortcuts, no excuses. Not just him, the crowd watching, especially the fellow team members, all saw the shadow of the basketball god in Wang Shang. So cool, so stylish. Gu Zhendong lifted his head, looking completely convinced, and said to Wang Shang in a deep voice, "Brother, you can go with Zhou Yuqi. From now on, I won't bother her again. I keep my word. If you lose, you have to admit it. You're a man, not a sore loser." Wang Shang handed him a cigarette. "Thanks, but I don't smoke." Gu Zhendong shook his head. As an athlete, he was quite disciplined, hardly touching alcohol or cigarettes, practicing basketball for several extra hours every day aside from his professional sports courses. "All right, then goodbye." Wang Shang put away the cigarette, ready to leave with Zhou Yuqi. He hadn't gone far when, "Brother, wait for me," Gu Zhendong suddenly shouted, rushing over with quick steps. "Gu Zhendong, are you done? You've already lost to my brother. What else do you want?" Zhou Yuqi complained irritably. No. Gu Zhendong quickly shook his head. "Then what do you want?" Zhou Yuqi stamped her foot, asking angrily. "Brother!" Gu Zhendong smiled and called out to Wang Shang respectfully, "Big brother, your skills are amazing. I want to be your disciple. I want to be your disciple." Be a disciple? Wang Shang was taken aback, but he didn't have time. This time, after dropping Zhou Yuqi off at school, he still had to return to Jiangdu. "Yes, I want to be your apprentice. Big brother, you are my master. I must become your disciple. Please accept me as your student. If I can learn some skills from you, it will be enough for me to play in professional matches in Huaxia," Gu Zhendong said excitedly, his fervent expression showing that he had thought this through carefully before making such a decision. "From now on, I will be your disciple, and Zhou Yuqi will be my master's wife, okay? Please." Seeing that Wang Shang was silent, Gu Zhendong immediately intensified his plea. Zhou Yuqi blushed at his words and shyly said, "Stop talking nonsense. I am not your master's wife. I have a pure relationship with my brother Wang Shang. Zhou Yuqi, don't worry. I will protect you from now on. Your matters are my matters, and anyone who dares to disrespect you will be my enemy. No matter what your relationship with my big brother is, I will respect you like an elder." "You." Zhou Yuqi was at a loss for words, thinking about what was going on. Wang Shang had a dark expression. Suddenly, in a moment of desperation, Gu Zhendong simply knelt down in front of Wang Shang, holding onto his pants leg and refusing to let go. "Big brother, if you don't agree, I won't get up." This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. The boys who usually hung out with him, the members of the school team, were all stunned. "My goodness, I can't believe it. Gu Xiao is really going all out for the sake of improving his skills. A man's knees are worth gold. Truly a basketball fanatic." Wang Shang was moved by his attitude, helped him up, and sighed helplessly, "All right, I'll accept you as my disciple." "Really?" Gu Zhendong's eyes lit up, excitedly dancing around, so thrilled that he started to stutter. "BBB brother." No, master. Master, tonight at Zhuan Yuan building, the disciple will host a banquet, the apprenticeship banquet, officially becoming your disciple." Gu Zhendong cupped his fists and bowed, speaking with excitement and seriousness. It seemed he was quite a traditional guy. "Okay, since you are so sincere, I'll agree. See you tonight," Wang Shang said with a smile, thinking about how today's youth would rather become apprentices than lose. Upon reflection, it made sense. Who wouldn't want to learn from the basketball god after seeing his skills? "No problem there. Master, I'll book a private room right now." Gu Zhendong quickly took action, pulling out his phone to get Wang Shang's contact information, then started calling to book the room. Taking advantage of his distraction, Wang Shang pulled Zhou Yuqi aside and hurriedly left. "Let's go. I'll take you to the dorm. After all, they still had business to attend to. Wang Shang successfully delivered Zhou Yuqi's luggage to the entrance of her student apartment. The next part was for Zhou Yuqi to push her suitcase and bags upstairs to her dorm. After all, girls' dorms are off limits to boys. Wow, what a handsome guy. He's really handsome, with a free-spirited vibe. Although he has a handsome face, it's a pity his fashion sense isn't great. Some girls passing by couldn't help but whisper as they saw Wang Shang standing at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Wang Shang smiled silently. He was waiting for Zhou Yuqi to come down for dinner that evening. Gu Zhendong was so sincere in inviting them to an apprenticeship banquet that it wouldn't be appropriate not to go. Before long, Zhou Yuqi came downstairs. This time she wasn't alone. A pretty girl was walking with her brother Wang Shang. Zhou Yuqi saw Wang Shang still waiting for her and ran over joyfully like a free bird, cheering. "What's up? I thought you had left. We promised to have dinner together tonight, you can't leave." Zhou Yuqi looked reluctant to part. "Alright, after dinner, I'll drive back," Wang Shang smiled. "MHM." Zhou Yuqi nodded with joy. Seeing this scene, the girl with her passively took a bite of the dog meat. "By the way, this is my roommate and also my best friend, Yuan Yuan." Zhou Yuqi finally introduced the girl who came out with her, named Fang Yuan Yuan, a classmate in her major and her roommate. Over the past 6 months, the two had gotten along very well and had become good friends. "Hello, Yuan Yuan, I'm Wang Shang," Wang Shang said with a smile. "Hello," Fang Yuan smiled, her fair skin and beautiful teeth complemented by her makeup and trendy outfit, clearly a fashionable girl from the big city. "Yuqi often mentions you, saying you are her most trusted neighbor brother. I'm so envious of you too." Fang Yuan winked at Zhou Yuqi and then looked at Wang Shang, her eyes clearly implying something else. Wang Shang laughed. "I've played with Zhou Yuqi since we were little, we're like siblings." But Yuqi said her favorite boy is. Fang Yuan blurted out, but before she could finish, Zhou Yuqi, who was blushing, quickly interrupted her. "Ahem, let's go for a walk. The campus of Provincial Capital University is especially beautiful. My brother rarely comes here, so we must explore." Zhou Yuqi was particularly nervous. The feelings she hid in her heart were not so easy to express. She secretly complained that Fang Yuan just had to say everything out loud. "Yuqi, your brother came all the way from such a remote place like Jiangdu to the provincial capital to play. Don't just take him around the campus, let's go to the bars on College Street. There are so many beautiful girls there, your brother will definitely like it." Fang Yuan revealed a meaningful smile, as she had been encouraging Zhou Yuqi to go to the bar since they were in the dormitory. "A bar?" Wang Shang frowned slightly. Seeing this, Zhou Yuqi quickly tugged at Wang Shang's sleeve and lowered her voice. Yuan has been obsessed with bars lately. I just got here for the new semester, and she wants to take me to the bar to broaden my horizons, but I refused." "Refused? Why refuse?" Wang Shang was intrigued. Nowadays, female college students might be getting bolder with the times? A bar, that kind of place, is so chaotic. I've never been to a bar, but I've heard there's nothing good there. A bunch of men and women jumping around, drinking heavily, and the atmosphere is a mess. Yuan has been a few times, and I've advised her not to go, but she doesn't listen, Zhou Yuqi said seriously. Wang Shang nodded. Indeed, while one couldn't generalize, bars were generally not places for decent girls. Going once or twice to accompany friends for a drink, to unwind and experience the atmosphere was fine. But if one went often and mingled with a bunch of unfamiliar men and women, it surely wouldn't lead to anything good. Zhou Yuqi had her own stance on this, insisting not to go to bars. Even if Fang Yuan invited her repeatedly, she had her principles. Wang Shang felt gratified. His neighbor girl Zhou Yuqi had been well brought up since childhood. Even though her family was poor, her values were particularly upright, and she understood how to protect herself, valuing her self-respect and self-love. Unlike those girls who, thinking they had some looks, went to such places to see the world, being pursued and flattered, lost their direction, and with a little carelessness, fell into a life of indulgence, ultimately leading to a loss of character and complete downfall. Unfortunately, many girls in this world do not understand self-respect and self-love, yet they keep promoting so-called feminism, gender equality, and claiming to be unique. Even though I have tattoos, go to bars, dance, and have abortions, I'm still a good girl. Yuan, you go ahead. My brother and I will just stroll around the school. We won't go to the bar, Zhou Yuqi reiterated her stance. Although this might hurt my best friend's feelings, there's no way around it. It's a matter of principle. Yuqing, you're so old-fashioned. You say you're still single, without a boyfriend. Besides, even if you had a boyfriend, what's the big deal about going to a bar to relax? If you don't go, then you're not my good best friend anymore. I won't talk to you from now on. Fang Yuan said angrily, putting on a stance that if you don't go, I'll cut ties with you. Today's girls, how can they be so childish? Wang Shang couldn't help but laugh. Yuan, don't be like that. Zhou Yuqing, after all, was soft-hearted, tugging at Fang Yuan's arm and shaking it. I don't care. If you won't accompany me, I'll go alone. There are so many guys in the bar. What if someone has their eye on me, puts something in my drink, or if some guy bullies me? As my good best friend, let's see if you'll feel guilty. Humph. Fang Yuan pretended to be angry, pouting her lips and shouting in a huff. Zhou Yuqing felt both exasperated and amused. Dealing with such a best friend was truly a challenge. Yuqing, just come with me. We won't drink alcohol, just have some drinks and soak in the atmosphere, okay? Besides, you know I'm not that kind of casual girl. Even if someone flirts with me or has their eye on me, I'll be very careful. What I like is the lively atmosphere there, seeing many boys getting restless when they see me dance and sway. As long as I throw them a flirtatious glance, they'll be like fools, and I won't let them succeed. Fang Yuan rambled on with her own twisted logic. In truth, Zhou Yuqing understood Fang Yuan's personality well. She wasn't the type to be casual. Wanting to go to a bar was merely for fun, and there was no way she would let any guy take advantage of her. If she had problematic views on relationships, Zhou Yuqing wouldn't be friends with her. After some coaxing, Zhou Yuqing's attitude softened. Yuqing, your brother is with you. What do you have to worry about? Let's go. Fang Yuan pulled Zhou Yuqing's arm, getting more and more enthusiastic in her persuasion. Then let's go experience it. Wang Shang finally spoke up. No. I really don't want to go to the bar. Brother Wang Shang, let's just wander around. I only want to stroll with you on the tree-lined paths of the campus. Zhou Yuqing said with a sweet smile, her eyes full of affection for Wang Shang. Are you two here to show off your love? Goodness, who would believe that you two are just neighbors, a brother and sister? Fang Yuan stuck out her tongue, feeling a pang of envy. Seeing this scene, Wang Shang smiled slightly, feeling gratified by Zhou Yuqing's attitude and perspective. Of course, he also realized that Zhou Yuqing's feelings for him might have surpassed the affection between siblings. Let's go see. We can't let your good best friend down. By the way, Fang Yuan, are we going now? Wang Shang said with a smile, gently patting Zhou Yuqing's head, just like when they were kids. A classic head pat. Zhou Yuqing's eyes curved into crescents as she laughed. Alright, I see you and Yuan are in cahoots, determined to drag me to the bar. She teased with a smile. Wang Shang and Fang Yuan exchanged glances and both laughed. Let's go now. It's just 6 o'clock, and the bar is getting busier and livelier. Fang Yuan raised her wrist to check the time. Wang Shang noticed she was wearing a light luxury brand watch, worth several thousand. It seemed that Fang Yuan was indeed a girl from a well-off family in this big city, fitting the description of a rich beauty. 6 o'clock in the evening. The Myth Bar on College Street is a well-known nightlife spot in the provincial capital, famous for its unique geographical location in the heart of the university town, surrounded by major colleges. It has become the liveliest and most fashionable internet-famous bar in the area, filled with young students, a trendy sanctuary that young people flock to. From 5 in the evening until 2 or 3 in the morning, the Myth Bar is bustling with energy and packed with patrons. Wang Shang, Zhou Yuqing, and Fang Yuan arrived at the Myth Bar just after 6 o'clock, but it was already crowded with many young people. In addition to girls with heavy makeup, there were also quite a few seemingly innocent students, dressed in uniforms, tight-fitting clothes, or pleated skirts paired with black or white stockings, swaying in the dance floor. Zhou Yuqing's outfit today was simple, a basic shirt paired with fitted jeans, relying entirely on her stunning figure and fresh, natural look to attract many people's attention. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was dressed in trendy, fashionable attire leaning towards a nightclub style, and with her tall and graceful figure, she naturally drew countless gazes as she danced to the music. Zhou Yuqing and Fang Yuan could be considered the beauties of their department. Under the bar's lights, they appeared particularly enchanting, radiating the youthful beauty of college girls, their eyes devoid of excessive desire, instead exuding purity, breathtakingly beautiful. Many of the men were students from nearby universities, and with not much money in their pockets, upon seeing such beautiful girls, they couldn't help but feel inferior. At this age, girls are at their peak beauty. Only truly capable and outstanding men are worthy of them. Inevitably, this brings immense pressure to boys of the same age. Zhou Yuqing and Fang Yuan represent two different styles of beauty. The former is pure and ethereal, youthful and bright, gentle and serene, like a fairy descended to earth. The latter is dazzling and flamboyant, exuding a fiery sensuality. Zhou Yuqing was somewhat reluctant to be in such a place. Dancing was out of the question, so she sat quietly on a chair beside the dance floor, sipping her drink. Fang Yuan, however, had already entered the dance floor, danced a little, and then returned to sit beside Zhou Yuqing to drink. Countless male gazes were fixed on the two of them, unable to look away. Whispers filled the air. Oh my god, what a hot figure. Isn't she just too beautiful? Such a great body and such high looks. It's unbelievable. Too pretty. It's like they're not giving other girls a chance. Honestly, they look better than movie stars. Wang Shang didn't like places like this, so after sitting for a while, he went outside to smoke and relieve his boredom. Although he could enjoy the sight of many beautiful women here and could easily take any girl he fancied with his current status, he had his principles. Things between men and women shouldn't happen casually, unless it comes naturally. There should first be feelings, and then some romantic relationship can develop, not the other way around. By the way, Yuchi, do you really like your brother Wang Shan that much? Taking the opportunity while they were drinking and chatting, Fang Yuan asked the question she had always wanted to know. Yes, I really like him. I've liked him since I was little. I thought that when I grew up, left Jiangdu, and came to the provincial capital for university, I would gradually forget him, but unfortunately, I can't. Zhou Yuchi opened her heart and candidly expressed her feelings in front of her close friend. I really don't know if your brother Wang Shang is as good as you say. During this holiday, we've been chatting on WeChat, and you never go more than 2 or 3 sentences without mentioning him. Yes, he is so outstanding, he has helped me, helped our neighbors, and done so many meaningful good deeds, Zhou Yuchi said with admiration, her eyes shining when she spoke of Wang Shang. Ahem, I've always wanted to ask, what exactly does he do? You say he runs a small supermarket at home, but I don't believe it. Zhou Yuchi initially wanted to say that Wang Shang had many identities, such as being an honorary director, owning several properties, having bought a large villa, possessing supercars worth tens of millions, being the owner of a foundation, and being the great hero who bravely rescued her after she was kidnapped. However, she didn't want to say too much because Wang Shang had once mentioned that everything should be kept low-key. Look at you, every time I ask what he does, you just won't say, yet you are so infatuated with him. Sigh, you really are hopeless, Fang Yuan said helplessly. In her view, Zhou Yuchi was still too naive. Perhaps it was simply because Wang Shang was handsome and could sweet-talk, while Zhou Yuchi was just a silly girl, easily swayed by so-called love declarations. In today's world, being handsome alone isn't enough, one must have sufficient strength. Fang Yuan saw this very clearly. She came from a wealthy family, with at least hundreds of millions in assets, and had been pampered since childhood. So even when coming to a bar, she wouldn't do anything too casual. As for the men in the bar, she didn't even look at them. What a silly girl, she hasn't seen the world at all. It seems I need to take some action to help my silly best friend see reality, to let her know that a truly quality man is definitely not a bumpkin from a third-tier city like Wang Shang. Fang Yuan made up her mind. A bumpkin from a third or fourth-tier city. A naive best friend who hasn't seen the world. Soon, Wang Shang and Zhou Yuchi had already been labeled with fixed impressions in Fang Yuan's mind. Indeed, a fashionable girl like Fang Yuan, who came from a privileged background and had the capital to thrive in the flower market, lived a life that many girls dreamed of. She also had the right to look down on men and women from small places, even pointing fingers at them. In this world, some people are born at a very high position, while others start far behind. Isn't there a saying that some people are at the starting line, competing fiercely with countless others, while some are born at the finish line? Some things, if not present at birth, are very hard to obtain in this life. After taking a drag from a cigarette, Wang Shang lazily returned to the bar. You're back. Zhou Yuchi quickly moved closer to Wang Shang, her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. She personally handed him a drink and carefully placed the straw into his mouth. This scene made the men in the bar green with envy and jealousy. That gentle and serene beauty, whether in figure, looks, or overall temperament, was so outstanding and exquisite, yet she was so attentive to a boy wearing baggy shorts and shabby sandals. Why? How? The men were furious, their eyes wide open, bursting with murderous intent. The boys who came to the bar, while not all high, rich, and handsome, at least dressed neatly and brightly. If Wang Shang had dressed better, looking like a high, rich, and handsome guy at first glance, perhaps everyone would feel a bit better. After all, it was flawless for a high, rich, and handsome guy to have beautiful women actively throwing themselves at him. However, he happened to look so casual and sloppy, disregarding his image, yet the most dazzling, attractive, and pure beauty in the bar willingly served him. It was too flawed, completely out of the ordinary. Could it be that the world line has changed? What a blow this is, and such a big one at that. Look at him. He looks so poor and yet such a beautiful girl is actively fawning over him. Isn't that Zhou Yuchi, the flower of our province's finance department? Oh my god, she actually came to a bar, and she's being so attentive to a guy. It's like flowers stuck in cow dung. What a waste of beauty. It's blinding my eyes. That guy is only slightly good looking, he's worthless otherwise. What could that beauty possibly see in him? His entire outfit can't be worth more than $300, he looks so pathetic. Has that beauty lost her mind? I just don't get it. Zhou Yuchi, you should drink too. Wang Shang was somewhat taken aback, he could sense that Zhou Yuqi was looking for something to do. After all, it was her first time here, and she felt awkward and out of place. So many eyes were on her, and a significant portion of them had that lecherous gaze. Oh my! If this goes on, how will my silly best friend ever find a quality boyfriend in the future? Fong Yuan couldn't bear to watch. She was determined to help her friend see reality, but now, the signals her friend was sending were completely about her childhood neighbor, a deep-rooted affection. Even a fool could see that Zhou Yuqi's every action towards Wang Shang was that of a girl showing interest in a boy she liked. If Zhou Yuqi fell deeper into this, it would be disastrous. No, I must act quickly. With this thought, Fong Yuan immediately stood up, suddenly transforming from contemplation and calmness into a fiery and bold demeanor, snapping her fingers at the waiter. Just a moment ago, they had only ordered 3 of the most ordinary drinks, and now, Fong Yuan's grand plan was just beginning. The first step was to use high spending to expose the poor boy from a small place. I say, Wang Shang, as a distinguished gentleman, since you've come to a bar, shouldn't you treat me and Yuqi to some drinks? Maybe some fruit and snacks? Zhou Yuqi watched as the waiter in a suit approached, deliberately using her words to put Wang Shang on the spot. Distinguished gentleman? Shouldn't he? There was no flaw in her words. You should know that the prices here are not just expensive. Even the most ordinary ice beer costs 50, a regular vodka, 99, a not-so-big fruit platter, 150, a bottle of Remy Martin, 500, a bottle of Royal Salute, 990. The most ordinary booth by the dance floor has a minimum spend of 300 for an hour. As for small private rooms, the minimum spend is 1,000 for an hour. So, to just have some fun here, the least you'd spend in a night is several thousand. Humph, a poor boy. When you see the bill, you'll know to back down. Better let Yuqi give up on this idea early. Fong Yuan sneered inwardly. Ms. Yuan, I've already paid for those 3 drinks, 18 each, totaling 54. So now, isn't it your turn to treat? Unexpectedly, Wang Shang chuckled and said this to her. Fong Yuan's face darkened. Is this something a man should say? Especially when he's out with 2 beautiful women at a bar, is this what he should say? She had never seen such a shameless person. Fong Yuan was mentally ridiculing him. Alright, she wasn't a stingy girl, she thought. If he wants to treat, then let him treat. After all, he might not dare to order anything too expensive, and besides, he looked like he had never been to a bar before. In any case, she had to make him realize how extravagant the spending was here, to let him know the harshness of society. I want a bottle of Remy Martin, 2 bottles of Royal Salute, 2 bottles of Hennessy, and it would be best to get a small private room. Since we're here, let's drink well. Wang Shang ordered a whole bunch of drinks in one breath, and he even wanted a private room. This spending was directly going into the thousands. Oh my, is this something a person would do? Isn't that too much for you? Fong Yuan's heart trembled, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. The harshness of society had made her taste it first. Is it not enough? Can we add more later? Seeing Fong Yuan's strange expression, Wang Shang quickly asked. Fong Yuan was on the verge of cursing. Country bumpkin, you really are a country bumpkin. Whatever expensive drink you order, you say it so smoothly. How does it look like someone who's entering a bar for the first time? You're a veteran. Alright, after holding it in for a long time, she finally managed to squeeze out a word. Once spoken, it was like spilled water, impossible to take back. This guy not only played by his own rules but also played chaotically. Okay, then that's about it. Wang Shang smiled at the waiter. Hearing the expensive drinks Wang Shang had just ordered, along with a small private room, the waiter's face broke into a brilliant smile, and he respectfully said to Wang Shang, Alright, sir, please wait a moment, I will arrange that right away. Wang Shang snapped his fingers, revealing a proud smile. At this moment, Fong Yuan glanced at the bill in the waiter's hand. My goodness, she was about to spit blood. Just for the drinks Wang Shang had ordered, plus the private room, the bill was heading straight for 5 figures. It wasn't that she was stingy and unwilling to pay, nor was it that she couldn't afford it. For her, it wasn't much. But the crux of the problem was that she couldn't swallow this anger. Why should a big man take 2 girls out to a bar and make her pay for it? Aha! Fong Yuan was about to collapse. If she wanted to, there were countless men in this bar who would fight to spend money on her. Originally thinking that with such high expenses, the country bumpkin from a small place would back down, she didn't expect the plan to backfire. Fong Yuan regretted it immensely but felt helpless. She couldn't just walk away. After all, it was her who insisted on coming to the bar. Is it too expensive? Yuan, are you feeling a bit overwhelmed? Suddenly, Wang Shang asked with incredible concern. It's okay. Fong Yuan forced out a smile. Truly, her face was smiling while her heart was cursing. Wang Shang pretended to be relieved, letting out a long breath. That's good. I thought I ordered too much, and the expenses were so high that you wouldn't be happy. Damn it! Fong Yuan gritted her teeth, feeling an impulse to smash him. Humph, what a country bumpkin, coming from a small place, completely lacking taste, not understanding a bit of gentlemanly demeanor. In her heart, Fong Yuan looked down on Wang Shang even more. At the same time, she felt that to save her good friend, if these two really got together, it would definitely be chaos, and there would be no good days ahead. Hee, Zhou Yuqi, it seems your good friend has a bit of a problem with me. Taking advantage of Fong Yuan's inattention, Wang Shang quietly whispered in Zhou Yuqi's ear. No, Yuan is actually a really good girl, she just likes to have fun, but she knows what should and shouldn't be done, she has her principles. Zhou Yuqi hurriedly explained. Alright. Wang Shang smiled, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. In fact, he certainly couldn't order over 10,000 in expenses and let the girl pay the bill. Soon he would find an excuse to go to the restroom and conveniently settle the bill. After all, when going out to have fun, one must be a real man, and besides, Zhou Yuqi was like a sister to him, he couldn't let her lose face. The waiter quickly brought the drinks and arranged the small private room next to the dance floor, which was very comfortable and luxurious. After the three of them entered, they could enjoy their drinks and fully experience the bar's atmosphere. You guys play for a while, I'm going to the restroom. Suddenly, Fong Yuan stood up. Wang Shan was taken aback, not expecting that the excuse to go to the restroom would be used by Fong Yuan first. Yuan, don't rush to settle the bill, we might still have some expenses later, Wang Shan quickly said. Fine. Fong Yuan gritted her teeth, feeling like she was swallowing blood after breaking her teeth. Humph, still wanting to spend more. Ordering so much alcohol isn't enough. Is Zhou Yuqi's brother a barrel of wine? Clutching her makeup bag, she stomped her foot in frustration and turned to leave. Hey, Yuan, do you want me to accompany you? Zhou Yuqi felt a pang of sympathy for her good friend, thinking she looked a bit pitiful. No need. Seeing Fong Yuan's furious expression, Wang Shang felt a rush of satisfaction. Ha, it's so much fun to tease this girl when there's nothing else to do. In fact, Fong Yuan wasn't in a hurry to go to the bathroom. She was in the ladies' room, undergoing a major transformation with her makeup bag. Inside her bag, she had a super sexy, form-fitting mini skirt and a mysterious, enchanting cat mask. This was her second move, a killer tactic, sexy temptation, a skill to slay men. She was going all out, dressing up as the hottest girl to lure Wang Shang, to tempt him, to test him. After changing into the extremely tight mini skirt, her fiery figure was fully revealed, long legs, a slim waist, and exquisite curves, front and back, simply mesmerizing. Putting on the mysterious mask, she let her tied-up hair down, cascading freely, instantly exuding charm and allure. At that moment, Fong Yuan had transformed into the hottest, sexiest, most enchanting girl in the bar. After her makeover, wearing the mask, no one recognized her. She stepped into the dance floor, and countless people screamed for her. Wow, so hot, super hot girl. What a stunning figure. So sexy, it's making me nosebleed. Wow, goddess. Accompanied by the dazzling colored lights and the explosive music, the sexy wildcat Fong Yuan began to sway her body, dancing passionately to attract men, her body language igniting the excitement of all the men present, making them feel blood rush and hearts race, unable to extricate themselves. Many men prepared to approach her and invite her to dance, but they were all rejected by her gaze and body language. Those men showed regret, but they wouldn't dare to do anything inappropriate towards Fong Yuan. Although the myth bar had a majority of students, it also had its share of people from society. Overall, it was still quite civilized. It was fine to have fun here, but not to act recklessly. Flirting was okay, but if anyone made any overtly suggestive moves, the many staff members on site would step in to maintain order. Suddenly, she headed towards the private room. The door to the small room was open. Wang Shang sat inside, calm and unruffled, sipping a drink, snacking on some tidbits, and cracking sunflower seeds. He was leisurely, like a retired old cadre. Humph, keep pretending. Let's see how I expose your true self. Stinky man, stop pretending. Fong Yuan strutted over with a fiery gait, her eyes filled with temptation, and slowly reached out her hand to Wang Shang, moving in rhythm with the music. This gesture was understood by all as an invitation from a beauty. How many people dream of winning the favor of such a sexy, fiery girl? The men in the bar looked at Fong Yuan, the sexy wildcat, feeling like they were being clawed by a cat, itching with desire, each one staring with wide eyes, their eyes turning red. But now, the hottest girl in the room was dancing and reaching out her hand to that stinky guy. What's more, in the private room, there was also a fairy-like beauty beside that guy. What the hell is this world? Could that guy's name be Wang Seat Song? The men's eyes turned red with jealousy, their gazes burning with fury. Seeing the hand she extended, the king still didn't know that the seductive wildcat before him was actually Fang Yuan after her makeover. He thought she was just a beautiful woman from the bar's atmosphere team, there to enhance the vibe and attract customers. He wasn't so easily tempted. After all, he had seen the world and had contact with some stunning beauties. Hold my hand. Come on, hold my hand. Humph, stop pretending. If I can't tempt you like this, it's simply impossible. Humph, you little brat, hurry up and show your true self. Let's see if you can keep it together when your lecherous sideshows. Will Yuchi still like you then? Humph. Fang Yuan threw flirtatious glances at the king, posing and preening. Her mind was racing. The king, who was munching on sunflower seeds, was momentarily stunned by a sudden action that left everyone dumbfounded. He grabbed a handful of seeds and stuffed them into Fang Yuan's hand. Here, eat some sunflower seeds. You've been dancing so passionately, you must be tired. The king smiled at her with a fatherly warmth. Eat sunflower seeds. Eat sunflower seeds. What the hell? Fang Yuan, wearing a mask, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Her expression behind the mask gradually stiffened. Eat sunflower seeds. I went through so much effort, posing and flaunting my charm, even wearing this super short skirt, making such a huge sacrifice, selling my looks. And you little brat, actually tell me to eat sunflower seeds? I'll eat your sister. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Yuqi, sitting next to the king, clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. No way, eat sunflower seeds. Ha 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 ha. Brother Wang, you're a genius. I could laugh at this for a year. Zhou Yuqi was laughing so hard she was bent over the table, her stomach aching, nearly gasping for breath. A god among men. This kid has lost his mind, right? A beauty comes over to flirt, and he gives her a handful of sunflower seeds. I'm done. I'm really done. This move deserves full marks. So impressive, truly impressive. The crowd erupted in excitement. Go on, eat, beautiful. The king looked at Fang Yuan with an innocent smile. Fang Yuan, holding the sunflower seeds, was completely thrown off. She thought she was a master at seducing men, but it had turned into a major fail. No. Fang Yuan was on the verge of a breakdown. She had just begun to show off her full arsenal, and she absolutely could not give up like this. So she shoved the seeds back to the king, her fiery body leaning closer to him, almost pressing against him, swaying her enchanting waist, her long, white legs moving gracefully, her fiery red lips, visible outside the mask, gently brushed against his ear, whispering in a sultry voice, "Handsome, come dance with me. I can't dance, but I can accompany you to jump off a building." The king waved his hand. He really couldn't dance, especially in a bar's dance floor, where everyone was swaying their heads and bodies. What were they even doing? Jump off a building. Fang Yuan nearly spat blood again. I'm so beautiful, so sexy, inviting you to dance, and you say jump off a building? Another failed attempt at seduction, a crash without warning. Fang Yuan felt the world spinning. If this continued, she would really be driven to madness and jump off a building. No. Suddenly, she realized something. The reason the king was so reserved and untempted was that Zhou Yuqi was sitting next to him. In front of the girl he cared about, this bumpkin would definitely put on a tough front. After all, the world is full of temptations, and there's only one girl from his hometown. If she ran away, how could he get her back? So, Fang Yuan waited for an opportunity. By the way, Zhou Yuqi, how come your friend has been in the bathroom for so long? You should go check on her, make sure nothing's happened. At that moment, the king reminded Zhou Yuqi. Right, I'll go take a look. Zhou Yuqi quickly got up and left the private room. Heaven is helping me. Fang Yuan was ecstatic. If her fiery outfit and energetic dance couldn't attract you, and reaching out to hook you in didn't work either, then now, to prove that this guy, the king, was a super scumbag with a serious facade but a filthy heart, Fang Yuan pulled out her ultimate move. With no one around, she threw herself into his arms. A wave of grievance surged in her heart. She was so beautiful, so sexy and hot, constantly selling her looks, and it was all just to help her best friend test a man. Handsome. Her charming voice was sweet and tinged with a seductive quality that could seep into one's bones. What are you doing? The king saw this sexy little wildcat wearing a cat demon mask sit down next to him and couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. But he had already seen through this woman. She clearly had ulterior motives and was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Handsome, don't be nervous. I just want you to buy me a drink, that's all. Fang Yuan leaned closer to the king again, her super short skirt doing nothing to hide her long, snow-white legs, crossed and stacked, her high-heeled feet swaying continuously. Alright, I just ordered quite a bit of alcohol. The king casually handed her a glass, thinking to himself, you changed your outfit, wore a mask, and even deliberately spoke in a flirtatious tone, but none of that could disturb his judgment. This woman was indeed Fang Yuan. Handsome, your girlfriend is really quiet, pure, and beautiful, just sitting there without moving. So, a big handsome guy like you actually likes quiet girls. Fang Yuan gradually fell into the rhythm of scheming against the king, seemingly adjusting her sitting posture naturally, but in reality, she was trying to elongate her leg lines as much as possible, showcasing her most beautiful curves to the king. She raised her glass and took a sip. From head to toe, her posture was perfect. At that moment, Fang Yuan felt that even with a mask on, she possessed an unbeatable charm. Her slightly dazed eyes and lips stained with a hint of red wine were enough to drive countless men crazy. Beautiful lady, are you single? The king squinted and smiled, looking as if he had fallen into her trap, his eyes glued to Fang Yuan, unable to look away. She had him hooked. Fang Yuan was so confident in her charm that by observing the king's expression and gaze, she could tell that this guy was already smitten. Yes, I'm so pitiful, always single, not liked by boys. Maybe it's because I'm too boisterous. I love dancing, love drinking, and I'm so carefree that I don't seem like a girl at all. I'm completely different from those gentle and quiet girls who sit there like fairies, attracting your attention. But someone like me has terrible luck with men. It's so hard for me. Fang Yuan lamented with a pitiful expression, her hand holding the glass trembling slightly, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Her gaze and small hand movements were filled with rich, plump details, showcasing her skillful manipulation. Oh, it does sound quite pitiful. If the king hadn't figured out that she was here to test him, he might have really been moved. Handsome, do you really think so? Fang Yuan climbed the ladder of her own scheme again, feeling the power of her tactics growing stronger. It seemed this pretentious little brat was undoubtedly hooked. Yes, you are very pitiful. How about this? I'll take you on a trip. The king's eyes were filled with emotion as he looked at this sexy little wildcat, sincerely extending an invitation. A trip? You want to take me out? But your girlfriend isn't here. If you take me away, won't it upset her and ruin your relationship? Fang Yuan chuckled coldly in her heart. Sure enough, this pretentious bumpkin was about to take her away. No way! The king responded decisively, then pulled out his phone from his pocket and skillfully opened the app. Welcome to Honor of Kings. The familiar sound echoed for countless gaming enthusiasts. Ha, why are you playing a game? Didn't you say you would take me traveling? Fang Yuan was a bit confused, not quite understanding what Wang Shan was up to. Seeing him take out his phone, she thought he was opening a travel app to find a destination. Instead, he opened Honor of Kings. You take out your phone too and start the game. I'll take you to the King's Canyon for a fun time, to enjoy ourselves, Wang Shang said earnestly, completely oblivious to the murderous rage emanating from Fang Yuan's eyes at that moment. Traveling is going to the King's Canyon for a trip. I swear, I'll smash your head. Fang Yuan felt like she was about to go crazy. So tired, really tired, and it was emotionally exhausting. Here she was, so beautiful, so sexy, so proactive, making it hard for countless men to resist. And this brat was only thinking about playing Honor of Kings? And to enjoy himself in the King's Canyon. Enjoy yourself my ass. Fang Yuan just wanted to curse, but she held it in, feeling a wave of internal injury. Oh heavens, are you being too hasty? What kind of ridiculous fool have you created to torment me? What's wrong? Don't you want to travel to the King's Canyon? Come on. I'm a great top laner. My jungle hero is Miyu, doesn't take any lane economy, and I play really well. Wang Shang said with a grin, the game sounds blaring from his phone. Shut up. Fang Yuan lost control of her emotions, feeling her head buzzing, about to explode. What's wrong, beautiful? Don't get angry. Alright, since you don't like traveling to the King's Canyon, how about we get a room? Wang Shang put down his phone, his eyes filled with sincerity, landing on Fang Yuan's furious gaze. You, say that again? Fang Yuan barely contained her anger, feeling like she must have misheard something. Let's get a room, Wang Shang repeated. Fang Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over her, taking a deep breath. Although his suggestion was too blunt and straightforward, at that moment, for her, his ability to make such a request was a validation of her charm. So, even though she felt disgusted, she wasn't really angry, and even felt a bit fortunate. It seemed her charm was still intact. As long as Wang Shang stood up and went out with her, then all the efforts from the beginning until now wouldn't have been in vain. Handsome, you want to go get a room with me? Isn't that too fast? We just met, you're not joking, right? Actually, I've always wanted a considerate male friend who can accompany me when I feel lonely and down, someone to lean on. Fang Yuan pouted, her eyes sparkling with energy. Of course, she said what she said, but she felt the need to clarify things. So what you're saying is, you really mean getting a room, right? Not joking. Of course it's real. Wang Shang answered decisively. So you really are a lecher. The foxtail has finally shown. Fang Yuan thought to herself, smiling triumphantly, but on the surface, she said, "Alright, so, you agree? Great." Wang Shang beamed with a childlike smile and picked up his phone again. Ding ding ding, the game sound effects rang out. "Grab the landlord." "I'll grab." "Double." "The room is ready, let's play Happy Landlord." "I love playing high-stakes games, if I play anything else, I'll cough." I have over 100,000 happy beans." "Hee, I'm the landlord this round, starting with 3 bombs, awesome. I'll play around, then you can play, don't lose all my happy beans." Wang Shang stared at the phone screen, excitedly shouting, "Happy Landlord." Fang Yuan felt an urge to die. So hasty, once again, it was hasty. What was supposed to be getting a room turned out to be a room for playing landlord. She deeply realized that she had encountered a rival, and not just any rival, but one who had clearly arranged for her to be at a complete loss, with no way out, crying without tears, all under the calm and gentle circumstances. "This isn't how you play. Woo woo." Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer. Tears burst forth, and she began to scream hysterically, pulling off the cat demon mask and burying her head on the table in the private room, crying uncontrollably. Yuan, why are you crying?" Suddenly, a figure approached. It was Zhou Yuqi. She had gone to the restroom and hadn't found her best friend, so she returned, only to see that the sexy little wildcat from earlier was actually her good friend Fang Yuan. "Is it you?" Wang Shang quickly put down his phone, looking at Fang Yuan in utter surprise. Yuan, did my brother Wang Shang bully you?" Zhou Yuqi hurriedly asked, a complex look flashing in her eyes. She was filled with trust and admiration for Wang Shang, but seeing this scene in the private room, she simply couldn't understand why Fang Yuan was crying. If it wasn't Wang Shang who had bullied her, then what other explanation could there be? "What's going on with you two?" Zhou Yuqi rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "Zhou Yuqi, look at your best friend, isn't she just too moved? I invited her to travel to the King's Canyon, booked a room to play Do Di Zhu, and she cried instead. You should comfort her." Wang Shang hurriedly said, "No way, travel? Do Di Zhu? What does that even mean?" Zhou Yuqi's face darkened as she turned to pull Fang Yuan's head up, looking puzzled. Yuan, why are you dressed like this? It's too revealing, and you were just twisting around with a mask on, turns out it was you." Fang Yuan cried, collapsing onto Zhou Yuqi's shoulder. "Yuqi, your brother bullied me, he really bullied me, and it wasn't just once, he has bullied me several times." "Woo woo, you have to stand up for me. Woo woo." "Wang Shang, did you really do something you shouldn't have to Yuan?" Zhou Yuqi was stunned, looking at Wang Shang with a complex expression, her tone questioning. This time, it was quite rare for her to directly call out Wang Shang's name. "It's so unfair." Wang Shang helplessly pouted, thinking how could Fang Yuan turn the tables on him like this? Bullied? When did I ever bully her? Just as these absurd events unfolded in the private room with Wang Shang and the two beauties, in a dark corner of the myth bar, someone was secretly watching Wang Shang's every move. One of them, dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt and suit pants, was in his 30s, with a strong build, his exposed arms made up of bulging muscles, looking like a real tough guy. Next to the muscular man sat a tall, thin man wearing sunglasses, also in his 30s, dressed in very trendy attire, covered in tattoos on his neck and arms. The two were smoking cigars and drinking, showing no interest in picking up girls or dancing, just sitting there quietly with dark, indifferent expressions. They had followed him all the way from Jiangdu. The target was none other than Wang Shang. "Lu Xiao, is that brat really as impressive as Bai Yi said? So wicked? I always feel that Bai Yi must be getting old, his eyes dimming, and his mind not as sharp anymore, plus he has long wanted to retire." The muscular man, with his bulging muscles, poured liquor into a goblet. The tall, thin man he referred to as Lu Xiao was actually named Lu Songkai, a figure from the provincial capital's underworld. In the provincial capital's underworld, the Four Dragons Society led by Bai Yi in Jiangdu was actually on the same line. The Four Dragons Society had over 100 officially recognized members in Jiangdu, but strictly speaking, they were just the brothers of the White Dragon branch within the Four Dragons Society and did not represent the entire power of the Four Dragons Society. The true essence of the Four Dragons Society is actually a large organization spread throughout the entire province, especially centered around the provincial capital, radiating out to major prefecture-level cities. The origin of the Four Dragons dates back to the 1960s and 70s, when several daring and ruthless brothers emerged in the province. There were 4 of them, all of whom had been out in the world since their teens, engaging in violence and crime, and they swore brotherhood by knocking their heads to the ground. As the 4 brothers grew in power, the influence of the Four Dragons Society expanded rapidly, evolving from just a few brothers to a vast network across the province, with membership peaking at over 10,000. Among them, the local figure Bai Yi from Jiangdu is known as the White Dragon. In the provincial capital, there are 2 other dragons, one black dragon and one red dragon. Additionally, there is a prefecture-level city under the provincial capital that is home to the 4th dragon of the 4 Dragons Society, the Yellow Dragon. The tall and thin Lu Songkai is the youngest son of Lu Rendong, known as the Red Dragon within the society. Lu Rendong is over 60, while his youngest son Lu Songkai has just turned 30. The family has spent considerable effort and money sending him abroad, but unfortunately, the boy remains uneducated and has achieved nothing, returning to society in his early 20s to engage in crime, with his father Lu Rendong cleaning up after him. A couple of years ago, he got into some trouble and spent 2 years in prison, returning now claiming he wants to inherit his father Lu Rendong's criminal empire. To put it bluntly, he intends to lead his brothers in mingling around, keeping watch over bars and nightclubs, and engaging in illegal activities. Big trouble has arisen over at Bai Ye's side, so many brothers have been killed, and there's still no news or explanation, which has severely impacted our organization's reputation, causing panic from the provincial capital down to the local areas. Not long ago, Bai Yi personally led a team to hunt down the culprit and settle the matter, to give the society an explanation, but unexpectedly, several brothers were shot dead on the way. Damn it! A muscular man took a big gulp of his drink, muttering fiercely in the noisy bar environment. This guy is also a member of the 4 Dragons Society, a trusted subordinate of Lu Rendong, the Red Dragon of the provincial capital, and Lu Songkai's bodyguard, known as Black Tiger. Black Tiger, you need to understand, Bai Yi and my dad are sworn brothers, close friends with a life and death bond. Now that big trouble has arisen over at Bai Ye's side and he's at a loss, he's come to my dad, and this matter must be resolved. My dad isn't too keen on dealing with society matters anymore, so I have to help him out. Lu Songkai puffed on a cigar, exhaling smoke, his gaze sharp and elusive amidst the haze. It's him, that bastard named Wang. The chaos over at Bai Ye's side and the huge losses are closely related to him. Lu Songkai twisted his neck, his fierce gaze sweeping past Wang in the small private room. They had investigated Wang's background. He was from Jiangdu, with a very ordinary background, even described as coming from poverty. However, in less than a month, this guy seemed to have struck it rich, becoming a favored child of fortune, continuously acquiring astonishing wealth and powerful personal abilities. He was skilled in fighting, particularly wealthy, owning luxury properties, supercars, and shares in large corporations, with a net worth in the billions. This information, as a super organization dominating the entire province, was certainly accessible. Lu Songkai, having spent time in prison and honed his skills in society for nearly a decade, was no longer as reckless as he had been in his early 20s. Before dealing with a target, he naturally had to do his homework and not fight unprepared battles. Black Tiger, go. Remember, target that girl who isn't dancing. Seeing that the opportunity had arrived, in the private room, the young prince had drunk quite a bit and was happily chatting with 2 stunning beauties, completely relaxed and unaware. Lu Songkai then signaled to the Black Tiger and quietly instructed him. He had been observing closely and had already noticed that the prince was interested in the quiet female college student, not the sexy little wildcat. Time to act. The Black Tiger stood up, holding 2 glasses of high-proof vodka, and walked towards the private room. The bar was getting livelier. As night fell, more and more young people came to have fun. The noise and chaos filled the air, with the scent of alcohol and sweat permeating the atmosphere. The young men and women of the city swayed their bodies, and everywhere was infused with the smell of hormones. The tall, muscular Black Tiger appeared in the crowd, and the young men and women immediately parted, willingly making way for him. Those who often came here probably knew that this muscle man was not to be trifled with. As the Black Tiger reached the entrance of the private room, many people focused their attention, realizing that something was about to happen. Beautiful lady, my big brother sent me over to buy you a drink. Please do me the honor. The Black Tiger stared at Joyuchi, grinning widely, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, stained from years of smoking cigarettes and cigars. Ha! Joyuchi, having never experienced such a situation, looked bewildered. What's wrong, beautiful? Can't you even give my big brother a little face? The Black Tiger's smile faded, replaced by a sinister expression. Do you know who my big brother is? I advise you, face is mutual. If you don't give face, don't blame my big brother for being rude to you. The Black Tiger threatened coldly. Don't bully a young girl like that. Here, I'll drink for her. Suddenly, the prince spoke up, smiling slightly, and quickly snatched a glass of alcohol from the Black Tiger's right hand. The Black Tiger didn't even have time to react before he felt his right hand empty. Kid, did I let you speak? Who the hell do you think you are? He sneered. This kid really couldn't hold back. Who the hell do you think you are? The Black Tiger roared, startling Zhou Yuqi and Fang Yuan, who were beside the prince. Although he wasn't shouting at them, they were girls, naturally timid, and their faces changed. Moreover, being in a bar, a mixed crowd, it was inevitable that some troublemakers would appear, it wasn't uncommon for drunk people to cause a scene. Both of them tensed up, fearing that this burly muscle man might do something excessive. That's a question I should be asking you. The prince held his glass, gently swirling it, his expression indifferent. Who doesn't know me, Black Tiger, in the mythical bar? Who doesn't know my big brother Lu Xiao in the provincial city? You clearly look like a newcomer, completely clueless. Hurry up and make that drink for the beauty beside you, or else, you know what will happen. The Black Tiger continued to threaten coldly, casually pulling open his shirt to show off his muscles, feeling he had the situation firmly in hand. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Face is indeed mutual. Now that I've drunk this glass for her, giving me this face is also giving you face. The prince remained calm, speaking as if nothing was happening. My big brother didn't invite you to drink, so stop trying to flatter yourself. Get lost. The Black Tiger's eyes burned with rage. He had come to deliberately provoke this kid, but he didn't expect the little brat to be so sharp-tongued. He continued to roar in anger, his arrogance soaring, head held high, nostrils flaring with defiance. Damn it! That kid is done for. He must have been too excessive in chasing girls and caught someone's attention. Look at that muscle man, it's Black Tiger. Black Tiger is a tough guy. It's said he has a particularly deep background. Mythical Bar is his turf. How many thugs and ruffians have to behave themselves around him? Who dares to provoke the Black Tiger is just asking for trouble, and they'll regret it. Some people in society come to the Myth Bar to enjoy themselves, and they immediately recognize the muscular man blocking the small private room's door as the infamous Black Tiger. Looking towards the two women and one man inside the room, their expressions turned sympathetic. In their eyes, the guy in the room, who was with two beautiful women, must have aroused the jealousy of some people. Sure enough, the Black Tiger has made his move. That guy is doomed. How pitiful, how tragic. That guy is finished. The key point is that while the Black Tiger is treating the beauties to drinks, that guy foolishly steps up, trying to show off by drinking in place of the women. Isn't that just escalating the conflict? The expressions of these onlookers are nearly the same, some shaking their heads, others sighing. A wave of silent sighs fills the air. She is my sister, she can't drink, so this drink, either I drink it or I return it to you. Wang looked at Zhou, then at the Black Tiger, smiled faintly, and decided not to waste any more words. His wine glass also stopped shaking. You really know how to show off, huh? What's wrong with my sister? My big brother just wants to treat your sister to a drink. In the end, it's just a matter of face, right? The Black Tiger downed the drink in his left hand, angrily smashed the glass, and it shattered with a loud crash. Something's wrong. The Black Tiger is furious. Many people in the Myth Bar were startled and instinctively stepped back, trying to distance themselves from where the Black Tiger was. The originally lively and explosive music also came to a halt. The staff in charge of the venue, upon seeing it was the Black Tiger, could only pretend they saw nothing. In fact, most people in the Myth Bar were there just to watch the excitement. After all, it was none of their business. It hurts. Suddenly, Fong Yuan let out a sharp scream, grimacing in pain. It turned out that the shattered glass from the broken wine glass had scattered everywhere, and unfortunately, a shard had cut her leg, leaving a wound. Blood flowed down her snow-white thigh, creating a red line. She was relatively close to the Black Tiger, and wearing such revealing clothing made it easy for her to get hurt from the flying shards. Yuan, what's wrong? Zhou hurriedly asked, rushing over to check Fong Yuan's leg, but was at a loss for what to do, as who goes to a bar with band-aids or disinfectant? It hurts a bit. It seems a piece of glass got stuck in. Fong Yuan covered her wound, her expression pained. Seeing his girlfriend bleeding, Wang's expression instantly darkened. He knew that the drink in his hand was no longer just a drink, it had to have an explanation. Suddenly, he splashed the drink in his glass right into the Black Tiger's face. The Black Tiger was caught off guard. The drink splashed all over his face, his eyes and nose were not spared, and the high-proof vodka nearly blinded him. Bang! Just as he was recovering from the shock, Wang took advantage of the moment and threw a powerful punch straight at his face. This punch was fierce and precisely aimed, causing his nose to twist and his mouth to contort. But that wasn't the end. Wang continued to throw punches and kicks, unleashing a series of brutal moves, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones and joints. The Black Tiger had no idea how many bones were broken. With top-notch close combat skills and incredibly precise targeting, all these fierce moves aimed at the Black Tiger's most vulnerable spots. So even a muscular man couldn't withstand the relentless assault of the finest fighting techniques. In no time, the Black Tiger lay on the ground, multiple fractures and bleeding all over, his face twisted and mangled, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, reduced to a state resembling a pig's head. All that remained in his mouth was the sound of exhalation, with no breath left to inhale. This was a contest without any suspense. Oh no, it couldn't even be called a contest. In close quarters, there was no one in the world, not even a martial arts master, who could gain even the slightest advantage from the king's hands. Moreover, the king was only facing a muscle-bound brute like Black Tiger, not a professional fighter. It was a complete crushing, an utterly predictable crushing. Alright, go back and tell your master, if he wants to drink, he should come himself. If he wants to chase girls, he better see if the girl is willing. The king kicked aside the Black Tiger lying at his feet and said coldly, "Truly, overwhelming." In the myth bar, there was an instant silence. Those who were singing were left dumbfounded. The girls from the atmosphere team were also frozen in place. What just happened? They hadn't even seen it clearly. The patrons of the bar, who had come to watch the show, waiting for the boy in the private room to have bad luck, ended up witnessing the muscle-bound Black Tiger being beaten up instead. This outcome stunned everyone. Oh my god, Yuchi, your brother is really amazing. Seeing this scene, Fong Yuan completely forgot the pain in her leg, staring in shock. Watching the king effortlessly explode the muscle-bound Black Tiger, exuding a masculine aura, was simply too charming. A man's strength is one of the factors that women admire. Especially when that strength is used to help her stand up for herself, it becomes even more so. I don't know why my brother has become so strong, Zhou Yuchi said, her eyes filled with confusion. Fong Yuan shared the same bewilderment. This level of skill was definitely not something a novice could achieve. It required years of training and guidance from a master. However, she had never heard of the king practicing martial arts. Suddenly, the king's phone rang. It was Gu Jindong calling. "Master, where are you?" "Myth bar." "Okay, I'm coming right over." They had agreed to hold a master-disciple banquet around 8 o'clock. However, with everything that had happened on the king's side, it was impossible for him to go, so Gu Jindong made several calls, saying he would come to the myth bar and simply hold the ceremony there. At that moment, someone approached. With a fierce demeanor, seeing his most reliable bodyguard being brutally beaten, Lu Songkai quickly took action, bringing a large group of people to confront the king. Among them were some staff from the bar, and also the bar owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s named Gu Tao. A few minutes later, Gu Jindong arrived at the myth bar with a crowd. "Master!" As soon as he burst into the myth bar, Gu Jindong saw the standoff on both sides. One young man and two girls were facing dozens of people. The young man was none other than his master, the king. "Master, what happened?" Gu Jindong rushed over to inquire. "A don?" Suddenly, the owner Gu Tao exclaimed in surprise. Coincidentally, Gu Tao was a member of the Gu family, Gu Jindong's uncle, and this myth bar was one of the Gu family's businesses. Although the Gu family in the provincial capital was not considered a top-tier family, they belonged to the second-tier elite, with members in both business and government. Gu Jindong's uncle, Gu Tao, managed the myth bar. The reason they could open such a large bar in such a prime location on College Street in the provincial capital was not just because of money, they also needed influence. Lu Songkai's expression changed slightly. He heard that Gu Jindong actually called this kid the king master. What was going on? "A don, do you know this gentleman?" Gu Tao, being naturally cautious, especially in the bar business where he had to cater to all kinds of people, was as polite as possible to everyone. Being amiable was essential for making money. "Well, he is my recognized master, and his basketball skills are particularly impressive. From him, I can see the shadow of the basketball god. It's simply amazing," Gu Jindong said, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. "Uncle, since I'm here with you, I won't go anywhere else. Please book me a luxury private room. I want to hold a master apprenticeship banquet," Gu Jindong added with a smile. "Sure, that's no problem," Gu Tao nodded, but right now, his priority wasn't to arrange a private room for the banquet. "Boss Gu, my man was beaten up here. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" At that moment, Lu Songkai's face was fierce, and he said coldly, "Young Master Lu, I sincerely apologize. Can you do me a favor? This gentleman happens to be a don's master. What a coincidence. We're all on the same side. It's just a misunderstanding," Gu Tao said with a smile, thinking of smoothing things over and minimizing the situation. "No way." Lu Songkai couldn't swallow this anger, especially since the Black Tiger was still lying on the ground, with fractures and bleeding. Not long after, the ambulance arrived. Gu Tao had called for emergency help at the first opportunity. "Young Master Lu, let me arrange for your man to go to the hospital to treat his wounds. I'll cover the medical expenses, so you can rest assured," Gu Tao said with a smiling face, quickly instructing his subordinates to get busy. Lu Songkai's face was ashen, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, yet he remained non-committal about Gu Tao's actions. He certainly felt very embarrassed and had to regain his face. "Young Master Lu, please do me a favor. Conflicts between young people can get heated, and if we're not careful, it can lead to a fight. I'll apologize on his behalf," I'm sorry, young Master Lu, Gu Tao said, deeply bowing to Lu Songkai, expressing his sincere apologies. Lu Songkai's expression remained icy, a fierce look flashing in his eyes as he pushed Gu Tao away. Stop the nonsense. Bring that kid over here and make him kneel and apologize. Kneel and apologize. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. Clearly, Lu Songkai would not let Wang Shang off so easily. Give me some face. Gu Tao lowered his voice, adopting a very humble posture. After all, he was a businessman with a good temper, skilled at navigating social situations, and he tried to avoid offending anyone as much as possible. Moreover, what Gu Tao truly feared was not Lu Songkai himself, but Lu Rendong behind him, the Red Dragon of the Four Dragons Society. I, Lu Songkai, will not give you this face. My most trusted subordinate was beaten. If I let this slide, I, Lu Songkai, will lose face and must get it back, Lu Songkai said fiercely. Gu Tao felt somewhat caught in a dilemma. He glanced at Gu Zhendong beside him. With the Gu family's strength, they didn't dare to confront Lu Songkai directly. After all, not to mention anything else, the Myth Bar relied on Lu Songkai's group to help maintain the scene. Without Lu Songkai's connections, although the Gu family could maintain the bar's business and security with their own resources, the good cooperative relationship built over the years would completely collapse, and they would also make enemies. This was not what the Gu family wanted to see. Master, what exactly happened? Although Gu Zhendong was still a college student, he had some understanding of the family's business and social connections, so he wanted to know in detail what had just happened. Wang Shang smiled but said nothing. Zhou Yuqi, what happened just now? He had to ask Zhou Yuqi. It was like this. Zhou Yuqi explained the situation honestly, without embellishment, clearly stating what had occurred. Gu Zhendong's heart stirred. He didn't expect that the goddess he had been pursuing was actually being forced to drink by Lu Songkai's men in the bar. He nodded immediately. Okay, I understand. Immediately, he looked at Lu Songkai and coldly said, Lu Xiao, this is your people not following the rules. Coming to the bar to drink and chase girls? No one cares about you, but if you force other girls to drink when they don't want to, what? Are you going to act like a tyrant and force them? Stop talking nonsense. Gu Zhendong, you haven't even left university. What does society's affairs have to do with you? This kid hit my man, he has to kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, no one is leaving here today. All unrelated people get out. Close the door. Lock it. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Lu Songkai shouted through gritted teeth. Lu Songkai issued the order, and a group of thugs quickly sprang into action, driving out the customers inside, then clattering down the bar's shutter and locking it. Lu Songkai was confident, having brought over a dozen brothers, while Gu Tao and Gu Zhendong only had some bar staff and a few powerless girls, who couldn't form any fighting strength at all. Therefore, he felt emboldened. He had to establish his authority here, otherwise, as the son of Qilong Lu Rendong, how would he survive in the future? Seeing the situation turning dire, Gu Tao's eyes showed signs of anxiety. Disturbances happened from time to time in the bar, but a large-scale incident like today, involving the son of Qilong Lu Rendong, was too troublesome. Gu Tao felt that the situation had already slipped out of his control. Adong, why don't you quickly call your dad to come over? He tugged at Gu Zhendong's arm, lowering his voice, his expression anxious. Okay. Gu Zhendong picked up his phone, realizing that the situation was indeed not right. If his newly recognized master got into trouble here, he could forget about learning such impressive skills in the future. But if he insisted on standing with Master Wang and completely severing ties with Lu Songkai, the entire Gu family might not withstand the pressure from the powerful Silong Wei. Bang bang bang, woo-wah woo-wah woo-wah. Suddenly, outside the Myth Bar, the door was heavily pounded, and urgent sirens sounded. Open the door, inspection. A stern voice echoed loudly through the loudspeaker. It turned out the police had arrived. People inside, listen up, quickly open the door and accept the police inspection. Otherwise, you will be charged with obstructing official duties and disturbing public order. Clatter. The shutter opened. Lu Songkai's men were not bold enough to confront the police, so they had no choice but to reluctantly open the door. Instantly, a large group of police rushed in. Don't move! Don't move! Everyone, hold your heads down! Hold your heads down! The arrival of the police made the group of thugs Lu Songkai brought quickly drop their weapons and squat down, holding their heads. The police began their inspection. Lu Xiao, it's you again. What's this? Is the Myth Bar closed for business? What are you all doing inside? Planning to fight and cause trouble? I'll tell you, you're a habitual offender. Don't get yourself locked up again. A middle-aged police officer strode over, seeing Lu Songkai, and coldly snorted. This officer was a well-known figure in the provincial police, known as Old Xia, the head of the provincial serious crimes unit. If it were ordinary personnel from local police stations, Lu Songkai wouldn't pay them much mind, But old Xia was not someone to be trifled with. His working style was very strict and decisive, and it was said he had a powerful background in high-level support. Lu Songkai adopted a lazy posture, offered a cigarette to old Xia, and said, "Group leader Xia, come on, my brothers and I are just having some fun at the bar. It's just a little personal grudge, it's not to the point of disturbing public order, right? Besides, group leader Xia, you're such a busy person, how do you have the time to waste here? Come have a smoke, cut the crap, if you guys have nothing going on, get the hell out of here." Old Xia firmly refused, stating with righteous indignation, Alright, I'll take my brothers and leave immediately." Lu Songkai laughed nonchalantly, "We won't be in your way here, Chief Xia." He then waved his hand at his subordinates. "Let's go. Gu Tao, you bring them here. Good, very good. Let me tell you, from today on, your Gu family has a grudge with my Lu family, and this matter won't be so easily resolved." Before leaving the bar, Lu Songkai approached Gu Tao, lowered his voice, and spoke fiercely. Gu Tao looked serious as he watched Lu Songkai and his group leave. Not long after, old Xie instructed the police staff to pack up and return. "Mr. Wang, hello, I am old Lu from the Provincial Serious Crimes Unit. If you have time later, I would like to talk to you," old Xie said unexpectedly as he walked up to Wang. Wang was slightly taken aback, although he didn't understand why. He nodded, "No problem." The other party was the head of the Provincial Serious Crimes Unit, so if he wanted to talk, it must be something important. "Chief Xia, you must be discerning, Wang is my master. He just arrived in the provincial capital to drop off his sister at school. Please don't arrest him." Gu Zhendong panicked and hurried over to plead. He thought Chief Xia was coming to arrest Wang. "Young comrade, don't be nervous. I'm just here to have a chat with him, nothing else," old Xia smiled and said. "That's good." Gu Zhendong sighed in relief. "Gu Zhendong, there's no need to hold a master apprenticeship banquet. So much has happened today, I really don't have the mood to eat," Wang said to Gu Zhendong with a shrug, feeling helpless. Gu Zhendong showed a look of regret and nodded. "Alright, master, then you. I am already your master. In terms of basketball skills, I will hold nothing back. As long as I have time, I will impart my lifelong skills to you," Wang said sincerely. "That's great. Thank you, master." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhendong was extremely excited. Such wonderful news was truly beyond words for him. As a basketball enthusiast, he had practiced for many years, often spending days and nights on the court, honing even the most minute techniques without eating or drinking. And now, having the shadow of the basketball god, Wang, with so many extraordinary skills, becoming his master and promising to impart his lifelong skills, how could he not be excited? "Master, we still need to hold the apprenticeship banquet. I've invited my best buddies and classmates, and I want to call my parents over too, to hold the banquet together." Gu Zhendong was indeed someone who valued tradition, perhaps because he came from a traditional family like the Gu family, where many were in business or held official positions, all very particular about rules and appearances. "The apprenticeship banquet has already been held, actually," Wang said with a slight smile. In fact, he understood very well that the banquet itself was not important, because just now, Gu Zhendong and Gu Tao had come out to support him, standing up against Lu Songkai under pressure, which had already made the point clear. What Wang valued was not the formal apprenticeship but the Gu family's attitude towards him, respecting the teacher and valuing the way, respecting him as a master, then of course, he would willingly accept Gu Zhendong as a disciple. Gu Zhendong seemed to have realized something and smiled knowingly. "Yuchi, you and Yuan should go back to school first. She has a small injury on her leg. Hurry to the school's infirmary to take care of it. I still need to chat with Chief Xia, and later I'll stay in a hotel by myself," Wang gently instructed as he walked up to Zhou Yuchi. Today's events had left everyone feeling quite unhappy. He knew it was his fault. Lu Songkai and his group had targeted him, definitely coming prepared and with a plan. Zhou Yuchi still wore a worried expression and said, "Brother, you must be extra careful. Yuan and I will head back to school first. If anything happens, remember to call me." Wang Shang nodded. "Then, goodbye for now." Fang Yuan looked at Wang Shang with a complex expression, as if in just a few short hours, she had completely reacquainted herself with this young man from the small city of Jiangdu. "Master, I've arranged a place for you to stay. We have several houses and a villa at home, so there's no need to stay in a hotel," Gu Zhendong quickly said upon hearing Wang Shang mention staying in a hotel. "No need to go through all that trouble. I don't even know how long the conversation with team leader Xia will take. You all go ahead and get busy. You don't need to worry about me," Wang Shang replied. Soon, everyone dispersed. Wang Shang also walked towards the outside of the myth bar, took out a cigarette, and lit one. In the night, with the evening breeze, old Xia had been waiting in the police car by the roadside for a long time. Wang Shang was just about to walk over when suddenly, ding! "Congratulations, host. The 1 yuan exchange system has completed 10 exchanges, and the initial stage completion has reached 100, ding. Upgrading the 1 yuan exchange system, ding. 1 yuan exchange system upgrade successful. Currently at the intermediate stage of the 1 yuan exchange system, daily exchange opportunities will trigger precisely at midnight, with no restrictions on location or occasion, and the rewards for exchange can be categorized. The familiar system prompt sounded. A series of prompts filled Wang Shang's mind, informing him that the system had upgraded and successfully entered the intermediate stage. With the upgraded system, daily exchange opportunities would trigger at midnight, without any conditions or location restrictions, so Wang Shang no longer needed to run back to the small supermarket in Jiangdu for his daily 1 yuan exchange. This was very convenient. By the way, system, what does it mean that the rewards for exchange can be categorized? Wang Shang quickly asked. It's simple. Currently, the rewards for the intermediate system are divided into two main categories. One is real wealth, and the other is personal abilities. Real wealth includes various forms of wealth in reality, such as money, equity, real estate, sports cars, airplanes, cruise ships, and even private islands. Personal abilities include martial arts, basketball skills, piano, cooking, dance, singing, and acting. The intermediate system no longer randomly triggers rewards. Instead, the host can choose the rewards. For each daily exchange opportunity, the host can select any type of wealth or ability. The system provided a detailed explanation, and in Wang Shang's mind, a long list resembling a computer menu was laid out, clearly showing every small item listed under the two main categories. Wang Shang's heart stirred. This was impressive. The system had refined the two major categories of wealth and personal abilities into every small classification. Moreover, the random triggering of rewards had transformed into active selection. The difference was enormous. Wang Shang could now autonomously choose what he wanted, whether it was wealth or ability. This way, he could continuously grow into the most unique and powerful super strong individual in this world. Reminder, countdown to redeemable rewards, 3 hours and 30 minutes. Wang Shang looked at the time. It was now 8:30 in the evening. In 3.5 hours, it would be midnight, and the exchange opportunity would refresh. So, how long will the 1 yuan exchange intermediate system last? Will it upgrade again? Wang Shang suddenly had these two doubts. The intermediate system will last for a period of time. Once the host reaches a certain number of exchanges, the system will upgrade to the advanced stage. Please look forward to it. Wang Shang was filled with anticipation, knowing that this system could continuously upgrade, and it would surely become more impressive with each upgrade. Soon, he arrived at the roadside outside the Myth Bar, sitting next to old Xia in the police car. The car window slowly rolled down. Get in the car, Comrade Wang Shang. There are some acquaintances of yours inside, you should meet them. Old Xia revealed a sly smile, gesturing for Wang Shang to sit in the car. Wang Shang nodded, and as soon as he got in, he saw that indeed, it was a familiar face. Luo Xiaoxiao. Hi. Dressed in plain clothes, Luo Xiaoxiao wore tight jeans paired with a light yellow shirt, fresh and beautiful, with long legs that overshadowed countless beauties in terms of looks, figure, and temperament. Wang Shang was taken aback. It's you? What, you don't want to see me? Luo Xiaoxiao pouted. No, I just find it surprising. Luo Xiaoxiao, weren't you in Jiangdu? How did you end up in the provincial capital? Didn't you come to the provincial capital too? Luo Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue, turning the tables. Wang Shang smiled. I'm just here to bring my neighbor, Zhou Yuqi, to register at the university. She couldn't buy a ticket, and it's not convenient or safe to take a long-distance bus. TCH, buying a high-speed train ticket isn't hard, right? It's not even a particularly busy travel peak. Oh, you really don't understand a girl's thoughts? Or are you just pretending not to? Luo Xiaoxiao teased. Wang Shan looked puzzled. What do you mean by that? Your neighbor girl obviously likes you. Otherwise, why would she act cute and ask you to drive her to the provincial capital? Isn't she just trying to spend more time with you? Luo Xiaoxiao said playfully. Wang Shang's heart stirred, and he laughed. Don't say nonsense. Zhou Yuqi is a university student at a key university, and she's so beautiful. How could she like me? Besides, we have a childhood friendship. It's not as complicated as you think. You're not bad either. Luo Xiaoxiao squinted and smiled. You're so rich, with assets worth hundreds of billions, and you have impressive skills, amazing marksmanship. I don't quite understand what you're talking about. Wang Shang was taken aback. His heart trembled as if something had been exposed. Suddenly, he realized something was off. Why did Luo Xiaoxiao know so much? If it were about his assets, it was impossible to keep it a secret. After all, they were all registered under his name. But marksmanship, what the hell? How could Luo Xiaoxiao know? Wang Shang, you really don't know what I'm talking about? Luo Xiaoxiao looked at him leisurely, her eyes flashing a cold glint, and instinctively, she revealed a scrutinizing gaze. It was a professional habit. she was always wary of anyone who seemed suspicious. Let's cut to the chase. What have you discovered? Wang Shang was not one to beat around the bush, he wanted them to say it directly. The secret about the system was an exception, he would never reveal it, and even if he did, no one would believe him. Have you been following me all along? Suddenly, Wang Shang realized a serious issue. He felt that he had been tracked by the police since the last incident with Zhou Qiang from the Jiangdu Four Dragons, who kidnapped Zhou Yuqi. He never expected that upon arriving in the provincial capital, the police had followed him all the way. It was terrifying. A cold, even somewhat fierce look appeared in Wang Shang's eyes, making Luo Xiaoxiao, who had been a criminal police officer for many years, feel a bit uneasy. Comrade Wang Shang, don't be agitated. We're just following orders. There's no malice in tracking you. It's just to further understand you and protect your safety. At that moment, old Xia, who was driving, spoke up. That's right, Wang Shang, we are the police. We can't have any ill intentions towards you, so don't worry. Luo Xiaoxiao quickly reassured him. It was no wonder, who would be happy being followed everywhere? The fierce look in Wang Shang's eyes gradually subsided. But isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to follow me? I'm a good citizen, I've done many good deeds, and honestly, I've never done anything illegal or immoral. There are some photos here. Unfortunately, during the last car accident, the recorder in the car happened to capture them, and you are in them. Luo Xiaoxiao took out a stack of photos and handed them to Wang Shang. When he took a look, Wang Shang was a bit stunned. In the photos, it was indeed him. From the time he went to the provincial city with Luo Xiaoxiao to attend the Zhouzhou Dingwa treasure event, when they encountered a car accident on the way and were surrounded by a few thugs from the Xilonghui. At that time, he had used a sniper rifle, but he was hiding very discreetly while shooting. Although there were no solid photos of him firing the gun, there were pictures of him crawling out of the car, hiding in the grass, and then firing bullets from the grass. While these photos couldn't conclusively prove that he was the sniper hiding in the shadows, they certainly raised significant suspicions. Wang Shang, during the last car accident when I was with you, you played me a trick, making the police think you were an innocent bystander who was scared. However, after analyzing these photos, we initially determined two possibilities. First, you are that mysterious sniper. Second, you have an inextricable connection with that mysterious sniper, Luo Xiaoxiao said seriously. Wang Shang put down the photos. His tense nerves and furrowed brows gradually relaxed. At this point, there was no point in hiding any longer. That's right, he said slowly, letting out a long sigh. I am that mysterious sniper, it was me. But the ones I took down were all bad guys, scoundrels. In that situation, if I hadn't shot, I would have been sitting there waiting to die, not just for me, but for other innocent people as well. I can't let the bad guys go free and let innocent people sacrifice. A man must dare to take responsibility. Wang Shang had completely laid it all out. His words left Luo Xiaoxiao and old Xia in the car shocked. They had actually guessed that this was the truth. However, when the truth was revealed, they still felt a tremendous impact. It was hard to believe. A young man in his early 20s actually possessed such mature and steady sniper skills, as if he had been tempered in a world of gunfire for decades. Not only was it about marksmanship, but he also had an incredibly strong heart. I've laid my cards on the table, so what do you want to do? It's up to you. Wang Shang shrugged and said in a helpless tone. Old Xie turned around, his tone very steady. To be honest, if there are no direct photos proving that you are indeed the sniper who fired, and if we don't find any weapons on you, our police's judgment about you can only remain in the stage of suspicion. So rest assured, we are not here to be your enemies, nor to deal with you. Wang Shang's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Then what is your purpose in finding me? Team leader Xie is the head of the Provincial Major Crimes Unit, directly responsible to the provincial leadership. The evil organization Xilonghui, which has been entrenched in our provincial city and several prefecture-level cities, has always been a headache for the higher-ups. To eliminate Xilonghui and cut off their malignant influence, Team Leader Xie has been watching them for nearly 10 years. The special operations team that Team Leader Xie is in charge of has made many efforts and invested a lot of effort to eradicate Xilonghui. And I am also a member of the special operations team. For our sacred mission, to eliminate evil and promote good, I will definitely fight to the end against those evil forces. At this moment, Luo Xiaoxiao's expression was calm, but as she spoke further, she became more excited, her face filled with righteous indignation. That's your police business. What does it have to do with me? Wang Shang said irritably. Indeed, it didn't concern you before, but now it's different. You have made enemies with Xilonghui. They have been watching you for a long time. From Jiangdu to the provincial city, they have been following you. Otherwise, how would we have noticed you? Team leader Xie said in a deep voice. The king thought to himself, this does make some sense. I was innocently dragged into this, caught in the whirlpool of the evil organization of the Four Dragon Society. It's useless for you to look for me. Are you planning to use me as a breakthrough to lure out important members of the Four Dragons Society? The king was quite displeased. Don't you want your skills to have a place to be used? Mr. Wang, our special operations team needs your help. Here, I bring the instructions from the provincial leaders, who are also very hopeful that you can assist us and become a special member of our team. As long as you can help us deal with the Four Dragons Society, you can fully join our ranks, gain a position, and the higher-ups will also grant you a bonus. Team leader Xie spoke eloquently. Wang understood. They wanted to recruit outside help, treating him as an external aid for the special operations team. Moreover, they had offered some conditions, such as a position and a bonus. Wang, I request you to join us. We really need your help. I beg you, Wang. Luo Xiaoxiao quickly activated her charm as a girl, becoming infinitely gentle, pleading with him. I can help you, but I have conditions. After careful consideration, Wang made his decision. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. Speak up, brother. What are your conditions? Just say it. As long as it's feasible, I will definitely make it happen. Old Xie said. Becoming your external aid is no problem. I can do my best to help you eliminate the evil organization of the Four Dragon Society. However, I have been unrestrained since childhood, used to freedom. I hope to have the special right to act independently. If during the mission, when dealing with those bullies, I can act freely without being controlled by your team members, then I agree to join you. If not, then forget it. Wang laid out his conditions. Old Xie took out a cigarette, handed one to Wang, and lit one for himself. Brother, to be honest, your conditions. This made it difficult for old Xie. Stepping out of the police car, Wang enjoyed the cool breeze of the provincial city at night, feeling quite comfortable. To retain such a rare talent, old Xie, even though very reluctant, had to grit his teeth and agree to the conditions Wang proposed. This gave Wang absolute freedom. Even when he had to follow the provincial special operations team on missions, he wouldn't be bound by the usual rules, allowing him to participate flexibly, adapting to the situation. Originally, old Xie's request was for Luo Xiaoxiao to accompany Wang, providing police protection. However, Wang refused. It wasn't that he didn't want to be with the beautiful police flower, Luo Xiaoxiao, but he felt uncomfortable being watched by a woman, especially around the clock. It just didn't feel right or free. Wang, are you done? Where are you staying? How about this? I've already booked a room for you at the student hotel in the university town. A call came in from Zhou Yuqi's number. However, the person speaking was another girl. From the voice, it should be Fong Yuan. Ahem, Miss Fong Yuan, please don't tease me. I've already been tormented enough at the myth bar. I beg for mercy. Wang joked with a smile. He had no ill intentions towards Fong Yuan, especially when he realized that her various tricks at the myth bar were ultimately to test him. As Zhou Yuqi's close friend and classmate, she was definitely qualified. The king was also worried that Zhou Yuqi, as a girl from a small place, was too innocent and kind-hearted. She had devoted herself to her studies since childhood, and now studying in a big city, if there were many temptations outside, how could she maintain her self-respect and self-love in the face of those sweet-talking boys? Establishing the right values was very important and would affect her entire life. With Fong Yuan, a very qualified best friend, by her side, Zhou Yuqi would certainly not go down the wrong path. Not only did he not dislike her, but to be honest, he also had to thank Fong Yuan. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I sincerely apologize for the things I've done and for the misunderstanding towards you. I'm really sorry. On the phone, Fong Yuan's attitude and tone were very sincere. The king smiled slightly and said while holding the phone, Miss Fong Yuan, I accept your apology, so please don't test me again in the future. After all, with an outstanding girl like you, I can't guarantee that the next time I face your various temptations, especially that sexy little wildcat outfit, I won't get carried away. Oh, Your Majesty, just as I apologize to you, you say this? No, I'm just joking. Alright, I've already booked a room for you. Yuqi and I will share one, and you hurry over. Upon arriving at the student hotel, as soon as the king entered the lobby, he saw two girls sitting on the sofa next to the front desk, waiting. It was none other than Zhou Yuqi and Fong Yuan. Brother Wang. Seeing him arrive, Zhou Yuqi quickly stood up, like a cheerful little bird, and ran over with a smile. The police are looking for you. It won't be anything serious, right? It's nothing, don't worry. They just asked me a few questions and then let me go. That's good. You scared me to death. Zhou Yuqi let out a long sigh of relief, the worry on her face quickly dissipating. Yuan specially booked 2 rooms. You stay in one, and I will share one with Yuan, right next to each other. Tonight, we'll rest at the student hotel. Zhou Yuqi lowered her voice, leaned closer to the king's ear, and continued, actually, Yuan is really nice, kind-hearted. She was afraid you'd be alone in the provincial capital and have to find a hotel to stay in, which would be too inconvenient, so she arranged the accommodation and even let me stay with her. Isn't that very thoughtful? The king felt a stir in his heart and couldn't help but glance at Fong Yuan, who had changed into a good girl outfit and had her leg wrapped in a bandage. He walked over, looked at her injured leg, and asked with concern, Fong Yuan, your leg. Long, white, and slender. What, do you want to touch it? Fong Yuan had a serious expression, looking very aloof, as if she didn't think much of the king. Zhou Yuqi's face darkened. The king scratched his head, showing an awkward yet polite smile. It's too late, I won't touch it, maybe another day. Humph. You really want to touch my leg, huh? Zhou Yuqi pouted, giving the king a small disdainful look. Suddenly, Fong Yuan's face flushed, as if she had heard something else in the king's words. Maybe another day. That phrase was too ambiguous. The king also realized the ambiguity in his words and quickly touched his nose, changing the subject. By the way, where's the room card? This hotel looks nice. I'm so tired. I just want to take a good shower and rest. Here. Fong Yuan took out the room card, and as she stood up, Zhou Yuqi hurried over to support her. With her leg injury, she must have been moving around with difficulty these past few days and needed her good friend to take care of her. Take it slow, Zhou Yuqi reminded. Miss Fong Yuan, thank you very much. The king took the room card without hesitation. Turning around, he walked straight towards the elevator. Then I'll go rest first, you two should rest early too. With a lazy voice, his stylish figure walked away. Humph. Fong Yuan couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Yuan, you spent a lot today. Zhou Yuqi watched as Wang Shang entered the elevator, then turned back to Fong Yuan with a smile. Humph, your brother is really something, just took the room card and left. This is the first time I've ever come out to book a room for a guy, and look at him, acting as if I owe him something. Fong Yuan replied irritably. Zhou Yuqi was at a loss for words, thinking to herself, wasn't this your arrangement? Why are you unhappy now? By the way, Yuan, do you think a guy like my brother Wang Shang is your type? Suddenly, Zhou Yuqi seemed to catch something from Fong Yuan's slightly resentful gaze, so she wore a teasing smile and asked. Fong Yuan's expression changed slightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a different color, and she paused for a moment before quickly denying it. What type? Your brother is not my type at all. He's so clueless and lacks charm, like a fool, and way too aggressive. Anyone who becomes his girlfriend would be incredibly unlucky. Alas, what a pity. My brother Wang Shang actually already has a girlfriend, and she's a very beautiful salesgirl with a pretty good family background, Zhou Yuqi said sourly. Seeing her like this, even a fool could tell about her feelings for Wang Shang. Fong Yuan sighed helplessly, thinking, Zhou Yuqi, you silly girl, you're really hopeless. Come on, I still have to accompany your brother at the hotel. Am I not the perfect best friend? Fong Yuan said as she walked towards the elevator with Zhou Yuqi's support. Alright, my good best friend. Zhou Yuqi smiled brightly. Are you there? Just as Wang Shang returned to the hotel after taking a shower and was about to sleep, he received a WeChat message. He picked up his phone and was a bit surprised to see it was from Bai Moli. 3 years after graduation, although he still had Bai Moli's WeChat from their university days, they had only exchanged messages during holidays, maintaining a normal classmate relationship. To be honest, over the years, he had felt inferior, never having a decent job, just staying at home managing a small supermarket, living a muddled life, and he didn't dare to have any ambitions towards his former goddess. Besides, Bai Moli was developing in the provincial capital, coming from a well-off family, while he was just a poor boy from a remote town. The gap between them was vast. They were simply not from the same world. However, at the last gathering in the provincial capital, organized by their old class monitor Jiang Shikai, more than 20 classmates, including Bai Moli, got together. Wang Shang couldn't hide anymore and showcased his abilities. He took his private plane, left the villa, and returned to Jiangdu. Undoubtedly, after that event, Wang Shang became a prominent figure among his university classmates. No one could have imagined that the once poor classmate, who relied on Bai Moli to introduce him to part-time jobs during university to earn his living expenses, had now become a national treasure discoverer, the honorary curator of the Jiuzhou National Treasure Museum, with so many assets and even his own private plane. Yes, old classmate, what are you busy with? Not sleeping so late? Wang Shang replied with a smile. Now, he was full of confidence, having transformed from a poor loser into an all-capable male god. The former goddess was no longer out of reach. He had assets, strength, and personal charm. Can't sleep, just want to chat with you. I hope I'm not disturbing you or delaying your rest. The typing status quickly received a message from Bai Moli. Not only was there text, but also cute and funny emojis. Wang Shang smiled knowingly. In the past, he could never have imagined having such a conversation with his former goddess. No, I just lay down, I won't fall asleep that quickly. How have you been lately, old classmate? Wang Shang replied calmly. This calmness and composure were the growth brought to him by the passage of time and his current good fortune. Old classmate, to be honest, things haven't been too good lately. In the chat box, Molly sent this message and then it changed to typing, but it seemed like she was hesitating, wanting to say something but holding back. Wang Shang didn't rush to send a message asking, but instead, he calmly waited. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Hey, old classmate, why aren't you concerned about me? Finally, Molly couldn't hold back anymore. Instead of sending another message, she directly sent a voice message. Her voice was still pleasant, and there was a hint of playful complaint in her tone. Wang Shang picked up his phone and sent a voice message back. Not at all. I've always been concerned about you. I was just waiting for you to tell me what happened. Now that you're successful and have your own private jet, you don't care about us poor old classmates anymore, do you? Molly's voice message came through, tinged with a bit of grievance. Wang Shang remembered all the help she had given him during college and immediately responded with a smile. Old classmate, don't say that. I've only just started to do a bit better recently. But let's get to the point. From your tone, it sounds like you've encountered some difficulties. Whatever I can help with, I will do my best. After a while, Molly's voice message came through. Actually, it's nothing much. I just suddenly thought of you and wanted to chat. So, there was a play that my family's company had negotiated with the production team for me to play the third female lead, but someone cut in line and took my role. Thinking about it, it's hard not to feel a bit unwilling. Listening to her voice, Wang Shang understood the general situation. Molly's family had always been in business, starting with clothing wholesale and gradually representing some second and third tier foreign clothing brands. Now they were doing quite well, holding a place in the clothing industry in the provincial capital. Nowadays, her family had specifically invested in her, opening a studio for her, allowing her to represent a few clothing brands and giving her opportunities to participate in the entertainment industry and take on some roles. During college, Molly was the president of the school's drama club and loved acting. This passion had never faded. What kind of play is it? From what you said, it sounds like you were really looking forward to it and are quite unwilling to let it go. It must be a good play. Wang Shang sent a voice message. It's a period drama, a palace drama, similar to Empresses in the Palace. My role as the third female lead is actually quite appealing. If it were filmed smoothly and aired, it would definitely receive a good response, but now it's such a pity. It's okay, don't force anything, just let it be. You're so talented, you were the president of the drama club in college, and your acting foundation is solid. You just need the right opportunity. I believe in you, you can definitely do it. Wang Shang sent encouraging words. Alright, thank you, old classmate. It's late at night, and you still patiently spend time listening to my woes. You should get some rest. You too. By the way, old classmate, what are you busy with in Jiangdu? Me? I haven't been in Jiangdu these past few days. I've come to the provincial capital. Really? Perhaps too excited, the conversation became more lively, and Molly directly sent a video call. Wang Shang clicked to connect. Hi, old classmate. In the video, Molly was at home, wearing pajamas, her hair tousled, looking a bit lazy and slightly downcast, greeting Wang Shang on the screen. Hi. Wang Shang sat on his bed, video chatting with her. You've come to the provincial capital. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Shouldn't we old classmates meet up and catch up? Molly pouted, a bit annoyed. It seems you don't treat me as an old classmate at all. No, it's just that I came to the provincial capital in a hurry this time. It was a last-minute decision to send a younger sister from next door to my hometown to attend university here. Wang Shang scratched his head, smiling awkwardly yet politely. I don't care. You come to the provincial capital without even letting me know, so I can't extend my hospitality. That's really inconsiderate, Molly retorted, not in the best of moods. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow as an apology, if you have the time. I do, of course, Molly blurted out, suddenly blushing, realizing she might be a bit too forward. Although they were old classmates, there was still a difference between men and women. During their university days, there had been some rumors among classmates suggesting that Wang Shang had feelings for Molly. Now that time had passed and everyone had their own lives, was it really appropriate to be too close? Let's meet at a place tomorrow. I also want to learn more about your studio and what it's like now. Maybe I can help you. Even through the screen, Wang Shang could sense Molly's embarrassment, so he said this. Okay, see you tomorrow, it's a deal. After ending the video call, Wang Shang checked the time. It was already past midnight. He hadn't expected that chatting with Molly would make time fly so quickly. Suddenly, he realized something very important. The system. The one yuan exchange system had reached the intermediate stage, and now he could refresh exchange opportunities at any location after midnight. System? I want to exchange. Ding. The 1 yuan exchange system is refreshing daily exchange opportunities. Refresh successful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained today's 1 yuan exchange opportunity. Would you like to exchange? Of course. Ding. Congratulations, host. 1 yuan exchange successful. Current wealth value. Please choose a reward. Soon, unlike before, a screen appeared in Wang Shang's mind, resembling a computer page, displaying 2 major categories of text. One category was real wealth, including cash rewards, sports cars, luxury houses, office buildings, company shares, everything one could imagine. The second category was personal abilities, such as master-level piano skills, world-class gambling techniques, culinary genius, world-class sprinting, long-distance running, and top-level football skills. Wang Shang was dazzled by the options, and with just a thought, he could scroll through the interface like a computer page, pulling down to see more choices. From passively receiving rewards to actively choosing, Wang Shang could only silently exclaim, "This system is amazing." By the way, system, can you check which film crew by Molly's studio has recently participated in and sponsored, as well as the background of the film investment company? Suddenly, Wang Shang had a whimsical thought and posed the question in his mind. Ding! Querying the film crew that by Molly's studio has participated in and provided costume sponsorship for. Currently filming the Qing Palace drama Ling Fei Chuan, which is invested by the Diayue Film Group of the provincial capital. Wang Shan was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that his sudden inquiry would receive a quick response from the system. The Diayue Film Group of the provincial capital is a joint stock company, currently valued at around 5 billion in total assets, with 12 subsidiaries. The system provided a detailed introduction to the Diayue Film Group, including its equity structure, asset situation, distribution of subsidiaries, and specific revenue status. This information would be hard to obtain even for professional consulting agencies, as the Diayue Film Group was not publicly listed, and much of the information was internal confidential. It was nearly impossible to access unless one was at the absolute top of the group. However, the system was different. As long as Wang Shan wanted information, the system could quickly query and provide a response. Incredible! So, can the reward I choose now be shares in the Diayue Film Group? Ding! Detected host's reward selection, Diayue Film Group shares. Reward distribution in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, 30% shares of Diayue Film Group. Congratulations, host. You have become the second largest shareholder of Diayue Film Group. Wang Shang was astonished. Even though he had received numerous rewards from the system before, this time he felt an overwhelming surprise, almost as if he were in a different world, filled with a surreal sense of science fiction. Just like that. So easily, he obtained 30% of the shares of Diayue Film Group, valued at 50 billion, which means shares worth 1.5 billion. He had become the second largest shareholder of Diayue Film Group. Moreover, this was incredibly timely. He had just been discussing filming a TV drama with Bai Mojing, and now he had directly acquired shares in Diayue Film Group. This is amazing. He was extremely excited, soaring with joy. The phone rang. It was a call from his investment company, from the Core's senior investment analyst. Boss, congratulations. You've gained another substantial asset. Our legal department received a call from Diayue Film Group in the provincial capital. Upon answering the call, Wang Shang immediately received a work report from the senior management of the investment company. Alright, I understand. You've worked hard. Please make sure to come to the provincial capital as soon as possible to handle the share transfer and asset operation matters. Wang Shang calmly arranged everything while holding his phone. He thought to himself, these core executives, the top investment experts in the world, and the best professionals in asset management, are truly dedicated. Even at this hour, they were still busy with company matters. With the support of these core talents from the investment company, he had no need to worry. The specific transfer of the shares he obtained from Diayue Film Group, involving legal procedures, would be handled by the professionals from the investment company. A night passed. Wang Shang woke up early in the morning, a smile on his lips, clearly having had a good dream. Now, he could be said to be in a position to seize opportunities, enjoying life to the fullest. He had made an appointment to meet Bai Mojing, so he couldn't be late. After having breakfast provided by the hotel, he greeted Zhou Yuqi and Fang Yuan, who had already gotten up, washed up, and eaten breakfast, and then hurriedly left. Driving his Pagani Huayra, Wang Shang stylishly departed from the university town area, navigating to the agreed meeting point. His current plan was to expand his business from Jiangdu to the provincial capital and continue to grow. With the system's support and the assistance of the investment company, he was filled with confidence. This was the most prosperous business district in the provincial capital, the Financial Plaza. Upon arriving here, Wang Shang experienced the prosperity of the big city. Looking around, he saw skyscrapers forming the most dazzling and modern skyline of the provincial capital. This was the economic center of the province and also the economic hub of central Huaxia. Here, the streets were filled with various high-end luxury cars, Porsches, Ferraris, Aston Martins, Lamborghinis, Maseratis. It was not uncommon to see one. In the East District of Financial Plaza, there was a well-known cafe in a skyscraper within the high-end commercial area. Wang Shang arrived just in time for their appointment and walked into the cafe. "Hi, old classmate." In a certain spot in the cafe, Bai Mojing was already waiting. Upon seeing Wang Shang, she immediately broke into a bright smile and greeted him. "Old classmate." Wang Shang smiled as he walked over and sat down. Faced with the stunning beauty, he couldn't help but show an appreciative expression. After all, Bai Mojing was a wealthy and beautiful woman from the big city, an elite female frequenting high-end commercial areas. Her attire was fresh and stylish in a European and American fashion, and with her height and long legs, she completely pulled off her designer clothes and high heels. Elegant and beautiful, poised and graceful. Truly a goddess. "Classmate Bai Jasmine, it's been a few days since we last met, but I feel like you've become even more beautiful," Wang Shang exclaimed sincerely. "Not at all." Bai Jasmine smiled, waving for the waiter to come over and ordering 2 cups of coffee. "Do you want sugar?" She smiled at Wang Shang, her enchanting gaze captivating. Looking at her, Wang Shang felt a wave of emotion, as the girl before him was still the considerate one from university, always mindful of everyone's feelings. Her emotional intelligence was off the charts. Suddenly, Wang Shang playfully teased, "No need for sugar, because your smile is sweet enough." Bai Jasmine paused for a moment, her delicately made-up face flushing slightly. "Humph, old classmate, you've changed. You weren't this good at flirting before," Wang Shang laughed. "Back then, I struggled just to eat. How could I have the energy to make girls happy? Don't you think?" "Ahem, I don't quite agree," Bai Jasmine chuckled softly, lowering her head. "You're much more confident now. The things that show in your eyes can't fool anyone." "Is that so?" Wang Shang replied noncommittally. "Alright, let's drink our coffee. You've come to the provincial capital without saying a word. I'll treat you to this coffee, but you have to take me out for a meal. You've become successful now, so you can't forget your old classmate." Bai Jasmine huffed lightly, lifting her coffee cup, her alluring red lips gently touching the rim. "What's the problem? Just tell me where you want to eat for lunch," Wang Shang said with a smile. "I can still afford a casual meal." "Oh, isn't that Bai Jasmine? Nice taste, coming here for coffee to make up for the lost role?" At that moment, a lively yet sarcastic voice rang out from not far away. The speaker was a young woman. Her looks and figure weren't top-notch, but she was curvy, especially with her pointed face, a typical internet celebrity look, heavily made up and very alluring. From her demeanor, one could sense a hint of the worldliness, with a touch of vulgarity in her eyes. Her gaze swept over Bai Jasmine, revealing a flicker of jealousy and disdain, seemingly stemming from her own insecurities about her appearance and charm compared to Bai Jasmine. Indeed, when compared to Bai Jasmine, she paled in comparison. Skipping over Bai Jasmine, her gaze landed on Wang Shang, and a slight smirk appeared at the corners of her mouth, her eyes filled with contempt. "Jean Feilin, is that you?" Bai Jasmine set down her coffee, her expression darkening, clearly not fond of this sharp-tongued woman. "Who is she?" Wang Shang asked curiously. "She's the one who came in with connections and stole my third female lead role. Graduated from a certain art school in the provincial capital. She doesn't have much to her name, but she's the mistress of a manager from a film group, so," Bai Jasmine explained, her eyes revealing her unwillingness to accept the situation. Wang Shang quickly understood. So this woman was a mistress. In this day and age, some women truly have lost their morals and the bottom line of being human just to climb the social ladder. Drinking such cheap coffee, only you, Bai Jasmine, could do that. Humph, it's really laughable. You at least run your own studio and your family is doing alright. Why not invest a bit more to keep your role in the production? Jean Feilin sneered, clearly pleased with herself for taking Bai Jasmine's role. My family's business mainly deals with clothing. Becoming a sponsor for the production can earn some money, and although I've lost the role, it doesn't matter much. But you, if you hadn't used all your tricks and lost your dignity and bottom line to seduce someone else's husband, how could you have possibly taken the role from me? Bai Jasmine replied calmly, a smile on her face, cursing without using any foul language, relaxed and composed. Yet every word was like a knife, stabbing at Jean Feilin's fragile heart. Jean Feilin's expression darkened significantly, her hands clenched tightly, her slender nails nearly digging into her flesh. Humph, I can make others like me, willing to pay a price for my role in the play, and that proves I have the ability. And you? You can only stare blankly. I'm simply better than you, Jean Feilin said fiercely. She truly hated Bai Mojing to the core, because even if Bai Mojing lost her role, she could rely on her family's clothing business to sponsor the production team, expand her influence, and profit in the business world. The vast disparity in their backgrounds and conditions made Jean Phelan's already pitiful self-esteem extremely fragile. She had to resort to unscrupulous means, even becoming incredibly sinister, just to prove she was better than those girls born with golden keys in the big city. Over time, she became extreme and twisted. Now that she had gained power, of course, she had to flaunt it, seize the opportunity to trample her rivals and show off herself. And she had to curry favor with her benefactor, making that married man satisfied. Otherwise, if she fell out of favor, she would lose everything. Yes, you are better than me, I admit it. Mojang sighed helplessly, truly not understanding why this shameless woman wouldn't let her go. You finally admit it. Just wait, after the show airs, I'll be famous, and you will continue to be nameless. Mojang, you just aren't cut out for this entertainment industry. Don't even think about being famous in this lifetime. Don't think about becoming an actress. Just go home and run your business. Seeing Mojang's self-surrender, Jean Phelan felt a sense of triumph, as proud as a peacock displaying its feathers. Mojang initially didn't want to argue with her, but upon hearing such vicious insults, her anger flared up. She stood up abruptly, glaring at Jean Phelan, her good upbringing instilled in her since childhood giving her composure. Even when furious, she maintained her grace. Jean Phelan, I know you are very pleased with yourself for getting the role of the third female lead, but you have no need to show off your presence and superiority here. Let me put it this way, whether I can be an actress or become famous has nothing to do with you. I advise you to mind your words and remember the timeless truth that those who do evil will perish. I will perish for doing evil? Humph. Mojang, I see you are just jealous. Jean Phelan sneered. Mojang was so angry she didn't want to speak. Encountering such a woman was truly a case of not checking the calendar before stepping out. Baby, what's wrong? Who's jealous of you? At that moment, a man walked over and wrapped his arm around Jean Phelan's waist. It was just around noon, a time when many nearby companies were taking their lunch breaks, one of which was the agency under Getaway Film Group. Yang Legua, the general manager of the agency, was currently getting close to the recently popular canary, Jean Phelan. Taking advantage of the break, he had arranged to stroll around the nearby shopping district with her, buying some luxury bags and perfumes. Jean Phelan happened to notice Mojang sitting in the cafe, so she came over to mock and ridicule her. Old Yang, you came at the right time. Look, this is Mojang, the one who competed with me for the third female lead. Humph, she even dared to say I will perish for doing evil. It infuriates me. I've been bullied, Old Yang. You have to back me up. Jean Phelan, true to her acting skills in the entertainment industry, put on a pitiful face, looking as if she had suffered great injustice when her benefactor arrived. Yang Legua was momentarily taken aback, his gaze falling on Mojang. He didn't know Mojang, but his eyes lit up, instantly filled with desire. The girl before him, in his countless experiences with women, was truly stunning, flawless from head to toe, and her aloof, ethereal demeanor filled him with a desire to conquer her. Although Molia's family business was somewhat established, it was still too insignificant compared to those large families and enterprises. So even though Molia's clothing business was one of the sponsors for the production team, it was merely a small sponsor at the very back, lacking any real influence. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had her role snatched away. Miss, why are you bullying Miss Jean Phelan? Do you know who she is? If you don't apologize to Jean Phelan today, we won't let this go. Yang Legua squinted, pushed up his glasses, and stepped closer to Molly, knocking on the table with his hand, threatening her sternly and coldly. Although his tone was harsh, even somewhat fierce, especially with his naturally intimidating face, this was actually his usual tactic for flirting. In his eyes, Molly was just a naive girl wanting to step into the entertainment industry, without any connections or background, perhaps with a bit of money at home, but merely a small-town girl content with her modest wealth. Such girls were often easy to win over. As long as he showed some skill and offered some temptation, they would easily bite. Molly felt a headache coming on, thinking she was just meeting an old classmate for coffee, yet here she was facing threats. What kind of world was this? Good women don't fight with bad women, but now, not only was there a bad woman, but a bad man had also appeared. Molly instantly lost her desire for coffee and was about to stand up and leave with Wang Shang. If she couldn't fight back, she could at least avoid it. However, Yang Legua blocked her, his gaze icy. Want to leave? You think you can just walk away without apologizing? Do you think I, the president of the colorful agency under Getaway Film Group, am just sitting here doing nothing? As he said this, the arrogant and self-satisfied Yang Legua deliberately took out his gilded business card and waved it in the air. You are. Molly was startled. If this person was indeed the president of the agency under Getaway Film Group, then she really couldn't afford to provoke him. Sit down, have some coffee. Suddenly, Wang Shang pulled Molia's arm, making her sit down. Molly was taken aback again. Four-eyed guy, ugly woman, you two really are a perfect match. Wang Shang chuckled, took a tissue, and wiped the spot where Yang Weigua had knocked on the table, his eyes filled with disdain. If you two don't apologize to my old classmate, I guarantee your outcome will be quite spectacular. Wang Shang raised his head, looking at Yang Weigua and Jean Feilin. Remember, this is not a threat, it's a kind reminder. Before they could respond, Wang Shang flashed a harmless smile and added, you two should really think about it. Jean Feilin felt no sense of impending danger. Instead, she scoffed and coldly laughed, you little brat, are you sick? Look at you, what a pathetic sight. Where did you crawl out from? Want to play the hero saving the beauty like in the dramas? You should take a good look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are. Yang Weigua was momentarily stunned, then smiled, casually pinching Jean Feilin, teasingly saying, hey, don't say that about the young man. Look at him, trying so hard to impress the beauty. We should encourage him. Clap, clap, clap. After saying this, Yang Weigua started clapping. Jean Feilin also clapped, her face full of mockery and disdain as she looked at Wang Shang, as if watching a monkey show. Several core executives from the super investment company, having learned last night that their boss Wang Shang had acquired shares in the Diaoyu Film Group in the provincial capital, set off overnight from Jiangdu to the provincial capital. A few core members from the company's legal department had a thorough discussion at the headquarters of Diaoyu Film Group, involving matters such as equity transfer and a series of legal document notarizations. Now, they were just waiting to hand the drafted contract to Wang Shang for his signature, after which he would smoothly become the second largest shareholder of Diaoyu Film Group, holding 30% of the shares, valued at over $1.5 billion. As the second largest shareholder, Wang Shang possessed decision-making power over the film group and automatically became a core member of the board of directors. Now, even the president of the film group had to treat him with respect, as the president himself could not hold more than 30% of the shares, thus lacking absolute control. Any major decisions made by the group had to go through the board. Currently, the board of directors of the film group was dominated by a certain investment institution, which held the largest share and was the undisputed first shareholder. Besides that, the most influential and decision-making power belonged to Wang Shang. At this moment, the president of the film group, accompanied by several core executives, was preparing to meet with the senior executives of Wang Shang's super investment company after leaving the company headquarters. Boss, our side is preparing to meet with the president of the film group and some senior executives to explain the situation regarding the equity transfer in person, along with some specific contracts that require your personal signature to have legal effect. Additionally, the group president cordially invites you to the film group's headquarters for lunch. Okay, I understand. Let them come over, Wang Shang said as he hung up the phone. It turned out that the core executives of the investment company had called Wang Shang to inform him about the discussions with the film group. Sitting in the cafe, Wang Shang put away his phone, revealing a calm smile as he looked at Yang Weigua and Jean Feilin, the two clowns. He couldn't understand why they were still clapping in glee. Oh, you little brat, look at you making calls. Did you call someone over? Are you trying to scare me with some thugs? Ha ha ha. Yang Weigua laughed heartily, suddenly hitting a funny bone, clutching his stomach and laughing uncontrollably. Wang Shang shrugged and said seriously, you actually guessed it right, but it wasn't me who called someone over. It's your Diaoyu Film Group's president who was about to come here to meet me. Old Yang, did you hear that? This kid says your group's president is coming to meet him. Are you scared? Jean Feilin paused for a moment and then looked at Yang Weigua. Scared? Scared, scared, scared. I'm scared to death. Yang Weigua nodded vigorously. Ha 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 ha, look at this silly kid. I can hardly meet the president of Diaoyu Film Group, yet he says the president is coming to meet him. Ha 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 ha. The group president is worth billions, managing the entire group, over 10 subsidiaries, and thousands of employees. What kind of dream is this silly kid having? He must be going crazy wanting to enter the entertainment industry. What a foolish and mentally challenged thing. Suddenly, both of them burst into laughter, their stomachs hurting from laughing. It was as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Before the president of Diaoyu Film Group comes to meet me, I advise you to quickly apologize to my old classmate. Otherwise, it will really be too late, and you won't regret it, Wang Shang said leisurely as he sipped his coffee, addressing the two. He truly didn't understand why they found it so funny just because he was speaking the truth. Wang Shang, don't be ridiculous. How could the president of Diaoyu Film Group possibly come to meet you? I've never heard that you were involved in the film and television industry. Besides, do you know that Diaoyu Film Group is the largest entertainment company in our provincial capital, with a scale of several billion? This time, they are the biggest investor in the TV series, and their various subsidiaries have complex relationships, with many connections. At this moment, Baimoli was a bit anxious, not out of fear, but because she felt that Wang Shang shouldn't speak carelessly. If someone caught him making a mistake and used the film group as a cover to deceive others, he could be held legally responsible. I'm not messing around, Wang Shang said seriously. No, I'll just apologize and bow my head. You have your connections and your own career in Jiangdu, but in the provincial capital, you are a blank slate. There are too many people and too many forces here that you can't afford to provoke. Bai Moli stood up, ready to apologize and put an end to the matter, thinking that she couldn't let her own issues drag down her old classmate. Sit down. Suddenly, Wang Shang pulled her back down, exuding dominance. He had noticed that several core executives from his investment company had entered the cafe, accompanied by a group of well-dressed business elites. A sly look appeared in his eyes. If he guessed correctly, these people were the president and senior executives of Diaoyue Film Group. Bai Moli, let's finish our coffee first. Some things don't need to be rushed, Wang Shang said with a smile, looking at Bai Moli, who appeared surprised. Come on, waiter, refill my cup. Amidst the laughter, the atmosphere was light and carefree. Bai Moli felt a stir in her heart. Although Wang Shang's attire was simple and unpretentious, and he occasionally revealed a commoner's vulgarity, it did not diminish the sense of security he provided when his dominance shone through heavy and warm. Being with such a man made her feel particularly at ease, as if the world outside could collapse, yet he could remain steady, offering an incredibly rare sense of stability and calm to those around him. Ha ha ha, look at this brat, still getting a refill. You're killing me. Seeing this scene, Jean Feilin was still laughing heartily. At that moment, a large group of people in suits arrived. The sharp-eyed Yang Weiguo spotted Chen Runsheng, the president of Diaoyue Film Group, and his heart sank. He hurriedly ran over, his face full of flattery. Oh, it's President Chen. You're so busy. How do you have time to come for coffee? Here, this table is empty. Please sit down. What would you like to drink? I'll order for you. Chen Runsheng was discussing matters with several core members of Wang Shang's super investment company, and Yang Weiguo's interruption made him visibly displeased. He coldly replied, Yang Weiguo, you seem quite free. This sentence frightened Yang Weiguo. The talent agency also faced business pressures, managing so many artists and arranging event schedules, with performance requirements in commercial operations. As the head of the talent agency under Diaoyue Film Group, Yang Weiguo was usually very busy, but he had taken a break to go shopping with his mistress and was worried about being seen by the higher-ups at headquarters. Now, coincidentally, he ran into the group president at the cafe. How could he not be flustered? It's like this, President Chen, you may not know, but our agency has just signed a new actress, this one here, Miss Jean Feilin. He quickly called Jean Feilin over to smooth things over. Jean Feilin, being in this circle, was very savvy, and since she could get involved with Yang Weiguo, she immediately sensed her golden opportunity from the conversation between Yang Weiguo and Chen Runsheng. Hello, President Chen. I've long admired your name, and it's truly an honor to meet you today. I am Jean Feilin, a newcomer from Binfeng Talent Agency, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. She immediately put all her skills to use, striking various poses and flaunting her charm, her eyes sparkling with electricity, as if she wanted to stun the head of the film industry group. Chen Runsheng felt a bit dazed, raising his wrist to check the time, still maintaining his aloof demeanor. Alright, this is still work time, you should all get back to what you were doing. Mr. Chen, you came at just the right time. Our newcomer, Miss Jean Feilin, has been bullied. Someone insulted her, saying that those who act unjustly will meet their own demise, and they even dragged me into it, threatening both me and Miss Jean Feilin. Look, it's this little brat. Yang Weiguo pointed at Wang Shang, who was sitting in a chair drinking coffee, feeling incredibly excited. And this little brat even said that Mr. Chen, you would come to see him. It's just laughable. Mr. Chen, you are such a big shot sitting in such a high position, and this kid, who hasn't even grown out of his baby fat, dares to use your name to scare people. Isn't that just pulling a tiger's skin to make a big flag? Yang Weiguo continued, thinking to himself that since the head of the film industry group had coincidentally arrived, this little brat was bound to be in trouble. Let's see how you end this. Chen Ruanqing's gaze fell on Wang Shang, just as he was about to speak. Mr. Chen, this is our boss. At that moment, a core member of Wang Shang's super investment company saw the boss drinking coffee and quickly introduced him to Chen Runsheng. Chen Ruanqing's expression changed from stern to incredibly gentle, even showing a hint of flattery as he walked over, bent down, and said to Wang Shang, Wow, so you are Mr. Wang, the boss. I came here with the senior management of your company to pay our respects to you. It's truly a great honor to meet you, a great honor. This was the second largest shareholder of the film industry group, an important member of the board, one of the top few people in this empire. To put it simply, although Chen Runsheng was the president of the group, he was still just a senior employee. And this Mr. Wang was the real power holder. Boss Wang? Mr. Wang, a great honor, oh my. At that moment, Yang Weiguo and Jean Feilin were completely dumbfounded. Both had blank expressions, utterly confused as to why this earth-shattering change had come so quickly and unexpectedly. You're too kind, Mr. Chen, hello. Wang Shang extended his hand, standing up ceremoniously to shake hands with the president. Please, have a seat, don't let me interrupt your coffee. Chen Runsheng appeared cautious and on edge, no longer the imposing president in the eyes of Yang Weiguo and the other executives. In front of this kid, Chen Ruanxing's demeanor was that of a subordinate. By the way, wasn't it said that there were some documents I needed to sign? Perfect timing, let's all sit down and have a good chat to handle the matters at hand. Wang Shang had finished his drink and made some space. Alright. Chen Runxing quickly got to work taking a large stack of documents from his assistant. Among them were the papers regarding the transfer of shares. Besides the people from the film industry group, there were also people from Wang Shang's investment company and several notaries from relevant departments. The transfer of shares worth billions, the change of old and new shareholders, was still somewhat complicated. Wang Shang took the pen and swiftly signed several names, also leaving his fingerprint. A series of processes were carried out in an orderly manner. Chen Ruanxing's main role now was to respectfully present the documents to Wang Shang. Wang Shang sat there while he stood, like a lackey. The surroundings were silent, no one dared to make a loud noise. With the president behaving this way, the executives of the group had to be even more respectful and humble, standing aside quietly waiting. Yang Weiguo stood like an ant on a hot pan, his heart in turmoil, his face turning purple with fear, and he felt as if he were regretting to the core. Why did he have to offend Boss Wang? Was he just looking for trouble? It was over. Just now, he had even mocked Boss Wang and said things that made him apologize. Oh my god, what have I done? He was extremely flustered, feeling a sharp pain in his face, as if 100 claws were scratching at his heart. At that moment, Wang finished signing. Boss Wang, you are now officially the second largest shareholder of Diaoyu Film Group, holding the second most shares in the company. In the days to come, I hope you will support and tolerate our work, and please guide us in the future. Chen Runsheng stood straight, then bowed at a 90-degree angle, his eyes filled with respect for Wang. Please guide us, Boss Wang. Please guide us, Boss Wang. The senior executives standing behind him all bowed deeply, showing utmost respect. Although the scene seemed overly formal and serious, it was quite normal. This was the respect these senior employees should have for their boss. Wang waved his hand dismissively. President Chen, and all of you, no need to be so polite, we are all family now. Just continue to work as usual, and I hope we can join hands and forge ahead, taking Diaoyu Film Group to greater heights. Chen Runsheng led the applause, and everyone joined in. Suddenly, Chen Runsheng thought of something and turned to Yang Weiguo, saying, "Didn't you have something to say earlier? Someone bullied you and Jean. What was it? Oh, Miss Jean Feilin, what exactly happened? Now that our group's second largest shareholder, Boss Wang, is present, you should clarify it." This. Yang Weiguo trembled all over, unable to speak. Beside him, Jean Feilin was even more terrified, her face pale and shaking violently. Oh, it's nothing, here's how it is. Wang leisurely recounted the events leading up to this moment. Then, in the face of Chen Ruanxing's panic and the anger reflected in his eyes, he calmly said, "By the way, President Chen, you are the president of the group, handle the internal matters yourself. I believe you will manage it well, I trust your professionalism." After saying this, he turned to Bai Malalai beside him, covering his mouth with his hand and whispering, "Old classmate, you see, some things can't be rushed, there are always solutions." Oh my god, you are actually the behind-the-scenes boss of Diaoyu Film Group, the second largest shareholder. This is simply unbelievable. Bai Malalai was in endless shock, unable to recover for a long time, murmuring under her breath, "Boss Wang, please rest assured, I will handle it well, I will handle it well." Chen Runxing nodded eagerly, but the next moment, his expression suddenly turned cold and serious. He walked up to Yang Weiguo and Jean Feilin and sternly reprimanded, "You, Yang Weiguo, when I entrusted the management of the agency to you, I bore a lot of pressure, all because I believed in your character and your ability to manage the agency well. Now, it's a complete mess because of you, and you must take full responsibility. President Chen, please listen to me, let me explain." No need for explanations. The facts are already very clear. I will no longer trust you. Alright, Yang Weiguo, you are suspended for reflection. Come to see me when you have thought it through. Also, the newcomer you signed, Jean Feilin, right? From now on, she is no longer a member of the agency. I will make other arrangements for the roles in the crew. President Chen, you can't do this. Over the years, even if I have no achievements, I have put in hard work. You can't treat me like this. Yang Weiguo's face was filled with despair, looking as if he were about to die. In the prime of his life, at a great time for his career, he faced such a turn of events, truly heart-wrenching. No need to say more, that's it. I am the president of the group, and I have the authority to make personnel appointments for each subsidiary. I must be accountable to the board of directors and to the major shareholders, Chen Runqing said coldly, and once the words were spoken, they could not be taken back. With the situation having developed to this point, seeing Chen Runqing's resolute attitude, Yang Weiguo knew that everything was beyond redemption. To appease the group's second-largest shareholder and to show face to Boss Wang, Yang Weiguo had to be sacrificed. Anyone in Chen Runqing's position would make the same decision. With Yang Weiguo suspended, Jean Feilin, the woman who had been involved with Yang Weiguo and acted as his canary, was certainly in a precarious situation. Her hopes of developing a career in the provincial capital's entertainment industry were completely dashed, all due to her own actions. She wanted to cry but had no tears, filled with regret, hating how ignorant and foolish she had been just moments ago, to the extreme. Boss Wang, our group headquarters senior management hopes to have lunch with you and also allow you to inspect the work. I wonder if you have the time. After resolving the matter with Yang Weiguo, Chen Runqing politely inquired of Wang Shang. Sure, let's head out now, Wang Shang replied, standing up and nodding. By the way, this Miss Bai Malalai is an old classmate of mine, and we've always had a good relationship. She really wants to develop her career in the entertainment industry. Previously, due to some changes, she withdrew from the investment in our group's palace drama and lost her role to someone else. Now, Wang Shang paused slightly and said this. Chen Runqing understood immediately and quickly replied, Don't worry, Boss Wang, since she's your old classmate, it's absolutely no problem. I'll arrange it. He then turned to Bai Malalai and said politely, Miss Bai, I will arrange your role right away, and I will have a good talk with the director and producer about your scenes. Rest assured, since Miss Bai can passionately perform in our company's invested drama, we will do our utmost to give you more opportunities to shine. Bai Malalai was overjoyed and thanked him with a smile. Thank you so much, President Chen. You're welcome, we're all on the same side, Chen Runqing replied with a smile, clearly very adept at reading the situation. At this level, everyone was sharp. Old classmate, believe it or not, even though you are the third female lead, this drama will definitely showcase your role the best. Go act well, and wait for your big break. Don't forget to give me an autograph then. Wang Shang pulled Bai Malalai aside, lowering his voice and teasing her half-jokingly. Bai Malalai was extremely grateful, and under Wang Shang's slightly teasing gaze, she suddenly felt shy, lowering her head and saying, Old classmate, thank you so much. I really don't know how to thank you, you've helped me a lot. If you really want to thank me, then you should offer yourself, Wang Shang joked. Ahem. Bai Malalai's pretty face turned even redder, and she stomped her foot in a playful manner, turning away. I'm not talking to you. Seeing her cute and charming demeanor, Wang Shang smiled knowingly. In truth, as Wang Shang had said, Bai Malalai understood that his generous help would undoubtedly allow her to walk a solid path in the entertainment industry, even to say good winds help me rise to the skies. In this circle, the power of capital is extraordinarily immense. Suddenly, just as Wang Shang was about to walk over and join Chen Runqing and the others for lunch and work inspection, two figures rushed over, kneeling at his feet without a word. It was Yang Weiguo and Jean Feilin. I'm sorry, Boss Wang. Please forgive me for my shortcomings. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I beg you to forgive me, Boss Wang. Wang Shang's expression darkened. He despised such petty people from the bottom of his heart. I had given you kind reminders and warnings, but unfortunately, you did not listen. We're all adults now. You must take responsibility for your actions and face the consequences, the king said before striding away. The crowd surrounded the king as they exited the cafe together. Boss Wang, this way please. Chen Runqing walked alongside the king, matching his pace, and hurried ahead to open the elevator, holding the door to escort the king inside. They quickly arrived at the 20th floor of the skyscraper, which housed the headquarters of Diaoyu Film Group from the 20th to the 27th floor. A total of 7 floors. Of course, this was just the headquarters. Diaoyu Film Group had more than a dozen subsidiaries, each with its own office. After inspecting the headquarters, the king gained a preliminary understanding of the company's current operations. A super luxurious and spacious office had been specially reserved for the king to handle affairs at the headquarters. Additionally, Chen Runqing had originally made a recruitment plan to arrange for a secretary and assistant for the king, but the king declined. The investment company had enough personnel, and he had already discussed with several core executives that when he was not at the film group's headquarters, he would arrange for professionals from the investment company to act as his representatives, stationed here to handle matters. The king felt that he wouldn't be too reassured with secretaries and assistants arranged by Chen Runqing, such important positions had to be filled by reliable people from his own circle. In fact, as the second largest shareholder, he was merely going through the motions in handling the film group's affairs. The real operations were managed by several core executives from his investment company. After the inspection, the king had dinner with Chen Runchang. The top-floor restaurant of this skyscraper, located in the heart of the provincial capital's commercial district, was a 3-star Michelin restaurant, luxurious and high-end, making dining here quite impressive. Through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows of the restaurant, the king could overlook the entire provincial capital, and standing at such a height, he felt a surge of emotions. He recalled how he had come from the small town of Jiangdu to this big city as a poor student, studying hard while working part-time, living a frugal life. And now, he had returned from Jiangdu, but the autumn winds had changed everything. He was now at the pinnacle of this city, looking down on it all as a successful figure. The twists and turns of life were truly dramatic. By the way, Chen, this building should have a helipad, right? Suddenly, while dining, the king asked Chen Runchang this question. Chen Runchang was momentarily taken aback but quickly smiled. Of course, Boss Wang, are you planning to? Oh, it's nothing. Having a helipad would be very convenient. My private jet can easily travel back and forth between Jiangdu and the provincial capital, making it much easier for me to handle affairs at the headquarters in the future, the king replied with a calm smile. Chen Runchang took a deep breath, once again shocked, but upon reflection, it wasn't that surprising. After all, someone as young as Boss Wang, already holding shares worth billions and being the second largest shareholder, must have a deep background, far beyond just the group's equity. Therefore, it was quite normal for Boss Wang to own a private jet. The top floor has a helipad that can accommodate 4 helicopters at the same time. Given your status, I'll arrange for the company's administrative department to secure a parking spot for you right away. Chen Runchang quickly made arrangements. You're reliable in your work, Chen. I feel very reassured. Ha! The king praised him. This compliment made Chen Runchang very happy, his face turning rosy. Receiving praise from the major shareholder was a great honor for him. After inspecting the group and having lunch, the king bid farewell to Chen Runchang and the senior executives at the headquarters. Arriving at the underground parking lot, he returned to his Pagani Huayra. Lighting a cigarette, he rolled down the window and leisurely took a puff, feeling utterly content. As the second largest shareholder of the group with assets worth hundreds of billions, this feeling was incredibly refreshing. Moreover, he had his own private parking space here, not just one but an entire parking area, designated for him by the film industry group, allowing him to park directly here when he came to the provincial capital for work. Originally, the film industry group had arranged a dedicated driver for him, but he had declined. He enjoyed the feeling of driving himself. Master, are you busy? Suddenly, his phone in his pocket vibrated. A message had come through. With one hand holding the cigarette and the other pulling out the phone, he saw that the message was from Gu Zhendong. He called back immediately. Master, I hope I'm not disturbing you? Gu Zhendong answered the call almost instantly, speaking cautiously. Oh, disciple, I'm almost done with my matters. Do you need something? Master, if you have time, come to the provincial university and teach me how to play basketball. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Right, I need to teach you basketball. As your master, I haven't taught you any skills yet. That's unacceptable, Wang Shang hurriedly replied, a hint of apology in his tone. Master, you're too kind. I'll come pick you up at the provincial university gym. No need, I'll drive myself over. Alright, master, I'll wait for you. V-room. He slammed the accelerator, and the Pagani Huayra roared to life, shooting out of the underground parking lot like a steel beast. Driving, he had to show off, otherwise, he would lose its original meaning. The roads in the provincial capital were indeed much better than those in the small city of Jiangdu, perfect for a low-slung supercar like the Pagani Huayra. All the way, Wang Shang drove, attracting plenty of attention. Many people looked at this world-class limited edition supercar with envy. Wow, Pagani Huayra, so cool. That's really impressive. Which rich second-generation heir is out here showing off? If I could drive a Pagani Huayra in this lifetime, it would be worth it. He arrived at the provincial university. Wang Shang drove right in. The campus became lively with the arrival of the super luxury car, drawing countless envious gazes along the way. Fong Yuan, be my girlfriend. In a certain part of the campus, next to the Fountain Square parking lot filled with various luxury cars like Mercedes, BMWs, Audis, and Porsches, a red Ferrari 458 stood out as the absolute definition of a supercar in the eyes of the students. After all, it was a Ferrari worth several million, and its entrance into the campus attracted countless eyes. Stepping out of the Ferrari was a young man dressed in trendy clothes, wearing a luxury brand watch, clearly a rich second-generation heir. He held a bouquet of flowers, confessing to a girl. The young man was entangled with a long-haired, uniform-clad girl with a hot and sexy figure. The girl was Fong Yuan. Seeing this young man made Fong Yuan furious, because he was the blind date arranged by her family, who ran a building materials business and owned several prime location stores, reportedly worth over 100 million. Such a family, compared to Fong Yuan's family in the renovation business, seemed perfectly matched in the eyes of outsiders. Fong Yuan's family also had assets worth tens of millions to over 100 million. While not particularly wealthy in the provincial capital, they certainly had no worries about food or clothing, living a rich and comfortable life. Unfortunately, she had no interest in this young man who was persistently pursuing her. "Sorry, we're not suitable. I specifically drove a supercar to take you out for fun. How many girls want to sit in my passenger seat? Aren't you even a little tempted?" The young man felt embarrassed, especially with so many people around watching. "So what if you drive a Ferrari? A car worth millions, in a place like this provincial city, thrown into a real wealthy circle, what does it count for? Don't flaunt it in front of me, I'm not impressed," Fong Yuan said irritably. She raised her wrist to check the time. "Alright, you should hurry up and do what you need to do, don't waste my time here." She decisively rejected the young man's pursuit. "Humph, Fong Yuan, you're so heartless to reject me. Don't you care at all about the business dealings between our families and our good cooperative relationship? I'm a young man your father highly appreciates, more than enough to match you. Business is business, and feelings are feelings," Fong Yuan replied coldly, her dislike for the young man deepening. The previous entanglements were limited to clichés like inviting her to dinner or sending flowers, but now this guy was actually threatening her with business interests. How tasteless. You will regret it. Right now, you're still in college, relying on your looks, with many suitors and high standards. Once you leave campus and step into society, won't your parents just use you as a pawn, a bargaining chip in the business world, introducing you to those rich young masters in their circles? Do you think they will treat you sincerely? Don't dream, the young man said fiercely. As for my Ferrari, how many young people can afford it nowadays? If you don't want to sit in it, there are plenty of girls who would fight to get in. Humph, the young man, filled with resentment, added through gritted teeth. Whoever wants to sit can sit, goodbye, Fong Yuan said without a care, turning to leave. By the way, don't try to fool people with the sports car your family bought for you. A man should have his own abilities, relying solely on family is ultimately hollow. I hope when you go out to chase girls and have fun, you can understand some principles. Besides, you say there aren't many young people who can afford cars like yours, but I disagree. There are plenty of wealthy and capable people who act low-key and don't want to show off. She turned back, speaking earnestly. Humph, stop pretending to be high-minded. What nonsense about acting low-key? Have you drunk too much toxic chicken soup? You say there are many wealthy young people, so show me. Just in this university, who else drives a better car than mine? The young man scoffed. Just then, a strikingly stylish, sci-fi-like supercar slowly drove over. A Pagani Huayra. The Huayra was looking for a parking space. Just right next to the young man's Ferrari 458, there was an empty spot. So, the Huayra executed a perfect parallel parking maneuver, gliding alongside the right side of the Ferrari 458, parking in perfectly, steady as a rock. The young man watched the Pagani Huayra the whole time, his face darkening. He had just boasted shamelessly about how eye-catching and impressive his Ferrari 458 was, claiming that not many could afford it. And now, a world-class supercar worth tens of millions had just arrived. The slap in the face came too quickly, like a gust of wind. The onlooking classmates were all drawn to this world-class supercar, and those who didn't recognize the model quickly took out their phones to search. Wow, it's actually the world-renowned car, the Pagani Huayra. What a cool design, so eye-catching. Equipped with a 6-liter twin-turbocharged engine, with a maximum torque exceeding 1,000 Newton-meters and a maximum power exceeding 730 horsepower. A global limited edition, originally priced over 30 million, there are only a handful of people in China who own this Pagani Huayra. So cool. I really wonder what kind of identity the person driving this car has. Wow. So handsome. A dashing, free-spirited super handsome guy. I love it. Such a handsome guy driving such a stylish car. Truly a perfect match. The girls were focused on the car's beautiful design and its jaw-dropping price, while the boys had a different perspective. Aside from the car being a top-tier supercar, they were more interested in its performance. Nevertheless, all the students present were awestruck by the Pagani Huayra. When the car door opened like a butterfly spreading its wings, the king, exuding an untamed charisma, emerged from the vehicle, causing the girls to erupt in deafening screams. The boys, without exception, displayed genuine envy and jealousy. Damn it, I really forgot to check the calendar before heading out. Why did I have to park next to his car? My Ferrari, of all things. At that moment, the young man driving the Ferrari was so furious that his nose twisted and his face contorted, his muscles trembling with an overwhelming surge of anger and frustration. Just a few minutes earlier, he and his Ferrari 458 were the center of attention, with many girls casting envious glances, some even looking eager to approach him. And now, out of nowhere, this unknown brat appeared, driving a Pagani Huayra and parking right next to him. Instantly, his Ferrari 458 became nothing more than a backdrop. Innocent Ferrari 458, caught in the crossfire. A few $1 million car next to a tens of millions dollar car really pales in comparison. It's true, people die comparing themselves to others, and goods are thrown away when compared. Ha ha ha. The guy driving the Ferrari just boasted that not many can afford a few $1 million luxury cars, and now, he's been ruthlessly slapped in the face. Indeed, not many can drive a few $1 million luxury cars, because he's driving a tens of millions dollar luxury car. The chatter was incessant. This was the real-life version of showing off and getting struck by lightning. The more ostentatious one was, the quicker the retribution came. Oh, it's you? The king immediately spotted Fong Yuan. And how could Fong Yuan not notice the king? She just didn't dare to acknowledge him, fearing she might mistake him for someone else and create an awkward situation. After all, she had only met the king last night and had caused some embarrassing moments at the Myth Bar. Moreover, she simply couldn't connect the tens of millions Pagani Huayra with Wang Shang, Zhou Yuqi's brother. Wang Shang, is it really you? Fong Yuan asked, astonished. Wang Shang smiled, of course it's me. What's wrong, sexy little wildcat? The hotel I stayed at last night was all arranged by you. Have you forgotten me so soon? No. Fong Yuan shook her head repeatedly, pouting, my goodness, is this car yours? Wang Shang nodded, yeah, I drove this car to bring Zhou Yuqi to school. It's alright, good acceleration, just a casual ride. Casual ride? Just alright? Fong Yuan felt her intelligence was insulted. A tens of millions dollar luxury car is just for casual riding? Just alright? Did Wang Shang have some misunderstanding about the terms casual ride and just alright? Fong Yuan, who is this guy? At that moment, the frustrated Ferrari youth glared at Fong Yuan and asked irritably. Fong Yuan had a sudden idea and playfully leaned closer to Wang Shang, taking his arm affectionately, and said, darling, why did you drive such a nice car to see me? You really didn't have to. Any Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, or McLaren would have been enough. Driving a tens of millions dollar Huayra is too ostentatious and low-key, making it awkward for everyone to stare at us. Wang Shang was a bit confused, utterly baffled. But soon, he noticed Fong Yuan winking at him and immediately understood. Oh, okay, I'll pay attention to that in the future. You're really nice. Such an intimate interaction, anyone would naturally assume that he and Fong Yuan were a couple. Now, do you know who he is? Fong Yuan said with a proud expression, casually glancing at the Ferrari youth. The Ferrari youth had nothing to say and quickly got into his car, driving away in a huff. It wasn't that he didn't want to compete, the key was that there was no way to compete. Only those on equal footing could truly engage in a contest. Now, the other party casually drove out a luxury car worth tens of millions. What could he compare it to? Finally got rid of that pestering jerk, phew. Fong Yuan let out a long sigh, as if she had resolved a major issue. How's your leg injury? Is it better? Wang Shang asked with concern. Fong Yuan felt warmth in her heart and replied, much better. By the way, who was that guy just now? Let me guess, is he your suitor? Wang Shan laughed. Fong Yuan nodded, reluctantly letting go of Wang Shang's arm, and said, yeah, he's been pestering me for a long time, coming to find me every day in different luxury cars. Most of them are rented, but today's Ferrari 458 was bought for him by his dad. What's there to show off? Just a rich second-generation playboy who knows nothing but eating, drinking, and chasing girls. I don't care about him at all. Actually, I'm also a rich second-generation playboy, driving a luxury car to campus just to chase girls, Wang Shang said with a sly smile, feeling a bit proud. Really? Fong Yuan tilted her head, looking into his eyes, and shook her head, saying, come on, if you were that kind of person, you would have shown your true colors last night at the bar. Clearly, as my good friend Yuqi's brother, you're completely different from those wealthy young masters. What's the difference? Wang Shan walked forward slowly, while Fong Yuan quickened her pace to catch up, walking alongside him. Charisma. Fong Yuan thought for a moment, stuck out her tongue, and revealed a playful smile. Those rich young masters are uneducated, and the aura they give off is mostly just a facade, all show and no substance. Especially those wasteful ones who indulge in wine and women. When they walk, their steps are unsteady. To put it in a northeastern dialect, they are nothing at all. Wang Shang chuckled and said, Fong Yuan, I think you're quite interesting, you have a lot of insight. Of course, although I like going to bars, it's mostly to broaden my horizons and gain experience. I've seen enough of those rich kids' extravagant lifestyles. Sooner or later, they'll squander everything their parents worked so hard to build, Fang Yuan said. Wang Shang felt a stir in his heart. It seemed he really needed to reassess this girl, Fang Yuan. By the way, Wang Shang, where are you going? Aren't you here to find Yuqi? She went to the library, let's go over. No, I'm going to your university's sports college to find Gu Zhendong. Since I've taken him as my apprentice, as his master, I must fulfill my responsibilities, Wang Shang said. Playing basketball? Can I come watch? Fang Yuan exclaimed with delight, instantly energized. She liked sunny, healthy boys, especially those good at basketball. Of course, I happen to be free this afternoon. By the way, I'll call Zhou Yuqi over later, and if we have time, we can all have dinner together. As they strolled along the campus's tree-lined path, Wang Shang suddenly stopped and said this. Okay, I won't. You can invite your sister Zhou Yuqi to dinner. I don't want to get involved. Fang Yuan's immediate enthusiasm took a turn, and a sour feeling rose in her nose. To be honest, she had never envied Zhou Yuqi, but because of Wang Shang's presence, her envy began to grow stronger. But it's not just about inviting Zhou Yuqi to dinner. The main thing is to invite you to dinner. The king smiled at her and said, after all, we didn't have enough fun at the myth bar last night, and I made you treat. Tonight, it's on me. Well, okay. Fang Yuan replied joyfully, happily accepting. In fact, she forgot to mention that the bill from last night at the bar was waived by the owner, Gu Tao. Of course, it was Gu Tao giving face to the king, and had nothing to do with her. But for some reason, when she saw him, Fang Yuan felt as if a piece of iron had met a magnet. She could completely sense the attraction radiating from him, making her involuntarily follow in his footsteps. They arrived at the basketball court of the Sports Institute. Dozens of courts were in use, with more than half occupied by people playing basketball. The basketball atmosphere in the university was quite strong. Most boys liked to play during their free time, exercising and passing the time. Gu Zhendong, the captain of the school team, was practicing with a dozen teammates on a professional indoor court, surrounded by bleachers that could accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 people. The court was laid out according to the standards required for university league venues. Master, Gu Zhendong had been waiting at the entrance of the court, and upon seeing the king, he immediately broke into a smile, greeting him joyfully. Let's go. The king high-fived him and strode into the court. The moment he touched the basketball, the king seemed to transform into another person. He gracefully began warming up, holding the basketball, performing various fluid and agile dribbles, spins, his touch soft and smooth, making the school team members envious and drool. After all, it was the extraordinary skills of the basketball god. Swish, swish, swish. He made a few simple shots, hitting the target accurately, not missing a single one. Long two-pointers, top-of-the-arc three-pointers, 45-degree three-pointers, corner three-pointers, swish, 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 showcasing various skills. The basketball swooshed through the net flipping like waves. Various flashy moves, dribbling between his legs, turning with his back to the basket for a jump shot, a quick-stop jump shot, a fadeaway jump shot, a pull-up. Swish, 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 all hitting the mark. So cool. The school team members stood with their mouths agape, astonished, just watching the king perform. After warming up for a while, the king called Gu Zhendong over to start teaching. He detailed his shooting techniques, dribbling skills, and footwork, gradually breaking down his basketball god techniques for Gu Zhendong to learn. Gu Zhendong was incredibly excited. At that moment, he was as devout as a believer. The king had clearly become his faith in basketball. No moment could make every cell in Gu Zhendong's body feel so filled with obsession and longing for basketball skills, like a sponge continuously absorbing nutrients from Master Wang. He felt that all the basketball teachers he had followed in his life, from elementary school to high school, and then to university, combined, were not even worth a single finger of the king. This was not to belittle those teachers, but because the king's skills were truly extraordinary, reaching an unparalleled level. Some key points of movements, precautions, foot coordination, shooting posture, if he hadn't seen them up close and received hands-on instruction from the king, he would never have had the chance in his life. The school team members were all filled with admiration and respect for the king. Just being able to watch from the side and pick up even a little bit of his skills was enough for them to boast about for a lifetime. Master, I still didn't see that set of moves clearly. I can't grasp the essentials. Can you teach me again? Master, the crossover dribble into a back-turn jump shot just now requires such high proficiency. and the back-turn jump shot needs very strong hang time, it's so difficult. Master. The 1-meter-90 Gujindong was no longer the spirited, self-important captain of the school team he usually was. In front of the king, he was as humble as an elementary school student. The king patiently guided him, imparting all his knowledge. However, it was absolutely impossible for Gujindong to fully learn the basketball skills of the king. No matter how hard he practiced, it would be of no use. At most, he would only grasp some superficial techniques, because the basketball skills of the basketball god were on par with those of Michael Jordan. No matter how much others tried to learn, without that top-tier talent, the same set of moves executed by the king would have tremendous power, while Gujindong's would be much weaker. However, even if it was just the basics, under the king's guidance, it was enough for Gujindong to play in college leagues, and later, playing in the professional leagues of Huaxia would definitely not be a problem. But entering the highest hall of basketball, the NBA, was certainly not that easy. In the stands surrounding the court, Fang Yuan sat there, watching the king play basketball, sitting still for a long time. She was completely captivated by the athletic ability the king displayed while playing, unable to pull herself away. The king plays basketball so cool. This little brother is just love. So handsome it's unreal. What kind of celestial brother does Yuchi have? So envious, so envious. Fang Yuan was once again shocked, seeing in the king the most beautiful form of a boy playing basketball, like a dream. She really felt her heart flutter. More and more people entered the gym, sitting in the stands to watch them play basketball. There were quite a few girls as well. Wow, that boy is so handsome. Oh my gosh, he looks just like that guy driving the Pagani Huayra. Celestial little brother. So handsome it's off the charts. This little brother plays basketball so well, he's so handsome. The applause and cheers were endless. It was then that Fang Yuan realized that her admiration for the king was not just her own. After practicing for over an hour, everyone was ready to take a break. Master, you've worked hard, take a break. Master, have some water. Gujindong had long arranged drinks and towels, diligently providing service for his master, the king. Just as more than a dozen team members were resting on the sidelines with the king, a group of tall individuals of various skin tones burst into the basketball court. They were a group of international students from different countries. Among them, the main few were exchange students from the United States, each towering at least 195 meters, with two of them exceeding 2 meters, their bodies solid as bulls, muscles well developed. These guys walked with a swagger, naturally exuding a sense of superiority, believing they came from the most powerful country in the world and the best basketball country, and taking advantage of their ability to easily crush the Chinese students playing basketball, they would drive them away every time they came to the court. Of course, the way to drive them away was simple: play a game of 5 balls, whether 3-on-3 or 5-on-5, or even 1-on-1. There was never a time when these Chinese students, led by Gujindong, did not suffer defeat, and it was often a crushing defeat. Over time, Gujindong and the other Chinese students would simply give up their spots as soon as these international students entered the court, to avoid humiliation. Gradually, these international students began to look at Gujindong and his group with disdain, spitting out derogatory remarks filled with discrimination. "Oh, you trash, don't tarnish the sport of basketball, get lost. Yellow-skinned monkeys, hurry up and get out of the way. Get lost, get lost." These tall guys spewed out all sorts of unpleasant words, their eyes filled with contempt and arrogance, sweeping over the group of boys led by Gujindong. Although they spoke in English and some words were not fully understood, everyone could roughly grasp the disdain, insults, mockery, and humiliation in their words. They took out basketballs, showing off various technical moves, gradually taking over the court and pushing some Chinese students out. The students from Huaxia were all gritting their teeth in anger. Damn it, it's always like this every time they come. Hell, a bunch of bastards. These foreign idiots come to our Huaxia University campus under the guise of exchange, flaunting their power and acting recklessly. It's really infuriating. A few guys from the U.S., relying on their height and strong build, thinking they're something special just because they have a talent for basketball, their proud tails are practically pointing to the sky. Damn it, I really hope someone can stand up and give them a good beating, teach them a lesson. These international students, I heard a few of them even bullied our Huaxia students, stole their girlfriends, and played around, not only bullying our Huaxia boys but also our Huaxia girls. Damn foreign devils, they're worse than animals. Hell. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, discussing fervently. Nowadays in Huaxia, there are more and more international students coming from abroad for study or academic exchange, inevitably leading to a mix of good and bad, with some despicable students coming to Huaxia just to scam rewards and enjoy favorable living and studying conditions, seeking special treatment and feeling superior. Just like at the provincial capital university, this group of international students led by Owens is running rampant on campus. Their biggest hobbies, besides showing off on the basketball court, are chasing girls, specifically Huaxia girls. Owens is 2 meters tall, with a solid muscular build and long wingspan, particularly suited for basketball. This guy from the U.S. was a basketball player in a high school back in the States, later entering a university in the southern state of Sac, which focuses on basketball, and now he's come to Huaxia to study, enjoying special treatment. He looks down on the university team and sneers at the Huaxia students on the team. Besides Owens, there are also international students like Dracula and Pierce, who are good at basketball, 2 white-skinned and 1 black-skinned, referred to as the strongest trident on the provincial university basketball court. Of course, the strongest trident is a title they self-proclaimed, and there are quite a few girls who haven't seen through their bad character and are very enamored with them. The 2 white-skinned guys, relying on their blonde hair and blue eyes, tall and long-legged, feel incredibly superior as American whites, easily picking up girls, able to change partners every few days. This so-called strongest trident is secretly referred to by the boys of the provincial university as 3 foreign devils, with gritted teeth and anger, yet feeling helpless. Who are they? Wang looked directly at the group led by Owens, then calmly asked Gu Zhendong beside him. Gu Zhendong's face darkened as he whispered, "They are a group of international students. You see, the tallest white guy is called Owens, he's the leader among them, particularly good at basketball, supposedly a player in the college league back in the U.S. I didn't ask how good they are at basketball, I asked why these foreign devils barged in and occupied the court." Wang twirled the basketball on his fingertips, looking very relaxed. Gu Zhendong sighed deeply, helplessly explaining the situation. "Forget it. We can't provoke them. These bastards aren't here to study or exchange, they're just here to show off, chase girls, and act domineering." Damn! After explaining, Gu Zhendong knew that no matter how much he said, it was just venting frustration. His eyes were filled with helplessness and frustration. "Is that so? So impressive?" Wang's eyes flickered slightly. "There's no way, master, we're just students, we can't provoke them. You know, if we get into a conflict with them, the school will definitely side with them. Right now, there's nothing we can do. So we just let them occupy the court, flaunt their power, driving us away like rats and cockroaches?" Wang's thoughts shifted, and the light in his eyes turned gloomy. "Master, don't fight with them, please. Just endure for a moment and let them take over the court to play basketball. There are plenty of courts outside," Gu Zhendong said, clearly someone who had suffered before, bullied by Owens and his gang. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so submissive. "Hey, girl, so beautiful, better than Yacht Foger. Oh yeah, come on, baby, yeah. Suddenly, led by Owens, a few guys noticed a stunningly beautiful and sexy Chinese girl sitting in the audience. They began to whistle at her, acting all sleazy. Wang's gaze shifted over and immediately spotted that the targets of Owen's flirtation were none other than Fong Yuan and Zhou Yuqi. Zhou Yuqi had just been urged by Fong Yuan several times over the phone to come watch Wang play basketball. So she came, only to see Owens and his gang occupying the court and whistling at her in Fong Yuan. How annoying. "Master, don't be impulsive." Seeing this scene, Gu Zhendong quickly tugged at Wang's arm. "Let's go." Wang's expression hardened, suddenly becoming very calm and indifferent, holding the basketball as he walked forward. "What's wrong, master?" "Zhendong, let's go. Master will teach them a lesson." Wang strode confidently towards Owens and his group of international students. Standing about 2 meters away from them, Wang suddenly took a jump shot. Swish! The basketball flew from Wang's hand, tracing a beautiful arc in the air before landing perfectly in the hoop. A super long 3-pointer. "Wow! Nice shot!" The students in the audience erupted in cheers at this unexpected display of shooting skill, leaving Owens and his gang a bit dazed. "Hey, kid, get off the court. This is our territory," a dark-skinned guy shouted at Wang, flipping him the bird and shaking his finger with a look of disdain. They were used to being domineering, usually clearing the court by making the Chinese boys playing basketball back off. But now, suddenly, a Chinese kid dared to shoot right under their noses. Whoosh! Suddenly, like a gust of wind, Wang dashed towards the dark-skinned guy who had just insulted him, lifted his leg, and kicked out. Bang! The dark-skinned guy was sent flying, crashing hard against the basketball hoop. It was too fast. The speed of the action left everyone stunned, unable to react. "Oh, wow, my God, is this for real?" Not just the international students, but even the Chinese boys and girls on the court were left wide-eyed in shock, because everyone knew that getting into a conflict with these people would only lead to trouble for the Chinese students. "Your brother is really fierce. Nice hit. So satisfying. Ha ha ha." In the audience, Fong Yuan clenched her fist and waved it vigorously, as if it was her who had kicked the dark-skinned guy. "Thank goodness Wang isn't a student at our university, or he would get in trouble." Zhou Yuqi's expression changed slightly as she murmured. She also felt a sense of relief. These international students had long been a source of frustration for everyone. Ouch! At that moment, the dark-skinned student grimaced in pain, feeling like all his bones were about to fall apart. Respect, understand? You trash-talking nonsense. Where do you come from? You're lucky I didn't kick you to death this time. Consider it a warning. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Wang's figure settled, casting a cold glance at the dark-skinned thug as he spoke. Although the black-skinned international student had learned the Chinese language, he was not proficient, so he didn't quite understand what Wang was saying. It was only after the translation and explanation from his fellow black-skinned international student partner that he finally understood. It turned out that not only had he received a fierce kick, but he had also been threatened. Fuck! He roared in anger, struggling to stand up, ready to confront Wang. Ols, don't rush, just play with him. Suddenly, Owen stepped forward and blocked the black student named Ols. It's time to let this yellow-skinned monkey know our strength. Look at all those beautiful girls watching us from the sidelines. Since we're on the court, let's use our basketball skills to crush him, Owen said proudly. He certainly wanted to stand up for Ols, but at this moment, he was even more eager to show off their proud basketball skills. On their Chinese students' turf, let's punish them with the basketball skills we excel at, humiliate them. Just thinking about it is thrilling, it gets me excited. Owens dribbled the basketball skillfully, stepping closer to Wang. Hey, kid, dare to go one-on-one with me? Your shooting touch was pretty good just now, but unfortunately, it's useless against me. I will crush you, serve you a hot pot block, and then dunk on your head, Owen said, full of arrogance and contemptuous provocation in his eyes. Wang shrugged and replied calmly, come on, how do you want to play? Let's set the rules first. What happens if you lose, and what if you win? Owens was slightly taken aback. He thought this provocation would scare the brat, but unexpectedly, he accepted the challenge. 1-on-1, 5 shots. If you lose, apologize to my buddy Ols and let him kick you, then get down and bark like a dog while crawling off the court. Owens thought for a moment, his face filled with arrogance. After a brief pause, he continued in a tone of supreme confidence, of course, if you're too scared to accept, Ols and I will team up to smash your head, and then you can get lost. This is a man's territory. Cowards and weaklings don't deserve to be here. As soon as these words were spoken, the students on the sidelines, including Gu Zhendong, were so furious they felt like their teeth would shatter. Bastard! So infuriating. Too much bullying. Damn! A bunch of scoundrels, so overbearing. It's really maddening. Master, use your skills to crush them. Owens and his crew are too arrogant. Look at their haughty demeanor. I really want to beat them to a pulp. Damn! These foreign bastards are bullying our Chinese students. It's like they're shitting on our heads. I can't stand it. If you're capable, step up. What's the use of just talking? Looking at the entire provincial university, even Gu Zhendong's team is backing down, and the other guys have no chance to even play against them. Who is he? Why don't I know him? Is he a student from our provincial university? Owens and his crew are all tall and strong, even taller and sturdier than him. Although his long-range three-pointer was impressive, in a one-on-one showdown, he has no chance of winning. We're doomed. There were all sorts of discussions, but overall, the students present were very indignant, filled with disgust towards Owens and his crew's domineering behavior, seething with anger. At this moment, Wang was surprisingly calm and composed. Holding the ball, he dribbled it easily, although it looked unflashy, it was very practical, with solid fundamentals. He knew well that on the basketball court, strength speaks. Alright, I accept. Let's go one-on-one. If you lose, your companions can continue to challenge me. Anyone among you can come up. The king looked at Owens and the group of people behind him. If I win, you and your companions will all roll out of here. Remember, it's roll out. His words were deafening. On the court, the international students were stunned, looking at each other in disbelief. Then, a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, crazy, what a madman. He wants to challenge Owens, and anyone among us. What a big talker. Who gave him that kind of confidence? Is it the basketball god, Michael Jordan? It's really ridiculous, look at him, so serious, what a laughable Huaxia person. The Huaxia students also showed expressions of surprise, unable to believe it. They desperately hoped someone would stand up and teach Owens and his group a lesson, but that required absolute strength. They saw no hope in the king to defeat Owens. Master, you can do it. Gu Zhendong clenched his fists tightly, secretly cheering for the king. These team members had witnessed the king's skills, so they were confident. It began. The king challenged Owens. Let you see what kind of skills are called the basketball god. A cold glint flashed in the king's eyes. Fierce, sharp, he was ready to start from the first ball, giving no one in front of him any chance. For the first ball, the king held the ball and attacked, with Owens defending. Outside the three-point line, the king skillfully dribbled, turned, and broke free. Bang! He leaped from the free throw line, switched hands in midair, and slammed the ball down. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Shocked, shocked, shocked. Everyone was stunned. It was as if they had witnessed the arrival of the basketball god. Oh my god! Incredible! A few international students, who were initially excited to see Owens easily defeat the Hwasha kid, instead witnessed a miraculous shot. They couldn't help but exclaim. Owens held his head, dumbfounded. He was sure he had defended the king with all his might, without any slack. But why did this kid easily fake him out with a few moves, then turn and break free, jumping from the free throw line for a soaring slam dunk? One shot left Owens bewildered. Your turn. The second ball. The king smiled calmly and tossed the ball to Owens. 5 balls, 1-on-1, you attack, I defend, 1 ball each. Owens numbly caught the ball, almost losing his grip. His mindset was already in disarray. At first, seeing the Hwasha kid's long-range three-point shooting, he thought it was just luck. But now, Owens no longer thought so, because the Hwasha kid in front of him had already displayed extraordinary basketball skills. He dared not be the slightest bit careless. His entire being was highly focused, even too tense to move freely, and he was a bit unsteady while dribbling. Suddenly, just when he thought that 2 consecutive between-the-legs dribbles and a change of direction would easily get past the Hwasha kid, unexpectedly, snap! A hand shot out like lightning, quick and precise, snatching the basketball right from his hands. Then, a series of incredibly flashy dribbles, followed by a three-pointer from the top of the arc, traced a beautiful curve in the air and hit the target steadily. Swish! The net rippled like waves. So stylish and beautiful. Before the ball even went through the net, the king had already stretched out his hands, celebrating directly, extending his middle finger and shaking it at Owens. This was a way of returning the favor in kind. Disdain, contempt. On the court, he used his skills to crush Owens. No matter how tall or strong you are, it doesn't matter. He still used the techniques of the basketball god to directly overpower. Oh no, this is impossible. Owens clutched his head again, looking dazed as he watched the basketball go through the hoop, completely bewildered. Wow, good shot, beautiful, amazing, so beautiful. Go for it, so cool. Destroy Owens. Let them see that we young people from Hwasha also have extraordinary basketball skills. The audience in the stands erupted in applause, cheers rising higher and higher. It was so satisfying. Wang had just scored 2 consecutive baskets, completely overwhelming Owens. One was a soaring slam dunk, and the other a fast break after stealing the ball, hitting a precise three-pointer. Wang's series of dazzling moves, the exquisite display of basketball skills, and his unparalleled talent shocked everyone. He was stunning. The university students watching the game were so excited they couldn't contain themselves, standing up from their seats, clenching their fists, cheering and applauding for Wang, feeling proud of him. Come again, Wang coldly chided the dazed Owens. The third shot. Owens' face darkened as he decided to play dirty. While defending against Wang's dribble, he used his body to block him and kept making small fouls, using his knee to push against Wang's body, trying to use brute force to hinder Wang's movement. The 2-meter-tall, muscular Owens was actually using sheer strength to foul repeatedly. In a formal basketball game, he would have been called for fouls countless times. However, Wang showed no fear. His strength was far beyond what met the eye. At just under 1.8 meters tall, he seemed slender but was actually packed with explosive muscle and had superhuman physical qualities. After all, he possessed world-class close combat skills, with physical attributes many times higher than an average person. Moreover, his agility and flexibility far surpassed the bulky Owens. Suddenly, Wang executed 2 feints in footwork, easily tricking Owens' center of gravity, then made a swift change of direction, completely shaking off Owens. Boom! Once again, he leaped into the air for a powerful dunk. Owens stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, watching helplessly as Wang broke through his defense to dunk. A brutal breakthrough, a brutal dunk. This time, the dunk completely shattered Owens' mentality. After just 3 shots, Wang had won all 3. Under the 5-shot rule, he was the clear victor. Owens stood helplessly under the hoop, despair written all over his face, staring blankly at the already victorious Wang. Owens! Oh my god! This can't be happening. How is this possible? Is that kid a flying man? How can he have such explosive jumping and hang time, such terrifying dribbling skills, and an unbeatable shooting touch, along with an invincible three-pointer? With such talent, he could easily play in our country's professional league, which is the world's top professional league. Oh no, this isn't real. I must be hallucinating. A few international students, including Oles and Drackler, were all dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were seeing. But the facts were clear for everyone to see. Owens had been completely dominated, utterly defeated. He lost without a trace. Master, I love you so much. I'm your biggest fan. Ha ha ha, Master is amazing. So amazing, so amazing. 666,666. Gu Zhendong was so excited he was like a child, jumping up and down, continuously applauding and cheering for his master's performance. The team members were even more in awe of Wang, practically ready to kneel and worship his basketball skills as he crushed Owens. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Bang bang bang! The basketball bounced on the ground and finally came to a stop. The king walked over, looking at Owens, and said, "Now the result is clear, you are my defeated opponent, and it's time for you to fulfill your promise, so hurry up." Owens's expression stiffened, feeling both embarrassed and constrained. Delacroix and Oles, as members of the strongest trident, were used to being arrogant. Who would have thought there would be a day like this? Owens's basketball skills were undoubtedly the best among these international students. Now that the best had been defeated, the others had no confidence to challenge the king. Moreover, they could see clearly that the king's strength was several levels above Owens. It could be said that the king's basketball skills were at the level of top professional superstars, while Owens couldn't even enter a professional league. The gap was too vast to compete. Leave. Owens, willing to bet and accept defeat, picked up the basketball, turned around, and prepared to leave the court with his companions Oles and Delacroix. "Humph, consider yourself lucky, I'm not informed today. Just wait, I'll come back to challenge you another day." Owens felt that leaving like this would be particularly humiliating, so he turned back to the king and said this. He attributed his crushing defeat to his so-called not being in form. "I'm always ready." The king smiled indifferently and suddenly called out to Owens and his group, "Did I allow you to just walk off the court?" With this statement, Owens and the other international students were once again stunned, and soon these usually arrogant guys showed expressions of anger and ferocity. "What do you mean?" Owens shouted angrily. "That's right, I lost to you, but now I'm taking my people out of here to fulfill our promise. Isn't that okay? What do you want? If you want to throw punches, I advise you to think twice." These international students, full of superiority, were used to looking down on others, and even when crushed and beaten on the court, they remained arrogant. Many students present felt that the king had completely outclassed Owens, showcasing extraordinary skills, which was enough to let these arrogant international students know that China has a wealth of talent and that experts are hidden among the people. As for actually making them leave, that was unrealistic. After all, if conflicts arose with the international students and things escalated, it would ultimately be their own side that suffered. The king pointed to the floor and said to Owens and his group of international students, "When I say leave, do you not understand the word leave? Curl up and get out. Justifiable." This was the promise made earlier. Leave? Owens pretended not to understand, but his mouth was running a mile a minute, suddenly spewing a bunch of trash talk. Soon, Oles and Delacroix rushed up, and 7 or 8 international students formed a group, clearly ready to confront the king and put on a show of force. "Damn it! Want to fight? Lose the game and lose face. A bunch of foreign scum, I'm going all out. Damn!" Seeing the situation was not good, as the atmosphere on the basketball court became very tense and both sides were about to clash, someone suddenly shouted and firmly stood by the king's side. Gu Zhendong. He would not watch his master get surrounded and beaten by this group of international students. At this moment, seeing the captain stand up, the team members also rushed over. These hot-blooded young men would not back down like turtles. "Oh, what a bunch of fools. If you fight with us international students and the school finds out, none of you will escape. You'll all face punishment. Ha ha ha, so are you sure you really want to fight us?" Owens said smugly, convinced that they had the privilege to do as they pleased when facing Chinese students. "Classmates, are you just going to watch?" These bastards, unwilling to admit defeat, now that they've lost the game, refused to keep their promise and leave the court. Isn't that shameful? They actually want to fight. Who can swallow this anger? Gu Zhendong's expression turned serious as he shouted at the students in the stands around the court. His words instantly ignited everyone's emotions, making them fervent and passionate. This wasn't incitement, it was to inspire everyone's determination to unite. Our Huaxia has endured hardships to reach today. Generations of Huaxia people have fought tirelessly, facing the blockade and oppression from foreign devils, cutting through thorns to bring us to our current height, standing tall in the world, changing the tragic situation of being backward and bullied. Now, some scoundrels look down on us Huaxia students, thinking they are superior, privileged, and can act recklessly. It's time to let them know that we Huaxia students are a generation that refuses to be weak, a generation that dares to act. We cannot let them belittle us. Gu Zhendong continued his impassioned speech, his emotions running high. Yes, that's right. Well said. We, the younger generation, are the backbone of Huaxia's future, the hope of Huaxia's future. As university students, we must shoulder the mission of our times. Now, facing these scoundrels, we must unite and not be bullied. Daring to break promises on our turf, acting tyrannically, we won't agree. Right, we won't agree. We won't agree. Suddenly, the students' emotions were completely stirred up. They jumped down from the stands and rushed onto the court, standing together with Gu Jindong and the basketball players, as well as Wang Shang. In an instant, hundreds of people gathered on the court. On one side were hundreds of Huaxia students, and on the other were 7 or 8 international students, with an overwhelming disparity in numbers. Oh my god, damn Huaxia students! Owens frowned, watching more and more Huaxia students passionately stand together, confronting them, and he began to panic. Oh my god, a bunch of pigs, bastards, crazy. Are these Huaxia students all insane? This is really giving me a headache. The international students' faces changed drastically, their earlier arrogance was quickly suppressed. Faced with the dense crowd, they didn't dare to act rashly. If a fight broke out now, they truly feared inciting public anger, being drowned by hundreds of Huaxia students, each spitting on them. Owens became anxious. He had originally planned to take action, but now the situation had escalated so much. He was extremely angry, shaking his fist at Wang Shang, his face flushed, cursing loudly with a stream of foul language. If he couldn't act decisively with his fists, then he could only resort to verbal insults. It seemed this group of scoundrels was indeed all bark and no bite, relying on their special status to bully the weak. They knew very well that no matter how much they cursed, even using the most vicious words, these Huaxia students wouldn't dare to actually fight. Fighting with international students would lead to severe punishment from the school, ranging from a warning to being put on probation. The Huaxia students at the provincial capital university had all worked hard to get in, enduring countless hardships. If they were to fight with international students and get punished, affecting their future studies and job opportunities, that would be a huge loss. Bang! At that moment, a figure rushed out from the Huaxia student's side, fast as lightning, with an arm raised high, aiming a slap at the fiercely cursing Owens. Owens was still cursing viciously, completely unaware of what was happening, when he was struck hard in the face by a dark hand. The sound of a resounding slap echoed. His face was red and swollen from the beating, 2 of his teeth had been shattered and were spat out, stained with blood. Ah, oh my, this! Instantly, the students present were all dumbfounded. Who would have thought that while Owens was spouting off, someone would rush out and slap him hard? It was simply too satisfying. Everyone saw clearly that it was none other than Wang Shang, bravely charging out to teach Owens a lesson. Owens covered his beaten face, the excruciating pain twisting his features, his pupils dilating, bursting with fiery rage. If you can hit, then don't just talk. What the hell are you babbling about? I can't understand you, so I'll just slap you to shut you up. Wang Shang snorted coldly. His earlier lesson to Owens was just an appetizer, and he decided to have some fun with these rascals. Enduring the intense pain, Owens, with blood at the corner of his mouth, relied on his heightened strength to charge at Wang Shang, lifting his leg for a fierce kick aimed at him. Bang! Wang Shang smiled coldly, his figure darting away like a ghost, dodging Owens' attack, and then delivered a powerful hook to Owens' jaw. Accompanied by the sound of cracking bone, Owens' jaw was dislocated, distorting his mouth and nose, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Owens crouched down in pain, his head buzzing from the beating, his mind somewhat hazy, but his eyes were filled with hatred, glaring fiercely at Wang Shang. Seeing this scene, the crowd was in an uproar. This was too fierce, simply extreme violence. You're finished. You dare to hit me so viciously? You're done for. Just wait to be expelled. Just wait. Behind Owens, Delacroix, a tall blonde with blue eyes, sensed the situation was dire, realizing they had kicked a metal plate this time, so he called the school authorities, and then, with a cold tone, threatened Wang Shang. Everyone was taken aback. The Chinese students present felt an immense sense of relief and exhilaration, yet they also thought that things had escalated, and it would be detrimental for Wang Shang. If the school authorities got involved, it would truly be over. Just when everyone was worried that Wang Shang would face severe punishment from the school, he appeared calm, his face showing no signs of distress, even seeming to want to laugh. Is that it? I thought you bunch of rascals had some real skills to fight me, but this is all you've got? Truly pathetic. I thought you guys, raised on beef burgers, would be impressive, but it turns out you're all just trash. I'm so disappointed. After saying this, Wang Shang cracked his knuckles, producing a crisp sound. In the light breeze, he naturally exuded an air of unhurried dominance. This posture was simply too cool. Wow, so cool. We actually have such a godlike classmate in our university. I feel so honored. Even if he gets severely punished by the school, I'll still admire him. Super handsome guy, so manly, I'm totally in love. Heart emoji, heart emoji. Many girls couldn't help but scream in excitement. They stared at Wang Shang, wanting to remember his incredibly handsome face. Wang Shang, he really fought back. He hit those people. Oh no, he's going to be punished. Who dares to mess with them at school? At that moment, Zhou Yuqi in the crowd looked worried, murmuring anxiously. Next to her, Fang Yuan tugged at her arm, revealing a sly smile, and whispered, "Your brother is just so incredibly handsome. Don't worry, I now feel that there's nothing in this world that can defeat him. Just wait and see the show." Her eyes were filled with infatuation. Her face flushed, her heart racing like a deer. As she watched Wang Shang step onto the basketball court, showcasing his skills, she fell deeply and utterly in love with him. Soon, a large group of people arrived at the scene. More than a dozen school security personnel wielding batons, along with several medical staff, accompanied high-ranking officials from the provincial university's academic affairs office, rushing to the scene with an imposing presence. "Disperse, everyone, disperse. Who is fighting and causing trouble? Step forward and admit your mistake." These officials rushed in, appearing before Wang Shang under the order maintained by the security personnel. The hundreds of people present were all dispersed by the security, leaving them to watch from a distance. The medical staff quickly attended to the injured Owens. The leading official from the school, having gathered most of the information about what had just happened, swiftly turned his attention to Wang Shang. "You, which class are you from? Since you are a student of the provincial university, you should know the school rules. Fighting and brawling will lead to disciplinary action. You have caused harm to an international student, and you must be expelled." This official coldly stared at Wang Shang, sternly reprimanding him. Expulsion. Owens and several other international students displayed expressions of glee and satisfaction. They knew that this Chinese kid had beaten up their good brother Owens, and now he was completely finished. "Expel me, go ahead. I don't care because I'm not even a student here," Wang Shang lazily replied, uninterested in the officials, then turned and walked away. "Not a student of the school?" They were stunned. "What the hell?" Owens, who had been beaten to a pulp and was receiving treatment, heard Wang Shang's words and was so furious he nearly spat blood. The Chinese students at the scene fell into a brief silence. Then, the next second, the place erupted. "Oh yeah, the guy isn't even a student here. Ha ha ha, look at those bastards Owens and his gang. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha, my stomach hurts from laughing. Oh, Owens, Oles, I'm so sorry. He's not our student, so sorry, we can't punish him. No, no, no. You leaders must give us an explanation. We are international students, here for academic exchange with your Chinese students. We have privileges, but now, we have been brutally beaten on your university campus. If this gets out, the impact will be terrible. Just wait and see how you will save face for the provincial university. We are very sorry, but we can only manage students on campus. We have no jurisdiction over people from outside society. If you want to seek justice, you can call the police or resolve it privately." The school officials shrugged helplessly. They had their own difficulties and were not truly bowing down to these international students, providing them with the best conditions and the greatest privileges. Now, someone from outside society had taught Owens and his arrogant gang a lesson, and in fact, the school officials felt a bit relieved and even excited. Calling the police in China is a long process, too troublesome. "Oh my god, you are just bullying us," Dracula shouted angrily. "No, if you call the police, given your special status as international students, the police will definitely open a green channel, speed up the process, and serve you. We hope so. Of course, if you are facing a difficult opponent, like the offspring of some powerful and wealthy individuals, then it will inevitably be a bit troublesome. I'm sure you can understand, after all, this incident started with a basketball one-on-one challenge. He was wrong to hit someone, but you also made mistakes. Why? Oh my god, you can't do this. Sorry, we have an old saying in Huaxia, one hand cannot clap alone." The international students were furious, constantly complaining to the higher-ups of the school. The school officials, however, were skillfully navigating the situation and did not make any rash decisions. Just a moment ago, someone had seen that Wang was driving a Pagani Huayra, a luxury car worth tens of millions. This important news quickly reached the school officials. They must have weighed their options, knowing Wang's significant background. Therefore, neither side dared to offend the other. Suddenly, Wang stopped and turned around. "Remember, this time you're lucky. I didn't make you roll out of here. This is also a display of the magnanimity of our great Huaxia nation, a tolerance towards you. If there's a next time, I can assure you, you'll be beaten so badly that your own mother wouldn't recognize you." His words were both advice and a warning. Who could imagine that a young man who had long left the campus would now burst into the provincial capital university and cause such a commotion? Faced with a few privileged international students, he showed no fear and instead beat them up. "You, wait a minute. Suddenly, Delacroix shouted at Wang. Wang calmly asked, "What? You injured my brother. I challenge you. If you're a man, then in 3 days, let's pick a place for a gentleman's duel," Delacroix said coldly, issuing the challenge. Wang readily accepted, "No problem. 3 days from now, the world's largest cruise company, Costa, will dock the Santa Maria at the deepwater port in the provincial capital. We'll board the cruise ship, where there's a ring specifically for combat enthusiasts. We'll compete there. If you're a man, step up and accept our challenge." "Alright, just wait to get beaten." Wang nodded without a hint of hesitation. Delacroix revealed a sly smile, whispering something to a few companions beside him, though it was unclear what they were saying. In fact, these international students came to Huaxia for university exchange studies, but that was just on the surface. They had real intentions and unspeakable secrets. Delacroix's family was part of a certain consortium on Wall Street in the United States, controlling many international conglomerates, including the world's largest cruise company, Costa. In simple terms, Delacroix was the young heir of Costa. His father controlled the family consortium and was a billionaire with extensive connections, immense wealth, and powerful influence. Delacroix's family also donated to several universities in the United States, including Stanford University, which currently has the strongest academic atmosphere for researching top chip technologies. Owens and the others were students at Stanford, but they were unskilled, relying entirely on their parents' donations to become students there. Now, as international exchange students, they came to Huaxia to indulge in a lavish lifestyle. Meanwhile, Huaxia students went to Stanford to study cutting-edge chip technology. Of course, Delacroix and his group were not just in Huaxia for pleasure and fun. They had a special mission: to spy on Huaxia's military and economic policy secrets, recruit some brainwashed Huaxians, and support certain evil terrorist organizations locally. In short, they aimed to disrupt the stability of Huaxia, continuously infiltrating to create chaos, causing this rapidly developing nation to fall into constant troubles, conflicts, and disputes. Then, their family-controlled consortium could take advantage of the chaos to engage in shady business dealings for huge profits. The situation was particularly murky, filled with various conspiracies. This time, Dracula issued a challenge to the king, intending to lure him onto a cruise ship controlled by his family. Once there, the king would be trapped with no way to escape. Moreover, Dracula noticed that the several beautiful and sexy girls from earlier had a close relationship with the king, and it was likely that they would accompany him onto the ship. "Hee, just wait, you little brat, I'm going to take you down. And by the way, I'll have some fun with those beauties around you." A sinister and terrifying look gleamed in Dracula's eyes. Of course, the king was unaware of all this. He simply accepted the challenge and planned to show up for the appointment. After leaving the court, he returned to the parking lot. Gu Zhendong and the others caught up with him. "Master, wait. What's wrong, Zhendong?" The king was about to get into the car when Gu Zhendong ran over, panting. "Master, you mustn't fall into their trap. That St. Mary cruise ship is definitely controlled by foreign capital, and it must have deep connections with those bastards Dracula. If you step on board, it would be like walking into a net. But I've already accepted their challenge. Master, you should hurry and escape. Leave the provincial city and go back home. During this time, don't come back to the provincial city," Gu Zhendong said earnestly, his face filled with concern and worry for his master. The king felt a stir in his heart, realizing that his disciple was a loyal and good young man, and he hadn't taken him in for nothing. "If I don't show up, won't those bastards laugh at me? I'm a Huaxia person. How can I let those foreign bastards look down on me?" The king smiled, fully aware of the risks but still resolute. "Master, why won't you listen to me?" Gu Zhendong said, feeling frustrated. Soon, two graceful figures ran over. It was Zhou Yuqi and Feng Yuan. "King, are you crazy? Those bastards Dracula are tricking you into going to that cruise ship for a fight. They're all their people. If you really go, won't it be like boarding a pirate ship?" Feng Yuan exclaimed, agitated. Zhou Yuqi shared the same sentiment. "Yes, what Yuan said is absolutely right. Don't let those bastards fool you. They can't beat you on the basketball court, so they will definitely try to set a trap to lure you in. Don't be foolish and go fight them. You all care so much about me, it's making me feel embarrassed," the king said, touching his nose and smiling. "Brother Wang, please listen to our advice and don't fall into their trap. It could be dangerous, and if you board their pirate ship, won't you be at their mercy?" Zhou Yuqi said with great concern. "Master, please don't go. We're all doing this for your own good. I don't want anything to happen to you. I'm still waiting for you to teach me how to play basketball," Gu Zhendong said. The group kept persuading him. Just then, a girl walked over from a nearby car. The girl was sweet-looking, wearing tight jeans and a white shirt tucked into her pants, looking very fresh and capable, with long legs and a slim waist, particularly beautiful. This beauty was none other than Luo Xiaoxiao. The king couldn't help but brighten up, a smile appearing on his face, but a hint of suspicion arose in his heart. Wasn't it agreed that she wouldn't need to protect him secretly? It seemed that old Xia from the provincial serious crimes unit still wasn't at ease. King, you must show up on time for the appointment, and I will go with you, Luo Xiaoxiao said as she approached. She had been following the king's every move, not only providing protection for the important figure as per the provincial anti-crime operation plan Operation Blade, but also secretly investigating some suspicious situations. Who are you? Which class are you from? What right do you have to take the king with you to take risks? Fang Yuan looked up and down at Luo Xiaoxiao, then glanced at Wang Shang. She completely did not recognize this girl and thought she was some senior from a department at school. But that didn't make sense. Wang Shang was clearly just dropping Zhou Yuqi off at school. How could he possibly know such a beautiful senior? Oh, I forgot to introduce, this is Officer Luo, a criminal police officer from the Jiangdu police station in my hometown. I've known her for a long time, Wang Shang explained with a smile, introducing Luo Xiaoxiao's situation. Luo Xiaoxiao showed her credentials and said to Fang Yuan, I'm a police officer providing protection for Wang Shang because he is an important person in Jiangdu and has made significant contributions to Jiangdu. It's inevitable that he will attract jealousy and offend some criminals, so the police are providing protection for his personal and property safety. She didn't mention that Wang Shang was actually a special personnel of the Blade Action, assisting the provincial major crime unit in dealing with those criminals. This was a secret, and the fewer people who knew, the better. Upon hearing she was a police officer, Fang Yuan's gaze became respectful, and she said seriously, I'm sorry for the offense earlier. It's fine, Luo Xiaoxiao smiled slightly. Officer Luo, what brings you here? At that moment, Zhou Yuqi was particularly excited and hurried over to grab Luo Xiaoxiao's hand, as if she had seen a family member. Last time, Zhou Qiang from the Four Dragon Society had kidnapped Zhou Yuqi, and Luo Xiaoxiao, as a criminal police officer, had stormed into the lair of those villains. The two girls had gotten to know each other since then, and both had been captured, trapped in a dire situation. In such a predicament, their friendship had unconsciously strengthened, making them good friends who had gone through hardships together. Sister Yuqi, I'm here on a mission to provide protection for Wang Shang, to prevent certain illegal elements from harming him, which is why I haven't shown up until now. Officer Luo, you look especially handsome in your police uniform, and even without it, you're so beautiful. You're even prettier than those beautiful senior girls on campus, Zhou Yuqi said joyfully, never hesitating to praise beautiful women. Luo Xiaoxiao held her hand and smiled, Sister Yuqi, you really have a sweet tongue. Not at all, I'm just speaking the truth, Zhou Yuqi replied with a smile. You two, know each other? Fang Yuan asked, looking astonished. Yes, Zhou Yuqi nodded, then turned her head and whispered a few words into Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. She learned from Zhou Yuqi that this Luo Xiaoxiao was a particularly dedicated criminal police officer. She looked beautiful but was not at all weak. Instead, she was very brave and full of justice. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to do the job of a criminal police officer. With so many beautiful women surrounding Master Wang Shang, Gu Zhendong realized that his master was simply a magnet for women, incredibly popular with girls. Let's find a place to sit down and chat properly, Gu Zhendong suggested. Everyone readily accepted. Wang Shang smiled and said, how about this? I'll treat everyone to a meal. You all choose a place. Master, let me treat instead. How can I let you pay? Gu Zhendong strongly opposed, saying, today's events were caused by me. If it weren't for you coming to teach me how to play basketball and helping me stand up to those foreign bastards, I wouldn't have offended them, so this meal is on me. Wang Shang didn't argue further, saying, all right, Zhendong, then you'll have to spend again. No problem, Gu Zhendong said cheerfully and readily. Soon, everyone got into the car, ready to leave the campus. Wang Shang drove the Pagani Huayra, which could only take one passenger. Fang Yuan eagerly took the front passenger seat, and after sitting down, she playfully waved at Zhou Yuqi, saying, Yuqi, I won't be polite. This is the front seat of a Pagani Huayra, let me experience it. Yuan, first of all, you must promise not to fall for my brother Wang Shang. He already has a girlfriend. Zhou Yuqi laughed. Wang Shang's face darkened. What is even going on here? Don't worry, I won't steal your king brother. Fang Yuan winked at Zhou Yuqi, a hint of blush appearing on her face. Luo Xiaoxiao also drove, bringing Zhou Yuqi and Gu Zhendong along. Gu Zhendong chose a place. Let's go to Panlong Mountain Villa. It's quite upscale, one of the better high-end environments in the provincial capital, and it's run by my family. Panlong Mountain Villa? The king was slightly taken aback. Who would have thought it was such a coincidence? Once again, they arrived at Panlong Mountain Villa. With the young master Gu Zhendong leading the way, the villa's manager personally came to greet them, accompanying everyone to the most luxurious top-floor super private room. Here, the view was the best, the service top-notch, the decor splendid, and there was even a professional pianist performing for the esteemed guests. Additionally, there were game rooms, arcade rooms, a rooftop pool, a gym, and a small indoor golf area for putting. Such high-standard treatment was unparalleled. Everyone felt particularly honored. Gu Zhendong really made a grand gesture this time. In the open-air room, as night fell, the transparent glass ceiling allowed them to see the stars above. Here, they could relax, dine, entertain, play games, and enjoy various facilities. How much is the minimum consumption for such a super private room? Fang Yuan asked curiously, though she could probably guess that with such specifications, the minimum consumption would be at least several thousand. Gu Zhendong smiled and said, as long as everyone enjoys themselves, who cares about the minimum consumption? Tonight, it's on me. Young master, there's something I need to report to you. At that moment, the villa manager hurried over. Speak, Gu Zhendong said. It's like this, young master Zhennan has also booked the top luxury room here, saying he needs to meet clients for business and must dine and drink here, so. Gu Zhennan? I brought my friends here and have already booked this place. What, now I'm supposed to feel embarrassed and take my friends away? Do I have no pride? Besides, what has he been doing all this time? Gu Zhendong said irritably. Young master, maybe you should make a concession. After all, young master Zhennan has recently brought a lot of business to the villa and has gradually gained the old man's favor. We can't afford to offend him. The manager hesitated but still conveyed what Gu Zhendong might find hard to accept. He's been taking over some family businesses for several years now. For the past few years, he was just a playboy, not studying, spending lavishly every day. Now he's only just starting to contribute to the family. If I weren't still in school and uninterested in the family business, I wouldn't be any worse than him. Just because I'm still studying, my family thinks I'm useless and not contributing? Now I can't even bring a few friends up to the top luxury room to have fun? Young master, it's not that simple. After all, things happen unexpectedly. Sometimes taking a step back opens up new horizons. The manager could only persuade him gently, feeling very awkward himself, as he was just an employee working for the Gu family's business, caught in a difficult situation. What's wrong, Zhendong? Are we not supposed to eat in this top luxury room? Seeing the dispute between Gu Zhendong and the villa manager and catching snippets of the conversation, the king walked over to ask what was happening. Not at all. Master, this is my first time bringing you to my family's villa for a meal. Today, no one can say otherwise, we must eat here. Gu Zhendong said with righteous indignation. Zhendong, if there's any trouble, then forget it. We can go to a private room downstairs, gather together, chat, and there's no need to insist on being here. The king smiled faintly, but was deeply moved inside, for this disciple truly had a sense of loyalty, giving him, as the master, enough face. Oh, sir, you are Master Zhendong's teacher? I beg your pardon. Here's the situation. The manager of the mountain villa greeted the king with a bow and then recounted the events. The king nodded, understanding the situation. So, please, sir, persuade Master Zhendong not to be stubborn here. It's not good for anyone to have a conflict with Master Zhinan. After all, the clients Master Zhinan brought this time are said to be high-level executives from the largest film and media group in the provincial capital, involving several high-end dining events for banquets and celebrations. The manager added. Upon hearing this, the king's eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise, the largest film and media group in the provincial capital? Which one? Isn't it the Daiyue Film Group? Sir, you didn't know? The manager hurriedly replied. Oh, I have a slight understanding. The king smiled faintly, feeling assured. Since it was the Daiyue Film Group, things would be easier. So, sir, since you are Master Zhinan's teacher, he will definitely listen to you. Please persuade him, the manager said sincerely. Manager Zhang, can you not use my teacher to pressure me? You also saw, this is my teacher, and it's my first time inviting him to my family's mountain villa as a guest. How can I lose face for my teacher? Not just for my teacher, but for several friends as well. If I leave the top luxury suite today, how will I face people in the future? Gu Zhendong said angrily. Master Zhendong. The manager was in a difficult position, and just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Gu Zhinan. I say, old Zhang, has the top luxury suite been vacated? I'm bringing clients up right away, so hurry and arrange it. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable. As soon as the call connected, a commanding voice came through. Oh, okay, Master Zhinan, don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. After hanging up, the manager was sweating profusely. He looked at Gu Zhendong nervously. Master Zhinan is coming up soon, so you still. No need. Suddenly, the king interrupted the manager, smiling. Manager Zhang, you go ahead and be busy. The manager was taken aback for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. Sir, are you persuading Master Shindong? Are you preparing to give up the luxury suite? Thank you for your cooperation. No, I've changed my mind, the king smiled and added, since Shindong is so sincere and has given me, as the master, enough face, I will reciprocate and decide to compete with Shindong for the right to enjoy this luxury suite. Ha! Manager Zhang was dumbfounded. The International Hospital of St. Mary in the provincial capital. This is an international hospital funded by a foreign investment institution, employing only foreign doctors, with very superior medical conditions and high medical standards. Of course, such an international hospital mainly serves foreign nationals in the provincial capital. This is a first-tier city in Huaxia, with a population exceeding 10 million, a prosperous economy, and many foreign-funded enterprises, foreign institutions, and international organizations, as well as numerous foreign consulates. According to statistics, the number of foreign nationals residing in this city has reached over 1 million. Owens, an international exchange student at the provincial capital university, was quickly sent to this hospital after receiving basic emergency treatment from the school's medical staff following an injury. In the hospital room, Owens, along with Delacroix and more than a dozen international students, were there accompanying him. Lying on the hospital bed, Owens had undergone treatment from the surgeon, and his head was wrapped in white bandages, encased in a cast. His head injury was severe, and he also had varying degrees of fractures and injuries to his waist and legs. Dear Dracula, during this time, you must rest in the hospital. Given your current condition, you will need at least a month of hospitalization, the surgeon patiently explained to Owens. Oh my God, that damn Chinese kid, I want to kill him. Owens was furious, cursing violently, his eyes filled with rage. Oh, dear Dracula, please don't do that. Control your emotions, otherwise, it will negatively affect your recovery, the doctor urged. All right, doctor, I understand. Owens clenched his fists and angrily pounded the bed, making a loud thud. After venting his frustration, he calmed down slightly. After a few more reminders, the doctor and nurse left the room. Dracula, you must avenge me. You have to teach that kid a harsh lesson, torment him mercilessly, and then kill him. Otherwise, I won't be able to rid myself of this anger, and I will never find peace in this life. Humph, that damn Chinese kid, he has humiliated me and made me lose face. Damn it! Owens became agitated again. Dracula walked over and calmly said, Owens, my good brother, rest assured, as long as that kid dares to board the SS Mary, I will make sure he goes and never returns, with no place to be buried. Good, with your word, I can rest easy. In Owens' eyes, an astonishing fury and killing intent flickered. If it weren't for his serious injuries, he would have wanted to join Dracula on the SS Mary to deal with that Chinese kid. Dracula, your family, the Rosier family, is a major conglomerate in our American Washiji, controlling the world's largest international cruise company, Costa. This time, it's all up to you, Owens said. Dracula's first name was just a name. His surname was Rosier. He was a descendant of the famous Rosier family, and this international hospital had shares owned by them. So strictly speaking, bringing Owens here for treatment was like returning home, not to mention the doctors, even the director would treat him with great courtesy. Otherwise, how could he have issued a challenge to the king on the court? After chatting in the ward for a while, Dracula received a special phone call and got up to leave the room. Among this group of international students, although on the surface, Owens was the leader and the oldest, in reality, the one with the powerful background was undoubtedly Dracula. Mr. Rosier, this is Lu Rendong. Is it convenient for us to meet now? In the hospital corridor, after the call connected, a middle-aged Chinese man's voice came through. Dracula immediately replied, just in time, I was looking for you. How about this? Come to the SS Mary Hospital, and I will wait for you here. All right, Mr. Rosier, give me half an hour, and I'll be right over. Half an hour later, in a reception room at the SS Mary Hospital, Dracula met with a middle-aged man. This man was of average height and build, dressed very ordinarily. However, his face bore several scars from knife wounds, and his eyes revealed a fierce glint. Such an expression was characteristic of a ruthless character, even one stained with blood and bearing the weight of lives lost. The middle-aged man's identity was far from simple. In the provincial capital, no one dared to overlook this underground power boss, for he was the Red Dragon of the Four Dragons Society, Lu Rendong. Speaking of the connection between the Four Dragons Society and the Rosier family, it dates back 5 years. At that time, a company controlled by the Rosier family conglomerate entered the provincial capital and needed the support of local forces, so they sought out the Four Dragons Society and contacted Lu Rendong. From that moment on, Lu Rendong established countless connections with the Rosier family. The Rosier family consortium wanted to continuously develop and expand their business in China, facing many tricky issues that needed to be handled. Many matters were inconvenient for their own people to deal with, so they relied on the power of the Four Dragons Society. In exchange, the Rosier family would provide Lu Rundong with certain benefits, including his favorite foreign women and the arms needed by the Four Dragons Society. Today, Lu Rundong, to put it bluntly, is merely a lackey for the Rosier family consortium, working for them in exchange for what he desires. The Four Dragons Society has gradually evolved from a local criminal force into its current form, colluding with foreign capital groups, secretly engaging in all sorts of wrongdoing, harming the interests of the Chinese people, acting against morality, and committing all kinds of evils. This time, Lu Rundong sought out Dracula again, wanting a batch of arms. Mr. Lu, just tell me your requirements. Now, I am the agent of the Rosier family here. How can I assist you? Upon meeting, Dracula got straight to the point without any small talk. Young Master Dracula, I've run into trouble. My son's trusted aide was beaten, and someone has bullied me, Lu Rundong. If it were an ordinary person, I would just take my men to settle it, but unfortunately, this time it's a big problem. That bastard has connections with the provincial serious crimes unit, and there are undercover police providing protection day and night, making it difficult to deal with. Lu Rundong, troubled, offered a cigarette to Dracula, lit one for himself, and began to smoke in frustration. Oh, is that so? In the provincial capital, is there something Mr. Lu can't handle? Who is that bastard? Dracula asked curiously. Lu Rundong took out his phone, pulled up a photo, and handed it to Dracula. Young Master Dracula, look, it's this kid, named Wang Shan, who came from a small city in Jiangdu to the provincial capital. I've investigated, he doesn't have any special background, just recently rose rapidly and has a large amount of assets under him. Upon seeing the photo, Dracula's previously calm expression quickly changed. It's him? It's actually him. Fuck! He cursed, violently extinguishing the cigarette he had just taken 2 puffs from in the ashtray. What? Young Master Dracula knows him? Humph, know him? Too well. Dracula gritted his teeth, not expecting things to align so perfectly. Lu Rundong was astonished. What happened? A fierce look flickered in Dracula's eyes as he recounted the events. Humph, it just happens to be that damned little bastard. Very well, this time my enemy, Lu Rundong, is also young Master Dracula's enemy. We must plan carefully on how to set a trap to make him obediently fall into it and eliminate him. After saying this, Lu Rundong made a fierce gesture across his throat. The two began to conspire. Just right, this time we will have an arms deal. Once the St. Mary cruise ship docks, we will take action. Once we enter international waters, we can unleash our strength. At that time, we can create chaos and take him out quietly, making him vanish from the world. Very good. Besides him, there are those detestable officers led by old Xie, who have been opposing me for years. This time, we can take the opportunity to eliminate them too. At the top floor of the Panlong Mountain Villa, just as the manager was looking bewildered and in a difficult position, a young man in a suit approached. Mr. Chen, this way please. All the executives, this way please, this way please. The young man was dressed in high-end brands, looking very luxurious, with a suit worth tens of thousands and a watch on his wrist worth several tens of thousands, exuding the aura of a successful person. He walked ahead, leading the way, followed by a group of guests, all dressed as elite business professionals. Among them was a middle-aged man, clearly the most important guest, as he was flanked by secretaries and assistants providing protection and companionship. Brother Jiannan, you are too polite. The middle-aged man, dressed in an Armani suit and wearing Pierre Cardin shoes, exuded a capable and vibrant aura, chatting and laughing as he walked. The young man was none other than Gu Jiannan, and the middle-aged man was Chen Runshang, the general manager of Daiyue Film Group. Chen Runshang had come here with several senior executives from the group to discuss matters with Gu Jiannan, having been invited by him to Panlong Mountain Villa. The discussions involved dozens of banquet bookings, costing the group several million, which was no small sum. Therefore, many hotels and restaurants in the provincial capital hoped to secure the banquet business from the film group. Panlong Mountain Villa, due to its unique geographical location in a prime area, beautiful scenery, and high standards, along with Gu Jiannan's active networking, had gained the upper hand. Young Master Jiannan. Hearing the voice, Manager Zhang panicked and hurried downstairs, rushing to Gu Jiannan's side, bowing and greeting him, then leaning close to Gu Jiannan's ear to explain the situation regarding the top-level luxury suite. What? Manager Zhang, what's going on? Why hasn't it been arranged yet? Gu Jiannan immediately became furious, his face darkening as he questioned. Young Master Jiannan, I have no choice. Young Master Jiandong hasn't left. He brought friends to play and even brought a master, whom he claims is a very respected guest. Manager Zhang wore a bitter expression, caught in the middle, feeling that no matter what he did, it was wrong, making him feel like an outsider. Mr. Chen, esteemed guests, please wait a moment in the lounge while I handle a small matter. I will take you upstairs shortly. Gu Jinnan quickly smiled and explained to Chen Runsheng and the others. Come, follow me to take a look. Then, Gu Jinnan muttered irritably to manager Zhang and stomped up to the top floor. As soon as he arrived, he immediately spotted Gu Jindong leisurely enjoying the view in front of the unobstructed floor-to-ceiling windows of the top-level luxury suite. Gu Jindong, what are you doing? Are you crazy? I'm here to secure a multi-million order for the villa, and you are deliberately trying to ruin my business and harm the family's interests? Rushing over in a panic, Gu Jinnan adopted a fierce attitude, roaring at Gu Jindong. He felt justified, believing he had the upper hand. I came first and brought friends to play. Why is it that only you can book this top-level suite, and I can't? Gu Jindong felt anger rising within him. He and his cousin Gu Jinnan had never gotten along, and now being reprimanded like this was unbearable. What kind of friends are you bringing? Don't forget you're just a student. Why are you being so vain? This is the villa's best top-level suite, meant for the most distinguished guests. Look at the people you've brought, just students like you. They are of no use. Can you bring business to the villa and benefit the family? You're truly useless. Gu Jinnan was extremely furious, his anger boiling over as he continued to roar insults at Gu Jindong. Useless. That word quickly inflicted a deep humiliation on Gu Jindong's pride. You say I'm useless? Gu Jindong took a deep breath, his face turning pale with anger. That's right. You are useless. Living off the family, using the family's resources. Don't think that just because your father controls part of the family business, you can act arrogantly. Let me tell you, in our Gu family, it's still the old man who has the final say. The old man favors me and has never looked favorably upon you. Today's matter, you delayed my business negotiations and caused losses. Let's see how Grandpa deals with you. Gu Jinan continued to insult Gu Jindong as a waste and even threatened him fiercely. Gu Jinan, you are going too far. Gu Jindong clenched his fists, the joints of his fingers cracking. His anger was written all over his face, and his eyes were ablaze with fury. The quarrel between the two cousins drew the attention of everyone in the top-tier private room. Zhou Yuqi, Fang Yuan, and Luo Xiaoxiao, along with several members of the school basketball team who were particularly close to Gu Jindong, all looked bewildered. It was quite awkward. Who would have thought that Gu Jindong, with good intentions, invited everyone to dinner, only for it to turn into this? Some wanted to step in and persuade Gu Jindong, suggesting they switch to a regular room instead. However, seeing the two brothers arguing so fiercely, no one dared to intervene rashly. I'm going too far? I'm just speaking the truth. What, Gu Jindong, you don't like what I'm saying? If you have the ability, then bring benefits to the family business. Bring customers to the resort. You can't do anything. Just know how to bring your friends over to eat and drink for free, and act all high and mighty. If I were you, I would have obediently gone downstairs to the hall and casually ordered a few dishes to eat. People should know their own worth. Gu Jinan coldly stared at Gu Jindong, delivering another round of ruthless mockery and humiliation. Gu Jinan. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Gu Jindong could no longer hold back and raised his fist to strike Gu Jinan. At that moment, an arm reached out and grabbed his fist. Jindong, calm down. It was Wang Shang. Master. Gu Jindong felt frustrated, but upon seeing his master, he immediately restrained his earlier impulse. Who are you? Gu Jinan snorted coldly, glaring at Wang Shang with disdain, naturally assuming this kid was just Gu Jindong's classmate. Just a poor student, really not worth mentioning. By the way, I am Jindong's master. We reserved this top-tier private room first. Is there a problem? Wang Shang smiled slightly and said to Gu Jinan, Of course there's a problem. I must use this room today to host distinguished guests. You students should hurry up and leave. Gu Jinan replied irritably. Distinguished guests? Wang Shang chuckled and asked, May I ask if the distinguished guest you mentioned is Chen Runsheng? If so, please go and let him know to come here and enjoy this private room with me. I wouldn't mind. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinan was first taken aback, then his face showed anger, but he laughed in rage. Are you crazy? Which mental hospital did you escape from? Do you know who Chen Runsheng is? Can a poor student like you even dare to call his name? You actually have the audacity to suggest that General Manager Chen enjoy this private room with you? Have you looked in the mirror? Do you have that qualification? What a joke! Gu Jinan, watch your mouth. Gu Jindong shouted angrily. If it weren't for his master holding him back, he would have fought Gu Jinan. Brother Jinan, it seems like this top-tier private room is already occupied. How about we switch to another room? At that moment, Chen Runsheng and his group approached, seeing the dispute unfold, and their expressions were not pleasant, especially Chen Runsheng, as the general manager of Diaoyu Film Group, holding a banquet request worth millions. Many restaurant owners wanted to curry favor with him, so he didn't want to make the situation unpleasant for everyone. At worst, he would just not discuss this business with Panlong Mountain Resort. General Manager Chen, please don't be angry. We have a small situation here, but believe me, it will be resolved quickly. It's essential to have you dine in the best top-tier private room, that's beyond doubt. Gu Jinan was anxious and hurried over, nodding and bowing, doing his utmost to flatter. What on earth is going on? Chen Runsheng was already a bit impatient. It's like this, my cousin brought some people over and got here first. I'll have them leave right away to make space. By the way, Mr. Chen, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but there's this brat who said he wants to share the top luxury suite with you. He even said he doesn't mind. Ha ha ha, what a joke. I'm embarrassed for him, Gu Jinan said with a smile, trying to lighten the cold atmosphere with a joke. Is that so? Chen Runsheng smiled faintly, and suddenly, following Gu Jinan's gaze, he looked towards a young man standing by the floor-to-ceiling window not far away. Instantly, he took off his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on, his eyes lighting up. He showed an expression of utmost respect, extending his hand and slightly bending at the waist as he walked towards the young man. Gu Jinan thought Mr. Chen was going to shake his hand, and his face lit up with joy as he quickly extended his hand. However, Chen Runsheng completely ignored him and walked straight ahead. Boss Wang. I didn't expect you to be here. What a pleasure. When he reached the young man, Wang Shang, Chen Runsheng no longer had the demeanor of a group general manager, he was entirely in the posture of a younger brother, nodding and bowing to Wang Shang, excited and respectful as he extended his hand. Wang Shang shook his hand. Mr. Chen, I heard you were going to dine here. I'm really sorry for arriving early. Wang Shang smiled. Chen Runsheng repeatedly waved his hands, nervously saying, No, Boss Wang, you're too kind. Since you're here, my colleagues and I should have come to see you long ago. I'm so disrespectful, truly disrespectful. I was just thinking, since it's such a coincidence, why don't we just share this top luxury suite? There's plenty of space, with several rooms. Mr. Chen, if you have business to discuss, I won't disturb you, just go ahead and talk. Wang Shang said with a smile. Chen Runsheng nodded eagerly. Good. Since Boss Wang thinks highly of us, my colleagues and I will just discuss matters here, thanks to you. Ha ha, the two chatted and laughed. Seeing this scene, Gu Jinan was completely dumbfounded. He never would have thought that the famous Mr. Chen actually knew this young guy. The friends Gu Jindong brought along were indeed hidden talents. By the way, let me introduce you, this is my apprentice, Gu Jindong, the young master of this Panlong mountain villa. The Gu family's business is quite large, and the environment and standards of the villa are very good. Choosing to dine here is indeed a great choice. Wang Shang smiled as he called Gu Jindong over to introduce him to Chen Runsheng. Hello, Mr. Chen, your arrival truly brings great honor to Panlong Mountain Villa. Ha ha, you're too polite, young Master Gu, it's my great honor to be here. The two exchanged pleasantries, both very polite and courteous. Chen Runsheng's mind quickly turned. He noticed that young Master Gu had a close relationship with Boss Wang. Therefore, the banquet needs of the group company, worth several million, who would it be given to? Giving it to Gu Jindong was just giving face to Boss Wang. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to curry favor with Boss Wang. Chen Runsheng, being shrewd, would never miss such an opportunity. By the way, young Master Gu, since this villa is run by your Gu family, then good, our Diaoyu film group happens to have dozens of banquet needs. Since we're all on the same side, let's leave it to you to handle. I hope young Master Gu and your family's elders will take good care of us. Chen Runsheng shifted the conversation to the point, speaking very artfully and politely, which made Gu Jindong feel honored and delighted. Wang Shang, leave it to me? Gu Jindong was stunned, unable to believe that he had actually been hit by a pie falling from the sky. It was simply too lucky. Jindong, since President Chen has said so, you shouldn't refuse. This is a big business deal, and it's yours to handle, so congratulations, Wang Shang said with a smile, patting Gu Jindong on the shoulder. Gu Jindong quickly realized that all of this was thanks to his master, Wang Shang. Being called Boss Wang by President Chen, it turned out that his master was incredibly well connected and had an astonishing background. Thank you so much, President Chen. Thank you, Master. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden happiness. Young Master Gu, I'll arrange for my colleagues who came with me to sign the contract with you for this banquet business right away, Chen Runsheng said decisively, quickly calling over a few colleagues who were standing not far away. Everything was happening too fast. Gu Jindong was still just a student. How could he have the capital to bring in business for his family's enterprise? Yet now, he had effortlessly signed a multi-million-dollar catering deal. Gu Jinan, who was witnessing the entire process from the side, stood there in a daze, his body stiff and unmoving for a long time. President Chen, why did you suddenly change your mind and sign this deal with Gu Jindong? Weren't we negotiating just fine? Is it inappropriate for you to do this? Suddenly, as if pushed by something, Gu Jinan came to his senses and rushed in front of Chen Runsheng. He didn't dare to question directly, only complaining in a cautious tone. This was a multi-million-dollar deal. He had almost finalized it, only to have Gu Zhendong swoop in and snatch it away like a bolt from the blue. How could he accept that? Chen Runcheng smiled and said, "Brother Zhenan, I'm very sorry, but I can only sign the contract with young Master Gu. Besides, you are all family. In the end, this business deal is still earned by your Gu family, so it doesn't seem inappropriate, does it? It can't be like this, President Chen, I beg you." Gu Zhenan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. "I'm sorry, the contract has already been signed," Chen Runcheng shrugged. "But why?" Chen Runcheng sighed and said, "Brother Zhenan, you saw it too, this Mr. Wang is the boss of our Dayue Film Group, and he is the second largest shareholder." Dayue Film Group, the second largest shareholder? My goodness! Upon hearing this, Gu Zhenan felt like a deflated balloon, instantly becoming weak and losing all his anger. The second largest shareholder of Dayue Film Group. Hearing these words, Zhou Yuqi was stunned. Fang Yuan was also taken aback. Gu Zhendong was even more surprised, his mouth agape. My goodness, what kind of extraordinary person is Zhou Yuqi's neighbor? The renowned Dayue Film Group, the second largest shareholder, how wealthy must he be? As a native of the provincial capital, Fang Yuan certainly knew what kind of existence Dayue Film Group was. It was a top-tier film group in China, one of the top 5 companies in the film industry. A young man from a small place like Jiangdu could actually become the second largest shareholder. It was unbelievable. How many unknown identities does Brother Wang have? He is so outstanding, so wealthy. How did he achieve this? Any one of his identities is a height that countless people could never reach in their lifetime, something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Zhou Yuqi murmured to herself, once again shocked by Wang Shang's identity. No wonder Master drives a Pagani Huayra. It turns out he is the second largest shareholder of Dayue Film Group. Could Master be a descendant of some super wealthy family? Otherwise, how could he possibly have such astonishing wealth? I have found an incredibly impressive master. What a great deal! After the initial shock, Gu Zhendong was filled with secret delight. This person, when lucky, is truly unimaginable. Even he himself is confused, yet he has closed a deal worth millions, contributing to his family and making his arch-rival Gu Zhenan quite upset. Gu Zhenan, you can leave now, we don't need you here. Having completely gained the upper hand, Gu Zhendong smiled indifferently at Gu Zhenan and said this. All along, Gu Zhenan had been sharp-tongued and bitter, so Gu Zhendong saw no need to be polite to this cousin. He would not forget the vicious words just spoken. Boss Wang, you carry on with your work, and Mr. Chen, you too, please continue. I won't disturb you. I apologize for any offense earlier. I hope you all can forgive me. Gu Zhenan hurriedly apologized, lowering his head in embarrassment, feeling extremely awkward. After saying this, he quickly slipped away, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Just moments ago, he had mocked Wang Shang, uttering some humiliating words, and now he felt a wave of fear wash over him, his back chilling. After all, this was a big boss, worth at least tens of billions. One person could equal the entire Gu family's asset scale. Even if Gu Zhenan had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to show any disrespect to Wang Shang again. Now he could only hope that Boss Wang wouldn't hold a grudge, otherwise, not just him, but the entire Gu family would be in trouble. Boss Wang, you and your friends are gathering here. I hope you all have a great time. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my colleagues and leave first. If you need anything, Boss Wang, just let me know. Feel free to call me anytime, I'm at your service. After a while, Chen Runcheng, being perceptive, suggested leaving first to take his colleagues away. He could see that Boss Wan was enjoying a gathering with a beautiful companion. If he stayed, he would be too much of a third wheel. Mr. Chen, this top-floor luxury suite is spacious. Why don't you and your colleagues stay here and have a meal together? We're all friends, no need to be so formal. Wang Sheng smiled, wanting to keep him around, as he had a good impression of Chen Runcheng, thinking he was quite personable and knew how to handle situations. Although he was the boss and Chen Runcheng was his subordinate, Wang Sheng had no airs about him and interacted with Chen Runcheng as a friend. Isn't that not too good? Chen Runcheng hesitated slightly and said softly, Boss Wang, you and your friends are gathering here. If my colleagues and I stay, wouldn't it be? Isn't that being too formal? Sit down, let's have a good drink today. Wang Sheng said with a grin. Yes, Mr. Chen, thanks to your help in giving me face, I managed to secure such a large order. I'm very grateful and must treat you to a meal and drinks. Gu Zhendong chimed in with a smile. Seeing Wang Sheng and Gu Zhendong so enthusiastic, Chen Runcheng felt that if he declined again, it would truly seem impolite, so he smiled and nodded. All right, then I will gladly accept. That's the spirit. Wang Sheng was in high spirits. In the following arrangements, Gu Zhendong handed the order to the resort manager, and everything became clear. The resort manager was extremely excited, completely unable to predict that young Master Gu Zhendong had signed a contract worth millions in one go. It was incredible. A lavish and extravagant banquet was held in the top-floor luxury suite. The resort manager brought out the highest specifications, the greatest sincerity, and the most impressive service, sending the best waitstaff to the top-floor suite to provide top-quality service. Piano performances, violin music, and other entertainment were arranged. Exquisite delicacies and fine wines were prepared. Everyone was in a good mood. Rare to be drinking and dining with such a profound and mysterious super-rich person like Wang Shang, and they all enjoyed themselves, having a few drinks. Even Zhou Yuqi, who usually didn't drink, was pulled by Fang Yuanyuan to have some high-end fruit wine. Fang Yuanyuan had toasted the king several times and also Chen Runxing a few times, so it was inevitable that she had drunk quite a bit herself. The red wine included world-class names like Lafite and Petrus, while the white liquor was naturally Maotai and Wulianye, more than enough. Gu Zhendong and the team members were all tall, vigorous college students who drank heavily, especially Gu Zhendong, who showed the greatest sincerity in toasting the king, his admiration for this master akin to the surging waters of a river. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone's faces were flushed. Gu Zhendong, who had drunk the most, was so drunk that he had to leave the table to rest. Zhou Yuqi was tipsy, her head resting on the table, unable to lift it, needing to take a moment to recover. Yuan, it seems like Yuqi can't handle it anymore. Please take care of her and help her to rest, the king quietly instructed Fang Yuan, who had a good tolerance for alcohol, upon seeing Zhou Yuqi's state. Fang Yuan was also a bit tipsy. Hearing the king's words, her cheeks flushed as she nodded and said in a sweet voice, "All right, your majesty, you only worry about your sister Yuqi, but don't forget, I'm also a bit tipsy, okay? Yuan, you have a good tolerance, just take care of her. All right, you two go rest first, I'll stay and drink a bit more with Mr. Chen," the king said gently, patting Fang Yuan's fragrant shoulder, his eyes filled with tenderness. Fang Yuan's heart stirred, instantly captivated by the king's gaze. He speaks to me so gently. I'm so happy. Fang Yuan knew that at this moment, she had fallen hopelessly in love with this enchanting young man. Soon, Fang Yuan and Zhou Yuqi went downstairs, where the manager of the villa personally arranged a room for them to rest, with attentive waitstaff serving them tea and water, providing a nurturing, motherly service. The king himself had a good tolerance for alcohol, and now, with his top-notch fighting skills and strong physical condition, despite his seemingly gentle appearance, he was actually muscular and had great stamina. But even with his impressive tolerance, he couldn't escape the fact that everyone was toasting him. 1 person, 1 cup, 10 people meant 10 cups, and no matter how strong, he would have to drink until he vomited. However, the king was different. Strictly speaking, he had cheated. Within the 9 Xian divine needle, there was a very unique acupuncture technique that allowed him to expel alcohol through certain acupuncture points on his body. So, of course, he secretly took the opportunity to use it while going to the restroom. Thus, he was wet both on his body and the chair. To outsiders, it looked like he was sweating heavily from drinking, but in reality, he was expelling the alcohol from his body. In his current state, he wouldn't just be unaffected by 1,000 cups, even 10,000 cups wouldn't get him drunk. The god of wine was among them. So, after a while of drinking, there were no opponents left at the table. Even the heavy drinking Chen Runxing was unable to handle it and stumbled off to rest. Only the somewhat lonely Luo Xiaoxiao remained. Her identity was special, and she had been very low-key at the table, mostly eating and rarely speaking. Now that everyone was tipsy and there were few people left at the table, she quietly moved to sit beside the king, holding a glass of red wine, gently swirling the goblet, tilting her face, and playfully brushing her hair that fell by her ear. "Exuding charm and allure," she said. "Your Majesty, I really can't see through you. From Jiangdu to the provincial city, I didn't expect your identity to be layered with mystery, always bringing shock. Come, I toast you, will you drink a glass with me?" "Officer Luo, you haven't been drinking at all. You've been the most low-key at the table. What's this? Are you trying to catch me off guard and get me drunk?" The king smiled slightly, a hint of intrigue in his eyes. "This beautiful police officer is intentionally trying to get me drunk? This little girl has a clever mind." The king smiled knowingly, seeing through her intentions without exposing them. "Everyone is having fun and drinking heartily, but I'm different. I must stay sober. After all, I still need to ensure your safety." Luo Xiaoxiao squinted and smiled, her lips curling into an adorable dimple, looking simply stunning. "That's true," the king did not refute, raising his wine glass and saying, "Come on, let's drink." Watching him down a glass of white liquor in one go, Luo Xiaoxiao felt it was terrifying. What kind of drinking capacity did this guy have? Everyone at the table was knocked down by his drinking, yet he showed no signs of being drunk at all. I don't believe it. There are people in this world who can drink without getting drunk. Luo Xiaoxiao muttered to herself. She had been observing the king closely, aside from when he went to the restroom, which made it impossible to observe him. she had been secretly watching and speculating. It was strange. This guy was sweating all over, his clothes soaked, and the floor beneath his seat was wet with sweat, yet he just wouldn't get drunk. The more it was like this, the more Luo Xiaoxiao refused to believe in the supernatural. She decided she had to find a way to get the king drunk and dig out more secrets from him. Come on, keep going. She poured herself a glass of red wine and continued drinking with the king. Here, Officer Luo, the king nodded with a smile, raising his glass to drink. Luo Xiaoxiao lifted her glass and began to drink, looking at the king through the transparent wall of the goblet, unable to help but smile, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. 1 glass of red wine for 1 glass of white wine. She was not losing out at all. Wanting to get me drunk? It's not that easy. The king secretly sneered, holding his wine glass, but feeling a hint of vigilance in his heart. He calmly filled his own glass. Seeing this, Luo Xiaoxiao naturally felt embarrassed and poured herself some red wine as well. Although red wine has a lower alcohol content, drinking too much can still get one drunk. After a few glasses of red wine, Luo Xiaoxiao's face turned rosy, radiant like the evening glow, indescribably beautiful. Your Majesty, you really can drink, she exclaimed tipsily, as they exchanged cups, her eyes and brows revealing a mix of girlish shyness and the allure of a mature woman, a seemingly contradictory unity of styles. Indeed, she had been working for a few years, doing criminal police work, facing danger, and her style of doing things was necessarily decisive. But at the end of the day, she was just a girl. I really don't know how many secrets you have. She couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions, her curiosity about the king's identity already piqued. Now, fueled by the alcohol, she brought it up again, wanting to extract more secrets from him. The king held his wineglass between his lips, smiling leisurely. There's a saying, to meet with sincerity. So, if you want to know my secrets, it's simple, just become my woman, connect with me heart and soul, and once our spirits and bodies are completely intertwined, won't all my secrets be yours to know? Your Majesty, what kind of spirit and body intertwining nonsense is that? Aren't you ashamed? Humph. I won't talk to you anymore, you scoundrel, so glib, not serious at all. Luo Xiaoxiao's face flushed red, teased by the king. She immediately counterattacked, scolding him, but it was just a sharp tongue with a soft heart. All right, I'll drink a glass to apologize. The king drank a glass himself, chatting and laughing, calm and composed, showing no signs of getting drunk at all. Seeing this scene, Luo Xiaoxiao's heart began to race. At this rate, it seemed impossible to get the king drunk. Instead, she might end up tipsy and lying down first. So tell me, why did you suddenly pop up and say you wanted to join me on the Essay Merry cruise ship? The king casually asked the question he wanted to know. Taking advantage of the pleasant atmosphere at the table, the gradually closing distance between them, and noticing that Luo Xiaoxiao was slowly relaxing her guard, he thought to himself that a girl willing to drink with you and getting a bit tipsy could only mean she was lowering her defenses, at least not being overly cautious in front of him. The king naturally seized the opportunity. I'm afraid you might be in danger. Luo Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment, then leaned in close to the king's ear, her fragrance mingling with the scent of wine, particularly pleasant. She suddenly said this. The king was slightly taken aback. He had thought that Luo Xiaoxiao's actions were closely related to the blade action of the provincial major crime unit, and certainly not her own unauthorized actions, but now it seemed otherwise. The original plan for the blade action was to use the son of the Red Dragon Lu Rendong from the Four Dragon Society, Lu Songkai, as a breakthrough point. You have made an enemy of him, and we have been waiting for him to come to you for revenge, which would allow us to follow the clues. Unfortunately, Lu Songkai has gone quiet, and even his father Lu Rendong has been very restrained and low-key lately, not showing his face. Luo Xiaoxiao continued. Your conflict with those international students from Owens completely caught me off guard. This was unexpected, but coincidentally, some clues indicate that Lu Rendong will also board the Maria Santissima cruise ship. Upon hearing this, the king was surprised and asked, what does Lu Rendong want on the cruise ship? A vacation? How could that be? Luo Xiaoxiao shook her head and sneered. He is the Red Dragon of the Four Dragon Society, involved in underground black market dealings, including contraband and arms. It is highly likely that he is up to something on the cruise ship. Lu Rendong is very cunning. Certain operations that are difficult to carry out on land, he would conduct on a foreign-controlled cruise ship, entering the Pacific Ocean through the Yangtze River estuary. Once in international waters, he can engage in all sorts of transactions without restraint. I see. The king suddenly understood. Those international students are not to be underestimated. They are likely closely related to certain foreign-backed entities, descendants of some financial tycoons, and those foreign institutions have deep ties with Lu Rendong. Our current speculation is that Lu Rendong may have been bought off by foreign institutions. Luo Xiaoxiao spoke eloquently, her head becoming increasingly heavy from the alcohol, and under its influence, she began to lose her inhibitions, inadvertently revealing information. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. This involved the most core secrets of the blade action, known only to her and old Xie. Now, due to the alcohol, her defenses had relaxed, and she had unintentionally disclosed it to the king. Cough, cough, what I just said is all speculation, don't take it seriously. She took a sip of water, pretended to cough a few times, and casually said, trying to cover it up without leaving a trace. The king had been engrossed in her words, but now, with her diversion, he understood what she meant, and thus cooperatively smiled. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. What foreign institution? I don't understand at all. Alright, I'll protect your safety when the time comes. After all, I'm worried you might run into trouble on a cruise ship controlled by others. Luo Xiaoxiao smiled gently and said this. Luo Xiaoxiao, you were so good to me. Come, I'll toast you. Luo Xiaoxiao, you look truly beautiful and charming after drinking. If I were a criminal and saw such a stunningly extraordinary female officer, I would definitely surrender immediately. Ha ha ha. The king raised his glass again, showering her with sweet words and flattery, actually to further dispel Luo Xiaoxiao's concerns and vigilance. Stop joking around, smooth talker. Luo Xiaoxiao sneered inwardly, thinking that this guy, despite having multiple identities, immense wealth, and decent skills, was still a man. With fine wine and beauty before him, he was losing control and starting to babble. This was good. It seemed he had drunk so much that he was beginning to get drunk, his true nature gradually revealing itself. Come, let's have a drink. As usual, I'll have a glass of red, and you'll have a glass of white. Luo Xiaoxiao was unambiguous, pouring herself a glass of red wine, raising her glass, thinking to take advantage of this momentum and get the king drunk. The king gladly accepted, pouring himself a full glass of white wine. Cheers! Cheers! They downed their drinks in one go. The king feigned a pose, propping his head up with his hand, pretending to be on the verge of drunkenness. No, I'm dizzy. I've drunk too much. I feel terrible. I want to throw up. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes. But soon, she herself was the first to falter, unable to hold on any longer. The aftereffects of the red wine kicked in, and combined with the earlier drink, it became the last straw that broke the camel's back. She slumped over the table, completely out of it. Luo Xiaoxiao, come on, let's keep drinking, the king tentatively asked. There was no response. Luo Xiaoxiao, lying on the table, was already in a daze, feeling incredibly heavy all over, unable to lift her head. What's the point of drinking like this? The king felt a wave of frustration, but a hint of smugness flickered in his eyes. Although it was a hollow victory, he had at least unraveled Luo Xiaoxiao's little thoughts. With no one left at the table but him and Luo Xiaoxiao, the solitary seeker of defeat, he could only help her to her room to rest. I say, Luo Xiaoxiao, you're really pathetic. You've only had a few drinks and you're already out cold. Sigh, so boring. Once they reached the room, the guest room at the Panlong Mountain Villa was luxurious, up to 5-star standards. At the table, apart from the king, who was still sober, everyone else was tipsy and had returned to their assigned rooms to rest. The king laid Luo Xiaoxiao on the big bed in her room, preparing to leave. But just then, a soft, sticky, and slightly numb whispering voice rang out. Don't go. Stay with me, okay? Stay with me, okay? I'm really so lonely. These years have been so hard. I have to keep everything a secret. I don't even have friends around me. Woo woo. The king was startled, realizing it was Luo Xiaoxiao sleep-talking, continuously mumbling in her sleep, and even crying. They say that alcohol reveals the truth, and it seems this girl was spilling her heart out in her drunken slumber. Not to mention, the way a girl looks when she sleep-talks is truly adorable. The king smiled, listening to her murmurs, deciding to stay with this outwardly strong yet inwardly fragile girl a little longer. At this moment, Luo Xiaoxiao, so drunk, was unaware of the thoughts colliding in her mind, revealing a very vulnerable and childlike side. Lying on the bed, from head to toe, her figure was flawless, her breathing slightly hurried and heavy from the alcohol, her chest rising and falling enticingly, leading down to a flat abdomen, a slender waist, and legs wrapped in tight black jeans, long and straight, neither too fat nor too thin, with perfect lines, an ideal long leg that countless girls dream of. Especially as she unconsciously twisted her body and swung her long legs in her drunken dream, she resembled an incredibly enchanting and captivating beauty snake. Luo Xiaoxiao, you're making it easy for someone to commit a crime, the king whispered, his appreciative gaze roaming freely over her. He then turned away, adjusting the air conditioning in the room to the optimal temperature, and pulled over a blanket to cover her. It was late. He still had to return to the room arranged for him next door to rest. Wow! Suddenly, the dream beauty on the bed furrowed her brows tightly, her facial expression turning somewhat grotesque. She rolled over, and vomited foul substances from her mouth. A fit of wild vomiting. Since she was lying on her side, the vomit splattered all over the bed, even getting on her body and hair. The mixture of alcohol and food that made up the vomit emitted a foul, alcoholic stench. Such a scene was simply eye-watering, hard to bear. No matter how beautiful a woman is, in such a situation, she cannot maintain her lovely image. The king complained, "My goodness, Luo Xiaoxiao, please don't do this. You're such a beautiful girl, and now you're vomiting. I've never seen anything like this. What am I supposed to do?" Despite his complaints, the king's heart softened. He brought over a trash can and helped Luo Xiaoxiao lean over it to vomit. Otherwise, the bed would be a mess, and when she woke up, she'd be disgusted with herself. In her drunken stupor, she continued to vomit for about 10 minutes before it finally eased up. Seeing her covered in filth, the king couldn't bear to let her continue sleeping in such a state. She would surely wake up to a terrible smell. He thought about removing her soiled clothes, but it was quite tricky. After all, she was a girl, a pure young lady. What to do? Finally, the king steeled himself and slowly, carefully, took off her top. "I see you're not having an easy time. Fine, I can't help but be soft-hearted, especially towards girls. Let me help you," he murmured, as if what he was doing was against his will. If it were any other man, this would be a coveted task. Soon, her fair skin was revealed, leaving only her fitted undergarment on top, while the rest was fully exposed. The king felt dizzy, his thoughts racing, and quickly reined in his wandering mind. He grabbed a towel to wipe the dirt off her body. Then came her pants, which were covered in vomit. The tight jeans clung to her skin, making them difficult to remove. The king worried about waking her up, so he could only pull them down very carefully. Her flawless, white legs were now in front of him, brightening the entire room. The king swallowed hard. "My goodness, what a figure! I can't keep looking, this could lead to trouble." He quickly took her long pants and top and tossed them into the washing machine in the room, which would soon clean them, and then they could be hung out to dry. That was the easy part. The key issue was that he noticed her two fitted undergarments, both top and bottom, were also stained and damp with sweat. If she slept in them all night, she could easily catch a cold. He shook his head helplessly. What to do? Even if he was a kind-hearted, chivalrous gentleman, he wouldn't take advantage of her, but facing a young lady's undergarments, he couldn't just remove them directly. This was a boundary, a line that should not be crossed, especially with a girl he wasn't in a confirmed relationship with. If it were his girlfriend, he could take them off without a second thought, or if it were a girl with whom he had established a relationship, he would gently remove her damp clothes to ensure she could sleep comfortably. But Luo Xiaoxiao was not that. Suddenly, the king noticed a hairdryer on the sink. A Dyson, high-end, costing several thousand. No. What he was focused on now wasn't the brand or price of the hairdryer. Instead, he could use the warm air from the hairdryer to help Luo Xiaoxiao dry her undergarments. That way, she wouldn't catch a cold while sleeping. The king suddenly felt like a genius. He grabbed the hairdryer, plugged it in by the bedside, and turned on the warm air switch. First, he aimed it at her top undergarment, and soon the warm air dried it. Then came the awkward part. "Though it's inappropriate to look, I have no choice, Luo Xiaoxiao, I'm doing this to help you." The king could only lower his head, holding the hairdryer, directing the warm air at her little panties, silently reciting the classic Confucian text to keep his thoughts in a gentlemanly state. 1 minute, 2 minutes. He was pleased to see that her damp panties were gradually drying. He showed a look of joy. However, this scene seemed somewhat bizarre, even a bit too much. Suddenly, whether it was being woken up by the heat or something else, Luo Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and immediately saw the king, who was holding a hairdryer, blowing it fiercely at her lower half, with a strange smile on his face. A scream. The king was also startled. "What are you doing? Disgusting. Big bad guy. I didn't expect you to be such a pervert." Seeing her own state, Luo Xiaoxiao quickly pulled the blanket around herself and shouted angrily at the king. "No, you misunderstood, I was." The king panicked, becoming incoherent. He realized that even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear his name. A grown man, in the middle of the night, holding a hairdryer and blowing it at his own part, with a strange smile on his face. My goodness, what kind of peculiar fetish is this? Luo Xiaoxiao was about to go crazy. Big pervert. Her sharp and frantic scream exploded in the room. The king was completely dumbfounded. He felt wronged, super wronged. Clearly, he had good intentions, worried that she would catch a cold sleeping in wet clothes, and it ended up like this. It seemed that when he was drying her clothes with the hairdryer, the hot air must have been too intense and blown for too long, waking Luo Xiaoxiao up. It had to be that way. Listen to my explanation. Actually, I was drying your clothes, afraid you would catch a cold while sleeping. Also, you vomited a lot, the bed and clothes are all covered in it. I was just being kind. The king tried to explain. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Luo Xiaoxiao tightly wrapped herself in the blanket, continuously retreating to the other end of the bed, pointing at the door and shouting, Get out! Get out! The king shook his head helplessly. There was no other choice but to leave, otherwise, he didn't know what this lady would do in her rage. Alright, I'm leaving. You take care, cover yourself with the blanket and sleep. If you feel like vomiting, there's a trash can by the bed. I'll bring it over, just don't vomit everywhere. The king pushed the door open and left. Bang! A pillow flew over and hit the door hard. Luo Xiaoxiao started to cry, wrapping herself tightly, hugging her knees, tears streaming down her face. She had never experienced anything like this in her life. Just being in the same room with a man was awkward enough, and now she found herself in disarray, almost completely exposed to that guy. Even worse, she had encountered a super pervert. Just thinking about it was terrifying. I can't believe he. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoxiao realized something very frightening. That was the most precious thing on a girl. She slowly lifted the blanket to check her body. Fortunately, she was still intact and had not been harmed. She breathed a slight sigh of relief. Looking at the bed, under the bed, and in the trash can, all filled with vomit, her face turned red and hot. It seemed she really had drunk too much and made a huge fool of herself. She felt a severe headache, got up from the bed, wanting to put on her outer clothes and pants, but when she looked around the bed, there was nothing at all, and she cursed the king 1,000 times in her heart. It must have been that pervert who took her clothes away. Dressed only in a tight little outfit, Luo Xiaoxiao tiptoed to the washroom, thinking she would wash her face and wake up. Suddenly, she noticed the clothes drying on the windowsill. A shirt, a pair of pants. It was exactly what she had been wearing. Her heart skipped a beat, as if she realized something. The clarity after being drunk gradually brought back some fragments of what had happened earlier. Although she couldn't piece it all together and couldn't remember exactly what had happened, she could still recall the general outline. It seems that the king truly had good intentions, taking off her dirty outer clothes and pants, helping her wash and dry them. Could it be that I really misunderstood him? Wronged him? Luo Xiaoxiao felt a wave of confusion in her mind, and deep inside, a sense of guilt surged. She was unharmed, and the mess of vomit around her clearly indicated that she had indeed been very drunk and had vomited severely. The freshly washed and dried clothes further proved that the king was genuinely caring for her. He was not taking advantage of her vulnerability, nor was he a pervert. With this thought, Luo Xiaoxiao's face turned crimson, filled with shame. Just thinking about how the king had used a hairdryer on a certain part of her body made her face even redder. An inexplicable feeling rippled within her, unclear and indescribable, turning her face from flushed to hot, and even her neck and ears were a deep red. It was as if the king had not only provided her with thoughtful care but had also shared an intimate moment with her. Her feelings for the king had changed from before. In the prime of her youth, in her 20s, the most energetic age, she was also at the most yearning time for love. Her body was mature, inevitably filled with desire for the opposite sex. The king had inadvertently burst into her heart. "Humph, you little brat, why didn't you explain clearly? I was just angry because I didn't understand the situation. How embarrassing." Luo Xiaoxiao's emotions stirred for a while, and as some chaotic fantasies popped into her mind, she fell into a deep sleep. What bad luck! Back in the adjacent room, the king felt a wave of frustration. What was this all about? Good intentions treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. Looking at the time, it was already late at night, past 1 in the morning. To ensure Luo Xiaoxiao could sleep soundly without catching a cold, was it easy for me? Not only was I misunderstood, but I was also called a big pervert. The king's mood could not settle for a long time. Fortunately, he suddenly remembered that a new day had come, and the 1 yuan exchange opportunity had refreshed. He needed to hurry and exchange. The earlier unpleasantness was swept away. He quickly began the exchange. "System, are you ready? I'm going to exchange for 1 yuan. Ding! 1 yuan exchange opportunity refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 1 yuan exchange opportunity. Would you like to trigger it? Of course. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging 1 yuan, current wealth value. Please select a reward. Okay, let me see. A multitude of options appeared in the king's mind. Wealth, skills, hundreds and thousands of options. The king had chosen once before, so this time, he was quite familiar with it. After looking around, he suddenly found a particularly good option. A private island in Ticinia worth billions of dollars. Upon seeing this, the king felt an immense surprise. Previously, the rewards had been cars, houses, stocks, and the like, which he had become accustomed to. Although he was always very happy and excited to receive rewards, it was never to this extent. But this option was intriguing. It was actually a private island. A private island worth billions of dollars. Ticinia private island, this is interesting. Can you explain the situation of this island? The king thought to himself. The system quickly provided an explanation. Ticinia private island, located in the South Pacific, is an island belonging to a certain country, which was bought many years ago by a super-rich individual, becoming an exclusive private island. The island covers an area of 1,500 square kilometers, with complete facilities, including an airport, port, and transportation facilities on the island. Tasinia Island has the most favorable environmental climate all year round due to its unique geographical location, far from the continental shelf, making it a beautiful paradise. Listening to the system's explanation, the king was completely moved. Okay, I choose this island. 1 yuan exchange, redeemed Tasinia Private Island. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 1 yuan exchange and receiving the reward, a private island in Tasinia. All procedures have been completed, and the most professional and authoritative international agency will soon deliver the legal documents for the ownership of the island to the host. The king was overjoyed, dancing with excitement. Wow, a super private island, it's really in his hands. What a surprise! Is my old classmate there? I'd like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. Early in the morning, the king woke up to a voice message from Baimalalai. The usually aloof goddess had a gentle and sweet voice in the message, which was very pleasant to hear. The king couldn't help but listen to it a few more times. After all, she was a goddess, beautiful and sweet-voiced. Just thinking about Baimalalai's unparalleled beauty made the king's heart race with excitement. After all, she was the goddess of his university days. What's up, Bai classmate? What made you suddenly want to treat me to a meal? The king sent a voice message back, holding his phone. I just wanted to express my gratitude. You really helped me a lot. By the way, did you know? The director of the crew has rearranged my role. Although I'm now the third female lead, my scenes will be just as many as the first female lead, and they are very clever. Hee hee, it's all thanks to your help. Congratulations, Bai classmate. After chatting for a while, Baimalalai confirmed the location and insisted that the king come over. She also mentioned that she would bring a good girlfriend along, who happened to be from Jiangdu and was a fellow townsman of the king, so they could get to know each other. Girlfriend? The king felt a surge of joy, thinking to himself, the goddess's girlfriend must be great. So, he had to go for this meal. Before leaving the Panlong mountain villa, the king briefed Fong Yuan and Zhou Yuqi about his plans, telling them he was going out to handle some matters and asked them to enjoy themselves at the villa while he took a taxi back to school. The two girls reluctantly said goodbye to him. The king initially thought about saying something to Luo Xiaoxiao, but recalling what happened last night, he felt a bit embarrassed and decided against it. He drove to the destination. The Pagani Huayra sped handsomely through the streets of the city. This was the second largest film and television base in southern Huaxia, Hengdian Film and Television Base. Its geographical location was quite special, as this film base was located in a small town just below the provincial capital. The king arrived after driving for over an hour. Baimalalai had invited him for hot pot and had been waiting nearby for a long time since they weren't filming in the morning and would start shooting in the afternoon, giving them plenty of time. When the king arrived at the nationwide chain hot pot restaurant in the film base, the parking lot was almost filled with luxury cars. And they were all top-tier luxury cars: Ferraris, Aston Martins, Lamborghinis, Maseratis, and so on. It looked like a large luxury car exhibition. As soon as the king's Pagani Huayra pulled up, it immediately became the center of attention. Which super rich young master is here to pick up girls in the film city? Wow, Pagani Huayra. With this car, what girl can't he charm? This is truly a luxury car gathering. No wonder so many rich people are drawn here with so many film crews and beautiful women in the entertainment industry. The king kept a low profile, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, as he entered the hot pot restaurant. Where are you, old classmate? Have you arrived? We're in room 30 on the second floor. Baimalalai's voice message came through. The king smiled knowingly, put away his phone, and went upstairs to the entrance of room 30. Seeing Baimalalai again, the king's eyes lit up. She had dressed in her costume for the afternoon shoot, as she was the clever third female lead in a period drama, portraying a concubine in the palace, and her attire was naturally styled like that of a palace concubine. What a beautiful period drama beauty. Old classmate, come sit down. Baimalalai greeted the king with a beaming smile. This is my college classmate, Wang Shang, and he's also a shareholder in the film industry group. Really impressive. Baimojili introduced to her female assistant beside her. By the way, old classmate, this is my assistant, Xiaoli. Wang Shang smiled and extended his hand, politely shaking hands with Xiaoli. Wow, Boss Wang is so handsome, young and accomplished, that's amazing. Xiaoli's flattery was sweet. Baimojili had her own studio, and her family ran a film company. Although it wasn't large, it was rich in experience. Now that Baimojili was out filming, she was familiar with all the processes. Moreover, since directors and producers knew that Baimojili's old classmate Wang Shang was a shareholder in the film industry group, one of the big bosses, they treated her with great courtesy, and everything progressed very smoothly. What do you want to eat? Just order whatever. Baimojili handed the menu to Wang Shang, smiling. don't hold back on my account. It's not easy to have such a busy person like you here. Don't worry, Wang Shang laughed, grabbing the menu and starting to order enthusiastically. Mo Jili. Suddenly, someone pushed open the private room door and walked in. Wang Shang immediately felt a fragrant breeze sweep over him. He put down the menu and locked eyes with the girl who had entered, momentarily stunned. The tall, model-like beauty, dressed impeccably in a fitted casual suit paired with high heels, exuded a cool and elegant aura. She was indeed fair and beautiful, just as expected of by Mojili's good friend. Oh my, a familiar face. Wang Shang's mouth dropped open in surprise. Is it you? It was actually Lin Charan. It's you, Wang Shang. This world is so small, filled with coincidences. Do you know each other? Bai Mojili looked surprised, originally planning to introduce Wang Shang and Lin Charan to each other, but it turned out they already knew one another. Yes, he is Wang Shang, a celebrity in Jiangdu, the honorary curator of the National Treasure Museum, and also a shareholder in my family's company. Lin Charan smiled, not expecting to see Wang Shang here. By the way, Wang Shang, how do you know Mojili? Lin Charan was quite curious. Bai Mojili and I are college classmates, Wang Shang replied with a smile, then asked, how did you and Bai Mojili meet? The two stunning beauties, Lin Charan and Bai Mojili, exchanged smiles. Funny enough, I met Mojili through the Maserati car club. Lin Charan blushed slightly and continued, about 3 years ago, I bought a Maserati and joined a car enthusiast group, where I met Mojili. We hit it off really well. At that time, I had just started taking over my family's business, and Mojili was also starting her own clothing business and doing some work related to the film industry. We were in similar situations, facing many difficulties, so we often chatted online to encourage each other. We even joked that if we couldn't find boyfriends in the future, we might as well live together, huh? Later, when I met Mojili offline, we got along like old friends. As she spoke, Bai Mojili walked over, cheerfully taking her hand, and they exchanged smiles. The two gorgeous beauties looked like they shared a deep friendship. If it were boys being this close, it would definitely be full of bromance, but with girls, it felt perfectly normal. Alright, you two don't be so intimate now. In this world, there are more men than women, and beauties are even rarer resources. If you two become a couple, I don't know how many men would be driven crazy. Such a waste of resources. Wang Shang joked. The two best friends both laughed. The private room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. After enjoying a delightful hot pot meal with the two beauties, Wang Shang, at Bai Mojili's invitation, went to visit the film crew. In the afternoon, after Bai Mojili finished her makeup, she immersed herself in the filming work, and her scenes were not too many in the first few days, almost wrapping up in about 2 hours. The appearance of Wang Shang on the filming set, even though he tried to keep a low profile, still caught people's attention. Wow! Bai Moli, Lin Charan, those are two super goddesses in our province. Bai Moli started her own company and is now acting in a drama. She is simply stunning in real life, and her ancient costume look is unbelievably beautiful. She's stealing the spotlight from the main character. Lin Charan manages her family's hotel and catering group, and recently developed a school district housing project. She's truly a rich heiress, a real white, rich beauty. There were several film crews nearby, all shooting at this location. Therefore, there were many visitors, including some second-generation rich kids from the industry. They were either the sons of directors from certain crews, or the offspring of producers from specific films, or the descendants of behind-the-scenes investment tycoons. They gathered in the film city, waiting for these beautiful actresses to finish shooting so they could take them out to have fun. Ha ha, so it's Boss Wang, hello. In the crew filming a palace drama, the director spotted Wang Shang during a break in filming and immediately jogged over, eager to greet him and get close. Wang Shang smiled slightly, keeping his achievements and fame hidden. Director, you've worked hard. I'm just here to take a look. You all continue with your filming. The director replied, yes, Boss Wang, if you have any instructions, just let me know. I'll get back to work now. At that moment, Bai Moli was filming a scene that involved inner monologue, filled with emotion and longing for her lover, requiring her to act as if she were speaking to the air, which tested her acting skills. She noticed Wang Shang, who was standing not far away as an observer, and directed her gaze towards him. Her emotions were rich, controlled, not too exaggerated, nor overly restrained. Cut. Good, that take is fine. The director was very satisfied. Lin Charan, sitting next to Wang Shang, watched Bai Moli act for a while and couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect filming to be so fun. Then, Lin Charan turned her gaze and fixed it on Wang Shang, saying, but why is Moli always looking at you? Her inner monologue just now, with such emotional expression, completely treated you as the lover she misses. Wang Shang's face darkened, standing nearby, and yet the blame falls from the sky. I'm not taking the fall for this. What do you mean? I don't feel that way at all, he said awkwardly. Are you hiding something from my best friend Molly? The way she looks at you is the kind of gaze only between a boyfriend and girlfriend. You better not have any intentions towards her. Lin Churan suddenly looked melancholic, speaking with a hint of grievance. This is unfair. What intentions could I possibly have towards her? Wang Shang shrugged, looking helpless. No. Suddenly, Wang Shang realized something and quickly asked, I mean, Lin Churan, even if I had any intentions towards Molly, what's wrong with that? She's so beautiful, and we were old classmates. But you, why are you so nervous? What are you worried about? I'm worried that you might hurt my best friend. She works so hard, putting in so much effort and dedication into her career, focusing entirely on her work, so inevitably, she's a bit clueless when it comes to relationships. Up until now, she has no experience in love. You can't ruin her. Lin Churan was slightly agitated, not sure if it was just concern for her friend or something else. Wang Shang smiled leisurely. Oh, Lin, you're overthinking it. With my conditions, Molly wouldn't even look at me. Back in college, Molly was the goddess in everyone's eyes. So many people pursued her. Who told you she's clueless in love? That's a judgment based on my understanding of her, Lin Churan said arrogantly, puffing out her chest, the pride of a rich beauty fully on display. However, she quickly softened, murmuring, Your Majesty, oh Your Majesty, you are truly a hidden gem. No one knows what your true identity is. If you were like those playboys and rich young masters, wouldn't it be unfortunate for the girls who like you? So, does Jasmine like me? You're her best friend. Has she said anything to you? The king suddenly realized, could it be that these girls are all interested in him, and he just hasn't noticed? That would really be exhausting. Being entangled with so many beauties is truly a tiring affair. Like you? Lin Churan's eyes widened, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise as she pouted, Not at all. Jasmine is such an outstanding girl, her standards are high. Even if you helped her get into the film crew, it would only make her have a slight fondness for you. Isn't that enough? So you don't need to be nervous. The king laughed, feeling relieved. Suddenly, he put on a look of realization and exclaimed, Oh my, I know. Lin, you must be interested in me, right? Lin Churan was taken aback. Interested in him? She really couldn't deny it, because deep down in her heart, there was indeed a fondness for the king, but that was merely gratitude. Yes, it must just be gratitude. Lin Churan told herself in her heart. Who's interested in you? Just because you have many good points and are wealthy doesn't mean I would like you. Alright, enough of that. You should see for yourself. I feel like you're in trouble. Suddenly, Lin Churan changed the subject as she noticed that many luxury cars were driving near the filming location. Those rich young masters, with their windows rolled down, shot jealous and angry glances at the king. There was no helping it, the king was too eye-catching now, accompanied by two goddesses. Jasmine, filming, looked like an ancient fairy, while Lin Churan was an unparalleled CEO. The collision between modern and ancient, entangled between the two goddesses. The king had undoubtedly drawn the ire of many rich second-generation young masters in the film city. These young masters had already come and gone, picking up their respective companions, driving luxury cars, ready to leave the film city to have fun. Now, some small celebrities were filming, their acting skills not great, but the production scale was not small. Moreover, some female stars would just do green screen work, casually hanging out in the crew for a while, taking photos, and then wrapping up to go have fun. Check it out. What's that kid's background? He actually has two goddesses with him, Jasmine from the provincial capital, and Lin Churan, the young lady of the Lin group from Jiangdu. Just how capable is that guy to have two women? In a certain circle of rich second-generation young masters who had long been mingling in the film city, more than a dozen of them were gathering to eat, drink, and play with stars, engaging with various internet celebrities. At this moment, they were all in an uproar. Many were discussing who that kid, the king, was. They were using various connections to investigate the king's background. In this circle, there was a rich second-generation young master with a very impressive background, the son of the president of Tianyu Group, the largest entertainment company in China, known as the Entertainment Empire of China. Tianyu Group is a publicly listed company, currently valued at over 200 billion, a giant in the Chinese entertainment industry, with several of the top cinema chains in the country and shares in the largest real estate group in China, Yida Real Estate Group. Therefore, the president of Tianyu, besides his assets, has connections that are incredibly impressive. As the son of the president of Tianyu, Qin Kaiwei is a leading figure in this circle, with many rich second-generation young masters following him around. Soon, Qin Kaiwei got news from the director of a certain film crew. Turns out, that kid is called Wang Shang, and he owns shares in Daiyue Film Group, making him the second largest shareholder. More than a dozen rich second-generation heirs quickly learned this news. Daiyue Film Group is a company in the provincial capital. Its influence is significant, but it's limited to the central and southern regions of Huaxia. Don't even mention comparing it to Tianyu. It can't compete with several entertainment companies either. What is that brat so scared of? The shares in his hands were definitely left to him by his parents. In the end, he's just a rich second-generation kid running around Hongdian Film City chasing after stars and internet celebrities. That kid with the surname Wang can't compare to our Qin Shao. Compare what? He isn't even worthy to carry Qin Shao's shoes. Ha ha ha. Several rich second-generation heirs surrounded Qin Kaiwa, laughing heartily, their faces filled with disdain for Wang Shang. Those two girls are indeed top-notch. We need to find a way to make that kid embarrass himself and step on him. Only then can we attract the attention of Lin Charan and Bai Mojing. Sooner or later, I will win them both over, Qin Kaiwa said proudly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He was serious about chasing girls. Once he set his sights on a girl, there was no way he couldn't win her over. He was already somewhat handsome, and with his prominent background as the first young master of Hongdian Film City, many girls actively flirted with him, coming to him clean and ready. The girls Qin Shao is interested in are all within reach. They must be won over. Once Qin Shao gets tired of them, we can still have our fun. No way, Lao Shao, you don't mind? Those two girls, their figures and looks are indeed top-notch. I'm willing to take this on. After all, it's just for fun, what's there to be afraid of? Ha 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 ha. Laughter filled the air, but it was all lewd talk. Among this group of rich second-generation heirs were several young starlets and internet celebrities, each with sharp faces, long legs, and exposed waists, their cleavage prominently displayed. To put it bluntly, these girls were merely playthings for Qin Kaiwa and his friends, hoping to gain wealth and acting opportunities by mingling with them. Qin Kaiwa leaned in close to one of his buddies and whispered a few words. Then, this rich second-generation heir approached Wang Shang. Hey, isn't this Wang Shao? Our Qin Shao asked me to pass a message to you. Are you interested in joining us for a yacht trip? Our Qin Shao has a yacht company, and if you don't have a private yacht, we can rent one to you. This rich second-generation heir spoke arrogantly, putting on airs in front of Wang Shang. Wang Shang frowned slightly, thinking, where did this fool come from? What sea trip? What yacht? I was watching Bai Mojing filming so well, what do I need to join you spoiled brats for? Who are you? Wang Shang replied lazily. The rich second-generation heir nearly exploded with anger but held back, saying, just like you, here to chase girls in the film city. Wang Shao, stop pretending. We all have the same goal. If you really have the strength, come out to sea with us. Our Qin Shao will host a grand feast at sea and invite you to join. Don't embarrass yourself. Damn it, those international students from Delacroix want me to go on a cruise to compete. And now this group of rich second-generation heirs wants me to go to sea too. Are you all in cahoots with the Caribbean pirates, planning to take me down? Wang Shang muttered to himself, venting his frustrations. Fine, but it has to be tomorrow. Let's not miss each other then. Wang Shang readily agreed. Since this group of rich second-generation heirs was being provocative and trying to show off in front of him, he would give them the opportunity to see if they could handle it. That night, he had dinner with Bai Mojing and Lin Charan near the film city, and then Wang Shang took them away from the film city, heading to the provincial capital. Just right, Bai Moli doesn't have to shoot tomorrow, so the king sent out an invitation to take her and Lin Charan out on a yacht to sea, to rest and relax. The king initially thought that his proposal and invitation might be a bit abrupt, and the two girls might not agree, but to his surprise, both girls nodded happily. The most luxurious 5-star hotel in the provincial capital. Bai Moli arranged the hotel, with the king in one room and her and Lin Charan in another. The two best friends hadn't seen each other for a long time, so of course, they had endless things to talk about. In the room, it was already late at night. Just after midnight, the king quickly sat up in bed. System, has the 1 yuan exchange opportunity refreshed? Ding! 1 yuan exchange opportunity refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 1 yuan exchange opportunity. Would you like to trigger it? Of course. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging 1 yuan, current wealth value. Please select a reward. The king carefully sifted through the countless options under the category of real wealth. Suddenly, he saw a reward, a world-class luxury yacht, the Edmiston Company super yacht, Starry Sail, currently valued at $250 million. His eyes lit up. This is it. Select the Starry Sail super yacht. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Starry Sail super yacht. Reminder, the Starry Sail super yacht will dock at the nearest harbor to the host's location in 12 hours. All procedures have been completed. Please go to collect it on time. The king smiled knowingly. The nearest harbor is none other than the deepwater port at the provincial capital's sea outlet, right? Yesterday, Qin Kaiwei and his group of rich second-generation kids had agreed to set off from the deepwater port to go out to sea and hold some kind of maritime feast. Now, the Starry Sail that belongs to the king is arranged. What is the concept of the Starry Sail super yacht? Simply put, yachts are divided into several levels: sports yachts, leisure yachts, business yachts, and super yachts. Regular sports yachts are quite small, only a few meters long, with no roof, focusing on speed, and are only suitable for 2 or 3 people to play with. Leisure yachts can reach over 10 meters in length, have a bit more scale, and come with guest rooms, kitchens, and living rooms, making them suitable for family outings. Business yachts are dozens of meters long, classified as large yachts, accommodating a dozen people for outings, equipped with very complete facilities, including meeting rooms and office equipment in addition to guest rooms and living rooms. As for super yachts, they are larger, longer, and more luxurious. In addition to the facilities of business yachts, they also have outdoor swimming pools, playgrounds, and even bars and sea casinos. Moreover, super yachts require professional crew members and servants to provide services on board. Now, the super yacht that the king owns is of this kind. So, everything is in order, just waiting to show off at sea. The king thought for a moment. Since he now owns the super yacht Starry Sail, it was time to go out to sea and take his friends along. So, he called Zhou Yuqi and Fang Yuan. He also called Luo Xiao. Zhou Yuqi was very excited on the phone, eagerly expressing her desire to go out to sea and broaden her horizons. Fang Yuan also gladly accepted, willing to go out to sea and play, and mentioned that when she was very young, she had gone out to sea on a yacht with her parents. Luo Xiao also agreed on the phone. It seems she has let go of what happened last night. Of course, I want to go out to sea with you, don't forget, I have to protect you, and you have another identity, which is an external member of the Blade Action. You can't have any accidents, otherwise, I won't be able to explain to old Xie. Alright then, it will be hard for you, Luo Xiao, to run along. Thus, the yacht outing group, led by the king, was formed. Besides him, there were Zhou Yuqi, Fang Yuan, Bai Moli, and Lin Churen, along with Luo Xiao. The 5 beauties gathered together. It was truly a contest of charm. Zhou Yuqi dressed up specially for the outing, sporting a fresh campus style with her long, jet black hair, a long skirt paired with canvas shoes, revealing her snow-white calves, pure and adorable. Fang Yuan's outfit was bolder and more daring, just like her personality, wearing a tank top that showed off her slim waist, paired with ripped ultra-short shorts that showcased her long, fair legs, a figure that made men drool. Bai Moli and Lin Churen both opted for a more seductive, mature look, with pencil skirts and high heels, one in flesh-colored stockings, the other in black, both accentuating their graceful figures while maintaining an air of sophistication. As for Luo Xiao, she stuck to her usual casual style, wearing tight jeans with a white shirt. Of course, aside from the subtle comparisons among the girls regarding their outfits and figures, they inevitably had to get to know each other. Hello. A flurry of cheerful greetings and self-introductions ensued, and they all got acquainted. However, soon enough, the girls occasionally cast unusual glances at the king, especially Lin Churen, whose expression became quite complex as she murmured to herself, "You little rascal, king, you really have a lot of luck with the ladies, having so many beauties accompanying you on this outing. Where did you get such fortune, king brother? Where did you meet so many beautiful sisters? They're all so stunning. Just look at Sister Lin Churen and Sister Bai Moli, tall and leggy, with unbeatable looks. You must be so lucky." "Don't talk nonsense, I have nothing to do with them. They're just friends I know," the king said, ruffling Zhou Yuqi's hair with a smile. Zhou Yuqi stuck out her tongue, clearly not believing him, but chose not to call him out. Before long, the group of 1 man and 5 women arrived at the deep-water port dock. The king received a phone call from the yacht company, informing him that there had been some minor issues during the transportation of the Starry Sky yacht, causing a slight delay. Now, they could only postpone the handover time a bit. "Wow, what a beautiful yacht. So many yachts, I want to go out to sea right now. By the way, king, where's your yacht?" "Yeah, didn't you say you bought a super yacht? Where is it?" The girls cheered excitedly, standing on the dock, looking at the hundreds or even thousands of yachts lined up at the port, instantly getting thrilled. But, where was the king's yacht? Why couldn't they see it? "I'm sorry, my yacht is still on its way. It should arrive in about an hour, so please wait a bit." The king waved to everyone, feeling a bit awkward. After all, he had just acquired the Starry Sky super yacht last night, and it had only been a little over 9 hours since then, with the expected delivery time being around 10 hours. All right, the girls immediately felt a bit disappointed. After all, having arrived at the seaside port, seeing so many yachts and many people starting to board their yachts to head out to sea, the bustling scene inevitably stirred their emotions, creating a strong desire to rush onto a yacht, feel the ocean, and set off at full speed to enjoy the sea. But they had to wait. The brand new yacht was still on its way. "My newly purchased yacht will definitely not disappoint you, just wait." A glint of mischief sparkled in the king's eyes as he said proudly. Because he probably knew how massive the Starry Sky yacht was, it could be said that, looking around, none of the yachts docked at this port could compare. In fact, He wanted to keep a low profile, taking the beautiful women out to sea, enjoying the ocean, feeling the sea breeze, and simply savoring the tranquility of life. Unfortunately, before the super yacht arrived, his obvious target and the presence of so many stunning beauties around him made it impossible to keep a low profile. Isn't that young Master Wang? Bringing so many beauties along, really enviable. Oh, young Master Wang, ha ha ha, what's going on? Why are you standing on the shore? Why not get on the yacht? Oh, I almost forgot. It turns out young Master Wang doesn't have his own yacht yet. What a pity. At this moment, a group of rich young heirs appeared at the dock. Young Master Wang, I have 2 yachts under my name, and since we only need one for this trip, how about I lend you the other? The leader of the rich kids, Shin Kaiwa, walked out with a smile, proudly addressing Wang. No need. Wang waved his hand, smiling as he declined. Don't be so polite. I have 1 yacht sitting empty. You and the beauties are more than welcome to come aboard and have fun. Shin Kaiwa's gaze swept from Wang to the several beauties beside him, feeling a surge of envy and anger. Damn it, this brat clearly just got shares from his father. He has money, but unfortunately, his temperament doesn't match. He doesn't even understand how to enjoy a yacht. Even if he hasn't bought one yet, he could rent one. And yet, this kind of country bumpkin has a bunch of beauties following him, all top-notch beauties. What the hell? Just as they were chatting, Shin Kaiwa's private yacht approached. It was a business yacht over 20 meters long, with a roaring engine that kicked up waves, looking very impressive. Although this business-class yacht couldn't compare to a super yacht, it was still quite luxurious. This yacht of mine is business class, a globally customized yacht from the world-renowned yacht manufacturer, Faraday Yachts. Shin Kaiwa proudly boasted about his private yacht. Indeed, this yacht was among the most luxurious of all the yachts docked at the pier. As for the cost of this yacht, it was over 100 million. Young Master Wang, since you declined my good intentions, we're going to have fun now. I know it would be awkward for you to rent a yacht in front of us, I understand. Bye, poor young Master Wang. Hurry up and rent a yacht, we'll be waiting for you at sea, remember to catch up. These rich kids mocked Wang with cold sarcasm. Soon, they boarded Shin Kaiwa's private yacht. With these rich heirs and a group of women accompanying them, they started to party on the yacht. The beauties were all standard internet celebrity faces, and who was prettier depended entirely on their level of cosmetic surgery. A group of part-time models, 3rd or 4th tier stars and actors. The rich kids often went out to sea for fun, and once the yacht was underway, they quickly turned the music up to the max, blasting loud, energetic music that could be heard from the shore, deafening everyone. Arrogant and domineering, they felt invincible, the kings of the world. This was the style of these rich second-generation heirs. Nearby yachts quickly moved aside, fearing a collision with the yachts driven by this group of rich kids. Brothers, the yacht we're on today is one I specially got from my dad. He usually takes it out to entertain clients for business. Haha, isn't that awesome? This yacht is not one of those small-time yachts, but a business-class one, costing over 100 million. Are you all satisfied? Sitting on the yacht, Shin Kaiwa proudly held a glass of red wine, embracing a tall model influencer, showing off to everyone. The wealthy young men looked on with admiration, scanning the luxurious yacht and the groups of model influencers and beautiful stars, each one smiling with satisfaction. Qin Shao is truly impressive. As expected of Qin Shao, everything is arranged perfectly. Indeed, quite impressive. Qin Shao is powerful and charismatic. They desperately flattered and praised Shin Kaiwa. My old man has a yacht too, but it's much smaller, only worth over 20 million, and the power isn't great. It's boring. Qin Shao's yacht is the real deal. As long as we follow Qin Shao, we can enjoy ourselves. Ha ha ha. My dad has a business class yacht, but I don't dare to ask him to let me take it out for fun. He's very strict. Qin Shao is really generous to bring everyone along to have a good time. As the yacht sped up, moving further away from the coastline, the group of wealthy young men let loose, drinking and having fun, hugging and cuddling with the girls they brought along, and some even pulled their girls into the rooms below the yacht for some private time. At that moment, several other yachts appeared on the sea. Some were even larger and more luxurious than Shin Kaiwa's yacht. At a glance, there were dozens of them. It turned out that the weather was perfect today, and it was a holiday, so a group of wealthy second-generation heirs from several bustling coastal cities had gathered together, taking their yachts out to sea, preparing for a large party. Dozens, even hundreds, of wealthy second-generation heirs were friends of Shin Kaiwa. He immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and greeted his wealthy friends. Under the blue sky and white clouds, amidst the vast sea, luxurious yachts, wealthy heirs, and a multitude of beautiful women, this grand scene exuded an atmosphere of extravagance. One must understand that yachts, beautiful women, and the fine food and drinks on board, all of it costs money. Only the wealthy second-generation heirs dared to play like this. Cheers, everyone! Cheers! Shin Kaiwa raised his glass and drank with the wealthy heirs on the yacht. Cheers! Shin Shao, Cheers! Everyone surrounded Qin Kaiyue, fully aware that sticking with him could lead to countless benefits in the future. With the strong backing of Qin Kaiyue's family and their significant influence in the entertainment industry in China, wealth and beautiful women were all within reach. On the sea, under the sun, the beautiful women they brought began to change into swimsuits, kicking off the party mode. One by one, they flaunted their stunning figures, sexy and alluring, wearing little in front of the wealthy heirs. Qin Xiao, these beauties are truly stunning. Gorgeous ladies. The attention and conversation of the wealthy heirs shifted to the beautiful women. Indeed, not bad. He. Qin Kaiyue clicked his tongue in admiration. Although they all have plastic faces, their figures are top-notch. Don't worry, everyone, feel free with these girls, Qin Kaiyue said with a proud smile. In fact, these beauties were all ones he had already tired of. This time, bringing his wealthy friends to play, his main goal was to show off in front of that kid Wang, to outshine him with his own strength, and then win over those beauties like Baimalalai. In his eyes, the beauties like Baimalalai were the real gems, naturally beautiful, with exceptional looks and top-notch figures. They were countless times better than these artificially enhanced vixens. The wealthy second-generation heirs were all smiles, their excitement evident. I wonder if that brat Wang has gone out to sea yet. The wonderful figures of Baimalalai's beauties flashed through Qin Kaiyue's mind again, making him excited just thinking about it. That kid isn't going out to sea at all. He doesn't even have a yacht. Ha 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 ha. That's right. He's just a joke. He probably doesn't even know what underhanded tricks he used to fool those beauties. Humph, now that he doesn't have a yacht, he's definitely going to be looked down upon by those beauties around Baimoli. Qin Xiao, let's take the yacht for a spin and then go back to take a look. Who knows, if we greet them, they might just come aboard our Qin Xiao's yacht. Right. Women are all the same, they fear comparisons the most. Our Qin Xiao is so much more stylish and suave compared to that brat with the surname Wang, 100 times better. Those goddesses will definitely abandon the dark and embrace the light. Exactly. Just as Qin Kaiyue was being flattered and praised by these rich second-generation kids, a strange scene unfolded. Behind dozens of private yachts belonging to the rich second-generation kids, about 100 or 200 meters away, a super yacht approached. This was a real super yacht. It was several times larger than a business yacht, and its luxury was on an entirely different level. Moreover, the super yacht was equipped with professional crew members responsible for navigation and onboard services. The rich second-generation kids, who had taken their yachts out to sea, raised their binoculars to take a look. Qin Kaiyue also took out his binoculars, curious to see. Soon, in the clear view of these rich kids, appeared one after another. They were super beauties, absolute goddesses. Their looks, their figures, 99 points. 100 points. A chorus of gulping sounds echoed in the throats of the dozens of rich second-generation kids. Wow! Goddesses! Beauties! So beautiful. Compared to those goddesses, the girls we brought are all ugly. People die when compared, goods get thrown away when compared. Wow! Hearing the comments from the rich second-generation kids, the models and internet celebrities on the yacht were all furious. Just a moment ago, they were hugging the girls and praising their figures, and now the shift was too drastic. A bunch of heartless rich kids. They used to call them little sweethearts, and now they're calling them Mrs. Cow. However, when they also picked up their binoculars to look at that incredibly luxurious and high-end yacht, which was several times larger than the yachts of the rich second-generation kids, those girls, well, fine, let's not argue anymore, they really were much prettier. Even if their looks and figures had been enhanced, with liposuction and hyaluronic acid, at most they would be 80-point beauties. But the beauties on the super yacht, not one was below 95 points. On the super yacht, a young man dressed casually, with a smile on his face, exuding a carefree aura, was none other than Wang Shang. His super yacht, the Starry Sky Sail, had just arrived at the harbor, so he could take 5 beauties and start their sea adventure. At this moment, as the yacht sped forward, with 5 beauties accompanying him, they all looked at the sea, felt the sea breeze, lounged on deck chairs, basking in the sun, feeling utterly comfortable and relaxed. Wang Shang turned around, leaning against the ship's railing, wearing sunglasses, leisurely gazing at the beauties, and said with a smile, "All right, now everyone can change into swimsuits and start the beach party. With such good sunshine and sea breeze, it would be a shame not to have a sunbathing session." Baimoli and Lin Charan and the other girls had long been prepared. Knowing this was a yacht party, of course, they brought their cool swimsuits. It was time for the real competition of beauty. Soon, they went down into the yacht's cabin to change clothes. Before long, the girls came out one by one onto the yacht's deck. An unprecedented and eye-catching swimsuit show had begun. Lin Charan, Baimoli, Zhou Yuqi, Feng Yuan, and Luo Xiaoxiao. 5 girls, stepping lightly and gracefully up the spiral staircase from the cabin, formed a stunningly beautiful and sensual picture. Such a scene, under the blue sea and sky, could be deemed perfect. Their enchanting figures, skin glowing white, long and fiery legs, and slender, captivating waists. Oh my! The king felt like he was about to have a nosebleed. What kind of divine treatment was this? 5 exquisite goddesses, dressed so lightly, just the close-up appreciation was a tremendous blessing. So eye-catching, too eye-catching. The beauty in the red swimsuit, Fong Yuan Yuan, the beauty in the white swimsuit, Bai Moli, the beauty in the pink swimsuit, Lin Charan, the beauty in the black swimsuit, Luo Xiaoxiao, and the beauty in the beige swimsuit, Zhou Yuqi. The 5 girls seemed to have coordinated their swimsuits, each in a different color. Look at someone, standing there motionless. I bet his eyeballs are about to fall out from behind those sunglasses. Ha ha, humph, that guy, the king, is quite lucky. Let's not show him. Let's go sunbathe over there. The girls giggled, noticing that the king had been watching them. Even with sunglasses covering his eyes, they could guess that at this moment, the king must be staring wide-eyed. Ahem, how can you say that about me? I'm just purely appreciating, ahem. The king simply took off his sunglasses and said awkwardly yet gracefully. The girls laughed and teased each other about their figures, chatting excitedly as they went to sunbathe together. A row of lounge chairs lined the edge of the yacht's deck, with a super luxurious swimming pool right in front. Jumping in felt like swimming in the ocean, but without the salty taste of seawater, particularly comfortable and pleasant. The king took off his outer clothes and pants, leaving only a pair of shorts. Splash! He dove into the pool, swimming joyfully around. Only a super yacht of this level could have a private pool, surrounded by transparent glass, allowing a full view of the sea. Even the bottom of the pool was made of special transparent glass, so while swimming, one could even see the fish swimming in the sea below. The world of the rich really knows how to enjoy life. The king floated on his back, gazing at the azure sky, feeling incredibly comfortable. In the past, he could only imagine the pleasures of the wealthy. Now, he had become one of them. He realized that the joys of the rich were beyond the reach of those at a different level. They simply couldn't imagine it. Ladies, sunbathing is great, but don't forget to protect your skin. After swimming for a while, the king felt bored. After all, besides the crew, he was the only male, and there was no one to drink with. So he had a sudden idea, grabbed a few bottles of sunscreen and essential oils, and approached the 5 goddesses. This handsome guy can offer you special services for free, applying sunscreen and giving essential oil massages. Who wants to give it a try? Instantly, Lin Charan's face turned red. Bai Moli's face also flushed slightly. Why was there such a service? How embarrassing. Zhou Yuqi and Luo Xiaoxiao's faces were also all red. Oh dear, they felt very shy. Suddenly, Lin Charan pouted and huffed. King, what are you thinking? Do you want to take advantage of us girls? No, don't misunderstand. I'm just purely cherishing beauty. The king laughed. Cherishing beauty. Lin Charan was caught off guard, unsure how to respond. This guy sure had a sweet tongue. Actually, thinking about it, under such beautiful blue skies and seas, it would be a waste not to enjoy sunbathing, but if one only focused on enjoyment, facing the brilliant sunlight, it indeed required proper sun protection. We don't need you. Suddenly, one girl had a bright idea and took the sunscreen from the king's hands. It was Luo Xiaoxiao. She smiled and said to Zhou Yuqi, Sister Yuqi, let's help each other apply sunscreen. Let someone just watch from the side. Hee. How clever. The king was gnashing his teeth in frustration. What a great opportunity to get close to the beauties. But then, Luo Xiaoxiao interrupted. Yes, great idea. Lin Charan's eyes lit up as she quickly brought over the sunscreen and said to Bai Moli, let's team up and apply it to each other. Hee. This is wonderful. Then, only Fong Yuan was left, her eyes filled with resentment. You all have formed teams. What about me? She looked pitiful and helpless. How about you help me apply it? Your Majesty. The beauty in the red swimsuit, Fong Yuan, suddenly looked at the king with a smile, making a request. Inside, she was actually a bit excited. Her personality was bold and fiery. She didn't mind enjoying the service of the opposite sex, and besides, the king was someone she liked. But still, she felt a little shy. But let's be clear, applying sunscreen is fine, essential oils are fine too, but you can't do anything bad. Fong Yuan looked at the king with a delicate gaze. It sounded like a demand, but it was actually a plea. Okay, don't worry, I'll be very professional, and my character is guaranteed. The king said with a righteous expression, don't forget, Luo Xiaoxiao is a police officer. If I do anything bad, let her catch me. Fong Yuan pouted. Alright, I believe you. Then here I come. Opposite sex massage essential oils, you deserve it. The king grinned and walked over, waiting for Fong Yuan to lie down completely before applying sunscreen to her snowy white back. Then, essential oils. The strength of his hands was just right, gliding over her smooth back. Fong Yuan's face was full of enjoyment. This scene inevitably complicated the feelings of the other four girls. So angry, so jealous. Why does the king only apply sunscreen to Yuan? This is unfair treatment. Not fair. I want your essential oils too. Zhou Yuqi pretended to be angry. Soon, Bai Moli and Lin Churin joined in. What? Didn't you all refuse me? The king's face darkened. These goddesses were not easy to please. What a headache. Alright, whoever wants me to apply sunscreen and essential oils for a back massage, raise your hand to sign up. The king's heart softened, and he said loudly with a smile, me, and me. The girls quickly raised their hands, eager to participate. The king smiled proudly. Life was truly carefree and happy. But just then, a fleet of yachts approached, surrounding the super yacht Starry Sky Sail. The harmonious and beautiful scene with the five goddesses was ruthlessly disrupted, and the leisurely time on the sea was abruptly shattered. Dozens of private yachts closed in, each one roaring with engine sounds and blasting music, making it unbearably noisy. Get lost, get lost. On a business-class yacht, Shin Kaiwa roughly pushed aside the model influencer draped over him. He had no interest in these superficial girls. All his thoughts were on the few goddesses on the Starry Sky Sail super yacht. Their figures, their looks, were leagues ahead of these models. Of course, like many rich second-generation heirs, Shin Kaiwa noticed the king who was applying sunscreen to the goddesses. Who would have thought this brat actually spent money to rent a yacht, and it looks like a super yacht. Damn, he really knows how to spend. Using his parents' money to waste it recklessly, he'll get a beating from his father sooner or later. Damn, I don't even know where this fool rented a super yacht from. Some rich second-generation heirs chattered away, cursing. In their hearts, they were extremely furious, their faces turning a shade of iron blue. Compared to the king's super yacht, their business class or leisure yachts were far too small, and the level of luxury was simply incomparable. Not bad, you little brat. No wonder I said I would lend you the yacht to play with. You didn't want to. Turns out you rented a super yacht. At this moment, standing on the deck of the business-class yacht, Shin Kaiwa's gaze was locked on the king, but his eyes were filled with disdain. Rented, not even his own, trash. I own 2 yachts, each worth over 100 million. What do you have to compare with me? Still dare to come out to play at sea? Trash, trash, trash. The jealousy and anger boiling within Shin Kaiwa surged continuously. Although he was convinced that the king's yacht was rented, he was still very angry, especially when he saw several goddesses on the super yacht being sequentially slathered with sunscreen by the king. He was even more mad with jealousy. However, he didn't take the king seriously at all. Just because he could call friends, with a large circle of dozens of yachts around, filled with so many second-generation rich kids who were his friends and acquaintances, who could rival him in this scene and status. So noisy. At this moment, on the Starry Sky super yacht, the king naturally noticed that more and more yachts were closing in, the noise deafening. But he smiled faintly, completely unconcerned. With an indifferent expression, he continued to apply sunscreen to the goddesses. Even with countless eyes watching, he didn't care. He was even too lazy to glance at Shin Kaiwa and those second-generation rich kids. This scene made Shin Kaiwa even more frustrated and furious. As the son of the president of Tianyu, hailing from the imperial capital of Huaxia, one of the 4 young masters of the capital, and a leading figure in the second-generation rich circle, he was invincible among the wealthy young men playing at sea in the central and southern regions. Everyone regarded him as a super-rich young master. How could he be compared to this little brat? With such a high status and such a prominent family background, he couldn't even have 5 top goddesses. Why could this little brat, just a shareholder of a local film group in the provincial capital, have goddesses and be so calm and composed, as if it were only natural? Damn it, is there no law in this world? Is there no reason? Shin Kaiwa's eyes seemed to be spewing fire, his angry expression turning ferocious, as if a mad and fierce beast was about to pounce on the king and tear him to shreds. Hey, you there, I'm talking to you, lift your head. A hot-tempered second-generation rich kid, who had been following Shin Kaiwa for years, like a lackey, shouted at the king on the Starry Sky super yacht. He wanted to attract the king's attention, preferably to provoke him. That would be more entertaining. No, we need to have some class, don't let those beauties see us making fools of ourselves. At this moment, Shin Kaiwa, however, was very restrained and gentlemanly, raising his hand to stop him. After all, coming from a wealthy family, Shin Kaiwa suppressed his anger and didn't cling to the matter like a shrew, but instead played it smart. Hey, I say, young Master Wang, you really are stylish. Taking such a big yacht out to sea, how come you didn't bring us brothers along? Isn't that too ungrateful? His words sounded like envy and complaint, but in reality, they were mocking. He was no different from the second-generation rich kid who had just shouted. Although his words were slightly more polite, they were still filled with arrogance and superiority. Besides, it wasn't realistic for so many people to board the super yacht. No matter how big the super yacht was, it couldn't possibly accommodate the dozens of second-generation rich kids and hundreds of beautiful companions from the nearby yachts, totaling several hundred people. Right. Young Master Wang, it's better to enjoy together than to enjoy alone. You're also from the provincial city, and in this southern part of Huaxia, who in our rich young master circle doesn't give young Master Qin face? Hurry up and dock your yacht so we can come aboard and have a look, have some fun. Young Master Wang, give us some face, will you? Playing alone is no fun, right? A group of rich second-generation kids chimed in. Listen, the brothers are saying this, you're also in this circle, don't isolate yourself. Qin Kaiwei said, puffing on his cigar, looking at Wang Shang. Isolate? Wang Shang raised his head, disdainfully glancing at the group of rich second-generation kids, and said leisurely, I'm not interested in your circle at all, so there's no question of isolation. Ha, what did you say? Qin Kaiwei's expression froze for a moment, then shock filled his face, and his tone turned harsh and fierce. Wang, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on us? Do you not understand my status and that of these wealthy young masters? No, you've misunderstood. Wang Shang smiled lightly and said indifferently, I don't look down on you, it's just that, in my eyes, you don't exist at all. Because if I were to enter your circle, that would be lowering my status, and if you want to be friends with me, 3 words, not qualified. In my eyes, you don't exist at all. Not qualified. When Wang Shang said this, it was as if Qin Kaiwei had heard the funniest joke in the world. At that moment, Wang Shang's words and actions were the most absurd scene he had ever witnessed. Ha 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 ha. Qin Kaiwei burst into laughter. The rich second-generation kids beside him laughed heartily, their stomachs aching from laughter. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that? He said we're not qualified to be friends with him. Ha ha ha. As if we wanted to be friends with him so badly. Do you really want to be friends with him? Friendship, my foot. It's not like anyone wants to deal with him. It's those goddesses around him that catch our eye. Does he really feel superior just because of a rented yacht? He's just inherited his father's shares, sitting in a well and looking at the sky, a frog at the bottom of the well. His rich young master aura is completely lacking. He thinks we don't exist. Ha ha ha, who gave him that confidence? Don't even mention being a shareholder of Diayue Group. Even the entire Diayue Film Group is not worth 1/10 of our young Master Qin's Tianyu Group. What's he so proud of? With young Master Qin's power, he could make you disappear in this sea in a minute, evaporating into thin air. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. A group of rich second-generation kids chattered away, indulging in mocking Wang Shang without restraint. Then, they turned their attention to the 5 girls, Lin Churan and Bai Mojing. Instantly, a wave of crazy gulping ensued. Previously, they had seen them in dresses through binoculars, but now, they were 5 swimsuit goddesses. Wow, it was enough to make one nosebleed. Beauties, don't sit on his rented yacht, come play on our yacht. Beauties, you're so beautiful, it's a waste to sit on a rented yacht. Take my advice, cut ties with that Wang and follow our young Master Qin. Young Master Qin is the real top-tier rich young master. Exactly. Young Master Qin has several yachts at home, and his father is the president of Tianyu. If you want to enter the entertainment industry in the future, follow young Master Qin, and you'll enjoy endless wealth and glory. For example, you, Bai Mojing, although your clothing business in the provincial city is doing well, now you're relying on Wang Shang to enter the entertainment industry, but in the end, it's just small-time stuff. If you follow young Master Qin, it would be different. Young Master Qin guarantees you will become famous all over the country from the southern part of Huaxia. For example, you, Miss Lin Churan, right? You come from the small city of Jiangdu, and your family's hotel and catering business is doing well, but it's just a small operation. If you were with young Master Qin, he could expand your family's business nationwide. You all should quickly abandon the darkness and embrace the light. Don't listen to that Wang guy's nonsense. He's just a pretentious rich second generation. The shares he has in Diayue Film Group are worth only a few bucks, at most a few billion. Our young Master Qin's family controls Tianyu shares, which are worth hundreds of billions. So that Wang guy can't even compare to our young Master Qin's pinky finger. You girls are just too naive. You don't realize that our young Master Qin is the real top-tier rich young man. Once you see clearly the vast difference between Wang and our young Master Qin, you'll understand how pathetic and foolish it is to associate with Wang. Moreover, look at our young Master Qin, tall, handsome, and well-endowed. He's great in bed. Ha ha ha. The more they talked, the more excited they became, trying to sway the 5 girls, even using some vulgar language. Qin Kaiwei listened with growing excitement, his face full of pride as he stood on the deck, chest out, facing the wind, as if he might float away. Oomph, aren't you disgusting? Fang Yuan was furious, representing the 5 girls as she shouted at the group of rich second generations, get back to what you were doing. This yacht is Wang's private yacht, what do you know? A bunch of ignorant bastards. Oh, getting feisty? Your mouth is quite sharp. Looks like you have some skills. Shin Kaiwei glanced sideways at Fang Yuan, shamelessly eyeing her sexy figure, took a puff of his cigar, exhaled the smoke, and then turned his gaze to Wang, sneering, I say, Wang, you really are too arrogant. How is it that now, with the economic downturn, even the price of renting yachts has dropped so much? Deceiving these girls into thinking the yacht is yours, where's your face? Renting a yacht. Wang realized that these ignorant rich second generations were convinced that this super yacht, the Starry Sail, was rented by him. That's why they seized on this point to mock him. It was truly frustrating. Wang couldn't be bothered to explain. I'm not like you, flaunting your parents' yacht and shamelessly claiming it's yours. What? Have your dads not beaten you in 3 days? He then took out the yacht's relevant documents and held them up. These were the documents handed to him by the yacht company's staff when they delivered the yacht not long ago. It clearly showed the ownership of the Starry Sail super yacht, with the registrant's information. All very clear. Additionally, there was a certificate number and the yacht company's service phone number. One could easily call to verify the certificate number and find out who the actual owner of the yacht was. Open your eyes wide and take a good look, Wang said lazily. Sometimes, saying too much is not as effective as taking action. The group of rich second generations was somewhat stunned. Some even took out binoculars to closely examine the certificate Wang was holding, and they saw it very clearly. Young Master Qin, the owner of the super yacht, seems to really be him. The certificate number can be verified. The world's largest luxury yacht manufacturer wouldn't fake it. Some wealthy individuals have customized super yachts from this world's largest luxury yacht manufacturer. Can you guess who they are? Who? A super oil tycoon from the Middle East, a telecom tech giant CEO from Northern Europe, a princess from a Mediterranean country, a financial oligarch from Russia. Upon hearing this, the rich second generations were instantly dumbfounded and shocked. Oh my god, this super yacht, the Starry Sky, is worth 250 million. A rich second generation heir really called the service hotline to inquire about the yacht manufacturer. Not only did he find out who the owner of the yacht was, but he also discovered the price. 250 million? Shin Kaiwa was taken aback, his face stiffening a bit. The yachts they usually used, at a business level, were only worth tens of millions at most. But this super yacht was a staggering 250 million. Yes, 250 million. US dollars. The rich heirs began to tremble. My goodness, 250 million, and in US dollars. They spent their days indulging in luxury, chasing girls, and throwing money around. But hearing such a figure left them all shocked. 250 million US dollars? Shin Kaiwa shivered, his expression changing drastically. 250 million US dollars meant over $1 billion. A super yacht was only worth tens of millions, and this one was equivalent to dozens of their business-level yachts. A super yacht was even more expensive than a private jet. Moreover, it wasn't just about having money. Only those with immense power and status could customize one. No wonder. It was terrifying. Suddenly, these rich heirs realized why the Wang family exuded such an overwhelming presence and spoke so boldly. Shin Kaiua's face twitched, and he couldn't help but tremble all over. In the face of a super yacht worth over $1 billion, he felt utterly powerless to come up with anything that could overshadow Wang's prestige. What to do? He had hit a bottleneck in showing off. So what if you have a super yacht? Do you have more people than us? We have dozens of rich heirs, and the combined power of our families can crush you into nothing. If you dare to look down on us, that's disrespect to the circle and a provocation to us rich heirs. Suddenly, one of the rich heirs shouted, using their numbers to pressure Wang, which was quite a clever angle. A single rich heir couldn't compete with Wang, so they thought of using the entire circle of rich heirs to counter him. No matter how impressive Wang was, could he compare to the circle of rich heirs formed by dozens of them? This was a brilliant move. Upon hearing this, Shin Kaiwa secretly exclaimed in his heart, what a genius. Yes, exactly. Wang, you don't fit in, you look down on us dozens of rich heirs, and you don't integrate into our circle, yet you dare to be so disrespectful and arrogant. If we unite, you'll be in for it. Shin Kaiwa shouted proudly. Hurry up and apologize. Get your yacht out of this sea area. Let those beautiful girls around you board our yacht and join us for a sea feast. Yes. Apologize quickly. You don't deserve to go out to sea with Miss Bai and Miss Lin. These rich heirs were passionately riled up, almost losing their minds. Wang found it utterly ridiculous. You say you have numbers and are forcing me to leave this sea area with my yacht, and that's one thing. What? Let Bai, Emily, Lin, and the other girls board your yacht? On what grounds? Just because you have the audacity? Wang would not let this go easily. So what if you have numbers? Is it impressive to have dozens of yachts surrounding me? Wang scoffed, smiling slightly, standing on the deck, and casually picked up the megaphone. "My crew, where are you? Please respond if you hear me. Please respond if you hear me." Immediately, over a dozen crew members on the Starry Sky super yacht, including the captain who was steering the yacht, quickly responded through the megaphone. "Boss, we're here. Boss, please give us instructions. Boss, please give us instructions. Boss, please give us instructions." This group of rich second-generation kids on the sea stood on their respective yacht decks, all looking bewildered. "What's going on? That brat named Wang, does he have some fancy tricks up his sleeve? Full speed ahead, shake off all the nearby yachts, let them eat our dust behind the Starry Sky yacht." Wang Shangqing cleared his throat and said proudly, "Received, received." Soon, the captain and crew received the orders. In the yacht's cockpit, the captain quickly reacted, increasing the yacht's speed, and the various instruments' readings shot up rapidly. This was a super yacht, with immense power, far beyond what Qin Kaiwei and his group of rich kids could compare to. The power of the super yacht easily overwhelmed the business-class yachts, so even though they were larger in size, as long as the speed was increased, they could quickly leave those business yachts behind. Boom! The sound of the engine was deafening, and the powerful propellers churned up monstrous waves. The entire Starry Sky super yacht roared like a giant beast of the sea, unleashing an unparalleled force. Full speed ahead. The towering waves crashed against the nearby yachts, the massive swells causing the business yachts to sway precariously on the water. "Damn it! Go for it! That brat Wang, relying on his super yacht and strong power, actually thinks he can shake us off. Damn! Catch up!" Instantly, dozens of rich second-generation kids led by Qin Kaiwei were filled with impotent rage, quickly accelerating their yachts to unleash maximum power, racing across the sea. However, the Starry Sky super yacht was simply too fast. Once its speed increased, this colossal vessel sliced through the waves, wild and unrestrained on the sea, quickly leaving behind the yachts that Qin Kaiwei and the others were on. The gap was just too great. "Wow, so fast. This feels amazing. Wow, this is really exhilarating. So much fun, this is truly a delight." On the Starry Sky super yacht, 5 girls cheered and jumped with excitement. The power of the super yacht and the feeling of riding the waves were incredibly thrilling. Dressed in swimsuits, the 5 goddesses had already applied sunscreen, standing up one by one from their lounge chairs, leaning against the yacht's railing, arms outstretched, shouting with excitement. This is what a vacation should be. This is what a yacht trip on the sea is all about. They looked back, and the yachts that those rich kids were on were already getting farther and farther away. Wang Shang smiled with narrowed eyes, a sly grin on his lips. The feeling was exhilarating. Dealing with those arrogant rich kids should be done this way. No need for more words, just crush them with speed. So what if they were many? So what if they had power? In this sea area, no yacht could compare to his Starry Sky. "Hello?" At that moment, he received a phone call. "Dear Mr. Wang, congratulations on becoming the owner of the Tasmanian private island. We now need you to personally go to the Tasmanian island to handle some legal documents and related matters. We await your arrival on the Tasmanian island and have prepared a grand property transfer ceremony for you." It was a call from an international agency regarding the ownership transfer of the Tasmanian private island. He was now the owner of the Tasmanian island, but a series of legal documents still needed his signature. In simple terms, the Tasmanian private island was waiting for him, the owner, to go there, just like going to collect the keys after buying a house. Wang Shang was different. He wasn't just going to collect a house, but to collect an island. Collecting an island. Sounds so grand. "Alright, I'm heading to the Tasmanian island now, just wait for me." Wang Shang hung up the phone and headed to the yacht's cockpit. Just right, this outing at sea is taking place in the Pacific Ocean. Although we are still in the coastal waters of southern Huaxia, given the super yacht's endurance and speed, it shouldn't take long to reach Tasmania Island. So he asked the captain about the journey, mentioning his destination of Tasmania Island. "Don't worry, boss. We'll set our navigation to Tasmania Island, and at our current speed, we should arrive in a few hours." "Good, very good." The king nodded in satisfaction. "Let's slow down a bit, since we have some time to kill. Let's wait for that group of rich kids behind us." The king gently patted the captain's shoulder and said, "Sure thing, boss." The captain nodded and reduced the yacht's speed. However, even with the speed reduced, it would still take some time for that group of rich second-generation kids to catch up. The king returned to the deck and enjoyed himself with the 5 girls. The crew brought out various delicacies and drinks, champagne, red wine, and snacks. There were also playing cards, a mahjong table, gaming machines, and all imaginable entertainment tools available. The king watched the girls having fun, even if he didn't play anything. Just watching their graceful figures and sexy bodies was a feast for the eyes. Very pleasing and comforting. Life was truly enjoyable. Soon, the 5 girls were giggling and playing together, deciding through a game of rock paper scissors to select 4 of them to play mahjong. Unfortunately, one girl had to be eliminated. In the end, it was Fong Yuan who was sadly eliminated. King, I have something I want to ask you privately, is that okay? At that moment, Fong Yuan walked over, casting a flirtatious glance at the king. It was quite suggestive. What is it? The king was taken aback. Fong Yuan blinked her eyes and smiled sweetly. I'm so bored. With them playing mahjong, having one more person doesn't help. I wanted to ask you about something related to medicine. I heard Zhou Yuqi mention that you studied medicine. Are you good at it? I guess I know a little, the king said, scratching his nose, thinking about how Zhou Yuqi told her everything as a college classmate. It seemed that as best friends, girls had no secrets from each other. That's great. Come with me, let's go over there. Fong Yuan glanced at the mahjong table where the 4 girls were engrossed in their game, then quickly grabbed the king's hand. Let's go! Her heart raced as she led the king down from the deck to a room below. The super yacht had many rooms, and the king had thoughtfully assigned rooms for the 5 girls when they boarded, ensuring each girl had her own private suite, complete with a bedroom and a separate bathroom. In short, it was very comfortable and pleasant. Room number 3 was assigned to Fong Yuan. She pulled the king inside, quickly closed the door, and locked it from the inside. Fong Yuan, what are you planning to do? The king felt a bit nervous, thinking that this girl might have some ulterior motives. Suddenly, he recalled a saying boys should protect themselves when out and about. Oh my! Fong Yuan was wearing a swimsuit, her sexy figure fully on display. In such close quarters, alone together in the room, it was quite the situation. King, can you help me check something? I often have painful periods. What's going on? Fong Yuan sat on the bed, her long, fair legs crossed elegantly, but no matter how you looked at it, she exuded a different kind of temptation. Perhaps it was mainly because of her swimsuit. It was just too sexy whether she was standing or sitting. Painful periods? The king was a bit bewildered, feeling both amused and exasperated. What's going on with this girl? Why did she suddenly pull him into the room and start asking about intimate matters? Yes, it often hurts, but it's been okay these past couple of days. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out to see with you dressed like this. Every girl has a few days each month when there's some pain, and that's unavoidable, the king said gently. But, when I hurt, it can last a long time, even up to half a month. Please, your majesty, Yuqi said you're very skilled in medicine. Can you take a look and see if there's any medicine that can help me? Fong Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and in her excitement, she grasped the king's hands, her enchanting gaze fixed on him. It seemed her urgency was genuine. She really had worries in this regard. A fragrant scent wafted through the air, and at such close proximity, if he lowered his gaze just a bit, he could see the unbeatable, snow-white beauty beneath her swimsuit. The king was truly struggling to maintain his composure. Ahem, well, since you're asking me so earnestly, just wait a moment. The king quickly calmed himself and took out a box filled with silver needles. Inside were the silver needles he used to save people and treat illnesses. In his mind, he had a complete set of hundreds of acupuncture techniques from the 9 mysterious divine needles, along with a wealth of ancient Chinese medical knowledge. Therefore, there were really very few ailments in this world he couldn't treat. A girl's minor issue, like menstrual pain, was truly nothing to worry about. It might hurt a little, so you'll have to endure it, the king said, smiling at Fong Yuan as he prepared the needles. Ha, is this really going to work? Fong Yuan felt a bit dazed, looking at the dozens of silver needles lined up in his hand, feeling somewhat scared. Please trust me, the king said seriously. Besides, didn't you ask me to help you? Okay, I trust you. As long as you can help me get better, you can do whatever you want, Fong Yuan blurted out in her urgency. This immediately made the king catch a hint of ambiguity. Really, I can do whatever I want? He chuckled, a mischievous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Whatever he wanted to do. No, that's not what I meant. I meant, I'll listen to you. You're the doctor, so I'll do whatever you say. Fong Yuan's face turned red as she tried to explain, but she found herself digging a deeper hole. Ha ha, the king laughed, quickly suppressing his playful demeanor and said seriously, lie down, since you're dressed so lightly, it'll be convenient for me to give you the needles. Okay. Fong Yuan nodded, her face still flushed, showing no signs of fading. Her heart raced, filled with excitement. In front of the boy she liked, she felt both thrilled and shy. The king quickly began acupuncture, inserting needles at several acupoints on her body for diagnosis. In traditional Chinese medicine, the so-called pain during a woman's menstrual period is related to menstrual disorders and kidney function, as well as the spleen, liver, qi and blood, and the Chong and Ren meridians, and the uterus. The king's mind quickly filled with the essential techniques for treating women's ailments, including a unique acupuncture method that could determine a girl's menstrual cycle, and even whether she had engaged in intimate relations or if she was still a virgin could be diagnosed through acupuncture. I wonder if Fong Yuan, being so bold and uninhibited, has ever done anything shameful? Is she still a virgin? A hint of doubt arose in his heart. As a doctor and a man, he couldn't help but take this matter seriously. In this world, where materialism and feminism are rampant, too many girls pursue so-called freedom and liberation, becoming indulgent and very casual in matters of love. So, the king can clearly check whether a girl is pure and virtuous through a diagnostic method. This way, he can avoid those green tea bitches and steer clear of those messy public transport situations, successfully dodging pitfalls on the path of flirting. After all, given his current situation, he is bound to encounter many beautiful women, even those he has feelings for. Having this method to judge a girl's purity is incredibly useful. After checking, the king felt a wave of joy, because Fong Yuan was still pure and had never experienced anything in the realm of men and women. Next, through acupuncture, the king diagnosed her symptoms related to her menstrual cycle. Actually, your body doesn't have any major issues, just too much dampness, he concluded with a smile. Hearing this, Fong Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The issue that had always made her too shy to speak, even to go to the hospital, could finally be put to rest. Despite her carefree and fiery demeanor, she could be quite bashful. Too much dampness, so, what should I do? She quickly asked. You need to clear heat and detoxify, the king replied with a smile. Clear heat and detoxify? Clear, detoxify? Fong Yuan was momentarily stunned, then her fair face turned a deep shade of red. Once the king removed the silver needles from her body, she finally got up. Yes, clearing heat and detoxifying is essential, the king said. Thinking this was just a minor issue, there were plenty of remedies for clearing heat and detoxifying, and a bit of traditional Chinese medicine would sort it out. All right then, you, help me. Suddenly, Fong Yuan bit her lip, seemingly making a very significant decision, and the next moment, she tightly embraced the king. The king was taken aback, the fragrance enveloping him. What are you doing? He asked knowingly, as this scene came too suddenly. You help me clear heat and detoxify. Didn't you say that intimacy is needed to detoxify? Fong Yuan stopped, her sparkling and shy eyes fixed on the king, filled with intense love. Oh my, that's not clearing heat and detoxifying. The king was at a loss, wondering if Fong Yuan was intentionally misunderstanding or if she truly misinterpreted. Anyway, I'm yours now, I like you. You're so outstanding and handsome, the perfect man in my eyes. I've been looking for a man to wholeheartedly follow, and now I've found him, it's you. Fong Yuan's excited body trembled slightly as she held the king tighter, almost making him gasp for breath. It was too fiery, too uninhibited. It turned out this girl had been searching for her ideal man all along. Moreover, she was the kind of girl who would give everything without hesitation upon meeting her ideal man. I know, rushing towards you is like a moth to a flame, but I don't care, I won't hold back. But, no buts, only now. After a long while, they finally paused. The two exchanged smiles. Isn't this not so good? The king looked at the beauty before him, gently pinching her nose. Tender, affectionate. Fong Yuan was completely immersed in happiness. Hee, I like you, so you mustn't bully me in the future. Fong Yuan nestled her little head into the king's arm, her face full of bliss. Of course, I will definitely protect you well, the king stated seriously, making his intentions clear. With your words, I'm content. Fong Yuan smiled sweetly, then a hint of melancholy crossed her face. I know, you're so outstanding, many women must like you, and in the future, there might be many women around you. I won't make things difficult for you, nor will I act like a shrew and cause a scene. My only request is that in your heart, there is a trace of me, and that will be enough. She let out a soft sigh and spoke. She was very clear about her own position. Although she was a native of the provincial capital and her family was in business with assets worth millions, in front of someone like Wang, a super-rich tycoon, she was no different from an ant under a giant's foot. Therefore, she knew she had no right to demand that Wang stay by her side. As long as he had her in his heart, that was enough. Being able to connect with someone like Wang, a super-rich tycoon, would not only benefit her but also her family. Moreover, Wang completely matched all her fantasies of a Prince Charming. Handsome and wealthy, humorous and witty, righteous and sincere, sometimes charmingly wicked, sometimes gentle. He radiated brilliance and had countless virtues. Alright, let's change our clothes and head up to the deck to see if those rich second-generation kids have caught up, Wang said with a smile. Soon, the two of them changed clothes and returned to the deck. Outside, the four girls were still playing mahjong, clearly still quite addicted to the game. Fang Yuan pretended as if nothing had happened, laughing and blending in with them, watching them play and chatting merrily. What were you and Wang doing just now? Where did you go? Zhou Yuqi asked curiously. Oh, I had a bit of a headache, so I asked your brother Wang to check if I was sick. Luckily, it was just that I was underdressed and caught a bit of a chill from the wind, Fang Yuan replied with a smile. Not long after, Qin Kaiwei and his group of rich second-generation kids finally caught up, struggling to keep up with their yachts. They had pushed their yachts to their maximum speed, unleashing all their power and energy without holding back. If it weren't for Wang intentionally reducing the speed of the Starry Sky sailboat, they would never have been able to catch up. How heart-wrenching. Hey, you guys are too slow. Wang waved to the approaching rich second-generation kids on their yachts. Seeing Wang's nonchalant demeanor, this group of rich kids felt a pang of anger, and someone shouted fiercely, "You little brat named Wang, is having a super yacht that impressive? What's so great about it? If you have the guts, come up here and let's settle this one-on-one." One-on-one? Bring it on! Wang showed no fear. Even if they all came at him together, he wouldn't be afraid. Finally, this group of rich kids, unable to outshine him in flaunting wealth, began to resort to brute force. It was truly ridiculous. If you have the guts, let's have a naval battle. But I wonder if your yachts have any weapons for naval combat? Wang said with a smile. He had the confidence to say such things. Generally, yachts are equipped with water guns as a firefighting facility. As for Wang's Starry Sky sailboat, it was equipped with not just water guns but 2 water cannons. The function of the water cannon, like the water gun, is for firefighting on the yacht and assisting other ships in extinguishing fires at sea. However, at special times, it can also be used as a weapon to attack enemies. The power of the water cannon is certainly more than 10 times that of the ordinary water gun on a yacht. We have water guns. Right, water guns. Our yachts are all equipped with water guns. Let's start. We have dozens of yachts, so we have dozens of water guns, all aimed at him. Let him experience the fear of being dominated by water guns. Ha ha ha. Instantly, Qin Kaiwei and his group burst into triumphant laughter. Wang's words had awakened them. Put. Immediately, water guns on the rich kids' yachts shot out large amounts of seawater, forming columns of water directed at the Starry Sky sailboat. Although the power wasn't great, the sheer number of water columns made the deck of the Starry Sky sailboat wet and salty. These people are so annoying, so tasteless, so dirty. Damn it! Lin Charan and Baimalalai quickly dodged, realizing that they couldn't play mahjong anymore and had to be wary of getting splashed. Crew members, damn it, where's our Italian cannon? Oh no, where's our super high-pressure water cannon? The king's face darkened with anger as he shouted, "Duh-did-day! Duh-did-day!" Instantly, the crew sprang into action, moving the high-pressure water cannons mounted at the bow and stern of the yacht and aiming them at those rich second-generation kids. Fire! Bang bang bang! The deep sound was from the water intake mechanism of the high-pressure water cannon, roaring with powerful energy. Thick columns of water shot out like dragons diving into the sea. The water columns fired from the high-pressure water cannon were like cannonballs, with tremendous impact, and all the water was drawn from the sea, heavily salted. Compared to the high-pressure water cannon, the water columns shot from the rich kids' yachts were utterly trivial, instantly crushed. Get out of the way. Quick, dodge. Damn it! Immediately, the rich kids on the yachts were thrown into chaos, fleeing from the high-pressure water cannon, hiding inside the cabins, too scared to come out. This was simply brutal. 2 massive water columns shot out from the Starry Sky super yacht, their impact so strong that not only did the rich kids and those little celebrity influencers dare not linger on the deck, but their yachts also began to sway, with water flooding the cabins. Fight me? A bunch of useless things, water guns against water cannons, you're just asking for death. The king stood proudly on the deck of the super yacht, watching the chaotic scene of the rich kids, feeling amused, truly a display of bravado before Guangdong. The water cannons on his super yacht were not something those ordinary yachts with water guns could compare to. After all, these rich kids were still too hasty. Stop! Seeing that they were almost beaten to a pulp, the king commanded. The 2 super high-pressure water cannons ceased fire. The rich kids finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at their faces, each one was pale, trembling in fear. Quick, drain the water out. There's too much seawater, it could sink the yacht, that would be too dangerous. Hurry, drain the water out. Soon, the dozens of yachts belonging to the rich kids became busy, as they hurriedly used various tools to expel the water that had flooded the deck and cabins. There was so much water that they even had to use pots and pans. These rich kids, accustomed to a life of luxury, where everything was done for them, had never done such work before. What are you standing there for? Get to work! Damn it! Faster! Damn it, without makeup, you really look like a monster. Damn. Aren't you going to hurry up and work? Are you just here to eat and do nothing? Damn! On the yachts of the rich young men, the internet celebrity influencers who accompanied them were also drenched from the super water cannon attack, and now they were being scolded by the rich kids, helping to scoop out water. Those influencers, drenched from head to toe, had their makeup completely washed away by the seawater, revealing their true faces. It was truly a sight to behold. Beauty filters and makeup were indeed sorcery, turning ugly women into internet beauties, and now they had to help with the hard work. These women were truly feeling wronged. Soon, under the scolding of the rich kids, they could only reluctantly start working. It was a flurry of chaos, clumsy and utterly lacking in skill. Although there were drainage devices on the yacht, after being attacked by the super water cannon, a large amount of seawater had flooded in, and for a while, the drainage speed of the devices couldn't keep up. The scene was one of chaos and busyness. The king laughed heartily. The 5 girls on the super yacht also started to laugh. Seeing those pampered rich kids in a flustered and panicked state was simply too amusing. Bastard! You wait, Wang. Damn it, this is infuriating. We have to row the boat, bail water, damn it, making me do hard labor. Hell, that Wang brat. They cursed while working hard. They hated the king. Qin Kaiwa didn't do any of the bailing himself but kept barking orders at others, viciously cursing the internet celebrity models, venting all his frustrations on them. Wang, if you have the guts, stop using the water cannon and come over here for a one-on-one. That's right, come on, I'll take you down. If you have the guts, let's have a boarding battle, barehanded, and see who's tougher. Humph, our Qin Shao has learned taekwondo. I can kick your head in with just a few moves. Come on, you bastard. Soon, the rich kid's yacht had most of the water bailed out, and they began a frenzied verbal assault on the king. In numbers, their verbal attacks were quite effective, each taking turns to hurl insults. Verbal attacks? The king sneered, holding a megaphone. What's wrong? Have you guys forgotten the pain after the scars healed? Do you believe I'll drown you again with the water cannon? Hearing this, the rich kids felt a chill. After all, they had just experienced the terror of being at the mercy of a high-pressure water cannon. They didn't want to go through that again. We agreed, no weapons. If we fight, it's barehanded, a boarding battle. Bring your yacht over and let's settle this one-on-one. Qin Kaiwei roared in anger, trying every way to regain the face he had just lost. Sorry, you guys are playing verbal games, and you have the numbers. I'm at a disadvantage. I'm not playing with you. The king stretched lazily, lying on a deck chair, continuing to bask in the sun, holding a glass of red wine, enjoying the sea breeze and fine wine with the 5 beauties. Isn't this life wonderful? Why waste time with these brainless rich kids? It's such a waste of breath. You! Qin Kaiwei was seething with anger, not expecting Wang to ignore him, which made him feel like punching a pillow. Instantly, the rich kids unleashed another round of verbal attacks. The king paid no attention. After all, no amount of verbal attacks could inflict any real harm on him. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. At that moment, the 2 water cannon turrets on the Starry Sky super yacht were once again pushed up by the crew. In an instant, seeing this scene, the rich kids quickly stopped their verbal attacks, not daring to speak. After all, they were left with only verbal attacks, while Wang had the water cannons. No matter how powerful their words were, they couldn't compare to the water cannons. Wang, we agreed not to use the water cannons anymore, didn't you hear? Wang, you're cheating. They retreated cautiously, shouting in a frenzy. The king lazily replied, don't be nervous. I'm just retracting the water cannon turrets. Look at you all, scared like fools. Isn't that embarrassing? Damn it. The rich kids were furious. Water cannons? They had been completely dominated. Verbal attacks? Wang didn't even bother to respond. It was over. Led by Qin Kaiwa, this group of rich kids suddenly couldn't think of any good ideas on how to regain their lost face. How could they swallow this humiliation after being laughed at in front of the 5 goddesses? Qin Kaiwa was somewhat deranged, shouting at a few young men. Li Feiqi, you go. Aren't you good at martial arts? Jump onto Wang's yacht and take him down. Bro, although our yacht isn't far from Wang's, it's still about 10 meters away. How am I supposed to jump over? I'm not Superman. The young man named Li Feiqi was so scared he almost wet his pants, thinking to himself, Qin Kaiwa, you are such a big jerk. It's a distance of over 10 meters, and besides, the king's super yacht is so high and fast. If I jump over, isn't that just asking for death, jumping into the sea? Damn, you can't be this much of a jerk. Damn, useless. Then you, Su Jiqiang, you go up and deal with that bastard Wang. Xin Shao, my stomach hurts. Xin Shao, I have a call, let me take it. Hello, Grandma? Grandma's 90th birthday, I will definitely come to celebrate for you. Hello, my aunt is giving birth? Okay, I must be there to congratulate my little nephew. As Qin Kaiwei ordered them to deal with Wang, this group of people immediately became clever, some making phone calls, some using stomachaches as an excuse to go to the bathroom. In an instant, no one was left beside Qin Kaiwei. Damn! He couldn't help but curse, his face turning pale. What kind of people are these? This group may talk tough, shouting and acting arrogant, but when it comes to actually doing something, they are more cowardly than anyone, running faster than rabbits. Damn bunch of freeloaders. Stop talking nonsense, all of you get out here and think of a way. Qin Kaiwei knew that talking about boarding the yacht to fight was just anger. If it really came to jumping, who would dare? That would just be jumping into the sea, seeking death, right? After a while, they finally settled down, stopped causing trouble, and followed behind the Shinkong Jifan super yacht. They played, ate, and drank. The sea feast still had to be lively. Models, internet celebrities, and small stars hired with money mingled with these rich second-generation heirs, lost in revelry. How far is the Tasinia private island? On the Shinkong Jifan super yacht, Wang arrived at the captain's cabin. Boss, we should arrive in about an hour. Very good. By the way, several large business yachts have appeared nearby. Take a look, boss. The captain suddenly called Wang over, pointing to some monitoring screens in the cockpit. Sure enough, about 2 to 3 nautical miles away, several large business yachts were sailing on the sea, cutting through the waves. It was a yacht team, with a large business yacht in the middle at the front, much larger than the usual business yachts, accompanied by some smaller yachts. It seemed to be another group of wealthy people out for a sea outing. Wang sighed, said nothing, and went to the yacht deck to continue enjoying the sunshine and sea breeze. Meanwhile, 2 to 3 nautical miles away, a large business yacht was sailing towards a certain island in the South Pacific, about an hour's journey away. It turned out that this was a gathering organized by members of a large business association in Huaxia, coming together to chat, discuss business cooperation, and strengthen relationships. The members of the business association were, of course, top bosses from various regions and leading figures from different industries. Among them were even some big shots from the capital of Huaxia, such as the owners of the top 3 real estate companies in the country, and leaders of large chain supermarket groups, including the president of Tianyu Group, a giant in the entertainment industry, Qin Zhongjuan. There were a total of about 17 or 18 such industry giants on this luxurious business yacht for the Maritime Business Exchange gathering. Coincidentally, a significant portion of these big shots were the fathers of the rich second-generation heirs who had just taken the yacht out for a party. The sons took models, internet celebrities, and small stars out to play, while their fathers held business meetings and socialized at sea. After a few meetings, the big shots came out from the conference room and the cabin. They enjoyed the breeze, took a walk, and chatted. The discussion among everyone shifted from some business collaborations to their family lives and the situations of their children. After all, at this level, wealth was more just a string of numbers to them. They had everything and lacked nothing. Among this group of wealthy middle-aged tycoons, the bragging transitioned from wealth to family completeness and the excellence of their children. Mr. Qin's son is said to be studying at an Ivy League school in America. Exceptionally outstanding, truly enviable. Someone flattered Qin Zhongjuan, the president of Tianyu Group, praising his son's achievements. Not at all. My son only received a full scholarship. The Ivy League school he attends is only ranked in the top 3 in the country, Qin Zhongjuan said with a smile, his calm tone and demeanor subtly showing off. By the way, old Zhang, isn't your son studying in the UK? At Cambridge, no less. That's really impressive. I'm envious. It's just SOSO. My boy is somewhat promising. After studying at Cambridge, he's working part-time during the holidays to experience life. I just happened to invest in a few restaurants over there, so he can help out serving plates and washing dishes, letting him know how hard it is to do business. Wow, old Zhang, you're really something. Your son studies so diligently and even works part-time during the holidays. By the way, Mr. Li, how's your son doing lately? Oh, my boy, although he's also at an Ivy League school in America, he didn't get a full scholarship. Fortunately, he has some talents. He loves music and occasionally sends me videos of his performances in some concert halls and on Broadway. These wealthy tycoons, while discussing their children, though their tones were calm and even a bit complaining, each of their eyes betrayed an undeniable joy. They sipped red wine, chatted, and talked about their children studying and living abroad, their eyes sparkling with brilliance. Suddenly, they spotted dozens of yachts not far from the sea, all of them private yachts specifically for leisure outings. On those white yachts, a party for the young was in full swing. Champagne, gourmet food, music, beautiful women. The noise was deafening. The young people cheered and shouted excitedly. Qin Zhongjuan stood on the deck, watching those extravagant young people, when he suddenly saw a familiar face, and instantly, the wine in his glass lost its appeal. Like him, several wealthy tycoons had their expressions changed drastically, their eyes flashing cold light, fists clenched, cracking with tension. Isn't that Mr. Qin, your son Qin Kaiwa? It really is him. Old Zhang, isn't that your son, Zhang Di? Mr. Chen, your son is also on that yacht. One by one, the wealthy tycoons turned purple with anger. Just moments ago, they were praising each other, boasting about how hard their sons were studying abroad, working part-time, and participating in concerts. But now, these little brats were throwing a party at sea. And not just any party, but one filled with a bunch of beautiful women, partying on yachts. The revelry was truly a feast at sea, drinking, smoking, and indulging in women, with no hint of restraint. Let's go over. The tycoons were furious. The feeling of slapping themselves in the face was painfully stinging, and they couldn't express how frustrated and angry they felt. On the yachts, the rich second-generation kids clearly sensed the waves of murderous gazes shooting towards them. Leading the group of rich kids, Qin Kaiwei, holding champagne and hugging girls, was having a blast when suddenly they all started to tremble. They were dumbfounded. They saw the large business yacht approaching, and the wealthy tycoons on board were none other than their own fathers. Oh my God, it's over. These rich second-generation kids quickly tossed aside their champagne and beautiful women, trembling in fear. You little brat, are you looking to die? I'll beat you to death. Damn it, didn't you call and tell me you were working part-time? Aren't you performing on Broadway? You little rascal, weren't you washing dishes in a restaurant? Give me a reasonable explanation, or I'll beat you to a pulp. The big shots on the yacht roared in anger. They were busy with business, making money, while these little brats were squandering it, partying at sea, indulging in food and women. The key was, their earlier bragging and showing off had come back to slap them in the face so quickly, they had nowhere to hide their shame. Dad, what are you doing here? Dad, how did you guys come out to sea? Dad, please let me go. The rich kids wailed. Soon, the big shots yacht drew closer to the rich kids yacht, coming right alongside it. The big shots clenched their fists, filled with rage, and charged onto the rich kids yacht. A brutal beating ensued. Not studying properly, daring to sneak back home to squander and party, chasing girls and drinking. I'll beat you to death, you little brat. Daring to secretly take my yacht out to sea, and bringing so many questionable women. Are you looking to die, you little punk? I spent so much money for you to study in America, and this is what you call studying hard, you little bastard? Damn it! Bang bang bang! The big shot's furious fists rained down like a storm on their wasteful, spoiled brats. It was a brutal scene. Ah, stop hitting. I was wrong, Dad, I was wrong. Dad, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Waves of wails and pleas for mercy came from the rich second-generation kids, who had just been arrogant and indulging in luxury, now all wilted, obediently taking their punishment from their fathers, standing on the deck of the yacht, motionless as they faced their father's lessons. After all, their extravagant lifestyles and conditions of indulgence were all brought by their fathers. Some rich kids felt particularly aggrieved, crying out, Dad, look at that super yacht over there. Isn't there a rich second-generation kid on it? He inherited his father's shares, driving a super yacht, taking several women out to play. You dare to argue back? You dare to quibble? Bang bang bang! Another round of beating. Soon, everyone's gaze fell on the super yacht not far ahead, the Starry Sky Sail. Starry Sky Sail? A brand new super yacht? A globally customized version. I just received a notification from the world's largest yacht manufacturer. A super yacht, the most luxurious in the world, has been delivered domestically, and the buyer is a super rich guy named Wang. Suddenly, one of the big shots exclaimed. This wasn't surprising, as the big shots all had their own private yachts, many of which were purchased from that same largest yacht manufacturer, and they were VIP members who often received such notifications. Moreover, as the world's most expensive customized super yacht, the identity of the buyer, especially a domestic one, would certainly attract their attention. If they could make a connection, that would be fantastic. Wang? No way. That Starry Sky Sail was bought by a brat named Wang, but he's just a shareholder of Daiyue Film Group. The rich kids exclaimed in shock. Daiyue Film Group is only worth 100 billion. And the Wang guy probably only has a few billion in shares, but that Starry Sky Sail super yacht costs over $1 billion. He can't possibly spend that much money to buy it. Besides, Qin Kaiwei analyzed. Shut up! Qin Zhongjuan interrupted him rudely before he could finish. What do you know? The person known as Boss Wang, in your eyes, is merely a shareholder of Daiyue Film Group, but since he can afford a super yacht worth over $1 billion, his identity is certainly not that simple. A yacht worth over $1 billion cannot just be bought with money. It requires a profoundly distinguished status. Even I wouldn't qualify to buy one. To afford a super yacht worth over $1 billion, one must have a prominent background, undoubtedly among the top tier of super wealthy families in the country. Hearing Qin Zhongjuan say this, Qin Kaiwei couldn't help but tremble again, his scalp tingling. You fools, on what basis do you call the owner of the Starry Sky super yacht, that mysterious super rich Boss Wang, a brat? Tell me, did you offend him? What happened? You better spill every detail, or you know the consequences. Suddenly, Shin Jongju glared at Shin Kaiwe, coldly questioning him. Looking at the imposing aura radiating from his father, like a mountain pressing down, Shin Kaiwe's face turned pale. Dad, I was wrong. I was wrong. Here's what happened. Shin Kaiwe dared not hide anything, trembling as he revealed the truth. You idiot! What a disaster! The more Shin Jongju listened, the angrier he became, his face darkening, his eyes filled with a fierce glare, as if he wanted to devour someone. You bunch of fools, comparing wealth with Boss Wang? Going head to head? That's simply courting death. Boss Wang has a deep background. He can buy a yacht worth over $1 billion without a second thought. Don't you realize how much power he has behind him? A bunch of pig brains. The other big shots were also quite furious because it wasn't just Shin Kaiwe who was at odds with Boss Wang, it was their sons too. At that moment, Shin Jongju received another message. Information about the new owner of a private island. He was the president of this business association, and every time they organized meetings at sea, he was in charge. This time, they were heading to an island, following the routine of the past 3 years, to continue their gathering. It was a private island, and the reason they could bring the members of the association to the island was that Shin Jongju had a good relationship with the owner of the private island, having filmed a movie there many years ago, which had built some rapport. Recently, the island had a new owner. They had also prepared generous gifts to visit the new owner. They hoped to establish a good relationship with the new owner of the private island so that they could continue to hold their maritime association meetings there. After all, there was no other island in the South Pacific that could compare to it. The new owner of Tasinia Private Island is quite coincidentally named Wang Shang, from Jiangdu, Huaxia. Here's a photo of the island owner, Wang Shang. Shin Jongju looked at this important information, along with an attachment, which was a picture. He cautiously clicked it open. A photo appeared before his eyes. A handsome young man. It's him. Dad, how do you have his photo? That's right, it's him, Wang Shang, the one who owns the Starry Sky super yacht. Shin Kaiwe leaned over and saw the photo on Shin Jongju's phone. It was none other than Wang Shang. Shin Kaiwe's face suddenly stiffened, his gaze blank. Just moments ago, he had been excitedly shouting, unaware of his father Shin Jongju's cold, murderous expression. He had really messed up. Slap! After a brief moment of contemplation, Shin Jongju suddenly raised his hand and struck Shin Kaiwe hard across the face. The latter was left bruised and battered, a bright red handprint on his face. It was as if Shin Jongju had been gathering strength. His brief pause was actually a prelude to a powerful strike. Woo woo! Shin Kaiwe's face hurt terribly, his heart surging with immense frustration and fear, his psychological defenses completely crumbling, and he burst into tears, crying from the beating. Looking at the most privileged rich young man in the circle, Shin Kaiwe, who had been taught a lesson like this, the other rich second-generation kids were all trembling, each one fearful for their own safety. You still have the face to cry? Ah, you still have the face to cry? You little bastard, you scoundrel, do you know how big of a figure you've offended? You fool, can you little brats afford to provoke Boss Wang? Nonsense! Shin Jongju roared in anger. Slap, slap. Soon, these rich young men were beaten by their respective fathers. Wails filled the air. Boss Wang owns a private yacht worth over 10 billion and is the master of a private island, and you dare to provoke him? Useless. Instead of studying hard, you come back to chase girls, enjoy life, and show off, and you even dare to act tough in front of Boss Wang. Fool. Fool. Do you know how much that private island is worth? It's worth over 10 trillion. And that's in US dollars. In our Huaxia, there are only a handful of people who can afford that private island. Let me tell you the truth, the combined personal assets of all your fathers here are not even enough to buy 1/10 of that private island. The Tasinia private island, the last owner was Prince Felipe of Britain. Even if you had enough money, without the power and supreme status of someone like Prince Felipe, they wouldn't sell it to you. Now you ignorant little brats, just know how to enjoy life, chase girls, and drink. Do you realize how powerful a figure you've offended? You're going to get your fathers killed. A bunch of scoundrels. These wealthy big shots were both slapping their sons and angrily shouting. Shin Kaiwe was completely stunned, beaten into a daze, with not a shred of resistance. It wasn't just fear, but his mind was clouded, trapped in endless terror. These rich young men were all dumbfounded, beaten into submission. Hearing their father's words about the situation of the Tasinia private island, which was worth over $10 trillion, and that the last owner was Prince Felipe of Britain. Oh my God! They finally realized how incredibly foolish their earlier disrespectful words and insulting actions towards Boss Wang had been. The fury of their fathers, their hysterical roars, made these rich second-generation kids deeply aware of the seriousness of the situation, they had offended a figure they absolutely should not have. "Dad, what should we do now? We had no idea he was that powerful, a super big shot," Shin Kaiwei said with a cry, his face swollen like a pig's head, no longer caring about his image, only thinking about how to salvage the incredibly passive situation. "What to do? You scoundrel, if you hadn't caused trouble, nothing would have happened. Now you ask me what to do. Tough luck. Go apologize to Boss Wang for your mess." "Humph," Qin Zhongjuan scolded angrily. Shin Kaiue's heart trembled. He knew his father was just venting, but he was still quite scared. "We're about to arrive at the Tasinia private island. Once we get there, we all get off the yacht to apologize to Boss Wang," Qin Zhongjuan said angrily. Now, it was the only way out. Besides going to the island to apologize with the most sincere attitude to seek Boss Wang's forgiveness, what else could they do? With such immense power, the owner of a private island worth over 10 trillion, endless wealth, and an incredibly impressive background, who knows if they could even obtain his forgiveness? Qin Zhongjuan felt anxious. He had never been as uneasy as he was now. With such a high status, if they really wanted to hold us accountable, they could uproot our entire business association, and no one would have a good life afterward. Qin Zhongjuan muttered to himself. The wealthy merchants present were all anxious, quickly thinking of ways to cope with this crisis. On the super yacht Starry Sky, the king leisurely ate and drank, enjoying the sunbathing, watching the blue sky, white clouds, the deep blue sea, and the seagulls flying by, feeling relaxed and happy. "Wow, dolphins!" Suddenly, Zhou Yuqi exclaimed in delight as she spotted several dolphins jumping out of the sea not far from the side of the super yacht. The beautiful dolphins leaped from the water, creating wonderful arcs before splashing back down. "What a marvelous scene!" Several girls immediately stopped playing mahjong, leaning against the railing to admire the dolphins. 1, 2, 3, wow, there are dozens of them. So cute, so beautiful. A mother dolphin with a group of little dolphins, super adorable. This scene is so heartwarming. The girls cheered, their eyes filled with love. Encountering a pod of dolphins was truly a rare occurrence, requiring a stroke of luck. The further south they went in the Pacific Ocean, the bluer the water became, and the variety of marine life increased. Besides dolphins, they could even faintly see the shadows of sharks surfacing. "By the way, Your Majesty, where are we heading now? Are we just going to keep sailing forward?" Suddenly, Lin Churan asked curiously. They were heading to Tasmanian Island, a last-minute decision, so the girls were still unaware. "I have a wonderful place to take everyone for fun, don't worry, there will be surprises ahead." The king smiled mysteriously, leaving them in suspense. "Really? Humph, you're keeping us in suspense. Come on, tell us where it is. We're already so many nautical miles from the port, can we still return today? Don't let us lose our way in the vast sea." "Now that you mention it, I'm a bit anxious," the king hurriedly said. "Don't panic, following me out to play. I would never let you down, rest assured. We definitely can't return today. We're going to a fun place. We'll think about returning tomorrow." The 5 girls looked at each other, then collectively became angry. "Humph, you rotten king, what do you mean?" "Exactly. You little brat, you tricked us. Why didn't you say we couldn't return when we set sail?" "I still need to go home. I have to get back to school. I have several business deals to finish. The group company has several meetings to hold." The 5 girls rushed towards the king, launching a flurry of soft punches. Their fists were weak and powerless. "Oh, stop hitting, stop hitting." The king pretended to be in a tragic state, quickly begging for mercy. "Humph, you wish, we won't let you off today. That's right, you tricked us into going out to sea. Are you taking us to the ends of the earth to find sharks in the deep sea? You little brat, if we get lost at sea, you'll be the one to blame. What if the yacht runs out of fuel? Humph, you rotten king, you're doing this on purpose. It won't happen. This is a super yacht, equipped with satellite navigation. It's impossible to get lost. Besides, you don't need to worry about fuel. This super yacht has several large barrels of spare fuel, enough for several round trips." The king quickly reassured them, easing their minds. Otherwise, this group of girls would continue their soft punches against him. Hearing this, the 5 girls finally felt relieved. In fact, since they had agreed to go out to sea together on the yacht, all 5 girls were mentally prepared. Even Lin Churan, the president of the Lin Group, had already arranged her company affairs for the past 2 days. Even if there were some urgent matters to handle, such as meetings and coordination, she could easily conduct video conferences and organize work arrangements without any impact. As for Bai Moli, her filming work and the crew could be flexibly arranged with just a phone call from Wang to the director, allowing her shooting schedule to be postponed. There was no problem that couldn't be solved. Since they were going out to play, everyone was ready for a thrilling adventure. The super yacht continued to sail at full speed. Before long, everyone on the yacht spotted an island in the vast ocean not far away. The deep blue sea, as clear as agate, and the calm surface like silk, beneath a sky as blue as washed linen, an island hung there, isolated and independent, dreamlike and ethereal. That was Ticinia Island. "Boss, we are about to arrive at Ticinia Island," came the voice from the captain's cabin. Wang nodded with joy, taking the binoculars to gaze at the island nearby. By the beach of the island, there was a port. From a distance, many people stood at the port, quietly waiting. When the Starry Sky super yacht arrived at the port, the crowd below bowed in unison. "Welcome, new master. Welcome home, new master. Welcome home, new master. Welcome home, new master." Wang was filled with emotion. This was his first time stepping onto the beautiful island located in the distant South Pacific, but for some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity. Perhaps it was due to the warm and friendly attitude of the staff. "Congratulations, new master. We are the staff responsible for the property handover ceremony of Ticinia Private Island. Now, please follow Mr. Wang to the ceremony site we have prepared for you." "Mr. Wang, congratulations on becoming the new master of Ticinia Private Island. We hope you will take good care of it." The staff were very enthusiastic. Soon, Wang, along with the 5 girls, stepped onto Ticinia Island, exiting the port and entering a square near the port. The handover ceremony was ready. Wang walked over and solemnly signed some documents, then received a box. This box contains all the control switches for the island and the keycards for the 3 villas. Everything on Ticinia Island, including every blade of grass and tree, all the roads, a private airport, 10 electric cars, 2 power stations, 3 signal towers, 2 gas stations, and 2 luxury hotels. Everything is Mr. Wang's private property, sacred and inviolable. Additionally, the island has a staff team of 130 people, including a private butler, bodyguards, and nannies assigned to you. They all fall under your jurisdiction. Of course, you can choose to continue employing them or dismiss them, entirely at your discretion. The staff carefully explained the situation on the island to Wang. Although Wang was mentally prepared, he was still somewhat shocked upon hearing this information. The 5 girls were even more stunned, unable to speak. It was equivalent to a private island the size of a large town, with a work team of over 100 people, which actually wasn't too many. Of course, since so many people on the private island were there to serve Wang alone, even if he brought some friends and family to stay, such a large team was actually sufficient. Among these staff members, besides bodyguards, nannies, and housekeepers, there were hotel staff, bus drivers, gas station attendants, and dock workers. Everything was arranged in an orderly manner. The new owner of the Ticinia Private Island was Prince Felipe of the United Kingdom, and everything here was already well established. The new owner could move in and live just as before. One could say it was ready for immediate occupancy. No, there was no need to even bring a suitcase. One could move in without bringing anything at all. After the handover ceremony, the king officially became the owner of the Ticinia Private Island. He called all the staff on the island together for a brief meeting. First, he decided not to dismiss any employees, assuring them they could work with peace of mind. With his current wealth, supporting over 100 people was merely a drop in the bucket. Additionally, he made the decision that the Ticinia Private Island would not accept any commercial cooperation, would not host any tourist groups, and did not need to generate profit. He simply wanted the private island to be his secret sanctuary for vacations, free from any disturbances from the outside world. This decision was greatly appreciated by the staff, who felt that not hosting outside visitors and not engaging in external business cooperation would make their work much easier. After all, even the former owner, Prince Felipe of the United Kingdom, would engage in some commercial collaborations, such as allowing filming crews to shoot on the island, or bringing foreign guests for banquet events. Now, the super mysterious tycoon from Huaxia, Mr. Wang, was completely rejecting any commercial cooperation with the outside world, which was simply extravagant. Next, the king took the 5 astonished girls on the island's sightseeing vehicle, driving around the coastal road for a tour. It must be said that Ticinia Island was truly filled with breathtaking scenery. It was indeed a place where every step brought a new view. Moreover, the forest coverage on Ticinia Island was very high, with seabirds flying around and various small animals visible throughout the island. In fact, to manage these seabirds and small animals, there were dedicated staff members to protect them. On one side of the coastal road was the island's forest, with seagulls and birds chirping in the air, while on the other side was the vast ocean, stunningly beautiful, as the sun slowly descended to the horizon where the sea met the sky. The afterglow of the sunset, shining like golden light, outlined the entire island with a beautiful golden edge, like a dream. Such a scene, with a 360-degree unobstructed view of the sunset, was simply breathtaking. The island's facilities were complete. At every location with staff, such as gas stations and power stations, the workers would wave and salute to the king and his companions. Wow, what a beautiful sunset! So beautiful. The sea and sky are one. Suddenly, a poem comes to mind. The setting sun and solitary wild goose fly together. The autumn waters share the same color as the long sky. Absolutely stunning. What a dreamy feeling. Oh my. I love this beautiful sunset. The 5 girls cheered and were incredibly excited. We need to get off and walk along the road. It's too beautiful. Yes, let's get off and take a stroll. The scenery is too beautiful. I want to take photos. The girls were ecstatic, and under such an extraordinary view, they had to take out their phones and snap pictures. Soon, several girls got off the vehicle. In the private island free from outside disturbances and worldly noise, they enjoyed the scenery, watched the sunset, and strolled along the coastal road. The 5 stunningly beautiful goddesses, with their graceful figures and elegant postures, long legs, and slender waists, were bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun on their beautiful faces, looking just like a scene from a movie. Beautiful scenery, beautiful people. The king felt it was too pleasing to the eye, and his mood was extremely beautiful. Click, click. The girls started taking pictures. Each of them took turns photographing one another, and any random shot had a stunning background. The ocean, the sunset, the island's primeval forest, the romantic coastal road, every step they took required numerous photos. Then, the king took a group photo of them. The 5 girls stood together, striking their casual poses. Click! An extraordinary beautiful photo was born. No need for any beautification, just a casual snap, and it looked like a masterpiece. The 5 girls joyfully posted on their social media, commemorating the wonderful moment of stepping onto the private island of Ticinia. Soon, their social media exploded with activity. In an instant, numerous comments appeared. After all, they were all goddesses. Anything they casually posted would attract plenty of attention. Now, with such beautiful photos, the admirers in their circle were excitedly commenting, "Wow, what a beautiful place. Is it Sanya? The goddess is so beautiful. Is it Phuket? Is the goddess on vacation in Phuket? I'm so envious. Is the goddess in Hawaii? Or Bali? The goddess is so beautiful. Wow, so many goddesses. Where did the goddess take this photo? I want to go." They hardly commented back. Even when many people asked where they took the photos, they didn't reply. After all, this was a private island. It was clear that no one had the right to come, even if they had money. The goddess's aloofness was for outsiders to see. But in front of the king, the goddess instantly transformed into a gentle little cutie, a sweet girl acting spoiled. "Ladies, we can't return tonight. We can only stay on this island overnight." After a stroll, the king regretfully said to the girls. Now, these girls were already captivated by the breathtaking scenery of Ticinia Island, completely in love, with no thought of returning tonight. Besides, the luxurious villas, hotels, and various facilities on the island were all very well equipped. They had also checked out the hotel rooms, which were up to 5-star standards, and each room had an unbeatable ocean view. As for the king's private villa on the island, it was like a prince's castle from a fairy tale. As for dining on the island, there were naturally arrangements for a nanny and a private chef, with fresh ingredients delivered by boat to the island every day. They were so eager to spend the night here. "If we can't return, then we won't. We'll stay on the island." "Yeah, let's stay on the island. King, you are the owner of this island. You wouldn't be stingy and not let us stay, right?" "Exactly. You can't just kick us out." The girls went from playful complaints at the beginning to now being reluctant to leave. The king smiled knowingly. Whoever came to this island would definitely not want to leave. "Now, let's arrange accommodations. Do you want to stay in a hotel or a villa?" the king asked with a smile. "I want to stay in a villa." Fang Yuan eagerly raised her hand to express her opinion. She had just taken a tour of the villa on the island, with its super luxurious design style, grand and lavish decor, a 5-story mansion with dozens of rooms, each uniquely designed, filled with modernity, and making full use of the island's natural environment, as if immersed in a fairy tale. The hotel was, of course, also luxurious, but it couldn't compare to the villa. "I want to stay in a villa too." "Me too. Let's all stay in a villa." The 5 girls were unanimous. Staying in a villa. The private villa on the island was stunning. Who wouldn't want to stay? "Alright, since we've decided on accommodations, let's go eat next. The chef on the island has prepared a sumptuous dinner for us," the king said with a smile. "Yay! That's awesome." The girls cheered with excitement. A happy day, with surprises one after another. The king, accompanied by 5 young ladies and the butler, arrived at the beach restaurant on the island. This restaurant was quite unique, built right on the beach next to the harbor, resembling a lighthouse structure with several meters of open space below, where the sound of the waves rising and falling created a delightful rustling noise. Above, there was a circular dining area of about 100 square meters, entirely made of floor-to-ceiling transparent glass, offering a truly unparalleled view. The restaurant had a modern style and offered a variety of delicacies, including both Western and Chinese cuisine. The chef was a world-class culinary artist, specially brought in to prepare exquisite dishes for the private island's owner. Esteemed master, esteemed ladies, please. The butler spoke with a standard British accent and had even learned some simple Chinese phrases to please the new master, the king. He led everyone into the elevator of the lighthouse-structured restaurant. Everywhere they looked, there was beauty. As night fell, the lights of the seaside restaurant illuminated, appearing like a beautiful spirit standing gracefully by the sea, while inside the restaurant, the atmosphere was warm and romantic. Master, ladies, I wish you a pleasant meal. The butler and the restaurant staff served dish after dish of exquisite food, and they had also thoughtfully prepared some beautiful candles. We have prepared a candlelight dinner for you, Mr. Wang. We hope you and the 5 esteemed ladies will enjoy it. A seafood feast paired with red wine and candlelight was simply perfect. The king nodded in delight. Not bad, you've done well. The 5 young ladies were even more excited and thrilled, in such an atmosphere, gazing at the sea view under the night sky, accompanied by the gentle sound of waves lapping at the beach, a candlelight dinner. Oh my! If at that moment, a man were to kneel on one knee, pull out a ring, and propose, surely any woman would be moved. Master, there are many private yachts appearing at the harbor, and a Chinese businessman named Qin Zhongjuan wishes to meet you. I'm not sure if you. At that moment, the butler received a call from the harbor and hurried over to ask the king. Qin Zhongjuan? I don't know him. Don't let them on the island. This is a private island. Who dares to intrude? Don't we have armed personnel on the island? Just deal with it directly, the king said, taking a sip of red wine, nonchalantly. Understood, master, the butler nodded. Qin Zhongjuan and his group of wealthy elites from the mainland had arrived at Tasinia Island on their yachts, ready to dock at the harbor, but were met with refusal. Soon, Qin Zhongjuan pleaded with the butler again, as he had previously visited the island several times for filming matters related to Tianyu Film Group, where he had met the former island owner, Prince Felipe, and had a relatively good acquaintance with the butler. He explained the situation, hoping that Mr. Wang would allow them to dock, as they wanted to come ashore to apologize. The butler approached the king again, cautiously explaining the situation. Oh, are they the rich second-generation's fathers? Fine, I understand. Let them wait. I haven't finished my candlelight dinner with these 5 beautiful and lovely ladies yet. What's the rush? The king said irritably. All right, master, I'll go tell them to wait. The butler nodded vigorously, as if facing a great enemy. Qin Zhongjuan and these wealthy elites from the mainland were involved in various industries, including media, real estate, and finance, each holding significant positions. But now, this group was stuck on their yachts, unable to dock at the harbor, merely watching the uniquely shaped restaurant by the beach, its lights sparkling and utterly enchanting. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang was enjoying a grand meal in the seaside restaurant, accompanied by beautiful women, living the good life. And they could only wait, without a hint of resentment. I don't know if Mr. Wang can forgive us. God bless, he must give us some face, be magnanimous, and spare us. Qin Zhongjuan murmured anxiously. This group of wealthy tycoons felt a mix of emotions. When had they ever faced such a desolate situation? Usually, they were the ones sitting in the VIP seats, the center of attention, surrounded by admirers. But now, they were mere supporting characters, watching Mr. Wang eat and drink, accompanied by beautiful women. There was nothing they could do. Mr. Wang was too impressive, with an identity so distinguished, a private island worth trillions of dollars, and such audacity that few could match, not just in Huaxia, but in the entire world. At this moment, Qin Kaiwet and the other rich young men stood aside, a large group of them too afraid to make a sound, trembling in fear, silent as cicadas in winter. Dad, my face hurts a lot. Can I put some ice on it and apply some medicine? Qin Kaiwet pleaded, covering his swollen, bloodied face, looking as miserable as could be, completely lacking the former air of the number 1 rich kid in the circle. Several other second-generation rich kids had also been beaten badly. Their fathers had all risen to wealth in the 60s and 70s, having experienced hard times, seen the changes of the years, and weathered many storms. They were ruthless when dealing with their ungrateful offspring. Dad, I want to apply medicine too. My face hurts. If I don't treat it, I might be disfigured. Dad, please. Dad, if my mom sees my face like this, she will be very sad. A few rich kids followed Qin Kaiwei, pleading, and some, used to being spoiled, even spoke with a hint of threat. Immediately, the wealthy tycoons were furious and rushed over to give them a beating. You little brat, do you want to die? Dare to threaten me? Beating you to death wouldn't be too much. I want to see if your mom dares to ignore me. You've gone too far. Keep the injuries on your face and body. Wait to see Mr. Wang and beg for forgiveness. It's not time to treat your injuries yet, just endure it. You little brat, can't even endure this little injury, afraid of being disfigured. What good is a pretty face if you embarrass me? On the yacht, chaos reigned. The wealthy tycoons were once again teaching their sons a lesson. About an hour later, the butler Harry came over again and chatted with Qin Zhongjuan for a few moments. Dear Mr. Harry, I beg you, please say some good words in front of Mr. Wang. Our children have made a big mistake and offended Mr. Wang, and now we can't even smoothly land on the island. It's such a pity. Mr. Qin, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, I will. Mr. Wang is in a good mood right now. I'll go ask him and see if there's any chance for a turnaround. Thank you so much, Mr. Harry. Qin Zhongjuan expressed his gratitude profusely. Mr. Harry had been the butler on the island for decades, having served under several owners of the Ticinia Island, and was a trusted confidant of the former owner, Prince Felipe. After losing the island, Prince Felipe even hoped to take old Harry to Britain. Unfortunately, now in his 60s, old Harry had grown accustomed to living on Ticinia Island, enjoying a leisurely life away from the world, providing the best service to each island owner, managing everything on the island in an orderly manner. This was his job, and it had become a habit and way of life ingrained in his blood. Therefore, he could not leave Ticinia Island, and everything on Ticinia Island could not do without his management. Old butler Harry once again approached the king, bowing and bending slightly, cautiously inquiring whether the yacht from Qin Zhongjuan could dock on the shore. The king had nearly finished his meal, and the 5 girls had also enjoyed their feast, preparing to return to the villa on the island. Let them come ashore, after all, they are guests from afar. However, I do not wish to see them, so let them stay on their respective yachts for the night. If they need any supplies, just give them some, the king said indifferently. Soon, he left the seaside restaurant with the 5 girls. Old butler Harry conveyed the king's orders to Qin Zhongjuan and the others. Qin Zhongjuan was very happy because allowing them to dock and come ashore proved that Mr. Wang was no longer so angry. Mr. Qin, Master Wang has instructed that you cannot stay in the hotel on the island. You can only spend the night on your own yacht. If you need any supplies, fuel or fresh water, we can provide that, old butler Harry stated honestly. Is that so? Qin Zhongjuan and the wealthy guests felt a pang in their hearts. Although they were relieved to be able to come ashore, Mr. Wang's meaning was still very clear. He had not forgiven them. Mr. Harry, could you please convey a message to Mr. Wang? We really want to see him and apologize in front of him, Qin Zhongjuan said earnestly. Old butler Harry hesitated slightly. He did not want to trouble the new master repeatedly. Oh, I have already mentioned your situation to the master several times. I do not wish to irritate the new master, so I'm sorry, but you will have to wait a bit longer. There's no need to rush. You can spend the night here on your yacht, enjoy the sea, and listen to the gentle waves lapping against the shore. It's truly wonderful. We can discuss other matters tomorrow. I wish you all a pleasant evening. Good night, old Harry said, bowing politely, embodying the quintessential British butler. He then turned and left. Qin Zhongjuan and his group had nothing to say, their faces flushed with embarrassment, feeling a tightness in their chests, a wave of frustration washing over them. Spending the night on the yacht, looking at the sea, listening to the waves. Their annual trip to the Tasmanian island for the overseas business meeting usually involved staying in a resort hotel on the island, enjoying lavish feasts and the warm hospitality of the island's owner. Unfortunately, this time, it had all gone wrong. Fortunately, the wealthy tycoons and their rich young companions had brought enough yachts, and there were enough rooms on the yachts to accommodate everyone. However, that night, they could not sleep soundly. With the rise and fall of the waves, the yacht rocked continuously in the harbor, and after a while, one could feel nauseous from the swaying. Meanwhile, in the villa on the island, the scene was quite different. The king and the 5 girls settled in after dinner, enjoying their leisure time together. They gathered in the villa's top-level starry sky observation room, the highest point on the island, where the viewing platform offered a 360-degree unobstructed view. Looking up, they could see a sky full of stars, and in the distance, the vast South Pacific could be admired, truly refreshing the spirit. Besides chatting and relaxing, the villa was equipped with various entertainment facilities, a small bar for singing and dancing, a billiard room, a bowling alley, a small indoor golf area, an arcade room, and a game room, everything one could wish for. Additionally, there was a yoga room, a gym, and a sauna. Accompanied by the cheerful music in the villa, everyone was having a great time, doing whatever they pleased. After tiring themselves out, they could enjoy a milk bath in the luxurious bathtubs and the lavish bathrooms on each floor of the 5-story villa. The clock in the lobby of the villa soon struck 11:30 at night. The 5 girls were still very excited, as it was their first time enjoying a vacation on such a stunning and exquisite private island. After playing until they were tired, they each went to take a bath. After their baths, the beauties emerged one after another from the luxurious bathrooms on various floors. The first to appear was Lin Churan. Tall and elegant, she was simply wrapped in a white bath towel that barely covered her key areas, leaving her ample neck and long, flawless white legs completely exposed. She descended the spiral staircase, her long legs moving in a rhythmic stride, and from the angle of the king sitting on the sofa in the living room, it was almost enough to make him nosebleed, so alluring it was. Lin Charon's figure must be the best among these girls. The king thought to himself, "Your Majesty, why aren't you going to take a bath?" Just as he was thinking, Lin Charon came over, sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, slightly turned to the side, her perfect figure once again capturing the king's attention. The king, momentarily dazed, hurriedly replied, "Oh, I'll wait for you all to finish before I go." "No rush, no rush." Lin Charon acknowledged with an "oh," took a sip of water, mindful not to drink too much and risk swelling, and then stood up, preparing to return to her room to rest. At that moment, Bai Mojing, Zhou Yuqi, Fang Yuan, and Luo Xiaoxiao came down the spiral staircase one after another. The four girls, all wrapped in bathrobes after their showers, gracefully entered the living room. The sight was mesmerizing. The king felt his eyes were not enough to take it all in. The five beauties, though varying in height and build, were all proportionate and stunning, each with fair skin, beautiful features, and an air of elegance. Even Fang Yuan, who was slightly shorter, stood at 1.65 meters, with a perfectly proportioned figure, a slim waist, long legs, and a spectacular bust. The king had experienced this firsthand, having had a showdown with Fang Yuan on the yacht during the day, claiming her first time. The taste of that was truly unforgettable. So, seeing the fiery and explosive figure of Fang Yuan, along with her flirtatious gaze, the king felt a flame igniting within him, wanting to consume Fang Yuan. Besides Fang Yuan, the other four girls included Zhou Yuqi at 1.68 meters, Luo Xiaoxiao at 1.70 meters, and both Bai Mojing and Lin Charon were tall girls, each over 1.70 meters. They sat on the sofa, looking relaxed. Some were applying face masks, while others were putting skincare products on their arms and legs. The living room was filled with delightful scents, and the five goddesses sitting in a row created a breathtaking scene. "Wow, I didn't notice during the day, but Yuan, yours is quite spectacular. Hee, Lin Charon, your legs are so long, you must have the longest legs among us. Bai Mojing, your skin is so nice. Wow, your feet are beautiful. They're the prettiest I've ever seen. Zhou Yuqi, you don't need to flatter me, my feet are just ordinary." The five girls gathered together, lively and cheerful, complimenting and admiring each other. In fact, it's not just men who enjoy looking at beautiful women, women do too. Especially when several beauties are together, it's natural for them to compare, but they still praise each other verbally. Moreover, since they were all beauties, each with their own charm, mutual appreciation was perfectly normal. After getting excited, they began comparing whose legs were longer, then who had a more curvy figure, standing up to pose. This scene made the only male, the king, feel quite out of place. What were these girls talking about? He couldn't insert himself into the conversation at all. Not a single word can be inserted. However, it's fine not to speak. Simply sitting and admiring their beauty is already a tremendous blessing and delight. Oh dear, why is the king still sitting here? Suddenly, Bai Malalai realized that the king, a male, was still in the living room. Just now, they had been comparing their figures and discussing rather private female topics, all of which he had overheard. How embarrassing. Bai Malalai's face instantly turned red because the topics they had discussed even involved how girls maintain their secret areas and what kind of products they use. It was so awkward. The king quickly pretended to be confused. "What are you all talking about? I didn't understand. Alright, I'm going to take a shower." He soon stood up, leaving the living room to the girls, and went upstairs to shower. After a while, Lin Charon's phone rang. It was a message from the company secretary regarding some urgent matters. "You all chat first. I have something to discuss with the king related to the company. I need to go find him." After reading the message, Lin Charon hurriedly went upstairs. It was very quiet upstairs. In the luxurious bathroom on the third floor, the sound of splashing water could be heard. The king was taking a shower, and whether he forgot or thought no one would return, he had left the door slightly ajar. Through the crack in the door, Lin Charon could see the king standing under the showerhead, completely exposed. Her heart raced. Inside was the king, with no coverings at all, a body that could only be described as perfect. His muscle lines were flawless, with beautiful abs, very toned. Plus, his increasingly handsome face was simply that of a perfect male god. Lin Charon was mesmerized. Suddenly, when the king reached for the shower gel, he caught a glimpse of Lin Charon standing outside the door and was startled. "Ah, why are you peeking at me?" "Peeking at you?" Lin Charon's face flushed, her delicate appearance blooming like a peach blossom, captivating and endearing. "Come on, who's peeking at you? It's you who left the door open while showering, humph. Lin Churan quickly turned away, muttering under her breath. In truth, she felt a bit excited, not knowing why, even having the impulse to take another look. At that moment, the king leisurely wrapped a bathrobe around himself, simply covering the key areas, and walked out of the bathroom while rubbing his hair with a towel. His perfect physique, the muscle lines on his body, especially his abs, were simply too perfect, no different from top male models on the runway, perhaps even more perfect. Such a man was indeed the dream of countless women. He exuded a masculine allure. Since you weren't peeking at me, then, Miss Lin Churan, why is your face red? The king smiled at her, admiring such a charming beauty, truly a great enjoyment in life. The shy demeanor was far from the usual high and mighty female CEO. What peeking? Oomph, don't start. Lin Churan retorted. You peeked at me. I'm a precious young man, you must take responsibility for me. The king pouted, mimicking a girl's spoiled tone. Put. Lin Churan couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Can you be serious? The king said with a straight face. Lin Churan found it amusing and after a moment, said, Alright, stop joking. I have serious business to discuss with you, no more jokes. The king looked resistant. What time is it? It's late at night, you girls have showered and are putting on face masks, and I'm the only one who hasn't showered. What serious business could you possibly have for me? It's really a serious matter, related to the company. You are the second largest shareholder of the group. Do you think you can stay out of some decision-making directions related to the company? Lin Churan said irritably, truly unable to understand why this guy, having invested tens of billions in the Lin's hotel and catering group, seemed to care so little. Could it be that he really viewed money as dirt, that tens of billions were just a drop in the bucket for him? After all, he was now the owner of the Tasinia Island, with assets in the trillions of dollars. For him, tens of billions probably didn't mean much at all. Here's the thing, last time because of your connection, the school district housing project finally progressed smoothly. As of now, the project is going well, everything is on the right track. However, our Lin's group is preparing to expand, moving out from Jiangdu, so we need to set a direction. Should we develop towards the surrounding counties and cities, or head towards the provincial capital? Lin Churan spoke about the company's affairs, immediately becoming serious and solemn. The materials sent by the company's secretary regarding the company's development were all organized in her phone and the notebook she carried, and she had also memorized some core issues in her mind. The hotel and catering businesses, if we first develop towards the surrounding counties and cities, the resistance we encounter will be smaller, and the competitors will be relatively weaker, but the development momentum might not be very strong. If we focus on big cities like the provincial capital or first and second tier cities, the resistance will inevitably be much greater, and the strength of the competitors will be stronger, but on the positive side, the potential for future growth will be higher. She set a tone for the two major directions. Lin Churan summarized it appropriately. Wang Shang listened casually. He wasn't very interested in these business matters, but that didn't mean he didn't have his own thoughts. Moreover, he had a top-notch think tank behind his investment company, and the judgments and decisions made were certainly reliable. Are you listening, my second largest shareholder? Lin Churan was instantly annoyed when she saw his nonchalant demeanor, her brows furrowing, anger flickering in her eyes. She really didn't like this guy's flippant attitude. If it were just for fun, it would be one thing, but when it came to company matters, it shouldn't be like this. You are a major shareholder of the company, even if you don't care about this scale of funding. Since you are a major shareholder, you have to be responsible for the company. Lin Churan said sternly. Wang Shang asked in confusion, I say, Lin, just continue. I'm listening. The two major directions, development in surrounding counties and cities, or development in big cities like the provincial capital, I've heard it. Lin Churan was momentarily speechless, thinking she had blamed him unfairly. It turned out this guy was listening quite attentively. Now the company's senior management has formulated two plans based on the two major directions, aimed at the company's growth and expansion beyond Jiangdu, with dozens of pages of specific operational details and investment plans, project operation plans, etc. Soon, Lin Churan returned to her room, brought her laptop, opened it, and showed the documents to Wang Shang. Alright, let me take a look. Wang Shang nodded. He glanced through the documents and then forwarded them to several core executives of the investment company. Okay, my investment company will draft the perfect market expansion plan for us, and everything will be sorted out. He smiled and closed the laptop. Hey! Lin Churan was still planning to look at the materials, but Wang Shang closed the laptop, instantly infuriating her. You are too hasty, just leaving it to those people in your investment company to make decisions. Can't you think of some solutions and give some suggestions yourself? Lin Churan asked. No need, because professional matters should be left to professionals. The king smiled slightly, very candidly and elegantly. and I just need to sit back and enjoy the fruits of my labor." He expressed his thoughts. Indeed, it was about sitting back and enjoying. In this life, it was enough to enjoy it to the fullest. Why bother with troubles? There was absolutely no need. "You really are a boring boss," Lin Churan scoffed. "Oh really? I don't feel that way at all. Living a carefree and happy life is enough, especially being able to go out to sea with you beautiful ladies. Each one is a gem. I don't know how many successful men dream of this and envy me." The king laughed. "Humph, you say you're not boring, yet you show no shame. You're a wealthy man with so many assets, just indulging in pleasure without any ambition." "Ambition? I say, Lin, as a rich man like me with endless money, what do I need ambition for? Don't be ridiculous." The king shrugged helplessly. Lin Churan was taken aback, thinking it made sense. Not to mention anything else, the Tasinia island that the king owned was worth trillions of dollars. Just the asset of this island was enough to place him among the world's top billionaires. "Striving? Working hard?" The king laughed, disdainfully saying, "Lin, the striving you speak of is a concern for those poor businessmen with assets in the tens or hundreds of billions. I don't need to worry about that at all." Lin Churan, tens of billions, hundreds of billions, just poor businessmen. My goodness, do you have some misunderstanding about the word poor? Lin Churan gritted her teeth in anger, initially thinking of teaching this guy a lesson, but instead, she ended up being schooled. "How arrogant of you," she thought to herself. "I've never seen someone so laid back. This world is so unfair. Some people play carefree every day while having endless wealth." She sighed, subtly hinting at someone. "I'm not just playing carefree. I also do some good deeds, like, Lin, your bathrobe tie is loose." The king smiled and pointed at Lin Churan's thigh. Just a moment ago, for some reason, Lin Churan's bathrobe had loosened, leaving her thigh exposed, and even some of the beautiful scenery above was revealed. It was quite alluring. Lin Churan suddenly realized she had walked a bit too freely. "Oh my!" Embarrassed in front of this brat, how shameful. She quickly tied her bathrobe and hurriedly turned to leave. Smells great." The king sniffed the lingering fragrance in the air, clicking his tongue in admiration. Indeed, Lin Churan exuded a fresh scent, a fragrance unique to girls. Back in his room, the king checked the time, waiting for midnight to pass, ushering in a new day, when the system's 1 yuan exchange opportunity would refresh, allowing him to obtain whatever he desired. That feeling was wonderful. With just over 10 minutes left, he waited patiently. The king leisurely lit a cigarette, in the warm and romantic luxury suite, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window at the tranquil and mysterious island scenery, as if completely merging with nature. This feeling allowed him to calm down completely and appreciate the beauty of the world. What kind of enjoyment is true enjoyment? The king gradually felt that his goals were becoming clearer. A carefree life, appreciating the beauty of existence, experiencing the endless joys of the vast world, was the ultimate pursuit of life. After all, he no longer needed to worry about making a living. Ding dong! Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Just as the king's thoughts had settled, they were ruthlessly interrupted. He felt a bit annoyed. "Who is it?" "It's me, Zhou Yuqi." The girl's voice was somewhat timid, gentle, and endearing. The king smiled. He couldn't help it, he was soft-hearted, especially towards cute girls. He walked over and opened the door. The petite beauty stood gracefully at the door, her face like a peach blossom, fresh and refined. "Brother Wang, did I disturb your rest?" "No, come in and sit down," the king replied with a smile, showing great affection for this neighborly sister. Zhou Yuqi entered, her slippers softly patting on the floor, her beautiful snow-white calves and delicate feet captivating. "What brings you to find me at this late hour?" the king asked with a smile. "Oh, nothing at all." Zhou Yuqi shook her head, but her expression revealed a hesitation, as if she had something to say but couldn't. "Just say it. What are we to each other?" "We've grown up together," the king said, thinking she must have something on her mind. Otherwise, she wouldn't come to see him at such an hour. Even though they were childhood friends, it was different now. They were no longer children playing house but adults. "By the way, Brother Wang, do you have any royal relatives, or perhaps your biological parents are from a top-tier wealthy family? How else can you explain your vast assets? Even now, you own an island." "I heard from sisters by Malalai and Lin Churan that this private island must have cost at least several hundred billion or even trillions, and it's not just about being rich." Zhou Yuqi mustered her courage to voice her doubts. Earlier, a few girls had gathered downstairs and discussed this issue. They were filled with suspicion and curiosity about the king but didn't know how to explain it. The girls could only ask Zhou Yuqi, as she had grown up with the king and was the closest to him, most familiar with his upbringing. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuqi couldn't explain either. She recalled the mysterious and astonishing events surrounding the king in recent days. Thus, she felt it necessary to find a quiet moment to have a good talk with him. "Brother Wang, do you not want to hear me talk about this?" "Alright, then I'll go rest downstairs." Zhou Yuqi stood up, preparing to leave, her face inevitably showing some disappointment. Wait, Yuchi, please continue. I'm listening, the king said in a moment of urgency, reaching out to grasp her hand and gently pulling her back. Suddenly, Yuchi lost her balance and fell into the king's embrace. The warmth and softness. Ah! Yuchi exclaimed, her delicate body and exquisite face flushed red, even her long eyelashes held a hint of shyness. Ahem! The king quickly helped her sit up straight, teasing, Yuchi, you're so soft. You wouldn't have any thoughts about me, would you? Deliberately falling into my arms. Put. Not at all. Yuchi's face turned even redder, her expression bashful as she lowered her head, like a shy flower about to bloom. Alright, continue. I'm listening, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation, the king resumed a serious tone. Yuchi nodded. Besides the issue of your assets and your background, there are several huge questions that linger in my mind, especially regarding the changes in you. I feel like Brother Wang, you have become very different from before, whether in appearance or temperament. In short, it's hard to describe, but your overall image has become particularly elegant and extraordinary, always able to smile at the changing winds and clouds. Yuchi continued. The king felt a bit shy from the praise. Really, Yuchi, you came to compliment me in the middle of the night? I might get carried away. Yuchi laughed. That's exactly it. I see these changes, and so do the other sisters. What if I say these changes are the result of life's trials, a sign of a man gradually maturing? Would you believe it? The king suddenly became serious and asked this way. Yuchi was a bit at a loss. As for wealth, whether it's those equity assets, real estate, luxury cars, or yachts, including this private island, they are actually gifts from this world, a favor from heaven to me. Opportunities in life are very few. Heaven will give everyone some chances, but whether you can seize them, whether you can go with the flow, depends on yourself. God knows, to lose what is insufficient and to make up for what is abundant. The king put on a righteous demeanor, speaking eloquently, but in fact, he was being evasive, then led the topic into the ethereal philosophy of life. He even brought up concepts from the Tao Te Ching. Yuchi tilted her head, listening in confusion. Brother Wang, I feel like you are avoiding the main point. Humph. I just want to ask you, where did that astonishing wealth, the assets that could rival a nation, come from? If you don't want to say, then forget it. Bye. I'm going to take a break. Yuchi pouted, her little face showing a look of frustration, angrily stomping her foot and turning to leave. A sly smile flashed across the king's lips. This was a secret. Not to mention Yuchi, who had grown up with him, even if his parents came to ask, he would have to keep it a secret, only revealing it when absolutely necessary. Ding! 1 yuan exchange opportunity refreshed successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 1 yuan exchange opportunity. The system's prompt tone arrived right on time. The king smiled slightly. Choose to exchange. Ding! Congratulations, host, 1 yuan exchange successful. Current wealth value, please choose your reward. The system's voice came through. In the king's mind, 2 major categories of options quickly appeared, real wealth and skills. Just as he was preparing to make a careful selection, a phone call came in. The 3-day deadline is approaching. Wang, we are waiting for you on the Maria Santissima cruise ship. A gloomy male voice came from the phone. The language used was very fluent Chinese, so it was definitely not Dracula. As for who it was, the king didn't want to know. Don't worry, I will arrive on time. Let Dracula and his people wait and accept my lesson. The king said calmly, holding the phone. Very well, then we will meet on the Maria Santissima cruise ship. Beep beep beep. The other party hung up the phone very decisively. The king frowned slightly. It was strange. It had just passed 12 o'clock, it was a new day. However, the scheduled time for the duel was actually tomorrow. Boarding the Maria Santissima cruise ship required a day in advance, and the scheduled duel time was on the day after the cruise ship set sail. The other party was so eager, notifying the king as soon as the new day began, which was essentially a special reminder for him to board the Maria Santissima cruise ship. This seemed too deliberate. It seems the other party is very well prepared. They must be afraid I won't board the cruise ship, the king murmured. He continued to enter the reward selection page. The first consideration was to choose a skill. Since he already possessed top-notch fighting skills, he was confident about the duel challenge and had no need to worry. So, what to choose? Suddenly, an option gambling king technique caught his attention. The king suddenly thought that a super cruise ship like the Maria Santissima would definitely have a casino, and since he was going to have fun, it was inevitable that he would go to the casino to play. Gambling king technique. That's it. Choose gambling king technique. The king said, Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 1 yuan exchange reward, Gambling King Technique. Gambling King Technique, the world's strongest gambling technique, including major types of gambling games such as poker and mahjong, with adaptability, endurance, mindset, top-level card memory ability, and analytical judgment ability. A long explanation followed regarding the specifics of the gambling king technique. Instantly, a warm current surged into the king's mind. He became a man with the skills of a gambling king, the strongest gambling king in the world. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. A new day. On the horizon, the sun rose. In the luxurious villa on the island, everyone gradually woke up. The butler and servants had already arranged a lavish and nutritious breakfast, ready in the dining room on the first floor. The king and 5 girls, after washing up, gathered together for breakfast. The vacation time on the private island was so leisurely and wonderful. "I have something to announce," the king said, looking at the 5 beauties, his voice loud and clear. Everyone's gaze fell upon him. "I have already bought tickets for the cruise ship Our Lady Maria because I have an appointment. There are 3 tickets in total. Who else wants to join me? Raise your hand to sign up." The king looked around at everyone. The tickets had been booked online by employees of the investment company long ago. Due to purchase limits, he didn't buy more. Moreover, to avoid any danger, he wouldn't take all 5 girls onto the cruise ship. "Your Majesty, I want a spot. After all, I represent the police, and ensuring your safety is my duty." Luo Xiaoxiao was the first to raise her hand. It was reasonable. Everyone knew that Luo Xiaoxiao was a police officer. However, apart from the king, no one knew that Luo Xiaoxiao was involved in a special action team in the province and was an important member. Luo Xiaoxiao's expression was serious. Just last night, she received some news from old Xia, the head of the blade action. It was a matter of great importance. "Alright, Luo Xiaoxiao, you will come with me on the cruise." The king nodded. There was one spot left. The girls exchanged glances. Lin Charan and Baimoli, one needs to manage company affairs, and the other needs to go act. "You two should leave the island today and return. As for the trip to the Our Lady Maria cruise, you will have to give it up." The king analyzed. He was quite familiar with the girls' schedules. "So, Fang Yuan and Zhou Yuqi, who wants the last ticket?" The king finally focused on the 2 university students. They had ample time, and it was reasonable for them to go, especially since it involved a competition with international student Dracula. Zhou Yuqi and Fang Yuan both wanted to go, their eyes revealing everything. However, they were good friends, both thinking of each other and wanting to give the opportunity to the other. "If you both want to go, then let's decide with rock paper scissors," the king said with a smile, presenting a flawless idea. The 2 girls looked at each other. Indeed, this was the best way. "Yuqi, let's play rock paper scissors." "Okay, Yuan, since it's rock paper scissors, it's all up to luck." "Very fair." The 2 girls stood up, ready to play to determine the winner. Fang Yuan won. Zhou Yuqi pouted, her disappointment evident. "I'm sorry, Yuqi. When I come back from the cruise and see more of the world, I'll treat you to a big meal." "Don't be sad." Fang Yuan immediately offered her friend comfort. She truly felt sorry for Zhou Yuqi, because she had confessed to the king and had given herself to him, becoming his lover. Zhou Yuqi still didn't know any of this. She had gotten together with her best friend's crush, and it had happened on the yacht during their outing, in the cabin's room. "I'm sorry, Yuqi." She was waiting for the right moment to explain everything because keeping it a secret was weighing heavily on her heart. "Alright, Yuan, this opportunity to see the world is yours. I'm not angry at all. I lost the rock paper scissors, and I accept the outcome." Zhou Yuqi felt sad for a while but soon returned to normal. "Okay, Yuqi, thank you." Fang Yuan gave Zhou Yuqi a kiss and a hug. After playing on the island for a while, it was afternoon. It was time to part ways. Yesterday, the king arranged for a private plane to fly to the Tasmanian island, bringing everyone back to the provincial capital. As for the Xingkong Jifang super yacht, it was docked at the island's port, with professionals conducting maintenance. Of course, the king didn't have time to waste with Qin Zhengjuan and his people, so he directly had the butler handle it, instructing Qin Zhengjuan and the others to take the yacht back. After disembarking from the private plane, the king, along with Luo Xiaoxiao and Fang Yuan, headed to the deepwater port. The cruise ship, St. Mary, had arrived. The busy deepwater port sees a large number of vessels entering every day, most of which are commercial ships, with cargo ships related to international trade being the most common. A white cruise ship slowly sailed into the port, docking at Pier 31. The massive cruise ship was enormous, instantly reminiscent of the very famous Titanic. However, the modern cruise ship no longer uses coal for power, and the tall smokestacks are gone. Instead, it uses internal combustion engines, making it very quiet and clean. Large cruise ships are equipped with powerful high-horsepower engines that drive the propellers to propel the ship forward. The white cruise ship was adorned with colorful flags, and a long string of English words was displayed on the side of the ship. Translated, it read, "St. Mary, From the world's largest cruise company, Costa Cruises Group, the ship's announcement began to broadcast the departure time and reminded ticket holders to prepare for boarding. This super cruise ship, capable of accommodating thousands of people, could be described as a giant on the sea, further attracting countless people due to its luxurious decor, palace-like design, spacious capacity, exciting program arrangements, various entertainment options and facilities, as well as its well-established international routes. Those who could board the St. Mary cruise ship, while not necessarily rich or noble as before, were certainly not poor, as a ticket, depending on the cabin class, cost at least several thousand, with luxurious VIP cabins priced at tens of thousands. The king purchased 3 business-class tickets. He, along with Luo Xiaoxiao and Fong Yuan, were standing in the long queue to board. The queue for economy-class passengers was the longest, as they made up the majority. However, the line for the 3 of them, holding business-class tickets, was relatively shorter. Oh, move aside. Ugly Huaxia people, you are the most numerous, always pushing and shoving. It's so uncomfortable. Damn it! Hurry up and get out of the way. These Huaxia people are really annoying. The St. Mary cruise ship shouldn't accept Huaxia people. Today's capitalists, for the sake of business and making money, truly have no bottom line. Suddenly, an unpleasant scene unfolded. In the long queue, some white people, carrying bags and looking like tourists traveling the world, were also waiting to board. However, they were very irritable, cursing in English, expressing their dissatisfaction with the long lines at the dock, especially towards the majority of Huaxia people present, filled with discrimination. The St. Mary cruise ship docked at the Huaxia port specifically for ticket holders to board, having sold over 2,000 tickets, most of which were purchased by Huaxia people. These few foreign individuals immediately felt that their waiting time to board was too long, caused by the overwhelming number of Huaxia people. I tell you, no matter where you go, there are the most Huaxia people, and they are the most crowded. I'm so fed up. They love to cut in line, have no rules, and are noisy, just like rats. Now that Huaxia people have money, they travel the world but have no sense of decency at all. Damn it, why are there so many Huaxia people in line? How long is this going to take? 5 or 6 white people kept complaining and cursing. By chance, the king was right behind them in line. He heard all the insults from the white people. Luo Xiaoxiao and Fong Yuan also heard it clearly. Both of them had decent English skills and could understand most of it. Those foreigners are really arrogant, cursing us Chinese. They discriminate against us but still want to stand in line with us. Do they really think they are a noble crowd, superior to us? Just arrogant and conceited. Luo Xiaoxiao sneered, looking down on the group of white people. We shouldn't have bought business class. We should have bought first class. Then we wouldn't have to queue with these rats. A tall white man snorted, grumbling incessantly. His eyes were filled with disdain for the Chinese. Hey, you foreigners, what do you mean? Do you think we can't understand English? Clean up your mouths. This is the territory of the Chinese. Exactly. You foreign devils, do you think you're so impressive? China is poor and backward, but that was in the past. Now, we Chinese have risen, our national strength is increasing, and there are very few countries that can compare to us. You foreigners, how many years have you had a good life? How many years have you been a developed country to look down on us Chinese? If you look down on us, why come to China? Besides, why did the Costa Company, which owns the St. Mary cruise ship, arrange for the cruise to come to China? Isn't it because we have a huge market? Arrogant foreign devils, what do you think you are? Soon, the Chinese present began to attack the few white people. After all, those who bought business class tickets costing several thousand to tens of thousands were of relatively high quality, and many had decent education levels, able to understand the insults from the white people. The white people quickly shut their mouths, feeling guilty and not daring to speak. However, after a while, a plump white woman muttered, "There are too many of you Chinese. The line is so crowded. Yes, you Chinese are rich and powerful now, but if you have money, why not buy first-class tickets?" As soon as this was said, the Chinese present were very displeased but couldn't find the words to retort the white woman. After all, first-class tickets are not something everyone can buy. They are limited in quantity and often sold out. Moreover, a first-class ticket can easily cost tens of thousands or even over 100,000. Very few can afford it. Most people traveling on cruises are older, with plenty of time to leisurely travel the world, passing through many countries. Similar to the St. Mary cruise ship, each voyage lasts at least a week and up to half a month. They generally buy regular or business class tickets, and it is unlikely they would purchase first-class tickets. Therefore, the older Chinese folks present fell silent. At that moment, 3 men who looked like cruise staff walked out from the boarding ramp extending from the St. Mary cruise ship. Each was impeccably dressed in suits, with blonde hair and blue eyes, looking particularly spirited. Most of the employees serving on the St. Mary cruise ship, owned by the Costa Company, were British and American. Seeing their own people, the group of arrogant white tourists immediately waved and greeted them. Can we apply to use the fast track? It's taking too long to queue like this. Yes, my dear compatriots, respected gentlemen. These white people wanted to get close to the cruise staff to gain some benefits and use the fast track to board. Sorry. The leading cruise customer service staff member, a manager on the ship, smiled and refused. You purchased business class tickets, so you can only queue here. That's too slow. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at those passengers in economy class. Their line is longer, and they are taking more time to board, aren't they? Even though they were all white, rules are rules. There was no special treatment for them. The cruise staff immediately won the favor of many present. Hello, are you Mr. Wang? Suddenly, a young manager approached Wang, holding a tablet, glancing at Wang, then at the tablet, confirming several times before speaking. Wang nodded. That's right, it's me. Great, Mr. Wang, welcome aboard the SS Virgin Mary. We received a call from the upper management of Costa Company mentioning you, so you can now take the fast track with your companion. The blonde, blue-eyed young manager bowed deeply to Wang, his attitude exceptionally courteous. Instantly, everyone present was dumbfounded. Especially those white people who had just been cursing were left speechless. Gentlemen, why? Why does this seemingly insignificant Chinese kid get your special attention? Why does he have privileges? A plump white woman clutched her head, looking disappointed and frustrated, complaining incessantly. Why? The great SS Virgin Mary is the most luxurious cruise ship in the Anglo-American world, and your Costa Company has a legacy of over 100 years, always serving the noble white class. Even we white people haven't enjoyed the fast track service. Why does this Chinese kid get special treatment? You are making a fuss. I want to file a complaint against you. The white people began to complain, with some even saying they would report the SS Virgin Mary. Want to know why? The young manager from the cruise service department coldly glanced at the arrogant white people. Yes, exactly. We want to know why. That's right. The young manager remained calm. After all, he worked in the service department and had dealt with various disputes and unreasonable disturbances many times. This esteemed Mr. Wang is recognized as a VIP customer by the upper management of Costa Company. His presence makes our SS Virgin Mary shine, the young manager said unhurriedly. What? A VIP customer recognized by the upper management of Costa Company? Oh my, is the upper management of Costa Company crazy? In an instant, the group of arrogant white people displayed expressions of disbelief and surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, please line up in order to board. If you violate the order, we will revoke your boarding privileges according to the rules. So sorry everyone, goodbye. The young manager and two other staff members quickly led the way ahead. Esteemed Mr. Wang, and two beautiful ladies, please. Turning back, the young manager showed great respect to Wang and Luo Xiaoxiao, Feng Yuan. The difference in attitude was like heaven and earth. These arrogant white people were all dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. I advise some people not to view us Chinese with old-fashioned eyes. Whether in wealth or quality, there are always hidden talents among the Chinese. Wang walked past the group of arrogant white people, leaving the long line behind, casually leaving behind these words. Embarrassed. These white people went from arrogance to awkwardness, feeling deeply ashamed. They finally understood how foolish and ridiculous their previous words and actions had been. A seemingly ordinary young Chinese person could actually receive such warm attention from the upper management of Costa Company. Boarding the SS Virgin Mary through the fast track, they avoided the long line, making things much easier. Amid countless envious gazes, the king and the two girls boarded the ship smoothly. Dear Mr. Wang, we have upgraded your cabin. You three are now treated as VIP guests. Please follow us, the young manager enthusiastically informed them as they walked, introducing the cruise ship's features. This is the guest room department of the St. Mary cruise ship, with a total of 7 floors, offering rooms of various standards. This is the deck observation area, where we will prepare exciting performances and shows. Over here is the sea fishing area, and on this side is the outdoor pool area on the cruise ship, where many bikini beauties will be around. And over here is the large amusement park, a paradise for children. Just listening to the young manager's introduction, the king and the two girls felt a surge of excitement, their moods gradually becoming exuberant. The super luxurious cruise ship could be described as a moving super castle on the sea, offering everything: food, drink, entertainment, and performances, allowing people to spend wonderful times here. By the way, why do the higher-ups at Costa Company know me? The king finally voiced his confusion. He had grown cautious. After all, the capitalists behind Costa Company had ties to the Rothschild family, so being treated with such enthusiasm might not be a good thing. After all, the king had offended Dracula and those international students. Perhaps this was a trap. Oh, it's like this. The higher-ups just called and instructed us below to provide you with service. As for the rest, we have no authority to inquire. Our ranks are too low, so I'm sorry we cannot explain, the young manager said, bowing deeply to the king. The king smiled. All right, I understand. He had a rough idea of what was going on, so he made a call to the core executives of the investment company. With their capabilities and international resources, they should be able to find out what the situation was. Please continue to follow me. I will take you three to see the suite we have prepared for you, the young manager said with a smile, continuing forward to lead the three to the luxurious suite area of the guest room department. The crowd was bustling. Thousands of passengers were boarding the Merry cruise ship one after another. Two people, seemingly a father and son, appeared in the boarding crowd. The father's attire was very ordinary, unremarkable, indistinguishable from the middle-aged and elderly tourists around him. He wore a sun hat that shielded his forehead and a pair of glasses that concealed his eyes. As for the young man, he was dressed in a casual suit, quite handsome, with his hair slicked back, exuding a carefree demeanor, and wearing a pair of sunglasses on his head. Not far behind these two, a group of more than 10 people were queuing to board the ship. Although they seemed not to know each other, that was not the case. They were all in cahoots. Songkai, remember, once we board the cruise ship, keep a low profile and don't cause any trouble, the middle-aged man, who appeared to be the father, said in a lowered voice. The young man was none other than Lu Songkai, and the middle-aged man was Lu Songkai's father, Lu Rundong, a figure entrenched in the underground black forces of the provincial capital and several counties, known as the Red Dragon of the Four Dragon Society. Got it, Dad, Lu Songkai nodded, suppressing his carefree demeanor. In front of his father, Lu Rundong, he dared not act arrogantly. He was completely different from the cool and flashy persona he had in the bar. Originally, Lu Rundong had not intended to bring this troublesome son along. However, after Lu Songkai's persistent pleas, Lu Rundong reluctantly took him with him. Boarding the Merry cruise ship was not Lu Rundong's first time. As one of the four big bosses of the Four Dragon Society, Lu Rundong was responsible for a portion of the gang's affairs, mainly involving maritime trade, connecting with certain foreign institutions and forces, and engaging in illegal activities. This time, Lu Rundong was determined to succeed. They had a complete set of procedures for illegal transactions. He brought his men aboard the cruise ship and, at the right moment, would arrange for a secret yacht to follow the Santa Maria cruise ship, where they would trade a batch of arms and goods with personnel arranged by a foreign force. As for what the goods were, those in the know understood. Centered around the provincial capital, there was a huge demand in various nightclubs, dance halls, and bars across several counties and cities, targeting a vast number of customers obsessed with the thrill of physical pleasure and the euphoric experiences in a haze, many of whom had lost everything due to their addiction to those goods. Now, the channels for shipping goods from Southeast Asia are becoming increasingly difficult to navigate. We are cooperating with the Viper organization to trade arms and goods from them, and we cannot afford any mistakes. The previous few times went smoothly without attracting any police attention. I hope this time will be the same, Lu Rundong thought to himself. The entire plan had already been agreed upon with the other party, and they just needed to follow the established procedures. To avoid drawing attention, Lu Rundong only brought his son Lu Songkai aboard, along with a dozen subordinates, all disguised as members of a tourist group. Before long, they boarded the Santa Maria cruise ship. Wow, what a beautiful cruise ship. It's my first time on such a luxurious and grand cruise. It's really nice. TSK. After all, it's the Santa Maria, a luxury cruise ship under the world's largest Costa Cruise company. What a spectacle. Lu Rundong and his subordinates pretended to be tourists, wandering around the cruise ship, marveling at everything. They completely blended in with the hundreds and thousands of other tourists, appearing no different from them. Costa Cruise Company's ships are divided into several levels based on the luxury of the ship, its size, and the length of the route. The lowest is the Golden, followed by the Diamond, then the higher-level Diamond Princess, and the highest level is the Santa Maria. Old Lu, you really know a lot. At this moment, Lu Rundong and his son Lu Songkai were chatting as they walked. Let's go, first settle into our room, arrange all the luggage, and then come out to have some fun. Yes, the father and son walked ahead, with the other dozen subordinates following at a distance. They chose business class, not opting for the luxurious VIP cabins for enjoyment. The group, with their large and small bags, pulled wheeled suitcases, needing to arrange many items. Each person had a ticket and a room key that matched the ticket, and they settled down on the business class floor of the guest room department. In the room, Lu Rundong took out his phone and made a call. We have successfully boarded the ship, esteemed Mr. Rossier. How is the situation on your end? Everything is proceeding according to plan, very smoothly. Our merchant ship is ready to set sail and will begin trading once it leaves the waters belonging to Huaxia and enters international waters. Mr. Lu, please arrange your personnel for the handover. No problem. In a luxurious VIP suite of the guest room department, a sharply dressed man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a hawk-like nose just opened the door and stepped out. This man was none other than Dracula, an international exchange student from the provincial capital university, a descendant of the Rossier family, and a member of the Viper organization. The international exchange student was merely a disguise for him. Several other international exchange students boarded the ship with him, using the guise of a cruise trip, but they had ulterior motives. Accompanied by a long and loud horn, the cruise ship set sail. The colossal vessel on the ocean roared to life as its engines ignited, the massive propellers beneath the power chamber churning deep into the sea, spinning faster and faster, unleashing a powerful force that propelled the cruise ship forward, cutting through the waves as it departed the harbor, heading out into the vast ocean. The tourists on board erupted in cheers, many faces adorned with smiles, reflecting their anticipation and longing for this journey, the relaxation and joy of traveling written all over them. Some guests stood on the high deck, waving goodbye to their friends and family at the port. Soon, the ship's announcement system crackled to life. As per tradition, it welcomed the tourists and outlined the itinerary for this voyage aboard the SS Virgin Mary. Departing from China, it would pass through several Southeast Asian countries, enter a famous canal, traverse the canal, and then enter the Mediterranean Sea in Europe, passing through multiple European nations before finally reaching its destination, the headquarters of Costa Cruise Lines, in Great Britain. This journey was expected to take 10 days. The long voyage would be spent on the cruise ship, with passengers only allowed to disembark at designated ports in over 10 countries during specified times to explore and enjoy the land before reboarding to continue their maritime adventure. This route, renowned for its breathtaking scenery, perfectly avoided most of the tumultuous stormy areas of the ocean, ensuring a smooth journey under sunny skies, with the countries along the way being particularly distinctive, and the seas and canals crossed being globally famous, earning it the title of the Golden Route. Undertaking such a journey across half the globe was incredibly romantic, and the ship was not short of newlyweds or couples in love. Don't look, can't help but stop when you see a beauty, can you? If we had known, we shouldn't have come on this cruise. As night gradually fell, the open-air pool area on the cruise ship was filled with many bikini-clad beauties, including some tall, blonde, blue-eyed women. Their looks and figures were truly impeccable, dressed in revealing outfits that showcased their waists and legs, each with wavy hair, particularly enchanting. The bikini beauties frolicked in the open pool area, drawing the attention of many, especially the men. Even those accompanied by girlfriends or wives couldn't help but steal a few glances. Consequently, their partners quickly expressed their dissatisfaction, offering a round of reproaches. The men, while claiming they wouldn't look anymore, found their eyes wandering back for a sneak peek. There was no helping it. The bikini beauties in the open-air pool were one of the cruise's unique attractions, hired by the ship's management to not only play in the pool but also perform swimsuit shows to attract passengers and liven up the atmosphere. Of course, among these women, there were some who were there for certain transactions, even looking to catch wealthy men. If they spotted an appealing target, they had no qualms about following the men for some intimate escapades. Hey, I say, Wang, have you had enough of looking? On the observation deck, from a high vantage point, Wang was admiring the bikini-clad beauties in the pool when a girl approached and coldly huffed. The girl was none other than Luo Xiaoxiao. After settling into her luxurious VIP suite, Luo Xiaoxiao had changed into a new outfit. Wang turned his head, about to speak, when his eyes lit up. Luo Xiaoxiao was wearing an evening gown, a light purple silk fabric, particularly elegant and noble, accentuating her ethereal grace, as if she had stepped out of a painting, a stunning beauty. What is this? The king looked puzzled, having never seen Luo Xiaoxiao in such a beautiful dress. Do you think it looks good? Luo Xiaoxiao proudly twirled in front of the king, showcasing her enchanting figure, her face surprisingly flushed, a bit shy. The king couldn't help but exclaim, "It looks amazing, truly amazing. I never expected you to look so good in a dress. Your elegance is unmatched. You hardly look like a police officer, but rather a dazzling, stunning socialite." Socialite? Luo Xiaoxiao's ears turned red, and she suddenly began to tease herself. Am I the kind of socialite that's trending online lately, the one who even needs to group buy a pair of stockings? The king laughed. How could that be? Those superficial beauties can't compare to you. Only you know how to flatter. Luo Xiaoxiao pouted, but inside, she felt delighted. By the way, where's Yuan? The king looked around, thinking that the three of them were in a connected VIP suite. Now that he and Luo Xiaoxiao were settled, he wondered why Fong Yuan hadn't come out yet. Oh, Yuan said she felt a bit seasick and is resting in the room. We've been drifting at sea for days, first on a yacht and now on a cruise. It's understandable to feel a bit tired, Luo Xiaoxiao said. And when I went to check on her, she looked unwell and even felt nauseous. Nauseous? She might just be too tired, the king said lightly, though his heart sank a little. He couldn't help but worry. Could it be that Fong Yuanyuan's body was reacting? After all, he and Fong Yuanyuan had been intimate, and they had been so caught up in the moment that they had no sense of safety. Could she be pregnant? What are you thinking about? Luo Xiaoxiao tilted her head, looking thoughtful. Nothing, the king shook his head. Your Majesty, I've noticed that Fong Yuanyuan's gaze towards you has been a bit different since we were on the Tasinia Island trip. How should I put it? She must really like you. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoxiao murmured. The king was taken aback, then smiled playfully. You're just talking nonsense. Yuan is a student from a prestigious university, and I'm just an ordinary person. How could she like me? Come on, I've never heard of a billionaire calling himself ordinary. Stop pretending, okay? Luo Xiaoxiao looked at him with disdain. Hey, beautiful. At that moment, someone whistled at Luo Xiaoxiao and approached her, speaking fluent Chinese. It turned out to be a tall, slender young white man with a high nose and blue eyes. He approached Luo Xiaoxiao with 2 cocktails in hand, casually offering one to her. Beautiful lady, may I buy you a drink? The young man continued to flirt. Luo Xiaoxiao smiled indifferently. She had encountered such advances more than once or twice, so she was experienced. Sorry, I don't drink. A simple and straightforward rejection. The young white man was indeed a typical Western man, bold and unabashed, particularly skilled at pursuing beautiful women. Oh, what a pity! My heart has been wounded, and the one who hurt me is a stunning angel, so beautiful and captivating, with deep, enchanting eyes, snow-white skin, and a flawless figure. The young man took a sip of his cocktail, gazing at the sky with a look of regret and sadness. Luo Xiaoxiao found it amusing yet a bit entertaining, so she asked, "What are you talking about?" The young man looked at Luo Xiaoxiao and suddenly became very gentlemanly, bowing slightly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't complain, because to complain about a beautiful angel is truly inappropriate. Am I right, beautiful angel girl? Luo Xiaoxiao pointed at herself and then realized that the words of the white youth earlier, which seemed like complaints, were actually flirting. That's right, the most beautiful angel on the entire St. Mary cruise ship comes from the east, and that is you, my beautiful lady. The white youth was indeed smooth-talking, yet he appeared quite charming and very much a gentleman. Luo Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh. It was her first time encountering such a pickup line, and moreover, the sincerity on his face, calling her the most beautiful angel. Any girl would inevitably feel a bit giddy from such flattery. A glint of mischief quickly flashed in the white youth's eyes, but he instantly returned to his previous state of admiration and praise for Luo Xiaoxiao. However, the king beside them quickly caught the hint of lewdness that flickered in the white youth's gaze. This man looked tall and handsome, with golden hair and blue eyes, and a high nose bridge, making it very easy for him to attract girls. Yet, the slight flicker of lust and possessiveness in his eyes was hard to conceal. Especially from the king's perspective, this was even more apparent. After all, the king was a man. He could see that the white youth's interest in Luo Xiaoxiao was not merely gentlemanly admiration and praise, but also a deep-seated desire for possession. This person seems familiar. Suddenly, the king remembered that this white youth was one of those who had complained and cursed at the arrogance of the Huaxia people while waiting to board the ship. At that time, this white youth had been quite low-key in the crowd, hardly saying a word. It turned out that he had set his sights on Luo Xiaoxiao from that moment. Beautiful angel, you are so beautiful, all the beauty of Eastern girls can be found in you. My God, I have never seen a girl as beautiful as you. I thought I would only encounter a beautiful angel like you once in my life, but unexpectedly, God has been too kind to me, allowing me to see you again. The white youth continued to flirt and took out his phone, opening a photo. In the photo, many people were queuing to board the ship. Among them was the profile of a girl. Is that me? My God, when did you take this? Looking at the photo, Luo Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise, because that profile was indeed her. In the vast sea of people, I encountered an angel, a beautiful angel from the east, and I met her twice. I knew this was a fate arranged by God. So may I invite you for a drink? The white youth continued to flirt, once again offering a cocktail to Luo Xiaoxiao. The sincerity in the white youth's gaze, his affectionate look, and his handsome face made Luo Xiaoxiao feel an impulse to take the cocktail. Gulp! Suddenly, a hand reached over, grabbed the glass, and drank it down. The white youth was stunned, and then his face turned icy. Thank you for the drink. I was just a bit thirsty, the king said, holding the empty glass and handing it back to the white youth with a smile. You! The white youth frowned, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. But soon, he regained his composure. He couldn't lose his demeanor in front of the target girl, still wearing a gentlemanly smile. He looked at Luo Xiaoxiao, then at the king, and asked, So, do you two know each other? Luo Xiaoxiao replied, Yes, we boarded the ship together. It seems you are a couple? Oh, what a pity, my beautiful angel, the perfect girl I dream of, already has a boyfriend. The white youth's face immediately showed disappointment. Luo Xiaoxiao blushed and shook her head, saying, No, I'm not his girlfriend. we are just. What kind of relationship was it? Luo Xiao herself couldn't quite clarify. The white youth quickly showed a look of surprise. So that's how it is. That's wonderful, beautiful angel girl. May I know your lovely name? My name is Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao smiled, and to be honest, she didn't have a strong liking for this open, bold, romantic young man from the West, but at least she didn't dislike him. The young man extended his hand to shake hands with Luo Xiao, gazing at her affectionately as he introduced himself. My name is Enes, a businessman from Britain, involved in the wine trade, often traveling around the world. It is a great honor to meet the beautiful angel girl, Miss Luo Xiao. You're too kind, Luo Xiao replied with a smile, finding him quite interesting. Miss Luo Xiao, it is a great honor to meet you. If you don't drink wine and don't know much about it, I can clarify all your doubts about wine. I can take you to appreciate and taste those wines. Do you know about Bordeaux in France? It is the best wine-producing region in the world, home to many famous wine brands, especially in today's China, where many high-profile individuals are keen on Bordeaux wine brands like Latour, Lafite, and Petrus, among other well-known luxury wine brands. And as a wine trade agent, I know these wine brands very well. At this moment, Enes spoke endlessly about wine knowledge, proudly showcasing his insights as a wine merchant. I'm really sorry, but I'm not very interested in wine, Luo Xiao shook her head. She hardly ever touched alcohol, so she had no particular interest in either white or red wine. The only reason she was willing to get to know Enes was simply because he seemed quite gentlemanly and, after all, interesting. Oh, that's too bad. A goddess as beautiful, noble, and elegant as you, Miss Luo Xiao, wearing an evening gown would be so captivating. If you could stroll around the cruise banquet hall, swaying gently to the music, relaxing with a glass of red wine, you would be the center of attention, and countless men would be crazy about you, Enes said with a smile. Luo Xiao chuckled, you are really humorous. I don't have that much charm. She then turned to the king and said, what do you think, right? The king looked confused. What? Such a blockhead. Luo Xiao pouted, sulking a little. Seeing her charmingly spoiled demeanor, Enes couldn't help but swallow hard, his desire to possess this Eastern beauty. Luo Xiao, soaring once again. Look at Enes, how knowledgeable he is about wine culture, and he's so witty and eloquent, Luo Xiao whispered, meant for the king to hear. The king finally reacted, smiling leisurely, so what? He's in the wine business, knows a bit about wine culture. What's so special about that? Why don't you ask me about the supermarket's side products and various tobacco and alcohol? My family has always run a small supermarket, so I know a lot about that too. Who would ask you about that? Luo Xiao pouted, feeling how boring the king was. Excuse me, may I ask this brother if he has unique insights into wine culture? Suddenly, Enes leaned in and asked. The king shook his head. What use is it to know those things? No matter how good the wine is, it still ends up in the stomach and eventually becomes urine. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao laughed, though she felt it wasn't very polite. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. What do you mean? For a moment, Enes couldn't understand what the king meant. Luo Xiao explained with a smile. Instantly, Enes's expression darkened, and his gaze towards the king became cold and stern. Brother, what you say is an insult to wine culture. You have no class. Young people like you should really get out more, see the world, and learn about the cultures of different countries and regions. You should strive to step into the upper echelons of society, to understand those luxuries, fine wines, mansions, and all those things that only the rich can touch. If you did that, you wouldn't utter such shallow words. Once upon a time, I was as shallow and ignorant as you. I knew nothing. But now, with my experiences and having entered different social strata, my perspective has broadened, and my appreciation and taste have become refined. Enes lectured Wang Shang, simultaneously elevating his own status, as if he were one of the highest social classes in the world. That arrogance and self-importance shone through his eyes, impossible to conceal. Wang Shang replied calmly, what does it matter to be a so-called upper-class celebrity? Does knowing a bit about wine culture and sipping from a wine glass make one superior? I believe that such a perception is the most superficial existence in this world. Enough, Enes, you don't need to say more. I know what you want. Enes was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, what do I want? Wang Shang glanced at him, then at Luo Xiao, and sneered, don't you want to pursue her? Pursue her. Pursue Luo Xiao. Enes's expression changed slightly, wanting to say something but finding the words stuck in his throat. This detestable Chinese kid was truly infuriating. He actually voiced his inner thoughts. Enes quietly glanced at Luo Xiao, only to find her expression had also changed. No longer the charming smile from before, her brows and eyes now showed clear signs of wariness. It seemed this brat was ruining his plan to woo her. Besides wanting to pursue her, you also want to trick her into your bed, because as a wine merchant, you travel the world, have seen too many women, and played with too many women. Even the most beautiful woman in front of you is just a toy. You see them merely as tools for pleasure. You talk about culture and taste, but spare me. A saying from China describes you perfectly, and that is, what is it? You little brat, you're just talking nonsense, insulting my character, slandering me. It's simple, full of righteousness and morality, yet filled with the heart of a male thief and a female prostitute. Wang Shang scoffed disdainfully. You. Ennis was instantly furious, his face turning red, veins bulging on his forehead. Luo Xiaoxiao was stunned. She hadn't expected Wang Shan to be so direct. Although she was a woman and could sense that the white youth Ennis had certain thoughts about her, it was merely a guess, an intuition, and she would never casually say it out loud. But Wang Shang not only stated that Ennis wanted to pursue her but also said that Ennis wanted to trick her into his bed. Wang Shang, what are you saying? Don't talk nonsense. She pushed Wang Shang's arm, murmuring softly. Unbeknownst to her, a blush had appeared on her face. Luo Xiaoxiao is so beautiful, both in figure and looks, that she is beyond reproach. Her beauty, whether judged by Eastern or Western standards, is undoubtedly that of a captivating beauty. So, Ennis, you old lecher, it's normal to be attracted to her, but don't spout nonsense. Don't try to sound sophisticated. You just want to sleep with her, so why pretend? Wang Shang said again, very bluntly. Oh my god, who are you? Why do you act like a ridiculous clown, saying such crude and vulgar things? It's so embarrassing. I feel humiliated for you. I can't believe I'm sharing a cruise with someone like you. It's truly my disgrace, oh my. Immediately, Ennis clutched his head and began to complain, as if he were suffering a great humiliation. The king scoffed. This guy was just putting on a show. Your Majesty, isn't it a bit inappropriate to speak of others like that? Luo Xiaoxiao tugged at the king's arm, her face showing embarrassment. How dare you insult me with such words? I really don't understand why someone like you would step onto the great SS Mary. A crude and shallow person, utterly ugly. It's so disheartening to associate with someone like this. Oh no. Ennis continued to dramatize his own plight, complaining incessantly. This is pointless, you should leave quickly. Miss Luo Xiaoxiao would never like someone like you. You won't win her over. Go find those women who will sleep with you for money, and stop wasting time here. The king sneered, ruthlessly exposing Ennis's filthy thoughts. Ennis glared fiercely and suddenly shouted, You little brat, do you have the guts to play with me? Let's have a contest between men. Sure, one-on-one or a brawl. No, since we're on the SS Mary, the one thing we can't miss is the casino on Deck B. Once we hit international waters, the casino will open. Do you dare to gamble with me? I'll make you lose, and you'll have to admit it. Ennis provocatively challenged the king. No problem, the king readily agreed. He was already prepared to have some fun gambling. During the previous system reward, when he exchanged $1, he had chosen the gambling king skill. You should know, the casino on the SS Mary is the most unmissable attraction. In fact, a significant number of tourists boarded the cruise and spent a lot of money on tickets just to enjoy the casino. Establishing a casino is illegal in Huaxia, but once you reach international waters, there are no regulations, and once the casino opens, many people will rush in. As night fell, the cruise ship entered the international waters of the South Pacific. Accompanied by thunderous cheers, the doors of the casino on Deck B slowly opened. The casino was open. Within minutes, the casino was packed. People all over the world love to gamble, and Huaxia people are no exception. On this voyage, there were mostly Huaxia people, so the majority of the figures in the casino were from Huaxia. At this moment, the king and Luo Xiaoxiao arrived at the casino together. Since the king had made an agreement with Ennis to gamble here, he certainly couldn't miss it. I've never been to a place like this. How do you play? Luo Xiaoxiao asked timidly. In the past, during missions, she had shut down a few casinos, but they were all small-time operations, mostly private bookmakers for horse racing. She had never experienced a large casino like the one on the cruise ship. This was truly a new experience for her. Actually, I've never played either. Let's just have some fun, the king replied with a calm smile. In the past, he had no money to play in a casino, but now it was different. He possessed immense wealth and the gambling king's skill. So, coming here was truly just for fun. All the skills of the gambling king, his proficiency, rich experience, and mastery of various games were all in his mind. Let's exchange some chips first. The king smiled as he approached the casino front desk and said to the beautiful receptionist, Please exchange some chips for me. Let's start with $10,000. Sure, sir, please wait a moment. Soon, the receptionist handed the chips to the king. The king swiped his card to settle the bill and took the chips. In the casino, although there were no spending limits, once you were here, no one could resist exchanging some chips to play. After all, it's human nature to have a gambling instinct. In the casino, chips are priced in US dollars, with the smallest chip being a white round chip worth $10, and the largest chip being a large golden chip worth $10,000. There are also chips of different colors and sizes, with denominations of $50, $100, and $1,000. Wang Shang first spent $10,000 to exchange for chips, which wasn't much, hundreds of $10 chips and dozens of $50 chips. These chips were stored in a beautifully crafted metal box for the convenience of players. Soon, Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao arrived at the gambling machine area of the casino. It was packed with gambling machines, several long rows, and roughly speaking, there were hundreds of them, and this was just the gambling machine area. There were other gambling zones inside as well. One could see how large the cruise ship's casino was. Let's play a bit. These gambling machines are very simple. Just put the chips in and guess the size, odd or even, Wang Shang explained with a smile, giving most of the $10,000 worth of chips to Luo Xiaoxiao, while keeping only a small portion for himself. At first, Luo Xiaoxiao was resistant, unsure of how to start, and since she didn't have much of a gambling nature, she just stood by and watched others play the machines. In the casino, there were people of all ages, from young adults in their 20s to older folks in their 50s and 60s, there figures everywhere. In the gambling machine area, many people were playing casually, focusing on the experience and feeling, creating a lively atmosphere. After watching for a while, Wang Shang encouraged, Luo Xiaoxiao, go play. With so many chips, try your luck. Luo Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, but curiosity got the better of her, and she stepped forward to choose a gambling machine that guessed odd or even. This type of machine was very simple. You just put the chips in, with a minimum bet of $10 and a maximum bet of $1,000, then the lights would spin, continuously rotating over many numbers. Before the spinning stopped, you just had to choose odd or even. If you guessed correctly, you would double your bet at least 2 times, and it could go up to dozens of times. Additionally, to attract gamblers, every so often, among the hundreds of machines, one would randomly light up. The so-called light up means that a special number appears on the machine screen, and according to the corresponding multiplier for that number, it would directly double the current bet on that machine. For example, if Luo Xiaoxiao bet $10 on the current machine and it lit up, she would directly receive a doubling reward, as the special number's corresponding multiplier would be at least 50 times, meaning she would get $500 worth of chips. If she bet more and it lit up, the reward would be even greater. This undoubtedly kept more people lingering in the gambling machine area. Even if they couldn't win, they could still hold on to a glimmer of hope for the light to appear. After playing for a while, Luo Xiaoxiao had several thousand chips, but slowly, there were hardly any left. Wang Shang remained calm. He possessed the skills of a gambling king and had countless experiences in casinos, understanding everything about the casino, including the mindset of gamblers, far too well. Playing in a casino, winning and losing was completely normal, and it was inevitable to lose more than win. After all, everyone wants to win, and everyone thinks they are lucky. But in the end, the lucky ones are just a very small number. Otherwise, how could casinos be such a lucrative industry? Just opening a casino on a cruise ship for a day could earn a fortune. Some have estimated that on the Santa Maria cruise ship, for every extra day the casino operates, it could generate tens of millions to over $100 million in profit. An astonishing figure. Behind this incredible number is the extravagant spending of countless gamblers in the casino, bringing profits to the house. Just think about it. Tourists who can afford tens of thousands of dollars for a ticket are certainly not poor, and those who enjoy gambling are even less likely to be ordinary folks. On average, they spend tens of thousands in the casino each day, with some gamblers losing hundreds of thousands or even millions. Overall, the casino's profits are astronomical. I'm so unlucky, all I have left is this, Luo Xiaoxiao said, feeling quite dejected. I lost over several $1,000s, sigh, what bad luck. It seems I'm just not cut out for gambling. I'll pay you back this money later. Luo Xiaoxiao pouted, her spirits low. Wang comforted her, it's fine, you can play with this money. I didn't say you had to pay me back. Don't overthink it. Luo Xiaoxiao paused, shaking her head firmly. How can that be? I lost it, so of course, I have to pay you back. If I don't return the money, what do you take me for? Wang couldn't help but chuckle. This girl has quite the stubborn streak. How about this? I'll exchange some chips, and we can gamble together. If we win back the money, you won't have to pay me back, Wang suggested with a smile. Luo Xiaoxiao hesitated. This idea, is it really a good one? Wang, do you think with my current luck, I can win back the money I lost? I'm afraid it's like a blind man chasing a woman. The more I chase, the further away she gets. Don't be discouraged. This time, I'll join you. Let's play something else, Wang said with a smile, glancing at the over $1,000 in chips he still had. Slot machines are purely based on luck, with almost no skill involved. However, for other games, as long as they gamble alongside other players, Wang, who possesses the skills of a gambling king, can truly show his prowess. Luo Xiaoxiao was skeptical but still inexplicably followed Wang forward. They arrived at the dice gambling area, where many gamblers played together at a long table equipped with dice tools, with a banker and the rest being players.